100 years from now, I left myself a diary. It records my future. When I eagerly opened the first page, the content stated that today I would awaken the lowest F-level talent in history. Seeing this, I just scoffed. After all, F-level talent is rarer than SSS-level talent. Even the potatoes by the roadside can awaken E-level talent. Then I casually flipped through a few pages, only to find I couldn't turn anymore. I went straight to the last page, July 22nd, 5125. The demon army has reached the city outskirts. All the defenders have perished. There is no hope left for humanity. I don't want to be eaten by demons. I want to die with dignity, so I sit at home sharpening my knife. I plan to take the demons with me when they come. Looking at the last words, I can say with 100% certainty that this diary is a prank. The demon race was exiled to barren Beijing 5,000 years ago. Now they can only struggle to survive. Moreover, with the Great Wall as a barrier, the demons absolutely cannot march south to Kyushu. I would rather believe that I have F-level talent than believe that demons can breach the Heavenly Sword Great Wall. However, what happened next made me have to believe in the diary's authenticity. Because at this moment, in the small dark room for the awakening ceremony, I watched as the testing machine printed out a report, Talent Level F, Fire Attribute. I stared blankly at the text on the report, my body trembling slightly. What the diary said turned out to be true. So in the future, Lu Ruoyan will break up with me. The demons will breach the Heavenly Sword Great Wall and march south to Kyushu. Shia Sha will also die, and the human race will be extinguished. I am extremely annoyed at this moment, primarily because of my F-level talent, and also because the demons will be hard to invade 100 years from now. When Lu Ruoyan saw me walk out of the small dark room, she jogged over and asked, Yuan Gu, what talent did you test for? I candidly replied, I have the worst F-level talent, and then, under Lu Ruoyan's incredulous expression, I quickly ran out of the school. F-level talent can only place one at the bottom of society, but based on the contents of the diary, I might have a chance to turn things around. I remember a passage in the diary, March 26, 5025. Sun Xiaochuan bought a powerful technique at the school gate yesterday. That powerful technique from Sun Xiaochuan might be my chance to turn things around. Today is March 25, 5025, so yesterday in the diary refers to today as I hurried towards the school gate. As soon as I arrived at the back gate, I saw Sun Xiaochuan. I saw a scruffy-looking old man tangling Sun Xiaochuan's long hair together. He looked just like a beggar. The old beggar tirelessly spoke, You have spiritual light emanating from your crown, did you know? At such a young age, you have such a plump body, you are truly a once-in-a-millennium genius. I have 4 techniques here. I see you have a connection, so I'll sell you one for 1,000 yuan. I squeezed through, and Sun Xiaochuan squatted in front of the old beggar with a face full of smiles, saying, Old man, I want all 4 of these techniques. The old beggar was taken aback, his eyes showing surprise, but he quickly regained his smile and said, Each person can only buy one, it's first come, first served. The chubby Sun Xiaochuan was pushed aside, and he was about to explode in anger. But when he saw it was me, he instantly fell silent. Sun Xiaochuan used to bully a teacher and classmates. I fought him for it, and Sun Xiaochuan had no strength to retaliate, he could only take the beating. The old beggar held 4 books in his hands. They were the Great Immortal Technique, 89 Profound Arts, the Unyielding Body of the Great Sun. I turned to Sun Xiaochuan and said, What are you waiting for? If you're not going to buy, just leave. Sun Xiaochuan was startled and looked at the 4 books in the old beggar's hands. After a moment of thought, he pointed to the unyielding body of the Great Sun and said, I want this technique. The Great Immortal Technique was passed down to Sun Wukong by Patriarch Bodhi. The 89 Profound Arts were taught to Yang Jian by the Jade Maiden. Although I prefer Sun Wukong, if we're comparing, Yang Jian is slightly stronger, so I pointed to the 89 Profound Arts. I want this technique. The old beggar handed the techniques to both of them, charging 1,000 yuan each. After I scanned to pay, I said, Old man, don't rush off. A friend of mine also wants to buy a technique, so please wait a moment. The old beggar nodded and said, You better sell all 4 books quickly, or I'll leave after that. Upon hearing this, I rushed back to the playground. I called Shia Sha, but there was no answer. That brat. She's throwing a tantrum at a time like this. I searched everywhere, but the playground was packed, and I couldn't find Shia Sha. I became increasingly anxious and snatched the megaphone from a nearby staff member. Then I turned the volume to the maximum and shouted, Everyone, look at me. My voice echoed across the entire playground, instantly capturing everyone's attention. I stood at a high point on the playground and shouted as loudly as I could. Xiao Xiao, let's make up. This line was supposed to be said 100 years later, at the moment before Xiao Zhao's death. But at this moment, I shouted it out early. This line, which accompanied 100 years of regret between the two, is like the last line of the diary, if there is a next life, I will never let you down. Just a few seconds later, my phone rang, and I quickly answered it. Xiao Xiao's voice came through, both shy and angry. Are you crazy? Although Xiao Sha was scolding me, having grown up together, I knew her temperament well, so I could tell she wasn't really angry, she was more shy. I have something important to tell you, hurry and come find me. You stay there and wait for me, Xiao Xiao said before hanging up. I let out a long sigh, I could tell that Xiao Xiao had forgiven me. After running hard, Xiao Xiao's face was flushed as she ran up to me, panting. She asked, what's wrong? I took Xiao Xiao's small hand and briefly explained, I met a senior who was selling top-tier techniques. As long as you buy one and cultivate it, you'll surely succeed. Xiao Xiao followed me to the back gate of the school, and as she looked at our clasped hands, her already flushed face turned even redder. When the two of them arrived, the old beggar was still at the door, but he only had one manual left. The great immortal technique had been sold, leaving only the 10,000 song mirror. I sighed and said, I was still a step too late, only this manual is left. The old beggar glanced at Xiao Xiao, and a glint of golden light flashed in his eyes. As the saying goes, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. This manual is more suitable for him. As I scanned the code to help Xiao Xiao pay, I asked, who bought the great immortal technique? What are you up to, kid? The old beggar saw right through my thoughts. Then the old beggar added, you are the 89 mystic arts, and he is the great immortal technique. You two are destined rivals, so don't worry, you will definitely have your encounters in the future. With the last manual in hand, the old beggar slowly stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and left. Seeing this, I turned to Xiao Xiao and asked, have we reconciled? Xiao Xiao huffed proudly and said, I'll show mercy and forgive you this time. If you don't like Lu Ruyan, I can break up with her. Lu Ruyan is already considering breaking up. I don't want to be the one getting dumped, so I'm planning to take the initiative and dump Lu Ruyan first. When I got home, I pulled out my phone from my pocket, ready to send a message to break up with Lu Ruyan. But when I sent the message, a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Lu Ruyan was incredibly quick. I was ultimately a step too late. I had only tested my FG talent, and he didn't even greet me. He actually blocked me directly. I wasn't too heartbroken about it. Instead, I took out the 89 mystic arts from my pocket and looked at the content of the book, starting with the introduction. The first page contained only 2 lines, master the 89 mystic arts, and you can roam freely in the world. This line is quite lofty. Translated into plain language, it means that as long as you cultivate the 89 mystic arts to perfection, you will be invincible and can walk anywhere in the world. After reading for a full 5 hours, I finally put down the 89 mystic arts, and it was already dark outside. I sat cross-legged on the floor and closed my eyes. Then, following the instructions in the book, I began to breathe and circulate my energy. I don't know how much time passed, but I felt a warm energy entering my body with each breath. This warm energy should be the spiritual energy. Time passed gradually, and when I opened my eyes again, it was already 3 in the morning. When I was in high school last year, the teacher said that to break through to a 1-star warrior, one needs to absorb 10 units of spiritual energy. If I meditate for 15 hours a day, I can absorb 3 units of spiritual energy and soon advance to a 1-star dancer. I slept until 10 a.m., and after eating, I continued to meditate, quickly accumulating 10 units of spiritual energy. I saw the 10 units of spiritual energy swirling in my body gather into a single point, slowly intertwining and merging into one. This formed a small ball of white gas. The white gas was very faint in color and quite small in volume. It was only the size of a coin, formed from the absorbed spiritual energy. This also meant that I had successfully broken through to a 1-star dancer. At dusk, a beam of sunset spilled into the room, and I decided to take Xiao Xiao next door out for a bite to eat. As I walked into the elevator, I made a point to show off that I had just broken through to a 1-star dancer. Pretty impressive, right? Xiao Xiao chuckled twice, her face full of pride, and said, I'm already a 3-star dancer. A look of surprise flashed across my face, quickly turning into deep envy. The gap was just too large, it hurt more than if I had been killed. It takes 10 units of spiritual energy to break through to a 1-star warrior, 20 units for a 2-star warrior, and 30 units for a 3-star warrior, 6 times faster than me. But then Xiao Xiao's next words made me feel utterly embarrassed. Just 3 more units of spiritual energy, and I could break through to a 4-star warrior. These past few days have been exhausting. I have to practice for 45 hours every day. Upon hearing this, I muttered, I'm only happy after practicing for 15 hours a day. Dancers, this world is just too unfair. The psychological gap is immense. No wonder the evil organization wants to hunt down those geniuses. If it weren't for Xiao Xiao today, I would have been unable to resist taking action. Then the two of us went to a hot pot restaurant, and while we were eating, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Hey, you scumbag, you're playing both sides, I want to break up with you." Hearing this voice, both Shia Sha and I turned around at the same time. The youthful and beautiful Lu Ruyan was standing behind, accompanied by a young man. She looked like a pitiful victim. She said to the young man, "Brother Tian, I wasn't lying to you, Hong Yuan is just a scumbag." I recognized this young man. His name was Long Outyan. His family was equally powerful and influential, just as prominent as mine. Oh wow, I instantly realized that Lu Ruyan was trying to be the first to accuse me. She first labeled me as the scumbag playing both sides. Then, it logically followed that she would ask to break up with me and seamlessly connect with Long Outyan. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Xiao Xiao's face turned puffy with anger, saying, "Hong Yuan is not a scumbag." Lu Ruyan huffed coldly and scolded, "You say he's not a scumbag? You both are together now, isn't that playing both sides? Xiao Xiao and I are childhood friends, you can't just call me a scumbag because I'm eating here." I looked at the Long Outyan beside Lu Ruyan and asked, "What's your relationship with him? By your logic, aren't you also a scumbag?" Seeing Long Outyan wrap his arm around Lu Ruyan's shoulder, he pointed at me with an imposing tone, saying, "Ruyan, I'm not going to waste time with you, he's now my girlfriend, so I suggest you get lost." I sarcastically replied, "If that's the case, then we are kindred spirits." This line was a jab at Long Outyan, implying he was merely the next in line. Some men watching the commotion instantly understood this and showed knowing smiles. Men care about their pride, especially with a woman nearby. Long Outyan, looking arrogant, asked, "Do you want to die? Are you looking for a fight?" Xiao Xiao stood up, wanting to protect me, but I shook my head, took Xiao Xiao's hand, and pulled her behind me. Although Xiao Xiao was a 3-star warrior and could easily crush Long Outyan, I didn't want her to reveal her strength. It had only been about 3 days since the talent test, and Xiao Xiao had already reached 3-star dancer status. Anyone with a bit of sense could guess that her talent was exceptional. Once a genius like Xiao Xiao reveals her talent, she could easily become a target for the evil organization. Long Outyan looked at me with disdain, cracking his knuckles in his left hand as if warming up for a fight. "Do you believe that in 3 seconds, I'll make you sit right there?" Long Outyan pointed to the last row of seats, claiming that he felt stronger after standing up to break through to a 1-star warrior. With greater strength, faster speed, and a body that can take more hits. But I still didn't know how to use weapons, so I couldn't utilize spiritual energy yet. At most, I could only release a small flame. Long Outyan's level was the same as mine. He had also tested his talent the day before, so he probably hadn't had time to learn about weapons. Therefore, the outcome was uncertain. "You're going to regret this, it will be a one-sided massacre." Long Outyan took the first swing, his heavy punch cutting through the air. It swung straight towards my face. I tilted my head slightly to easily dodge the punch, then stepped forward swiftly to close the distance with Long Outyan. At the same time, I sharply raised my elbow, striking Long Outyan squarely on the chin with a move called Iron Mountain Elbow. Long Outyan's chin was hit by the Iron Mountain Elbow, causing his head to snap back. His vision went dark, and he instantly lost consciousness, falling heavily to the ground. "What's going on?" 2 men in uniform looked at the unconscious Long Outyan and sternly asked, "Who is fighting?" I saw the leading middle-aged man shout, "Uncle Wang from the security bureau just received a report warning of a fight. He happened to be nearby with his apprentice, so he came right away. My dad is the deputy director of the security bureau, so he naturally knows the staff there. Uncle Wang has even had dinner at our house." "Oh, it's you, little Yuan." Uncle Wang smiled and asked, "What's going on here?" I pointed at Long Outyan lying on the ground and said, "This is the young master of the Long family. He wanted to show off in front of my ex-girlfriend, so he came to cause trouble for me. We were just fighting each other, but he didn't land a hit." "The young master of the Long family?" Uncle Wang frowned and said, "He is the son of Long Yuan Tian." "Can you handle this?" I asked, with a significant tone. "It's a bit tricky." Uncle Wang then said, "You really know how to stir up trouble, don't you? But Director Hong Sin should be back soon. I doubt Long Yuan Tian will dare to cause you trouble." Hong Sin is my dad's name. Although he is the deputy director, the staff are still used to calling him Director Hong. "Then please wait for me, Uncle Wang. When my parents come home, you must come over for dinner." Uncle Wang nodded and then instructed the young man nearby, "Shaoli, take this guy to the hospital. As for this girl, she will be detained for 15 days for provoking trouble." Shaoli took Long Outyan to the hospital. Uncle Wang took Lu Ruyan into custody. After this commotion, I lost my appetite and called the waiter to settle the bill before heading home. Upon returning to my room, I began to meditate. After breathing and meditating for 15 hours, I absorbed 3 units of spiritual energy. After several days of diligent practice, I finally broke through to a 2-star dancer, still needing 10 units of spiritual energy to reach 3-star status. Shia Sha just received a call. Because her qualifications are exceptional, she got accepted early. She was very excited and happy, immediately sharing this good news with me. Classes don't start until August in the second half of the year, and it's still April now. Shia Sha first needs to attend a secret training session for a period of time. However, due to the evil organization, the higher-ups have restricted contact with the outside world during training to prevent any leaks about the training location. On the morning of April 7th, an elderly man with white hair arrived at Shia Sha's house, claiming he had received a secret order to escort her to the training base. The old man was wearing a tattered robe, small and frail, but he emanated a strong aura. This was truly the most impressive person I had ever seen in my life. Even though the old man had already suppressed his aura, I still felt small in front of him and didn't dare to breathe loudly. The old man looked at Shia Sha and exclaimed, "What kind of talent do you possess, little girl?" Shia Sha asked in reply, "Don't you know, senior?" The old man shook the letter in his hand and said, "This is an ultimate secret order. Only a few at the highest levels know your background, I dare not pry. I was supposed to be living a peaceful life at home, but a summons from the Heavenly Strategy Bureau has me, an old man, trekking a long way to escort you to the training base. I'm just so pitiful." Shia Sha didn't want to go to the training base too early, so she asked, "Can I go to the training base a bit later?" She wanted to wait for her parents to come home, was worried that her younger brother Shao Xian wouldn't take care of himself, and also didn't want to leave me. The old man shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. Even if it's just 1 second late, I would be questioned. Shao Xian needs me to take care of you. Don't worry, I promise. Although I'm usually unreliable, I will keep my promises." Then I cupped my fists and asked the old man, "How long will it take to reach the training base?" After some thought, the old man said, "It's not far from here to the gathering point, about 2 million miles. I will take the girl flying through the air. We'll arrive tonight." Wow, 2 million miles, and we can get there tonight, plus flying through the air with someone. That's just too exaggerated. Is this a speed that humans can achieve? The old man waved his hand lightly, and Xiao Xiao and her suitcase floated into the air, followed by a flash of white light. The two figures vanished from sight. In the early morning, I received a voice message from Xiao Xiao. She had arrived at the gathering point and was about to participate in the secret training. She also had to turn in her phone. Xiao Xiao finally said, "You need to work hard to get into college. I'll be waiting for you in Zhengzhou, and you must come, or I'll be mad, the kind that can't be soothed again." I put down my phone, feeling invigorated, and then I thought about that diary. I had been studying the notebook a lot these days, but I still couldn't open the second page. The content on the first page of the diary only recorded until the year 5025, April 7th. It was already past midnight, and today is April 8th. I picked up the diary and tried to turn to the second page. This time, there were no obstacles, and I easily turned to the second page. I was slightly speechless. I looked at the content of the second page, dated April 8th, 5025. My second and third uncles arrived, probably looking for money from my dad again. But I didn't know where my dad was, so I could only make awkward small talk with them. On April 16th, 5025, as summer approached, my parents' bodies had severely decayed. Uncle Wang told me that they had been dead for over 10 days, and their bodies were only found yesterday. Uncle Wang told me to take good care of my younger siblings and said that if anything happened, I could find him. He finally told me to grieve properly. Seeing this line, it felt as if the world had collapsed in an instant. My mind went blank, and all expression left my face. I sat there holding the diary in a daze, and after more than 10 seconds, my eyes had unconsciously turned red, tears flowing uncontrollably. The tears overflowed from my eyes, sliding down my cheeks. Today is a holiday, and Honghu and Honglan are both at home. He doesn't dare to cry out loud, but Hongchen simply cannot suppress his sadness, nor can he hold back his tears. He can only bury his head in the pillow, softly sobbing, afraid to cry too loudly. No one knows how much time has passed. Hongchen's tears have dried up, and his body has long lost its strength, leaving him slumped on the bed. After a long time, he picks up his diary, hoping to find a clue, such as the cause of his parents' death. April 17th, 5025, Honglan noticed something was off with my emotions, but I managed to brush it off. There is no entry for April 18th, and it jumps to April 19th, 5025, I brought back my parents' ashes and belongings alone. I still didn't dare to tell Honghu and Honglan, I didn't know how to start. I wish I were mute. April 22nd, 5025, Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 came again. In the end, I couldn't keep it from them. Honghu and Honglan both found out. They cried and blamed me for not telling them sooner, but I don't regret it. Knowing later means I can cry later, even if it's just for a little while. April 23, 5025, Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 brought a will. They not only want my parents' compensation but also want to take over our house. They beat me up and kicked the three of us out. I am useless, I let my parents down. I couldn't take care of my sister and brother. April 25, 5025, I took the letter and headed to Jiangnan province, a journey of 3,900 kilometers. The road ahead is long and uncertain, but I have no other choice. The second page ends here, and Hongchen silently closes the diary. This night is too long. Hongchen's mind drifts back to his parents' faces. He lets his thoughts wander, allowing tears to flow silently. Everything before him becomes blurry, but the pain in his heart feels incredibly real. The next morning, Honglan knocks on the door and calls out, "Big brother, come out for breakfast." "I'm coming." A hoarse voice comes from the room, but it takes 5 minutes for Hongchen to open the door. Honglan asks, "Why is your voice so hoarse?" "It must be from the heat," Hongchen replies dismissively, taking the buns Honglan bought and adds, "I'm going out for a bit." "Did something happen to you?" Honglan looks at Hongchen quietly. Her older brother is usually cheerful, but today he seems taciturn and somewhat dispirited. "I'm fine." Hongchen opens his mouth but can't bring himself to say it. He can't just say that the diary records that their parents have been dead for several days. "You definitely have something going on," Honglan says seriously. Having grown up together, they know each other's natures well, making it hard to deceive one another. "I broke up with my girlfriend," Hongchen says bitterly, using this excuse to brush off Honglan. "Oh, I see." Honglan sighs and comforts him. "Lu Ruyan isn't a good woman anyway, she just knows how to spend your money. It's a good thing you broke up with her." Hongchen responds with a faint and then leaves home alone, riding his bike to the security bureau. Today is April 8th, and the diary mentions finding his parents' bodies on April 16th, meaning they had already been dead for over 10 days by then. This indicates that they had passed away in early April. 30 minutes later, Hongchen arrives at the security bureau, where he sees a middle-aged man and jogs over, calling out, "Uncle Wang." "Xiao Yuan, what brings you here?" Hongchen had already thought of a reason. "My parents have been out on a mission for a month, and my sister and brother are very worried, so they sent me to ask about the situation." Uncle Wang pats Hongchen's shoulder and smiles. "You don't need to worry, Director Hongsen's capabilities won't fail. But it's been a month, and their phones are unreachable. I'm afraid they might be in danger. They might be in some remote mountains without signal, which is why you can't reach them." Uncle Wang adds, "I'll take you to see the director. His satellite phone can contact Director Hongsen." The director of the security bureau is named Wang Defa, and his abilities are not impressive, much weaker than Hongsen. According to Hongsen's merits and strength, he should have been promoted to director long ago, but unfortunately, Wang Defa had backing. Thus, Hongsen remained in the position of deputy director for over a decade. Wang Defa not only lacked strength but was also petty and jealous of talent, constantly suppressing Hongsen at work. Although Hongchen was unwilling in his heart, he still needed to ask for help, so when he saw Wang Defa, he forced himself to suppress his disgust and called out, "Uncle Wang." Wang Defa, sitting at his desk, slightly raised his head and glanced at Hongchen out of the corner of his eye, asking, "What brings you here?" "My parents have been away on a mission for over a month, and I'm worried they might be in danger," Hongchen pleaded. "Could you help me out and send someone to look for them, or at least try to contact them? The security bureau has tight schedules and heavy tasks, and we are already short-staffed. There are no extra personnel to search for your parents." Wang Defa paused, took a sip of tea, and then said slowly, "But for Hongsen's sake, I can use a special satellite phone to give him a call." Hongchen's face filled with gratitude as he said, "Thank you, Uncle Wang." Wang Defa said he would make the call but then looked at the documents in his hand, deliberately leaving Hongchen waiting. A few minutes later, after finishing the documents and signing them, he set them aside. Then, Wang Defa picked up another document, sipping tea while reading, seemingly oblivious to Hongchen. Hongchen suppressed his agitation and coughed lightly, but Wang Defa acted as if he were deaf, ignoring him completely. At that moment, his parents' bodies lay exposed in the wilderness, subject to the wind, sun, insects, and birds. As the eldest son, he could not find peace until he located his parents' bodies and buried them. Wang Defa continued to review several documents, working for a full hour, before pretending to notice Hongchen. "Why are you still here?" Hongchen forced a smile. "I'm waiting for you to make the satellite call." "Oh, my memory." Wang Defa slapped his own head and laughed. "I've been so busy with work that I forgot." Hongchen earnestly asked, "Do you have time to make the satellite call now?" "I'll do it right now." Wang Defa lowered his head to look for the satellite phone, and his smile vanished instantly. He was reluctant to make the call, so he deliberately ignored Hongchen, trying to force him to leave the office. Unexpectedly, Hongchen refused to budge, which was incredibly tactless. What kind of person had such a son? This kid was as stubborn as Hong Sen. Reluctantly, Wang Defa took out the satellite phone and dialed the number, but no one answered. What's going on? Wang Defa said with displeasure, is my call not being answered? He dialed again, still no answer. Wang Defa slowly frowned but remained silent. On the third attempt, there was still no response. Could something really have happened? The mission Hong Sen was on wasn't particularly difficult, so logically, it should have been completed by now. Monitoring the progress of the mission was supposed to be the director's responsibility, but Wang Defa only now noticed that something was off. On one hand, he believed in Hong Sen's capabilities, but the main reason was the conflict between them. Everyone knew that Wang Defa had become director through connections, and many privately said he was unworthy of his position, claiming that Hong Sen was the people's choice and even calling him the director. Which leader would be pleased to hear such things? Wang Defa, being petty and jealous, hated Hong Sen even more. Even if it was clear that Hong Sen's mission duration was unusual, he remained indifferent. Wang Defa put down the satellite phone, realizing the situation was dire. Although he usually disliked Hong Sen, he was a 3-star war king, the top combat power in Jianghuai province, and Wang Defa didn't want anything to happen to him. You go home and wait for news. I'll find the files to check your dad's mission location and send someone to search. Hong Chen did not go home but asked, Uncle Wang, how long will it take to find them? Every satellite phone has coordinates. I will have the technical person analyze your dad's phone satellite coordinates, and the people we send will be able to find him quickly. Hong Chen still did not get up but asked, how long will it take specifically? At most 3 days. Wang Defa finally spoke plainly, you should go home and wait. As soon as there is news, I will have someone contact you. With an accurate answer, Hong Chen finally stood up. Before leaving, he added, thank you, Uncle Wang. Hong Chen locked himself in his room, trying to meditate and calm his mind, but he couldn't settle down. His parents' faces and voices kept flashing in his mind. The doorbell rang, and Hong Chen went to open the door. 2 middle-aged men stood at the entrance. His second uncle was holding a box of milk and asked, where's your dad? What do you want? After reading the diary, Hong Chen knew what these 2 scoundrels were planning, so he showed no good face. His third uncle, with a simple and honest look, smiled and said, we came to see your dad. Both were 8-star martial artists, slightly capable, but had no proper jobs, idling away their days either gambling or visiting brothels. Although Hong Sen had a fiery temper, he was quite easy to talk to, having once arranged jobs for them at the security bureau, but they found it too tiring and quit after 2 days. Whenever they ran out of money, they would ask Hong Sen for cash. His mother had caused a scene about this many times, but they still shamelessly asked Hong Sen for money. Hong Sen had no choice, after all, they were his own brothers, so he could only secretly give them money behind his mother's back. Over the years, they had probably borrowed millions from Hong Sen. If it weren't for his dad's high salary and the family's wealth, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. Seeing Hong Chen's cold face, the 2 didn't want to make things worse and said, we'll leave for now. When your dad comes back, have him call us. These 2 not only wanted compensation from his parents but also aimed to take over their house. If Xiao Sha's parents hadn't had an accident, they would never have let these 2 bully him like this. As for his dad's colleagues at the security bureau, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. After his dad's death, due to Wang Defa, it was likely that no one would be willing to help. His grandparents had all passed away, and his mother was an only child. He couldn't rely on any relatives or his dad's colleagues, he could only depend on himself. But he was just a 2-star martial artist and had to take care of his younger brother and sister in middle school. What could he do? He could only let himself be slaughtered. The security bureau acted quickly. After receiving the call, Hong Chen rushed to the morgue of the security bureau. There were many people in the morgue, all staff from the security bureau, and Uncle Wang was also there. Today was April 10th, and because the body was found 6 days earlier than in the diary, it was only slightly decomposed. Uncle Wang handed a piece of paper to Hong Chen. This is your parents' autopsy report. They died in early April. According to the preliminary assessment by the forensic doctor, your parents were likely harmed by an evil cultivator, at least at the martial emperor level. How could there be a martial emperor level evil cultivator in such a small place as Jianghuai province? Uncle Wang said, we are not sure either. Cultivators from evil organizations are always on the move, they can appear anywhere. Hong Chen looked at the text on the autopsy report. The victim's chest was penetrated, and there were no other injuries, indicating a fatal blow. The wound on the victim showed irregular penetrating marks, likely caused by a fist or palm piercing the chest and removing the heart. A large amount of black substance resembling ash was found in the victim's body. Therefore, it is speculated that the murderer is skilled in using fists and palms, with strength at least at the martial emperor level, and has black substance on their palms. Uncle Wang said, Xiao Jian and Lu Hong are still missing and may have also encountered an accident. Our people are still searching outside, but the chances of finding them are low. Xiao Jian and Lu Hong were Xiao Zhao's parents. Since they didn't have satellite phone tracking, it was difficult to search for them, but there was still a possibility they were alive. But at this moment, Xiao Sha was training outside, and only Xiao Xian was at home. Since he had promised to take care of Xiao Xian, Hong Chen did not want to break his word. Moreover, they had not found the bodies of Xiao Jian and Lu Hong, so the two could only be considered missing, leaving a glimmer of hope. Hong Chen said, "If we really can't find them, we'll talk then. For now, don't tell Uncle Zhao's family." Uncle Wang nodded and said, "The bureau thinks the same way. I just wanted to give you a heads up." Hong Chen took back the autopsy report, bowed to everyone, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, uncles and aunts, for taking the time to see my parents one last time amidst your busy schedules." A few sighs echoed in the morgue. "Take good care of your younger siblings. If you encounter any trouble, you can come to me. Stay strong." Uncle Wang patted Hong Chen's shoulder and added, "We'll be leaving now, we have work to do." "I'll stay here with my parents for a while," Hong Chen forced a smile. The people in the morgue quickly left. When he had first seen the bodies, Hong Chen had not cried, but now, alone, his tears could not be held back. Hong Chen returned home alone with 2 urns of ashes and some belongings. The belongings included only a phone that had been in the pocket of the corpse and some miscellaneous items from the office. After placing the 2 urns of ashes, his thoughts were the same as those in his diary. He did not plan to tell Hong Lan and Hong Hu for the time being. There were too many matters to deal with later, and his second and third uncles would come to visit, at which point the 3 siblings would be driven out of their home. The diary recorded that the 2 would come again on April 22nd. Today is April 12th, giving him 10 days. However, since he had found his parents' bodies early, it was possible they would come sooner. The urgent task was to prevent the 2 from claiming the inheritance. After resolving this matter, he would tell Hong Lan and Hong Hu about their parents. And then there was the murderer of his parents, that evil cultivator with the strength of a martial emperor. This grudge must be avenged. Hong Chen carefully stored the autopsy report. It was the only clue. Hong Chen picked up the phone from the belongings. It was Hong Sen's phone, still stained with blood. The lock screen password was his mother's birthday. He first checked the call log, finding no clues, and the messages were the same. Finally, he clicked into the photo album, where there was a video taken on April 1st, lasting 3 minutes. Hong Chen's breath caught, and he immediately opened the video. On the screen was a middle-aged man with a square face. His body was covered in blood, his face pale, clearly on the brink of death. "My good son, Dad is about to die." Hearing this, Hong Chen instantly broke down in tears as the middle-aged man's voice came through the screen. "Don't cry. Listen to me. Originally, you had a fiancé, but your mother didn't want you to be bound. She wanted you to have the freedom to love. So when you were very young, she had me help you break off the engagement. Later, just as your mother said, you met Lu Ruyan as your girlfriend. Luckily, the engagement was called off, otherwise, it would have been hard to explain. Your fiancé is the granddaughter of my old superior. After I married your mother, I went to pay my respects to him. At that time, your mother was just pregnant, and his daughter was also pregnant, so they arranged a betrothal. The old superior liked me very much. He was like a half-father to me. Originally, he wanted to marry his daughter to me, but I fell in love with your mother, so I rejected his good intentions. However, he didn't hold a grudge and still arranged a marriage for you. But when I went to break off the engagement, he was clearly angry, and I cut off contact with him. I also felt too embarrassed to visit him. My 2 younger brothers are greedy, but I can't do anything about it. After all, they are my brothers. While I was alive, I could intimidate them, but after I die, they will surely have ulterior motives. Your grandparents are gone, and no one can help you. So if you encounter any trouble you can't solve, go visit that old superior. I think he will help you. There is a shoebox under the bed in my room, and inside is a letter. This is a letter I wrote to the old superior but never had the face to send. Take that letter with you when you go to see him. My 2 younger brothers, if I really guessed right, and the old leader is willing to help, I hope you can spare their lives. Although you usually seem a bit off, I know you have depth of character, you have more principles than I do. I'll leave the aftermath to you." Knowing that his time was short, the middle-aged man instead smiled. "I thought I could live a long time, but it seems I've capsized now. As the eldest brother, take good care of your younger siblings. Your mother and I will go first. You called off the marriage of their daughter, then the marriage of their granddaughter, and now you still want their help." Hong Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could they possibly help? Did he think they were made of clay? But since Dad said so, and that old leader liked him very much, he could be considered half a father to him. Their relationship should be quite good. Perhaps there was still a chance. Moreover, he had no other options, so even if the possibility was low, he had to give it a try. He couldn't let Hong Lan and Hong Hu sleep on the streets. They hadn't even graduated from high school yet. Hong Chen took the letter from the shoebox in his room. The address on the letter read, Jiangnan Province, Jiling City, Wuhan District, Daifu, Su Tianba. Su Tianba should be the name of that old leader. Hong Sen had gone to guard the Great Wall in his youth, and he must have met Su Tianba then. With this thought, Hong Chen grabbed his backpack, packed his diary and letters, and took 2 sets of clothes. He first checked the ticket prices. They were a bit expensive. If it were in the past, it wouldn't be considered expensive, but his living expenses were all used up. The remaining money was only enough for a high-speed train ticket. Hong Chen booked a ticket for the next day's noon train and then went to sleep. It was the first time he had fallen asleep in days. In the morning, while Hong Chen was still sound asleep, he was startled awake by the sound of banging on the door. Bang! 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 Hong Chen hurriedly got up. The door had already been smashed open. His second uncle and third uncle, along with their wives, had entered the room. Before he could say anything, his third uncle spoke first. Hong Chen, you still want to hide this from us? My elder brother is dead, and you didn't even notify us. Hong Chen was taken aback. What was going on? Why had his uncles come early? After he found his parents' bodies, it had taken them a week to come and occupy the house. Could it be that because he found his parents' bodies early, a chain reaction occurred in reality, causing his uncles to come early? His second aunt spoke rapidly. This little brat probably wants to swallow the compensation money in the house that my brother promised us. Otherwise, why would he keep it a secret? But you can't hide it from us. If you don't say anything, someone will tell us. Hong Chen stood at the door of his room, looking at the 4 of them with a cold expression. I don't know what you're talking about. His third aunt snorted coldly, still trying to play dumb. But don't think you can fool us. We have your dad's will. He said he would give the house to us. His second aunt added, when the compensation for your parents' deaths comes in a few days, our 2 families will also take 2/3. This is something your dad agreed upon with us. Although he had mentally prepared himself, when this moment came, Hong Chen couldn't help but feel his eyes blaze with anger. His parents' bodies were still warm, and these 2 ungrateful wolves had come to try to take over. His dad had treated them well in life, but they couldn't hold back for even a moment. He had never seen such shameless people. Hong Chen shouted, my dad never said he would give the house to you. You shouldn't expect a single cent of the compensation. That doesn't depend on you. His third uncle pulled out a piece of paper and said, we have your dad's will. Hong Chen didn't need to think. It was definitely a forged will. He threatened, forging a will is against the law. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the security bureau? Sha Yuan, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. His second uncle grinned and continued, I'm not afraid to tell you that the handwriting on this will is copied from the documents your dad wrote. Hong Sen works at the Security Bureau, and the documents he usually writes are undoubtedly those of the Security Bureau. Uncle Air is telling Hong Chen that the 4 have received help from the Security Bureau, so it's useless for him to seek help from them. The only one in the Security Bureau who would treat their own family this way is likely Wang Defa. Hong Chen asked angrily, what benefits did Wang Defa give you? How could you help an outsider harm me? He didn't give us any benefits. Instead, he wants to take half of the compensation. And Air, losing all sense of shame, added, but we can still keep half of the compensation, and we also have this house. Shut up! Who told you to say these things? Uncle Air glared at Aunt Air. My brother's things are naturally mine. I am his brother. Blood ties mean I have the right to inherit. Uncle San still wanted to reason with him. We didn't ask for much. Our 2 families get 2/3 of the compensation, and you siblings get 1/3. The house was promised to us by your brother. Aunt San added, when your grandparents died, your dad inherited most of the estate, and we didn't say anything about it. Aunt Air chimed in, the compensation and the house should have been ours. We are just taking back what we deserve. Is there no sense of reason left? Hong Chen's eyes were bloodshot, trembling with anger. These people truly could turn black into white. Everything regarding his grandparents, both in life and death, was managed by his parents, and all the medical and funeral expenses were paid by them. Uncle Air and Uncle Sen contributed not a penny. The 2 elders saw all this, which is why they distributed a bit more of the inheritance to his parents before they died. Moreover, at that time, Hong Lan and Hong Hu had just been born, and he was only a little over a year old. The elders were worried about putting too much pressure on his parents, so they allocated a bit more of the inheritance. Yet, in the mouths of these 4, it turned into our family inherited most of the estate, which was simply turning black into white. His dad felt guilty for having received a bit more inheritance, so when Uncle Air and Uncle San asked for money, he would never refuse. Over the years, the money Uncle Air and Uncle San asked from his dad far exceeded the extra inheritance given by his grandparents. Hong Chen pointed at Uncle Air and Uncle San, asking, "How can you even say such things? Haven't you two asked my dad for money?" "What? We have never asked your brother for money. You need to provide evidence for your claims," Uncle San said defiantly, knowing there were no witnesses. Over the years, fearing that Hong Chen's mother would find out, Hong Sen had only given cash, so there was no way to trace it. The four of them spoke back and forth, and Hong Chen couldn't get a word in, only able to shout loudly, "You all teamed up to bully me, an orphan, right after my dad passed away." Hong Chen stared at Uncle Air and Uncle San, saying, "Do you dare swear that you've never taken money from my dad?" Uncle San frowned, feeling guilty, and said, "Why should we swear for something we didn't do? Why are you wasting words with him?" Uncle Air said irritably, grabbing Hong Chen by the neck. Uncle Air was an 8-star martial artist, and his strength was overwhelming. Hong Chen had no power to resist. Hong Chen felt a tightness in his throat, struggling to breathe, and his backpack fell to the ground during the struggle. Uncle Air tightened his grip on Hong Chen's neck, forcibly pushing him toward the door. Hong Chen didn't want to leave his home and punched Uncle Air with all his might. "You little brat, how dare you hit me? I'll teach you a lesson for your brother." Uncle Air's fist, as big as a sandpot, struck Hong Chen's face with 2 punches. The heavy blows hit Hong Chen's face, causing him to feel dizzy and black out immediately. "You ungrateful brat, you won't learn without a beating." Uncle Air threw the unconscious Hong Chen at the door and was about to close it. "Wait!" Uncle San, seeing Hong Chen's backpack fall to the ground during the struggle, kicked it to the door. "What's the point of keeping this unlucky thing?" On the high-speed train heading to Jiangnan province, a boy sitting alone in a seat attracted the attention of many passengers. The boy was indeed very handsome, but the reason the passengers glanced at him was still due to his disheveled clothing, likely a result of a struggle. He had medical gauze wrapped around his head, with a few strands of hair sticking to his forehead, and the white gauze faintly showed red bloodstains, clearly indicating a fresh injury. Beneath his left eye and at the corner of his mouth, there were bruises. His face was full of exhaustion, appearing very tired and somewhat aggrieved. This boy was Hong Chen. When his second uncle threw him out of the room, his head hit the ground heavily, causing a bruise, and the bruises on his face were from being violently beaten by his second uncle. Today was Tuesday, and school would be on break starting Friday. Hong Chen didn't ask for much, he just wanted Hong Lan and Hong Hu to not suffer such grievances. With only 4 days left until their break, he needed to resolve this matter before they went home. If he couldn't get Su Tianba to help, Hong Hu's volatile temper would definitely not let it go easily. Although Hong Lan was very sensible, she was ultimately a girl, and her heart was relatively fragile. She probably couldn't withstand such a blow. Hong Chen dared not think further and let out a heavy sigh. If only he had the same caliber as his father, this problem wouldn't have arisen, and his younger siblings wouldn't have to suffer with him. Hong Chen sat cross-legged in his seat. He had been intermittently practicing these days and had just been beaten by his second uncle again, unknowingly accumulating 27 breaths of spiritual energy. He needed 3 more breaths of spiritual energy to break through to a 3-star warrior, so he had to hurry and focus on his breathing. The journey from Jianghuai province to Jilin city in Jiangnan province was about 3,900 kilometers, with the high-speed train traveling at a speed of 240 kilometers per hour. This trip would take at least 16 hours, and he could cultivate 1 breath of spiritual energy in 5 hours, so there was plenty of time. The next morning at 5 o'clock, Hong Chen broke through to a 3-star warrior. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Hong Chen looked up at the high-speed train schedule. The next stop was Jilin Station, expected to arrive in 28 minutes. He took out a letter from his backpack, preparing to check Su Tianba's specific location, but his diary fell out along with it. The diary landed at his feet, and as Hong Chen bent down to pick it up, he suddenly noticed that it was open to the 3rd page. Today was April 11th, but the date recorded on the 2nd page of the diary was April 25th. According to his previous assumptions, the diary should not turn to the 3rd page until April 25th. What was going on? Why had the diary turned to the 3rd page? Hong Chen remembered that the last line on the 2nd page recorded the date of April 25th, 5025. I took the letter and headed to Jiangnan province, a journey of 3,900 kilometers, with a long road ahead and an uncertain future, but I had no other choice. He was currently on a high-speed train heading to Jiangnan province. Could it be that completing the content of the diary would trigger the next page in advance? So, there were 2 ways for the diary to turn to the next page. First, waiting for the recorded date to arrive, and second, completing the content of the diary in advance. If that were the case, his operational space would expand. Thinking of this, Hong Chen immediately looked at the content of the 3rd page. April 25th, 5025, I found a taxi at the high-speed train station, and the driver took me to Dei Mansion. The driver was very talkative, as if he were performing a monologue, chatting about everything from astronomy and geography to poetry and songs, and even discussing national affairs and life ideals, and he even knew about postnatal care for sows. I was captivated, and by the time it got dark, we finally arrived at Day Mansion, only to find the fare was 1,500. Hongchen felt a bit embarrassed upon reading this. It was well known that taxi drivers could talk a lot. But this driver was truly outrageous, managing to talk for several hours straight. How far was the high-speed train station from Day Mansion? How could it take so long to get there? Hongchen took out his phone and checked the map. There were only about 40 kilometers between the two. What the hell? It turned out this driver was taking a detour, simply outrageous. Although the travel expenses amounted to 1,500, listening to several hours of stand-up comedy for free shouldn't be considered a loss. Hongchen could only comfort himself this way. April 25, 5025, I arrived too late yesterday, so I didn't go in to visit. This morning, I came to the Dai Mansion. I told the guard my name, but he said I couldn't enter without an appointment. I had no choice but to mention my father's name, but the guard said he didn't recognize it either. April 27, 5025, I asked the guard to report to Su Tianba, but he couldn't be bothered with me. It was probably because my status was too low. The guard thought I wasn't important, so he didn't take me seriously. I waited outside the Day Mansion for 3 consecutive days, but I never saw Su Tianba's shadow. April 28, 5025, Hong Lan just called, crying and asking when I would come home. I couldn't wait any longer. It was late at night, so I climbed over the wall and sneaked into the Day Mansion. No matter what, I had to see Su Tianba. April 29, 5025, as soon as I sneaked into the Day Mansion, I was caught by the patrolling security guards. 2 guards beat me up and then threw me out of the Day Mansion. May 1st, 5025, the injuries on my body were slightly better, but still very painful. I went to the Day Mansion again. The guard and the security recognized me, so they kept an eye on me, and I had no chance to sneak in. Until May 6th, all the messages in between were just my diary of waiting at the entrance. May 7th, 5025, when I went to eat, I heard the restaurant owner say that the Day Mansion hardly opens its main gate unless a distinguished guest arrives, and that the Day Mansion has an underground garage, where the Su family usually leaves by car from the underground garage. May 8th, 5025, the Day Mansion has 2 garage entrances, one for entering from the south and one for exiting to the north. I went to the south entrance to wait, and soon a sports car drove up. I hurriedly blocked the car and shouted, "My dad is Hongsen, I'm here to find the old leader Su Tianba." A girl with a high ponytail got out of the car, glanced at me lightly, and then let me get in. May 9th, 5025, finally meeting Su Tianba, I handed him the letter and recounted my experiences during this time. In the end, I said, "For the sake of your past friendship with my father, please help me." Su Tianba turned his back to me and said, "My grievances with Hongsen are settled, there is no connection between us in this life, so I have no reason to help you." I walked out of the Day Mansion in despair. May 9th, 5025, when I took the high-speed train home, the girl with the high ponytail I encountered when I blocked the car suddenly appeared in the seat next to me. I asked her what she wanted, but she ignored me. Could it be that Su Tianba changed his mind and sent her to help me? But she was about the same age as me. What could she do to help? After reading the last line of the diary, Hongchen suddenly had an idea. If he met the girl with the high ponytail in advance, then saw Su Tianba, and finally took the high-speed train back to Jianghuai province, could he open the 4th page of the diary ahead of time? If his guess was correct, even if it wasn't May 9th yet, as long as he completed the contents of the diary in advance, he could turn to the 4th page. After reading the contents of the diary, Hongchen closed it and began planning his itinerary in his mind. He would take a ride-hailing car to the Day Mansion, definitely not taking a taxi from the train station, as it was easy to be scammed by the driver and would waste time. He would go directly to the south garage of the Day Mansion and wait there, saving a lot of time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching Jinling Station. Passengers preparing to disembark, please get ready, and be careful when getting off. Hearing this announcement, Hongchen stopped thinking. He packed the diary and letter into his backpack and then stood up to walk to the door. After the high-speed train came to a stop, the doors opened automatically. Hongchen stepped out of the carriage. To save time, he called for a ride-hailing car while walking towards the station exit. After successfully hailing a car, Hongchen ran towards the exit, arriving at the pickup point just as the driver did. The ride-hailing service had a planned route, so the driver wouldn't take any detours, and Hongchen didn't have to worry about being scammed. After giving the driver the last 4 digits of his phone number, the vehicle began its journey to Dai Mansion. Jiangnan Province is a super-large province, bustling with traffic and people, far more prosperous than Jianghuai Province. The driver was a middle-aged man with many pockmarks on his face. Due to the heavy traffic, the speed was quite slow, and the driver cursed under his breath. Experienced drivers often like to curse while driving. It's a sign of a seasoned driver. The speed was already slow, and with aggressive drivers cutting in, the driver's anger boiled over. He kept flashing his hazard lights and honking at the car in front. After a series of frantic actions, the driver still felt unsatisfied. He leaned out of the window and shouted at the aggressive driver ahead, using a phrase that combined violence, supernatural elements, lust, and courage, "I'll mess up your grave." The atmosphere in the car was suffocating, and Hong Chen sat trembling, not daring to speak. Although they were stuck in traffic, thanks to the driver's superb skills, it took just over an hour for Hong Chen to reach the southern garage of Dai Mansion. It was 8 in the morning, still early. To avoid attracting the attention of security, Hong Chen found a discreet spot to quietly wait. He waited until evening, during which dozens of cars entered Dai Mansion, but he never saw the girl with the high ponytail. Not knowing what would happen if he tried to stop another car, Hong Chen didn't dare to take the risk, and the first day passed like that. With only 1,000 yuan left and needing to buy a ticket home, he found a cheap inn that charged 50 yuan a night. The next day, Hong Chen arrived early at the southern garage of Dai Mansion with steamed buns and soy milk, waiting until the afternoon. A red sports car approached in the distance, slowing down as it seemed to be turning into the garage. Seeing this, Hong Chen quickly stood up and looked into the car, but the sunlight made it hard to see clearly. As the car got closer, he gradually made out the situation inside. The driver's seat was occupied by a woman. At first, he could only see a rough outline, but as the distance closed, her features became clearer. She was a beauty with a delicate nose and elegant eyebrows, her fair oval face and sharp eyes exuding a sense of pride and strength. But Hong Chen wasn't there to admire her. He focused on her hair, and a high ponytail came to mind. His spirits lifted. However, by the time he noticed the ponytail, the sports car was right in front of him. Without time to think, he leaped towards the car. The woman in the sports car was taken aback, a thought flashing through her mind. Is he trying to scam me? She immediately got out of the car, dressed in white, looking like a celestial being. Seeing Hong Chen, who had a bruised face and a bandage on his head, the woman became even more convinced that he was trying to scam her. You're young and able-bodied. Why are you doing this kind of thing? Why don't you find a proper job to support yourself? The woman's tone was harsh as she scolded Hong Chen for trying to scam her. Fortunately, I braked quickly, otherwise, I would have almost hit you. You don't care about your life, but I don't want the trouble. You're just harming yourself and others. Although she scolded him, Hong Chen knew the girl had misunderstood, and his actions did resemble a scam. I'm sorry. Hong Chen stood up to apologize first, then said, I'm here to find Su Tianba. I'm not trying to scam you. If you're looking for him, you can go to the front entrance. Why are you stopping my car? The woman frowned, but her tone softened a bit. The front entrance won't let me in. Although Hong Chen had never been to the front, the diary wrote it this way. The woman said, if you don't have an appointment, there's nothing I can do. There are many people in the world who want to see Su Tianba. If he meets everyone, he won't even have time to eat. Hong Chen rubbed his knee, which he had bumped when he fell, and said, I know, but I really have something important. Can you help me notify him? Upon hearing this, the woman turned to get into her car, leaving only a remark, I don't have time to waste with you. It was indeed futile. Hong Chen had no choice but to say, my dad is Hong Sen, and he asked me to come to Dai Mansion to find Su Tianba. Hearing this, the woman's movements paused. She turned back to look at Hong Chen and asked, you are Hong Sen's son? My name is Hong Chen. My dad is Hong Sen, and I have a letter he wrote to Su Tianba. Hong Chen took the letter out of his backpack and showed it to the woman. Come with me, she said. After a slight hesitation, she waved to Hong Chen, signaling him to get into her car. Hong Chen breathed a sigh of relief and immediately got into the sports car. The method in the diary indeed worked. Sister, thank you. Hong Chen expressed his gratitude and then asked, what's your name? You don't need to know. The woman seemed unwilling to chat and instead asked, what did your dad ask you to do? Hong Chen scratched his head and honestly replied, my dad passed away not long ago. Actually, I came to find Su Tianba. The woman's driving action paused, and her right foot pressed the brake. Seeing this, Hong Chen hurriedly said, but this is a letter my dad wrote to Su Tianba. I'm not lying to you, please don't kick me out. The woman shook her head and said, I'm not concerned about whether you're lying to me. I'm just shocked that your dad has passed away. Hong Chen followed the woman out of the underground garage, and a huge mansion came into view. With red walls and dark tiles, carved wooden windows, a bluestone path underfoot, bamboo groves and flowers beside him, and a gentle stream flowing over a small bridge in the distance, pavilions and towers were hidden within. The woman led Hong Chen to a pavilion and instructed, stay here and don't move. Hong Chen nodded. Someone like Su Tianba was usually very busy, and the woman would go to ask if he had time to meet him. Thank you so much this time. Hong Chen clasped his fists in gratitude and then asked, if I have the chance, I will repay your kindness. With your mere 3-star martial artist's strength, you still want to repay me? The woman laughed upon hearing this and added, you really overestimate yourself. Hong Chen sincerely said, I truly don't have the ability to repay you, I just want to remember your kindness. Can you tell me your name? Su Firen. After saying this, the woman flicked her ponytail and left the pavilion. Hong Chen still had bandages wrapped around his head, and the bruises on his face had faded a bit. Such a peculiar-looking person attracted quite a few gazes. Who is that person? I don't know. Although he looks a bit pitiful, there's still a hint of handsomeness in his features. He doesn't look very old. What is he doing at Dei Mansion? How would I know? It should be someone who brought him in. The security in the mansion is very strict. Not long ago, they caught a few thieves, and I heard they were beaten badly. Hong Chen waited for half an hour and finally saw Su Firen. She waved her hand and said, come with me. Su Firen led Hong Chen to a study and respectfully said, I brought the person. In the study, there was an old man with his back to Hong Chen, so his appearance was unclear, but the old man was tall and robust, with white hair. Hong Chen entered the room, said nothing, and directly knelt on the ground, knocking his head 3 times. Hong Sen had said in the video that Su Tianba was like a half-father to him, so he was also like a half-grandfather to Hong Chen. Even if the old man didn't acknowledge it, Hong Chen had to bow 3 times. After all, it was their family that had wronged Su Tianba in the past, twice failing to appreciate his kindness. Thus, these 3 bows were also an apology. Su Tianba did not turn around, facing away from Hong Chen, and asked, Hong Sen, when did he die? Hong Chen stood up and answered honestly, it should have been about half a month ago. How did he die? Su Tianba's tone was very calm, without any emotional fluctuation, as if he were asking about a trivial matter. He was harmed by an evil cultivator during a mission. Hong Chen's tone wavered slightly. It wasn't that he was putting on an act, after all, it was his own father, and mentioning it inevitably brought sadness. Su Tianba fell silent for a moment and inquired, you came to find me because you want me to help you take revenge for Hong Sen? Hong Chen shook his head, his tone resolute, thank you for your concern, but I want to take revenge myself. A 3-star warrior. Su Tianba snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, with your level of cultivation, when will you be able to take revenge? Thank you for your kindness. Hong Chen mustered his courage and refused again, the hatred of killing my father cannot be shared, if I do not avenge him with my own hands, even if I die 1,000 times, I will not find peace. Su Tianba laughed upon hearing this, your stubbornness is very much like Hong Sen, you do have some backbone, not embarrassing your father. This is a letter my dad wrote to you, he asked me to deliver it to you before he died. Hong Chen handed the letter to Su Firen beside him. Su Firen took the letter, silently walked in front of the elder, handed over the letter, and then quietly returned to Hong Chen's side. Su Tianba took the letter, and because he was facing away from Hong Chen and Su Firen, no one saw that his hand trembled slightly as he opened the envelope. Hong Chen did not dare to open the letter himself, so apart from Su Tianba, no one knew what was written inside. A long time passed, and Su Tianba had finished reading the letter, but he remained silent, perhaps feeling something in his heart. Finally, after a long silence, Su Tianba asked, since it's not to take revenge for your father, what do you want from me? Hong Chen succinctly replied, after my dad died, 2 uncles took the opportunity to occupy our house and wanted the compensation for my parents' deaths in the line of duty. I was driven out of the house, and my younger siblings and I have nowhere to live. I seek little, just hope you can help me seek justice. Su Tianba fell silent again, and after a moment, said, you should know some things, right? Hong Chen nodded. Su Tianba was likely referring to his father's attempt to break off the engagement. Su Tianba slowly said, I arranged a betrothal for you. Hong Sen did not refuse at the time, so I took it as his tacit agreement. It should have been when you were about 3 or 4 years old. He suddenly came to find me and said he didn't want to impose restrictions on you, so he wanted to refuse my good intentions again. Once would have been enough, but twice in a row, what does he mean? Su Tianba said this with evident anger. What does he take the women of the Su family for? If he wants them, he takes them, if he doesn't, he just kicks them aside? I firmly refused his second request to break off the engagement, and we ended up arguing. His stubbornness is like a bull. Su Tianba seemed unwilling to say more about this past. In any case, he insisted on breaking off the engagement with you and told me, I'm just here to inform you, not to ask for your permission. After saying that, he turned to leave. At that time, I was furious, so I told him, if you dare to step out of this door, we will sever all ties and never have dealings again. But he didn't even look back. Although Hong Chen couldn't see Su Tianba's expression, he could feel from his words that he was still very angry. Back then, when your father Hongsen walked out of the main gate of the Dai mansion, I had cleared all grievances with him, and we had no further ties in this life. Su Tianba still did not turn around, only coldly saying, "So I have no reason to help you, please leave." This answer was expected, and Hongchen couldn't say he was very disappointed, but the version of himself in his diary might be very desperate, only able to leave the Dai mansion feeling dejected. However, Hongchen had already prepared himself mentally, so he did not leave but said, "I only learned a few days ago about the past between you and my father. He must have felt guilty in his heart, which is why he never mentioned you to me. But no matter how you put it, what happened back then was entirely my father's fault. As his son, I couldn't defend him, nor could I find a reason to do so. Years have passed, and you still mention this matter with indignation. Only deep feelings can lead to such resentment. Although he let you down, I can sense the expectations you once had for him." He wrote this letter a long time ago. Every year on October 22nd, he would leave home for a few days. At first, I thought he was on a business trip, but I just learned that this day is your birthday. My father never sent this letter before he died, so he wasn't as carefree as you say. In fact, I think he was quite cowardly. Finally, Hongchen said something he had long thought of. My father may have visited the Dai mansion many times, but he never dared to step through the front door. Since you feel that the grievances have been resolved, perhaps you should look forward. The deeper meaning of Hongchen's words was, my father didn't dare to take that step back then, so I hope you can bravely take that step now. But Su Tianba remained silent for a long time before finally saying, please leave. Unexpectedly, the outcome was exactly the same as recorded in the diary. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. A dejected Hongchen walked out of the study. To say he wasn't hurt would be a lie. He had said all the good things he could, even bowing his head, yet the old man still refused to help. Today is Thursday, and Hong Lan and Hong Hu are going home tomorrow. The high-speed train ride home takes 16 hours. He had no time to linger and needed to rush back home to stand in front of Hong Hu and Hong Lan. Otherwise, Hong Hu might very well be beaten up by his second uncle, and Hong Lan would be at a loss. It was already evening, and it would take time to get to the high-speed train station. Hongchen checked the train schedule online and could only book a ticket for midnight tonight, the earliest train he could catch. When I boarded the high-speed train home, Su Firen, whom I encountered when I was trying to hail a cab the other day, suddenly appeared in the seat next to me. I asked her what she wanted, but she ignored me. Could it be that Su Tianba had a change of heart and sent her to help me? But she was about the same age as me. What could she do to help? Because of the line on the third page of the diary, Hongchen still held on to a glimmer of hope. But even if Su Firen was sitting next to him, what difference would it make? What if she wasn't there to help him? What if she was just out traveling? As he thought about this, Hongchen's face filled with confusion, and his mood worsened. Moreover, Su Firen looked young. Her level of skill was probably not high. Both of his uncles were 8-star martial artists, and even if Su Firen was a once-in-a-lifetime genius, her age meant she couldn't possibly defeat his two uncles. I'm just a waste. Hongchen sighed deeply, unable to suppress his self-pity. He couldn't protect his younger siblings, couldn't keep the house safe, and in the end, even when he asked for help, they refused. Having achieved nothing, how could he not consider himself a waste? Just as Hongchen was about to step out the door, a voice came from behind him. Are you Hongchen? Was it you who caused your dad to break off the engagement back then? Lost in thought, Hongchen only then noticed a girl chasing after him. He stopped and turned to look at the girl, who was slightly younger than him, and asked, who are you? The girl spoke arrogantly. Why do you care who I am? I won't tell you my name, why should I? Looking at Hongchen, whose face was bruised and wrapped in bandages, the girl sneered, you look so pitiful that it's hard to look at. It's a good thing the engagement was called off, otherwise, a fresh flower would have been stuck in cow dung. Hearing such blatant mockery, Hongchen had already guessed that this girl was likely the one who had been jilted. My good father, look at what you've done. Hongchen truly felt helpless. At that moment, he was exhausted and had no strength to retort, allowing the girl to ridicule him without saying a word. A dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart. My grandfather values your father, which is why he arranged the marriage for your family, but your father has repeatedly. Wan, stop talking. A voice came from behind, belonging to Su Firen. The girl named Su Wan, her face full of anger, said, but sister. Su Firen shook her head and repeated, I told you to stop talking. Su Wan had no choice but to shut her mouth, glaring fiercely at Hongchen before storming off in a huff. My little sister has been spoiled by the family, please don't take it to heart. Su Firen apologized with a cupped fist. Hongchen forced a smile, as long as she didn't come at me with a knife, I'm grateful. Su Firen smiled back and asked, what are you planning to do next? Hongchen replied, I haven't told my younger siblings about my parents' death and my uncle taking over the house. Tomorrow is Friday, school will be out. I need to go home immediately. Otherwise, when they come back and see my uncles, I won't be able to hide it anymore. Why don't you just say it? Su Firen didn't understand. The death of parents is a big deal, something that needs to be addressed sooner or later. There's no other reason, just that I don't dare to speak up, Hong Chen said with a bitter smile. I need to deal with my uncles first before I can talk about it. Su Firen didn't understand but respected his decision. She cupped her fists and said, my grandfather asked me to accompany you to Jianghuai province. Hong Chen was taken aback and asked, didn't he refuse? Why has he changed his mind? Su Firen laughed, that old man can't bear to lose face. He's always been tough on the outside but soft on the inside. You're coming with me to Jianghuai province. Hong Chen asked, how old are you? Su Firen replied, I'm 5 months older than you, but I tested my talent last year, so I've been cultivating for a few months longer than you. In a prestigious family like the De family, they have the equipment to test for talent. On her 18th birthday, Su Firen went to test her talent and then began her cultivation. Ordinary people without resources have to wait for the designated time to check. Hong Chen was born on January 6, 5009, and Su Firen, being 5 months older, must have been born around August 5008. Su Firen tested her talent last August, and now it was only April, so she had been cultivating for at most 10 months. Hong Chen reminded her, both my uncles are 8-star martial masters. You don't look much older than me. What can you do to help? Although my level is only 6-star martial master, I think it should be enough to deal with your uncles, Su Firen said confidently, her words brimming with assurance. If you get beaten and cry, you can't blame me, Hong Chen joked. Since childhood, I've only ever been the one to make others cry, Su Firen replied playfully. When they first met, Su Firen had a very poor impression of Hong Chen, thinking he was just a slacker trying to take advantage. But after hearing his conversation with Su Tianba, she had a significant change of heart. With his uncles occupying the family property, Hong Chen first thought of dealing with them before planning to tell his younger siblings. He chose to face these dangers alone. How could that not be seen as responsible? It hadn't been long since his parents passed away, and he was 6 months younger than her, yet he could shoulder the family matters and come to the De family seeking help, which showed he could bear the burden. His grandfather had initially asked if he wanted help avenging Hong Chen, but Hong Chen refused. The blood feud of his parents was something he wanted to take on himself. He was a person of great integrity. Many trembled before their grandfather, unable to articulate their thoughts. But Hong Chen faced his grandfather's aggressive demeanor with clarity, expressing what he needed to say, proving his courage was commendable. Although Hong Chen had a stubborn temper, stubborn people are usually those who have persistence and can hold on to their principles. Clearly coming to seek help, Hong Chen did not lower himself or compromise. He had principles, responsibility, integrity, and courage, which greatly changed Su Firen's view of him. Su Firen could see some shadows of his father in Hong Chen. No wonder Grandpa valued Hong Chen so much, even going so far as to arrange marriages for him and Hong Chen twice. Such a man is indeed worthy of trust. Grandpa has always had a good eye for people. In the early hours, the night was low, and everything was silent. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, with stars scattered among it. On the high-speed train heading to Jianghuai province, many passengers had already fallen asleep, with only a few remaining awake. Hong Chen and Su Firen sat facing each other, both silent, the atmosphere slightly stagnant. Finally, it was Hong Chen who broke the silence. He cleared his throat to attract Su Firen's attention and then asked, "Is my dad close to the old man?" "You could say they are like teacher, father, and friend," Su Firen replied, then corrected himself. "I heard from the elders at home that although your dad is my grandpa's adopted son, they are closer than biological father and son." Hong Chen had never heard Hong Chen mention this past and asked, "Why did the old man adopt my dad?" Su Firen shook his head. "I'm not very clear about their matters. I just heard some elders chatting and know a rough outline. Once, my grandpa was in deep trouble, and his subordinates stood by and watched. Only your dad rushed forward without hesitation to save him. Your dad almost died at that time." After Su Firen finished speaking, he suddenly asked, "I heard your dad has good talent. What realm did he reach before he died?" "3-star Martial King," Hong Chen said with pride. "That's a very high realm." He was one of the top experts in Jianghuai province. A 3-star Martial King is considered an expert in Jianghuai province, but in Jiangnan province, he can only be regarded as average. Many of my family's elders have realms that surpass your dad's. Su Firen showed surprise and said, "That's strange. Your dad was already a Martial King when he married your mom. How is it that after more than 10 years, he is still at the Martial King realm?" "Because he had to earn money to support the family, going on missions every day, so he had no time to cultivate." After Hong Chen finished speaking, he sighed, "Cultivation is like rowing upstream, not to advance is to drop back. My grandpa once privately said that your dad is loyal and brave, with good talent. If he had focused on cultivation, he should have at least reached martial sovereign by now. Su Firen said with a tone of regret, beauty is a gentle place, love is the root of all disasters. Your dad was a genius back then, but in the end, he became just like everyone else. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen teased, you clearly are still young, yet you speak like an old man. I just speak from my feelings. Su Firen changed the subject and asked, you mentioned before that your dad was harmed by an evil cultivator? Do you know which evil cultivator it was? Hong Chen shook his head, I only know some information about the murderer. When my dad died, his heart was dug out, and there was a large amount of black substance left in his body, resembling ashes. The murderer is skilled in using fists and palms, with black substance on his hands, and has at least the strength of a martial emperor. Your description. Su Firen thought for a moment and said, sounds very much like the heaven-swallowing demon cult's evil cultivator. This evil organization loves to hunt geniuses. Hong Chen asked, why does the heaven-swallowing demon cult like to hunt geniuses? Su Firen hesitated slightly and then said, it might sound a bit cruel. Just say it, I can accept it. They practice a divine ability called Tao Tai Great Method. As long as they consume the heart of a genius, they can quickly enhance their own cultivation and talent. Su Firen added, the black substance you mentioned should be the Black Death Hand of the heaven-swallowing demon cult. Evil cultivators who practice the Black Death Hand usually have pitch-black hands. Hong Chen silently noted these two names, heaven-swallowing demon cult and Black Death Hand. Su Firen noticed Hong Chen's thoughts and immediately reminded him, your realm is too low now. Don't go seeking death, you might end up with your heart dug out. I'm not an idiot. Hong Chen sighed, besides, with my poor talent, the evil cultivators of the heaven-swallowing demon cult wouldn't even look at my heart. Su Firen asked, is your talent really that bad? If I tell you, you must not discriminate against me. Hong Chen first reminded him and then said, I have an F-level talent. That is indeed very rare. Su Firen was speechless. F-level talent and SSS-level talent are both 1 in a million. But F-level talent is the top-tier waste, while SSS-level talent is the unparalleled genius. Su Firen couldn't help but say, you really are unfortunate, having an F-level talent. Your dad is exceptionally gifted. How did he end up with someone like you? You should stop there. Hong Chen forcefully interrupted Su Firen's lament and asked, what about your talent? I won't say what my talent is, to avoid discouraging you. Su Firen couldn't bring herself to say it, feeling a pang of sympathy. When they first met yesterday, Hong Chen had been bruised and bloodied. He had even risked stopping her car to find someone to help. Moreover, his parents had passed away not long ago, and he had been beaten by his 2 uncles, then came to his own home seeking help like a bullied child, almost getting hit by her. They were clearly around the same age, and just thinking about it made Su Firen feel heartbroken. The two fell silent again, and this time it was Su Firen who spoke up. Have you learned the Great E-Spear Manual? Great E-Spear Manual? Hong Chen was taken aback and said, by the name, it sounds like a martial art from your Great E-House. Didn't your dad teach you the Great E-Spear Manual? Su Firen frowned, sensing from Hong Chen's words that he seemed to have never heard of it. Since Grandpa had taken Hong Sen as a godson and valued him so much, he would surely have passed the Great E-Spear Manual to him. Hong Chen shook his head, I've never seen my dad use a spear, he always fights with his fists. Su Firen fell silent. No wonder Grandpa said Hong Sen had a stubborn temperament. After Hong Sen severed ties with Grandpa, he never taught the Great E-Spear Manual to Hong Chen and his sister, nor did he ever use it again. What is this Great E-Spear Manual you mentioned? Hong Chen asked. Does my dad know it too? Whether your dad knows the Great E-Spear Manual, I'm not sure. Since Hong Sen hadn't mentioned it, Su Firen chose to keep it a secret. Su Firen explained further, in ancient times, there were 10 heroes among humanity, one of whom was nicknamed the Great E-Spear Immortal. Our Su family is a descendant of this person. The Great E-Spear Manual was created by the Great E-Spear Immortal, and we, the Su family, have practiced it since childhood. But when we were young, without talent and cultivation, we could only learn some basic moves. Hong Chen was shocked. Your family actually has the bloodline of the ancient 10 heroes. That's a legendary figure. Su Firen humbly replied, my family is just a collateral branch, so don't exaggerate. Hey! Hong Chen said seriously, excessive humility is equivalent to pride. Has anyone ever told you that you act pretentious? Do I? Of course. Where am I acting pretentious? That sentence you just said is very pretentious. The high-speed train traveled north, and the two talked late into the night, occasionally interrupted by Su Firen's light laughter, as time quietly slipped away. By the time they arrived in Jianghuai province, it was already 4 in the afternoon. With an hour left before school ended, Hong Chen hurriedly took Su Firen home. Hong Chen's house was not far from the train station, the taxi took only 20 minutes to deliver them to the community. As they walked, Su Firan asked, "What are you planning to do?" "I'll talk first," Hong Chen said fiercely, "but whether the negotiation goes well or not, in the end, I will give those two a good beating." Hearing this, Su Firan's lips curled up slightly as she asked, "Are you still going to vent your anger?" As they entered the elevator, Hong Chen pointed to his head and said, "I'm not venting anger, it's about reciprocity." The elevator quickly reached the 16th floor, and the door to Hong Chen's home was open, with the voices of his second and third uncles coming from inside. "I just called Wang Defa to ask about the compensation for the older brother and sister-in-law who died in the line of duty. It should be issued in the next couple of days. The house across the street belongs to the Shao family. Let's find Wang Defa to get hold of Shao Jian's house as well. By then, you can live in your elder brother's house, and I can live in Shao Jian's house. We can be neighbors. Don't rush. Let's wait for the compensation money from the boss to come through. I'm afraid Wang Defa might play tricks. If he keeps his promise, we can plan with him to get Shao Jian's house and the compensation." Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 were inside the house, discussing loudly and plotting. Hong Chen, overhearing them, felt his teeth itch with anger. These two had already taken his family's house and compensation, and now they wanted to take Xiao Zhao's house and compensation as well. They were simply beasts. The door was wide open, and Hong Chen pushed it open forcefully. Uncle 3, seeing Hong Chen, was taken aback and said, "You dare to come back?" Uncle 2 also snorted coldly and said, "I spared your life last time because you're my elder brother's bloodline, but you really don't know how to live. I just have one thing to say." Hong Chen looked at the two and asked, "Are you leaving or not?" Uncle 2 squinted his eyes, disdainfully saying, "If I don't beat you to the point where you can't get out of bed for 3 months, I won't be surnamed Hong." Uncle 3, being a bit sharper, noticed Su Firan behind Hong Chen. Seeing it was a little girl, he relaxed. "I thought you brought some expert, turns out it's just a little girl. Who are you trying to scare?" Then, Uncle 3 continued to mock, "Your mother is an only child, and you have no uncles to help you. As for the relatives on your elder brother's side, seeing us too, they definitely won't help you. Can I make a move now?" Su Firan asked Hong Chen, her tone filled with anger. Hong Chen felt uncertain. His two uncles were 8-star martial masters, while Su Firan was only a 6-star martial master. Moreover, he couldn't help, Su Firan could only fight alone, and with the gap in their realms, the odds seemed very low. Su Firan took a step forward, standing in front of Hong Chen, then took out 2 gun barrels and a gun tip from her backpack. Hong Chen felt helpless, sharpening a knife at the last moment and claiming not to show off. Su Firan began to assemble the long gun by herself, first inserting the 2 gun barrels together, gently twisting and pushing tightly. Uncle 3 didn't understand what Su Firan was doing. He looked at Hong Chen and said, "Are you leaving or not? If not, I'm going to call the police." Hearing this, Hong Chen was so angry he almost laughed. These two had taken over his home and really thought of this place as their own. How could there be such shameless people in the world? Uncle 2 raised a false flag to scare Hong Chen, saying, "I'll have Wang Defa lock him up directly, so he won't bother us anymore. It's best to keep him locked up for 3 to 5 years, then he'll behave." Su Firan finished assembling the gun barrel, then picked up the gun tip, aiming it at the threaded interface at the front of the long gun, twisting and pushing until she heard a soft click, and the gun tip was secured. The room was small, not conducive to the long gun's performance. Hong Chen said, "Be careful." Su Firan held the long gun, casually saying, "I don't need to be careful." Uncle 3 wanted to keep talking, "Little girl, I don't hit women, but if you dare to make a move, don't blame me." He only got halfway through when a silver flash appeared in the room, followed by the gun shooting out like a dragon. Hong Chen didn't even see clearly, the long gun had pierced through Uncle 3's shoulder. Su Firan pulled back sharply, yanking the long gun back, and Uncle 3's shoulder immediately spurted blood, gushing out. Uncle 2, seeing this, was shocked and grabbed a nearby table, throwing it at Su Firan. Su Firan didn't dodge, she swung the long gun down from above, and the gun tip sliced through the table effortlessly, cutting it in half. After throwing the table, Uncle 2 didn't attack but immediately opened the window, preparing to jump out and escape. Su Firan didn't give Uncle 2 a chance, she threw the long gun forward, pinning Uncle 2 to the window. At the critical moment, Uncle 3 showed more courage. Seeing Su Firan unarmed, he gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear, and lunged at Su Firan. Su Firan remained unmoved, facing Uncle 3, who was like an arrow, with no ripple in her eyes. She slowly extended a fist, which seemed very slow, as if she were practicing Tai Chi. But Uncle San's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, uncontrollably flying towards Su Firan's fist. In an instant, the punch arrived with a muffled bang. Uncle San crashed against the wall like a kite with a broken string, dust flying as the entire room shook. Su Firan retracted his fist, standing still, his expression still calm as water, as if this shocking punch was merely a routine occurrence. Uncle San lay on the ground, blood continuously spewing from his mouth. Uncle Air was pinned against the window, screaming loudly. Su Firen walked over to Uncle Air, pulled out a long gun, and silently asked, "Do you understand your mistake?" Uncle Air let out a wretched howl, weakly collapsing to the ground, but his words were defiant. "My brother's things, brother's share, what's wrong with that?" It was only natural that his brother's belongings should belong to him. He spoke as if it were a matter of course, having grown accustomed to sucking blood from Hongsen. He was simply obstinate. Su Firen, furious, said, "Your mistake lies in the fact that before brothers share, there is a father who dies and a son who inherits." Uncle San roared, "My parents only liked my older brother back then, giving him all the good things. What's wrong with me wanting a little money from him? He's dead. What's wrong with me wanting his house? Why can't I have it? I can't explain it to you. You can go down and talk to the king of hell." Su Firen thrust the long gun forward, ready to skewer the two of them like candied hawthorns. Hearing this, Hong Chen leaped in front of the long gun, shouting, "Stop! Are you crazy?" Su Firen was startled. "I almost stabbed you. I would love to chop them into 1,000 pieces, but my dad told me before he died that he hoped I could spare their lives." Hong Chen's tone was sorrowful, adding, "Besides taking care of my younger siblings, that was the only thing my dad asked of me before he died. I've hardly ever listened to him in my life. I can't go against his last wish." Upon hearing this, Su Firen retracted the long gun. "This is your family matter, do as you wish. But my dad only asked me to spare their lives." Hong Chen continued, "Can you break all their hands and feet, and cripple their abilities, so they won't come to trouble me in the future?" Su Firen raised the long gun again. "This is your family matter, do as you wish." Uncle Air's face showed terror as he said, "Hong Chen, do you dare?" "Of course I don't dare." Hong Chen laughed, "But this sister dares." Su Firen swung the long gun, a faint dragon's roar echoing. In the blink of an eye, both Uncle's hands, feet, and the dantian in their abdomens burst forth with blood simultaneously. Ah! The room was filled with piercing screams. Hong Chen tossed the two of them into the elevator and then ignored them, leaving them to fend for themselves. As Su Firen disassembled the long gun, she complained, "You're just throwing away trash. My younger siblings are coming back soon, the house is a mess, I have to clean up, and I don't have time to deal with them," Hong Chen said, returning to the room, hurriedly wiping up the blood with a basin and towel. Seeing this, Su Firen stepped forward to help, and finally, before Hong Lan and Hong Hu returned home, the two managed to tidy up the house as it was before. "Brother!" A voice came from the door. "Why is there blood in the elevator?" "Maybe someone accidentally leaked it," Hong Chen feigned ignorance, giving a somewhat crude excuse. Hong Hu sniffed around, puzzled, and asked, "Why does it smell like blood in the house? This kid has a dog's nose. He even sprayed air freshener." "This is Su Firen, sister, you should call her." Hong Chen didn't respond but instead changed the subject. The two were very sensible, calling out together, "Sister Su." Su Firen nodded, then looked at Hong Chen, her eyes signaling, "Your two uncles have been dealt with. When are you going to talk about your parents?" Seeing the carefree expressions on Hong Lan and Hong Hu's faces, Hong Chen shook his head, deciding to wait a bit longer. Suddenly, a crying voice came from outside. "Director Wang, you have to take charge of our family." Hearing this voice, Hong Chen immediately frowned. It was the voices of his second and third aunts. When Hong Lan and the others had just entered, they hadn't closed the door, and the two aunts followed behind Wang Defa, looking as if they were there to demand an explanation. Wang Defa said bluntly, "Hong Chen, these two are accusing you of intentional harm. Come with us to the security bureau." The second aunt pointed at Hong Chen and scolded, "You little beast, your actions are too ruthless. Not only did you ruin your second uncle's cultivation, but you also severed his tendons." The third aunt, no longer as arrogant as she had been a few days ago, cried out, "What you did is truly too extreme. How are we supposed to live from now on? How are you supposed to live?" Su Firen sneered and said, "Did you ever think about how Hong Chen and the others are supposed to live?" The second aunt argued, "We only took his house and a third of the compensation, we didn't take his life. One person does the deed, one person takes the blame. I am the one who ruined their cultivation and severed their tendons. If you want to cause trouble, come find me, it has nothing to do with Hong Chen." After Su Firen finished speaking, her expression was serious, and she added, "And I didn't take their lives either." The third aunt cried to Wang Defa, "Look at her, is she even reasonable? Our two families are supposed to give you half of the compensation, you have to stand up for us." Wang Defa, fearing the third aunt would say something inappropriate, immediately waved his hand to the personnel from the security bureau behind him, "Arrest Hong Chen and this woman." "Are you sure you want to arrest me?" Su Firen stared at Wang Defa, questioning him. Wang Defa shouted loudly, "How could this be fake? Do you think I'm joking with you?" Su Firen took out a token from her pocket, engraved with the words "Dai." I am Su Firen from the De mansion, who dares to touch me? Wang Defa only glanced at it, trembling in fear, and quickly knelt down, bowing his head in apology. I was joking with you, everything I said was false. Su Firen ignored him and said to the security bureau staff, lock up these two women, their husbands, and this director Wang. Wang Defa was the director of the security bureau, and his superior was the department head, who in turn reported to the minister. Even Wang Defa's direct superior, the Minister of Security, would be trembling in fear upon seeing Su Tianba. Therefore, when the staff of the security bureau saw the DE token, they hesitated not at all, immediately pulling out handcuffs and arresting Wang Defa and the second and third aunts on the spot. After Su Firen finished all this, she went out to make a phone call. Hong Lan's eyes were already red. She had refrained from crying earlier due to the crowd, but now that everyone had left, she asked with a choked voice, brother, what happened to mom and dad? Nothing. Nothing at all. Hong Chen still couldn't bring himself to say it. Then what the second aunt said about the compensation, whose compensation is it? Hong Lan stared at Hong Chen, crying, don't lie to me. Mom and dad have been on a mission for almost 2 months, how could it take this long, and they've been completely out of touch. Hong Hu, a bit slow to react, finally understood upon hearing this isn't true, dad is a martial king, how could he possibly die? Hong Chen knew he could no longer hide the truth and could only return to his room, take out his parents' ashes, and then tell them what had happened. When Su Firen returned to the room after making the call, Hong Chen and the others were huddled together, crying uncontrollably. Hong Hu cried and scolded, why didn't you tell me sooner? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Hong Chen explained through tears, even if I told you, what could you do? Can you defeat the second and third uncles? Can you bring mom and dad back to life? I wanted to say it too, but rather than let you two worry, it's better for me to solve these matters first, and then when the time is right, I'll tell you both. Women inherently possess the ability to love, so when Su Firen saw this scene, she couldn't help but shed tears as well. The group cried all night, and before they knew it, it was the evening of the next day. Hong Lan and Hong Hu locked themselves in their room, and Su Firen felt a bit worried. Seeing this, Hong Chen comforted her, saying, don't worry, it will be fine in a few days. I went through the same thing before. Su Firen asked, you're not sad anymore, right? Sometimes when I think about it, I still can't help but get teary-eyed. Hong Chen forced a smile. But just like I told the old man, one has to look forward. I still have to take care of Hong Lan and Hong Hu. I can't just stay immersed in sadness, or I'll end up depressed. Su Firen said, Wang Defa has been removed from his position and is currently locked up. He will probably face life imprisonment. His crime isn't that serious, is it? Hong Chen asked curiously. Su Firen replied, my grandfather made a call, so they are handling it to the fullest extent. What about my two uncles and aunts? Hong Chen asked again. I'm not sure about that, they should also be locked up for a while. Su Firen continued, as for the compensation for your parents' deaths in the line of duty, it should be deposited into your account today, someone should have called you. The efficiency of the security bureau is quite fast, I've already received the money, a total of over 5 million, but I only kept 100,000. Seeing that Su Firen wanted to ask, Hong Chen took the initiative to explain, the rest of the money was given to Hong Lan and Hong Hu, 250,000 each, 100,000 is enough for me. Su Firen asked, shouldn't you all split this money? Hong Chen looked towards the room of Hong Hu and Hong Lan. I used a lot of family money before, so let the compensation be for them. After handling your family's matters, I will return to Dei Mansion. Su Firen took out a book from her pocket and handed it to Hong Chen, saying, my grandfather asked me to give this to you. Seeing the words Deigun Manual written on the cover, Hong Chen immediately pushed it back, saying, this is not appropriate. You said it yourself, we have to look forward. Su Firen smiled, your dad is my grandfather's adopted son, so you three are also my grandfather's grandsons, which means you can learn the Deigun Manual. Worried that Hong Chen would refuse, she added, my grandfather also said that we should keep in touch. If you have time during the new year, remember to bring Hong Lan and Hong Hu to pay New Year visits. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen accepted the Deigun Manual and nodded, saying, I will bring Hong Lan and Hong Hu to visit the old man during the new year. Su Firen clasped her fists and said, see you in the martial world. As the sun set behind the mountains, the evening sun shone through the window, illuminating the turning girl, her high ponytail swaying in the sunlight. When Hong Chen and Su Firen boarded the high-speed train, the diary could be flipped to the 4th page. However, since the two were talking the whole time, Hong Chen had no time to check the content of the 4th page. Grateful that someone had come from afar to help him, Hong Chen expressed his desire to treat Su Firen to a meal. But Su Firen was in a hurry to go home, so Hong Chen had to see her off to the train station. By the time Hong Chen returned home, it was already late at night, and he finally had time to check the diary. He opened it to the fourth page, and the content inside was the same as in reality. Su Firan dealt with his second and third uncles, and then Wang Defa came looking for trouble again. The content at the back of the diary showed him striving hard, starting to practice again, and he kept practicing until the end of the fourth page, with the last date being May 30th. Seeing the content in the diary, Hong Chen began to meditate and practice until the next morning. He picked up the diary wanting to turn the page, but he couldn't get to the fifth page. The diary still remained on the fourth page. Hong Chen had a guess in his mind: if the content recorded in the last line of the diary was trivial matters, like practicing, playing games, or sleeping, even if he completed them, he wouldn't be able to turn the page. So he had to wait until May 30th to turn the diary to the fifth page. Today is April 15th, which means there is still a month and a half until May 30th. Thinking of this, Hong Chen couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. What a ridiculous setting this is. Why can't he turn the page for trivial matters even after completing them? The person who came up with this setting must be out of their mind. At the end of July, the college entrance examination would take place, and with 3.5 months left, Hong Chen needed to seize the time to cultivate and strive for good results. He ate a little something and then continued to sit cross-legged, diligently practicing. The cultivation method he practiced was the 8-9 profound art, the most advanced technique, but due to his F-level talent dragging him down, his absorption of spiritual energy was not fast. Those with A-level talent, even if they practiced an ordinary technique worth 1,000, absorbed spiritual energy much faster than Hong Chen. It was like Hong Chen held the most extraordinary artifact, but he only had the strength of a 3-star warrior, so he could only unleash a tiny fraction of the artifact's power. However, for Hong Chen at this moment, this tiny fraction of power was enough for him, at least allowing his cultivation speed to rival that of someone with B-level talent. Su Firan took a 16-hour high-speed train and finally returned to the Great Yi Mansion, but it was already late. The next morning, Su Firan went to visit Su Tianba and immediately recounted the events. Hearing Su Firan's handling of the situation, Su Tianba said with satisfaction, "You did very well." After finishing the account, Su Firan still had a face full of anger. Hong Chen's two uncles are truly despicable. If I were Hong Chen, I would never spare their lives. Su Tianba stroked his white beard and laughed. So you are you, and Hong Chen is Hong Chen. If everyone thought like you, what would be the meaning of this world? I just can't stand it. Su Firan's spirited face flushed with anger. She was genuinely upset for Hong Chen. Although she appeared cool in front of him, Su Firan was only 18, and when she interacted with Su Tianba privately, she would reveal her true feelings and childish side. What do you think of Hong Chen? Su Tianba suddenly asked, then added, "It seems you are quite satisfied with him." Su Firan replied, "He really is a man, with principles, responsibility, integrity, and courage. He can handle things much better than those young masters I usually see." Such a good man. Su Tianba asked without reason, "Does he have a girlfriend?" Hong Chen just mentioned this. He had a girlfriend before, but they broke up after 3 or 4 months. It seems she thought his talent was too poor, so she left him. Because of his poor talent, Su Tianba was curious and asked, "What talent does Hong Chen have? Is it really that bad?" Su Firan smiled and nodded, saying, "He has the worst F-level talent." Su Tianba felt a bit speechless but still said, "Our family has power and influence, a large estate, and skilled experts. So for you girls looking for a man, the most important thing is to distinguish between good and bad character. Since you speak so highly of Hong Chen and he just happens to be single, why not try to get to know him? Hong Chen is Hong Sen's son, his character must be fine." "That wouldn't be appropriate." Su Firan's small face flushed, appearing flustered. Su Tianba said sternly, "Why wouldn't it be appropriate? You are already Hong Chen's fiancé. Hong Sen came to annul the engagement back then, but our Great Yi Mansion did not agree. Hong Sen unilaterally tore up the engagement does not mean it is void. An annulment requires mutual consent. As long as we haven't agreed, your engagement remains valid." Upon hearing this, Su Firan immediately stated, "I'm not someone who can't find a partner. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Since he has already annulled the engagement, I won't go back on my word." What she meant was that if he wanted her, he could have her. If he didn't, then he couldn't. But Su Firan also had her own temper. Su Tianba found a loophole and promptly reminded her, "First, let's be clear, it was Hong Sen who annulled the engagement back then, and Hong Chen was only 2 or 3 years old at the time. He didn't annul it. If that's the case, there really was no problem. Hong Chen was just a child back then, and the annulment certainly had little to do with him." Su Tianbao gently persuaded, "At your age, your realm is already quite high, enough to handle the college entrance examination. Jianhui province has many famous scenic spots. You've been busy cultivating, so this is a good opportunity to take a break and have some fun." That doesn't seem right. Su Firan wanted to refuse. Hong Chen also needs to cultivate, he has to participate in the martial artist entrance exam. With Hong Chen's F-level talent, he can just eat and wait to die. Does he really think he can participate in the martial artist entrance exam? Su Tianba spoke a harsh truth, then quickly changed the subject, saying, besides, his realm is so low, you can just go and guide him. I admit I have a slight fondness for Hong Chen, but I just got home. Rushing to find him right away seems a bit inappropriate. Su Firan thought for a moment and said, I'll wait until I have time to go find him. Suit yourself. Su Tianba had no objections. Not having formed a marriage alliance with Hong Sin back then had always been his regret. Moreover, if he could facilitate this good match, Hong Sin would probably be furious if he knew from beyond the grave. It was simply a win-win situation, and just thinking about it made Su Tianba feel elated. On April 30th, Hong Chen had been diligently cultivating during this time and finally managed to cultivate 40 breaths of spiritual energy, successfully breaking through to a 4-star martial artist. The white energy mass within him also grew larger, now the size of a bottle cap, and its color became more intense. To break through to a 5-star martial artist, he needed 50 breaths of spiritual energy, and at his current speed, it would likely take until mid-May to achieve this breakthrough, which felt far too slow. Hong Chen felt a bit restless, then closed his eyes to continue his breathing exercises, successfully refining another breath of spiritual energy. But suddenly, he felt a wave of heat surge through his body, an inexplicable warmth spreading through his limbs. Hong Chen's body became increasingly hot, sweat pouring from his pores, but it was quickly evaporated by the heat on his skin, forming white steam. Had he gone into a frenzy? Hong Chen hurriedly got up and ran to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his body. However, the heat was emanating from his dantian to his limbs, not from the surface of his skin, so using cold water to cool down had little effect. Due to the scorching energy, black dirt continuously seeped out of his pores, and it had a slightly foul smell. He couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Time passed like this, and it took a full hour for the intense heat to gradually dissipate. Hong Chen collapsed in the bathroom, his body already soaked. He felt extremely thirsty, struggling to open his mouth and swallow the cool water spraying from the shower. After resting for 3 hours, he finally had the strength to stand up but still felt weak and exhausted. Hong Chen returned to his room and collapsed onto the bed, not waking up until the next day. What happened last night? Did he have a mishap in his cultivation? Or had he gone into a frenzy? Hong Chen had heard Hong Sin mention going into a frenzy before. If one went into a frenzy while cultivating, the consequences could range from serious injury to death. He only felt heat and a bit of weakness, not as severe as going into a frenzy. It should be a mishap in his cultivation. Thinking of this, Hong Chen took out his phone to search for related content. As he looked at the information on his phone, he found that when others had mishaps during cultivation, they usually experienced symptoms like spitting blood, fainting, numbness in their limbs, or bleeding from their orifices. No one else seemed to experience the intense heat and black dirt seeping from their pores like he did. Hong Chen could only input the text into the search, feeling hot all over during cultivation, with black dirt seeping from the pores. Relevant content immediately appeared on the phone screen. Ancient martial artists, due to the special nature of their techniques, would refine their bodies by absorbing spiritual energy, making their physiques harder. Moreover, some rare techniques, after each body refinement, not only make the physique harder but also grant the cultivator the supernatural abilities contained within the technique. Upon seeing this second piece of information, Hong Chen suddenly remembered. Humans have the fate of 8 yin and 9 yang, so cultivating the 8-9 profound art would eliminate 8 instances of yin and integrate 9 instances of yang. Each time he integrated a yang instance, his cultivation realm would significantly increase. Every time I eliminate a yin number, I gain a divine ability. My cultivation level is still that of a 4-star warrior, with no improvement, so I haven't fused with the yang number. Instead, I've eliminated a yin number. After eliminating 18 numbers, the divine abilities I obtained are growing stronger with each battle, Eye of the Heavenly Path, 3 Yuan Gathering Qi, 72 Transformations, Golden Light of the Earth, 3 Heads and 6 Arms, Law of Heaven and Earth, and Indestructible Primordial Spirit. Since I eliminated one E number, I received the first divine ability, growing stronger with each battle. The description of growing stronger with each battle in the 8-9 profound arts is that the more one fights, the braver and stronger one becomes. Every time my body is attacked, the spiritual energy within me increases. The stronger the attack, the more spiritual energy I gain. To put it simply, this description can be understood as getting stronger by taking hits. I had encountered this divine ability, growing stronger with each battle, before. The last time I was hit twice by my second uncle and then woke up, I inexplicably had more than 10 breaths of spiritual energy within me, and I smoothly broke through to become a 3-star warrior on the high-speed train. At that time, I didn't know what was happening. I thought my second uncle's punches had opened my Rin and Du meridians, so I didn't think much of it. Now, seeing the content on my phone and combining it with the description of growing stronger with each battle, I immediately realized my talent is too poor, and my cultivation speed is really slow. After meditating for 15 hours a day, I can only gather 3 breaths of spiritual energy. But with the divine ability of growing stronger with each battle, I don't need to cultivate. I can take a different path and go out to find someone to hit me. Since I get stronger by taking hits, who would still suffer through cultivation? I quickly put on my clothes and rushed out the door, but as I left the community, I fell into confusion. With no grievances in the past and no enmity recently, how could I get someone to hit me for no reason? I thought of Sun Xiachuan and Long Outyan, these two have grudges against me, and with just a little provocation, I could probably get a free beating. I wasn't sure where Long Outyan lived, but I remembered the location of Sun Xiachuan's house. Back in high school, Sun Xiachuan bullied an honest classmate, and I couldn't stand it, so I chased him down and beat him all the way. He ran, I chased, and he couldn't escape. I ended up at Sun Xiachuan's house. Following the route in my memory, I rode my electric bike to an old district where the houses were a bit aged and somewhat dilapidated. Suddenly, I noticed a fat man blocking a girl in a secluded alley. I have things to do. I don't have time to eat with you, the girl said nervously, trying to escape the fat man's clutches. The fat man, thinking he looked cool, leaned against the wall with one hand and blocked her way, saying, "I'm an A-grade talent and have already broken through to a 6-star warrior. If you follow me, you'll definitely live a good life." "I already have a boyfriend," the girl pleaded, "please let me go." The fat man showed a sinister expression, "Nonsense. I asked your friend, and you don't have a boyfriend. Don't try to fool me. I've looked for you so many times, today you will comply." The fat man prepared to make a move, and the girl screamed in terror. This fat man was Sun Xiachuan. Seeing this, I shouted, "Beast, let that girl go." Sun Xiachuan had bought the indestructible body of the great sun from an old beggar. He was still an A-grade talent, and after cultivating the indestructible body of the great sun, his level should be more than just a 6-star warrior. I quickly figured it out. Sun Xiachuan was probably lazy and only cultivated for 2 or 3 hours a day, which is why he was only a 6-star warrior, just 2 small levels above me. Giving him the indestructible body of the great sun was simply a waste. Sun Xiachuan turned around, saw me standing there, and immediately sneered. "From a distance, it looks like a dog. Up close, it's Hong Chen." Hearing Sun Xiachuan's words, I felt a bit angry and said, "You've gotten bold, daring to talk to me like that." Sun Xiachuan said again, "I heard someone say that your dad is dead, and you still have F-level talent. I was afraid of your dad before, which is why I didn't fight back. You think I'm afraid of you? Not many people know that he has F-level talent, and family shame should not be aired, so Hong Lan and Hong Hu wouldn't tell anyone. Xiao Shao is in secret training. Su Firan has returned to Jiangnan province, so it must be Lu Ruyan, that big mouth, spreading the word everywhere. I think you're afraid of me. I'm standing right here, do you dare to lay a hand on me?" Hong Chen provoked Sun Xiachuan. Sun Xiachuan looked at Hong Chen. He was a 6-star warrior, while Hong Chen was only a 4-star warrior. He had the advantage. "You think I'm still afraid of you? I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Sun Xiachuan moved quickly, appearing in front of Hong Chen in the blink of an eye, throwing a punch at his chest. Hong Chen didn't dodge, he took the punch head-on, staggering back a few steps with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Just now, Hong Chen could have countered, but he was afraid of hurting Sun Xiachuan because this kid was very sensitive to pain. If he hit him hard, he might not dare to fight back. Moreover, Sun Xiachuan was helping him train, it would be a bit excessive to hit him back. After taking a punch, Hong Chen felt an extra breath of spiritual energy within him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and scoffed, "Are you sure you're a 6-star warrior?" Sun Xiachuan was initially a bit afraid of Hong Chen because he had been beaten up by him before, leaving him with some psychological trauma. But seeing Hong Chen spit blood from his punch, Sun Xiachuan's courage grew a bit. He rolled up his sleeves and walked menacingly toward Hong Chen. "You dare to talk to me like that? I'm going to make you remember this." Hong Chen looked at the girl who was being harassed and said, "You should leave." The girl heard this, thanked him, and then ran away. Hong Chen wasn't entirely acting out of kindness. He also didn't want others to see him being beaten up by Sun Xiachuan. Sun Xiachuan didn't chase after the girl. Instead, he grabbed Hong Chen's hair with his left hand and punched his stomach twice with his right hand. 2 more breaths of spiritual energy appeared within him. Although it hurt a lot, Hong Chen was also quite happy, almost unable to suppress his laughter. Sun Xiachuan's level was too low. After 3 punches, he only gained 3 breaths of spiritual energy. His second uncle was an 8-star martial artist, and the 2 punches he held back then could give Hong Chen over 10 breaths of spiritual energy. Hong Chen continued to mock, "Useless thing, is that all the strength you have? You brat, your mouth is pretty tough. Sun Xiaochuan got into it, putting more force into his punches. Sun Xiaochuan threw a powerful punch at Hong Chen's chest, and Hong Chen immediately gained 2 breaths of spiritual energy. It seemed that the harder he was hit, the more energy he gained. But after taking a full-force punch from Sun Xiaochuan, Hong Chen almost knelt down because it hurt so much that tears streamed down his face. If it weren't for the fact that he had eliminated a hex last night, which had strengthened his body, he really wouldn't have been able to withstand this punch. Hong Chen secretly wiped away his tears, then looked up and continued to mock, "Is this your full-strength attack? I don't feel anything." Sun Xiaochuan immediately swung his fist, hitting Hong Chen squarely in the face. Hong Chen refused to back down. "If you have the ability, kill me, otherwise, I'll come looking for you tomorrow." Sun Xiaochuan swung his fist again, smashing it into Hong Chen's nose. Hong Chen still wouldn't back down. "Your punch is no better than a 3-year-old's. Sun Xiaochuan gritted his teeth and suddenly aimed a punch at Hong Chen's lower regions. "Damn!" Hong Chen cursed, raising his hand to protect his precious brother while saying, "We can fight, but destroying the ancestral hall is too much." "What do I care about that?" Sun Xiaochuan panted heavily. He was already a bit out of breath after throwing several powerful punches. "Useless thing, you're tired already? Is that all you've got?" Hong Chen's tone was very stern, like a strict father. The two continued to throw punches and curse at each other. After just a few minutes, an alarm suddenly rang out. People from the security bureau had arrived. Sun Xiaochuan heard the alarm and, frightened, looked around before running away. Hong Chen was half kneeling on the ground. It must have been that girl who called the police, but she was meddling too much. He hadn't even had enough fun yet. The girl brought Uncle Wang with her, and when Uncle Wang saw that the person who had been beaten was Hong Chen, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Who hit you?" "I just accidentally fell down." Hong Chen had no intention of exposing Sun Xiaochuan. If he got caught, no one would beat him anymore. The girl wanted to say something upon hearing this, but Hong Chen quickly interjected, "Thank you, Uncle Wang, but I'm really fine, you don't need to worry about me." Uncle Wang sighed, "I know your parents have passed away, and you're feeling sad, but you can't demean yourself like this." This left Hong Chen momentarily stunned, and he could only stubbornly say, "I'm fine, I'm leaving." Then, under their gaze, Hong Chen limped out of the narrow alley. After returning home, with bruises on his chest and stomach, he could only lie face down on the bed. He had just been beaten up by Sun Xiaochuan, and to say it didn't hurt would be a lie, but he also gained 24 breaths of spiritual energy. If he were to cultivate, it would take at least 8 days, practicing 15 hours each day. Although his body hurt, it was a pain mixed with joy. If he got beaten up by Sun Xiaochuan again, he could break through to a 5-star warrior. At night, Hong Lan came to call Hong Chen for dinner. Because he was covered in bruises, Hong Chen didn't dare go out, and he didn't want the two of them to worry, so he lied and said he was cultivating. After half a month, Hong Lan and Hong Hu gradually emerged from the sorrow of losing their parents. But occasionally, when they thought of their parents, their eyes would still turn red. After a night of rest, the bruises faded a lot, and the pain improved significantly. After all, Hong Chen was a 4-star warrior, and he had also eliminated a negative number once. His recovery speed was naturally much faster than that of ordinary people. At noon, when Hong Lan and Hong Hu went to school, the doorbell rang. Hong Chen shouted, "Who is it?" A timid voice replied from outside, "It's me." The familiar voice made Hong Chen get up to open the door. Standing at the door was a short girl, her head lowered, wearing a faded school uniform, and her cloth shoes had a hole in them. This girl was the one Sun Xiaochuan had harassed yesterday, and Hong Chen didn't know her name. With her head down, she held a basket of eggs and said timidly, "My name is Ing Huan. Thank you for yesterday. Come in and talk." Hong Chen hesitated for a moment but still welcomed Ing Huan into his home, then asked, "How did you know my house was here?" Seeing the luxurious decoration of Hong Chen's home, Ing Huan covered the basket of eggs behind her. "The uncle from the security bureau told me yesterday. I asked him first." Hong Chen took a bottle of drink from the fridge and handed it to Ing Huan, saying, "We don't have boiled water at home. Would you like this?" "I don't want a drink." Ing Huan shook her head, then added, "Thank you. You can sit." Hong Chen pointed to the sofa and asked, "What did you come to find me for?" "I won't sit. I'm afraid of dirtying your sofa." Ing Huan took out the eggs from behind her and said gratefully, "Thank you for yesterday. This is to nourish your body." From Ing Huan's attire, it was clear that her family was quite ordinary. This basket of eggs might be the best thing her family had. But if he refused, it would probably make Ing Huan feel even more inferior. However, if he accepted the eggs, it would mean he had only helped Ing Huan a little, so he had no reason or qualification to accept this basket of eggs. Since Ing Huan kept her head down, Hong Chen couldn't see her expression and could only change the subject. why do you keep your head down? Doesn't your neck hurt? I'm used to it, so it doesn't hurt. Huanhuan's voice was very low, seemingly a bit shy. You came to thank me, but you don't even lift your head? You won't even look me in the eye? Hong Chen was actually joking, but Huanhuan immediately looked up, her tone flustered as she said, No, no, no. I don't look down on you. Just a glance, and Hong Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Sun Xiaochuan wanted to tease Huanhuan. This girl was indeed beautiful. Huanhuan had a pair of pitifully large eyes, a cherry-like mouth, and skin as white as snow. She was so excited that her cheeks were slightly flushed. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, very much like the white, young, and thin trend popular on the internet, giving off a feeling of delicate beauty. After my parents passed away, none of us three in the family can cook, so we've been ordering takeout. This basket of eggs is a waste for me. You should take it home. Hong Chen pushed the basket of eggs back to Huanhuan. How can that be? Huanhuan lowered her head again, her legs together, hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, her tone filled with guilt and gratitude as she said, Because of me, you got beaten so badly by Sun Xiaochuan. Hong Chen was at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly say he was training, and even if he did, Huanhuan wouldn't believe him. If Sun Xiaochuan bothers you again, call me. Hong Chen took out his phone and asked, What's your phone number? I don't have a phone, and you can't beat Sun Xiaochuan either. But Huanhuan didn't say that part. Hearing this, Hong Chen scratched his head. Huanhuan's family was already poor. How could she possibly have a phone? He felt a bit out of touch with reality. Wait for me. Hong Chen went back to his room, rummaging through things, and came out with an old phone he had recently replaced, saying, This phone is almost new. I've only used it for half a year. You can have it. Huanhuan quickly waved her hands to refuse. I don't want it. I'm not giving it to you for free. You have to help me too. If you see Sun Xiaochuan, remember his location. Hong Chen handed the phone to Huanhuan, saying, This is really important to me. I'm counting on you. Yesterday, he had coincidentally run into Sun Xiaochuan in the old city, and he might not be so lucky in the future, so Hong Chen needed an informant. Huanhuan hesitated for a moment but ultimately took the phone, saying, His house is right across from mine. If I see Sun Xiaochuan go out, I'll message you. Hong Chen nodded and then took out a book from his pocket, handing it to Huanhuan. This is your reward. Huanhuan took the book and glanced at it. The title read Taishang Gaining Pian. Taishang Gaining Pian is an ordinary cultivation method. Although the name sounds impressive, it only costs 4,000 yuan. Huanhuan didn't even have a phone, so she definitely couldn't afford an expensive cultivation method. Hong Chen had already bought Taishang Gaining Pian, but after obtaining a more advanced technique, he was just doing a favor. I already have a cultivation method. Keeping this one would be a waste. You can't refuse me. I saved you before, and you should have some sense of morality. Hong Chen rambled on for quite a while. His kindness towards Huanhuan wasn't because he was infatuated with her beauty. Moreover, after seeing the last page of the diary, he had vowed never to let Shia Sha down. The reason Hong Chen helped Huanhuan was simply that he couldn't stand by and watch, just like when he helped his honest classmate who was bullied by Sun Xiaochuan back in the day. Hong Chen was the deputy director of the security bureau, and influenced by him, Hong Chen developed a tendency to stand up against injustice. The two hastily ended their conversation. Not only did Huanhuan not give away the eggs, but she also accepted Hong Chen's phone and cultivation method. When she walked out of the room, her mind was still a bit dazed. Another day passed, and the bruises on Hong Chen's body had faded significantly, with the pain almost unnoticeable. He called Huanhuan and learned that Sun Xiaochuan was at home, so he immediately rode his electric scooter to the old city. Hong Chen took a brick and threw it at the window of Sun Xiaochuan's house. Sun Xiaochuan immediately came out to check, and Hong Chen, hiding in the shadows, threw another brick, hitting Sun Xiaochuan on the head. Then, the two of them ran one after the other into a secluded alley. Young people care about their reputation. If they are beaten in public, Hong Chen feels a bit embarrassed, which is why he ran to a secluded alley. Facing Sun Xiaochuan's fists, Hong Chen curled up on the ground, protecting his head and face, only allowing Sun Xiaochuan to hit his back. Bang! 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 Sun Xiaochuan punched and kicked the prostrate Hong Chen. Sun Xiaochuan's fists fell like a storm, one punch after another landing on Hong Chen's back. Hong Chen let out painful groans. Foolish Sun Xiaochuan, please whip me hard. The pain and harm you inflict on me will only turn into my nourishment, helping me grow stronger. Those pains that cannot kill me will only make me stronger. After 10 minutes of beating, when Hong Chen fell unconscious, Sun Xiaochuan finally felt relieved and cursed as he left the alley. It took 2 full hours for Hong Chen to wake up. His back was incredibly sore, as if it had been pricked by needles, and even the slightest movement was painful. But this time, the gains were also immense. He had gained 60 strands of spiritual energy, breaking through to a 5-star warrior, and still had 10 breaths of spiritual energy left. After resting at home for a day, when his injuries improved slightly, Hong Chen immediately mobilized his spiritual energy and broke through to a 5-star warrior. However, he was too severely injured and stayed at home for 4 days before going out again to provoke Sun Xiachuan. On May 18th, Hong Chen broke through to a 6-star warrior. His progress was astonishing. Sun Xiachuan also broke through to a 7-star warrior. He had the indestructible body of the Great Sun and an A-grade talent. If he trained diligently, he would have likely broken through to a 9-star warrior long ago. By the end of May, Hong Chen successfully broke through to a 7-star warrior, now on the same level as Sun Xiachuan. For the 7th time, Hong Chen arrived at Sun Xiachuan's doorstep, provoking him once again. This time, however, Sun Xiachuan changed his attitude. Upon seeing Hong Chen, he immediately opened the door, knelt down, and cried, "Brother, I was wrong." This sudden change left Hong Chen stunned. "What are you doing? Get up and hit me." "My brother, how could I dare to hit you? The more I hit you, the stronger you become. You were just a 4-star warrior," Sun Xiachuan said in fear, "but after I hit you a few times, you broke through to a 7-star warrior. If I keep hitting you, you'll become a god." This kid isn't completely foolish. He actually guessed that Hong Chen was using him to improve his level, which made Hong Chen feel a bit helpless. "You useless thing." Hong Chen grabbed Sun Xiachuan by the collar and said fiercely, "I want you to keep hitting me." Sun Xiachuan, on the verge of tears, said, "If I keep hitting you, your future level will be higher than mine. Won't you turn around and hit me?" Hong Chen indeed had this thought. After all, he had been beaten by Sun Xiachuan 6 times, and he naturally harbored some resentment. "I have never had such a despicable thought," Hong Chen said sternly. "You helped me train. How could I possibly repay kindness with malice? Do you think I'm a petty person who kills the donkey after the grind?" After saying this, not only did Sun Xiachuan not believe him, but Hong Chen himself didn't believe it either. The atmosphere fell into silence, and both felt a bit awkward. Seeing this, Hong Chen raised his fist and punched Sun Xiachuan's chubby face. "I told you to hit me. If you don't hit me, I'll hit you." Under Hong Chen's intimidation, Sun Xiachuan had no choice but to hit Hong Chen, asking as he hit, "Brother, is this strength okay? Did you not eat?" Hong Chen scolded, then warned, "Don't let me find out you bullying Huan, or I'll smash your pig head with one punch." As long as a person feels fear, they will have reservations in their actions. Sun Xiachuan was like this. Even after repeated warnings from Hong Chen, he still didn't dare to hit hard. Hong Chen endured dozens of punches, only receiving 3 breaths of spiritual energy. He pushed Sun Xiachuan away and impatiently shouted, "Are you doing this on purpose? I told you to hit harder." "I dare not," Sun Xiachuan said in a fearful tone. "The harder I hit you now, the harder you will hit me in the future." Hong Chen was truly speechless, angrily lamenting, "You are too cowardly. Are you still a man? I'll give you 2 choices now. The first is to use all your strength to hit me, but you have to keep hitting until I'm satisfied. The second is to give me the unyielding body of the Great Sun, and we can wipe the slate clean between us." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiachuan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and took out the unyielding body of the Great Sun, saying, "You have to keep your word." Hong Chen was taken aback, such a precious technique, and he thought Sun Xiachuan wouldn't agree, so he intended to use this to provoke him, to force him to continue hitting him. But unexpectedly, Sun Xiachuan made such an inhumane choice, completely beyond Hong Chen's expectations. Is this a choice a person can make? Sun Xiachuan's face was full of bitterness as he said, "Back then, if you hadn't pressured me to buy it quickly from the old beggar, I wouldn't have bought this technique. I'm just not cut out for cultivation. This technique is yours. But as men, we must keep our word. You can't retaliate against me in the future." Hong Chen really wanted to hit Sun Xiachuan, but he also wanted the unyielding body of the Great Sun, so he was very conflicted. "Can we do it this way?" Hong Chen proposed a win-win solution. "I'll hit you first, and then you give me the unyielding body of the Great Sun, and I promise not to hit you again." "Do you hear yourself?" Sun Xiachuan's face twitched as he said, "I've given you the technique. How can you still hit me?" "Alright then." In the end, Hong Chen took the unyielding body of the Great Sun. Although he could go back on his word and hit Sun Xiachuan after receiving the technique, keeping one's word and honoring promises is the most basic principle of being a person. Hong Chen rolled up the unyielding body of the Great Sun and put it in his pocket. Although he felt a bit disgusted that he couldn't give Sun Xiachuan a good beating, he had obtained the technique, so he didn't feel like he had lost out. Then, he warned Sun Xiachuan, "Although I said I wouldn't hit you, if you do anything wrong in the future, don't blame me for not keeping my word." This was actually meant to scare Sun Xiachuan. He was worried that after Sun Xiachuan received his promise, he would feel invincible and continue to harassing Huanuan. I understand. Sun Xiaochuan lowered his head, looking like a good boy, and left without saying a word. Hong Chen had just been hit by Sun Xiaochuan dozens of times but only gained a few breaths of spiritual energy. On his way home, he began to check the contents of the unyielding body of the Great Sun. The unyielding body of the Great Sun is a Buddhist technique. When cultivated to perfection, it can manifest the Dharma form of the Great Sun Buddha and possess the divine power of an indestructible golden body. However, those who cultivate the unyielding body of the Great Sun must observe precepts. They cannot eat meat or engage in sexual activities, and even rewarding themselves is not allowed. If any of these rules are violated, the cultivator's cultivation level and realm will decline, and the more often they violate the rules, the faster and more significantly their cultivation will drop. Hong Chen instantly understood. No wonder Sun Xiaochuan, with his A-grade talent, was only at the level of a 7-star warrior now. Even if he was a lazy dog, with the cultivation speed of the unyielding body of the Great Sun, he could at least reach the level of a 9-star warrior. This guy must often break the precepts, which is why he is only at the level of a 7-star warrior now. Sun Xiaochuan is a chubby guy, and chubby people tend to be greedy for food, so asking him not to eat meat would be worse than killing him. Therefore, when Hong Chen proposed that condition, Sun Xiaochuan hesitated for a moment but then readily agreed. Cultivating the unyielding body of the Great Sun requires observing precepts, and Hong Chen, who enjoys meat, also planned to marry and have children, so he didn't intend to cultivate this technique. Moreover, the 8-9 profound art is also a top-tier technique, making it unnecessary to cultivate the unyielding body of the Great Sun. He decided to keep this technique for now. It might come in handy in the future. The next day, Hong Chen went to the martial arts hall, where he paid for a sparring partner. However, the sparring partners here were only responsible for training guests in martial arts, and there were rules in the martial arts hall that prohibited injuring guests, otherwise, they would have their pay deducted. Even if Hong Chen said it 100 times, it's fine, you can hit me, feel free to hit me, I won't blame you. This sparring partner just wouldn't dare to go all out. Every time a punch was about to land on Hong Chen, they always couldn't help but pull back their strength. This was a habit formed over years of sparring, and they couldn't change it. Hong Chen could only give up on the method of getting beaten up in the martial arts gym. After returning home, he tried hitting himself again, but he still couldn't gather any spiritual energy. This divine ability was called growing stronger through battle, and of course, one had to fight with others to gain spiritual energy. Hitting oneself would have no effect. Hong Chen had two enemies, one was Sun Xiaochuan, and the other was Long Outyan. Long Outyan's family had some influence. His father, Long Yuantian, was a big shot who operated in both the black and white markets in Jianghuai province. Previously, Hong Chen had knocked Long Outyan away with a punch, and that guy hadn't sought revenge, probably due to Hong Sen's reputation. So, even though Hong Chen had beaten Long Outyan, Long Yuantian hadn't come to retaliate. But now that Hong Sen was dead, Hong Chen had lost his backing, and Long Outyan and Long Yuantian likely wouldn't hold back anymore. After all, he had humiliated Lu Ruyan in front of Long Outyan and had even sent him to the hospital with a punch. Long Outyan didn't hate him? Hong Chen didn't believe it himself. That guy's level of hatred for him should be even higher than Sun Xiaochuan's. But he didn't know where Long Outyan was, so Hong Chen could only call Uncle Wang, subtly inquiring about Long Outyan's family location. Uncle Wang told Hong Chen, Long Outyan's family has dozens of properties, I don't know which one he lives in. Hong Chen asked some classmates but received no information either. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly received a phone call. It was from his high school homeroom teacher, reminding him that since the college entrance examination was at the end of July, all students who turned 18 had to go to school to fill out information and collect their admission tickets. This was a good opportunity. Long Outyan would also be going to school tomorrow, and he might be able to find him. With this thought, Hong Chen made up his mind. He sat cross-legged on his bed and began to meditate and breathe. In just 4.5 hours, Hong Chen refined a breath of spiritual energy. Previously, it had taken him 5 hours to refine a breath of spiritual energy. As he gradually became more proficient in the 8-9 profound art, the speed at which Hong Chen gathered spiritual energy also increased. Now it took 4.5 hours, but in the future, he would definitely be able to gather it even faster. May 31st, 2 months remained until the college entrance examination. Today was Friday, and school was closed. Hong Lan and Hong Hu were both at home. Hong Chen rode his little electric scooter to Jianghuai High School, where he had studied before. It had been 2 months since the last talent test, and so much had happened in those 2 months for Hong Chen. He had been tested and found to have an F-level fire talent, broken up with Lu Ruyan, lost his parents suddenly, and witnessed his uncles fighting over the family inheritance, all while seeking help from the Dai mansion. The last time he came to Jianghuai High School, He was with Shia Sha for the talent test, and he had been a carefree boy then. It felt like so much time had passed, even though it had only been 2 months, it felt as if it had been 10,000 years. When Hong Chen arrived at the school, many people were already there, and he saw some familiar faces, classmates from elementary and middle school. In the past, when they saw him, they would rush over to greet him and call him brother. But ever since his father passed away, the warmth had faded, and no one was willing to acknowledge him. Hong Chen went to the office and filled out his identity information first. The homeroom teacher entered this information into the computer and then printed an admission ticket for Hong Chen. Afterward, the homeroom teacher reminded him, "Don't lose your admission ticket, getting a replacement is very troublesome." Looking at the noticeably thinner Hong Chen, the homeroom teacher added, "I've heard about your parents, a man should be strong. You will travel 3,000 miles and not let the rivers and lakes flow in vain. If your parents knew from the afterlife, they would surely feel comforted." Hong Chen took the admission ticket, forced a smile, and revealed a very fake grin. "Thank you, teacher, I'm fine now." The teacher next to the homeroom teacher saw Hong Chen walking out of the office and asked, "Is he the one? The son of Hong Sen?" Watching Hong Chen's departing figure, the homeroom teacher smiled and nodded, "Yes, he is Hong Sen's son, a principled and just student, but back when he was in school, he certainly caused me a lot of trouble." As Hong Chen walked out of the office, he was about to look for Long Aotian when 4 classmates approached him. The 4 didn't say a word and forcibly grabbed Hong Chen's limbs, quickly heading towards the playground. Realizing something was off, Hong Chen struggled hard, trying to break free from their grip. But all 4 were 8-star martial artists, and the gap in their levels was evident. Hong Chen couldn't escape and could only let them take him to the playground. The playground was filled with many students, and the 4 threw Hong Chen down in front of 2 people. Hong Chen looked up, and the 2 in front of him were Long Aotian and Lu Ruyen. After 2 months apart, Long Aotian had already become a 9-star martial artist, while Lu Ruyen was only a 6-star martial artist. The 4 held down Hong Chen's hands and feet, leaving him unable to move anything but his head. Long Aotian stepped on Hong Chen's head, forcefully pressing it to the ground, and leaned down to ask, "Did you enjoy hitting me last time?" Hong Chen tried to move his head, but it was firmly pressed down by Long Aotian, rendering him immobile. Seeing the impending fight, the surrounding students quickly gathered around, and Hong Chen felt a bit embarrassed, using all his strength to try to break free, but only met with even stronger resistance. Long Aotian, stepping on Hong Chen's head, called out to the onlookers, "This classmate is Hong Chen, the son of the former deputy director of the security bureau. I heard rumors that Hong Chen has an F-level talent, and I'm here to clarify." Long Aotian cleared his throat and said even louder, "This is not a rumor." A classmate named Zhai Fei, seeing Hong Chen being bullied, stepped forward and said, "This is school. What do you want to do?" Long Aotian shouted, "Hong Chen used to rely on his dad being the deputy director and beat me up at Qing'an Square, sending me to the hospital. Then when the security bureau people came, Hong Chen used his dad's connections to wrongfully imprison my girlfriend." Long Aotian said viciously, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I'm here for revenge today. Anyone who dares to stop me will be beaten." Lu Ruyen put on a pitiful look and maliciously framed him, "I was Hong Chen's ex-girlfriend. He hit me every day, and I couldn't take it anymore, wanting to break up with him. Not only did he refuse, but he also escalated the violence. When Long Aotian found out I was bullied by Hong Chen, he took me to Qing'an Square to confront him." Hong Chen couldn't hold his own against Long Aotian, so in a fit of rage, he sneak-attacked Long Aotian and ended up getting the security bureau to lock me up. Hearing such slander, Hong Chen wanted to speak, but with his face pressed to the ground by Long Aotian, he could only make muffled sounds. Last time at Qing'an Square, it was clearly Lu Ruyen who came looking for trouble first. He hadn't laid a hand on them, only making sarcastic remarks. Then, Long Aotian couldn't help but attack him first, and he could only defend himself, knocking him out with a punch. Moreover, Lu Ruyen was detained for 15 days, which was clearly because she was the one causing trouble. Yet, in Long Aotian and Lu Ruyen's mouths, he became the oppressive, tyrannical second-generation official. "You're slandering him. Hong Chen is not that kind of person. We are classmates, he has never bullied us, and when I was bullied by Sun Xiaochuan, Hong Chen even helped me." Hua Fei looked at the surrounding classmates and pleaded, "Everyone, please lend a hand, let's rescue Hong Chen together." No one responded, and only Hua Fei stood there, feeling puzzled, as among the onlookers, there were a few who had previously received Hong Chen's kindness. Hua Fei looked at the few people, his face filled with anger, and spoke again, "Hong Chen has been bullied and falsely accused. Why don't you say something?" The few lowered their heads, remaining silent. If Hong Sen hadn't died, they would have stepped in to help Hong Chen. But since Hong Sen was already dead, there was no need to offend Long Aotian for Hong Chen. Seeing that Hua Fei wanted to say more, Long Ao Tian kicked him into the air, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Hua Fei was only a 5-star warrior, and facing the kick of the 9-star warrior Long Ao Tian, he fainted on the spot. Long Ao Tian walked up to Hong Chen, crouched down, and whispered, "A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. When you hit me back then, you never expected this would be your fate now, did you? You're nothing but a piece of shit gentleman." Hong Chen shouted in anger, lifting his head with all his might, "You're nothing but a piece of shit gentleman." Long Ao Tian stepped on Hong Chen's back with all his strength. Fortunately, Hong Chen had eliminated a previous hex and his physique had been tempered, otherwise, this kick would have surely injured him severely. Long Ao Tian was a bit shocked that his full-force kick hadn't seriously hurt Hong Chen. Among the onlookers, there were some good people who, upon seeing the blood dripping from the corner of Hong Chen's mouth, immediately said, "Although Hong Chen hurt you before, his parents just passed away not long ago. Isn't it a bit excessive to bully him like this?" Hearing this, Long Ao Tian glared fiercely at the speaker and said, "You saintly mother, shut up. When I was beaten by Hong Chen, why didn't you say anything?" The speaker shrank back, not daring to retort. Long Ao Tian stood with his left foot on the ground, while his right foot forcefully stomped on Hong Chen's back, cursing, "You piece of shit from dead parents." Hong Chen was about to speak, but before he could, a muffled groan escaped his throat, and blood sprayed out. "You falsely accuse me." Hong Chen struggled to utter a sentence, but due to the blood in his mouth, the onlookers couldn't hear him clearly. Only Long Ao Tian, who was closest, understood. Not wanting Hong Chen to say too much, he kicked Hong Chen in the side. This kick was powerful, breaking several of Hong Chen's ribs. He endured the pain, trying hard not to let others hear his pained groans. "You have some backbone." Long Ao Tian saw this and gathered all his strength to kick Hong Chen in the face. His head spun as if the world was turning upside down, but Hong Chen still kept his mouth shut, though blood flowed from his nose, eyes, and ears. Long Ao Tian kicked him twice more, and Hong Chen continued to grit his teeth, unwilling to let out a cry of despair. "You should stop." The surrounding people, unable to bear to watch, spoke out, "Hong Chen hurt you before, and now you've hit him. That should be enough. Who are you to say it's enough?" Long Ao Tian rushed over, grabbing the speaker by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury. "Tell me, who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you?" The speaker, showing some backbone, retorted, "What? Just because I can't stand it, I can't say anything?" Long Ao Tian threatened in a low voice, "Do you want to end up like Hong Chen?" The speaker glanced at Hong Chen, his face turning pale. He opened his mouth but ultimately didn't dare to make a sound. Long Ao Tian crouched down again, grabbing Hong Chen's hair. "Weren't you very arrogant before? Why aren't you talking now?" Hong Chen, bleeding from all 7 orifices, had a stubborn look in his eyes, but he didn't say a word, instead spitting blood onto Long Ao Tian's face. "Let me tell everyone something." Long Ao Tian wiped the blood from his face, flung Hong Chen's hair away, and slowly stood up. Don't think just because Hong Chen's dad is the deputy director of the security bureau that he's a good person with a sense of justice. I've heard that Hong Chen's dad was secretly executed by the higher-ups for corruption and bullying. His father committed many evils in his lifetime. He was nothing but a beast who deserved to die. Hong Sen was killed by evil cultivators, but the security bureau stabilized public sentiment and, in order to give Hong Sen some face, never publicly announced the cause of his death. However, in Long Outyan's mouth, a deputy director who died in the line of duty unexpectedly turned into an unforgivable villain. With Hong Sen's death shrouded in mystery, those around him began to gossip upon hearing such baseless rumors. Upon hearing the last 2 words spoken by Long Outyan, Hong Chen, who was already on the brink of death, suddenly began to tremble. The 4 people holding him down pressed even harder, but they too started to shake. "I won't allow you. Defame my dad." Hong Chen's head, which was pressed against the ground, slowly lifted, his face covered in blood and dirt. In a fit of rage, I, Long, raised my head. Looking at Hong Chen's fierce and angry face, Long Outyan's hair stood on end, as if being stared at by a ferocious tiger, and he instinctively took a step back. "Hold him down harder." Long Outyan shouted at the 4, "You are all 8-star warriors, he is just a 7-star. 8-star warrior." The mirror shattered. No one expected that at this moment, Hong Chen would actually break through. The 4 were sweating profusely, saying, "We can't hold this kid down. He clearly just broke through to 8-star warrior, but he has such great strength that we can't restrain him at all." Hong Chen pushed himself up with both hands, gradually raising his upper body. "How dare you speak of my dad? You deserve to die. You all better hold him down." Long Outyan, frightened, took a few more steps back. Hong Chen's body shook, and the 4 holding him down were immediately thrown off. In the next moment, Hong Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of Long Outyan, his realm also breaking through to 9-star warrior. You go die. Accompanied by a roar, Hong Chen unleashed a furious punch. When the two were still one-star warriors, Hong Chen didn't use his full strength, yet a single punch could severely injure and knock Long Outyen unconscious. Now both were 9-star warriors, and Hong Chen had also eliminated a negative factor, making his strength surpass that of an ordinary 9-star warrior. As long as this punch hit Long Outyen, even if he miraculously survived, he would likely end up with shattered bones, becoming a cripple. Suddenly, a man in black appeared behind Long Outyen, yanking his collar and forcefully pulling him back several steps. Hong Chen's powerful punch was about to hit Long Outyen, but the distance between his fist and Long Outyen suddenly grew farther and farther away. Not only did he fail to hit Long Outyen, but due to the excessive force, he fell to the ground. Hong Chen, propelled by inertia, slid forward several meters, leaving a trail of blood on the playground. Long Outyen, frightened, patted his chest, and seeing Hong Chen fall and unable to get up, he finally felt relieved, smiling gratefully at the man in black. "Thank you, Lu Gu. It's my duty." The man in black was a bodyguard hired by Long Yuan-tian, a 1-star martial spirit. After Long Outyen was violently beaten by Hong Chen last time, Long Yuan-tian hired this man to protect his troublemaking son. Hong Chen was breathing shallowly, on the verge of death, and could pass out at any moment. He had just been beaten by Long Outyen, and although he had forcibly broken through to 9-star warrior, his body was already at its limit. If it weren't for Long Outyen's defamation of Hong Sen, he wouldn't have had the strength to fight back at all. Looking at the dying Hong Chen, Long Outyen felt no fear. Hong Sen was dead, and even if he killed Hong Chen, it would only cost his father some money. It was a simple matter to settle, and he had previously caused deaths without consequence, yet he was still fine now. Hong Chen's eyes were devoid of anger. He felt the sounds around him growing fainter, gradually unable to hear the discussions of those around him. It seemed the whole world had fallen silent. In the vast Jianghuai High School, only a few sharp cicada cries and his own weak breathing could be heard. The scene before him gradually blurred, and Hong Chen seemed to see his parents standing ahead, smiling at him. "Are you here to take me home?" Hong Chen's lips twitched, and his body seemed to be getting lighter. "Hong Chen, don't sleep. Wake up! Hong Chen, hurry and wake up!" A sudden anxious female voice pierced through the gradually fading sounds around him. Hong Chen struggled to open his eyes, wanting to see who it was. Who was there to accompany him on his final journey? Was it Shia Sha? Or Su Firen? Or Ing Huan Huan? Hong Chen caught a whiff of a fragrance, then felt something warm against his lips. A soft object pressed against him. His throat suddenly felt a bit itchy, and he swallowed uncomfortably. Before long, the voice beside him became clearer. This voice was so familiar, it must be someone he knew. Hong Chen's eyes slowly focused, and the scene before him gradually became clear. He saw himself being held in the arms of a woman. He looked up to see the woman's face, and the first thing that caught his eye was a delicate, slightly pointed chin. Then a fair, slender hand brushed over his eyes, gently wiping the blood from his face. A ponytail swayed in the wind, falling to the woman's chest. It was a face with sharp brows and bright eyes, full of vigor. But at that moment, this beautiful face was filled only with worry and overwhelming anger. Su Firen wiped the blood from her lips and slowly stood up. Looking at the heroic woman descending from the sky, Long Outyen frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "You don't need to care who I am." Su Firen's right hand formed a loose grip, and a silver spear appeared in her hand. "You just need to know, you are going to die." Su Firen's words were calm, but everyone could hear the hatred and the desire to kill in her voice. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from Su Firen, Long Outyen retreated behind the burly man in black, shouting, "Hong Chen hit me first. I'm just a gentleman seeking revenge." Su Firen couldn't be bothered to listen to a single word. She stepped forward with her left foot, thrusting the silver spear forward, aiming directly for Long Outyen's throat. As a bodyguard, the burly man in black would certainly not let Su Firen have her way. He swung his arm forcefully, deflecting the oncoming silver spear. The force of this thrust was immense, causing the burly man to feel numbness in his arm. He shook his arm in shock, staring at Su Firen, astonished that this little girl, clearly only a 7-star martial master, possessed such strength that rivaled his own. The moment the silver spear was deflected, Su Firen's body also tilted to the left, but having practiced horse stance since childhood, her lower body was extremely stable. With just a slight exertion of her left foot, she stood firmly on the ground. The two exchanged only one move, but they had already gauged each other's depth. The burly man dared not underestimate the little girl before him and immediately circulated his internal energy, his arms swelling, bursting through the black sleeves he wore, revealing rock-like arms of a dark yellow hue. The burly man's arms were covered in thick, hard rock, with every muscle appearing sharply defined and exceptionally solid. This man had a rock-type talent. Su Firen frowned. Rock-type talents were particularly effective against sharp weapons like swords, spears, daggers, and arrows. But Su Firen hesitated not for a moment, gripping the silver spear tightly, and suddenly swung it forward. Although it was clearly daytime, a crescent silver arc suddenly burst forth before the onlookers, the silver spear tip tracing a curved trajectory in the air. The burly man reached out to grab the silver spear, but Su Firen, seeing this, increased her strength, striking down on his head before he could grasp it. The burly man's hands were still suspended in mid-air above his head, and drops of blood began to fall to the ground from his scalp. Su Firen quickly withdrew the silver spear, seizing the moment while the burly man was dazed from the blow to his head. She hurriedly held the spear with her left hand and pressed against the tail with her right, thrusting it forward with all her might. The spear tip pierced through the air, the sound of slicing wind echoing like a dragon's roar. The burly man gathered all his internal energy, stepping back with his right foot while crossing his arms to protect his chest. With a loud clang, the spear tip collided with his rocky arms, instantly sending sparks flying. A surge of energy radiated from the tip of the spear, violently shaking the surroundings, causing the onlookers to stagger back a few steps. Su Firen's hands, gripping the silver spear, trembled slightly, his arms feeling somewhat weak. The burly man in black was not faring any better. The immense impact coursed through his arms and spread throughout his body, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, which he forcefully swallowed back down. After one thrust, Su Firen followed up with another, the spear tip piercing the air like a dragon breaking through the clouds, creating a shockwave as it aimed once more at the chest of the man in black. Having already sustained internal injuries from the first strike, the man no longer braced himself against Su Firen's next thrust. Instead, he sidestepped to evade. He was afraid. Unable to withstand it, he sought to dodge. Su Firen seized the opportunity, shifting the momentum of his spear, which descended like a white dragon leaping from the sea, cleaving downwards towards the man in black. The man, being a rock-type martial artist, focused on defense and had no advantage in speed. Su Firen wielded the silver spear, the tip slicing from the man's right shoulder diagonally towards his left waist, leaving a deep, bloody gash. The man in black fell to his knees, his chest torn open, a torrent of blood mixed with steaming entrails spilling onto the ground. Su Firen cast a cold glance at the man in black before raising the spear with one hand and silently turning away. Long Outyen, sensing the danger, had already fled to the outskirts of the crowd. Su Firen's figure shot up, instantly blocking Long Outyen's path. "You can't kill me. My dad is Long Yuan Tian." Long Outyen, terrified, collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling with fear. "If my dad finds out you killed me, he will never let you go. He will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. He will kill your entire family." "Kill my whole family?" Su Firen let out a cold laugh and said, "If I kill you in public now, when your dad finds out, he will have to come and apologize to me. Do you believe that?" Long Outyen, hands on the ground, fear and terror etched on his face, asked, "Who exactly are you?" Seeing Su Firen remain silent, Long Outyen quickly knelt on both knees, pleading, "Please, don't kill me. I know I was wrong." "You don't know you were wrong," Su Firen replied coldly. "You only know you're about to die. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you money. Whatever amount you want, my dad will pay you, just don't kill me." Long Outyen begged while knocking his head on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, blood oozing from where his head struck the playground. Su Firen raised the silver spear, thrusting it forward, ready to pierce Long Outyen through. When a thin old man floated over, pinching the tip of Su Firen's spear between his fingers, advising, "Killing is just a matter of a head hitting the ground, there's no need to take it too seriously." The students watching immediately shouted, "Principal, you finally came." Su Firen's face remained cold. "Killing is just a matter of a head hitting the ground, that's a nice way to put it. But where were you when Hong Chen was just bullied?" "I didn't know about that beforehand," the thin old man replied, then added, "If you have personal grievances, you can resolve them outside, but as long as you're at Jianghuai High School, I have to intervene. The school is a sacred place for teaching and nurturing. It's meant for learning, not for killing. I hope you can understand my predicament." Su Firen chuckled and asked, "Let me ask you one thing, if I were to kill Hong Chen instead of Long Outyen, would you stop me?" "Of course." The thin old man nodded, his tone unequivocal. "I received a report from a student who said, Long Outyen wants to kill Hong Chen, so I came here. I was originally here to save Hong Chen, but I didn't expect this situation." The student who reported to the thin old man was Jai Fei. He had quickly regained consciousness after being knocked out by Long Outyen, but due to the crowd blocking his view, he couldn't see what was happening inside and had to limp to the office to ask the thin old man to rescue Hong Chen. The emaciated old man looked at the weak Hong Chen and said, "Although Hong Chen has taken the elixir, his condition doesn't seem too good. We need to get him to the hospital for treatment quickly, let's not waste any more time." "All right." Su Firen gritted his teeth and agreed. The old man could pinch his own gun with 2 fingers, indicating he was at the peak of the martial spirit realm. With him watching, Su Firen had no chance to kill Long Outyen. At Jianghuai Hospital, seeing a doctor walk out of the emergency room, Su Firen hurriedly approached and asked, "How is my friend's condition?" The doctor replied, "He is no longer in critical condition. Fortunately, you fed him the elixir in time, otherwise, he might have died. This kid's body is unusual, his injuries are healing very quickly. After taking the healing elixir, he should be able to leave the hospital in a few days. By the way," the doctor looked at Su Firen and asked, "What kind of elixir did you give him that could save a dying person? Its efficacy is simply astonishing. I've never seen anything like it in my life." Hearing this, Su Firen finally felt relieved and answered, "I gave him the Xiao Luo Bao Dan." Xiao Luo Bao Dan, the legendary elixir that can bring the dead back to life. The doctor was shocked and continued, "That makes sense. Xiao Luo Bao Dan is known as a divine elixir. 1 pill can be exchanged for a building, and it's priceless." Su Firen had no time for idle chatter and quickly ran into the ward. Hong Chen had already woken up, his face pale, looking like he had just recovered from a serious illness. "So it's you," Hong Chen said weakly with a smile upon seeing Su Firen enter the room. In his final moments, the woman who had held him in her arms was actually her. Su Firen asked with concern, "How do you feel?" "It hurts a lot," Hong Chen replied with a bitter smile. "It feels like my body is splitting apart, everything hurts." Su Firen joked, "Why is it that every time I see you, you're in such a sorry state? I must be a person that others hate." Hong Chen self-deprecatingly laughed and said, "I used to enjoy the shade under the big tree, living a carefree life every day. Now that the tree has fallen, the monkeys have scattered, and I've suffered the backlash." Su Firen fell silent upon hearing this. Losing both parents at a young age, with no one to protect him, the road ahead was certainly not easy. Hong Chen shifted slightly, leaning back against the hospital bed, and asked, "How did you come to Jianghuai High School to find me?" Su Firen explained, "I first went to your house, and Hong Lan said you were at Jianghuai High School, so I took a taxi over." "That's not what I meant. It's my fault for just waking up and my mind still being unclear," Hong Chen said, asking more specifically, "I meant to ask how you came to Jianghuai province again?" Su Firen, feeling embarrassed, turned his head to one side, pretending to look out at the scenery, and then said, "I came here for tourism." Hong Chen laughed and asked, "With the college entrance exams coming up, you still have the mood to travel around?" Su Firen had already guessed Hong Chen would ask this and recited the excuse he had prepared. "I broke through to the 7-star martial master a couple of days ago, and my grandfather told me to balance work and rest, so I came out to travel." Hong Chen had been beaten badly by Long Outyen but, as fate would have it, gained a lot of spiritual energy and jumped from a 7-star martial artist to a 9-star martial artist. "Thank you so much today," Hong Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude, adding, "My injuries are too severe right now, otherwise, I would have to bow to you twice to properly thank you for saving my life." "You don't need to be so polite," Su Firen smiled and said, "If you really appreciate me, when you recover, accompany me to see the sights around Jianghuai province. Our Jianghuai province is such a poor and remote place, it really can't compare to your Jiangnan province. Coming here for tourism is like coming to the wrong place," Hong Chen joked again. "You're talking nonsense." Su Firen replied, "Jianghuai province has many fun attractions, Zhouhua Tianzashan, De, and Shaoshushan, Emerald Swan Lake, Zilong Academy." Hong Chen laughed, "These are just to fool you tourists, we locals never go there." "I don't believe it." Su Firen huffed, suddenly remembering something, and asked, "Should we tell Hong Lan and Hong Hu?" "Why tell them?" Hong Chen sighed and said, "I'm hurt so badly, it's better not to worry them." Su Firen nodded and said, "I'll call her later, make up some excuse, and tell Hong Lan that you won't be home for the next few days. My sister is very smart, you'd better come up with a believable reason." After finishing his sentence, Hong Chen asked again, "The doctor said that if you hadn't fed me such a powerful pill, I would have been in grave danger. What kind of pill was it? It must be very valuable, right? How much does it cost? Are you trying to give me money?" Su Firen couldn't help but laugh. "I advise you to stop thinking about it. Even if you sold yourself, you probably couldn't gather that much money." Hong Chen actually knew that it must be worth a fortune, otherwise, the doctor wouldn't have said that at the time. Speaking of the pill, Hong Chen suddenly remembered, "How did you feed me the pill? I felt a bit strange." At that time, Hong Chen first smelled a fragrance, felt a warmth at his lips, and then something soft pressed against them. Upon hearing this, Su Firen's face turned bright red. "I just pried your mouth open and put the pill in." How could he swallow the pill when he was spitting out blood? Hong Chen was a bit skeptical and asked, "Then why did my throat feel itchy when I swallowed the pill?" "How would I know?" Su Firen's face turned even redder. Seeing Su Firen's embarrassment, Hong Chen stopped joking and expressed his gratitude again, thank you so much today. If you ever need anything in the future, just ask. You should focus on improving your cultivation. Su Firan lowered her head and said with guilt, I originally wanted to help you take revenge, but I couldn't succeed. Thank you for your kindness, but I'll take care of this revenge myself. Hong Chen's right hand, resting on the hospital bed, tightly grasped the sheets. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm, but as soon as he finished speaking, he coughed violently, spitting out a bit of blood. Su Firan, seeing this, looked worried and said, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. You should take care of your health first, don't get angry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Hong Chen pressed his lips together and nodded heavily, as if he had made up his mind. Hong Chen only stayed in the hospital for 2.5 days, being discharged on Tuesday morning. Due to his remarkable recovery speed and having taken the Xiao Luobao pill, all his wounds had healed. Although his external injuries were fine, his internal injuries were still not fully recovered, but it didn't affect his ability to meditate and breathe. After 3 more days of meditation, his body was mostly healed and he could walk and run without issue. The life-threatening injuries that had once put him in danger were nearly healed in just 5 days. During these days, Su Firan stayed at Hong Chen's house, claiming it was to protect him from Long Outian's attempts to eliminate him. Su Firan was a very diligent person. Like Hong Chen, she practiced almost every day. She had been practicing martial arts since she was 4, started school at 6, and aside from studying, she had been training. After turning 18, she added meditation to her routine. With such a monk-like schedule, Hong Chen felt he couldn't keep up. But Su Firan said that children from the De mansion lived almost the same way. Hong Chen realized this might be the difference between noble families and ordinary people. On June 5, in the early morning, Hong Chen rummaged through his wardrobe and found his diary. In fact, he could have reached the 5th page on May 31st, but he had been hospitalized, and after returning home, he lay down for a few days. It wasn't until today that he had time to check his diary. May 31st, 5025, Su Firan came again. This time she came to Jianghuai province for tourism. Since she helped me so much last time, I simply volunteered to be her tour guide, and she didn't refuse. After returning home, I made a travel guide. June 1st, 5025, there are many famous scenic spots in Jianghuai province. I first took Su Firan to Jiuhua Tianshan. The scenery here is beautiful, but climbing the mountain is too exhausting. Su Firan is an 8-star martial artist, so she naturally doesn't feel tired, but she doesn't wait for me and even complains that I'm holding her back. This woman's personality is simply too terrible. Anyone who marries her will definitely not have a good life. June 2nd, 5025, after a long time without exercising, my legs are sore and swollen, a post-climbing symptom, so I decided not to climb today. I took Su Firan to Emerald Swan Lake, and we rode a boat together, but our coordination was so poor that I almost fell into the lake. Su Firan laughed when she saw this, and she looked very beautiful when she smiled, which made my heart flutter a bit. June 3rd, 5025, while we were out today, Su Firan opened up to me. She has been cultivating since she was young, and this is her first time traveling. She said she is really happy and that this is a scenery and life she has never seen before. June 5th, 5025, in the past 2 days, we went to both Big and Small Shushan and Zilong Academy. I was so tired that I could barely walk. Su Firan noticed my exhaustion and suggested we go home to rest for a few days. June 6th, 5025, Uncle Xiao, who had disappeared for 2 months, is actually alive, but he has lost an arm and handed me a piece of pitch-black jade, which is a relic left by my father. June 7th, 5025, my intuition tells me that the origin of this pitch-black jade piece might not be simple. My father and his group were chased by evil cultivators, possibly because of this jade piece. June 8th, 5025, today, I searched online for information about the pitch-black jade piece and accidentally came across a post that said the legendary Tianjia treasure requires blood to recognize its master. A bold idea suddenly emerged in my mind. June 9th, 5025, I learned the origin of the pitch-black jade piece. It turns out to be a sacred object of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. No wonder my father and his group were chased by evil cultivators. June 10th, 5025, I found Uncle Xiao and asked him again. He still tried to dodge my questions, but when I mentioned the origin of the pitch-black jade piece, he realized he couldn't hide it anymore and told me everything. June 11th, 5025, today school is on break, and the high school lives of Honglan, Honghu, and Shaoxian have come to an end. Since they won't be testing their talents until next year, the 3 can only stay home and wait for death. I asked Honglan to accompany Su Firan on her travels, but Su Firan wanted me to go with her. June 12th, 5025, today I traveled with Su Firan, and she said I was a nice person, adding that it would have been great if my father hadn't called off the engagement back then. It turns out she is my fiancée, and I had mistaken her before. June 13, 5025, Uncle Xiao sold the house and took Xiao Xin to Zhengzhou, probably to find Xiao Shao. June 14, 5025, last night, I had an incredibly vivid dream. If the person in the dream wasn't lying, this might be my best chance to turn my life around and change my fate. Seeing the information in the diary, Hongchen felt a bit of a headache due to the overwhelming amount of information. If Su Firen is indeed the fiancé who was called off, then who is Su Wanwan, whom I met at Dei Mansion? If Su Wanwan is not my fiancé, why did she mock me back then? Surely it wasn't to help Su Firen. Moreover, Uncle Xiao is actually alive and gave me a pitch-black jade piece, but that jade piece is a sacred object of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. So that evil cultivator wasn't just passing through Jianghuai province by chance, he came to Jianghuai specifically to find the pitch-black jade piece. And my father and his group were chased because of that jade piece. But where did my father get the pitch-black jade piece? Only Uncle Xiao knows about this, so I can only ask him. I also had a dream in the end and saw someone in the dream, which gave me an opportunity to change my fate. But what kind of dream did I have? Why do I feel that I can defy fate and change my destiny just because of a dream? I can't be like Cheng Yaojin, dreaming of an immortal passing down skills while I sleep, and thus learn the 36 axes of Tiangang, can I? Right now, Uncle Xiao hasn't returned, and I haven't received the dark jade piece, nor have I dreamed anything. I can only go find Su Firen to clarify things. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Su Firen was staying in the guest room. Hongchen knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside, "Wait a moment." 5 minutes later, Su Firen finally came out of the guest room. Her expression was not good, and she said angrily, "Why did you knock just now? I wanted to ask you." Su Firen was in a huff. Although Hongchen didn't know why she was angry, he was afraid of provoking her further, so he changed his words. "I wanted to ask if you want a late-night snack? Why are you angry?" Su Firen complained, "I was just about to break through to an 8-star martial master. If you had suddenly barged into my room, I might have lost my focus and failed the breakthrough." Hongchen immediately put his hands together and pleaded, "Please forgive me, I won't do it again next time. Since I successfully broke through, I won't hold it against you," Su Firen said with a smile, asking, "Are you going to treat me to a late-night snack? What do you want to eat?" Hongchen handed his phone to Su Firen, who took it and prepared to order takeout. Hongchen casually asked, "Is my ex-fiancé the Su Wanwan I met at Dei Mansion?" Su Firen was taken aback, her tone surprised. "Your family didn't tell you the name of that fiancé? I mentioned it when I saw the old man, but I only recently found out that I have a fiancé." Su Firen looked at Hongchen seriously and said, "What I mean is, since you recently found out you have a fiancé, didn't you inquire about her name?" "No." Hongchen scratched his head. His dad only said he had a fiancé but didn't mention her name. "I thought you knew." Su Firen bit her lip, her expression somewhat hesitant, and said, "Su Wanwan is not your fiancé." Hongchen pretended not to know and asked knowingly, "Then who is it?" Su Firen was both shy and angry, her face flushed, and she exclaimed, "Who else could it be? I've already called off the engagement with you. Why are you still helping me?" Hongchen asked, puzzled. "Of course, it's because I feel sorry for you," Su Firen replied, then added, "Besides, Grandpa asked me to help you. So it was out of pity for him." Hongchen was speechless. No wonder people say that women are naturally more capable of love than men. Su Firen asked, "Since we're talking about it, I'm also curious, why did your dad want to call off the engagement?" Hongchen recalled what his dad had said in the video and explained, "Because of my mom, hoping that I would live a warm and pure life, not lacking in love and freedom." Seeing that Hongchen still had the mood to talk about such things, Su Firen asked, "Is your injury still bothering you?" But before Hongchen could answer, she asked again, "If it's not bothering you, would you accompany me on a trip? Tomorrow is June 6th, and Uncle Xiao will be back. I need to wait for him and clarify everything." The day after tomorrow, Hongchen agreed, "I'll accompany you on the trip the day after tomorrow." "No problem." Su Firen nodded, "I'll go back to my room and make a plan." After they agreed, Hongchen made an awkward request, "Could you hit me once?" "Why would I hit you?" Su Firen looked puzzled and confused. Hongchen couldn't just say, "I'm doing it for training." He had to lie, "The engagement cancellation must have caused you some trouble, and I feel bad about it. Just hit me once to vent your anger." When I heard about this when I was young, I was indeed a bit angry. The older brothers and sisters in the mansion often laughed at me about it. But later, I got busy with training and studying, so I gradually stopped caring. After saying this, Su Firen smiled and generously said, "So I'll let you off the hook." "This won't do." Hongchen refused, saying, "No way. You have to beat me up today, let off some steam for yourself." Although Hongchen insisted strongly, he had just recovered from a serious illness, and Su Firen was unwilling to strike him, fearing he might hurt Hongchen. The next day, early in the morning, there was a knock on the door. Hong Chen saw Uncle Xiao, whose delicate face bore 2 new scars, and his right hand was broken, his face covered in stubble, looking quite haggard. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Uncle Xiao took out a piece of black jade and said, "This is your father's relic, I'm giving it to you now." The black jade was about 10 centimeters long, 4 centimeters wide, and 1 centimeter thick, and when Hong Chen held it, he felt a chill. Tentatively, Hong Chen asked, "What is this?" Uncle Xiao did not answer, only instructing, "Just keep it safe." They found my dad's body, he recorded a video on his phone before he died. Hong Chen paused and continued, "In the video, he told me that this piece of jade is a sacred object of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect." That was all Hong Chen knew. He wanted to test Uncle Xiao to see if he could extract any information. Uncle Xiao's expression changed immediately, and after a moment, he murmured, "How could your dad tell you that?" Knowing that saying too much could lead to mistakes, Hong Chen dared not elaborate, especially since Uncle Xiao was a wise man. If he spoke too much, he might expose a flaw. Uncle Xiao, half believing, cautiously asked, "What did your dad say?" Hong Chen actually didn't know, as it wasn't written in the diary, but since Uncle Xiao had asked, he felt he had to respond to avoid raising suspicion. "You and your group were chased by evil cultivators because of this piece of black jade. Dad told me to make good use of it and take revenge for him in the future." The first half of the sentence was merely Hong Chen's speculation. The latter half was a lie he fabricated based on Hong Sen's character. Uncle Xiao was silent for a moment before asking, "What do you want to know?" Hong Chen fired off a series of questions. "How did my dad get this piece of black jade? What is it called? What is its purpose? How should I use it?" "I can only answer your first question, I don't know about the others," Uncle Xiao replied, then added, "Your dad and I went on a mission during the Lantern Festival, do you remember?" Hong Chen nodded and said, "Of course, I remember. You both were injured when you returned." Seeing this, Uncle Xiao continued, "Our mission was to hunt down an evil cultivator, and we successfully killed him near the border, then found this piece of jade on him. That evil cultivator was severely injured because of this piece of jade. Both your dad and I sensed that it was extraordinary, but we didn't dare give it to Wang Defa, as he would surely pocket it for himself, so we hid it and prepared to investigate its origins secretly. Until we were chased by the evil cultivators this time, we both guessed it was because of this piece of jade. Your dad told us to run first while he and your mom went to intercept that evil cultivator." Uncle Xiao sighed and continued, "Your parents died just like that, and your Aunt Lu also died. I narrowly escaped the chase but was severely injured as a result. After my injury healed, I didn't go home right away. I was afraid that evil cultivator would target you, so I didn't dare return. I only retrieved this piece of jade a couple of days ago." Hong Chen had another question. "Since this jade was obtained by you and my dad together, why are you giving it to me? Why not keep it for yourself? First of all, this is something your dad and I obtained together. Secondly, because your dad covered for me, I was able to survive." Uncle Xiao's face showed bitterness, and he spoke with self-reproach. "In the end, I don't want to see this piece of jade again. If it weren't for this piece of jade, your dad, your mom, and your Aunt Lu wouldn't have died." Hong Chen understood. He wanted to comfort Uncle Xiao but didn't know how to start, as he had been through even worse during this time. Uncle Xiao patted Hong Chen's shoulder. "You take good care of your younger siblings. Xiao Xian and I are going to Zhengzhou. Strive for good results in your exams, and we'll meet in Zhengzhou later." "Why are you going to Zhengzhou?" Although he had his suspicions, Hong Chen still asked. "I got in touch with Shia Sha." Uncle Xiao paused and continued, "To be precise, it was Shia Sha who had someone contact me. She has been very worried about me. I'm afraid that evil cultivator will come looking for trouble again, so I'm planning to take Xiao Xian to Zhengzhou for refuge. There will be dedicated personnel to protect us there, and they promise to provide better educational resources for Xiao Xian." Hong Chen understood that Xiao Sha was an unparalleled genius, and Xiao Xian would definitely not be lacking. Providing better educational resources for Xiao Xian would not only please Xiao Xiao but also be a bet on Xiao Xian, making it a win-win situation. "Someone from Zhengzhou will come to pick up me and Xiao Xian, so I won't be going out in the next few days. You shouldn't reveal that I'm back home either." Uncle Xiao was very cautious. He had been bitten by a snake once and was afraid of ropes for 10 years. "I understand," Hong Chen replied, then put away the black jade piece, and the two returned to their respective homes. Cultivation methods, martial skills, weapons, magical treasures, and armor were divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with Heaven being the highest and Yellow the lowest. Each grade was further divided into 4 sublevels: Low, Intermediate, High, and Top. However, it was rumored that above the top level of Heaven grade, there were 2 legendary grades. Heaven grade treasures possess spirituality, thus requiring a drop of blood to recognize their master to function. This also indicated that the black jade piece was at least a low-level Heaven grade treasure. Hong Chen bit his fingertip and dripped blood onto the black jade piece. The black jade piece quickly absorbed the blood, and Hong Chen felt no unusual sensation. Perhaps the blood was insufficient to allow the black jade piece to recognize him as its master. He could only continue to drip blood onto the black jade piece, but it was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much blood he dripped, the jade piece absorbed it all. After dripping blood for over 10 minutes, Hong Chen's body could barely withstand it, nearly on the verge of anemia, before the black jade piece finally stopped absorbing. In an instant, Hong Chen felt a clarity in the world around him, as if a wondrous connection had been established between him and the black jade piece. Then, fragments of memories that did not belong to Hong Chen surged into his mind like a tide. This black jade piece was named Kunlun Jeju, originally the treasure of the Kunlun sect from ancient times. No one knew why, but a cultivator with boundless power suddenly shattered the Kunlun Jeju. The Kunlun Jeju, originally about the size of a door, transformed into dozens of fragments scattered across the world. As the treasure of the Kunlun sect, the Kunlun Jeju contained numerous secret manuals of divine abilities, martial skills, and cultivation methods. Although the Kunlun Jeju was shattered, the secret manuals recorded within it did not disappear. The fragment of Kunlun that Hong Chen held contained a secret manual called Heaven Swallowing Treasure Mirror. The Heaven Swallowing Treasure Mirror recorded two divine abilities, Swallowing Spirit and Mending Heaven. The ability called Swallowing Spirit could absorb the cultivation of others to enhance one's own realm. However, those whose cultivation was absorbed would invariably die, their bodies turning into dried corpses, which was clearly a technique practiced by evil cultivators. Moreover, if the Swallowing Spirit ability was frequently used, it would gradually distort the user's character, ultimately turning them into a bloodthirsty monster. The Heaven Swallowing Demon sect improved upon this ability to create the Tao Tai Great Method, which allowed one to enhance their cultivation by consuming another's heart without succumbing to madness. The other ability, Mending Heaven, could enhance one's talent level by consuming specific types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Hong Chen currently had an F-level fire talent. If he consumed Fire Flame Mysterious Ash, and then activated the Mending Heaven ability, he could elevate himself to an E-level fire talent. If he consumed Ice Spirit Crystal, he could raise his talent to a C-level Ice Flame. But if you want to consume Fire Flame Ash, you must first enhance your Fire Affinity talent to E-level. Then, by consuming Ice Spirit Crystal, you can elevate yourself to B-level Ice Spirit Flame. There are tens of thousands of routes to enhance talents through the Heavenly Repair Divine ability, with the highest potential to elevate talents to SSS level. However, Hong Chen dared not use the Swallowing Spirit ability of the Swallowing Heaven treasure, as using it too many times would drive him insane. Another Heavenly Repair Divine ability only requires consuming rare materials and then refining them to enhance one's talent, but the prices of these materials are usually very high. Consuming Fire Flame Ash can elevate one's Fire Affinity talent to E level. The price of Fire Flame Ash is extremely expensive. Even if Hong Chen sold his house, he still couldn't afford it. Moreover, chef level is the lowest rank, and E level is the second lowest, so E level is still considered useless. Spending so much money just to elevate his talent from F level to E level is simply not worth it. He really can't afford it now. Unable to use the Swallowing Spirit ability and unable to afford the Heavenly Repair Divine ability, Hong Chen sighed helplessly. Since he promised to accompany Su Firen on a trip, he naturally wouldn't break his word. Hong Chen's family had a car, which had been idle since Hong Sen passed away, as none of the three of them had a driver's license. But Su Firen was a woman with a driver's license. When Hong Chen first met her, she was driving a sports car. At dawn, Su Firen drove the car, and the two set off for Jiuhua Tianshan. Not trusting Su Firen's driving skills, Hong Chen kept his eyes wide open the entire time, fearing a car accident. Su Firen couldn't help but laugh, so nervous. "What are you afraid of? Don't you trust my driving skills? When others drive, I usually keep my eyes wide open the whole time. I only doze off a little when I'm the one driving," Hong Chen joked. The itinerary was similar to what was in the diary, with only one difference. Hong Chen was a 9-star warrior, so he could keep up with Su Firen without feeling sore legs or fatigue. The next day, they went to Emerald Swan Lake, where Hong Chen almost fell into the lake, and Su Firen laughed non-stop upon seeing it. On the third day, they visited the big and small Shushan, and on the fifth day, they went to Zilong Academy. Finally, on the fourth day, they wandered around Shushan County, where the scenery was quite nice, a perfect summer retreat. On the fifth day, after finishing their visit to Zilong Academy, it was already dark, and the two decided to stay at a hotel for the night and head home the next morning. Zilong Academy was well known in Jianghuai province, so many tourists came here. Hong Chen and Su Firen searched several hotels, but all were fully booked with no available rooms. Su Firen suggested, "If it really doesn't work, we can just sleep in the car for the night." "Let's keep looking," Hong Chen replied. After 5 days of wandering, he was exhausted. Even though he was a 9-star warrior, he had just recovered from a serious illness and his body was struggling. Su Firen drove around for another 10 minutes and finally found a hotel with a vacant room. But then another problem arose. There was only one room available, and both of them fell silent. The hotel receptionist assumed they were a couple and said, "One room is just enough for the two of you. If you miss this opportunity, you won't find another." Hong Chen was worried Su Firen might mind. "How about you stay, and I'll manage in the car for the night." But Su Firen took Hong Chen's ID and handed it to the receptionist, saying, "We'll stay together." Hong Chen muttered softly, "Isn't this inappropriate?" Su Firen was quite generous. "What are you afraid of? We're all children of the rivers and lakes, don't get hung up on these trivial matters. If you're uncomfortable, I'll sleep on the floor, and you can have the bed. But men and women shouldn't be too close," Hong Chen replied. He wasn't afraid for himself, but it wouldn't be good for Su Firen's reputation if this got out. Su Firen took the room key and ID from the receptionist and said, "In the past, Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai shared a bed, and they managed to keep things proper." All right then. With Su Firen saying it like that, what else could Hong Chen say? The two of them arrived at the guest room and looked at the large bed inside. Hong Chen said, "I'll just sleep on the floor." Su Firen was not one to be overly particular. She called the front desk to send up an extra blanket, and soon they had made a bed on the floor. The room had translucent glass, and Su Firen's face turned a bit red. "Can you step outside for a few minutes? I want to take a shower." "I'll just go buy some late-night snacks," Hong Chen replied. Although Su Firen was easygoing, she still had her boundaries. When Hong Chen returned, Su Firen had already finished her shower. Her hair was still a bit damp, and she was holding a hairdryer, drying her hair. After spending a few days together, Hong Chen knew Su Firen's dietary restrictions, so he had bought all her favorite snacks. Su Firen put down the hairdryer and asked, "Do you want me to step outside so you can take a shower too?" "I'll pass, I'll wash up when I get home tomorrow," Hong Chen said lazily. "Come over and eat the snacks." Su Firen looked at the late-night snacks on the table, her spirited brows twitching. "Don't you like spicy food? Why is everything here so light and bland?" Hong Chen naturally replied, "Of course, I bought all of this for you. You could have bought something you like too." Su Firen was somewhat moved, her mouth opening slightly, but she didn't finish her sentence. After a moment, she smiled and said, "If you're this nice to me, I might just develop feelings for you." Hong Chen replied in the same tone, half jokingly and half seriously, "I advise you not to entertain that thought. I already have someone I like." "You?" Su Firen paused and asked, "Didn't you break up recently?" "I have a childhood friend," Hong Chen said, then added, "Her name is Shia Sha, and she lives across from my house. I recently vowed that I would never let her down." Upon hearing this, Su Firen fell silent, picked up her chopsticks, and said, "Let's eat." Hong Chen, oblivious to the change in atmosphere, continued, "By the way, what type of man do you like? I can see if I can introduce someone to you." Su Firen pushed her food around, and after a long silence, she said slowly, "My dad was a son-in-law by marriage. He left without a word when I was very young and never returned to the DE mansion. So, if I were to find a man, he must be principled, responsible, strong-willed, courageous, and able to handle things. Of course, the most important thing is mutual affection." Su Firen continued, "My dad left without saying goodbye and abandoned his wife and daughter, perhaps because the atmosphere at home was bad or because he felt looked down upon, but the most important reason was that he and my mom didn't love each other." Su Firen concluded, "If I can't find a man like that, I'd rather grow old alone." "Then I wish you success," Hong Chen said carelessly while eating. Su Firen put down her bowl and chopsticks. "I'm full, you eat by yourself. I'm going to sleep." Hong Chen stopped eating and said, "How can you be full after just this? I bought all of this for you." "I'm not hungry," Su Firen replied, then climbed onto the bed and fell asleep immediately. After Hong Chen finished eating, he lay down on the made bed, closed his eyes, and tried to sleep, but he couldn't. He quietly asked, "Are you asleep?" "No," came Su Firen's faint voice from under the covers. Hong Chen asked again, "Have you been having fun these past few days?" "I'd say it's been very enjoyable. I've been practicing hard since I was little and never had the chance to go out and play. These past few days, seeing the world, I realized there are so many sights I've never experienced, like the sea of clouds and rime at Johua Tianshan, the rippling emerald waters of Swan Lake, and the towering peaks of the Shu Mountains." Su Firen sighed, "If it could always be like this, that would be wonderful." Hearing this, Hong Chen smiled and said, "If we have the chance in the future, I'll take you around to play." "There won't be any chances," Su Firen said pointedly. Before Hong Chen could ask, she added, "It's too late, I'm tired." A night of silence. Hong Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and what appeared before him was not a hotel, but a strange space. As far as the eye could see, it was all chaos, filled with a dim gray light. Where was this place? Hong Chen was filled with confusion, with only a tavern standing tall in front of him. The tavern's outer wall was made of blue bricks, and a red flag hung at the entrance, with the character, alcohol, written on it. As the gentle breeze blew, the flag fluttered in the chaotic space, appearing desolate and lonely. Was he dreaming? Hong Chen pinched his face, and the sensation was surprisingly real, a very vivid dream. Suddenly, he recalled the last line on the 5th page of his diary. Could this tavern be the place that would allow him to turn his life around and change his fate? Hong Chen walked into the tavern and knocked on the door. After waiting for a while with no response, he pushed the door open himself. The tavern was not large, with 8 wooden tables inside, and directly in front was the counter, where jars of alcohol were displayed. On one of the wooden tables lay 2 drunken men, while behind the counter stood an old man with a long white beard. This old man was like a giant, standing 3 meters tall, with extremely robust limbs, and his long white hair reached the ground, exuding an imposing aura. The style of the tavern resembled ancient architecture, and this tall and strong old man was dressed in coarse linen, looking nothing like a modern person. "Hello, old man, what is this place?" Hong Chen asked upon seeing the old man, unable to help but swallow hard, as the old man looked very formidable. "A tavern," the old man replied, his voice booming like a bell, causing the 2 young men sleeping at the table to stir slightly, seemingly disturbed. Hong Chen scratched his head and asked, what is this space? Am I dreaming? Since you have obtained the Kunlun Jade Pendant, how could you not know? The old man shook his head and added, "Asking you is pointless." Then, the old man explained, "You are not dreaming, this is the consciousness space of the Kunlun Jade Pendant, and your consciousness has entered here." "So I'm not dreaming." Hong Chen paused and asked again, "Then why are you here?" The old man replied, "The Kunlun Jade Pendant shattered into 72 pieces, and anyone holding a piece can enter the consciousness space of the Kunlun Jade Pendant, but I am the exception." Hong Chen nodded. The Kunlun Jade Pendant had shattered into 72 pieces, meaning that at most 72 people could enter here. The old man took a jug of wine from the counter and said, "I see you are somewhat polite, so I'll treat you to a drink for free, but next time you'll have to pay." "Aren't I here in consciousness? How can I bring money in?" Hong Chen asked in confusion. "Do you know about storage rings?" The old man asked, explaining, "The Kunlun Jade Pendant was originally a storage treasure. Although it is shattered, it can still be used for storage." Hong Chen seemed to understand and asked, "Are you saying I can store things in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, and once my consciousness enters it, I can access the items stored inside? If I store things in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, will you take my things?" Hong Chen felt a bit uneasy. The Kunlun Jade Pendant was originally a whole. This tavern is the core connecting the various fragments, so each piece will have this tavern, the old man continued to explain. "But when you walk out the door of the tavern, you will only appear in your own Kunlun Jade Pendant, and your things will only exist in your Kunlun Jade Pendant, so you can come to this tavern to trade with others." To put it more simply, the fragments of the Kunlun Jade Pendant are like mobile phones, and this tavern is like the internet. A phone can store photos and videos, and one can send photos and videos to friends through the internet. Although everyone is on the same internet, the photos stored on a phone can only be seen by the owner. The photos stored on the phone are equivalent to the items existing in the Kunlun Jade Pendant. The tavern was like the internet, where one could talk and trade with friends. Hong Chen almost understood and said, "I have little strength and nothing of value. Others probably wouldn't be interested in my things." "That may be true," the old man replied, "but the world is vast. What is worthless in your place might be a priceless treasure elsewhere." It was like in a desert, where water is extremely valuable, but in other places, it is worth nothing. Hong Chen suddenly realized and gratefully said, "I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, old man." "Don't call me old man," the elder said, handing Hong Chen a cup of wine. "My name is Kuei Huang. Can I drink here?" Hong Chen took the cup. "Aren't I just a consciousness here?" Kuei Huang countered, "Why can the living burn things for the spirits?" "If you put it that way, I understand," Hong Chen said, raising the cup and downing it in one go. The wine was strong, and after a drink, he felt a bit dizzy. "You should pay attention to one more thing," Kuei Huang, seeing Hong Chen's eagerness, reminded him, "the flow of time here is different from the outside. 100 days in Kunlun Yujue only equals 1 day in the real world." Hong Chen was instantly thrilled, 100 times the time difference. "If I could cultivate here." "I already said you are a consciousness, how can a consciousness cultivate?" Kuei Huang interrupted him again, adding, "But you can practice your martial skills here." Hong Chen felt a bit disappointed. If he had 100 times the time, achieving the top score in the college entrance exam would be a piece of cake. A man sleeping on the wooden table slowly sat up, rubbing his eyes, looking somewhat unsatisfied. The man saw Hong Chen, paused for a moment, and said, "A new face has arrived?" Hong Chen clasped his fists in greeting, and the man did the same, asking, "Do you have Xiling sand over there? If you do, I can trade with you. What heavenly materials do you need?" "I've never heard of Xiling sand," Hong Chen shook his head and added, "I need Huayan Xuanjin in Bingling Jing." The man replied, "I've never heard of Huayan Xuanjin, but Bingling Jing is a treasure here. A piece of Bingling Jing is worth a fortune." Another man, who had been lying on the wooden table, yawned. This man had a fair complexion, no beard, and a handsome appearance, exuding an ethereal charm. The handsome man said, "I need diamonds, Ziyuvine, and Jingbai jade. If you can bring me one of those, I can give you Huayan Xuanjin." "I can buy diamonds and Jingbai jade here," Hong Chen said. "Tomorrow night, I'll come here to trade with you." The price of diamonds was about 100 yuan per gram, which was quite cheap compared to the price of Huayan Xuanjin. Jingbai jade was even cheaper, as one could buy a pound of scraps for just a few dozen yuan. Upon hearing this, the handsome man widened his sleepy eyes and excitedly said, "My name is Ajio, it's a deal." Hong Chen suppressed his inner joy and replied, "You can call me Long Yuan, it's a deal." After they made their agreement, guided by Ajio, Hong Chen's consciousness exited the consciousness space. At that moment, it was still midnight in the real world. Hong Chen couldn't help but open his eyes, clenching his hands tightly. So this is my chance to turn my life around and change my fate. The diary does not deceive me. Today is June 13th, not only did Hong Chen dream, but the time in the diary also passed, and he could now open the 6th page. However, he had left the diary at home during this trip, so he couldn't check it immediately. Su Firen drove back to Hong Chen's house, and the two of them didn't speak along the way. But it wasn't that they didn't talk, Hong Chen spoke, but Su Firen didn't respond. Soon, they returned to the community, and Su Firen parked the car back in the garage, then took his luggage out of the car. Watching Su Firen walk towards the garage exit, Hong Chen hurriedly caught up and asked, "Where are you going? Aren't you coming to my house?" "I'm going home," Su Firen replied coldly, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. "Since you already have someone you like, why are you still trying to flirt with me? Do you just see me as a friend? Am I just being overly sentimental?" Seeing Su Firen's fluctuating emotions, Hong Chen asked again, "Aren't you going to play for a few more days?" The more Su Firen thought about it, the more annoyed she became, and she impatiently said, "I don't have time to play anymore. The college entrance exam is at the end of next month, I need to go home and study." Watching Su Firen turn and leave without hesitation, Hong Chen quickly followed and said, "I'll take you to the station." "No need," Su Firen replied indifferently, carrying her luggage. "Since you already have someone you like, let's keep our distance. I don't want others to misunderstand." Hong Chen was stunned, realizing that Su Firen really had feelings for him, but he found it hard to believe. He was an F-level talent, with no money or power, both parents deceased, and had to take care of his younger siblings. How could Su Firen possibly like him unless she was blind? But he couldn't say that. He was still somewhat handsome, and maybe she was attracted to his looks. Hong Chen comforted himself and then caught up with Su Firen again. "Will we meet again? When we do, I hope you'll be happy, okay? When we see each other again, let's still be friends, alright?" Faced with Hong Chen's farewell, Su Firen remained silent, leaving only a resolute figure behind. Hong Chen stopped, feeling the most difficult to bear was the beauty's kindness, but this was fine, he already had Shia Sha in his heart. It was better to clarify things early to avoid delaying Su Firen. Hong Chen silently returned home, where Hong Lan and Hong Hu were watching TV in the living room. Seeing him, Hong Lan asked, "Why are you back alone? Where's Sister Firen?" "She went home. The college entrance exam is next month," Hong Chen replied absent-mindedly. Noticing Hong Chen's demeanor, Hong Hu remarked, "Bro, you seem a bit off. You didn't get dumped, did you?" Hong Chen only felt guilty for Su Firen's feelings, deeply remorseful, with an indescribable feeling in his heart. "Don't talk nonsense, I'm just a bit tired from climbing the mountains these past few days," Hong Chen casually brushed it off. He turned to look at Hong Hu, who dared to speak to him like that, and he felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, asking, "Are you asking for a beating?" Hong Hu shrank his neck in fear, and seeing this, Hong Chen ordered, "I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go buy me a pound of crystal white jade and 50 grams of diamond right now." "Alright," Hong Hu said reluctantly, then put on his coat and left the house. Hong Chen returned to his room, eagerly flipping open his diary to check the content of the 6th page. June 13th, 5025, I bought the crystal white jade and diamond. With just a thought, both items were stored in the Kunlun jade pendant. Then Su Firen and I set off for Jiangnan province. She said she wanted to show me the local customs and culture of Jiangnan. Hong Chen had an idea, since the Kunlun jade pendant could store things, he might as well store the diary in it for easy access later, and he could also put some food in the Kunlun jade pendant for emergencies. June 14, 5025, Su Firen drove for over 20 hours, and we finally arrived in Jiangnan province. We were too tired, so we decided to rest for a day. Then at night, I completed a transaction with a Geo and obtained the Fire Flame Ash. June 15, 5025, I didn't expect to successfully use the heavenly repairing technique for the first time. My talent has improved to E level. My future is not a dream. From June 16 to June 24, the entries were all about travel, with no substantial content. But Hong Chen could feel that the version of himself in the diary was becoming increasingly gentle towards Su Firen. When the two first started traveling in Jianghuai province, the diary version of himself wrote, "Whoever marries Su Firen will definitely not have good days," but later he began to enjoy it. The entries from these days in the diary include, "She is surprisingly a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Su Firen looks really good when she is quiet. She smiles carefree. These days are really nice. I want this to go on forever." It seems like he has fallen in love, and Hong Chen suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the entry from June 25, 5025, left him completely at a loss. "I confessed to Su Firen, and she didn't mind my F level. Although I now have E level talent, but she doesn't know. Su Firen didn't reject me. Instead, she smiled and said, 'We can try to be together for a while.'" June 30, 5025, Su Firen and I returned to Dei Mansion. I mentioned my relationship with Su Firen, and old Master Su didn't break us up. Instead, he expressed strong support. Lu Ruyan broke up with me because of my F-level talent, but Su Firen and old Master Su didn't mind my talent, which surprised me. This was the last line. He and Su Firen had become a couple, and they even received parental approval. Hong Chen closed the diary, feeling a bit at a loss. The diary version of himself, having broken up with Lu Ruyan and not reconciled with Shia Sha, could naturally be with Su Firen. But the real him, although he also broke up with Lu Ruyan, had reconciled with Shia Sha, so he couldn't let Shia Sha down. That was something they had agreed upon long ago. If he developed feelings for Su Firen and let Shia Sha down, what would be the difference between him and a beast? Hong Chen was filled with righteous indignation when the diary suddenly shook and flipped back dozens of pages. June 6, 5030, today is the day of great joy for me and Su Firen. This girl who has loved me for 5 years, and whom I have loved for 5 years, has finally become my wife. All my college classmates and friends came. We drank a lot today. This is the happiest day of my life, and I will never forget this day. This page had only one line, but below it was a sketch of him and Su Firen in wedding attire, both of their faces beaming with happiness. Next to this drawing, there was a line written in delicate handwriting, "We will always be together, never to part in this life." This line of delicate handwriting was not his. It must have been written by Su Firen. Alright, is this how it is? Hong Chen felt frustrated and couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Since his future self had married Su Firen, why did he have to write on the last page of the diary, never to let Shia Sha down again? Hong Chen had seen the last page of the diary and felt guilty towards Shia Sha. He had vowed to love only Shia Sha in this life and never let her down, but now this kind of thing had happened. You fickle, unfaithful beast! Hong Chen cursed, scolding his future self. However, he also saw some good news. He had been accepted into university, which was a silver lining in his misfortune. The diary version of himself had been with Su Firen for 5 years. Not only had they not broken up, but they had also gotten married. After 5 years of trials, the feelings between him and her were definitely sincere. As Hong Chen thought of this, he felt guilty because he had told Su Firen last night that he had someone he liked. Su Firen had feelings for him. She not only didn't mind his F-level talent but also married him, yet he had said such things. Hong Chen stood up, wanting to rush out the door, to catch up with Su Firen, to keep her. But as soon as he opened the door, he froze. What would Xiao Xiao do if he did that? He had already let Xiao Xiao down the last time he was with Lu Ruyan. Was he going to let her down again? Sigh. Hong Chen let out a long sigh, feeling as if he was being pulled in all directions. Just then, Hong Hu returned. The young man was very efficient. In just an hour, he had bought the crystal white jade and diamond. Hong Chen took the 2 items and casually asked, "How much?" "I'll transfer the money to you later." "Forget it, talking about money hurts feelings. Let's not say such things between us." Hong Hu waved his hand to refuse. "How can that be?" Hong Chen asked again, "How much did you actually spend?" "The compensation money from mom and dad. I gave it all to me and my second sister, and kept only 100,000 for myself." Hong Hu questioned loudly, "Are you really going to count this little money with me now? Do you even consider me your brother?" Hong Chen wanted to say that it should be clear-cut, but seeing Hong Hu's stubborn look, he opened his mouth and finally only said, "Alright then." This kid had a temper similar to his own. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't want that money, so Hong Hu wouldn't want it either. Hong Chen patted Hong Hu's shoulder and instructed, "Don't get me into trouble in the future. I'm not a child anymore, Hong Wu shrugged off Hong Chen's hand and said, "How could I get you into trouble?" Hong Chen fell silent at this. After their parents passed away, Hong Wu had visibly matured. But maturing too early wasn't necessarily a good thing. A young person should be carefree, unburdened, and exuberant. Hong Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. If he could do better, perhaps Hong Hu and Hong Lan could have fewer worries and anxieties. If the two matured a day later, they could worry a day less and be happier a day longer. Hong Chen returned to his room with the crystal white jade and diamond, silently closed the door, and made a decision in his heart. Since things had come to this point, he would let nature take its course. As for Su Firan and Xiao Shao, those matters could wait for the future. Thinking too much now was useless and would only add to his troubles. Back in his room, he held the Kunlun Jade Ju in his left hand. Since he had already recognized it with blood, there was a strange connection between him and the Kunlun Jade Ju. As a thought arose in his mind, he wanted to store the crystal white jade and diamond in the Kunlun Jade Ju. The crystal white jade and diamond in his right hand vanished from the spot and then appeared inside the Kunlun Jade Ju. The space inside the Kunlun Jade Ju was vast, roughly the size of a football field, capable of holding a massive amount of materials. Since it wasn't yet time for the meeting with the Jiu that night, Hong Chen had to meditate. After several days of recuperation, his injuries had healed, and he had returned to peak condition. After 4.5 hours of meditation, Hong Chen successfully absorbed a breath of spiritual energy, and it was now 10 o'clock at night. Holding the Kunlun Jade Ju, he focused his mind, and his consciousness immediately entered the Kunlun Jade Ju. Not far from the tavern, on an open space, lay the crystal white jade and diamond. Hong Chen picked up the two items and then pushed open the tavern door. Kuei Huang stood behind the counter, eyes closed in a feigned nap. A Jiu was slumped over the wooden table, boredly drinking. When a Jiu saw Hong Chen arrive, he immediately stood up and said, "I've been waiting for you for half a day, you finally came. Didn't we agree to meet at night? Why did you come so early?" Hong Chen asked. "I was anxious," a Jiu replied, pulling out a transparent glass bottle from his pocket. The glass bottle shimmered with a fiery red glow, which was exactly the fire flame essence that Hong Chen had longed for. Hong Chen took out the crystal white jade and diamond. "Did you only prepare one portion of fire flame essence?" "I brought both the crystal white jade and diamond." A Jiu scratched his head and said, "I thought you were only going to trade for one portion, so I only prepared one." Hong Chen pondered for a moment and said, "If you have ice spirit crystal, red flame stone, pure sun breath, or hellfire, we can trade again." A Jiu said, "I am located in the endless fire domain, a place rich in fire-type treasures. I can buy pure sun breath and hellfire here, but these two items are too expensive. Trading them for the crystal white jade and diamond would leave me at a significant loss. I can also buy the crimson flame stone here, but I don't have any on me. I'll go buy the crimson flame stone at dawn, and we can trade tomorrow night. How does that sound?" Hong Chen nodded and said, "I'll give you the crystal white jade first, and you give me the fire flame ash." The two placed their items on the wooden table and then pushed them towards each other. Hong Chen picked up the fire flame ash, while a Jiu took the crystal white jade, both unable to hide their joy. Hong Chen clasped his fists and said, "I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Let's trade again at this time tomorrow night." A Jiu put away the crystal white jade and smiled as she clasped her fists, saying, "It's a deal." Hong Chen walked out of the tavern, and his consciousness immediately detached from the Kunlun jade pendant. Moments later, he appeared in his room, still holding a transparent glass bottle containing the fire flame ash. The fire flame ash emitted a scorching aura. If he wanted to enhance his talent level, Hong Chen would need to swallow the fire flame ash and then use the heavenly restoration technique to refine it. Feeling the high temperature radiating from the glass bottle, Hong Chen hesitated. Would swallowing the fire flame ash burn his throat? Would he become mute? But the version of himself in the diary had succeeded without mentioning any side effects, so it should be fine. Thinking this, Hong Chen gathered his courage, raised his head, opened his mouth, and poured the fire flame ash from the glass bottle into his mouth. A wave of heat surged in his mouth, and he almost spat it out. Enduring the discomfort, his throat rolled, and he finally swallowed the fire flame ash. The fire flame ash burned fiercely within him, filling him with heat. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and activated the heavenly restoration technique. Streams of gray-black spiritual energy, guided by Hong Chen, wrapped around the fire flame ash layer by layer. The gray-black spiritual energy began to spin, its speed increasing until it formed a small vortex. At the center of this gray-black vortex, the fire flame ash gradually dimmed, as if his dantian had turned into a bottomless pit, continuously devouring the fire flame ash. As the fire flame ash was completely extinguished, Hong Chen suddenly opened his eyes, which blazed with two red flames. Success! Hong Chen extended his right hand, and a ball of crimson flame appeared in his palm, distorting the surrounding air. He had been able to summon flames before, but could only produce a small flicker that would extinguish with a gust of wind, having almost no power, only useful for igniting paper. But now, the crimson flame in his palm was estimated to be around 500 degrees, and its intensity was strong enough to easily ignite wood. F grade was the most useless talent, and now it had evolved into E grade, which was still quite trashy. However, trash is still better than waste. How could this not be considered an improvement? After his fire talent upgraded to E grade, Hong Chen sat cross-legged and began to meditate. This time, it only took him 4 hours to gain a breath of spiritual energy. When he had F grade talent, it took him 4.5 hours to gain a breath of spiritual energy. F grade and E grade are the lowest levels of talent. If it weren't for the rapid breathing speed of the 8 or 9 profound techniques, Hong Chen would probably need to breathe for several days to gain a breath of spiritual energy. The worst F grade talents consist of 5 types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Talent is based on these 5 elements, giving rise to countless other talents. The metal element can evolve into E grade iron, D grade steel, and C grade sword talents. The earth element can evolve into E grade sand, D grade stone, and C grade rock talents. The wood element can evolve into E grade grass, D grade flower, and C grade tree talents. Moreover, if someone possesses both wood and sword attributes, the two can combine to give rise to the B grade talent, green wood sword. This situation is not uncommon. At least 50% of people possess 2 attributes, while 20% have 3, 4, or even 5 attributes. After combining multiple attributes, usually only one talent will emerge, but there are some exceptionally gifted individuals who can derive 2 talents, like Shia Sha. Tomorrow night, I will trade with a Geo. I can obtain a red flame stone and enhance my talent. The heavenly restoration technique has tens of thousands of enhancement routes, such as the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures I just asked a Geo about: ice spirit crystal, red flame stone, pure yang breath, and hellfire. Currently, I am of the fire attribute, and if I consume the ice spirit crystal, I can elevate my talent to B-level ice spirit flame. If I consume pure yang breath, I can elevate my talent to B-level yang flame. However, if I consume hellfire, I can similarly elevate my talent to A-level hell flame. Unfortunately, a Joe can only get me the red flame stone, and after consuming it, I can only elevate myself to D-level red flame. At this moment, my fire attribute talent can derive various talents by consuming different heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If I consume breath of soil, I can elevate my talent to B-level red flame breath, which is a dual attribute of fire and earth. If I consume steel, I can elevate my talent to C-level fiery steel, which is a dual attribute of fire and metal. If I consume thunder soul, I can elevate my talent to A-level 10,000 degree fire thunder, which is a dual attribute of fire and thunder. Hong Chen sat in meditation, breathing in and out, until dawn, gaining 3 breaths of spiritual energy. After sleeping for 3 hours, Hong Chen got up. He is now a 9-star warrior. By eating 1 meal a day and sleeping for 3 hours, he can maintain his energy. With a month and a half left until the college entrance examination, he has accumulated over 10 breaths of spiritual energy in his dantian, but he still lacks a lot of energy to break through to a 10-star warrior. To grow stronger through battle, he must be beaten by others to gain spiritual energy. If others don't hit hard enough, he won't gain any energy. Although the cultivation method is the 8-9 profound art, his talent is simply too poor. If he wants to quickly elevate his realm, he still needs to go out and seek a beating. Suddenly, Hong Chen thought of Long Aotian, and he felt a bit of psychological shadow. After pondering for a long time, he came up with an idea. He continued to meditate, and time passed quickly until night fell. Hong Chen returned to Kunlun Jeju, handing the diamond to a Geo and receiving the red flame stone in return. The two exchanged for a while, but the heavenly materials and earthly treasures the other wanted were either unavailable or too expensive, making it a loss for both sides. Hong Chen was born in Jianghuai Province, which is located in the Great Xia Kingdom. The Great Xia Kingdom is rich in jade, and the prices here are cheap with a wide variety. Besides diamonds and crystal white jade, after communicating with a Geo, he found that the turquoise, Hatian jade, Shoshan stone, white jade, green jade, and yellow jade he had seemed to have good value. Jade can be used for refining tools, making jewelry, and even for alchemy and medicine. Hong Chen borrowed paper and pen from Kuei Huang and wrote the large characters trade by exchange. Then, he wrote down the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he needed, as well as several unique types of jade from the Great Xia Kingdom for exchange. After finishing all this, he posted the paper on the wall of the tavern. Kuei Huang did not stop him and tacitly approved of Hong Chen's action. Seeing this, a Geo followed suit, writing down what he needed and posting it on the wall. This method is great. A Geo couldn't help but praise. I used to foolishly wait in the tavern for people to trade, but time here passes 100 times slower than outside. I could wait 10 days or half a month without anyone coming to the tavern. Hong Chen laughed upon hearing this and said, "You're just too straightforward." After their unproductive exchange, they each returned home. Hong Chen opened his eyes and returned to the real world. He opened his mouth and swallowed the red flamestone, then activated the heavenly restoration technique to begin refining. An hour later, Hong Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and blazing flames erupted around him. His clothes were burned to ashes, and even the tiles on the ground cracked. Hong Chen stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes, thinking that next time he should go to a more open place to enhance his talent, otherwise, he might accidentally set his house on fire. The D-grade crimson flame had a high temperature of 2000 degrees, which was several times hotter than the E-grade fire type. A 9-star warrior's physique was quite sturdy, making it difficult for ordinary daggers and swords to leave wounds on them. Moreover, 9-star warriors were more heat and cold resistant than ordinary people, but even 2000 degrees of high temperature could still cause them some harm. Hong Chen meditated for a while longer, and this time, in just 3 hours, he gained a breath of spiritual energy, with a breathing speed that was half an hour faster than before. Although his talent had improved to D-grade crimson flame, the efficiency of his meditation was still too slow. The divine ability of becoming stronger through battle could be enhanced just by taking hits, and Hong Chen found it hard to give up after trying it out. Not wanting to waste time, he took a taxi to Xiangning Mountain. Xiangning Mountain was located on the outskirts, home to many demon beasts, but their levels were not high. Since no one was attacking him, Hong Chen thought of a good idea: he could find a demon beast to beat him up. On the way to Xiangning Mountain, he thought of Su Firen and sent her a message, but there was no reply. At 3 in the afternoon, Hong Chen arrived at Xiangning Mountain and received a reply from Su Firen. She texted back, "I'm busy training." The message implied that she didn't want to be disturbed. Hong Chen sighed, feeling a sense of guilt and an indescribable feeling, as if he had eaten something unpleasant, making him very uncomfortable. Su Firen had helped him twice and even saved his life. After the college entrance examination, he had to visit the Dei mansion, even if it was just to be an ordinary friend. Xiangning Mountain was neither too big nor too small, covering over 100 miles. The tea leaves here were particularly delicious and sweet, so many people came to pick tea every June. However, there were bears, monkeys, and even tigers in Xiangning Mountain, making it somewhat dangerous. While climbing the mountain, Hong Chen encountered several groups of antis picking tea. In places with many people, demon beasts would be fewer, so he immediately dashed into the wild mountains without any paths. Hong Chen wandered in the overgrown mountains for a day and a night, encountering only a few wild monkeys along the way. He was almost ready to give up when he finally spotted a black bear dozing off. This black bear was about 3 meters tall and quite fat. Hong Chen observed the bear's aura, which was roughly equivalent to a 10-star warrior, slightly stronger than himself. However, he had eliminated a negative number once and tempered his physique, so he should naturally be stronger than an ordinary 10-star warrior. It was just that demon beasts were inherently tough-skinned and strong, so they were also stronger than ordinary 10-star warriors. Yet, Hong Chen felt no fear. When the strength was about equal, the mind was the key to determining victory or defeat. This black bear, although a demon beast, had not yet awakened its intelligence, so it was not to be feared. He hung his backpack on a tree trunk and, without hesitation, leaped towards the black bear. The bear was sleeping soundly when Hong Chen's fist, the size of a sandbag, landed on its head. The bear, in pain, suddenly woke up, letting out an angry roar and charging at Hong Chen. Hong Chen protected his most vital head, standing still and waiting for the bear's attack. The next second, he felt a heavy blow to his chest, and he was sent flying by the bear, crashing through 2 or 3 camphor trees along the way. Hong Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "That felt great." Just from taking that one hit from the black bear, he gained 3 breaths of spiritual energy, equivalent to 10 hours of hard training. Seeing Hong Chen get up, the black bear roared, shaking the surrounding trees and making the leaves rustle. The bear crouched down, its strong hind legs coiling up, ready to pounce. After a brief silence, the black bear suddenly lunged forward, its body crashing down like a giant rock towards Hong Chen. He dared not take it head-on and quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the falling bear while charging his right fist. As the bear slammed into the ground, he swung his charged fist towards the bear's eyes. Roar! The black bear let out another cry of pain, raising its paws to strike at Hong Chen's body. Seeing this, Hong Chen once again protected his most vital head, standing still and waiting. The black bear's massive paws slammed down on Hong Chen, like a mountain pressing down on him. The tremendous impact made his legs go weak, and he knelt down on the ground, cleverly dissipating some of the force. Although Hong Chen could withstand the bear's blow, his legs would be injured, and he might even suffer a fracture. This was just the beginning. He didn't want to get hurt and waste time recovering. To prepare for a prolonged battle, Hong Chen chose to absorb some of the force. Even so, he still gained 2 breaths of spiritual energy. Kneeling on the ground at the right angle, he extended his right hand and executed a move akin to a monkey stealing a peach, fiercely squeezing the bear's large testicles. The black bear immediately became furious, opening its mouth to bite Hong Chen. Sensing the foul stench from the bear's mouth, Hong Chen quickly crouched down and crawled under the bear's legs, then flipped over and kicked the bear's back. The battle between man and bear raged on, time flying by, and soon the sun began to set. Ultimately, the black bear couldn't hold on any longer. It was completely exhausted, panting heavily on the ground, its massive mouth gasping for air. Hong Chen was also a bit fatigued. He picked up his backpack, jumped to the top of a tree, and began to focus on his breakthrough. After battling the black bear today, Hong Chen had gained 75 breaths of spiritual energy. He had also accumulated 15 breaths of spiritual energy from meditating these past few days, just enough to break through to a 10-star warrior. After completing his breakthrough, his consciousness entered the tavern of Kunlun Yujue. The papers he had left were still the same, with no messages left for him, so he would have to come back tomorrow. Being in the wilderness, the surroundings were unsafe, and Hong Chen couldn't sleep soundly. Usually, he only needed 3 hours of sleep, but today he slept for 6 hours to regain his strength. However, due to not resting well, he still felt a bit sluggish. The black bear was still asleep, clearly exhausted from yesterday's fierce battle. Hong Chen jumped in front of the bear and shouted, "Monster, I want you to help me train." The battle between man and bear began anew. Although the black bear was strong, its stamina was lacking. After 2 or 3 hours of fierce fighting, it ran out of energy, and Hong Chen could only wait quietly for it to recover. With no time to hunt, the black bear was ravenous. Hong Chen took out some bread from Kunlun Yujue, ate his fill, and then tossed a few pieces to the bear. The bear only sniffed at it and didn't eat. It was surprisingly picky. Hong Chen, feeling helpless, had no choice but to let the bear hunt for itself while he searched for other beasts. This time, after only 3 hours, Hong Chen found a silverback gorilla, which also exuded the aura of a nearly 10-star warrior. The silverback gorilla was smarter than the black bear but weaker in strength, only able to provide Hong Chen with 2 breaths of spiritual energy per slap. Nevertheless, Hong Chen didn't mind and continued to battle the silverback gorilla, and the joyful day passed just like that. Soon it was dark, and he had gained a total of 85 breaths of spiritual energy today. The breakthrough in warrior realms was quick. One could advance a level in just a few days, but the 10-star warrior was the peak. Beyond that, the next level was a 1-star martial artist. However, breaking through from a 10-star warrior to a 1-star martial artist was a significant hurdle, requiring 500 breaths of spiritual energy, and there was a chance of failure during the breakthrough. Hong Chen had not yet gathered enough spiritual energy, so he wasn't in a hurry. He entered the tavern of Kunlun Yujue as usual to take a look. Still, no one had left him a message, but a few more words had appeared on the paper written by a Jew, indicating that someone wanted to trade with him. 3 more papers had appeared on the tavern wall, also containing information about bartering. Those with ordinary talents and common techniques often got stuck at the 10-star warrior level, struggling to break through during exams. Hong Chen was facing this situation as well. After 5 days of fierce battles with the black bear and the silverback gorilla, he still hadn't accumulated enough spiritual energy. But there was good news. When he visited the tavern last night, a new line of information had appeared on the paper. "I have pure yang breath. If you want a trade, come for a face-to-face meeting at 8 o'clock tonight." Seeing this line of information, Hong Chen was speechless. It was actually pure yang breath. If he could exchange for pure yang breath, his talent could be upgraded directly from D level to B level. But there was a bit of a problem. This person hadn't mentioned what he wanted, only asking to meet online at night, which felt a bit off. That night, Hong Chen dragged his weary body back to the treetop. He hadn't rested well these past few days, and his body was growing increasingly fatigued. As it approached 8 o'clock at night, he closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered Kunlun Yujue. As soon as he stepped into the tavern, he saw a burly man with a thick beard sitting at a wooden table. This man was tall and robust, with broad shoulders and a strong build, his facial features well-defined, eyes bright and spirited, and his skin a healthy bronze color. Hong Chen walked up to the man and cupped his fists, asking, "Do you have pure yang breath?" "My name is Jiang Menghu." The burly man pointed to a piece of paper on the wall and asked, "Did you leave this?" Hong Chen nodded, sitting down across from Jiang Menghu, and asked, "What do you need?" "I don't need any of the things you wrote on that paper." Jiang Menghu's voice was deep and powerful. He looked at Hong Chen and asked, "Your place should produce a lot of jade, right?" Hong Chen was taken aback and realized, "You need other types of jade?" Jiang Menghu didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I need colorful stones. Can you get them for me?" The Great Xia Kingdom indeed had colorful stones, but they were extremely expensive, and Hong Chen couldn't afford them at all. There are colorful stones, but they're too expensive. If you trade me pure yang breath for them, I'll be at a loss, and I also don't have the money to buy colorful stones, Hong Chen said. Jiang Menghu replied, I know they're expensive. Colorful stones are available everywhere in the 9 provinces, but they're hard to come by. Since you have colorful stones, I can pay, and you just need to help me buy them. After it's done, I'll give you a portion of pure yang breath as a reward for your trouble. What do you think? As long as he helped buy the colorful stones, he would receive pure yang breath in return. Hong Chen immediately agreed to the proposal, saying, sure. Jiang Menghu asked, what's the price of colorful stones where you are? I'm not very clear either. Wait a moment, I'll go out and check, Hong Chen replied. Since there was no internet in Kunlun Yujue, he could only step outside to check the price on his phone. After finding out the price, he logged back in. Although only a few minutes had passed outside, Jiang Menghu had been waiting in the tavern for several hundred minutes. He impatiently asked, how much? The price of colorful stones here is calculated by the gram, at 500,000 per gram, and they usually sell as whole pieces, Hong Chen explained. Jiang Menghu asked again, how heavy is a whole piece? The smaller colorful stones weigh about 10 grams, while the larger ones can weigh up to a pound. Upon hearing this, Jiang Menghu took out dozens of gold bricks from his pocket. Take these gold bricks and sell them, then help me buy a piece of colorful stone. Hong Chen didn't take the gold bricks but first asked, aren't you afraid I'll pocket them or embezzle your gold bricks? These gold bricks are a lot for you, but for me, they're just a drop in the bucket. Jiang Menghu smiled, his well-defined face showing a hint of generosity. If you're short on money, I can give you a few gold bricks after it's done. Wow! Hong Chen couldn't help but exclaim, this was too extravagant. The 9 provinces had countless countries, each with different currencies, so currency only circulated between neighboring countries. But gold was hard currency, exchangeable for money anywhere in any country. Seeing Hong Chen put away the gold bricks, Jiang Menghu asked, how many days do you need? When can I get the colorful stones? After a moment of thought, Hong Chen replied, at 8 o'clock at night in 5 days, I'll bring the colorful stones to the tavern. Jiang Menghu extended his hand, smiling, it's a deal. Hong Chen shook his hand, also smiling, and said, it's a deal. After returning to the real world, Hong Chen rested until dawn. He didn't leave Xiangning Mountain but continued to battle fiercely with the black bear and the silverback gorilla as usual. Finally, in the deep of night, Hong Chen gathered 500 breaths of spiritual energy, but he didn't break through on the spot. When a martial artist breaks through to become a martial master, they need a quiet environment, free from disturbances, otherwise, the breakthrough is likely to fail. After working hard for 500 breaths of spiritual energy, with demonic beasts lurking nearby, he dared not attempt the breakthrough there. Hong Chen left Xiangning Mountain overnight and then took a taxi home, arriving at 3 in the afternoon. He had been too tired these past few days and hadn't rested well. Physical exhaustion could also lead to a failed breakthrough. Not wanting to take any risks, Hong Chen first took a shower and then lay down on his bed, falling into a deep sleep. He slept until the next morning, and when he woke up, he felt a bit hungry, knowing that hunger could affect his breakthrough. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he went out to eat a hearty breakfast and brought some back for Hong Lan and Hong Hu, reminding them, I'm going to break through, so you mustn't disturb me. Back in his room, Hong Chen locked the door, lit a stick of incense, and sat cross-legged on the floor. With everything prepared, he still didn't initiate the breakthrough but instead focused his mind and adjusted his mental state. After about 10 minutes, Hong Chen felt it was time, his spirit and energy were at their peak, and everything was ready, he had to succeed in one go. Hong Chen mobilized all the spiritual energy within him, and it surged like a river, flowing through his meridians, acupoints, and limbs. For a full 500 breaths, the spiritual energy circulated repeatedly, and his body became even more resilient. Soon, a fist-sized ball of white spiritual energy formed in his dantian, compressed to near solidity. But it wasn't enough. Hong Chen exerted all his strength, frantically compressing the white ball of energy, and the sound of dragon roars and tiger howls echoed within him, the sound produced when spiritual energy is compressed to its limit. Suddenly, the shackles within him shattered with a thunderous crash. This was the barrier from martial artist to martial master. An immense aura erupted, shaking the entire room. In his dantian, the dense spiritual energy was compressed into a sphere. Because he possessed the red flame talent, this coin-sized sphere appeared fiery red on its surface. This sphere was the martial master's Dan, the source of a martial master's power. Hong Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. From this moment on, he was a martial master. Jiang Menghu had given him 58 gold bricks, each weighing 5,000 grams, and today's gold price was 600 per gram. Hong Chen silently calculated, realizing that the 58 gold bricks could be sold for a total of 174 million. The price of colorful stones was 500,000 per gram, so 174 million could buy 348 grams of colorful stones. However, selling such a large amount of gold bricks directly might attract unwanted attention. Hong Chen had no choice but to wear a mask and hat, donning Hong Sen's adult coat, and headed to the neighboring district. He found a larger gold shop, took out one gold brick, placed it on the counter, and calmly said, "Exchange for cash." One gold brick could sell for 3 million, which, while still a lot, was much more discreet than 174 million. Because he wore a mask and hat, others couldn't see Hong Chen's face, helping him avoid prying eyes. After selling one gold brick, he took another taxi to the next gold shop, repeating the process. He even took time to go to the restroom, changing his outfit from the clothes hidden in the Kunlun jade pendant to avoid being followed. Perhaps he was being overly cautious, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Although he had broken through to a one-star martial master, his realm was still not sufficient, so he had to be careful. To avoid drawing attention, Hong Chen took a taxi every night to other districts, running through 4 districts in total. By noon on the 5th day, he finally sold all the gold bricks. Looking at the cash and the Kunlun jade pendant, Hong Chen changed his outfit again and headed to the largest jade market in Jianghuai province. When he entered the jade market, he saw Lu Ruyan and her friend. Hong Chen didn't want to cause any trouble, so he remained silent. Since his disguise was decent, Lu Ruyan didn't recognize him, and she was happily chatting with her friend. "This piece of jade is so beautiful. I really want it. If you like it, you can have Long Outyan give it to you. Long Outyan is so stingy, he's not as generous as Hong Chen. I even suspect he's a fake rich second generation. Since Hong Chen treats you so well, why do you still want to break up with him? Hong Chen has the most useless F-level talent. Would you be with someone with F-level talent? Plus, his dad is dead, so he'll just be an ordinary person in the future. How can he be worthy of me? That makes sense. I definitely wouldn't be with an F-level loser. I'm afraid it would affect our future children's genes." Hearing Lu Ruyan's conversation with her friend, Hong Chen rolled his eyes. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. Su Firan didn't care about his poor talent and didn't despise himself either. The gap between people is like the gap between humans and dogs. Someone like Lu Ruyan doesn't deserve to be called human. Hong Chen walked straight up to the female salesperson and quietly said, "I want to buy jade." Seeing Hong Chen, who was dressed very formally, the female salesperson politely asked, "Sir, what kind of jade do you want?" Hong Chen cleared his throat and said, "Colorful stone." Upon hearing these 3 words, the female salesperson was momentarily stunned and then reminded him, "Sir, colorful stone costs 500,000 per gram." "Of course I know that." Hong Chen looked around and added, "There are too many people outside. Do you have a VIP reception room?" The female salesperson, quick on the uptake, immediately nodded and said, "Please follow me." The two arrived at the VIP reception room, where the female salesperson served tea and then asked, "How many grams of colorful stone do you need?" "The smallest we have is 13 grams. Hong Chen waved his hand casually, and a small mountain of cash appeared out of thin air in the VIP reception room. "Here is 174 million. I need a piece of colorful stone under 348 grams. Summoning items out of thin air, the female salesperson's eyes widened. This was a spatial treasure. Spatial treasures are extremely valuable, and ordinary people simply cannot afford them. The female salesperson turned to look at Hong Chen and immediately sensed a powerful aura that only a martial emperor would possess. Hong Chen put on a ring on his left hand, which emitted a faint glow. He quickly retracted his left hand to avoid drawing the female salesperson's attention. Years ago, Hong Chen had confiscated a ring during a case, which was specifically used to conceal one's identity. After wearing this ring, if someone were to spy on him, they would feel an aura comparable to that of a martial emperor. Hong Chen had always treated this ring as a toy, not expecting it to come in handy at this moment. The female salesperson's tone became increasingly respectful as she hurriedly said, "I'll have the manager come over to talk to you." With the ring on, only someone at the martial emperor level could detect its true nature. However, in a small place like Jianghuai province, there were no martial emperors. Nearby Jiangnan province had a few. Soon, a young and handsome manager arrived, his level being 8-star martial spirit. "I heard you want to purchase colorful stone?" Hong Chen responded with a nonchalant and said, "The money is all on the ground." The male manager, looking anxious, said, "I heard from the salesperson about your needs, but the largest colorful stone we have is only 192 grams. Hong Chen expressed slight dissatisfaction, saying, "Just find me a 156-gram colorful stone, that would work." "I understand. Please wait a moment," the male manager said respectfully and hurried away. After a while, the male manager returned with 2 boxes, each containing a colorful piece of jade. Hong Chen didn't move but said, "Count the money, if there are no issues, I'll be leaving." The male manager placed the boxes on the table next to Hong Chen and then called over several people. Before long, they finished counting the cash. The female salesperson approached respectfully and said, "We've counted the cash, the amount is just right." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen stopped hesitating, reached out to put the 2 pieces of colorful stone into the Kunlun jade pendant, and then stood up, ready to leave. The male supervisor, with a face full of apologetic smiles, saw Hong Chen about to leave and took out a piece of red jade from his pocket, bending down to hand it to Hong Chen, saying, "Sir, this is a gift for you. Is this red chalcedony?" Hong Chen said hoarsely, "This thing isn't cheap." The male supervisor replied respectfully, "To be honest, you purchased the colorful stones today, and we actually made 10 million. This piece of red chalcedony is worth 8 million, and it counts as a rebate from our store. If you want to buy jade in the future, I hope you will choose our store first." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen accepted the red chalcedony and said lightly, "Okay." Watching Hong Chen's departing figure, the male supervisor said to the female salesperson beside him, "He speaks concisely and is reserved, walks with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, truly exuding the demeanor of a master." The female salesperson agreed. There are only a few martial emperors in Jianghuai province, and he is probably one of them, but due to his status, he doesn't show himself, so he must be in disguise. The male supervisor nodded and said, "You did well this time. If he comes to our store again, you must be even more polite and respectful." When Hong Chen returned home, he removed his disguise. It was almost 8 in the evening, and he hurried back to his room, entering the Kunlun jade pendant. Jiang Minghu had not yet arrived. The tavern only had a tall, thin young man sitting alone at a wooden table drinking. The young man had an ordinary appearance, tall and thin like a bamboo pole, with dead fish eyes, making him look listless. Bored, Hong Chen walked to the counter and said, "Warm 2 pots of wine and get a plate of fennel beans." Kuei Huang knocked on the wooden counter and said bluntly, "Pay first. My friend will be here soon, I'll have him settle the bill," Hong Chen replied with a smile. But Kuei Huang was unyielding. "I only serve drinks on a pay-first basis, and I treated you last time." The tall, thin man at the next table reached out and casually tossed a piece of broken silver onto the counter, saying lightly, "I'll cover it." Seeing this, Kuei Huang handed a pot of wine to Hong Chen, who was about to express his gratitude to the tall, thin man. But the man waved his hand, signaling Hong Chen not to be polite. "No need to thank me, all wine friends are one family, our meeting is fate. May I ask your surname?" Hong Chen sat down opposite the tall, thin man. "You can call me Long Yuan." "You can call me Jianjiu." The tall, thin man raised his wine pot. Hong Chen clinked his pot with him. Jianjiu was a strangely intriguing name, feeling like a code name. Jianjiu downed the wine in his pot in one go and then got up to leave. Just then, Jiang Minghu entered the tavern, and the two brushed past each other. Jiang Minghu turned to look at Jianjiu and then walked to Hong Chen's table, asking, "Do you know each other?" "Just met," Hong Chen replied. "His name is Jianjiu, it should be a nickname or alias." Upon hearing the name Jianjiu, Jiang Minghu paused and said, "He should be a sword cultivator from the Sword Rain City, and this is not an alias." Hong Chen asked, "What is Sword Rain City?" Jiang Minghu explained, "The most renowned sword cultivators in the 9 provinces usually come from 2 places, Sword Rain City and Luofu Sword Tomb. Luofu Sword Tomb was originally called Sword Tomb, but because it is located in the Luofu realm, it is also referred to as Luofu Sword Tomb. The sword cultivators from Sword Rain City have very distinctive names, with the surname Jian and a number as their given name, such as Jianyi, Jianair, Jianzhou, Jian Shirlu, Jian Ba. But these names are not randomly chosen. The most powerful person in Sword Rain City is called Jianyi, the second most powerful is Jianair, and so on, but it only goes up to Jianbai. The sword cultivators from Sword Rain City are as numerous as the stars, like raindrops falling from the sky. The Jianjiu you just met ranks 9th in such a place, undoubtedly one of the top sword cultivators in the 9 provinces. Jiang Minghu finally said, "The city of Sword Rain and the Sword Tomb of Luofu are sacred places in the hearts of sword cultivators across the 9 provinces. You've met some big shots." "I've learned a lot," Hong Chen replied, taking out 2 pieces of colorful stone and handing them to Jiang Minghu. "The gold bricks you gave me can buy a piece of 348 grams of colorful stone, but I don't have such a large piece here." Jiang Minghu took the colorful stones and immediately pulled out a small porcelain bottle, handing it to Hong Chen, saying, "The pure yang breath is inside." Hong Chen hesitated to take the small porcelain bottle at first. Seeing this, Jiang Minghu patted his head and took out 3 gold bricks, saying, "These are the gold bricks I promised to give you." "Thank you," Hong Chen said, cupping his hands in gratitude, and then put away the 3 gold bricks and the small porcelain bottle. "I have things to do, so I'll take my leave first." After receiving the colorful stones, Jiang Menghu was impatient and hurriedly left the tavern. Hong Chen went to the counter to grab paper and pen, rewriting a note and adding a line at the end, purchasing jade and stone, please leave a message. After returning to the real world, Hong Chen did not rush to consume the pure yang breath because the temperature generated after enhancing his talent was too high and could potentially burn down the house. Therefore, he rode his electric bike alone to a secluded spot by a small river in the middle of the night. There were no flammable materials around, and the river was nearby. If it got too hot, he could just jump into the river. Hong Chen opened the bottle cap and, like drinking water, gulped down the pure yang breath. After cultivating the 8-9 profound art to a great level, a pure yang power would emerge within him. The pure yang breath he consumed at this moment could not be considered pure yang power, it could only be regarded as a trace of pure yang aura. The scorching aura traveled down his throat, and a familiar heat spread throughout Hong Chen's body. He immediately activated the heavenly restoration divine ability. Hong Chen guided the gray-black spiritual energy, wrapping layer upon layer around the pure yang breath, gradually devouring it. He emitted a scorching high temperature, causing the surrounding air to distort, and the river beside him boiled like water in a pot, instantly rising with a large amount of steam. Due to the intense heat, the ground beneath Hong Chen turned charred black, and the leaves on the distant trees quickly turned yellow and then fell, turning to ash before they even reached the ground. The gray-black vortex within Hong Chen was devouring the pure yang breath, but due to the immense energy of the pure yang breath, it took a full 3 hours to completely consume it. After successfully absorbing the pure yang breath, his talent was upgraded to B-level yang flame. Hong Chen opened his eyes, ready to summon the yang flame in his palm to test its power. But suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his forehead, as if the area above his brow was about to split open. What was happening? Did something go wrong when he enhanced his talent? Hong Chen held his head, veins bulging on his face, and because the pain above his brow was too intense, he kept banging his head against the ground, trying to alleviate the pain. After several minutes of pain, the sensation gradually dissipated. Hong Chen took out his phone from the Kunlun jade pendant and opened the camera, wanting to see what was wrong with his forehead. The phone screen displayed Hong Chen's pale face, drenched in sweat, with disheveled hair. Above his brow, a golden mark had appeared, curving upward at the top and downward at the tail, forming an S shape. Seeing the black dirt seeping from his body, Hong Chen immediately understood that his physique had just undergone another refinement. Each time he eliminated the yin number, his physique would be refined, and after eliminating the yin number, he would also gain a divine ability. Since this was the second time he eliminated the yin number, Hong Chen received the second divine ability of the 8-9 profound art, the Eye of Heaven. There were many descriptions of the Eye of Heaven in the 8-9 profound art, abbreviated as the Heavenly Eye. It can look up to the 9 heavens, down to the 9 hells, observe the 3,000 worlds from afar, and discern minute details up close. In simpler terms, the function of the Heavenly Eye is like that of a telescope, magnifying glass, X-ray vision, and night vision. The Heavenly Eye can also shoot out highly offensive beams of light, but it consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. At his current level, Hong Chen can only unleash one shot before becoming exhausted. He touched the golden mark, guiding the spiritual energy within him to gather above his brow. The golden mark slowly cracked open a thin seam, and as this seam widened, an eye appeared. This eye had golden pupils, its gaze cold and merciless, exactly like the legendary eye of the heavenly Tao. When the third eye above Hong Chen's brow fully opened, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from its pupil. This light was like a golden beacon, illuminating everything around. Wherever the golden light shone, everything fell silent, the ripples in the river ceased, and the distant frogs stopped croaking. Hong Chen's senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, became acutely sharp, and every movement around him could not escape his gaze. This sensation was marvelous, as if everything was under his control, with every action of the surrounding things enveloped in his perception. Hong Chen turned his head to look at the steam rising from the river. The steam moved as if in slow motion, rising little by little, like a television playing in slow motion. But it wasn't the steam that had slowed down, it was Hong Chen's visual senses that were too sharp, allowing him to perceive this visual effect. He felt quite uncomfortable with this, as the scene before him was in slow motion, making his limbs feel uncoordinated, a very unpleasant sensation. He immediately stopped channeling spiritual energy, and the heavenly eye slowly closed, eventually transforming back into an S-shaped golden mark, and the discomfort dissipated. Hong Chen reached out to touch the golden mark, which was flat as before, with no gaps. It seemed that apart from the golden mark, there was no difference above his brow compared to usual. It appeared that only when he actively opened the heavenly eye would a seam appear above his brow. Hong Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Having a third eye above his brow would look somewhat frightening. With his talent upgraded to B-level Yang Flame, Hong Chen extended his right hand, and a vibrant burst of crimson gold flames appeared in his palm. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, instantly evaporating the moisture in the air. Even from 100 meters away, one could still feel a scorching heat. "Is this the Yang flame?" Hong Chen exclaimed. "It's simply terrifying." The Yang flame in his hand could reduce a 10-star warrior to ashes in just 3 seconds. If he learned a few powerful fire techniques, he could still inflict considerable damage even against opponents of the same level. Hong Chen rode his electric bike home. The Eye of the Heavenly Tao could slow down the enemy's speed, thus providing a significant advantage in battle. However, after activating the eye, he felt a heavy head and light feet, which was very uncomfortable, like having drunk too much fake alcohol. With only 30 days left until the college entrance examination, time in reality was running out, and Hong Chen could only enter the Kunlun Jade Pendant. The time flow in the Kunlun Jade Pendant was 100 times slower than outside. By adapting to the Eye of the Heavenly Tao for 100 hours here, only 1 hour would pass in the real world. Although he couldn't practice breathing techniques in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, he could still refine his proficiency in martial skills. Hong Chen took out the Great Easy Spear manual he had placed in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, flipping through the manual while adapting to the Heavenly Eye. The Moonstaff, Year Knife, Lifetime Spear techniques required the most time to hone. Su Firan had told Hong Chen that she had been holding a gun since she could stand, and now she had been practicing for over a decade. Among weapons, the staff techniques were the easiest to learn, while knife techniques were also relatively simple, broad and expansive, slightly more difficult to master than staff techniques. Hong Chen didn't particularly like guns. Deep down, he preferred the broad and expansive nature of knives, which is why he had never practiced the Great Easy Spear manual. There was no special reason for this, it was simply because he didn't like it, even though it was a manual created by the 10 ancient masters. As the college entrance examination approached, it was time for Hong Chen to learn a few martial arts techniques. He walked into the tavern and wrote a note, willing to pay handsomely for fire-type martial arts techniques and sword manuals. After writing these words, he posted the note on the wall and left the tavern, continuing to adapt to the Heavenly Eye. Hong Chen had adapted for over 800 hours, but only 8 hours had passed in the real world. He felt it was about time, so he left Kunlun Yujue. After returning to the real world, he activated the Heavenly Eye again, and this time it felt much more comfortable. Although it was still a bit uncomfortable, it was far better than before. Hong Chen nodded. As long as he gave himself time, he would definitely be able to perfectly adapt to the Heavenly Eye. After leaving, Hong Chen didn't idle around. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. When he was still a D-grade talent, it took him 3 hours of cultivation to gather a breath of spiritual energy. But now, with B-grade talent, the speed of cultivation had increased. After an hour and a half of cultivation, he could gather a breath of spiritual energy. If calculated this way, if he cultivated for 15 hours a day, he could gather a total of 10 breaths of spiritual energy, which was quite efficient. However, breaking through the martial master realm was slow. It required a massive amount of spiritual energy to advance from a 1-star martial master to a 2-star martial master. Even if he cultivated to gather 10 breaths of spiritual energy every day, it would take at least a month to break through to a 2-star martial master. Still, getting beaten was more efficient. If he was beaten by a monster for a day, he could gather over 80 breaths of spiritual energy. Hong Chen missed the feeling of being beaten. However, monsters were inherently afraid of being stronger than themselves. This was the instinct of monsters. Now that Hong Chen was a 1-star martial master, if he went to Xiangming Mountain, the silverback gorilla and the black bear would not dare to attack him. They would only flee in panic upon seeing him. This situation was similar to that of Sun Xiaochuan. Because he was stronger, Sun Xiaochuan did not dare to act, and monsters were in a similar situation. Now that Hong Chen was a 1-star martial master with B-grade talent, he should be able to get into a top university in the upcoming college entrance examination, as long as his luck wasn't too bad. As for the top-tier universities, given his current situation, there was almost no hope. But this was not his fault. It was difficult for ordinary people to get into top-tier universities. There were only 10 top-tier universities, and with so many applicants, it was hard to get in. Moreover, the spots in top-tier universities were almost monopolized by powerful families. These families had the equipment to test talents, while ordinary people could only wait for the designated time for free testing. For example, in a powerful family like the Dai House, Su Firan went to awaken his talent as soon as he turned 18. Hong Chen started his training 10 months later than Su Firan, who had been practicing with a gun since he was a child, making his practical skills far superior to Hong Chen's. Unless one had SSS-grade talent like Shia Sha, it would be a stretch for an ordinary person like Hong Chen, with his mediocre talent, to get into a top university. Hong Chen felt it was unfair. He even thought about stepping on the bones of the nobility in the heavenly street, adorned in golden armor throughout the city. Of course, that was just a thought. He was still just a small fry, completely not worth their attention, and could only hype himself up in his mind. In the following days, Hong Chen cultivated during the day and took time at night to adapt to the heavenly eye in Kunlun Yujue for 2 hours. This cycle continued for several days until the end of June. After fully adapting to the heavenly eye, he took a moment to visit the tavern and found an additional message on the note he had written. I have what you need. Come to the tavern tomorrow night at 8. At 8 o'clock that night, Hong Chen entered Kunlun Yujue on time. He had posted a total of 3 notes in the tavern. The first note read, willing to pay handsomely for various rare materials, the second note read, jade and stone purchasing, and the third note read, willing to pay handsomely for fire-type martial arts techniques and sword manuals. The walls of the tavern had also been plastered with many notes over the past few days, densely packed, probably around 80 or 90 sheets. Upon entering the tavern, Hong Chen saw 3 people inside. A Jew was chatting privately with a strange woman, likely conducting a transaction. A serious-looking middle-aged man was sitting with his eyes closed, dressed in a suit, looking like a white-collar worker. It must be him. Hong Chen immediately stepped forward and said, hello, I'm looking to purchase fire-type martial arts techniques and a sword manual. Did you leave a message? The middle-aged man opened his eyes, first sizing up Hong Chen from head to toe, then nodded. Seeing this, Hong Chen sat down across from the man and asked, are you selling martial arts techniques or the sword manual? The middle-aged man did not answer but pointed to a piece of paper labeled Jade Stone Purchasing and asked, the information on this paper should also be from you, right? Hong Chen nodded. The middle-aged man had a keen eye to recognize his handwriting. The man took out 2 books and pushed them across the table to Hong Chen before saying, this is a low-level Earth-grade sword manual and a top-level grade fire-type martial arts technique. Hong Chen did not take the 2 books but looked at the man warily and asked, and then? Since you are in the jade stone purchasing business, it means your area must produce a lot of jade stones. The middle-aged man paused and continued, as long as you can help me buy a piece of crimson jade, I will give you these 2 books. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen fell silent for a moment. A few days ago, he had helped Jiang Menghu purchase colorful stones, and the man had conveniently given him a piece of crimson jade. However, since he didn't have much money left, Hong Chen originally planned to sell the crimson jade for cash. Although the value of the low-level Earth-grade sword manual and the top-level fire-type martial arts technique exceeded that of the crimson jade, money was tight, and he needed funds for college tuition. After being accepted into the martial arts university, he would have to travel far for school, so he intended to save the 3 gold bricks given by Jiang Menghu for his siblings, Hong Lan and Hong Hu. After their parents' death, his elder brother had taken on the role of father, and he had to shoulder the responsibility of caring for his younger siblings, which was also their father's dying wish. Hong Chen wanted to refuse, but the middle-aged man sensed his thoughts and quickly spoke before he could say anything. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. This fire-type martial arts technique can be linked with this sword manual. The combined power of the 2 is even comparable to high-level Earth-grade martial arts techniques. Hearing the man's words, Hong Chen's mouth, which had been open, slightly closed, he did not immediately refuse. I estimate your level isn't high, so you definitely won't be able to use high-level heavenly martial arts techniques that require a lot of spiritual energy. And for slightly weaker high-level Earth-grade techniques, you also won't have enough spiritual energy to perform them. The middle-aged man pointed with his index finger at the 2 books on the wooden table and added, these 2 martial arts techniques and the sword manual are just right for you. Don't miss this opportunity easily, otherwise, you won't have such a good chance in the future. After a moment of hesitation, Hong Chen said, I happen to have a piece of crimson jade, I can exchange it with you. Just as the middle-aged man said, money could be earned again, but if he missed out on these 2 books, there would be no such good opportunity in the future. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, but his face showed little expression. At his age and level, he had long since learned to hide his emotions. I'll go get it for you. Hong Chen left the tavern and then retrieved the crimson jade from the outside space. The Kunlun jade pendant was a spatial treasure, and anything stored inside it would appear outside the tavern. After returning to the tavern, Hong Chen placed the crimson jade on the wooden table, and the middle-aged man pushed the 2 books toward him. They each took the other's items. Hong Chen picked up the 2 books and glanced at them. The fire-type martial arts technique was called Great Burning Heaven Technique, and the sword manual was named Unforeseen Blade Scripture. My name is Luo Feng, the middle-aged man said as he put away the crimson jade, looking at Hong Chen's hands, and added, I might need your help with purchasing in the future. My name is Long Yuan, Hong Chen replied without refusing. If I can help, just let me know, but I will charge a fee. Please wait a moment. Luo Feng stood up and walked out of the tavern but quickly returned, holding a knife in his hand. Luo Feng tossed the knife to Hong Chen and said, "This knife is called Zheng Yang, and it's just right for you. Consider it a deposit I've paid in advance." Although accepting favors from others can be difficult, without a suitable knife of his own, Hong Chen had no choice but to take the Zheng Yang knife, smiling as he thanked him. "Then I'll thank you." Luo Feng waved his hand and turned to leave the tavern, not saying another word. This Luo Feng was not simple. He seemed to see through Hong Chen's thoughts, making him feel as if every move he made was completely under Luo Feng's control. Luo Feng first recognized Hong Chen's handwriting, and then when Hong Chen was about to refuse to give him the crimson jade, he appealed to his emotions and reason, prompting him to change his mind. In the end, with just a glance, Luo Feng noticed that Hong Chen had never held a knife before, and immediately gifted him a Zheng Yang knife, thereby putting him in his debt. When Hong Chen was about to express his gratitude, Luo Feng simply walked away, giving him no chance to thank him, presenting an air of generosity without expecting anything in return. Hong Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Luo Feng was truly on another level. He felt completely at his mercy. If Luo Feng were to ask for help next time, he would most likely not refuse. After putting away the 2 books and the Zheng Yang knife, Hong Chen also left the tavern. He set down the 2 books and eagerly drew the knife from its sheath. The Zheng Yang knife was long and straight, its blade glowing red, clearly a fire-type weapon. Because the Zheng Yang knife had a single-edged blade, this type of knife was also referred to as a horizontal knife. Hong Chen practiced with it a few times. The feel was quite good. He planted the Zheng Yang knife into the ground and picked up the Great Burning Heaven Technique and the Unfathomable Knife Scripture, looking at the contents of the books. Soon, 4 hours had passed, but in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, it had been 400 hours. Time had already passed 12 o'clock. Today was July 1st. At the end of this month, the Great Xia Kingdom would hold the martial artist entrance examination. 30 days was certainly not enough for Hong Chen to master the Great Burning Heaven Technique and the Unfathomable Knife Scripture, but in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, time flowed 100 times slower than outside. This meant that Hong Chen had 3,000 days in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, equivalent to 8 years in the real world. Not to mention 8 years, even 8 months would be enough for him to master the Great Burning Heaven Technique and the Unfathomable Knife Scripture. Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye, adapting to it while picking up the Zheng Yang knife, beginning to practice according to the contents of the Unfathomable Knife Scripture. Hong Chen had long placed his diary in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, and since the time had come, he could turn to the 7th page. After practicing the Unfathomable Knife for several hundred hours, Hong Chen was a bit tired, so he immediately opened the diary. July 1st, 5025, the entrance exam is at the end of the month, and Su Firen has to train diligently, so she doesn't have time to accompany me. But she promised that after the exam, she would go traveling with me. July 8th, 5025, in the past few days, I've been trading with people in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, and I've obtained several heavenly materials and earthly treasures, successfully raising my talent to B level, and my breathing speed has also increased. July 9th, 5025, because Su Firen is in seclusion, and I don't know anyone in the Dei Mansion, I can only stay in my room to cultivate. July 14th, 5025, today I broke through to a 3-star martial artist. The diary's entries reflected that, without the 9 mysteries technique and having just recently improved his talent, his breakthrough speed was quite slow. July 25th, 5025, today I broke through to a 4-star martial artist. July 29th, 5025, tomorrow is the martial artist entrance exam. Su Firen has come out of seclusion, but she is a bit nervous because she fears disappointing her family. I told Su Firen not to worry. As long as she performs at her true level, her strength will definitely allow her to enter a top university. July 30th, 5025, today is the day of the martial artist entrance exam, and the television station will be broadcasting live. Old Master Su called me to watch the competition together, but there are other members of the Su family in the room, and I feel a bit suffocated and uncomfortable, as if someone is secretly watching me. July 31st, 5025, the martial arts college entrance examination is still ongoing, and the competition is fierce. A third of the candidates were eliminated in just one day. August 1st, 5025, I watched the live broadcast with the Su family, and the camera accidentally cut to Su Firen. Her moves were crisp and decisive. With one shot, she took down her opponent, and everyone was excited, cheering loudly. I was thrilled as well. August 3rd, 5025, the number of people on the field is dwindling, with only the last 10 remaining. Although I really hope Su Firen wins first place, Li Chang'an and Luo Lai are just too strong. Even Old Master Su said the top scholar would be among the 2 of them. August 4th, 5025, the college entrance examination competition has finally concluded, and the results were pretty much as I expected. Su Firen successfully secured 3rd place, which is a great achievement and enough to get into a top university. The third place Su Firen achieved refers to the competition's ranking, not the masked one. August 9, 5025, a few days ago, I traveled with Su Firen in Jiangnan province. After returning today, I received the admission notice. Su Firen has been accepted into Tianwu University, and she happily hugged me. August 10, 5025, Old Master Su just privately told me that he has a way to arrange for me to get into a top university. He asked if I would be willing. Of course, I would. There would be no hesitation at all. August 18, 5025, today, I boarded the cross-border flying boat with Su Firen. Old Master Su wrote me a recommendation letter to pass on to the Vice President of Tianwu University, but I wonder if Old Master Su's influence is enough. If that Vice President doesn't give face, wouldn't I have to return to the Great Xia Kingdom in disgrace? This page records so much content. Hongchen previously underestimated the heroes of the world, thinking Su Firen would definitely secure the top scholar position. Unexpectedly, the Great Xia Kingdom is full of talent. Besides Su Firen, there are also Luo Lai and Li Chang'an. However, since the diary does not provide detailed records, I don't know who among the two secured second place and who became the top scholar. When Su Firen came last time, she successfully broke through to an 8-star martial artist. After returning, she secluded herself for a while, and before the martial arts college entrance examination, she had hopes of breaking through to a 9-star martial artist. As for Luo Lai and Li Chang'an, they should also be at the 9-star martial artist level. The difficulty of breaking through from martial artist to martial spirit is extremely high, and the hope for the three of them to break through to martial spirit is very slim. At most, they might reach 10-star martial artist. I am currently a 1-star martial artist, following the rules to practice, and before the martial arts college entrance examination begins, I can at most reach 2-star martial artist. The 2-star martial artist level is completely insufficient compared to Luo Lai, Li Chang'an, and Su Firen. At best, I can only be considered cannon fodder. Moreover, I haven't become a boyfriend or girlfriend with Su Firen, so Su Tianba won't help me write a recommendation letter. If I'm lucky, I might get into a first-rate university, but even a salted fish has dreams, let alone a living person like Hongchen. He also wants to get into a top university. The gap between a top university and a first-rate university is like the difference between heaven and earth. A top university is like a fairy in the sky, while a first-rate university is like a woman underground. There are only 10 top universities, with a total enrollment of just 300,000. In contrast, there are 2,000 first-rate universities, with a total enrollment of 20 million. As for second-rate and third-rate universities, the number of enrollments is even greater, countless to count. The 9 provinces are boundless. Just in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, there are millions of countries, and the Great Xia Kingdom is just one of them. Among these hundreds of thousands of countries, the Great Xia Kingdom is considered a strong nation, but there is still a significant gap compared to superpowers. The Great Xia Kingdom has 2 capitals and 13 provinces, with Jianghuai province having hundreds of thousands of students each year, but only half of them will participate in the martial arts college entrance examination. Therefore, combined, the 2 capitals and 13 provinces have about 2 million candidates. The martial arts college entrance examination is a nationwide unified system, and 2 million candidates will be placed on the same battlefield to compete in the examination. Between the candidates, there will be mutual slaughter. The more candidates eliminated during this time and the longer one survives, the higher the final ranking. However, in this martial arts college entrance examination, the vast majority of students are cannon fodder, especially those who have not broken through to the martial master level, who are left with the fate of being at the mercy of others. Candidates like Hong Chen, who have broken through to the martial master realm, are in a slightly better situation. But when faced with martial masters of a higher realm, he can only flee. Even if he breaks through to a 2-star martial master, it is still not enough in the college entrance examination competition. It seems he can only go out and find someone to beat him up, trying to improve his realm as much as possible. Hong Chen fell into thought, wondering if he could hire a private tutor to beat him up, or perhaps pay someone to do the same. In the real world, both ideas seem quite bizarre. Who would spend money to have someone beat them? Only a masochist would do that. When Hong Chen thought of masochists, his mind suddenly cleared, and an idea popped up. He could pretend to be a masochist and then hire someone to whip him. Of course, normal people wouldn't agree to such an exaggerated and absurd request, so he could only look for some people with violent tendencies. As for where to find such people, he could only trouble Uncle Wang. He works in the security bureau and must have contact with such individuals. Of course, there are also underground boxing rings in Jianghuai province, specializing in illegal fights, where the participants are quite ruthless. After learning the location, Hong Chen wanted to try his luck in the ring, but his realm was too low, and the organizers wouldn't give him a chance. Uncle Wang refused to agree to this matter, and Hong Chen had no choice but to pester him. but Uncle Wang just wouldn't budge. Left with no options, Hong Chen lied, saying, "I'm trying to treat people with violent tendencies." But this wasn't really a lie, because getting beaten up would also allow others to vent their violence. How could that not be considered treatment? In the end, Uncle Wang mentioned a name and advised Hong Chen to speak nicely to the person. When Hong Chen found this person, he was taken aback because this person looked very violent. She was a woman over 2 meters tall, with a powerful build, broad shoulders, and explosive muscles all over her body, with bulging veins on her arms, weighing at least 300 pounds. Upon seeing this female hero, Hong Chen couldn't help but swallow hard and instinctively took a few steps back. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The female hero's voice was deep and powerful. I have masochism." Hong Chen stuttered nervously, his words unclear. "I heard. You have violent tendencies. Can you hit me?" The female hero showed a confused expression. "What do you mean? Are you making fun of me?" "That's pretty much what I mean. If you're not convinced, then just hit me." As soon as Hong Chen finished speaking, a heavy punch landed on his face, sending him rolling for over 10 meters before he steadied himself. A 3-star martial master, Hong Chen quickly assessed the female hero's strength. From that punch, he gained 3 breaths of spiritual energy. Hong Chen squatted on the ground, wiped the blood from his nose, and then mocked, "Too weak." Without needing any provocation, the female hero lunged at him like she had taken gunpowder, delivering an uppercut. Hong Chen was sent spiraling into the air, and before he could land, the female hero followed up with a powerful kick to his chest. He was kicked back, crashing into a solid steel utility pole, bending it. 5 breaths of spiritual energy. Hong Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling intense pain in his chest. He staggered to his feet and taunted again, "Is that all the strength you have?" The female hero couldn't stand being provoked even a little. Furious, she bared her teeth and dashed in front of Hong Chen, knocking him down with a punch. Then, she mounted him and delivered a series of punches. Bang, 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 bang. After just a dozen punches, Hong Chen lost consciousness. When he woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. He had been taken to the hospital by kind-hearted people, and both Hong Lan and Hong Hu were by his side. Seeing that Hong Chen had woken up, the two let out a sigh of relief. The combat power of the female hero was too strong, exceeding Hong Chen's expectations. He felt a bit guilty for causing unnecessary worry for Hong Hu and Hong Lan. After returning home, Hong Chen meditated for several days and practiced martial arts at Kunlun Yujue in the evenings. On July 7th, he gathered enough spiritual energy and broke through to a 2-star martial master. Not wanting to worry Hong Hu and Hong Lan, whenever he provoked the female hero again, Hong Chen felt he was about to reach his limit, so he would decisively escape, not giving the female hero a chance to strike him down. On July 18th, Hong Chen broke through to a 3-star martial master, with only 11 days left until the college entrance examination. Time was running short, and he frequently provoked the female hero. This time, he broke through to a 4-star martial master in just 8 days. Moreover, last night, Hong Chen obtained another rare treasure, successfully upgrading his talent to an A-grade son. With the college entrance examination approaching, his chances of success increased, so he stopped provoking the female hero and stayed home to recover. Of course, while recuperating, Hong Chen didn't just lie in bed sleeping, he remained in Kunlun Yujue, practicing the Great Burning Heaven technique and Wuwang Blade scripture. He had practiced these two martial arts for over 1,000 hours and was already quite proficient. Additionally, he had completely overcome the discomfort of the Eye of Heaven and could now use it perfectly. Time passed day by day, and soon it was July 29th, the last day before the college entrance examination. After much hesitation, Hong Chen finally called Su Firen. When the call connected, both of them said hello, followed by a long silence. Hong Chen thought of many opening lines, but when the call actually went through, he didn't know how to start. Su Firen's annoyed voice came through the phone. "Just say what you want to say." "Good luck on the exam," Hong Chen managed to squeeze out after a long pause. "Boring," Su Firen replied. "If you have nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Wait," Hong Chen hurriedly said. "After the exam, I'll come find you. I have something to tell you." "What is it that can only be said after the exam? Can't you say it now?" Hong Chen was taken aback. "Well, I could say it now, but I feel a bit embarrassed." Su Firen was very clever. Upon hearing Hong Chen's words, she immediately guessed what he wanted to say. "Aren't you interested in someone else? How can you say that to me? Do you think it's appropriate?" No matter what, Hong Chen was a bit anxious. "Can't we at least be friends?" "We can't." Su Firen's response was crisp and decisive, and she hung up the phone right after. Hong Chen called again, but the other party had already turned off her phone. He felt a mix of emotions. On one hand was Shia Sha, and on the other was Su Firen, and he didn't want to let either of them down. This wasn't about Hong Chen being fickle, it was more about the situation he was facing. which was somewhat akin to the dilemma of loyalty and filial piety. Damn it! Hong Chen cursed in frustration. The next morning, Hong Chen took his exam admission ticket and headed to Zhenghuai High School. He saw Ng Huanhuan, Sun Xiaochuan, Lu Ruyan, and Lan Aotian. Then, a series of buses arrived at the school gate, carrying numerous candidates to the assembly point. 2 hours later, the candidates arrived at the assembly point, where a teleportation array stood ahead. The students lined up to enter the teleportation array. Those who stepped into it would be transported to a random location inside. Hong Chen handed his admission ticket to the proctor, who checked it and then handed him a card. This card was about the size of an ID card, with his basic information written on it: name, Hong Chen, candidate number, 4396 points, 0 points, survival time, 0 minutes. Hong Chen put away the card and stepped into the teleportation array. His vision blurred, the light shifted, and his body felt lighter as he floated up. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Beneath his feet was a vast desert of yellow sand, the sky was a clear blue, and there wasn't a cloud in sight. Here is a space treasure similar to the Kunlun Jade, but this treasure contains immense space, stretching for hundreds of miles. I will soon be here to face candidates from all over the country. Today is the day of the martial artist college entrance examination, and people across the nation are gathered in front of their televisions, watching the live broadcast. Hong Lan and Hong Hu are also at home, with milk tea and sunflower seeds on the table, while the host on the television is giving the opening remarks. Second sister, what do you think Big Brother can achieve? Does he have a chance to get into a third-rate university? He has the worst F-level talent and locks himself in his room every day. Who knows if he is training or just sleeping? Hong Hu nodded at this and said, in my opinion, Big Brother shouldn't risk his life to participate in the martial artist entrance exam. He might as well learn a trade. Hong Lan sighed, I don't expect Big Brother to achieve a great ranking, I just hope he doesn't lose his life. The sparring battles between martial artists are not child's play, and there is certainly a risk of life. Therefore, every year, some candidates die on the examination field, which is unavoidable. If a martial artist fears death, even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, his existence holds no meaning. Since they are called martial artists, the most important thing is the word martial. Martial artists must temper their martial arts through life and death battles, break through the limits of martial arts, and climb to the peak of martial arts. That is the meaning of martial. If a martial artist is too afraid to participate in the entrance exam, to the point of fearing death, it would be better for him to give up training early and live as an ordinary person. If a martial artist does not dare to fight, what use is their level? Is it just for show? It's like studying for over a decade, only to become a security guard out of fear of hardship. It would have been better to become a security guard from the start and avoid taking a detour for 10 years. The television screen cuts to a tall, sturdy man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, dressed in a black short-sleeved outfit, with strong limbs, slightly curly short hair, a square face, and a big nose. The host, looking at the script in hand, introduces, this is Luo Lai from Fengtian province. Although he looks a bit mature, he is indeed 18 years old this year. Originally, Luo Lai was accepted early by Longjing University, but he didn't want to leave any regrets, so he declined Longjing University's offer and resolutely participated in the martial artist entrance exam. I guess he wants to rely on his own strength to get into a top university. Luo Lai is at the 10-star martial master level and is one of the most promising candidates to win the national martial artist competition. We can pay special attention to Luo Lai. Longjing University is one of the top 10 universities, and Luo Lai being accepted early is enough to prove his outstanding talent. The host did not reveal Luo Lai's talent, probably to keep it confidential and prevent evil cultivators from targeting him. But this is like taking off one's pants to fart. Being accepted by a top university already hints at his excellent talent. The scene in the drama shifts again, cutting to a thin young man with short hair, wearing a white tank top, with dragon and tiger tattoos on his exposed arms. This short-haired young man holds a black machete, with a sinister and fierce gaze, looking somewhat like a street thug. The host introduces, due to confidentiality agreements, I cannot reveal his real name, but his nickname is Little Knife. Little Knife is at the 9-star martial master level, with strong abilities, and is also one of the most promising candidates to win. Although Luo Lai's level is higher than his, I personally have high hopes for him because I know some information about Little Knife. The host pretends to be mysterious, trying to pique the audience's interest, leaving a suspenseful cliffhanger. Meanwhile, far away in Jiangnan province, Su Tianba, upon hearing the host's words, smiled and looked at the middle-aged man beside him, asking, this Little Knife is the son of Black Knife Azura, right? A middle-aged man named Su Yuan nodded. Xiao Dao has been at the Tianchen Great Wall all this time, and this time he is returning to the Great Xia Kingdom to participate in the martial arts college entrance examination because he has reached the appropriate age. The Black Blade Azura has earned this title at the Tianqian Great Wall, which is enough to prove his strength. He is the only one in the Great Xia Kingdom besides me who holds a position at the Tianqian Great Wall. Su Tianba praised, at under 40 years of age, he has achieved this level, his future is limitless. If Xiao Dao has even half the talent and potential of the Black Blade Azura, he should at least be able to secure a spot in the top 3 of the martial arts college entrance examination. The scene in the TV drama shifted again, this time revealing a woman with a ponytail, and the host continued to explain, "This is Su Firen from the Dei Mansion in Jiangnan Province. I believe the audience has already guessed that she is the granddaughter of General Su Tianba." Su Yuan, seeing the scene in the drama, asked, "Dad, does Firen have a chance to make it into the top 3? Su Tianba murmured, "If it were last year's martial arts college entrance examination, Su Firen would definitely have been the top scorer, but this year there are too many outstanding candidates. I've received a lot of insider information. Besides Luo Lai and Xiao Dao, there is also a peerless genius from Jianghuai province. This person's strength is on par with Luo Lai, and he is praised by the outside world as the most outstanding talent of the Great Xia Kingdom in 1,000 years. Just listen to how impressive that nickname is." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan immediately said, "You can't say that. A star from the Great Xia Kingdom is also called the most beautiful woman in 5,000 years, but I think she looks just average, not as pretty as Firen. I suspect that the so-called 1,000-year talent is just commercial hype. He might just be a flash in the pan, a weakling," Su Yuan commented sharply. Su Tianba was a bit speechless and explained, "The title of 1,000-year talent was given by Chen Tianqiu. This is not commercial hype." Chen Tianqiu is the vice president of Yuanyan University. Although he is now retired, Yuanyan University is one of the top universities, and he has seen countless geniuses in his lifetime. To be praised by him as the 1,000-year talent of the Great Xia Kingdom must mean that person is an exceptionally rare genius. Su Tianbao continued, "Also, one of the 72 blessed lands, Yuan Baojing, has a holy son who is also 18 this year. He has also refused direct admission and is participating in this entrance examination. There are also participants from Mingyue Sword Pavilion by the South China Sea this year, and from Qingzhou Mansion in Xishu and Zhenyuan Mansion in Nanzhou. These are all top families that are no less than the Dei Mansion, and they all have participants this year." Hearing this, Su Yuan swallowed hard and said despondently, "If that's the case, isn't Firen in trouble? Firen has worked hard since she was young, practicing diligently every day. Among the children of her generation in the Dei Mansion, she is the most outstanding," Su Tianbao said, then speculated, "If she can fully unleash her strength, she should have no problem making it into the top 3. Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "As long as she makes it into the top 5, she can get into a top university. Even if she performs poorly, she should still be able to make it into the top 5. Su Tianbao shook his head and said, "That's hard to say. If she encounters a strong opponent right from the start and gets injured, it will affect her combat power, making the subsequent battles very difficult." As the sun rose, the sunlight was scorching. The boundless desert resembled a golden ocean, and a gust of wind swept in from the distance, stirring up the sand on the ground and forming a swirling column of sand that rose into the air. Su Tianbao's words were quite prophetic, but unfortunately, they were like a crow's mouth. Su Firen opened her eyes, and not far in front of her, a white light appeared, and a black-faced man was also teleported to this place. Both thought the other was an easy target, so without any words, they charged straight into battle. A silver spear appeared out of thin air in front of Su Firen. She reached out and grasped it firmly in her hand. The black-faced man, empty-handed, took a quick step forward to Su Firen, his right hand clenched into a fist, and he aimed a punch directly at Su Firen's chest. Su Firen's movements were even faster. She swung the silver spear violently, executing a sweeping move that could take down an army. The man with the black face had no choice but to retract his fist, raise his arms, and slightly crouch as he braced himself to take the blow from the sweeping gun barrel. Bang! A tremendous recoil surged through both of them, causing Su Firen and the man with the black face to step back in unison. They asked in unison, "Who are you?" A true expert reveals their skill with the first move. After just one exchange, they both sensed the other's extraordinary prowess. Jiangnan, Dei Prefecture, Su Firen. Nanzhou, Zhenyuan Prefecture, Wei Wei. Dei Prefecture is located in the bustling Jiangnan province, renowned as the most famous residence in the Great Xia Kingdom. Zhenyuan Prefecture is slightly less prestigious, but it is still a family of military lineage. Both were 9-star martial masters, at the same level, so this comparison would determine who had the better foundational skills. Under the sunlight, Su Firen's silver spear glimmered with a cold light, and the wind stirred her ponytail, swaying it back and forth. Having practiced with the spear since childhood, her stance was incredibly stable, her tall figure resembling a proud pine standing firm amidst the yellow sands of the desert. Wei Wei, bare-handed, took a deep breath as if to draw in all the air around him. Then, his body swelled, his skin tightening to reveal solid muscles, and his originally tan skin turned increasingly yellow, eventually becoming a dazzling golden hue after a few breaths. Seeing this, Su Firan charged at Wei Wei like an arrow released from a bow, her silver spear stabbing out like lightning. This thrust was named Chasing the Wind and the Moon, and Su Firan's speed was astonishing, leaving a trail of silver light in its wake. Wei Wei, transformed into a muscular giant, did not dodge but instead clenched his right fist. With a clang, he smashed his fist against the oncoming spear tip. Stepping forward, he grabbed the spear with both arms, using sheer strength to try to wrest it from Su Firan's grip. Losing the silver spear would mean losing half of her combat power. After years of spear training, Su Firan had long mastered countermeasures against such attempts. As Wei Wei exerted force to seize the spear, Su Firan spun on her feet, her body rotating like a top, and the silver spear slipped from Wei Wei's control. Immediately, Su Firan swung the silver spear, which moved like a raging tide, drawing arcs in the air, the spear's shadows overlapping like a flood surging towards Wei Wei. Faced with the dense barrage of spear shadows, Wei Wei let out a roar, his skin turning an even deeper gold. Relying on his indomitable physique, he endured this round of attacks. Seeing her assault ineffective, Su Firan had to retract her spear and change tactics. But Wei Wei was waiting for this moment. He took a large step forward with his left foot, closing in, and his right fist struck like a mountain-splitting stone, aiming for Su Firan's abdomen. Su Firan was sent flying 100 meters away, her body tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the sandy ground, sending up a cloud of sand. Because he had rushed the attack, Wei Wei's punch did not unleash its full power. Su Firan, however, felt the impact deeply, her internal organs churning violently, nearly spitting out blood. She immediately summoned her spiritual energy to forcefully mitigate her injuries. From 100 meters away, Wei Wei took just 3 steps to reach Su Firan, eager to press the attack. Su Firan hurriedly got up to defend herself as golden fists rained down on her, and she could only use the spear shaft to block. Wei Wei's punches were astonishingly powerful, causing the spear shaft to vibrate, nearly slipping from Su Firan's grip. Sharp weapons like spears and daggers are most vulnerable to martial artists with solid physiques, and Wei Wei was precisely such a martial artist who had honed his body to the extreme. Su Firan was also ignited with true fire. She leaped slightly, her right foot kicking fiercely towards Wei Wei's chest, using the recoil to slide back several meters. Before she could stabilize herself, a surge of energy erupted around her, and an illusory white dragon coiled out from her body, winding around her hand and then wrapping around the spear shaft. After a slight hesitation, Wei Wei took a big step forward and threw another punch, the wind from his fist howling with the force of thunder. Su Firan tightly gripped her silver spear with both hands, inhaling deeply. As she held her breath, her spirit reached its peak, and the spiritual energy within her surged to its zenith at that moment. The white dragon that had been coiling around the spear suddenly broke free, transforming into a silvery light that leaped forward with Su Firan's thrust of the spear. This move was from the Great Easy Spear Manual. White Dragon emerges from the abyss. Back on the playground of Jianghuai High School, Su Firan had used this very move to instantly defeat Long Outyan's bodyguard. The silver spear, accompanied by the illusory dragon, aimed directly at Wei Wei's chest. Wherever the spear tip passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. This strike was both swift and fierce, an unstoppable force that scattered the surrounding yellow sand. A serious look flashed in Wei Wei's eyes. He knew this move was not to be underestimated. His muscles tensed, and spiritual energy flowed within him as he prepared to take the hit. But just as the silver spear was about to make contact, Wei Wei suddenly sidestepped, extending his right hand to try and grab the spear shaft. Su Firan had already anticipated this. She guessed that Wei Wei was pretending to take the hit, intending to seize the spear again. With a flick of her wrist, Su Firan made the silver spear draw an odd angle in the air, evading Wei Wei's hand. The spear tip, like a white dragon flicking its tongue, burst forth with a flash of white light, aiming straight for Wei Wei's heart. Although Wei Wei reacted quickly, retracting his hand and crossing his arms to protect his chest, the white light pierced through his arms as if it were the sharpest point in the world. Seeing this, Su Firan exerted force with her arms, pushing the spear forward, and a clang echoed as the spear tip advanced once more. Wei Wei's physique was exceptionally sturdy, but the spear tip still penetrated his skin. To avoid injury to his chest, Wei Wei slid back, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. After Su Firan's strike, she swiftly withdrew the spear, and a spurt of blood erupted from Wei Wei's chest as he knelt on the ground, clutching his chest. If he hadn't managed to release the force in time, the spear tip would have pierced his heart, and he would have nearly died. Wei Wei slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with rage. This woman was simply too vicious, and he would not let this go. In contrast, Hong Chen had much better luck. He had 3 people around him. None of these 3 had reached the level of a martial artist, and Hong Chen easily eliminated them. Name: Hong Chen. Candidate number: 4396 points, 3 points. Survival time: 5 minutes. Because Hong Chen defeated 3 people, he earned 3 points. If he wanted to get into a top university, he not only had to survive until the end but also needed to accumulate many points. Hong Chen immediately activated his heavenly eye, looking around. The heavenly eye had many functions, one of which was long-distance vision. He could clearly see scenes several kilometers away, and as Hong Chen's level increased, the distance he could see would also extend. Hong Chen retracted his gaze and closed his heavenly eye. 3 kilometers to the northwest, there was a male candidate at the level of a 1-star martial artist. He was a 4-star martial artist, and dealing with a 1-star martial artist was a piece of cake. With this thought, Hong Chen took a big step forward, and in just a few seconds, he was in front of the male candidate. When the male candidate heard the sound of wind breaking, Hong Chen was already less than 10 meters away from him. The next second, a fist the size of a cooking pot smashed toward him. The male candidate was still in a daze, completely unable to resist, and Hong Chen's punch knocked him to the ground, rendering him unconscious. As the male candidate clearly fell unconscious, the card in his pocket quietly shattered, and a white light enveloped him. With a flash of brilliance, the unconscious male candidate disappeared from the spot. He was teleported out of the examination room, which also meant he was eliminated. Hong Chen continued his hunt, and after defeating 5 more candidates, he encountered a skilled opponent. This was a male candidate, short and thin, with bony cheeks and thick hair, but slightly balding, looking like a skinny monkey. The thin monkey candidate is at the level of a 6-star martial artist, 2 realms higher than Hong Chen. However, Hong Chen has eliminated 2 instances of negative energy and has undergone 2 refinements of his physique, making his body even stronger than that of the thin monkey candidate. The thin monkey candidate reaching the 6-star martial artist level is definitely not an ordinary person. He is either a scion of a prominent family or someone with extraordinary talent who can break through to 6-star martial artist in just 4 months. If he is the former, the thin monkey candidate would surely be proficient in many martial arts techniques, and his combat power would exceed that of an average 6-star martial artist. If he is the latter, the thin monkey candidate might only know 1 or 2 martial arts techniques, but his talent would be very formidable, and his combat power would also surpass that of an average 6-star martial artist. But if he possesses both qualities, that would be the worst-case scenario. Hong Chen did not dare to let his guard down. He first exchanged a punch with the opponent, nearly fracturing his hand, but he also gained 3 breaths of spiritual energy. The thin monkey candidate did not reveal any weapons, indicating he practiced hand-to-hand combat. Although Hong Chen trained in sword techniques, he wanted to engage the thin monkey candidate in close combat, as this way, he could draw on his increasingly powerful body to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. The thin monkey candidate was pushed back 3 steps by Hong Chen's punch, slightly frowning and showing displeasure, muttering a nasty curse. Hong Chen rubbed his swollen wrist. The thin monkey candidate's physique was harder than he had imagined. Hearing the thin monkey candidate's crude words, Hong Chen retorted, "Your mother is dead too." The thin monkey candidate's demeanor was truly low. This was the competition site for martial artists' college entrance exams. Did he really need to greet him before making a move? Both charged forward simultaneously, fists colliding, abundant spiritual energy swirling, stirring up a storm of dust. Hong Chen's movements were faster. After 1 punch, he executed a sweeping kick. The thin monkey candidate, agile, jumped back to evade Hong Chen's sweeping kick. Seeing this, Hong Chen rose, his chest swelling, channeling spiritual energy to his throat, then opened his mouth and spewed forth a massive flame. This flame blotted out the sky, like a rolling sea, instantly engulfing the thin monkey candidate. Moreover, the temperature of this flame was extremely high, melting the yellow sand on the ground into liquid. This fiery technique was derived from the Great Burning Heaven technique, named Grand Fire Extinguishing. As the flames and smoke dissipated, the figure of the thin monkey candidate emerged, encased in a block of purple ice crystal. Clearly, this thin monkey candidate possessed an ice-type mutation talent, possibly the purple crystal ice talent, or perhaps the purple jade mysterious ice talent. Fire and ice are opposing talents. If the fire's temperature is hotter, it can melt the ice, and if the ice's temperature is colder, it can freeze the fire. Before the martial artist's college entrance exam began, Hong Chen had raised his talent to A level. However, the flames he spewed could not melt the purple ice crystal, indicating that the thin monkey candidate's talent should be S level. Hong Chen looked up at the sky. It was now 8:30 in the morning, and there were still 3.5 hours until noon. After the flames dissipated, the thin monkey candidate shattered the ice crystal, then formed a long sword of purple ice crystal in his hand. Hong Chen also summoned the Zhangyang sword from the Kunlun jade pendant. He gripped the sword in his right hand and brushed his left hand along the blade, igniting flames along the sword's body. The thin monkey candidate held the purple ice crystal long sword, lightly flicking the tip, causing a stream of cold air to transform into countless ice spikes, shooting towards Hong Chen. Seeing this, Hong Chen slashed forward, unleashing a wave of fire. The flames collided with the ice spikes in midair. With the enhancement of the Zhangyang sword, the temperature of the flames increased, and steam filled the air from the collision of ice and fire. Before the steam could dissipate, Hong Chen slashed through it, instantly closing in on the thin monkey candidate. He held the sword horizontally, carving a blazing trajectory in the air. Wherever the blade passed, the air was scorched, emitting a hissing sound. The thin monkey candidate stepped back, firmly planting himself on the ground, while raising his long sword forward. One sword and one blade, one hot and one cold, the two intersected in the air, producing a thunderous sound, with sparks and ice shards flying everywhere. The ice crystal long sword in the hands of the thin monkey candidate instantly melted into a puddle of water, while the Zhangyang knife in Hong Chen's hand remained unscathed. As the ice crystal long sword melted into water, the thin monkey candidate immediately threw a punch, striking fiercely at Hong Chen's chest. Hong Chen could have dodged, but he didn't. Instead, he took the punch head-on. Seeing Hong Chen, who had been knocked down by his punch, the thin monkey candidate looked puzzled and asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" "Because I'm not afraid." Hong Chen slowly got back up and then sheathed the Zhangyang knife back into the Kunlun jade pendant. The thin monkey candidate asked again, "Why aren't you afraid?" "Not afraid is just not afraid." Hong Chen felt helpless. He couldn't exactly say that getting hit would grant him spiritual energy. With both of them weaponless, they engaged in close combat, which was Hong Chen's favorite domain. One punch from you, one punch from me. They fought each other without any grace. The thin monkey candidate had good stamina, and he and Hong Chen battled for 2 hours. At this point, Hong Chen was bruised and battered, with contusions all over his body, while the thin monkey candidate had slightly fewer injuries. However, despite being more injured, Hong Chen grew stronger as they fought. The thin monkey candidate's punches became weaker. After 2 hours of fierce fighting, his strength was nearly exhausted. This couldn't go on. The thin monkey candidate's face grew increasingly grim. With his S-level talent and 6-star martial artist status, he should have been able to enter a top university. But this kid was getting stronger. If he continued to tangle with him, he might end up losing, which would mean only being able to enter a third-rate university. A third-rate university was unacceptable. Thinking of this, the thin monkey candidate punched Hong Chen away, but instead of pursuing the advantage, he turned and ran without hesitation. Hong Chen wouldn't give him that chance. Seeing the thin monkey candidate trying to escape, he immediately summoned the Zhangyang knife, then leaped and slashed down from the air, eliminating the thin monkey candidate. Originally, Hong Chen wanted to fight a bit longer, but he didn't expect the thin monkey candidate to run away. Fortunately, the spiritual energy within him was sufficient. He looked around and, seeing no other candidates, sat cross-legged on the ground to begin his breakthrough. Only a few minutes passed, and he quickly completed his breakthrough, reaching the 5-star martial artist level. Masters are few. In the annual martial artist college entrance examination, less than 20% of candidates can break through to the martial artist level, while the remaining 80% are still at the warrior level. Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye, searching for other candidates from a long distance. Anyone he discovered couldn't escape his grasp. He hunted from noon until evening, eliminating 36 candidates, with only 3 reaching the martial artist level, and they were all at the 1-star and 2-star martial artist levels, completely lacking the strength to fight back. Hong Lan and Hong Hu watched the live broadcast all day, but the camera never focused on Hong Chen even once. At the beginning, the camera was on Su Firen and Wei Wei, who fought from morning until afternoon. Su Firen was indeed strong, but Wei Wei's talent countered her. Although she ultimately managed to severely injure Wei Wei, Su Firen also exhausted her energy and suffered serious internal injuries. Watching the ranking that flashed on the television, Hong Lan rubbed her eyes and exclaimed in shock, "Look at the 10th place on the leaderboard." Hong Hu, who was eating, looked up at Hong Lan's words, and what came into view were 2 characters, Hong Chen. First place, Li Chang'an, points, 54. First place, Luolai, points, 54. Third place, Xiaodao, points, 52. Fourth place, Mu Yunlu, points, 51. Fifth place, Qinzhou, points, 50. Sixth place, Jiang Pingzhou, points, 49. Seventh place, Sidulan, points, 48. Eighth place, Shaolin, points, 47. Ninth place, Sun Songfeng, points, 46. 10th place, Hong Chen, points, 45. Hong Hu couldn't believe it and said, "It might be a namesake." Hong Lan nodded. Big brother has F-level talent, and the camera never focused on him even once. It must be another candidate with the same name. Neither of them believed that this Hong Chen was their big brother. If an F-level talent could rank in the top 10, it would be as unlikely as a Sao climbing a tree. The piece of Kunlun jade in Hong Chen's hand was a sacred object of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. He feared it would bring about his own demise, so he didn't tell anyone about it. Li Chang'an and Luo Lai were tied for first place. In Hong Chen's diary, one was the top scholar, and the other was the second place. But the diary didn't clarify who was who, and Hong Chen only knew that both were very strong. Night was the most dangerous time. After a day of fierce battles, Hong Chen felt a bit tired and weak as night fell, so he looked for a place to rest for a while. Suddenly, he heard a sound behind him. With the opening of his heavenly eye, his senses had become extremely sharp. Even from a distance and with a faint sound, he still heard it. Hong Chen immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Beneath the night sky in the vast desert, a girl had fainted in the darkness, her high ponytail swaying in the wind. Hong Chen recognized her at a glance and quickly dashed to Su Firen's side. "Hey!" Hong Chen shook Su Firen's shoulder. "Are you okay?" Su Firen opened her eyes groggily, saw it was Hong Chen, and tiredly said, "Do I look okay to you?" Then she completely fainted. Seeing this, Hong Chen had no choice but to carry her and hide in a safe place. Just past midnight, as Hong Chen was closing his eyes to rest, 2 lines of information suddenly appeared on his exam card. The desert is gradually shrinking. Please proceed to the central area of the desert. Candidates still on the outskirts of the desert before 8 a.m. the next day will be directly teleported out of the desert and lose their qualification to continue participating in the martial arts college entrance examination. Starting at 8 a.m. the next morning, after you eliminate other candidates, you will inherit 50% of their points. The first piece of information resembled the shrinking circle in games like Peace Elite and PUBG. As the college entrance examination continued, the number of candidates would only decrease, so the desert had to gradually shrink, otherwise, it would be difficult to find other candidates later in the competition. Once the desert's area shrank, it would trigger battles between candidates more frequently. The second piece of information indicated that originally, if Hong Chen defeated a candidate, he would only gain 1 point. But starting at 8 a.m. the next morning, if the candidate he eliminated had 4 points, Hong Chen could inherit 50% of their points. Adding the original 1 point, Hong Chen would gain a total of 3 points. This mechanism was designed to encourage strong fighters to engage in battles. Eliminating 6-star martial masters and 6-star martial artists would still only yield 1 point, so everyone would definitely prefer to eliminate 6-star martial artists. The dawn light began to brighten. Su Firen slowly opened her eyes, her face was slightly pale, and she didn't look well. Noticing she was awake, Hong Chen squatted in front of Su Firen, took out a bottle of mineral water, and asked with concern, "Do you want some?" Su Firen remained silent, expressionless, and simply shook her head. Even if a martial master didn't eat or drink for 10 days, their stamina wouldn't suffer much. "I don't have any healing pills," Hong Chen said, holding the mineral water, his tone quite complex. He had been severely injured by Long Aodian's bodyguard, and if Su Firen hadn't timely fed him a healing pill, he would have long since met his end. Seeing the worry and guilt on Hong Chen's face, Su Firen finally spoke. "I took a healing pill before I fainted. My injuries are not serious. I fainted yesterday because I exhausted my stamina, not because my injuries were too severe." Hearing this, Hong Chen felt a bit relieved and said, "It's good that you're okay." The two fell silent for a moment, and Hong Chen quickly broke the silence, asking, "Who hurt you?" "Wei from Jinyuan Prefecture," Su Firen replied simply, then added, "But he's not doing well either. His injuries are worse than mine." Hong Chen feigned indignation. "Where is he? I'll go deal with that guy and get some revenge for you. His level is much higher than yours." Su Firen gently turned her head away, seemingly not wanting to see Hong Chen. "I need to rest now, I should be healed by noon." The meaning of this sentence is very clear. Su Firen is telling Hong Chen, "Don't disturb me for now." Hong Chen had a lot to say, but he didn't know how to start, so he could only sit quietly beside Su Firen. The two maintained their silence like this, with Su Firen's back to Hong Chen and Hong Chen facing Su Firen. Time quickly passed to 8 in the morning. The desert was gradually shrinking. Although the position where Hong Chen and Su Firen were located was not in the exact center of the desert, it was still relatively close to the middle. Therefore, they didn't need to run in circles, they could just stay quietly here. As the desert was shrinking, those who had been on the outskirts on the first day gradually made their way to the central area. Along the way, they passed several groups of candidates, none of whom had high realms, the highest being only 9-star warriors. Hong Chen was worried that these candidates would disturb Su Firen, so he rushed a few kilometers ahead and dealt with them. After eliminating 2 candidates, he opened his heavenly eye again to look around. The yellow sand was vast, and a young man in a snow-white robe was racing through the sandstorm. He had a long sword slung across his back, and a strong wind blew from the distance, stirring up the yellow sand and forming a tornado. The wind blew towards the young man, fluttering his clothes. In the face of such a sudden storm, a normal person would choose to avoid it. A martial artist could run away quickly enough to evade this massive tornado. However, the young man did not avoid the tornado. Instead, he drew his long sword, and a crisp sound of the sword echoed. He charged headlong into the tornado, which was also sweeping towards him. Just as the tornado was about to engulf him, the young man's hand moved. He drew his long sword from his back and leaped 100 meters into the air, striking with his sword. Where the tip of the sword passed, the air was split in two. The enormous tornado was also cleaved in half under his sword, scattering into countless tiny grains of sand. After slicing through the tornado, the young man sheathed his sword, then took down the wine flask from his waist, opened the lid, and drank a mouthful of the crisp, fine wine. I am also quite fast. The young man laughed heartily and continued to sprint forward, leaving a long trail of footprints on the golden sand dunes. Hong Chen frowned at the sight. This young man was very strong, but the direction he was heading was exactly where Su Firen was resting with her eyes closed. Without any hesitation, Hong Chen leaped into the air, covering 100 meters in a single bound. He flickered in the desert and, in just a few steps, blocked the young man's path. The young man came to a halt, looking at Hong Chen who was blocking him, his right hand moving to his right shoulder, preparing to draw his long sword from his back. As the distance closed, Hong Chen got a clear look at the young man's face. His features were gentle, his eyes like spring days, his brows like autumn moons, his figure tall and slender, with a golden headband tying back his flowing hair, fitting two idioms perfectly, graceful and refined and imposing and dignified. Hong Chen cupped his fists and said, "My friend is injured, she is resting up ahead, and I'm afraid you might disturb her. Could you take a detour?" The young man, upon hearing this, retracted his right hand. Surprisingly, he was very agreeable, smiling as he cupped his fists and said, "Of course." Before Hong Chen could ask for his name, the young man had already sprinted away, leaving only a graceful silhouette behind. Hong Chen withdrew his gaze and jogged back to Su Firen's position. Hearing the footsteps, Su Firen slowly stood up, her back to the approaching Hong Chen, and said calmly, "I'm leaving." Hong Chen advised, "You said before that you wouldn't recover until noon. It's only 10 in the morning. Why don't you rest a bit longer?" Su Firen refused, saying, "My body is no longer in serious trouble. The remaining injuries will at most affect my combat power by 10%. The remaining 90% is enough to handle the upcoming battles." Seeing Su Firen's departing figure, Hong Chen caught up, mustering his courage to say, "Don't be mad at me, okay?" "I'm not mad at you." Su Firen stopped, her tone slightly wavering. "I'm mad at myself." Su Firen turned around, tears glistening in her eyes. "I admit I like you a little, but my feelings are not cheap. I told you before about my mom and dad." Su Firen's eyes were red, her tone resolute, "And I also told you that if I can't find someone who likes me back, I'd rather grow old alone." After saying this, Su Firen turned to leave, but Hong Chen grabbed her arm. "How do you know I don't like you? Didn't you say you already have someone you like? Her name is Shia Sha, she lives across from your house, and you even swore you would never let her down." This was what Hong Chen had once said to Su Firen, and she recounted it word for word. Su Firen tried to break free, but Hong Chen held her arm tightly and said loudly, "Su Firen, will you forgive me? I admit I like you." You, what are you saying?" Su Firen interrupted Hong Chen, her previously pale face instantly turning red. "I won't forgive you," Su Firen added in a flustered tone. "I don't care." Hong Chen insisted, "I've said it, if you don't forgive me, I won't let go." As a proud girl and a straightforward guy were tugging at each other, an unpleasant voice came from behind. "What a pair of lovebirds." Hearing this discouraging remark, both Hong Chen and Su Firen's faces turned a bit red. "Who is it? Coming to cause trouble at this time, isn't that intentional?" Hong Chen angrily turned around to look at the man with a dark face behind him and said harshly, "Who the hell are you?" The man with the dark face replied defiantly, "What's it to you who I am? He is the Wei I mentioned." Su Firen stepped in front of Hong Chen. "Although you won a small victory over me yesterday, I still refuse to accept it. Let's settle this today." Wei, still recovering from serious injuries, looked pale. "All right, today, you better not run." Su Firen summoned her silver spear, ready to step forward. But Hong Chen hadn't let go of her arm, so as soon as Su Firen took a step, she was pulled back by him. "Let go." Su Firen feigned anger. "Can't you see I have serious business?" Hong Chen held onto Su Firen's arm, pulling her slightly behind him. "Your injuries aren't fully healed yet, you need to rest. I'll take your place in the fight. You're just a 5-star martial artist." Su Firen was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected Hong Chen to break through so quickly. "Even if you've reached 5-star martial artist, you still can't beat him. Wei is a 9-star martial artist, 4 levels above you, and he knows many family martial arts techniques. His combat power exceeds that of an ordinary 9-star martial artist. The sun was gradually rising higher in the sky, and Hong Chen turned to Su Firen and said, Wei Wei is seriously injured. Although he has mostly recovered, his combat power is not at its peak. At most, he has the combat power of a 7-star martial artist. Or maybe an 8-star martial artist. Hong Chen wasn't sure and added, besides, I'm not a pushover either. You cover for me, and if I can't win, you step in. 2 against 1 seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? Su Firen hesitated. She was still very much about the rules of the martial world. We are the righteous 2 against 1. Hong Chen chuckled slyly, and this is a martial arts examination. There's no need to talk about martial ethics with him. Even if you win against Wei Wei, it will probably be a mutual loss, and then you'll need a lot of time to recover. You still don't have any points, which might prevent you from getting into a top university. You should keep your good health to earn points. Hong Chen pointed at Wei Wei and said, I'll take care of this little punk. I guarantee he won't have a good time. Alright. Su Firen nodded, but you must be careful. Wei Wei is very strong. He has the talent of the diamond attribute, his physique is exceptionally tough, and he is very resistant to firearms. Hong Chen felt a surge of confidence upon hearing this. The diamond attribute talent restrained sharp weapons, but the fire attribute countered the metal attribute. Facing Wei Wei, he could actually gain an advantage from the attribute restraint. It was now 11 o'clock, and noon was approaching. Moreover, Wei Wei had been injured earlier. Although he was 4 realms higher than Hong Chen, there was still a chance for victory. Hong Chen released Xu Feiran's arm, and seeing this, she retreated 100 meters away to avoid being caught up in their battle. This distance was just right. If Hong Chen were in danger, she could immediately jump into the fight and save him in an instant. Wei Wei seemed somewhat disinterested. He had no interest in Hong Chen. Although he was injured, the gap in realms was too great, making it no different from bullying the weak. I'll deal with you first, then we'll see who wins between me and Xu Feiran, Wei Wei said, looking at Hong Chen, his body turning golden. I'm quite strong, so you'll have to endure. Hong Chen was speechless at this ridiculous remark and retorted, I'm also quite big, so you'll have to endure too. Wei Wei was instantly enraged, and with a flash, he appeared in front of Hong Chen, swinging his hand to strike Hong Chen's face. The saying goes, disturb but don't hit the face, yet Wei Wei went straight for the face, showing a complete lack of class. Hong Chen cursed inwardly, protecting his face with both hands while his feet rooted to the ground. A terrifying force struck his arms, sending Hong Chen sliding backward, his feet carving 2 trenches in the sand. After sliding for a dozen seconds, he finally stopped. 6 breaths of spiritual energy. Although Wei Wei was injured, the power of this punch was formidable. Hong Chen shook his sore arms. He truly was a 9-star martial artist. Wei Wei's muscles tensed, his skin becoming increasingly golden. He pushed off the ground and charged at Hong Chen like an arrow released from a bow. The elbow is the hardest bone, and as Wei Wei shot toward him, Hong Chen put all his strength into an elbow strike aimed at Wei Wei's head. The force was mutual, both exerted their full strength, and at the moment their heads collided with the elbow, they both flew backward. Hong Chen felt a sharp pain from his elbow to his shoulder, as if his bones had cracked. But Wei Wei was also in pain, clutching his head and kneeling on the ground, crying out loudly. Hong Chen covered his arm and took 2 steps back, then spat out a flame at Wei Wei, who was rolling on the ground, holding his head. The sound of Wei Wei's piercing scream came from the flames, and soon a charred figure burst out of the fire. Although Wei Wei had diamond protection, fire counters metal, and he was burned black, clearly breaking through his defenses. Hong Chen opened his mouth to continue spewing flames, but Wei Wei was running around, making it impossible for him to aim. He could only engage in close combat. Hong Chen lunged at Wei Wei, grabbing his neck and delivering 2 powerful punches. Wei Wei was jolted awake by these punches. He wrapped his arms around Hong Chen's waist and, using all his strength, pinned Hong Chen down, raising his fist to rain down blows on him. From a distance, Xu Feiran saw this scene and was about to rush over to rescue Hong Chen. Suddenly, Hong Chen mobilized all his spiritual energy, his body shook, and flames erupted around him. Wei Wei, straddling Hong Chen, felt a wave of heat and immediately tried to dodge. But Hong Chen didn't give him that chance, kicking hard at Wei Wei's feet. Wei Wei lost his balance and fell to the ground, and Hong Chen seized the opportunity to straddle his waist, delivering a flurry of punches. After just 2 punches, Wei Wei suddenly exerted force from his waist, sending Hong Chen flying, then sat back down on him. The two rolled on the ground, like children fighting. The spiritual energy within Hong Chen was increasing, but that wasn't the key. It was almost noon. The bruises on his face from Wei Wei's punches quickly faded, as if he had taken a miraculous medicine to reduce swelling and bruising. Initially, Hong Chen could only harm Wei Wei with fire. His punches felt like mere tickles. But as noon approached, Wei Wei could clearly feel Hong Chen's punches growing heavier, and Hong Chen's strength was becoming increasingly formidable. Su Firen, who was sweeping the battlefield from a distance, noticed something unusual in his eyes. He also sensed that something was off. Even though Wei Wei had been injured earlier and fire had a restraining effect on gold, Hong Chen still couldn't defeat Wei Wei because the gap in their realms was too great. Did he take a strength-enhancing pill? How did he suddenly become so strong? Hong Chen was still growing stronger, showing no signs of stopping, and Wei Wei dared not delay any longer. Suddenly, a large metal knife materialized in Wei Wei's hand. He intended to end the fight quickly. Seeing this, Hong Chen summoned the Zhangyang knife. He gripped the knife in his right hand and wiped the blade with his left, igniting it in a blazing flame, causing the temperature around them to rise rapidly. Both of them moved quickly, and their knives clashed in an instant, sending spiritual energy rippling and dispersing the surrounding sand and wind. Hong Chen's strength was originally inferior to Wei Wei's. In their previous encounters, he had always been pushed back by Wei Wei's force. But this time, as their blades met, Hong Chen stood his ground while Wei Wei was forced to retreat. Although part of the reason was that Wei Wei had been fighting for a long time and his energy had waned, the main reason was that Hong Chen had grown stronger. Wei Wei felt a sense of foreboding and took the opportunity to retreat several dozen meters. He then took a deep breath, channeling his internal true energy, causing the metal knife to instantly swell into a massive 40-meter-long blade. Feeling the abundant power within him, Hong Chen's confidence surged. He did not dodge but instead gripped the knife with both hands, holding it horizontally towards the sky, his legs firmly planted in a horse stance, bracing against the massive knife that was coming down. The large knife bore down like a mountain, and Hong Chen's legs bent under the immense force. He gathered all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead, and the flames on the Zhangyang knife surged violently, becoming even more intense. The Zhangyang knife, being a fire attribute weapon, combined with the flames Hong Chen added, became capable of cutting through gold and jade. With a sudden burst of power, Hong Chen pushed the blade upward, slowly slicing through the 40-meter knife. The massive knife was cut in half, leaving Wei Wei stunned and bewildered as Hong Chen flashed in front of him. This is bad, Wei Wei thought, and due to his shock, he only then noticed the Zhangyang knife descending towards him. The blade had already struck his shoulder, a high-temperature Zhangyang knife slicing through his golden skin and flesh, embedding itself into his bone. I concede, Wei Wei shouted loudly. If he had waited any longer to speak, his right hand would have been severed by Hong Chen. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen did not rush to retract his knife but said, "Give me the card." Enduring the excruciating pain, Wei Wei used his left hand to pull out the card from his pocket and tossed it to Hong Chen. Hong Chen caught the card before finally withdrawing the Zhangyang knife. The outcome was clear, and Su Firen rushed over upon seeing this. "Here, take this," Hong Chen said with a smile, handing Wei Wei's card to Su Firen. Wei Wei glared at Hong Chen, his eyes filled with defiance, and asked, "What's your name?" Hong Chen put away his smile and frowned, asking, "Are you planning to take revenge on me? He is from my Dei mansion, my grandfather's adopted grandson. You better not mess around, or my grandfather won't let you off," Su Firen warned Wei Wei. Hong Chen ignored Wei Wei and said to Su Firen, "If you crush Wei Wei's card, he will be eliminated, and you can also gain his points." Su Firen responded with an and forcefully crushed Wei Wei's card. A white light illuminated Wei Wei, and in a flash, he was teleported away. Hong Chen put away the Zhangyang knife and said, "This kid can't handle losing." The way he looked at me at the end was off. I felt he wanted to take revenge on me. "Are you scared?" Su Firen asked with a grin. "Then why did you rush to act?" "Of course, I did it for you, which is why I offended that brat," Hong Chen replied, feigning dissatisfaction but feeling relieved inside because Su Firen was smiling. "What's going on with you?" Su Firen asked curiously as he watched Hong Chen's rising momentum. "Why are you getting stronger the more you fight?" "This is my secret. I've told you, but you can't tell anyone else." Hong Chen looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then walked up to Su Firen and whispered in her ear, "I've upgraded my talent to A level." "Talent can be upgraded?" Su Firen suppressed her shock and asked, "And then?" "My A-level talent is called Sun. The closer the sun is to noon, the stronger I become. But at night, I will weaken." Hong Chen continued, "Also, during the day, my absorption of spiritual energy is faster, but it slows down at night." An A-level talent didn't seem that impressive to Su Firen. She was curious, "How did you upgrade your talent?" Hong Chen hesitated, "I can't reveal that, because if others find out, it could lead to disaster." Although she was curious, Su Firen decided not to press further since Hong Chen had said so. Hong Chen rubbed his nose and weakly asked, "Are we reconciled now? I never said I forgave you." Su Firen raised her voice, huffing, "Go find your Shia Sha. Didn't I say before?" Hong Chen had no choice but to say again, "I realized my true feelings recently. Although I like Shia Sha, I can't be without you. You like both Xiao Xiao and me, Su Firen said discontentedly. I won't like a man who is so indecisive. Hong Chen didn't know what to do. He had seen the last page of the diary and felt guilty towards Xiao Xiao. So even though he sensed Su Firen's feelings for him, he still said those things to her. He didn't want to let Xiao Xiao down, nor did he want Su Firen to waste her time on him. But later, in the middle of the diary, he saw that he had married Su Firen and their relationship was very good. In the diary, his relationship with Xiao Xiao could only be seen as a childhood regret, while with Su Firen, it was a solid marriage. Therefore, Su Firen's importance in his heart suddenly changed. Hong Chen sighed, I just don't want to disappoint others' feelings for me, whether it's you or Xiao Xiao. Su Firen could sense Hong Chen's inner turmoil. They were still in the martial artist entrance exam, and she didn't want him to be distracted by this. Let's talk about the future later. For now, let's focus on this martial artist entrance exam. Hearing Su Firen's words, Hong Chen pulled back his wandering thoughts. You don't have many points, let's split up. I'm almost healed, Su Firen said, pulling out her silver spear. You'll weaken at night, so I'll come find you then. I'll come find you instead, Hong Chen pointed to his eyes, it's easier for me to spot people. Su Firen responded with a soft then vanished in a flash. She only had Wei Wei's points, so she hurried to eliminate other candidates. Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye, looked around to confirm no one was present, then sat cross-legged on the ground to begin his breakthrough. After battling Wei Wei, he had gained a lot of spiritual energy, enough to break through to a 6-star martial artist. By eliminating other candidates, he could inherit 50% of their points. Hong Chen fought from noon until dusk, eliminating dozens of candidates. With the distant vision function of the heavenly eye, it was easy for him to find other candidates. He didn't have to search like Su Firen, who was fishing in the sea. At this point, Hong Chen's ranking reached its peak. He had 398 points, placing him 7th. The first place today was Luo Lai, with 439 points, and Li Chang'an was just 1 point behind him. The two were in a fierce battle. As the sun set, Hong Chen felt drained, as if he had pulled an all-nighter and then shot off 2 rounds spontaneously. His body was extremely weak. Not daring to linger, he activated his heavenly eye and searched for 2 hours before finally finding Su Firen. Su Firen was in the heat of battle, swinging her silver spear vigorously around her, creating a silver arc, causing 3 candidates nearby to faint on the ground. Hong Chen jogged forward and asked, how many points do you have? Su Firen glanced at her card and replied, I've only killed some rookies, just 167 points. Hong Chen said weakly, a few days ago, they were definitely all rookies, but once these rookies are eliminated, the battles ahead will get tougher. Why do you look so weak tonight? Su Firen sensed the aura around Hong Chen, which was roughly equivalent to that of a 3-star martial artist. Hong Chen, with a worried expression, said, this isn't even the worst of it. The sun talent is a double-edged sword. I will be very strong at noon, but very weak at midnight. I can probably only exert the combat power of a 1-star martial artist. Su Firen looked around. It was pitch black. It's not easy to find people at night, and I'm tired too. Let's rest here. Are you thirsty? Hong Chen took out a bottle of mineral water from the Kunlun jade pendant. Su Firen didn't refuse this time. Seeing this, Hong Chen opened the bottle cap and handed it to Su Firen. I'm not some helpless little girl, Su Firen said with a smile as she took the water, but her expression suddenly changed, and she added, you seem very skilled at this. You must have helped Xiao Xiao open bottle caps often before, right? Hong Chen was speechless. Why do women always find such peculiar angles? No. Hong Chen said helplessly, this is the first time I've helped someone open a bottle cap. Su Firen let out a ha-ha laugh, trying to cover up her embarrassment. The visibility at night was poor, and they couldn't see much around them, so the two stayed put until the next morning. The location where Hong Chen and Su Firen were was relatively close to the edge of the desert, and the circle would start to shrink at 8 in the morning. Just as the sky brightened, Hong Chen's strength gradually recovered, and the two got up to head towards the central area. They encountered several groups of people on the way, but Su Firen quickly dealt with them. With the realm of a 9-star martial artist, few could defeat Su Firen in a direct confrontation. When she fought, she usually only needed to fire 1 shot. Look who's ahead! Su Firen suddenly stopped while running. Hong Chen hadn't activated his heavenly eye, so he didn't notice the people around them. Following Su Firen's gaze, he saw a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was charming and beautiful. It was Long Outyan and Lu Ruyan. It's true that enemies gather. Hong Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Su Firen asked, do you want to defeat them, or kill them? Let me say something first. Hong Chen was afraid Su Firen would misunderstand. I have no feelings for Lu Ruyan, but she doesn't deserve to die. But I won't let Long Outyan off. He intended to kill me back then. This is the martial artist entrance exam, and people die every year, he can only blame his own lack of strength. Hong Chen said with a sinister expression, if he has to blame someone, he can only blame himself for choosing the path to death. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I have no objections, Su Firan said. Since you can't bring yourself to be ruthless with Lu Ruyan, I'll help you eliminate her. After Su Firan finished speaking, she reminded, you'd better make it a one-hit kill. If it detects that Long Outyen is seriously injured, the card will teleport him away. Hong Chen focused and held his breath, a golden eye slowly opening above his brow. He gathered his spiritual energy into the heavenly eye, and the golden light in his pupils grew brighter, quickly condensing into a beam of golden energy. From hundreds of meters away, with wind and sand swirling in between, a golden beam suddenly shot out from Hong Chen's heavenly eye. The golden beam pierced through the distance of several hundred meters, accurately hitting Long Outyen, penetrating his chest and leaving a blazing, bright halo. This process happened in an instant. Long Outyen's body shook, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, then looked down at his pierced chest, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Hong Chen flashed in front of Long Outyen and said coldly, you're going to die. Long Outyen tried to speak, but blood kept flowing from his mouth, and no one could hear what he was trying to say. Are you regretting not killing me back then? Hong Chen opened his heavenly eye and shot out a golden beam of light again. Be a good person in your next life. The golden light struck Long Outyen's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. Next to him, Lu Ruyan saw this scene, her legs went weak, and she collapsed in the sand, terrified. Please don't kill me, okay? Tears welled in Lu Ruyan's eyes, her face full of pleading. Su Firan saw Hong Chen silent and struck Lu Ruyan on the top of her head with a gun, eliminating her. Just seriously injuring her, Su Firan clarified, as this woman was Hong Chen's ex-girlfriend, and she didn't want to overstep. Hong Chen understood the deeper meaning of her words and immediately stated, I already said, I have no feelings for her. Do whatever you want, I really don't care. Su Firan looked at Hong Chen's heavenly eye and commented, your eye looks a bit awkward. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen withdrew the spiritual energy focused on his heavenly eye, and his forehead returned to normal, leaving only a golden S symbol. Looking at Hong Chen's forehead, which had returned to its original state, Su Firan asked, what's the deal with your third eye? Hong Chen explained, it's a divine ability I obtained through my cultivation technique. He didn't clarify much, likely another of his little secrets, so Su Firan didn't press further. Su Firan said, it's already bright, you've regained your combat power, so I won't protect you anymore. Hong Chen nodded, you go ahead, we'll act separately, and I'll find you again tonight. Su Firan wasted no time, gripping her long gun, and vanished in a flash. Hong Chen opened his heavenly eye again, surveyed the surroundings, and then began to hunt. Today was the third day of the martial artist entrance exam, and as the desert shrank, battles among the candidates became more frequent and intense. Those with lower realms had almost all been eliminated. Now, the remaining candidates in the desert were at least martial masters. With the Eye of Heaven, Hong Chen could see far, see through, and have night vision, making it easy for him to locate other candidates. In just 5 hours, he eliminated more than 10 candidates, all of whom were at least 3-star martial masters, with some even reaching 6-star martial masters. Although they were somewhat tricky to deal with, after eliminating these 10 or so, Hong Chen's points reached 1600, propelling him to 4th place on the leaderboard. He was now only a few points away from the 3rd place, Xiao Dao. Su Firan must have eliminated several experts, thus inheriting a large number of points, and her ranking had jumped to 10th place. As the sun gradually set, the sky grew darker, and Hong Chen felt his body growing weaker. This couldn't go on. As it got darker, he would become weaker, and the remaining candidates were all experts. If caught by another candidate, he would have no power to resist and would be at their mercy. Taking advantage of the remaining light, Hong Chen retraced his steps, searching for Su Firan's figure. But after 4 hours of searching, he still hadn't found her. If it weren't for Hong Chen's Eye of Heaven, which allowed him to see other candidates in advance, he would have been caught long ago. Soon it was 11 at night, and Hong Chen had dropped to the strength of a 3-star martial master, but he hadn't hit rock bottom yet. Midnight was when Hong Chen would be at his weakest, dropping to a 1-star martial master, and his body would become extremely weak. His limbs felt soft. Despite the lower temperature at night, he was sweating all over. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he decided that since he couldn't find Su Firan, he wouldn't look anymore. He simply had no strength left. Without Su Firan's protection, he dared not close his eyes and had to activate his Eye of Heaven, vigilantly watching his surroundings. As long as someone approached his position, he would avoid them in advance to prevent being eliminated. After enduring the most difficult hour until midnight, Hong Chen's realm and stamina began to slowly recover. Time passed slowly, and at 2 in the morning, Hong Chen saw Su Firan, her face full of anxiety, as if she were searching for him. Seeing this, Hong Chen hurriedly appeared and jogged over to Su Firen. I couldn't find you in the evening. Where were you before? Su Firen had a strong smell of blood on her, and her complexion was not very healthy. Hong Chen asked again, are you hurt? I encountered a master, a 9-star martial master. He cut me with a knife, and I stabbed him with a gun. Seeing the anxious expression on Hong Chen's face, Su Firen instead smiled and said, but don't panic. I've already taken a healing pill, and I'll be fine soon. Hong Chen supported Su Firen, and she didn't mind the dirt as they both sat down on the ground. Where are you hurt? Who did this to you? I got cut here. Su Firen pointed to her right arm. The one who hurt me is a guy with a very bad temper. His weapon is a black machete. He should be the one ranked 3rd, Little Knife. Su Firen commented, Little Knife is very strong. My chances of winning against him are low. I estimate it's only a 50-50 chance. Hearing this, Hong Chen felt a bit anxious. If you can't beat him, the remaining candidates are all masters. What should we do? Su Firen chuckled, the top 5 can enter top universities. You maintain your 4th place. I'll work hard to break into the top 5, and then we can both get into top universities. I'm just lucky, managing to kill some rookies. Hong Chen was quite self-aware, he could handle rookies, but against top masters, his chances were slim. After 8 o'clock tomorrow, the desert will shrink to a very small area, and it will be easy to encounter other enemies, but I'll try to protect you. Su Firen looked at Hong Chen and added, don't rush to reveal your strength. Wait until noon to act, so you don't give away any clues about your solar talent. After dawn is the 4th day of the martial arts examination. If Hong Chen remembered correctly, he had written in his diary that the martial arts examination would end on the 4th day. So when dawn breaks and the area shrinks after 8 o'clock, the final showdown will come. After 3 days of fierce battles, the weaker candidates have been eliminated, leaving only the masters. The area after the 4th day's shrinkage will likely be very small. With dozens or even hundreds of masters squeezed into one circle, the battle will inevitably be intense. If he reveals his solar talent, which grows stronger as noon approaches, other candidates might band together to eliminate him before noon. Therefore, he must endure, waiting until his strength grows stronger before making a stunning move. Thinking of this, Hong Chen said to Su Firen, you should adjust your breathing and recover from your injuries. There will be a fierce battle after dawn. Su Firen took a healing pill from her spatial ring and handed it to Hong Chen. This is a healing pill, keep it for emergencies. Hong Chen stored the pill in his Kunlun jade pendant, and Su Firen then closed her eyes, beginning to meditate and heal. After a night of vigilance without daring to close his eyes, with Su Firen's arrival, Hong Chen finally had a moment to rest. He needed to adjust to his best state for the big battle tomorrow. As the sun rose, Hong Chen's realm also recovered to 6-star martial master. It was now 6 in the morning, and after discussing, the two decided to head to the central area before 8 o'clock. They wanted to avoid the rush when the time came and also to reduce the chances of encountering other candidates on the way. In the middle of the desert lay a green lake, like an emerald, nestled in the heart of the desert. The morning sun cast its rays on the clear, transparent surface of the lake, creating ripples of golden light. Surrounding the lake were rolling sand dunes, and since the heavenly eye could see through, Hong Chen activated it. He saw that on the other side of these dunes, many candidates were lying in wait, and their auras were not weak. Hong Chen patted Su Firen's shoulder and whispered, there are many people nearby, let's find a concealed spot to hide. Su Firen nodded, and the two hid behind a sand dune, quietly observing their surroundings. The martial arts college entrance examination had reached its critical moment, and everyone was very cautious, so no one acted rashly, everything was peaceful. However, as the time approached 8 in the morning, more and more candidates arrived at the lake. Today was the grand showdown of the martial arts college entrance examination, and many companies in the Great Xia Kingdom had given their employees a day off to watch the competition at home. It was barely dawn, but people from all over the country had gotten out of bed, either sitting in front of their televisions or at their computer desks, watching this final battle. On the official forum for the martial arts college entrance examination, many netizens were predicting this year's champion, with the most liked comments being, I feel that Luo Lai has a high chance of winning. First of all, his level is that of a 10-star martial artist, and his moves are decisive and efficient, almost always defeating opponents in one strike. No candidate has been able to make him use 2 moves. He hasn't even shown his full strength in the competition so far, so we can't guess how strong he really is. Li Chang'an is also a 10-star martial artist, and he has been praised by Qin Tianqiu as the greatest talent of the Great Xia Kingdom in 1,000 years. Although I don't know how strong Li Chang'an really is, I trust Qin Tianqiu's judgment. After all, he was once the vice president of Yuanyan University, and the people he recognizes are definitely super geniuses. Do you remember what the host said at the beginning? The candidate named Xiao Dao has a very mysterious background. I saw someone speculating online yesterday that Xiao Dao might come from the Tianqian Great Wall and is the son of a significant figure there. The Tianqian Great Wall is the front line against the demon race, so anyone coming from there is definitely not simple. If Xiao Dao comes from the Tianqian Great Wall, I think he has a 20% chance of winning. Li Chang'an has a 25% chance, Luo Lai also has about a 25% chance, the Holy Son of the Jade Emperor's Treasure Realm, Mu Yunlu, has a 10% chance, Su Firen from the Great Yi Mansion also has a 10% chance, and Chen Zhou from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion has a 10% chance. I don't know about the others, but the one with the lowest chance of winning among the top 10 is definitely that candidate named Hong Chen. Although he ranks 4th, his level is too low. He just broke through to 6-star martial artist yesterday. He really doesn't stand a chance among the top 10, he's completely a piece of cake. I agree with the opinion above, Hong Chen being in 10th place is definitely due to luck. The officials haven't given him a single camera shot, which shows he hasn't had any impressive performances, so he can only bully candidates with lower levels than him. With so many people on the forum today, if I secretly eat shit, no one should notice, right? The person above is always here to scam food and drink. If it weren't for the smell, I really wouldn't have noticed you. Hong Lan and Hong Hu sat in front of the television, and after these few days, they had to accept a fact. Their older brother, Hong Chen, actually ranked 4th. Hong Hu suddenly had a thought and asked, "Do you think Big Brother might have found someone to take the exam for him? Cheating is a serious crime. It carries a prison sentence. Big Brother wouldn't do something so foolish." Hong Hu said, "But Big Brother has an F-level talent. How could he rank 4th? Unless he's lying." Hong Lan's eyes lit up. There is indeed that possibility. After all, our parents have pretty good talents. How could he possibly have an F-level talent? Why would Big Brother lie? Is he that bored? Hong Hu was quite puzzled. He probably wants to play the fool and then surprise everyone in the martial arts college entrance examination, ultimately slapping our faces hard. Hong Lan expressed her guess, and Hong Hu nodded in agreement. This was indeed something Hong Chen could do. Meanwhile, in the Great Yi Mansion, Su Tianba and Su Yuan were also discussing Hong Chen. "Dad, didn't you say yesterday that Hong Chen has an F-level talent? How could he rank 4th? Did you make a mistake?" Faced with Su Yuan's 3 consecutive questions, Su Tianba was equally perplexed. "Don't ask me, I don't know the situation either. Anyway, this is how Firen told me before." Su Yuan asked again, "Hong Chen just broke through to a 6-star martial artist, and he can actually rank 4th. Many candidates with higher realms have fewer points than him. Did he cheat? He's the son of Hong Sen, how could he cheat? Maybe he's just lucky and encountered a lot of rookies who gave him points." Su Tianbao couldn't think of any other reason and had to attribute it all to luck. Hearing the word luck, Su Yuan sighed. Firen's luck isn't good this time. She ran into Wei at the start, which delayed her for a day. Otherwise, she could also be in the top 5 by now. "What are you in such a hurry for?" Su Tianbao glared at Su Yuan and scolded, "The competition is still ongoing. Why are you saying such discouraging things?" "I'm just anxious," Su Yuan smiled, forcing a cover for his embarrassment. In the desert, the area had finally shrunk to a radius of 3 miles. Hidden within this radius were hundreds of people, with a lake in the middle, forcing them to hide in the surrounding hills. 15 meters to the left of Hong Chen, there was a person hiding in a sand dune, and 30 meters to the right, another person was concealed in a similar dune. In front of him, behind him, and on either side, wherever there was a slight hiding spot behind a sand dune, there were almost always people concealed. Why are they all old 6s? Hong Chen felt a headache. But just as everyone was hiding, a tall man suddenly leaped into the air and jumped into the middle of the lake, exposing himself to everyone's view. This was a very foolish act. The situation everyone faced was very much like the dark forest theory. Once someone exposed themselves, they would be besieged by all. But the tall man didn't care at all, walking to the center of the lake as if it were flat ground, deliberately placing himself in the most conspicuous spot. Su Firen tugged at Hong Chen's sleeve and whispered, "That's Luo Lai, currently tied for first place with Li Chang'an." "Look at how arrogant he is," Hong Chen said cheekily, "I already guessed it." "Luo Lai is not being arrogant," Su Firen corrected, "he's clearly telling us that he stands here openly, and if we don't accept it, we can come and fight." Hong Chen exclaimed excitedly, "Isn't that arrogant? He's making it seem like he's the only one who can act tough." Luo Lai stood alone in the center of the lake, his gaze looking down on everyone. "Everyone, stop hiding and let's settle this face to face. You call me out, and I'll go out? Who do you think you are?" Hong Chen muttered under his breath. Su Firen laughed, "I feel like you're being quite cheeky." Just as Hong Chen was about to speak, a black-clad swordsman soared into the air and landed opposite Luo Lai. The back of the black-clad swordsman's outfit was embroidered with a white full moon, and Su Firan recognized him at a glance. This person is Chun Zhou from the Manhwa Sword Pavilion, a 9-star martial artist, but he is a sword cultivator with very strong killing power, so Chun Zhou's killing ability surpasses that of an ordinary 10-star martial artist. Hong Chen was shocked, a sword cultivator. Now there's a good show to watch. Although Luo Lai was tall and robust, his face looked very much like an ordinary passerby. Standing in the middle of the lake, the wind whipped across the surface, causing his black clothes to flutter. Chen Zhou stood tall, his demeanor like jade, resembling a male protagonist from a novel. He landed on the lake's surface like a falling leaf, creating ripples. Manhwa Sword Pavilion, Chen Zhou, please give me your guidance. Chen Zhou slowly drew his long sword from his waist, his gaze meeting Luo Lai's, as if invisible sword energy was clashing, faintly ringing with a metallic sound. Luo Lai simply cupped his fist in greeting, then moved, stepping onto the lake's surface, splashing water beneath his feet. Chen Zhou swung his long sword, as if moonlight was cascading down, unleashing 3 invisible sword energies. Luo Lai did not sidestep or dodge, his footsteps followed a straight line as he threw a punch into the air, the force of his punch violently shattering the invisible sword energies. Chen Zhou, seeing the situation, stepped back and once again swung his long sword. Dozens of invisible sword energies shot through the air, crisscrossing in all directions. Luo Lai threw another punch, the force of his fist intertwining with the sword energy, causing hundreds of ripples to spread across the lake's surface, the sword light shimmering like silk, and the shadows of his fists heavy. Each collision, though silent, resonated like the most passionate symphony in the world. Chen Zhou moved gracefully, fighting while retreating. His sword energy, while not lethal, was enough to slightly hinder Luo Lai's advance. Luo Lai felt a bit annoyed, let out a loud shout, and dispersed several sword energies, then leaped into the air, lunging towards the distant Chen Zhou. Although Luo Lai was robust, his movements were not clumsy. He moved like lightning, instantly appearing before Chen Zhou. Instead of defending, Chen Zhou counterattacked, his long sword circling around Luo Lai's fist, the tip aimed directly at Luo Lai's throat. Seeing this, Luo Lai crossed his arms, forcefully blocking the sword. The sword tip met his arm with a crisp clang. Chen Zhou flicked his wrist, channeling all his energy into the sword tip, which arced through the air, aiming for Luo Lai's vital points. In a flash, Chen Zhou saw Luo Lai smirk, as if to say, "I'm done playing with you." In an instant, Luo Lai's right thumb and index finger clamped down on the sword tip, while his left fist gathered all his strength and struck out at Chen Zhou with a heavy punch. The wind from the punch howled, swirling sand and moisture from the air into a murky current. This punch was faster than any before, and Chen Zhou had no time to react, as if struck in the chest by a speeding car. Before the blood in his abdomen could even spurt out, his body was sent tumbling across the lake's surface, thousands of droplets leaping into the air. The ripples in the lake spread out in circles, accompanied by Chen Zhou's figure gradually receding and shrinking. Chen Zhou was sent flying 800 meters by the punch, and as the force diminished, he finally sank to the bottom of the lake. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been done for by now, but Chen Zhou was a 9-star martial master. His upper body slowly floated back to the surface moments later. Chen Zhou's face was pale, his expression disheveled, his hair disarrayed by the water, no longer the graceful figure he once was. Luo Lai did not rush over to deliver a finishing blow. Instead, he said calmly, "To take a punch with 70% of my strength, you did quite well. Step back." Chen Zhou's expression was unreadable to Hong Chen, but upon hearing Luo Lai's words, he couldn't help but comment sharply, "This Luo Lai is really arrogant. I can't stand it. He has the strength to back it up. That's why he's so arrogant," Su Firan said, suddenly worried. "If I had taken that punch, my fate would be similar to Chen Zhou's." "You're already quite excellent," Hong Chen comforted him. "If I had taken that punch, you could burn paper for me next Qingming festival." Su Firan relaxed his furrowed brow and smiled, "You're quite good at comforting people." On the distant lake surface, Chen Zhou dragged his severely injured body, stumbling towards the shore. Soon, another fearless hero, an 8-star martial master, jumped in front of Luo Lai and said, "I'll have a go at you." This time, Luo Lai did not hold back. He extended a palm, and a massive wave erupted from the lake, soaring 100 meters high. As the wave crashed down, everyone saw Luo Lai's palm pierce into the hero's left chest. "This scar, I left it for you. It's your lifelong honor." Luo Lai slowly retracted his bloodied hand, then kicked the hero back into the desert. Luo Lai's words carried another meaning. "No more amateurs, I only want to spar with experts." Hong Chen was indifferent, but Su Firan couldn't hold back, excitedly saying, "I'll go challenge him." "Don't be impulsive," Hong Chen immediately advised. "If you get hurt now, the subsequent battles will likely target you. An expert like Luo Lai is a rare opportunity." Su Firan ignored the warning, her expression exhilarated. She summoned her silver spear and had just stood up when a chilling voice came from behind her. "I've been looking for you." Su Firan and Hong Chen turned their heads at the same time to see a young man covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, with a hawk-like nose. "He is Xiao Dao," Su Firan said to Hong Chen, then turned to Xiao Dao and said, "I was just looking for you." Xiao Dao held a machete in his right hand, his eyes fierce and his face full of hostility, making his originally good-looking features somewhat unpleasant. "You were looking for me? Do you want to fight?" Xiao Dao let out a sneering laugh, his voice laced with mockery. "When I'm serious, don't mess around, or you might lose your life." Su Firan maintained a cold expression and retorted, "How does it feel to have your chest pierced by me? Not so good, right?" Xiao Dao, embarrassed and furious, shot back, "Didn't I cut you once too? Is your back injury healed? Stop talking nonsense." Su Firan shook her spear, her tone icy. "If you're not convinced, we can continue fighting. I advise you not to clash with me head-on. I can take injuries, but you might lose your life." Xiao Dao clearly had some reservations, probably not wanting to end up in a mutual destruction. "Then why are you provoking me?" Su Firan's tone was unfriendly, she couldn't stand Xiao Dao's attitude. Xiao Dao explained his intention. "I want to invite you to team up against the big fool in the middle of the lake." Su Firan replied frankly, "I don't like bullying the weak, you should find someone else." Xiao Dao urged again, "If you and I don't join forces, no one can defeat the big fool. If you want to win the top scholar position, this is your only chance." Su Firan refused again, "I want to win the top scholar position, but I don't want to cooperate with someone like you, and I definitely don't want to bully the weak." Xiao Dao, having hit a wall, showed his anger. Hong Chen, who had been holding back for a long time, couldn't help but ask, "What? Do you want to fight? And who are you? A 6-star martial artist? Do you think you're qualified to talk to me like that?" Xiao Dao looked at him with disdain, not taking Hong Chen seriously. Hong Chen glanced at the sun, which was halfway up in the eastern sky, almost 9 o'clock. His strength was still increasing, and he didn't have much of an advantage against Xiao Dao at this moment. "Don't be so arrogant, just wait." Hong Chen threw out a harsh remark, but to Xiao Dao, it sounded like a child's threat. "Don't leave after school, see you at the back gate." Xiao Dao looked at Hong Chen, then at Su Firan, and finally left in silence. Seeing this, Hong Chen said, "That guy's personality is really terrible. He speaks without thinking, just like a little thug from the streets." Su Firan speculated, "He's probably a spoiled second-generation rich kid, used to being arrogant, which is why he talks so recklessly." The two sat back down in the sand, hiding behind a dune. Hong Chen asked, "You just said you don't like bullying the weak. When I invited you to team up against Wei Wei, why didn't you refuse me?" "I politely declined at that time. But you said something about justice and 2 against 1, that there was no need to talk about martial ethics, and I didn't even make a move." "You defeated Wei Wei by yourself," Su Firan added. "Mainly, Xiao Dao's words were too unpleasant. I didn't want to team up with him. Besides, if I can't win, I don't want to win unfairly." "You have some principles, but not many," Hong Chen joked. Su Firan's score ranking had dropped to 15th place, but she still needed quite a few points to get into a top university, while Hong Chen's score had fallen to 5th place. Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye and looked around, then pointed to a dune, whispering to Su Firan, "There's a person hiding behind that dune, a 6-star martial artist. You go over and take him out in one move." Su Firan didn't doubt Hong Chen's words. She slightly rose, gripping her spear with both hands, stepped forward, and suddenly charged, instantly taking out the 6-star martial artist. Seeing Su Firan return with the spear, Hong Chen pointed to another dune and whispered, "There's also someone hiding behind that dune, a 7-star martial artist. You need to use all your strength and try to take him out in one hit." Su Firan nodded, gathering all his strength, and vanished in a flash once more. Although the man was a 7-star martial master, he was still instantly killed by Su Firan's full-force sneak attack as a 9-star martial master. Hong Chen then pointed to several people around, who subsequently fell under Su Firan's gun. After killing 6 people, Su Firan's ranking surged to 7th place. Those around, witnessing this scene, quietly began to leave. "The people around have been scared away by you," Hong Chen said, standing up and looking around. Within a radius of 500 meters, there were no other candidates in sight. "Let's look around," Su Firan said, exhilarated from the kills, having completely forgotten about his duel with Luo Lai. This group of old sixes were all hiding, not daring to show their faces, seemingly planning to benefit from the chaos and take advantage of others' misfortunes. However, Hong Chen's heavenly eye could see through everything. He could spot those hiding behind the sand dunes and even had a long-range view, able to see everything within a 5-kilometer radius. With the combination of his X-ray vision and long-range sight, no candidate within 5 kilometers could escape his gaze. Even if these candidates did not use martial skills or had no aura fluctuations, the heavenly eye could still discern their realms. With the ability to see through others' realms, combined with X-ray vision and long-range sight, Su Firan transformed into a king of slaughtering weaklings, eliminating more than a dozen candidates in just 1 hour. Su Firen's score reached 2,400 points, rapidly climbing to third place, only behind Luo Lai and Li Chang'an. As a result, Hong Chen dropped to sixth place. In the martial arts college entrance examination, Su Firen was the third-ranked candidate. With the recommendation letter written by Su Tianba, Hong Chen also entered a top university. So, Hong Chen didn't mind, even if he fell to sixth place and lacked Su Tianba's recommendation letter. As long as the time reached noon, his strength would peak, and with the heavenly eye, he would soon catch up to Su Firen. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Hong Chen's strength was steadily rising. Although his realm was still that of a 6-star martial master, his power was now between a 7-star and an 8-star martial master. Moreover, Hong Chen had eliminated 2 instances of negative numbers, refining his physique twice, making his strength comparable to an ordinary 9-star martial master. This referred to an ordinary 9-star martial master, not including someone like Su Firen, who had trained since childhood. Su Firen came from a prestigious family, and the cultivation methods she practiced were naturally of high quality, plus she was skilled in the Great Easy Spear technique. Therefore, Hong Chen had low odds of winning against Su Firen, but he had high chances against an ordinary 9-star martial master. Furthermore, it was still 10 o'clock, and Hong Chen's strength had not yet peaked. He wanted to wait until 11 o'clock before making his move, but unexpected events often came faster than anticipated. A small knife brought a man in white, forcefully blocking the path between Hong Chen and Su Firen. Hong Chen glanced over. The small knife was a 9-star martial master, and the man in white was also a 9-star martial master. "Who are you?" Hong Chen asked the man in white. "Do you want to fight?" Su Firen looked at the small knife. The two spoke almost simultaneously, and Hong Chen felt helpless. This damned tacit understanding always came at the most inopportune times. The man in white was handsome and imposing, dressed in immaculate white robes that flowed like a celestial being, as if he could cleanse the surrounding dust. "I am Mu Yunlu from the Jade Emperor's treasure realm," the man in white said, his straight nose and a faint smile at the corner of his lips giving him an approachable demeanor. Su Firen looked at the small knife with disdain and then said to Mu Yunlu, "Mu Saint's son from the Jade Emperor's treasure realm, I have heard of your name. The Jade Emperor's treasure realm is a holy place known for its compassion and empathy. How could you associate with such a person?" The small knife noticed Su Firen's gaze and interjected, "Please speak properly in front of me, including your eyes." Mu Yunlu smiled and said, "The small knife just doesn't know how to speak well. He's not a bad person. I visited once. Anyway, I've known him for a long time." Su Firen frowned and said, "So you insist on teaming up with him to deal with me?" Mu Yunlu nodded slightly, then smiled and clasped his fists, saying, "It's hard for me to refuse a friend's request, so I apologize." In the center of the lake, Luo Lai was engaged in a fierce battle with other candidates, the situation quite intense. Meanwhile, in the desert beside the lake, after a period of silence, small-scale battles had also erupted, and the number of candidates was slowly decreasing. "I'm just a 6-star martial artist. What kind of hero is it to bully me? If you have the ability, go find Luo Lai in the middle of the lake. He'll let you 2 against 1, and you wouldn't dare." Hong Chen was still talking big, trying to buy time. But Shia Sha didn't give Hong Chen a chance. He said to Mu Yunlu, "I'll deal with this man, you take care of the woman." Mu Yunlu replied, "She's Su Firen from the Dai Mansion, very strong. My chances of winning against her aren't high. You quickly deal with this 6-star martial artist, then come help me with Su Firen." Xiao Dao nodded confidently, saying, "Don't worry, I'll finish the fight in 2 moves." Su Firen looked worried and whispered to Hong Chen, "Mu Yunlu's strength is not inferior to Xiao Dao's. I can't spare a hand to protect you, so take care of yourself. If you can't win, run. Remember to crush your card in your hand. This Xiao Dao seems vengeful. If he catches up to you, don't let him kill you." Su Firen's words were a reminder to Hong Chen that if Xiao Dao caught up, he should crush his card and voluntarily forfeit the martial artist competition to avoid being seriously injured or killed by Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, Mu Yunlu, and Su Firen were all 9-star martial artists, and none were ordinary. Therefore, it would be difficult for Su Firen to defeat Mu Yunlu in a short time, making it a protracted battle. However, as long as Xiao Dao dealt with Hong Chen first and then teamed up with Mu Yunlu for a 2-on-1, Su Firen would only face elimination. Su Firen straightened her body, channeling her spiritual energy to the limit, a faint dragon's roar emanating from her. It was clear that Su Firen was very anxious. This was her first time giving her all in the martial artist entrance exam. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy from Su Firen, Mu Yunlu showed a serious expression. "Su Firen is getting serious. I don't know how long I can hold on, you need to finish quickly." Before Mu Yunlu could finish his sentence, Su Firen thrust her silver spear forward, the sharp tip glinting coldly, instantly stabbing right in front of Mu Yunlu's eyes. The 2 figures vanished from their spot and reappeared in the distance of the desert. Su Firen pushed Mu Yunlu back 2,000 meters with a single thrust, while Xiao Dao stood calmly in place, not in a hurry to strike. Hong Chen, seeing this, was quite puzzled and asked, "Why aren't you making a move? What are you waiting for?" "I'm waiting for Su Firen and Mu Yunlu to exhaust themselves before I step in to deal with you," Xiao Dao replied with an astonishing statement. Hong Chen frowned and asked again, "Aren't you supposed to deal with me first, then help Mu Yunlu with Su Firen?" Xiao Dao revealed a sinister smile, unabashedly saying, "Because I want to take the top spot, and both Mu Yunlu and Su Firen are obstacles." The meaning of this was quite simple. Xiao Dao wanted to wait for Mu Yunlu and Su Firen to fight to a standstill, then take advantage of the situation to eliminate both. Isn't Mu Yunlu your friend? This is really lacking in virtue. Hong Chen was somewhat speechless, not expecting Xiao Dao to be so treacherous, willing to stab a friend in the back for his own benefit. Only young people talk about loyalty, adults only care about interests. Xiao Dao chuckled, his smile quite eerie. Hong Chen sarcastically retorted, "Mu Yunlu still foolishly considers you a friend. When you go over to deal with Su Firen together, he really picked the wrong person to trust." Xiao Dao bluntly stated, "If you want to blame someone, blame him for not knowing how to judge character. You can't blame me. Although I knew him since childhood and played together for a few months, I never considered him a friend." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen couldn't help but praise, "You truly are a despicable person. When I treat you like a person, at least try to act like one." Xiao Dao glared fiercely at Hong Chen and continued, "You stand there honestly. If you dare to move a single step, I'll immediately take you down." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen fell silent. After all, stalling for time was beneficial for him. If he could endure for a few more minutes, his strength should be about equal to Xiao Dao's. Moreover, he had just heard Su Firen and Mu Yunlu's conversation, and it seemed Su Firen still had the upper hand, so there was no need to worry about her safety. After fighting for over 10 minutes, Mu Yunlu sensed something was off and ran over. Seeing Xiao Dao standing still, Mu Yunlu wanted to speak, but Su Firen's offensive was too fierce, leaving him no chance to voice anything. At this moment, neither Su Firen nor Mu Yunlu were fools, they both guessed Xiao Dao's intentions. Mu Yunlu was naturally in a difficult position, while Su Firen felt a surge of joy. The longer this dragged on, the stronger Hong Chen would become, which was advantageous for their side. Thus, Su Firen intensified her attacks, forcing Mu Yunlu, who had come for help, to retreat. Seeing this situation, Xiao Dao sneered and asked, "Can you guess why Su Firen isn't stopping?" Hong Chen certainly knew, but he didn't say anything, instead responding with a calm expression, "What do you have to teach? I'm all ears." "I can roughly guess that foolish woman's thoughts. She probably wants to deal with Mu Yunlu first, and then join forces with you to take me down," Xiao Dao said. "Aside from that, she has no other choice but to make such a desperate move." "You're really clever," Hong Chen retorted sarcastically. Xiao Dao guessed correctly, but also missed the mark. The main reason was that Hong Chen would grow stronger, which was why Su Firen was pushing Mu Yunlu away. She indeed planned to defeat Mu Yunlu first and then team up with the increasingly powerful Hong Chen to deal with Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao and Mu Yunlu were at odds, and strategically, they couldn't compete with the mutual trust between Hong Chen and Su Firen. Even if Su Firen defeats Mu Yunlu, she will be at her limit, and you will be even more vulnerable. You are all just prey for me, waiting to be slaughtered. Xiao Dao seemed to have victory in hand and continued, "Once the time is right, I'll take you down first, then eliminate Su Firen, and finally deal with the big fool in the lake. The top position is mine for the taking." Hong Chen suppressed the urge to laugh and said, right. As the sun slowly rose to its zenith, Hong Chen's strength was gradually increasing. The time from 11 in the morning to 1 in the afternoon was known as noon. Hong Chen's strength would slowly peak before 11 in the morning. After 1 in the afternoon, his strength would gradually decline. During these 2 hours of noon, his most powerful moment would be at 12 o'clock, the minute the sun reached its highest point, when Hong Chen would be in an extreme state of blazing sun. In this extreme state, Hong Chen's strength would reach its utmost limit, making him unparalleled in the world for that minute. As the time approached 11 o'clock, the spiritual energy within Hong Chen surged. Endless power filled his limbs and meridians, providing him with a continuous source of strength. Hong Chen's muscles slowly bulged, stretching his sportswear. Hearing the zzz sound as his clothes were stretched, Xiao Dao turned to Hong Chen and said fiercely, "I just told you, if you dare to move, I'll take you down immediately." Hong Chen trembled all over, struggling to contain the boiling power within him. The scorching heat suddenly erupted, distorting the space around him, and at that moment, he could no longer hold back. "I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words." Hong Chen raised his head to look at Xiao Dao, his eyes seemingly ignited with flames. The intense heat rushed towards Xiao Dao, forcing him to take a step back. "Do you want to die, or do you want to live?" Hong Chen took a step forward. "This is something I want to ask you too. What are you?" What the hell are you doing? Xiao Dao glanced at Hong Chen and finally realized something was off. Although Hong Chen was still a 6-star martial artist, his aura was strong enough to rival his own. Your mouth is too foul, let me teach you how to talk to people. Hong Chen drew the Zhangyang knife from the Kunlun jade pendant. The Zhangyang knife was a fire attribute weapon, and as Hong Chen gripped it, the blade turned a fiery red. I was born with a proud spirit, don't try to act tough with me. Xiao Dao replied defiantly, full of confidence, if you're not convinced, let's fight, 2 horizontal and 1 vertical, let's go. You talk a lot of nonsense. Are you preparing for a graduate exam? Hong Chen had long wanted to retort. Every time Xiao Dao opened his mouth, it was like a collection of streetwise quotes, leaving listeners speechless and awkward. Suddenly, Xiao Dao struck without warning, his movements incredibly swift, the knife slicing down towards Hong Chen's head in an instant. Hong Chen held the Zhangyang knife with one hand, easily blocking the strike. The force of the block caused his already tight sportswear to stretch to the point of tearing, revealing his strong, muscular physique. Feeling the inexhaustible power within him, Hong Chen swung the Zhangyang knife, sending Xiao Dao flying. After just one exchange, Xiao Dao realized that Hong Chen was not a paper tiger, he had truly grown stronger. After all his careful planning, he had intended to catch Hong Chen off guard, but instead, he ended up losing ground. Xiao Dao's mindset exploded, and he felt a flush of heat. With both hands gripping the knife, Hong Chen swung with all his might, unleashing the intense heat of the blade, which erupted forth. A wave of scorching knife energy surged towards Xiao Dao, vaporizing the sand particles in its path. This was the intense inner strength cultivated from the Great Burning Heaven technique, combined with the knife energy from the Wuwang knife scripture, merging into one powerful strike, equivalent to a high-level earth-grade martial skill. Xiao Dao did not underestimate the situation. He gripped his knife tightly, channeling his spiritual energy into his hands and also unleashing a wave of knife energy. The two energies collided mid-air, but Hong Chen's knife energy was superior, forcing Xiao Dao's energy to retreat step by step. Xiao Dao realized that his knife energy could not compete with Hong Chen's, so he merely aimed to delay. After unleashing his strike, Xiao Dao closed his eyes tightly, quickly stepping in place with his right foot, muttering incantations that others could not understand. As the incantations and footsteps grew louder, Xiao Dao began to tremble all over, his gaze becoming hollow, and then his eyes rolled back, his pupils disappearing. Black malevolent energy began to seep from Xiao Dao's mouth, wrapping around his face and eventually transforming into a terrifying mask. The mask sprouted horns on either side, sharp fangs bared, and its eye sockets glowed with a ghostly green light. This hideous mask resembled the legendary Azura. The scorching knife energy unleashed by Hong Chen quickly shattered Xiao Dao's knife energy and continued forward, determined to split Xiao Dao in two. The Azura mask covered Xiao Dao's face as he raised his knife, slicing through Hong Chen's knife energy in two. In the next moment, only Xiao Dao's afterimage remained. He instantly appeared in front of Hong Chen, stabbing towards his abdomen. Hong Chen felt a sharp pain in his belly, and when he looked down, he saw that his abdomen had been pierced. Xiao Dao twisted his wrist, intending to rotate the blade and create a large hole in Hong Chen's stomach. Of course, Hong Chen would not let Xiao Dao have his way. He gripped Xiao Dao's wrist tightly, preventing him from exerting force. At the same time, Hong Chen gathered his spiritual energy to his throat, slowly opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of scorching flames. Seeing this, Xiao Dao tried to dodge, but his wrist was firmly held by Hong Chen, and he couldn't break free. With a continuous flow of spiritual energy within him, Hong Chen's flames raged for 2 minutes, scorching Xiao Dao's face. The smell of charred flesh wafted into Hong Chen's nostrils, prompting him to release Xiao Dao and kick him away. However, Hong Chen was not unscathed. He knelt on one knee, blood oozing from his back and abdomen, and had to use his hands to cover the wounds. Xiao Dao lay on the ground, convulsing, his upper body charred and barely clinging to life. However, the Shura mask on Xiao Dao's face suddenly glowed with a ghostly green light. This light flowed over Xiao Dao's upper body, healing his charred form. Seeing Xiao Dao's blackened skin slowly return to its normal color, Hong Chen wanted to continue breathing fire, but without the machete blocking his abdomen, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This wouldn't do. Hong Chen took a deep breath, and with the help of the midday sun, small flames ignited on his back and abdomen. As the flames burned, his wounds began to heal slowly. Hong Chen had only been pierced in the abdomen, while Xiao Dao's entire upper body was charred. His injuries were worse than Hong Chen's. Thanks to the protection of the Shura mask, Xiao Dao's head was not affected by the flames, only his upper body was scorched. After just a few seconds of treatment from the ghostly green light, Xiao Dao's burned body returned to its normal skin color. Hong Chen maintained a single knee kneeling position. After the small flames burned, the wounds on his surface had healed, but the internal injuries from being stabbed were healing very slowly. Xiao Dao slowly got up, picking up the machete that had fallen to the ground with his right hand, his voice hoarse as he said, I have the protection of Shura, your flames cannot kill me. Hong Chen's internal wounds had not yet healed, and as soon as he opened his mouth to speak, he would spit blood, but he clenched his right fist and slowly extended his middle finger toward Xiao Dao. Seeing this, Xiao Dao stopped wasting words. He stepped down with his left foot, causing the sand beneath him to tremble slightly, and then he leaped into the air, the machete slicing through the sky. The flash of the blade was so fast it was unbelievable, almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, and in an instant, he appeared above Hong Chen's head. Hong Chen, still kneeling on one knee, swiftly dodged this fierce slash. The blade missed, striking the sand and splitting it open. You actually dodged it! Xiao Dao exclaimed in shock. After donning the Shura mask, not only had his strength increased, but his speed had also greatly enhanced. Not to mention a 10-star martial artist, even a 4-star martial spirit would probably not be able to see the slash he unleashed. Xiao Dao turned to look at Hong Chen, who remained on one knee, but an eye had opened on his forehead. It was likely because of this eye that Hong Chen could see the slash he had unleashed. So what if you can see it? My speed can be even faster. Xiao Dao swung his machete backhandedly, swiftly sweeping towards Hong Chen's lower body, leaving behind an afterimage. The heavenly eye on Hong Chen's forehead could capture Xiao Dao's movements. He gripped the Zhengyang knife with one hand, turning it horizontally and thrusting the tip into the sand, just in time to block the machete. Although injured, Hong Chen did not sit idly by. He spun like a whirlwind, the blade igniting circles of flames. Xiao Dao dared not take it head-on. His movements were quick, and he suddenly retreated several feet. In the next moment, Xiao Dao vanished again, the machete in his hand striking like a relentless rain, each slash both fast and fierce. Hong Chen's internal wounds were still healing, and he feared that any large movements would aggravate them, so he could only remain kneeling. Facing the storm-like slashes, Hong Chen remained calm, the heavenly eye locking onto Xiao Dao's figure, his Zhengyang knife blocking and parrying perfectly against Xiao Dao's various angles of attack. Xiao Dao's speed increased, his form becoming ghostly, darting left and right, forward and backward, making it difficult to grasp his movements. Seeing this, Hong Chen closed his eyes, only opening the heavenly eye on his forehead. His vision became clearer, everything around him within his grasp, and his targeting of Xiao Dao became more precise. Xiao Dao's speed had reached its limit, yet he still could not break through Hong Chen's defense. In the sand, only Xiao Dao's afterimage could be seen, launching slashes from all directions, the machete creating a whistling sound as blade light followed one after another. Another flash of blade light appeared, and Hong Chen horizontally blocked it. With a clang, the two blades met, sparks flying. Taking advantage of the momentum, Xiao Dao tried to force Hong Chen's horizontal knife away, but Hong Chen was already prepared, pushing the horizontal knife with the force, using strength against strength, and pushed Xiao Dao aside. Taking advantage of the moment, Hong Chen suddenly stood up and stepped forward, slashing at Xiao Dao with his knife. Anticipating that Xiao Dao would try to dodge, Hong Chen let out a furious roar, and the Zhengyang knife ignited in blazing flames. With a sweep of the blade, a torrent of scorching fire erupted, resembling an open folding fan, creating a fan-shaped sea of fire that stretched for 100 zhang. This sea of fire carried a rolling wave of heat, sweeping forward and instantly dyeing the sandy ground a deep red. With a temperature of 10,000 degrees, it burned everything to ashes in an instant, melting the sand into magma, leaving only scorched earth behind. The place where Xiao Dao had dodged was engulfed by the sea of fire, and his body was once again scorched. However, this time it was only a minor burn, and the eerie green glow emanating from the Azura mask healed his injuries in just 2 seconds. Hong Chen slowly stood up, tilting his head back to bask in the midday sun, feeling his internal injuries finally heal. Although it seemed like a long time had passed since the two began fighting, only a few minutes had actually gone by. As the sunlight bathed his entire body, his internal energy surged once more. Hong Chen's eyes blazed like torches, and his true energy gathered in his dantian. Then he grinned at Xiao Dao. Seeing Hong Chen smile, Xiao Dao was about to retort, but Hong Chen suddenly erupted. His momentum was like a volcanic eruption. Wielding the Zhengyang knife with all his might, he slashed at Xiao Dao. This strike came from the Wowang knife classic, named Heaven and Earth One Knife Slash. Hong Chen concentrated his essence, energy, and spirit to the peak, focusing the spiritual energy within him to unleash such an extraordinary blow. The blade light was like fire and thunder, emitting a series of buzzing sounds, its might unmatched, as if it were about to split heaven and earth. The air was filled with the sharp whistle of the blade cutting through the void. The speed of this strike was so fast that it seemed time itself had frozen. Seeing this, Xiao Dao wanted to dodge, but the strike was too swift. His feet felt as if they were glued to the ground, unable to move at all. He could only raise the machete in his hand, grit his teeth, and grip the handle tightly, simultaneously channeling the power of the Azura mask, using all his strength to meet Hong Chen's Heaven and Earth One Knife Slash. At the moment the two blades clashed, there was a profound silence. All sounds around vanished, leaving only a crisp clang. This sound, like ripples, instantly spread across the entire battlefield. A tremendous force surged into Xiao Dao's arms. He felt an overwhelming power coming from Hong Chen's knife, almost crushing his defenses in an instant. The force was far beyond Xiao Dao's imagination. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't withstand it. Xiao Dao's arms broke on the spot, the shattered bones piercing through flesh and sticking out of his skin, and the machete in his hand was sent flying. The immense force swept Xiao Dao's body away, and he fell like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily into a lake 1,000 meters away. The lake erupted into a massive lotus flower, as if a divine being had thrown a great cauldron into the water, sending droplets flying like countless pearls. Subsequently, the splashing water transformed into layers of waves, spreading outward in circles, causing the entire lake surface to ripple, with layers of ripples forming at the edges. Hong Chen leaped up, gathering spiritual energy at his feet, allowing him to float on the lake's surface. After Xiao Dao fell into the lake, he did not surface but remained at the bottom, taking the opportunity to recover from his injuries. Hong Chen, of course, would not give him the chance to heal. He raised the Zhengyang knife, ready to cleave the lake's surface. Suddenly, a white light streaked across the sky, rushing towards Hong Chen like a shooting star. As the white light approached, Hong Chen swung his knife, and the blade light clashed fiercely with the white light in midair. In an instant, the air erupted with a piercing sound of metal clashing, as if thunder had exploded. The white light was shattered by Hong Chen's Zhengyang knife, dispersing into countless glowing specks that flew in all directions. Although Hong Chen had dispersed the white light, he was also knocked back several steps. He focused his gaze on the direction from which the white light had come and saw Mu Yunlu breaking through the air. Behind Mu Yunlu was Su Firen, wielding a silver spear, in pursuit of Mu Yunlu. In a white robe, Mu Yunlu appeared disheveled and in a sorry state, covered in blood, clearly having been shot several times by Su Firen. Hong Chen frowned as he saw Mu Yunlu fall before him and asked, "Why did you stop me?" Despite his dire situation, Mu Yunlu still managed to clasp his fists in a gesture of respect and made a surprising request. "Could you spare him?" "Of course not." Before Mu Yunlu could press further, Hong Chen replied bluntly, "Do you know that Xiao Dao never considered you a friend? He even wants to wait for you and Su Firen to both be injured before reaping the benefits." Mu Yunlu smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "I know exactly what kind of person he is." Su Firen, standing beside Hong Chen, was incredulous upon hearing Mu Yunlu's words and exclaimed, "If you know, why are you still helping him? Are you stupid? Xiao Dao may not see me as a friend, but I have always regarded him as one." Mu Yunlu paused and continued, "Since I consider him a friend, I cannot just stand by. Besides, helping a friend doesn't seem to require a reason." Hong Chen couldn't understand Mu Yunlu's thought process. He even felt there was something wrong with his mind. "I suggest you go see a doctor about your brain," Hong Chen said, not wanting to waste more words with him. "And your face isn't enough. I will definitely kill Xiao Dao today." Mu Yunlu threw his card to Hong Chen, saying, "Eliminating Xiao Dao is also for points. Xiao Dao and I are tied for 4th place. Take this card and spare him." Hong Chen caught the card but did not agree to Mu Yunlu's request, instead saying, "Only children make choices, I want them all." Mu Yunlu did not blame Hong Chen upon hearing this. He understood the resentment in his heart. Moreover, in the current situation, Xiao Dao was severely injured, and he himself was also hurt, while Hong Chen and Su Firen only had minor injuries. The advantage lay with Hong Chen, and even if he didn't give the card to Hong Chen, the two could still defeat him and Xiao Dao openly. Therefore, the points and card belonging to him and Xiao Dao were already in the hands of Hong Chen and Su Firen. "I shouldn't have waded into this mess," Mu Yunlu said with a bitter smile. He clasped his fists again towards Su Firen and Hong Chen, "But I can't help it. Xiao Dao is my friend, and I couldn't refuse his invitation. Today, I am in your hands. Whether you want to kill or torture me, it's up to you. I was wrong first, so I leave my fate in your hands." Mu Yunlu spoke calmly, not pretending to submit. Hong Chen looked at Su Firen and said, "I have fewer points than you, and you're still in 3rd place. I've dropped to 7th. Can Mu Yunlu's card be given to me?" "Of course. Why even ask?" Su Firen replied, a hint of complaint in her tone. Seeing this, Hong Chen rubbed his nose and then crushed Mu Yunlu's card, instantly boosting his points ranking to 4th. Before Mu Yunlu was teleported away, he clasped his fists once more and said, "I apologize for today's events. I hope you can forgive me and not hold a grudge." Hong Chen rolled his eyes and said bluntly, "If you want me to forgive you, that's impossible. Every time I see you in the real world from now on, I will hit you." Mu Yunlu chuckled at this and then vanished in a flash, signifying his elimination. Looking at Xiao Dao hiding at the bottom of the lake, Hong Chen turned to Su Firen and said, "I'll split the lake's surface with a single strike to force Xiao Dao out. You take the opportunity to drive him out, and then we'll take him on together." "All right." Su Firen waved her silver spear, unable to suppress a grin, as if she wanted to laugh. The visibility underwater was already poor, and Xiao Dao was unaware of the situation outside. But Hong Chen's heavenly eye allowed him to see clearly where Xiao Dao was hiding at the bottom of the lake. Hong Chen raised his Zhangyang knife, his internal energy boiling to the limit, and the immense energy gathered at the blade. The energy swirling around him caused ripples to spread across the lake's surface. Ah! Hong Chen let out a roar and unleashed the earth and sky once more. The blade's energy cleaved towards the lake's surface, parting the water and sending splashes soaring several zhan high. A crack formed on the lake's surface, and the water rolled to the sides. The lake bed revealed years of accumulated silt, exposed to everyone's view, along with the shadow of the small knife hiding beneath. Su Firen gripped her spear, poised and ready, having gathered all her strength. Upon seeing the small knife's figure, Su Firen moved like an arrow released from a bow, the spear tip aimed directly at the lake bed. The silver spear burst forth with white light, resembling a white dragon leaping into the depths of the lake, illuminating the dark bottom with its radiance. The small knife's blade was knocked away by Hong Chen, leaving him unarmed and at the mercy of others. Su Firen lifted the small knife with her spear, then, with a powerful thrust of her arm, hurled him out of the lake bed, his figure spinning in the air. Hong Chen seized the moment, leaping into the air with a knife, aiming to take down the small knife. The small knife crushed the card in his hand, choosing to eliminate himself. He would rather forfeit than give Hong Chen points. As the small knife was teleported away, Hong Chen's strike met empty air, and he cursed, "Damn it! This guy can't take a loss." Su Firen took out her card and glanced at the rankings. Only 5 people remained. First place, Li Chang'an, points, 5173. Second place, Luo Lai, points, 4399. Third place, Su Firen, points, 4396. Fourth place, Hong Chen, points, 2587. Fifth place, Ing Huan, points, 2479. Su Firen walked over to Hong Chen and muttered, "Why are there only 5 people left?" Hearing this, Hong Chen pulled out his card and, upon seeing the ranking information, was momentarily stunned. This 5th-ranked Ing Huan couldn't possibly be the one he knew. Luo Lai has been in the middle of the lake. Those hiding behind the sand dunes were probably dealt with by Li Chang'an and Ing Huan, Hong Chen said absently, still thinking about Ing Huan. She had no money to buy techniques, so he had given her the Taishan Gaining Pian, which meant she had started her training a month later than him. If it really was the Ing Huan he knew, it would be astonishing. She had only trained for 3 months and was already in 5th place, likely not much worse in talent than Shia Sha. After the recent fierce battle, Hong Chen had accumulated a significant amount of spiritual energy, enough to break through to a 7-star martial master. After a moment's thought, he quietly said to Su Firen, "I want a breakthrough, help me guard." Su Firen frowned at his words, glancing at Luo Lai in the middle of the lake and then at the surrounding desert, her tone hesitant. "Isn't it a bit risky to break through now?" With only 5 people left, Hong Chen could tell from Luo Lai's actions that he was an upright person. He had stood in the middle of the lake from the start, choosing to fight openly rather than hiding behind the sand dunes. So if he were to break through, someone like Luo Lai was unlikely to attack him. The other 2 were Ing Huan and Li Chang'an. If it was the Ing Huan he knew, she wouldn't harm him, especially since he had helped her. Finally, there was Li Chang'an, who might be the top student according to the diary, so his strength was unquestionable. Li Chang'an's level of power surpassed Su Firen's, but she should be able to hold him off for a few minutes. A few minutes was enough for him to break through to 7-star martial master. Once he achieved that, he could turn the tide. Hong Chen smiled reassuringly. "If they try to ambush me, I won't break through. At most, I'll just lose a bit of spiritual energy." He left the last part unsaid. If he got beaten up, he could easily recover that lost energy. As long as he successfully broke through to 7-star martial master and combined it with the midday sun, he would have a chance to win the championship. In the annual martial arts college entrance exam, the top 5 could enter prestigious universities, and the top 3 would receive prizes and bonuses. He needed money for college, and the rewards for the top student were also exceptionally generous. Although breaking through at this moment is somewhat risky, the benefits to be gained are greater, so even if there is danger, I must take the risk to break through. Su Firen nodded, raised her spirited sword-like eyebrows, and then revealed a faint smile. "As long as you've made up your mind, leave the rest to me." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Since he had decided to break through, he would no longer hold back. Based on past experience, breaking through to a 7-star martial master should only take a few minutes. In the middle of the lake, Luo Lai watched as Hong Chen broke through right in front of him. His expression froze for a moment, then he grinned and stepped over. "What are you doing?" Su Firen raised her silver spear and sternly reprimanded the approaching Luo Lai. "Don't panic, I mean no harm." Luo Lai first cupped his fist in greeting, his tone very open. "And your friend here, since he dares to break through in front of me, probably also anticipates that I won't take action, so you don't need to point that spear at me. Then why are you coming over? Su Firen's tone softened as she lowered her silver spear, but her expression still held a hint of caution. Just consider me here to protect him during his breakthrough. Luolai glanced around and continued, the other two are hiding and sneaking around, probably just a bunch of cowards. I, Luo, disdain to compete with those two. Once your friend breaks through, let him fight me. Regardless of the outcome, I will voluntarily withdraw from the competition. Luolai's tone seemed somewhat disinterested. He had already been accepted into a top university, just like Shia Sha. But he gave up that opportunity to choose to participate in the martial arts college entrance examination. On one hand, he was confident in his own strength, on the other, he craved battle. However, so far, no one had satisfied Luolai in battle. Even when he suppressed his own strength, no one could last 3 moves under his hand. Luolai longed for a thrilling battle, a fight under the gaze of the crowd, a battle where he could give it his all, rather than bullying the weak or competing with sneaky cowards. Su Firen's expression darkened upon hearing Luolai's words. You are a 10-star martial master. Even if Hongchen breaks through, he will only be a 7-star martial master. This is simply bullying. Luolai slowly replied, your friend named Hongchen possesses strength far beyond his realm. He is truly exceptional. He just broke through to a 6-star martial master and was able to split the lake with a single strike, overpowering a 9-star martial master. If he breaks through to a 7-star martial master, he might just be able to fight me. Su Firen firmly stated, although Hongchen's strength exceeds his realm, your strength far surpasses that of an ordinary 10-star martial master. I estimate that you could kill him with a single punch, so allow me to refuse on his behalf. Hearing Su Firen's protective words, Luolai smiled and asked, what is your relationship with him? On what grounds do you refuse for him? This question made Su Firen's face flush, and she replied in a flustered and angry tone, of course, we're friends. Why are you asking so much? Hearing Su Firen's flustered and angry words, Luolai grinned, since you're friends, it seems you don't have the right to refuse for him. However, a 10-star martial master against a 7-star martial master does seem a bit unfair. Luolai paused slightly and then spoke again, I have a suggestion, how about this? You just said, I could kill him with a single punch, so I'll throw one punch. If Hongchen can take my punch, then I lose, and I'll give him the card. How about that? Upon hearing Luolai's words, Su Firen wanted to refuse for Hongchen but remembered Luolai's earlier statement, since you're friends, it seems you don't have the right to refuse for him. Su Firen turned her back, annoyed, since you said that, why are you asking me? Wait until he breaks through, and you can ask him yourself. Luolai nodded, sat cross-legged on the surface of the lake, and said nothing more. At this moment, there were still 5 people left. Although Luolai was ranked second, regardless of who won or lost in the subsequent battles, his points would still place him in the top 5. Even if Hongchen could take a punch from Luolai and chose to forfeit as agreed, he would still be able to enter a top university. Since he could already attend a top university, the remaining time was completely garbage time for Luolai. If he had known it would be like this, he might as well have participated in secret training earlier. Taking this ridiculous martial arts college entrance exam was simply a waste of his time. The time was 11:53, and Hongchen successfully broke through, opening his eyes. Although he had just broken through, he had heard the conversation between Su Firen and Luolai. Seeing Hongchen open his eyes, Luolai was about to speak, but Hongchen spoke first, no need for more words, I accept your one-punch agreement. Courage is the best weapon for a martial artist. Luolai praised, then asked, can I throw a punch now? I just finished my breakthrough, wait for me to stabilize my breath. Hongchen looked at the sun, in 6 minutes, it would be noon, and he would be in the blazing sun state. Luolai had no doubts because after a breakthrough, the energy in the dantian would indeed surge. Hongchen continued to sit cross-legged, adjusting his breath, and after 5 minutes, he slowly stood up. It was now 11:59, and Hongchen said to Su Firen, you should stand back, I'm afraid of hurting you. Be careful, Su Firen said, gripping his silver spear and dodging into the desert. Only then did Hongchen say to Luolai, we'll each take a punch. Whoever can't withstand it loses. What do you think? Alright. Luolai didn't waste words, his figure flashing as he retreated 100 steps away. The area of this lake was about 8 miles, which could only be considered a small lake. The golden sunlight poured down like a waterfall, illuminating the lake's surface, and the sky was a deep blue. The clear lake surface was like a mirror, reflecting the sky and water in one color. Hongchen stood proudly on the water, arms crossed, his posture tall and straight. The sun hung high in the sky, and the time had finally come. Every ray of sunlight converged around him. Bathed in the midday sun, a golden halo gradually formed around him, making his figure appear particularly majestic and radiant, like the sun itself. A tremendous force surged from his dantian, rushing along his meridians, and the spiritual energy within Hongchen boiled. This was the ultimate blazing sun state, where he felt unparalleled supremacy. His power reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Hongchen, Luolai felt not fear but excitement, a glint of thrill flashing in his eyes. Luolai spread his legs apart, his right hand clenched into a fist pointing down, and his left hand gripped his right arm, beginning to gather energy. Hongchen's internal energy rolled like a torrent, the sunlight pouring into his body, making him feel as if he were engulfed in a golden flame. Finally, Hongchen could no longer suppress the vast spiritual energy within him. He suddenly erupted with a wave of scorching spiritual energy. The fierce energy scorched the heavens, and the lake boiled. As this scorching spiritual energy spread, the lake's surface began to distort. The lake water rapidly evaporated, transforming into billowing white mist that rose into the sky. In just a moment, the lake was completely dried up, leaving only a parched riverbed. Part of the spiritual energy within Hongchen leaked out, while another part was gathered into his right arm. Due to the infusion of scorching spiritual energy, his right arm glowed with golden light, and the muscles in his arm became fuller and stronger. Hongchen's right hand slowly formed a fist, and as he did so, the surroundings trembled. The surrounding scorching spiritual energy converged towards his right fist. Ultimately, Hongchen's right fist condensed into a substantial golden sphere of light. Luolai was also mobilizing the spiritual energy within him, enveloped in a circle of gray mixed primordial energy. This was his ultimate skill, the mixed primordial one-chi fist. Hongchen had not learned any martial arts. He was purely strong and full of spiritual energy, as if he were gathering all the world's power into his right fist. The two locked eyes, understanding each other without a word, and simultaneously charged at one another. As their fists sliced through the air, a sharp explosion echoed. In an instant, their fists collided fiercely in mid-air, producing a deafening sound. Where their fists met, a dazzling golden gray light burst forth, illuminating the entire desert. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and the water vapor that had evaporated earlier from Hongchen formed rolling dark clouds. The force of their punches stirred the air, shaking the very earth. Yellow sand swirled as their power reached its peak at that moment. The collision generated waves of spiritual energy, creating visible shockwaves that lifted sand thousands of meters away. Time ticked by second, as their fists remained locked, the ground trembling incessantly, and the dark clouds quaking above. Rain began to fall, soaking their clothes. With fists against fists, spiritual energy continuously gathered in their hands, the golden solar energy intertwining with the gray chaotic energy, producing a swoosh, swoosh, swoosh sound. The raindrops in the air grew larger, relentlessly hitting their faces and sliding down their cheeks. Luolai's brow gradually furrowed, the power within him was waning, while Hongchen seemed to have an endless supply of strength. The dark clouds in the sky thickened, and heavy rain poured down. Despite his unwillingness, Luolai's body had reached its limit. He slowly withdrew his fist, taking a step back, and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "You win." Hongchen returned the gesture and replied, "It was luck." This statement was neither a lie nor false modesty. He truly was lucky. If it weren't for the noon sun providing a continuous flow of spiritual energy, he would have lost in their earlier standoff. Luolai handed his card to Hongchen and then said, "You all don't hide anymore, come out." 3 figures appeared simultaneously on either side of the lake, all of whom Hongchen recognized. One was Su Firen. The other woman was Ying Huanhuan, the one who had been bullied by Sun Xiaochuan. The man, dressed in a white robe, was someone Hongchen had met before. A couple of days ago, after Su Firen had fought with Wei Wei and was injured, she was resting in the desert, and Hongchen had been protecting her. At that time, a young man in a snow-white robe had cut through a tornado with a single sword and was heading in Su Firen's direction. Hongchen had stopped this young man, asking him to take a detour and not disturb Su Firen's recovery, to which the young man had smiled and agreed. Unexpectedly, this young man in the snow-white robe turned out to be Li Chang'an, the one who could rival Luolai and possibly take the top spot, as mentioned in the diary. Li Chang'an sat atop a sand dune, casually planting his sword in the sand, then took a big swig from his wine flask. He sat there, his aura restrained, blending with the surroundings, clearly not showing off, yet impossible to ignore. Luolai also spotted Li Chang'an and called out loudly, "You must be Li Chang'an, right? With your strength, why do you hide and avoid a direct fight? You all are too weak to withstand the sword I wield. I might as well be dreaming," Li Chang'an replied nonchalantly, then lay back on the sand dune, taking swigs of wine. Luolai chuckled and said, "When the heavens are wild with rain, and people are reckless with disaster, aren't you afraid of your own tongue when you talk so big? The heavens do not speak of their height, and the earth does not speak of its depth." Li Chang'an laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Those who do not know me call me arrogant, those who do know me call me humble. So you're the one called Li Chang'an. You're quite arrogant, aren't you?" Hong Chen cursed as he walked over to Luo Lai, slinging an arm around his shoulder, whispering, "This guy is too arrogant, should we take him on together? As per our agreement of a single punch, I have already lost. You can crush my card, I will not participate in the battles that follow." Hong Chen handed Luo Lai's card to Su Firen, but she did not take it. Su Firen said, "I'm currently in 3rd place, you're in 4th, so you should use it." Hong Chen, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate and crushed Luo Lai's card, instantly jumping to 2nd place on the leaderboard. Luo Lai was enveloped in a white light. He glared at Li Chang'an and, before leaving, uttered a harsh remark, "We'll have a chance to spar again in the future." Watching the direction in which Luo Lai disappeared, Su Firen sighed. He speaks with conviction. When he says he'll fight, he fights. When he admits defeat, he admits it. Luo Lai is indeed a man of his word. Keeping one's word is the most basic principle of being a person. Hong Chen waved his hand towards the desert, where a graceful woman stood. He retracted his hand and said to Su Firen, "She's a friend of mine, named Ing Huanhuan." "I know she's Ing Huanhuan, I can see the leaderboard," Su Firen pressed on. "Besides Shia Sha, how many other beautiful confidants do you have?" Hong Chen explained, "Don't misunderstand me, I'm not close to Ing Huanhuan. How did you meet?" Su Firen was very interested in this matter. "Ing Huanhuan was harassed by a bully, so I stepped in to help her, and then she came to thank me. I've only met her twice in total." Hong Chen's words were brief, deliberately omitting sensitive details, like giving Ing Huanhuan a technique, mainly to prevent Su Firen from overthinking. "You really have a warm heart, going out of your way to be a hero and save the beauty," Su Firen teased meaningfully. "I can't stand seeing the weak being bullied, regardless of gender. I will lend a hand," Hong Chen said, expressing his strong desire to survive, but it was also his heartfelt truth. Sun Xiachuan had previously bullied an honest male classmate named Hua Fei. Hong Chen had helped Hua Fei at that time, and later, when he was beaten up by Long Outyan at school, Hua Fei also supported Hong Chen and even brought the principal. Unable to bear seeing the weak being bullied, he helped them, upholding justice in his heart, which was also due to Hong Sen's teachings. This has always been the family tradition. All parents in the world, no matter what happens later, initially hope their children become good people with a sense of justice. Heavy rain poured down, and the dry lakebed gradually accumulated water. Everyone only needed to slightly release their spiritual energy to form a layer of protection around themselves, preventing their bodies from getting wet. Ing Huanhuan walked up to Hong Chen. They hadn't seen each other for 3 months, and she had become much more confident. The Ing Huanhuan he first met was somewhat self-conscious, speaking with her head down, but now she had become poised and graceful. Ing Huanhuan smiled and exclaimed, "So it really is you. That's what I wanted to say too." Because Su Firen was nearby, Hong Chen didn't dare to be too enthusiastic. His tone was plain and slightly distant. Ing Huanhuan maintained her smile. "I have to thank you. If it weren't for you giving me the technique, I wouldn't have achieved such good results." Su Firen tilted her head slightly, glancing at Hong Chen. "Oh? What technique? How come I haven't heard you mention it?" "This is Su Firen, my benefactor." Hong Chen first introduced Su Firen, then turned to Ing Huanhuan and said, "What I gave you was the Taishang Gaining Pian. How did your cultivation progress so quickly?" The latter part of his sentence was also an explanation, clarifying that what he gave Ing Huanhuan was just an ordinary technique worth only 5 or 6,000. Hong Chen added, "At that time, I asked Ing Huanhuan for a favor, so I gave her the Taishang Gaining Pian as a reward for her help." Su Firen's lips couldn't help but twitch. She was trying to scare Hong Chen on purpose, and she wasn't actually angry or jealous. "I don't know. I just practiced and suddenly broke through to a 9-star martial master," Ing Huanhuan said, sounding a bit confused. She genuinely couldn't figure it out. In the distance, Li Chang'an was having a great time, lying on a sand pile and laughing loudly. "Ha ha!" The three turned to look at Li Chang'an, as a gust of sand blew through the desert, yet it couldn't drown out his laughter. "Ha ha! Good wine!" The sandstorm enveloped Li Chang'an's figure, but his singing could still be heard. "Eventually, the wild wind will rise from the ground, and I will ride the wind across thousands of miles. I will ride the wind across thousands of miles." Hearing Li Chang'an's laughter and shouts, Hong Chen remarked, "He probably drank too much, something's wrong with his head." Su Firen frowned and said, "We all know him, what should we do? I can't bring myself to go against a friend." Hong Chen replied, "Our points have all made it into the top 5, and we've survived long enough. Our final ranking will definitely be in the top 5. Let's go find Li Chang'an and clarify things with him. We need to see if he wants to fight or not. If he wants to fight, we'll accompany him. If he doesn't, we'll crush our own cards and voluntarily forfeit." The two nodded, and the three waited for the sandstorm to blow away before walking towards Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an lay in the sand, his white robe covered in grains, drinking while singing freely, watching from the sidelines, clapping and laughing wildly. "What's the harm in being wild? What's the harm in being crazy? Hong Chen approached him, looked down at Li Chang'an, and asked, "Friend, it's just the four of us left, what do you want to do?" Li Chang'an swallowed the drink in his mouth, his drunken eyes hazily looking at Hong Chen. "With so many people watching in front of the TV, we can't end it half-heartedly. We wouldn't want to ruin everyone's mood, so let's just have a fight." Hearing that Li Chang'an wanted to fight, Hong Chen retorted, "Do you want a one-on-one, or a group fight?" Li Chang'an laughed heartily and asked, "Are you three going to take me on one at a time?" Hong Chen grinned, "If you want a wheel battle, we can accommodate your wish. So do you want a one-on-one or a group fight?" Li Chang'an took a swig of his drink and, facing Hong Chen's playful words, he wasn't angry but said, "I'm fine with anything, it's up to your arrangement." Hearing such a carefree response, Hong Chen recalled how Li Chang'an had given way when Su Firan was recuperating, not taking advantage of the situation. He set aside his suspicions and made a decision. Hong Chen looked at Su Firan and Ing Huanuan, and in a serious tone said, "I apply to have a one-on-one with him." Li Chang'an's points ranked first, while Hong Chen's ranked second, whoever won would be first. If it were 3 against 1, Hong Chen could take the top spot, but he chose not to do so. If Li Chang'an were a treacherous and despicable person, Hong Chen would have chosen to outnumber him. But Li Chang'an was an open and honest person. Facing such a carefree gentleman, he didn't want to do that. He wanted to leave the outcome to their respective strengths, so even if he lost, he could do so without regret, losing with dignity. Su Firan and Ing Huan exchanged glances and smiled in unison. They crushed their own cards, voluntarily leaving the battlefield to Hong Chen and Li Chang'an. Seeing the two voluntarily forfeit, Li Chang'an slowly sat up and said leisurely, "Both of them are your friends. If you want to take the top spot, you can have them give you their cards." Hong Chen, realizing this late, exclaimed, "Ah," and then patted his head, laughing, "Right, but it doesn't matter." Hong Chen said boldly, "I want to have a fair fight with you, even if I lose in the end, I accept it." Hong Lan and Hong Hu sat in front of the TV, watching Hong Chen appear on screen. Even though the facts were laid out before them, they still found it hard to believe. Big Brother is definitely not F-grade talent. Hong Hu was now very certain, speaking excitedly, "If he were F-grade talent, I'd eat my words." Hong Lan frowned at this, "If you're going to talk, just say it properly, don't be so disgusting." Hong Hu immediately explained, "I was just describing the credibility of Big Brother being F-grade talent. But that metaphor is just too scary. I won't blame you for saying that in front of me, but if you say that in front of other girls, you'll definitely never find a girlfriend in the future." Hong Hu chuckled foolishly. He didn't refute but picked up his phone to cover his embarrassment. Looking at the content on his phone, he suddenly exclaimed, "Second sister, the market has opened." "What market has opened?" Hong Lan asked a question, as she was unfamiliar with such matters. Hong Hu explained, "The match between Big Brother and Li Chang'an has attracted bets from outside. We can wager on who will win. The current odds are 1 to 26, and they are still rising." Hong Lan didn't understand and asked again, "What does 1 to 26 mean?" Hong Hu explained once more, "If we bet 10,000 yuan on Big Brother to win, and he wins, we will receive 260,000 yuan. If we bet 10,000 yuan on Li Chang'an to win, and he wins, we will get 10,260 yuan. Hong Lan was shocked. These odds seem a bit too extreme. Betting on Li Chang'an to win, after deducting the principal, we would only get 260 yuan. But betting on Big Brother to win, after deducting the principal, we could still get 250,000 yuan. Hong Hu explained for the third time, "It's because too many people are betting on Li Chang'an to win, which has caused the odds to become unbalanced. This also shows that no one outside believes in Big Brother." Hong Lan angrily said, "You just saw it, Big Brother at least exchanged a punch with Luo Lai and wasn't injured. He has some strength, these odds are ridiculous." Hong Hu helplessly replied, "Chen Tianqiu said Li Chang'an is a once-in-a-thousand-years talent in the Great Xia Kingdom, and that's not an exaggeration at all. You've seen the live broadcasts these days, Li Chang'an is incredibly strong. His physique is indestructible, harder than Captain America's shield, almost like a monster. Yesterday, Situlan from the Qingju mansion in Shishu, she is a 9-star martial artist. But when Situlan drew her bow with all her might and shot an arrow directly at his weakest point, his eye, Li Chang'an didn't even flinch. His strength is terrifying. With a casual swing of his sword, he can cleave a 100-foot chasm. The host said Li Chang'an could move mountains and seas, his strength unmatched, and that's not an exaggeration at all. Moreover, he is a 10-star martial artist. Although Big Brother has broken through to 7-star martial artist, he is definitely not Li Chang'an's match." Hong Hu concluded, "I'm not trying to boost others' spirits while dampening our own. The eyes of the public are sharp. Such high odds are entirely due to Li Chang'an's strength. Send me the betting website, I'll bet 100,000 yuan to support Big Brother." No one supported Hong Chen, and Hong Lan was very angry. She felt that Hong Chen was being underestimated. Hong Hu weakly complained, "Spendthrift, aren't you just throwing money into the water?" Hong Lan huffed, "Big brother has worked so hard to get to this point, I'm happy." Meanwhile, far away in Jiangnan province, in Dei Mansion, Su Yuan looked at the odds on his phone, shocked. "Dad, the odds have risen to 1 to 28. Su Tianba laughed upon hearing this. In all these years of martial artist college entrance exams, such extreme odds have never been seen before. I remember the most extreme odds from over 30 years ago, but back then, the odds were only 1 to 6. Su Yuan put away his phone, sighing, "If we look at these odds, almost no one believes in Hong Chen." Su Tianba's tone was filled with amazement. This kid has done well to get this far, considering he only has F-level talent. Li Chang'an has been praised by Qin Tianshou as a once-in-a-thousand-years talent in the Great Xia Kingdom, a peerless genius that appears only once in a millennium. In front of such an extraordinary genius like Li Chang'an, no matter how outstanding a young person is, they will likely pale in comparison and become mere background. Su Yuan also lamented, "Fei Ran's performance this time is decent, although she didn't make it into the top 3, considering her points and survival time, 4th place should be no problem. There are too many geniuses in this martial artist college entrance exam. Fei Ran is just out of luck. If she were a year or two older and had participated a year or two earlier, her strength could have easily dominated, and she would have a high chance of taking the top spot. In this era of great competition, geniuses are emerging one after another." Su Tianbao said in surprise, muttering to himself, "Could it be that chaos is just around the corner?" In the official live broadcast room of the Great Xia Kingdom, as the final battle approached, the host was joined by 2 special guests for commentary. Chen Tianshou, a spirited elder who had previously served as the vice president of Yuanyan University, had retired 2 years ago and was now enjoying his retirement in the Great Xia Kingdom. The other guest, Mu Bai, was a cousin of Mu Yunlu and also hailed from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm. Mu Bai had been the top scorer in the college entrance examination 8 years ago, graduated from Dongsheng University 4 years ago, and had since stayed on as a teacher there. Since it was summer vacation, he took the opportunity to return home for a visit. Dongsheng University was one of the top 10 universities, and at just 26 years old, Mu Bai was considered quite accomplished to be teaching at such a prestigious institution. The host first turned to Mu Bai and asked, "Teacher Mu, you were also the top scorer 8 years ago. Who do you think has a better chance, Hong Chen or Li Chang'an?" "The top scorer in the college entrance examination can vary," Mu Bai replied modestly, praising the 3 contenders first before offering his sharp critique. "But like most people, I have more faith in Li Chang'an. Everyone has seen the live broadcasts these days. Li Chang'an's strength is evident. Although Hong Chen is also very strong, as I mentioned earlier, there is a gap between geniuses. There is an insurmountable chasm between Hong Chen and Li Chang'an. It seems Teacher Mu is supporting Li Chang'an." The host, having received an answer, continued, "You and Mu Yunlu both come from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, and I heard you two are relatives. What do you think of his performance in this college entrance examination?" Mu Bai pondered for a moment before saying, "Mu Yunlu is my cousin, but I don't play favorites. His performance this time was quite poor. Although he has a pure heart, he is too trusting of others. Otherwise, with his strength, he would definitely have made it into the top 5. Chen Tianshou, who had been silent, suddenly laughed and said, "Mu Yunlu, like Luo Lai, was originally guaranteed admission. Even if he fails this time, he can still enter a top university. So, young friend Mu, don't be too harsh. Mu Yunluo's innocent and naive heart is precious. It is the most important thing for us martial artists. If he can maintain his original intention, his path in martial arts will surely be smoother in the future." Upon hearing Chen Tianshou's words, the host immediately asked, "Elder Chen, you once praised Li Chang'an as a once-in-a-thousand-years talent in the Great Xia Kingdom. Many people are curious why he has received such high praise from you." Chen Tianshou slowly replied, "In April of this year, I taught a class to those who had demonstrated talent. I taught a low-level mysterious martial technique, and many understood it only partially. However, Li Chang'an succeeded in executing the technique after just one explanation. I believed he must have learned this technique before, which is why he succeeded on the first try. So, I taught him a top-level mysterious martial technique, originally just to test my guess, but Li Chang'an succeeded again on the first attempt. I was certainly not convinced. So, I taught him a high-level earth martial technique, which is a very difficult technique. Even the top students from prestigious universities would likely take 10 days to a month to master it. Li Chang'an succeeded once more, and only then was I willing to believe that this young man possessed a rare level of comprehension. He could grasp any martial technique or divine ability in an instant." Chen Tianshou paused here and added, "Although Li Chang'an has high comprehension, that is not the main reason I praise him." The host seized the moment to respond, "If Li Chang'an possesses such unprecedented comprehension and that isn't the main reason, Could there be something else about him that impresses you even more? Chen Tianqiu nodded. The vastness of the 9 provinces is boundless, and even among a million, many talents can emerge. In my years of teaching in Zhengzhou, I have seen quite a few students with exceptional comprehension. The most important thing for every martial artist is talent, and that is also the most outstanding aspect of Li Chang'an. His talent can be described as unparalleled in history, something that has never been seen in the human race for 10,000 years, but I cannot say much more here. Chen Tianqiu's eyes sparkled as he continued, to be born in this era, we are truly fortunate. Perhaps in a few decades, we will witness a great hero in our great Xia nation who will dominate the 9 provinces. To dominate the 9 provinces, this level of evaluation surpasses even the 1 in 1,000 years talent. The host swallowed hard. Years of hosting experience allowed him to quickly regain his composure, and he responded, to dominate the martial world means to be far beyond others. So, can I understand your meaning this way? In a few decades, Li Chang'an's martial prowess will surpass all martial artists in the 9 provinces? The host looked at Chen Tianqiu, hoping to see the answer in his eyes. But Chen Tianqiu's eyes remained calm. He simply smiled and said, I know you all don't believe me. I won't say much more, let's wait and see. Sitting beside him, Mu Bai showed a complex expression upon hearing this, 3 parts shock, 3 parts disbelief, 3 parts curiosity, and 1 part expectation. As the host, he couldn't let the live broadcast fall silent, so he continued to ask, Old Chen, based on what you said, how do you think Hong Chen would fare against Li Chang'an? What are his chances of winning? Chen Tianqiu pondered for a moment before giving an answer. I estimate about 10%. Everyone could tell this was to save face for Hong Chen. After all, the entire nation was watching, and Chen Tianqiu couldn't directly state that Hong Chen had no chance, as that would be quite embarrassing for him. That's a 9-to-1 split. The host paused and asked, how did you come to this conclusion? You may not have noticed, but I have. Hong Chen's talent is like the sun, although it's only an A-level talent, it's quite rare. Chen Tianqiu spoke confidently. Having been a vice president at a top university for decades, his insight and knowledge naturally surpassed that of most people. The closer it gets to noon, the stronger the sun talent becomes. When Hong Chen and Luo Lai were sparring, it was during the peak of his sun talent, which is why he was able to defeat Luo Lai in their match. Now that it's past noon, Hong Chen's peak has passed, and his strength will only diminish, which is why I conclude he only has a 10% chance. Because of Chen Tianqiu's words, the opening odds rose to 1-48. Just as the host was about to respond, a change occurred in the examination arena, and he excitedly said, look, Qi Yunfeng is coming out. The finals of the martial artist examination have always been held at Qi Yunfeng, a tradition that has lasted for hundreds of years in the Great Xia Nation. Hong Chen and Li Chang'an stood in place, and a mountain slowly rose from the desert beneath their feet. The mountain grew taller and taller, continuously ascending, while the desert below receded further away. The peak of the mountain was flattened by a sword, forming an open-air platform where the two stood, as the mountain continued to rise, like being in an elevator. Eventually, the mountain reached a height level with the sea of clouds. From the mountaintop, Hong Chen looked down and could see a sea of clouds surrounding the area below, with only a vague view of the yellow sands of the desert. The mountaintop platform was roughly a mile in circumference, with the sea of clouds churning like ocean waves. Standing at the peak, Hong Chen felt the spiritual energy within him surge again, as he was closer to the sun and free from the cloud's obstruction. Years ago, it wasn't that long. A couple of years ago, Hong Sin joked that if any of the Hong siblings could reach the top of Qi Yin Mountain, even if they ultimately didn't take first place, it would be enough to bring him peace in life. The fierce winds at the mountaintop howled, and Hong Chen sighed, this is indeed the top of Qi Yunfeng. The summit of Qi Yunfeng is not open to outsiders, it is reserved for the final battle of the martial artist examination. But this is the peak that every young person in the Great Xia Nation has once dreamed of reaching. Li Chang'an spoke clearly, there are mountains in the Great Xia Kingdom that are taller than Qi Yun Peak, but height is not what matters. You and I have studied hard for 10 years, and now we meet here. This is the highest peak of the Great Xia Kingdom. No matter your realm, talent, or understanding, please allow me to pay my highest respect to you, who stands at the summit of Qi Yun Mountain at this moment. Li Chang'an withdrew the sword from his back. The young man said nothing, only grasped the air with his right hand, and the Zhangyang knife appeared in his grip. He turned his head, lowered his brows, and looked north, where Jianghuai province lay. Can you see it? The young man smiled, then raised his head to gaze at the vast blue sky. Since the passing of his parents, he had faced many hardships, covered in dust, experiencing life and death, and had finally arrived here. If there truly are spirits in the heavens, can you see your child standing at the peak of Qiyun? The time was 12:30, still noon. Although the intense sunlight had diminished, Hong Chen's strength remained at its peak. Noon is the period from 11 to 1, after which the sun would slowly set, and his strength would gradually decline. If he wanted to win, he had to act quickly. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for him. Thinking of this, Hong Chen immediately urged the vast spiritual energy within him, red flames flickering on the surface of his skin. He gripped the knife with both hands and charged forward, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. The Zhangyang knife aimed directly at Li Chang'an. Before the blade arrived, a fierce and scorching wind rushed in, shaking the mountaintop rocks and causing the surrounding vegetation to sway. Hong Chen exerted all his strength into his arms, leaping with a knife strike, the Zhangyang knife carrying a temperature of 10,000 degrees, aimed straight down at Li Chang'an. Facing this overwhelming blow, Li Chang'an remained unperturbed, lightly raising his right hand's long sword, positioning it above his head to meet Hong Chen's fierce strike. When the knife and sword clashed, the sound of metal ringing echoed like a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl, resounding through the sky, reverberating at the summit 1,000 meters high. Seeing his attack blocked, Hong Chen gripped the knife with both hands, exerting all his strength to push down, attempting to overpower Li Chang'an. With a flick of his wrist, Li Chang'an's sword, imbued with immense force, easily neutralized Hong Chen's brute strength. The sword swung outward with a sharp sound, and Hong Chen felt a tremendous force surge through him, sending him flying backward uncontrollably for hundreds of meters, nearly tumbling off the cliff. Hong Chen quickly steadied himself, his feet firmly planted on the ground, barely maintaining his balance. His full-force strike with both hands had been effortlessly blocked by Li Chang'an, who then casually flung him away for hundreds of meters. This kid is truly terrifying. Hong Chen looked up, and Li Chang'an still stood in place, appearing calm and unbothered, as if blocking that strike was merely a simple motion. Li Chang'an glanced at Hong Chen, shook his head slightly, and said, "Your strength is weak. You even commented on it." Hong Chen grinned, his form like an arrow on the string, swinging the knife again. Watching Hong Chen charge at him, Li Chang'an remained still, then closed his eyes and spread his arms, adopting a posture of surrender. Hong Chen frowned, increasing his strength, and brought the Zhangyang knife down. As the blade touched Li Chang'an's chest, a metallic clanging sound rang out, as if striking something incredibly solid. Hong Chen felt a violent recoil in his arm, a dull pain in his palm, and his arms went weak. He suppressed the numbness and pain, mustering all his strength for another strike. Li Chang'an still kept his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent, allowing Hong Chen to swing his knife. After 2 strikes, his white robe was torn, revealing a solid chest, yet there was not a single mark on his skin, not even a faint scratch. Sensing that Hong Chen had stopped, Li Chang'an finally opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "This body of mine cannot be drowned by water, burned by fire, harmed by lightning, nor can it be injured by blades or axes." After 2 strikes, Hong Chen took a few steps back and shook his arms, which had gone numb from the impact. They were harder than a turtle's shell. Ordinary attacks couldn't harm Li Chang'an, so he had to resort to his ultimate move. Earlier, in the tavern, Hong Chen had purchased the Wuwang Blade Manual and the Great Burning Heaven technique from Luo Feng. Luo Feng had told him that the Wuwang Blade Manual could be combined with the Great Burning Heaven technique, and the power of these 2 martial arts combined was even comparable to high-level Earth-grade techniques. The Heaven and Earth One-Blade Slash from the Wuwang Blade Manual, when paired with the Burning Heaven energy from the Great Burning Heaven technique, could form a move, the Qian Kuan Burning Heaven Slash. Hong Chen slowly raised the Zhangyang blade, the abundant solar spiritual energy within him transforming into scorching burning heaven energy. This energy rapidly gathered in his hands and concentrated at the tip of the Zhangyang blade. Then, the temperature soared to tens of thousands of degrees, the burning heaven energy focusing into a single point. Li Chang'an slightly widened his eyes but remained standing still, not dodging or avoiding. The Zhangyang blade, carrying a rolling wave of heat, was thrust directly at his chest. At the point of contact with his skin, a faint red glow emerged. Hong Chen swung the blade down with force, the tip pressed closely against Li Chang'an's chest. The extreme heat and abundant energy slashed diagonally against Li Chang'an's skin, leaving a fine scratch. A few drops of blood oozed from the scratch but quickly evaporated due to the high temperature, leaving only tiny red dots on his chest. "This strike is not bad." Li Chang'an smiled, revealing his white teeth, then took a deep breath, and the wound on his chest rapidly closed, leaving almost no trace. "Is this your full power attack?" Li Chang'an asked Hong Chen, then added, "If this is all you've got, you might as well surrender early." Hong Chen replied, "You haven't even attacked. How can I just bow down and admit defeat?" Li Chang'an sighed, a helpless smile on his face, and said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. You haven't made a move. How do you know I can't withstand it?" Hong Chen's tone was defiant, but more than that, he was eager to try. "All right then." This was a case of not giving up until reaching the Yellow River. Li Chang'an gripped his sword with one hand and casually slashed forward. Returning to simplicity, the path is the simplest. A force that could move mountains surged forth with Li Chang'an's strike. Hong Chen felt a suffocating pressure, raising the Zhengyang blade with both hands, gritting his teeth and straining to block Li Chang'an's incoming sword. The two weapons clashed again, the sound of metal ringing through the valley, shaking the heavens and the earth, scattering the sea of clouds around Qian Peak. An unprecedented immense force transmitted to his arms, and Hong Chen was nearly unable to breathe. His arms trembled, and the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked, spreading like a spider web. The ground within 100 feet shattered, dust flying from the mountaintop. Hong Chen exerted all his strength to hold on, but still, the immense force bent his arms, forcing him to kneel on one knee, creating a deep pit in the ground. Li Chang'an wanted Hong Chen to surrender voluntarily, which was why he was using his strength to pressure him, but he did not use all his power in this strike. Because Li Chang'an also dared not unleash his full strength, his full-powered strike was something no peer could withstand. At this moment, Hong Chen had to admit that the gap between him and Li Chang'an was vast, like heaven and earth apart. However, after exchanging a punch with Luo Lai, the more he fought, the stronger he became, allowing him to accumulate a large amount of spiritual energy within. Just now, he had also taken Li Chang'an's sword strike head-on, causing his spiritual energy to surge, and many energies converged, allowing his realm to break through to the 8-star martial master level. Li Chang'an retracted his long sword, slightly shocked, and joked, "How did you break through again?" Hong Chen, kneeling on one knee, exhaled the stagnant air from his chest and slowly stood up. Although a bit disheveled, he still maintained his composure and replied, "Breaking through is as easy as flipping a hand." Having broken through to the 8-star martial master level, the time was now 1 minute past 1, and the sun was about to set in the west. As noon passed, the boiling spiritual energy within Hong Chen gradually calmed down, and his breath and strength weakened, the spiritual energy in his body no longer inexhaustible. Noticing Hong Chen's retreating aura and diminished power, Li Chang'an curiously asked, "Isn't it strange? How come after breaking the mirror, your aura has weakened?" Hearing the deeper meaning in Li Chang'an's words, Hong Chen smiled and retorted, "Do you think that since I've come this far, I have nothing left to fight you with?" "That's pretty much what I mean," Li Chang'an admitted, shaking his long sword and saying, "Since you don't want to concede, you can't blame me." "I don't need you to help me save face," Hong Chen replied, shaking his painfully trembling arm, his tone becoming serious. "I should take this seriously." He spread his arms wide in a gesture of embrace, tilting his head towards the sun. As the sunlight from the sky approached him, it transformed into strands of golden light. Hong Chen's body acted like a magnet, absorbing these golden rays. The golden light surrounded him, coating his body in a layer of gold. Once his body was gilded, an unending stream of golden light began to gather above his head. These golden rays intertwined, hovering 5 centimeters above Hong Chen's head, ultimately forming a golden sphere the size of a coin. As more and more golden light converged above Hong Chen, the golden sphere gradually grew larger, first to the size of a plate, then a basketball, and finally to the size of a basin. The surface of the golden sphere churned with crimson flames, resembling a miniature sun. The small sun emitted dazzling brilliance, instantly illuminating the entire mountaintop. Bathed in the scorching sunlight above, Hong Chen's aura surged, returning him to his peak state of blazing sun. The power of the extreme blazing sun filled Hong Chen's body, his strength and aura skyrocketing, continuously replenishing his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast room, the host, witnessing this scene, asked, "Old Chen, you previously said that Hong Chen's talent is the sun, and after noon, he would only grow weaker, but why has he returned to peak condition?" Looking at the golden body of Hong Chen, Chen Tianqiu frowned and said, "Hong Chen's golden exterior resembles the golden body of Buddhism." Following Chen Tianqiu's words, the host asked, "Do you suspect that Hong Chen has used a Buddhist divine ability?" Buddhism has a divine ability similar to golden body arhat that can coat oneself in a golden body, thus enhancing physical defense. Chen Tianqiu shook his head and added, "But I can't be sure, because the sun above Hong Chen has exceeded my understanding. I've never seen such a divine ability. But one thing I can confirm is that Hong Chen is harnessing the energy of that sun, so even if it's not exactly noon, he can still be in the blazing sun state." The host inquired again, with Hong Chen at his peak state facing Li Chang'an again, "What do you think his chances of winning are?" After a moment of thought, Chen Tianqiu replied, 80-20, with Hong Chen at 2. The host turned to Mu Bai and asked, "Teacher Mu, what do you think?" "I think 70-30, with Hong Chen at 3, Mu Bai said, then added, "But that's assuming Hong Chen can maintain the blazing sun state, not just for a minute like before." Hearing this, Chen Tianqiu nodded and added, "I agree with Teacher Mu, if Hong Chen can maintain the blazing sun state, he can indeed have a 70-30 chance against Li Chang'an." On the eve of the college entrance examination, Hong Chen, in a tavern, once again acquired a rare treasure, elevating his talent to an A-grade sun. After gaining the Sun talent, he worried about encountering enemies at night, as he would become very weak during that time. At 12:01, Hong Chen would be in the blazing sun state, but at 12:01 in the morning, he would be in the shadow moon state, which was his weakest moment. Hong Chen is currently at the realm of an 8-star martial master, but in the state of Yin Moon, he can only exert the strength of a 1-star martial master. A person may lack advantages, but they absolutely cannot have weaknesses, for weaknesses are the soft underbelly. In the martial arts examination, there are many enemies lurking. Once one exposes their soft spot, they will quickly become a target and face danger. Therefore, Hong Chen thought of obtaining the unyielding body of the Great Sun from Sun Xiachuan. However, the cultivation conditions for the unyielding body of the Great Sun are too harsh, and he has not practiced this technique. But, like the 8-9 profound art, the unyielding body of the Great Sun contains many divine abilities. Among them is a divine ability called body like the Great Sun. This divine ability can originally transform into the Dharma form of the Great Sun Buddha. He attempted to cultivate this ability, perhaps due to the influence of the 8-9 profound art, or perhaps because of his clear understanding. He was able to connect one insight to 101 realization to 1,000. Hong Chen practiced in the Kunlun Jade Pendant for a long time and ultimately mastered this divine ability. However, because he did not cultivate the unyielding body of the Great Sun, the body like the Great Sun he mastered is merely a truncated version. Hong Chen cannot transform into the towering Dharma form of the Great Sun Buddha, he can only coat himself in a golden body. The Great Sun Buddha has the words Great Sun, so behind the Dharma form of the Great Sun Buddha, there is originally a halo symbolizing the sun. Since Hong Chen cultivated a truncated version of body like the Great Sun, he does not have a solar halo behind him but instead has a small sun floating above his head. As long as he uses the truncated version of body like the Great Sun, he can remain in a blazing sun state. In this way, Hong Chen inadvertently solved his weakness of becoming weaker at night. However, because he encountered Su Firen, who protected him at night, Hong Chen was able to keep this trump card hidden and had not exposed it until now, giving him the opportunity to use it. In heaven and on earth, I alone am supreme. Hong Chen took a deep breath, tightly clenched his fists. This state is truly wonderful. Watching Hong Chen return to his peak form, Li Chang'an still shook his head. This is still not enough. A thin crack opened above Hong Chen's brow, resembling the first light of dawn when chaos began to unfold, and a ruthless golden eye slowly opened. How about now? Sensing the change in Hong Chen's aura, Li Chang'an's face, which was previously calm, now showed seriousness as he nodded and said, "This is starting to look somewhat decent." Hong Chen stood atop the mountain, the sun above him casting golden rays, illuminating him like a divine being bathed in fire. Li Chang'an stood quietly opposite him, holding a snow-white long sword in his right hand, his long hair flowing, and his white robe billowing without wind. The two faced each other, a low pressure enveloping the mountaintop, and everything around them fell silent, even the dust in the air ceased to move. The golden eye above Hong Chen's brow grew increasingly bright, and a scorching golden beam shot straight toward Li Chang'an. This golden beam moved at incredible speed, trailing a long tail behind it, leaving a clearly visible golden trajectory in the air. This time, Li Chang'an did not take it head-on. Instead, he leaped back a large step while swinging his long sword, channeling the immense force of his right arm to strike forward with all his might, cleaving through the golden beam. Boom! The long sword shattered the golden beam, causing the surrounding space to tremble and distort, with a loud explosion echoing in the air. The golden beam shot from the heavenly eye consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. Even though Hong Chen was already an 8-star martial master, it still drained 1/5 of his spiritual energy. However, Hong Chen was in an extreme blazing sun state, allowing him to continuously replenish his spiritual energy, and just a few seconds later, the energy he had just expended was completely restored. Although Li Chang'an had broken the golden beam with his sword, the tremendous recoil still numbed his arm. Holding his sword, Hong Chen stood in place and smiled, asking, "How was that strike? If it weren't for my sword being hard enough, I would have been split in two by your golden beam. If it weren't for my arms having the strength to move mountains, my sword-wielding arm would probably have been broken." Li Chang'an said again, "Your strike is very strong. Truly, it is something I've never seen in my life. Although I have an indestructible body, I still dare not face it head-on." Hong Chen laughed heartily at this. "Having been pressed down and beaten by you, it's finally nice to see you take a hit." Li Chang'an did not hide his admiration for Hong Chen. "With your A-grade talent, reaching this level is indeed not easy." "How do you know I'm A-grade talent?" Hong Chen asked first, then inquired, "What level of talent do you have? With your strength, could you be SSS grade?" Li Chang'an shook his head and replied, "If I were SSS grade talent, I would have been admitted to a top university long ago. I can only say, my talent is very strange, perhaps beyond everyone's understanding. What does it mean for talent to be beyond everyone's understanding? Could it be that Li Chang'an's talent exceeds SSS grade? Hearing this, Hong Chen frowned and reminded, "This is a live broadcast. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by evil cultivators?" Li Chang'an waved his long sword and laughed nonchalantly. "If I dare to say it, of course I'm not afraid. Just now you asked me why I could see your talent." At this point, Li Chang'an pointed to his own eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and his eyes ignited with two flames, with his pupils shimmering with a golden light. "This is the Fire Eye Golden Eye." Hong Chen was taken aback, murmuring, "So it was you who bought that great immortal technique. The Fire Eye Golden Eye can see through everything, perceiving the essence of the human body, and of course, it can also discern what kind of talent Hong Chen possesses. Moreover, the effect of the Fire Eye Golden Eye is similar to that of the Heavenly Eye. It can also see through others' movements, capturing their figures and trajectories for defense and blocking." Li Chang'an was also momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. "You mentioned that old beggar. After I tested my talent, I was about to ride my bike home, and he insisted I choose a technique, so I picked the Great Immortal Technique. The old beggar also said there were originally 4 techniques, and when I chose, only the Great Immortal Technique and the 10,000 Hidden Sword Classic were left, so one of the techniques was bought by you?" "Of course," Hong Chen replied, then asked, "Are you also a student of Jianhui High School? Why haven't I seen you before?" Li Chang'an shook his head. "The high school I attended is located in a small town in our county. Since there was no testing point in the town, I had to take a bus to the city. I just happened to be assigned to the testing point at Jianhui High School." Hong Chen nodded and said, "So the Great Immortal Technique is in your hands. No wonder you're so strong. That makes sense." Li Chang'an shook his head. "The reason I am this strong is only partly due to the Great Immortal Technique. The main reason is my talent. Just like you now, your strength is also due to your solar talent. But my solar talent is a double-edged sword. I become very weak at night." Hong Chen had no intention of hiding this, as he had likely been exposed to the live camera these days. Although Hong Chen thought this, the reality was that he hadn't been given a single shot. His talent had actually been exposed by Chen Tianshou. Li Chang'an said, "If you were as strong at night, the sun would not just be A-grade talent, it would at least be S-grade talent. But if you can maintain the blazing sun state, this A-grade talent in your hands is enough to rival S-grade talent." "If you say it like that," Hong Chen smiled and boasted, "I seem to be quite strong. There's no end to the talk. This duel will eventually determine a winner. Let's continue fighting." After Li Chang'an finished speaking, he leaped forward, thrusting his sword. This was his first time actively launching an attack. While Li Chang'an was speaking, Hong Chen had already closed his eyes, with only the Heavenly Eye above his brow still open. After closing his eyes, he used his Heavenly Eye to observe his surroundings, able to see more clearly and precisely capture Li Chang'an's figure and movements. The long sword slashed down, and Hong Chen blocked it with his horizontal blade. As the sword and knife clashed for the third time, Hong Chen still felt an unmatched force transmitted to his arms. However, this time his arms only felt slightly sore and numb, much better than the previous 2 encounters where his arms had been shaken to the point of being unusable. With his arms still strong, Hong Chen finally had the strength to launch a full-force strike. He stepped back 2 paces, dissipating the fierce momentum from the blade, then used that force to strike back. The Zhanyang knife turned into a streak of light, slicing towards Li Chang'an's waist. At this moment, Hong Chen was no longer the same. He had broken through to the 8-star martial master, opened his Heavenly Eye, utilized the body like the sun, and was in an extreme state of blazing sun. Therefore, Li Chang'an did not dare to be careless, raising his sword to block downward, deflecting Hong Chen's attack. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the sword tip lightly prodded, and an immense force erupted in an instant, sending Hong Chen flying. Hong Chen rolled several times in the air before landing steadily. Although he had grown stronger, Li Chang'an's power was still terrifying. What seemed like a casual strike from him contained enough force to shake mountains. The indestructible physique, the immense strength capable of moving mountains, and the fiery golden eyes were likely all abilities cultivated from the Great Immortal Technique. Just as Hong Chen had developed his increasing strength in battle and the Eye of Heaven from the 8-9 Profound Art. At the peak of Qian Peak, the clash of blades and shadows was dazzling, making it hard to keep up. Hong Chen wielded his knife, leaping to strike again. Li Chang'an held his sword, horizontally slashing down. As the two clashed, Hong Chen pushed his speed to the limit, one strike after another, each faster than the last. Li Chang'an was at ease, deflecting the incoming Zhanyang knife with a single sword, and could even counter with another strike aimed at Hong Chen's chest. Since they were engaged in close combat, they could only rely on speed, using only half their strength. Li Chang'an's physique was very solid, and Hong Chen's Zhanyang knife, wielded with half his strength, could not harm him at all. Meanwhile, Hong Chen, using the body like the sun, had his entire body coated in a golden sheen, greatly enhancing his defense. His cultivated technique was also the 8-9 profound art, which inherently provided strong defensive capabilities. Thus, when Li Chang'an's long sword struck Hong Chen's chest, it did not inflict serious injury, only causing a light wound that bled. This was mainly because Li Chang'an had not used all his strength, he had reserved some of his speed and power and had not fought with all his might. Moreover, throughout their battle, Li Chang'an had never used a single martial technique. Hong Chen not only shot out golden rays but also executed the Qianquan burning heaven slash. Hong Chen couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it be that Li Chang'an didn't know any martial techniques and was relying solely on brute strength? But those watching from in front of the television knew that Li Chang'an possessed extraordinary comprehension. Qin Tianshou had taught him 3 martial techniques, all of which he had learned instantly. Besides that, Li Chang'an might have other martial techniques as well. Since Qin Tianshou valued him so much, he would likely teach Li Chang'an more techniques in private later. It should be noted that Qin Tianshou was the vice president of a top university. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this old scholar was proficient in hundreds of martial techniques. After exchanging dozens of strikes with swords and knives, both retreated several hundred meters, creating a safe distance. The indestructible Li Chang'an was naturally unharmed, only his clothes were torn. Hong Chen's defense was not as strong as Li Chang'an's, and he lacked his strength, covered in numerous sword wounds. Hong Chen took a deep breath, and the sword wounds on his body, which were bleeding, immediately ignited small flames. These dense sword wounds healed rapidly under the burning of the small flames, closing up in just a few seconds. Unable to match Li Chang'an in speed or strength, he could only rely on martial techniques. Hong Chen gripped the Zhangyang knife with both hands, stepped forward with his right foot, and his muscles instantly tensed, as abundant spiritual energy surged into the Zhangyang knife like a tide. Li Chang'an stood in place, holding his sword with one hand, his gaze slightly, yet he showed no signs of fear. This strike, merely the initial move, carried a strong momentum. If he were to charge forward head-on, he would likely be severely injured, so he decided against recklessness, opting instead to counter each move as it came. In his mind, Li Chang'an made his choice. Hong Chen's entire strength was channeled through his waist, arms, elbows, and wrists, layer upon layer, ultimately converging at the tip of the blade. He raised his sword to the sky, executing a strike in mid-air, the blades light like a rainbow, slicing through the vastness, the air itself torn apart, emitting a piercing howl. This strike came down from above, cleaving like a mighty force, the sword tracing a perfect arc as it descended towards Li Chang'an's head. Li Chang'an's eyes ignited with fire and gold, though his fiery eyes could not slow down others' movements, they could discern the essence of all things. Hong Chen's strike appeared ordinary, just a downward chop that any average person could perform. But with his fiery eyes, Li Chang'an could see the unusual nature of this blow. The path to greatness is simple, flashy techniques hold little lethality. Hong Chen's plain and straightforward chop was, in fact, the most deadly. With his fiery eyes, Li Chang'an perceived the formidable aura within this strike, as if he could see 1,000 troops galloping towards him, the vast desert smoke rising from the mountain's base, yellow sand stretching for miles, and long spears and halberds. This strike was like an overwhelming tide of soldiers, grand and spectacular. Li Chang'an did not misjudge. This strike was derived from the Great Easy Spear Manual, a technique honed by the Great Easy Spear Immortal through the trials of battle. Besides the Great Burning Heaven technique and the Unfounded Blade scripture, Hong Chen had spent a considerable amount of time in the Kunlun Jade, certainly not idling away. In addition to deriving the body like the Great Sun from the Great Sun Indestructible Body, he also comprehended the sword techniques from the Great Easy Spear Manual. To adapt to the discomfort brought by the heavenly eye, Hong Chen read the Great Burning Heaven technique, Unfounded Blade scripture, Great Sun Indestructible Body, and Great Easy Spear Manual thousands of times. A person named Qin Shou once said, reading a book 100 times, its meaning will naturally reveal itself. This Qin Shou was a historian, with no relation to Qin Tianshou, merely a similarity in names. After reading those 4 books thousands of times, the meanings naturally became clear to him. After gaining insight, Hong Chen, not fond of using a spear, found a Zhangyang sword in the Kunlun Jade, so he tried using the sword in executing the techniques from the Great Easy Spear Manual. In short, he experimented for a long time. In the real world, it might have been 6 or 7 days, but in the Kunlun Jade, it was 600 or 700 days. He spent a full 2 years trying and practicing, ultimately creating this strike through imitation and integration. Li Chang'an indeed possessed many offensive martial skills, relying on his indestructible physique, so he had not learned any defensive techniques. Faced with Hong Chen's fierce and unparalleled strike, while Li Chang'an's physique was strong, his realm was only that of a 10-star martial artist, and he could not withstand this blow. The blade was already above his head, with no way to evade. At this moment, Li Chang'an had only one choice. He exerted all his strength in the arm holding the sword, meeting Hong Chen's descending Zhangyang sword with an upward strike. Li Chang'an chose to clash head-on. He raised his long sword, the tip pointing upwards, bracing against the blade's tip. The tips of the sword and blade clashed, neither yielding, resonating like a dragon's roar. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward from the two as the center. All the trees and rocks atop Chiyun Peak were reduced to dust. Meanwhile, the sea of clouds slightly below dispersed in a grand manner. At this moment, looking up from the desert, the great sun spanned the sky, with clear blue skies and no trace of clouds. The sword shimmered with a green light, and Li Chang'an's sword blossomed. The realm of vibrant life and the competition of all things was right before him. The sword tip blossomed into a green lotus, growing larger and lifting Hong Chen upwards. Hong Chen wanted to hide, but an invisible force firmly locked his feet, lifting him into the air, and then suddenly exploded, like a blooming firework. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast room, the host was chatting animatedly with Mu Bai. Seeing Hong Chen's earth-shattering strike, followed by Li Chang'an's sword blooming like a blue lotus, and then Hong Chen being blasted into the sky, the host exclaimed excitedly, "I haven't seen such an intense and desperate battle in a long time." Mu Bai responded approvingly, "Hong Chen has exerted all his strength and used every means at his disposal, finally forcing Li Chang'an to use his full power." The host disagreed, saying, "I don't think so. Li Chang'an only used one sword technique, which doesn't mean he has used all his strength." The well-informed Chen Tianqiu furrowed his brow slightly, as if pondering something. Noticing Chen Tianqiu's silence, the host immediately asked, "Old Chen, do you think Li Chang'an has used his full power?" Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders look for the subtleties. "That strike from Hong Chen looks very familiar," Chen Tianqiu murmured, then said to the host, "I need to contact someone on site." Seeing Chen Tianqiu take out his phone, the host curiously asked, "Who are you going to contact?" Chen Tianqiu opened a video call, projecting the image from his phone onto the screen in the lower right corner of the live broadcast. As the video call connected, a tall, elderly man with white hair appeared on the screen. "Hello? Hello? Hello?" Chen Tianqiu, being older, might have some hearing issues, and after the video call connected, he said hello 3 times. The host, noticing this, quietly reminded him, "Old Chen, turn on the speaker, and the sound will be louder." "I'm old now, and I don't really know how to use these smartphones," Chen Tianqiu said awkwardly, reaching to turn on the speaker. "Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear what I'm saying?" A voice from the phone responded, belonging to another elderly man. "I can hear you, I can hear you." Chen Tianqiu replied, then introduced, "Some of our audience may have recognized him. The old man on the other end of the phone is the renowned Su Tianba." Hearing this, Mu Bai's expression turned serious, and he stood up to bow respectfully to the image of Su Tianba in his hand. Su Tianba waved his hand at Mu Bai, saying, "You people from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm have too many rules, just sit down and talk." The host also greeted Su Tianba, and then Chen Tianqiu asked, "Old Su, what is the relationship between Hong Chen and your great mansion?" Su Tianba did not answer directly but first asked, "You notice that, huh?" Chen Tianqiu replied with a saying, "If I'm not mistaken, the strike Hong Chen just used resembles a technique from the Great Gun Manual." Su Tianba confirmed, "The knife technique Hong Chen used is indeed derived from the Great Gun Manual." Chen Tianqiu immediately pressed on, "I remember that your Great Mansion's gun manual was traditionally passed down to males only. After you became the head of the family, you abandoned that bad habit. But it still isn't passed on to outsiders. How could Hong Chen have the Great Gun Manual?" Su Tianbao explained, "Although Hong Chen does not share the Su surname, his father is my adopted son, so he is considered part of our Su family and can naturally learn the Great Gun Manual." "Oh, adopted son," Chen Tianqiu understood immediately and asked, "So he is Hong Sen's son?" Upon hearing the name Hong Sen, Su Tianbao recalled some unhappy past events and replied irritably, "Who else could it be?" Sensing Su Tianbao's displeasure, Chen Tianqiu changed the subject. "The knife technique Hong Chen used is derived from the Great Gun Manual. However, changing a gun technique into a knife technique is unheard of. Gun techniques can be adapted into staff techniques, halberd techniques, spear techniques, because these are all long-handled weapons that inherently have connections and can be transformed into corresponding techniques. Sword techniques can also be adapted into knife techniques, but it is very difficult to change a sword technique into a gun technique, as these are different types of weapons with no inherent connections, making it hard to transform into corresponding techniques. The people in the 9 provinces who have the ability to transform spear techniques into sword techniques are almost all at the pinnacle of martial arts, well-versed in various schools of thought, and possess profound understanding. Ordinary people cannot achieve such feats. Hong Chen is still young, just turned 18, and only a few months ago discovered his talent. The credibility of him transforming spear techniques into sword techniques is akin to an elementary school student solving a university-level math problem. After Chen Tianqiu finished speaking, he asked, Old Su, did you teach Hongchen the spear techniques from the Great E Spear Manual and transform them into sword techniques? You just said it yourself, only those at the pinnacle of martial arts, well versed in various schools, can do that. I'm just a rough person, I don't have that capability. Su Tianba denied it, and after a moment of thought, he added, I just remembered that the Great E Spear Manual records the 12-character formula. Among these 12 characters, only 4 character formulas are suitable for transformation into sword techniques, namely splitting formula, crashing formula, breaking formula, and arc formula. Chen Tianqiu continued, so, the sword technique Hong Chen just used is likely the splitting formula transformed into a move? The splitting formula is also known as Great E splitting the sky, the crashing formula is known as Great E sky crashing, the breaking formula is known as Heroic Dragon breaking the army, and the arc formula is known as Great Moon arc. After Su Tianba finished speaking, he added, I should also mention that Hong Chen has only had the Great E Spear Manual for about 3 months, he didn't practice it since he was young. Chen Tianqiu swallowed hard, his tone filled with shock. Are you saying that Hong Chen transformed spear techniques into sword techniques in just 3 months? That's impossible. Su Tianba rolled his eyes and said, why would I lie to you? I've known Hong Chen for just over 3 months, and his father never taught him the Great E Spear Manual. In mid-April this year, Hong Chen came to the Great E Mansion to find me and told me that Hong Sin was harmed by an evil cultivator, that his house and his parents' compensation were all taken away by relatives, and he was beaten to a pulp by them. But what he was most worried about was that his younger siblings would also be left homeless and adrift, so he traveled all the way to Jiangnan province, asking me to help resolve this matter before his siblings' vacation. Although I had some conflicts with Hong Sin back then, which made things quite unpleasant, he was still my adopted son, so I had fear and help him out. After resolving the issue, he then obtained the Great E Spear Manual. Chen Tianqiu sighed, if what you say is true, then Hong Chen's comprehension is indeed very high. Li Chang'an understands with just a glance, while Hong Chen innovates and transforms, they are both high comprehension in different fields. Upon hearing this, Mu Bai couldn't help but interject, a kid just turned 18, carrying so much on his shoulders. For Hong Chen to get to this point, it must have been a difficult journey, and he must have suffered a lot along the way. After saying this, Mu Bai self-deprecatingly added, when I was 18, I was like a fool. If I had encountered what Hong Chen did, I would have done even worse. In front of the television, Hong Hu's eyes were already red, while Hong Lan trembled, struggling to hold back her sobs. The two had previously blamed Hong Chen for not telling them about their parents' deaths, but now, hearing Su Tianba and Mu Bai's words, they finally understood the difficulties involved. Everything was just like what Hong Chen wrote in his diary. I hold the letter, heading to Jiangnan province, a journey of 3,900 kilometers ahead, with a long road of carriages and horses, and an uncertain future, but I have no other choice. After Su Tianba finished talking about Hong Chen, various comments flooded the official live broadcast room. What kind of ending is worthy of this tumultuous journey? I apologize for looking down on Hong Chen before, this kid is a real man. The gap in strength between Hong Chen and Li Chang'an is evident to all. I've said many sarcastic things, but he is indeed a responsible person. As Mu Bai said, when I was 18, I was also like a fool. If that burden fell on my shoulders, I definitely couldn't bear it. It is precisely because I cannot do it that I admire him. Hong Chen is a true man. Hong Chen is indeed a true man, but this battle has almost no suspense. Li Chang'an's chances of winning are simply too great. Hong Chen has exhausted all his means, not to mention injuring Li Chang'an. Even forcing him to use his full strength is very difficult. The power of that blue lotus is too great, and Hong Chen does not know if he can withstand it. But no matter the outcome, I can only say, adjust well and come back early. The brothers are waiting for your return. In the live broadcast room, Su Tianba asked, the move Li Chang'an just released, the blue lotus, should be a martial art you taught him, right? Chen Tianqiu admitted, the move just now, called One Sword Blossoms, comes from the Blue Lotus Sword Classic. Upon hearing the words Blue Lotus Sword Classic, Su Tianba said, you've brought that out. Li Chang'an can't possibly be your illegitimate son, right? Don't talk nonsense. There are so many people watching in the live broadcast room. Chen Tianqiu hurriedly refuted, then explained, I just think he is young and promising, so I lit a cold stove in advance. Su Tianba chuckled and said, I remember you have a little granddaughter. She seems to be 18 this year, right? I'm not like you. I never meddle in the affairs of young people. Chen Tianqiu refuted again, also implying something about Su Tianba. Su Tianba felt displeased but couldn't find a reason to refute, so he could only stubbornly say, right. You're right. Hong Chen was blown into the sky by the blue lotus, and after a long time, a blazing fireball fell onto the peak of Qiyun Mountain. Li Chang'an activated his fiery eyes and could clearly see Hong Chen, who had already fallen into a coma amidst the roaring flames. After waiting a moment, Hong Chen still showed no reaction, indicating his injuries were severe. Li Chang'an looked up at the sky and said, Hong Chen still has breath, he should be heavily injured and unconscious. Can I announce my victory now? It's about time. A voice from the sky announced the countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. The power of the Blue Lotus was indeed too fierce. It had knocked Hong Chen unconscious, but after he fell to the ground, he was jolted awake. Hong Chen was pretending to be dead. The flames in the fiery state could heal injuries, so he wanted to feign unconsciousness to buy time. He truly had no choice. The Blue Lotus had severely injured him, leaving his body covered in wounds, with not a single good piece of flesh left. Because of the numerous wounds, tiny flames ignited all over Hong Chen's body, gathering into the blazing fire surrounding him. Hearing the countdown reach 3, Hong Chen finally spoke, "Stop counting, I'm awake." Due to the burning of the fierce flames, the clothes Hong Chen was wearing turned to ashes and scattered in the wind. Fortunately, there were clothes stored in the Kunlun jade pendant. Hong Chen took out a shirt and pants, then sat on the ground to put on his pants first. Watching Hong Chen dawdle while getting dressed, Li Chang'an's face twitched as he said, "You're really something. Enough already." Hong Chen smiled reluctantly and said frankly, "I see you as a gentleman. I know you won't sneak attack me, so that's why I'm doing this." The roaring flames gradually diminished, and the wounds on Hong Chen's body were healing. Li Chang'an sheathed his sword and asked, "You're not fully recovered yet, right? Do you want me to wait for you?" Hong Chen smiled and said, "Just some superficial wounds left. They won't affect the fight, and I'll heal completely soon. Do you have any trump cards left? If you do, then use them. This battle has dragged on too long, and I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. I have one more move." Since the beginning of his battle with Li Chang'an, Hong Chen had accumulated a vast amount of spiritual energy from the dozens of swords he had endured, growing stronger with each fight. Just now, after being blown into heavy injury by the Blue Lotus, Hong Chen successfully broke through to the 9-star martial master. But breaking through to the 9-star martial master only slightly enhanced Hong Chen's strength, defense, and speed, which did not pose a threat to Li Chang'an. After all, Li Chang'an was a 10-star martial master, and the cultivation method he practiced, the Great Immortal Technique, was comparable to the 8-9 Profound Art, and his talent was even stronger than Hong Chen's. Therefore, Hong Chen's true reliance was the third divine ability he obtained from the 8-9 Profound Art after breaking through to the 9-star martial master. Li Chang'an, practicing the Great Immortal Technique and still a 10-star martial master, also possessed 3 divine abilities: Indestructible Diamond, Fire-Eye Golden Vision, and 10,000 Jun Giant Force. When Hong Chen had just broken through to the 9-star martial master, he eliminated the Yin number for the third time and simultaneously obtained the third divine ability of the 8-9 Profound Art, 3 Yuan Gathering Qi. The essence, energy, and spirit are collectively known as the 3 Yuan, Yuan Jing, Yuan Qi, and Yuan Shen. The 3 Yuan Gathering Qi of the 8-9 Profound Art can be simply understood as gathering spiritual energy for the 3 Yuan. The flames around Hong Chen had already extinguished, and the wind began to rise in the world. This was the vast spiritual energy. Endless spiritual energy, as if summoned, gathered at the peak of Qiyun Mountain. Hong Chen's hair danced in the wind, his clothes fluttered, and the surrounding spiritual energy continuously penetrated his skin, merging into his 3 Yuan. He had always known that Li Chang'an was holding back and not using his full strength. He also knew that no one inside or outside the arena believed in him or thought he could win. However, as long as his heart did not yield, even the most distant dream would one day be realized. He had stumbled and struggled to reach this point. How could he easily concede? Although he wanted to win the top scholar position, it was not to prove how remarkable he was. His essence, energy, and spirit quickly reached perfection, and the 3 Yuan merged into one furnace, causing Hong Chen's strength to peak. He asked for little, just to fight for a breath, just to comfort the spirits of his parents in heaven. Ah! The youth let out a roar that had been suppressed for a long time. The sound shook the 4 corners, and the peak of Qiyun Mountain seemed to resonate with thunder. People of the world, please listen closely. My shout, Hong Chen, reverberates through the clouds. Hong Chen was now a 9-star martial master, just one small realm lower than Li Chang'an. But he was in an extreme state of blazing sun and had used the 3 Yuan Gathering Qi to further enhance his strength. After this double boost, Hong Chen's power was already infinitely close to Li Chang'an's. His aura was thick and long, surpassing that of an ordinary 10-star martial master. Hong Chen kicked up the Zhangyang blade that was stuck in the ground, his figure lunging forward, then caught the blade in midair and struck down forcefully. The blade's momentum was fierce and heavy, not weaker than Li Chang'an's 10,000 Jun Giant Force. Li Chang'an slightly shifted to the left. In the moment before the Zhangyang blade touched him, he dodged Hong Chen's thunderous strike. At the same time, his hand was not idle. He thrust his long sword forward, the tip leaving a silver-white trail in the air, like a white dragon spitting out its tongue. Hong Chen's speed could have allowed him to dodge, but he did not. Instead, he let his right shoulder be pierced through. Then, Hong Chen reached out to grab Li Chang'an's long sword, and the golden light in his heavenly eye was ready to shoot towards his head. Just as Li Chang'an was about to exert force to pull out the long sword, he caught sight of the flickering golden light in Hong Chen's heavenly eye and realized that Hong Chen had intentionally allowed himself to be stabbed. But unfortunately, it was too late to dodge. Li Chang'an had no choice but to extend his left hand to hurriedly block his head. After exchanging a move, the two separated, instinctively pulling back to a safe distance. Blood flowed from Hong Chen's shoulder, but due to being in an extreme state of blazing sun, small flames quickly ignited on his shoulder, healing his injury. Li Chang'an was not feeling well either. His left hand had a hole shot through by the golden light, and his forehead was burned with a scar. If this scar had been even a fraction deeper, Li Chang'an's skull would have been pierced, and the golden light would have exploded his brain. Hong Chen urged the spiritual energy within him, and the small flames on his shoulder grew more vigorous. In just over 10 seconds, there was no trace of injury left on his shoulder. Li Chang'an took 2 deep breaths, but he did not exhale. After about 10 seconds, the hole in his palm healed at a visible speed, and the scar on his forehead disappeared. Both of them had means of recovery. Hong Chen was in a fiery state and could draw on the power of the sun to heal his injuries. Li Chang'an was different. He had a technique called 9 breaths to restore qi. After being injured, as long as he took deep breaths, he could recover from his wounds. However, the more severe the injury, the more breaths he needed to take. This time, since his palm was pierced, it was a light injury, so he only needed to take 2 deep breaths. Li Chang'an raised his fully restored left hand and complained, "If you're going to fight, just fight. Can you not be so sneaky?" Hong Chen chuckled awkwardly, "I actually don't want to, but when it comes to fighting, my mind goes out of control, and I always think of some underhanded tricks." Li Chang'an took down the wine flask from his waist, took a sip, and said boldly, "Let's have another round." Seeing Li Chang'an drink, Hong Chen initially wanted to launch a sneak attack but restrained that impulse. It wasn't until Li Chang'an put away the flask that he launched his attack. The two exchanged moves, countering each other, and it was a true match of equals. After trading a dozen blows, the Zhangyang knife drew an arc in the air, slashing towards Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an turned the tip of his sword to block the blade, using the force to evade the strike like a rock soaring into the sky. Hong Chen reacted swiftly, almost without any pause, and the Zhangyang knife, wrapped in a wave of scorching heat, swept horizontally towards Li Chang'an above. In midair, Li Chang'an stepped on his right foot, using the momentum to rise 3 inches higher, once again avoiding the horizontal sweep of the Zhangyang knife. At the same time, his long sword transformed into a silver flash, stabbing directly at Hong Chen's throat from above. Hong Chen quickly retracted his knife, crouched slightly, and positioned the blade horizontally in front of his chest, just in time to block Li Chang'an's thrust. The clash of blade and sword produced a crisp metallic sound, and the tremendous impact forced both of them to retreat. Hong Chen leaped back several meters, and before he could fully stabilize himself, he gathered his strength and lunged forward with a slash. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an, having landed, did not pause. He shot forward like an arrow, instantly appearing in front of Hong Chen. Hong Chen gripped the knife handle tightly, forcefully swinging it horizontally to meet Li Chang'an's long sword. With a clear clang, the sound of metal colliding was crisp and pleasant, and after a brief contact, both weapons were violently pushed apart. The two exchanged blows, the light of the blades and swords intertwining, fighting to a standstill, gradually entering a state of forgetting both self and object, with the offense and defense switching increasingly rapidly. The spectators in front of the television were captivated by such an exciting battle, feeling immensely satisfied. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that 2 young men at the martial artist level could fight to such a degree. However, more people found it hard to believe that Hong Chen could actually contend with Li Chang'an to this extent. These people wanted to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, so they bet all their fortunes on Li Chang'an winning. This duel was extremely gripping, and many gamblers who had placed heavy bets wished they could rush in to replace Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an flicked Hong Chen's Zhangyang knife away with his sword and then used the same trick again, the tip of his sword blooming into a blue lotus once more. Seeing this, Hong Chen took 2 steps back. Before he could unleash his 3 yuan gathering qi, his strength was insufficient, so he couldn't cut through the blue lotus. But this time, his strength was already enough to rival Li Chang'an. The energy within Hong Chen boiled, the scorching burning heaven qi concentrated into a point, and he unleashed a blade aura. The Qian Kuan burning heaven slash came down suddenly, slicing the blue lotus in half with one strike. After cutting through the blue lotus, Hong Chen saw Li Chang'an hidden behind it, slashing diagonally with his long sword towards the small sun above his head. Damn! Hong Chen broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly extending both hands to embrace the small sun. This was the source of Hong Chen's power. If the small sun were destroyed, his strength would significantly diminish. Hong Chen complained, "I thought you were an upright gentleman, so I didn't guard against you, but is this how you play it?" This time, Li Chang'an smiled awkwardly and said, "I feel like it's a bit tough, so I thought I'd try a different approach." It really was a different approach. Hong Chen put the sun back overhead and said helplessly, "What other moves do you have? Just use them. I know some ordinary martial arts, but I doubt they would cause you much harm, so there's no point in using them." Li Chang'an paused and added, "I have 2 big moves, but I'm not very skilled with one of them. After using it, I'm afraid I won't be able to control it, so I won't use it against you." Hong Chen, on guard, asked, "So you want to use the other big move against me?" Li Chang'an nodded and kindly reminded him, "It's a very powerful move, so don't die." Hong Chen stood firm with his knife, looking at the snow-white-robed Li Chang'an, eager to try. "Just go ahead, I'm watching." Li Chang'an closed his eyes, and his body slowly rose into the air. As he ascended, he grasped the long sword with both hands. The sword emitted a faint blue light as he raised it above his head, the tip pointing straight at the sky. This was the best moment for a sneak attack. If it were anyone else, Hong Chen would have struck without hesitation. But as mentioned before, Li Chang'an was a gentleman, and he had held back against him multiple times. The vast clouds and mountains, the flowing rivers, all filled with high moral integrity. Therefore, Hong Chen didn't want to sneak attack him. That was his bottom line. However, Hong Chen's bottom line was flexible. When dealing with villains and scoundrels, his bottom line would lower accordingly. Li Chang'an held the long sword high, initially with only the tip glowing faintly. But as he channeled the spiritual energy within him, countless tiny streams of light burst forth from his body. These tiny streams floated atop the mountain peak, resembling a river of stars cascading down to the earth. These small streams, like tadpoles, wrapped around the sword body and gathered at the tip. As the tiny streams converged, the brightness of the sword tip intensified, radiating a brilliant light. At this moment, if one were to look from 100 miles away at the peak of Qiyun Mountain, it would seem as if another sun had risen in the heavens. The dazzling light blinded Hong Chen, forcing him to squint as he awaited Li Chang'an's move. Finally, after absorbing all the blue light, Li Chang'an suddenly thrust the sword upward, and countless blue light points shot forth from the tip. These blue points spread across the summit of Qiyun Mountain, a terrifying pressure hanging over Hong Chen's head, like a sword of Damocles ready to fall at any moment. A thought blooms. Li Chang'an moved his lips, his voice soft yet clear in Hong Chen's ears. The sky full of blue light points responded to his call, and in an instant, thousands of blue lotuses bloomed simultaneously. Looking at the dense blue lotuses in the air, Hong Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, his scalp tingling. One blue lotus would be enough for him to consume a pot. There were at least 8 or 9,000 in the air. Hong Chen gripped his knife with one hand, the scorching spiritual energy coalescing in his hand around the Zhengyang knife. Although the Great Easy Spear manual had 12 character formulas, only the chopping, crashing, breaking, and arc formulas were suitable for conversion into knife techniques. The chopping, crashing, and breaking formulas were all one-on-one moves, while only the arc formula could deal with the myriad blue lotuses. With the 3 elements gathering energy and in a blazing sun state, Hong Chen's spiritual energy was as abundant as the rivers and seas, truly inexhaustible. The Zhengyang knife trembled slightly from absorbing too much spiritual energy, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Li Chang'an stood in place, sword pointed downward, as the sky full of blue lotuses tore through the air, emitting a piercing howl as they spiraled toward Hong Chen. Hong Chen completed his charge, gripping the knife with both hands, stepping forward with his right foot, and letting out a furious roar. "Ah!" He swung the Zhengyang knife around him, creating a dazzling arc. The arc spread out from Hong Chen like ripples from a droplet falling onto a lake. The blue lotuses sweeping toward him had not yet approached when they were sliced apart in midair by the arc, dissipating into countless blue lights, vanishing without a trace. A single arc was not enough to sweep away the vast expanse of blue lotuses. Hong Chen had no choice but to gather his strength once more, and then with another slash, he sent them flying. The arc word technique was extremely draining on spiritual energy. After he unleashed 3 arcs, his internal energy was completely depleted, and there was no time to replenish it. Although Hong Chen had an inexhaustible source of spiritual energy, it could only be replenished slowly, suitable for prolonged battles. But in the current situation, his internal energy was completely insufficient, and blue lotuses were approaching from afar. This could not continue. Exhausted from depleting his energy, Hong Chen was also slightly out of breath as he looked up at the sky full of blue lotuses. There was one more option. He could fight to the death and choose to burn his boats. Hong Chen grabbed the small sun above his head, then opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Flames ignited around him instantly, his clothes turned to ashes, and he was enveloped in fire, his figure obscured. All that could be seen was Hong Chen, wrapped in flames, soaring into the sky, charging towards Li Chang'an in midair. Hong Chen's speed was too fast, the blue lotuses that attacked him were all knocked aside, and a series of explosions echoed behind him. The Great Easy Sky Collapse, the collapse word technique from the Great Easy Spear Manual, was one of the most compatible techniques with swordsmanship and also one of Hong Chen's trump cards. Hong Chen exerted all his strength, and the Great Easy Sky Collapse cleaved down from the sky. Of course, Li Chang'an would not sit idly by. He gathered the remaining blue lotuses together to form a 100-foot blue lotus, enveloping his body. But the momentum of this slash was unmatched. The moment it struck the 100-foot blue lotus, a sound like shattering glass echoed. The 100-foot blue lotus shrank a circle, allowing the Zhangyang blade to advance another inch, followed by another crack sound. Then came the sound of defeat, crack after crack, resounding across the mountaintop. The 100-foot blue lotus was rapidly shrinking, and the sky lit up with specks of blue light. Yet Hong Chen's blade momentum did not diminish. The 100-foot blue lotus continued to shrink, ultimately reducing to 3 feet in front of Li Chang'an. After swallowing the small sun, although he gained a rapid replenishment of spiritual energy, this act was akin to draining the pond to catch fish. As Hong Chen broke through the 100-foot blue lotus, the flames surrounding him flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment, and he had no means to replenish his energy afterward. But Li Chang'an was not faring any better. Having just unleashed the vast blue lotuses, he had exhausted all his spiritual energy. Faced with the incoming Hong Chen, who had swallowed the small sun, Li Chang'an had no choice but to muster all his strength, forcing a breath to gather the remaining blue lotuses into a 100-foot blue lotus. At this moment, both of them had reached the brink of exhaustion, waiting to see who would falter first. Crack! 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 Hong Chen's desperate Great Easy Sky Collapse broke through the last foot of blue lotus, but his blade momentum did not cease, and he slashed towards Li Chang'an's chest. The Zhangyang blade struck Li Chang'an's chest, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing, the sound of the blade colliding with an indestructible body. This was a conflict of contradictions, but ultimately, the power of the Great Easy Sky Collapse prevailed. Li Chang'an's indestructible body was finally shattered by Hong Chen's blade, blood spraying from his chest as his body involuntarily flew backward, tumbling in the air a few times before crashing heavily to the ground. After breaking through Li Chang'an's physique, Hong Chen also exhausted the last flicker of flame, his strength and spiritual energy completely gone, his body plummeting straight to the ground. After this strike, the outcome was still uncertain. But the audience in front of the television was shaken. The prowess of the two young heroes was deeply etched in the hearts of every viewer, a memory they would never forget in this lifetime. When Hong Chen opened his eyes, all he saw was a white blur. If it weren't for the familiar smell of disinfectant, he would have almost thought he had arrived in heaven. Seeing Hong Chen open his eyes, Hong Lan, who was peeling an orange, showed a joyful expression and said, "Big brother, you're awake." Hong Chen felt extremely weak, his limbs powerless, his throat stinging, and his insides uncomfortable. He struggled to lift his arm, took the peeled orange, and said, "Go get me some water. Here, drink this first." Hong Lan picked up a bottle of Coca-Cola from under the bed, thoughtfully opened the cap, and then handed it to Hong Chen. Hong Chen swallowed an orange in one bite, the juice flooding his mouth, alleviating the discomfort he felt. Seeing the Coca-Cola that Hong Lan handed over, Hong Chen grimaced and said, "Who drinks Coca-Cola? This stuff is no different from dishwater. I only drink Pepsi." Just then, Hong Hu opened the door, holding a takeout box. Hearing Hong Chen's brazen words, he immediately retorted, "Don't even start with Pepsi, Coca-Cola is the real deal." Hong Chen was too weak to argue back. Otherwise, he would have given Hong Hu a punch to teach this kid what it means to have an elder brother like a father, what it means to have a kind father and filial son, and what it means to have discipline and rules. Discipline and rules is a dialect from Jianghuai province, which translates to family education and etiquette in plain language. Hong Lan picked up another bottle of mineral water, opened the cap again, and handed it to Hong Chen. He gulped down the mineral water and let out a comfortable groan after finishing. "How long was I unconscious? Do I need surgery?" Hong Chen set down the mineral water bottle, panting heavily. "You were unconscious for 5 days, Hong Lan said slowly. "Your recovery speed is quite fast. You had some superficial injuries, but they have all healed." Hong Hu added, "The doctor said you were exhausted, combined with the depletion of your spiritual energy, and after swallowing that little sun, that's why you were unconscious for so long." Hong Lan continued, "The reason your throat feels uncomfortable and you're very thirsty is because you swallowed that little sun. The doctor specifically mentioned that after you wake up, you should check if your body feels any unusual sensations." "Unusual sensations in my body?" Hong Chen asked, somewhat confused. "What does that mean?" Hong Lan explained, "The doctor said that by forcibly swallowing that little sun, although you temporarily gained vast spiritual energy and forcibly enhanced your strength, this behavior is very risky and usually comes with side effects. So, your body will definitely have side effects, but what specific effects and side effects they are, the doctor couldn't determine. You'll have to discover that for yourself. Regarding the side effects, Hong Chen had already anticipated something when he swallowed the small sun, but at that moment, facing a desperate situation, he had no choice but to take the plunge. Fortunately, he had achieved the top score. Although there were some side effects on his body, overall, he felt he had not lost out, and even gained a little. After all, besides the substantial prize money, the top scorer also received a rare award. Hong Chen cleared his throat and asked, "So, there were no surprises in the results? I should be the top scorer, right?" "Of course you're the top scorer. Do you even need to think about it?" Hong Hu beamed with pride. "My brother is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and he could boast even louder in the future." Seeing the two brothers' proud expressions, Hong Lan timely added, "However, this time it's a tie for the top score. You and Li Chang'an are both top scorers." "What?" Hong Chen sat up and said, "This is a total sham. That little loser Li Chang'an, why does he get to share the top scorer position with me?" Hong Hu said seriously, "I also think it's a sham. In the end, you slashed Li Chang'an, and he was severely injured and unconscious, so it should have been determined that you won." Hong Lan explained, "The day before yesterday, the Ministry of Education sent people over. Those people said that you and Li Chang'an fell unconscious at the same time and then fell to the ground simultaneously, and after the countdown ended, neither of you woke up. Although you slashed Li Chang'an, it seems he fainted due to exhaustion of spiritual energy and then forced himself to take a breath, which led to his collapse, not because you knocked him out. Moreover, the people from the Ministry of Education also said that Li Chang'an's score ranked first, and you were second. Although you ultimately slashed him, since you both fainted at the same time, they can only rule it that way. A tie for the top scorer is still a top scorer. You should be content." Hong Hu's comforting words were laced with sarcasm. "Li Chang'an's score was already higher than yours. If you managed to snag the top spot, just enjoy it in secret." "I really don't like the way you talk." Hong Chen was annoyed, and Hong Hu couldn't understand why. Ever since they were young, every time he spoke, it was as if he hadn't brushed his teeth. His breath was terrible. "I won through my own strength." Hong Chen insisted. "The whole country saw it. I knocked Li Chang'an flying with my last strike." Hong Lan speculated, "I guess the officials might have made that judgment. Although you struck Li Chang'an, you were also drained of energy by him, so both of you were defeated by each other." Hong Hu said, "Whoever faints first loses, and whoever falls off the stage first also loses. That's the rule of martial arts competitions." In the first martial arts competition of the world, Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan fought. Both flew into the air, then lost their strength and fell to the ground simultaneously. If you could use the Kamehameha like Sun Wukong, you could create a reverse wave and land after Li Chang'an, then everyone would have no objections, and it would count as your win. Hong Chen retorted, "If I got hit by a truck and landed first, wouldn't that mean I lost again?" Hong Lan picked up her phone and said, "Su Firen came to see you the day before yesterday. You were still in a coma then. She's staying at a nearby hotel, and now that you're awake, I need to let her know. There's also a girl named Ding Huan. She came to see you too." Hong Hu pointed to the fruit basket beside the bed and said, "This is what she brought, but almost all of it has been eaten by me and my second sister." Hong Chen sighed, "You two really have the nerve to eat things meant for a patient. I was afraid you'd get a cavity, so I helped you digest a bit," Hong Hu said, taking advantage of the situation. Just a few minutes later, Su Firen arrived with a little girl. This girl wasn't Ing Huan, she was the one who had mocked him sarcastically when he was leaving Dei Mansion after asking Su Tianba for help. Hong Chen had thought this girl was his fiancée and later asked Su Firen about her. If he remembered correctly, her name was Su Wan. Su Firen pushed open the hospital room door, flicked her high ponytail, and looked at the pale and weak Hong Chen, complaining, "Why do you always look so disheveled when I see you?" Hong Chen replied with a line he had said before, "Maybe it's because I'm hated by others." Since there were only 2 chairs in the room, Hong Lan and Hong Hu had to get up and sit on Hong Chen's bed. After Su Firen and the girl sat down, she asked, "How are you feeling?" Hong Chen joked, "I feel like I've eaten something terrible. I'm feeling really uncomfortable all over." "You're still so good with metaphors," Su Firen laughed. "Since you can still joke, it should be nothing serious." Hong Chen asked about his biggest concern. "What about my reward for being the top scorer in the college entrance exam? Have the rewards for the top 5 been given out?" "You don't need to remind me that you're the top scorer and I'm in the top 5. My reward has already been given," Su Firen replied, then speculated, "Maybe it's because you were in a coma, so the Ministry of Education put it on hold." Hong Lan interjected, "Someone from the Ministry of Education came by before and left me a number. When I just called Sister Firen, I also called the people from the ministry. You're quite famous now, everyone knows about you, and the news has spread to all the top universities. Su Firen said with a teasing tone. Hearing this, Hong Chen asked, "What about Li Chang'an? Is he awake?" Hong Lan answered, "He's stronger than you, he woke up that same day and was discharged the next day." Hearing the words "he's stronger than you" made Hong Chen so angry he nearly had a stroke, and he immediately emphasized, "What makes him stronger than me? I knocked him out with one strike, the whole country saw it. You are indeed very strong." Su Firen agreed, "My grandfather said that the power of your last strike is already comparable to the full-force blow of a 10-star martial spirit. Was it really enough to rival a 10-star martial spirit's full-force strike?" Hong Chen chuckled silently, but that was after he had unleashed the great easy sky collapse with peak strength, having gathered energy through the 3 yuan and swallowed a small sun. Its power was indeed formidable. Suddenly, Su Wanwan, who had been silent, interjected, "You started as a 7-star martial artist and ended as a 9-star martial artist, while Li Chang'an is a 10-star martial artist. Your realm is lower than his, yet you can still overcome him and win with your weakness. I think you won against him." Su Firen nodded, saying, "Grandfather also said that you have a great talent for combat. When you fight, you are like a desperate warrior, very much like your father's style." Hong Chen felt surprised. He remembered that Su Wanwan had previously disliked him. How had she suddenly started to speak up for him? Su Wanwan, perceptive as she was, noticed Hong Chen glance at her and immediately guessed his thoughts. "I used to dislike you because you broke off the engagement with Sister Firen. This time, I see you in a new light because of your strength, which has earned my recognition." Wanwan is about the same age as Hong Hu and Hong Lan, and she will also take the college entrance examination next year, Su Firen explained. "We people of the Great Easy Mansion, regardless of gender, hold great respect for brave and strong warriors. I agree to your marriage with Sister Firen," Su Wanwan blurted out, speaking without thinking. "You agree? What do you think you are, a head of the family?" Hong Chen was truly speechless. Su Firen tugged at Su Wanwan's clothes and quietly admonished, "Don't talk nonsense." "I don't care, from now on, I'm going to call you brother-in-law," Su Wanwan said, likely spoiled and very willful. Hong Chen could only let out an awkward laugh to cover his embarrassment. Su Wanwan's thoughtless way of speaking was almost like Hongwu's. The two seemed to be made for each other. Not long after the Ministry of Education received the news, a middle-aged man arrived. Seeing Hong Chen about to get up, the middle-aged man pressed down on Hong Chen's shoulder. "Young man, just lie down. You can call me Brother Zhu." The middle-aged man introduced himself and said, "Give me your bank card number. The prize for the top scholar is 10 million, and I'll arrange for someone to transfer it to your card." After Hong Chen provided his card number, Brother Zhu took out 3 pieces of paper and handed them to him. "Take a look, these 3 are all prizes, but you can only choose one." The 3 pieces of paper had illustrations and various written annotations. Hong Chen took the 3 pieces and began to examine them. The first paper had 3 large characters at the top, "Fire Tip Spear," with 4 smaller words below, "Earth Level Low." Brother Zhu explained, "Because you have the Great Easy Spear manual and your talent is fire attribute, we prepared this fire tip spear for you. It is a long spear of Earth Level Low." Hong Chen looked at Su Firen and asked, "What do you think of this fire tip spear?" "It's a decent weapon," Su Firen evaluated, "but not as good as my spear." Hong Chen turned to Brother Zhu and joked, "The Ministry of Education is really considerate, but unfortunately, I prefer using a knife." Hearing this somewhat sarcastic remark, Brother Zhu's face twitched, but he had no choice. After all, the person was the top scholar. The Ministry of Education has a fire attribute knife, but unfortunately, it's a yellow level top, which doesn't match your status and achievements as the top scholar. Brother Zhu picked up the second piece of paper and continued, "Take a look at this. This is the Yuan Yang ruler, a fire attribute weapon, shaped somewhat like a knife, and is quite suitable for you." Hong Chen took the paper and looked at it. The Yuan Yang ruler was a weapon of Earth level intermediate. The Zhangyang knife was a mystical level top weapon. Although it was not as high in rank as the Yuan Yang ruler, Hong Chen had already gotten used to it, so he did not plan to change for now. Hong Chen picked up the last piece of paper, which had 3 characters written on it, "Golden Bow Silver Bullet," but the illustration on the paper was of a slingshot, the kind children used to shoot birds. Shugu explained, "The golden bow and silver bullets are low-level Earth-grade treasures. Since you are cultivating your own technique, this slingshot has been prepared for you." The technique he was cultivating was the 8-9 profound art. Hong Chen frowned and asked, "What does this slingshot have to do with my technique?" Shugo patiently explained, "In legend, Erlangshan has many weapons and treasures, such as the 3-pointed, double-edged sword, the demon binding rope, the mountain driving whip, the mountain opening axe, and the Tai sword, and finally, there is a treasure called the golden bow and silver bullets." Golden bow. Hong Chen was taken aback and asked, "Isn't a bow supposed to be a treasure for shooting arrows? What does this slingshot have to do with it?" Su Firen laughed and said, "The full name of the golden bow and silver bullets is Golden Slingshot Silver Bullets. Later generations misinterpreted golden slingshot as golden bow. You can think about it yourself, who would use a curved bow to shoot bullets? Hong Chen shook the blueprint in his hand and said, but how could someone as imposing as Erlangsheng use a child's slingshot to shoot birds? That doesn't fit his image. Su Firen followed up, saying, I guess it's precisely because it doesn't fit his image that later generations changed the golden slingshot to the golden bow. This made some sense. Hong Chen originally wanted to give the fire-tip spear to Su Firen, but the silver spear she used was of a higher grade. The Yuan Yang ruler was also not suitable for him, leaving him with only one choice. Hong Chen said, then I'll take this golden bow and silver bullets. Shuge took out a slingshot and a bag, saying, there are 100 silver bullets in the bag. If you run out, you'll have to find a way yourself. Of course, if you need money, you can exchange these silver bullets for cash, Shuge joked at the end. Recently, there was a rumor circulating widely. This year, in the martial arts college entrance examination of the Great Xia Kingdom, 2 once-in-a-thousand-years geniuses appeared. The 2 fought at the peak of Qiyun Mountain, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter, leaving the spectators in awe. All the universities took notice and sent recruitment teams. Just a week later, the top 10 universities gathered in the Great Xia Kingdom, and a grand competition for talents was about to begin. Since Hong Chen was recuperating in the hospital, he hadn't heard much of the rumors from the outside world. However, during his recovery, many kind-hearted citizens sent fruit baskets to comfort this young hero. A distant relative had just walked out of the ward when Hong Hu impatiently said, Big brother, is your injury healed? When can you be discharged? So many people come to visit you every day, I really can't take it anymore. Hong Chen looked at the fruit baskets all over the floor and smiled. Aren't you fond of eating and not afraid of cavities? You can eat to your heart's content now. Hong Hu felt a bit helpless, but I can't handle eating like this every day. I'm also afraid of getting diabetes. To be honest, I can't take it either, Hong Lan said as she closed the ward door, complaining, these relatives I don't even know keep repeating the same thing. Hope you don't forget them when you become successful, hope you can help them out in the future, hope you can lend some of your top scholars prize money, hope you can help them find a job. Hong Hu was very irritable. Upon hearing these words, he said fiercely, when our parents died and our family was in trouble, these people never helped us. Now they come here with their faces all over the place to cling to relatives. The most ridiculous is that one who claims to be my grandmother's sister's husband's little aunt. She even wants to introduce her granddaughter to you. I would really thank her. You're only 18, is it time to get married? Hong Chen took it lightly, resting his hands behind his head, and sang, when poor in the bustling market, no one asks, when rich in the deep mountains, there are distant relatives. Don't forget the days of poverty when you have money, when in trouble, who has ever seen a single person? At this moment, only the 3 siblings were in the ward. Hong Lan asked, Big brother, what exactly is going on between you and Sister Firen? Hong Chen had not told them that Su Firen was once his fiancée. But yesterday, that brat Su Wanwan exposed it, and now I can't hide it anymore. This matter. I have to blame my dad's vengeful spirit. Hong Chen recounted the events of that year to the 2 of them. Since he couldn't omit it, he casually mentioned his trip to the Dai Mansion. I took my dad's letter to the Dai Mansion to ask Su Tianba for help, and Su Tianba sent Su Firen to assist me. Not wanting the 2 to feel sorry for him, and also because it was too miserable at that time, he felt a bit embarrassed, so he deliberately downplayed the hardships he faced while seeking help. However, when the 2 were watching the live broadcast of the martial arts college entrance examination, they had already heard Su Tianbao mention this matter and naturally knew how difficult the journey had been. Hong Lan pursed her lips and asked, Big brother, how do you plan to handle Sister Firen and Sister Shia Sha? Hong Chen was taken aback by this question. Just then, there was a knock sound, and someone knocked on the hospital room door again. It's probably that unfamiliar relative again, Hong Lan said, then went to open the door. Standing at the door were 2 people. Hong Lan recognized one of them, but this person was not a relative. During the live broadcast of the college entrance examination, Hong Lan had seen this person on the television. If she remembered correctly, his name was Mu Bai, a teacher at Dongsheng University, and he was also from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm. Hong Lan invited the 2 into the hospital room and asked, Is Teacher Mu here to visit my brother too? You could say it's a visit, Mu Bai replied. Next to him was a middle-aged woman in her 30s, and he introduced, This is the director of Dongsheng University, named Chao Beiying, you can call her Director Chao. Chao Beiying was dressed in a women's suit and looked very capable. She walked up to Hong Chen and warmly greeted, Hello, top scholar. Hello, Director Chao. You can just call me Xiao Hong, Hong Chen replied humbly. The 2 sat down, and Hong Lan, being very polite, took out 2 bottles of drinks and offered them to Mu Bai and Chao Beiying, but both declined. Chao Beiying asked, How is your injury? Hong Chen answered, "It's no longer serious, I can be discharged soon." Chao Beiying casually produced a healing pill. She must have a spatial treasure. "This is a healing pill. If you take it, your injury will recover faster." Hong Chen did not take the pill offered by Chao Beiying but smiled and asked, "If I accept this healing pill, you won't force me to enroll in Dongsheng University, right?" Mu Bai couldn't help but laugh. "We are a legitimate university, not a gang or an evil organization." Hong Chen still refused. "Thank you, Sister Chao, but I prefer not to accept it for now." The address changed from Director Chao to Sister Chao, and Chao Beiying smiled, retracting her hand that held the pill. Hong Chen was quite adept at social interactions. Although he rejected her, he didn't make her lose face. Mu Bai said, "There are only 10 top universities in the 9 provinces, and Dongsheng University is one of them. If you are willing to study at Dongsheng University, your tuition for 4 years will be completely waived, and the school will also provide you with hundreds of thousands each year as living expenses." Chao Beiying added, "I am the head of the Thunderfire department at Dongsheng University. Your talent is fire attribute, which is suitable for our department. As long as you are willing to come to Dongsheng University and study in the Thunderfire department, I will personally give you 2 Earth-grade pills each year to enhance your cultivation." Earth-grade pills. Although they are not worth their weight in gold, they are still quite valuable. Even low-level Earth-grade pills sell for several million. Chao Beiying continued, "I was originally on vacation in the Tianhai realm, and upon receiving the news, I rushed here immediately. I should be the first from the admissions team to visit you, right? The human race occupies the land of the 9 provinces, and the place where Hong Chen is located is one of the 9 provinces, Dongsheng Shenzhou. Dongsheng Shenzhou has 36 realms, such as the Tianhai realm that Chao Beiying just mentioned and the Luofu realm where the Luofu sword tomb is located. Among the 36 realms of Dongsheng Shenzhou, there is a place called Xuantsang realm. In the Xinsang realm, there are 82 domains, one of which is called Huayang domain. The Endless Fire domain, where a Jiu is located, is one of the names of the domains. The Great Xia Kingdom is situated in the Huayang domain, which has 58 countries. Each country has a dozen to several dozen provinces, such as Jiangnan Province and Jianghuai Province. Each province has several cities and districts, with counties beneath the cities, and towns and villages beneath the counties. Therefore, the hierarchy of regions from smallest to largest is village, town, county, city, province, country, domain, realm, and state. The state is the largest regional level, followed by the realm, then the domain. Hong Chen listened to Chao Beiying's words and said, "You rushed over here, but today is the 7th day. The Tianhai realm doesn't seem too far from our Jianghuai province. It shouldn't take 7 days, right? Did Sister Chao perhaps go to see Li Chang'an first before coming to see me?" Chao Beiying did not deny it. She felt that sincerity was the ultimate weapon. The Tianhai realm is to the east of the Great Xia Kingdom, and Jiangnan Province is to the east of Jianghuai Province. I traveled westward, so I naturally arrived in Jiangnan Province first before coming to Jianghuai Province. I don't think you are inferior to Li Chang'an, you both hold the same weight in my heart. Hong Chen smiled and said, "All right, I understand. Sister Chao, leave me a number, I'll see what other schools offer me. If yours is the best, I'll go to Dongsheng University." This was a dismissal, and Chao Beiying nodded, handing over her business card with a smile, saying, "You must contact me." After watching Mu Bai and Chao Beiying leave, Hong Lan was about to continue asking Hong Chen how to deal with Su Firan and Xiao Zhao's matters. But the hospital room door was knocked on again, and this time Hong Hu went to open the door. At the door was an old man, followed by a middle-aged man with a square face. "Are you the elder Chun from the television?" Hong Hu took a closer look. The old man resembled Chen Tianshou, who previously commented on the martial arts college entrance examination. The old man smiled and admitted, "Young man, you are not mistaken. I am indeed Chen Tianshou." Then, Chen Tianshou introduced the middle-aged man beside him. "This is Sun Huayuan, the dean of the 5 Elements Dao Court at Yuanyang University. You can call him Dean Sun." Sun Huayuan walked straight to Hong Chen and seriously praised, "So you are Hong Chen. Truly a remarkable talent." Hong Chen couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Dean Sun, I see from your face that you don't seem to be the type who excels at flattery. You don't need to force yourself to say such things. Please, both of you, have a seat first." "Oh, you can read faces too?" Sun Huayuan and Chen Tianshou each took a seat. Hong Chen said, "I have just recovered from a serious injury, my complexion is still a bit pale, and I look thinner than before, appearing like a sickly person. You say I am indeed a remarkable talent. I can certainly tell you are not good at flattering. It's like trying to flatter a horse and ending up at its leg." Sun Huayuan crossed his arms and praised, "Your insight is quite sharp. I indeed am not good at saying nice things or flattering others. Hong Chen actually had half a sentence left unsaid. Someone like Sun Huayuan, who held a high position, certainly wouldn't lower himself to flatter a young person like him, even if he was a genius. But Sun Huayuan could enter Yuanyang University and serve as the dean of the Five Elements Dao Court. Wasn't he also a genius? I don't have any water here, would you like some drinks? Hong Lan offered 2 bottles of drinks, but the two didn't even glance at them and waved their hands to refuse. Seeing this, Hong Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, "Are you two here to invite me to join Yuanyang University?" Sun Huayuan said, "Just now, when we were in the elevator, we ran into Chao Beiying from Dongsheng University. I see you are also straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush with you. I don't care what Dongsheng University offers you. Our Yuanyang University will give you an additional 500,000 in living expenses every year on top of what Dongsheng University offers." After a moment of contemplation, Sun Huayuan finally added, "If you have any other requests, you can bring them up now. As long as it's within my capability, I can agree to you right away." Hong Chen did not answer directly but asked, "Aren't you going to ask what kind of treatment Dongsheng University is offering me?" Sun Huayuan replied with a serious expression, "If I'm not mistaken, it's probably full tuition waiver, several 100,000 in living expenses, and at most a few pills to enhance your cultivation." "You guessed pretty accurately," Hong Chen said meaningfully, but he had a suspicion in his heart. Sun Huayuan continued, "Chao Beiying doesn't know your background. She thinks you're just a slightly impressive college entrance exam champion, so the benefits she offers won't be too high. But I have information from old Chen as a reference, so I know how capable you are. Moreover, after her conversation with you, Chao Beiying has to go to other places to recruit other college entrance exam champions, so she doesn't have much time to thoroughly investigate your specifics. Even if Mubai provides information, she can at most give you a few extra pills to enhance your cultivation." Chen Tianqiu timely added, "As long as you're willing to come to Yuanyang University, we will do our utmost to arrange the most suitable job for you after you graduate in 4 years. "I can feel your sincerity," Hong Chen said gratefully. "Allow me to consider it for a while, I will give you a response in a few days." Sun Huayuan took out a business card and placed it beside Hong Chen's hospital bed, saying, "If you have any requests then, you can tell me directly." Hong Chen picked up the card and looked at it, asking, "Li Chang'an should be going to Yuanyang University, right?" Chen Tianqiu did not answer directly, ambiguously saying, "He might give me some face, but I won't force him. Whether he goes to Yuanyang University is up to his own heart." The fact that they were keeping secrets from him confirmed Hong Chen's suspicion. It was likely that Chen Tianqiu had indirectly inquired about the benefits Chao Beiying was offering, which was why Sun Huayuan spoke so confidently. After the two left the hospital room, Hong Hu couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, I think the conditions offered by Yuanyang University are quite good. Why don't you just agree? If you're unwilling to go to Yuanyang University, you can still agree to Chao Beiying and go to Dongsheng University. I think Chao Beiying is easy to talk to, unlike Sun Huayuan, who is so rigid." Hong Chen looked at the 4 unopened bottles of drinks beside the chair and said, "Your second sister handed drinks to the 4 of them, and they didn't even touch them. Clearly, they are not giving face. Why should I agree to them?" Hong Hu scratched his head and asked, "What does that mean? Not drinking the drinks is not giving face?" Hong Chen said casually, "I don't know if they dislike it or are just being health conscious, but right now, I'm like the boss, and the various schools are the ones applying for a job. So, aside from the benefits, at the very least, they should give me some face. Even if they don't want to drink, they should at least give me a reason, even if it's just saying they don't like drinks. I could understand that, rather than just sitting there without moving." Hong Lan sighed upon hearing this. Her older brother indeed had a strong personality, and many might not understand why he was so stubborn. With such prominent figures present, if Hong Chen personally handed drinks to the 4 of them and they refused to drink, he wouldn't show anger or dissatisfaction because they were important people, and of course, they would have the temperament of important people. But Hong Lan knew very well that because the one handing out drinks was herself, that was why Hong Chen felt indignant. The reason was quite simple: these important figures could disregard Hong Chen, but they could not disregard his sister, Hong Lan. This also carried a deeper meaning. "You may look down on me, Hong Chen, but you cannot look down on my sister, Hong Lan." Although the older brother was playing a small card, it was not for himself. Because there were too many visitors, the 3 siblings were overwhelmed, and Hong Chen had no choice but to leave the hospital, causing many to leave empty-handed. Hong Chen's injuries had mostly healed, but the doctor said he would have aftereffects. After regaining consciousness, Hong Chen searched around and finally found the aftereffects the doctor mentioned. During his previous battle with Li Chang'an, he had used the technique body like the sun, with a small sun hovering above his head for an extended period. While this allowed him to maintain a state of intense flames, it also burned away his life force. Then, he had swallowed the small sun, briefly gaining spiritual energy and strength, which was undoubtedly a risky move. The aftereffects on Hong Chen's body were due to swallowing the small sun and the prolonged use of body like the sun, which had overdrawn his physical strength and vitality. There was another aftereffect that left Hong Chen speechless. Not only had he damaged his body, but his recovery speed had also slowed down. Otherwise, with his ability to grow stronger from taking hits, he would have healed long ago and wouldn't need to rest for so long. Because he had swallowed the small sun, his talent had also suffered greatly. Hong Chen's original A-grade talent, the sun, had dropped to a B-grade talent, solar flame. Although Hong Chen felt a bit speechless, he wasn't too bothered. Since he could obtain a piece of sun gold crystal from the tavern and upgrade his B-grade talent solar flame back to the sun, he could also get a second piece of sun gold crystal to restore his B-grade talent solar flame to the sun. Realizing this, he was still lying on the hospital bed, but he had the Kunlun jade pendant with him, so he took the time to go to the tavern and left a note. At 8 o'clock tonight, it was the agreed time. Hong Chen lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into the Kunlun jade pendant. The tavern looked the same as always, with the expressionless Kuei Huang standing in front of the liquor cabinet, and a few drunks sprawled on the wooden tables. After waiting for several hundred minutes, Hong Chen cursed under his breath and finally saw the person he was waiting for. It was a simple-looking man, not very tall, just about 1.70 meters, with a buzz cut and a bit of stubble, dressed in pajamas. Hong Chen walked up to the simple man and said excitedly, "My big brother Dinyo, I've waited so long for you. I've waited until the flowers wilted and the birds flew away. Why did it take you so long to come?" The man named Dinyo scratched his head with a smile. "My wife was making a fuss at home, I couldn't get away, but I was only 5 or 6 minutes late." In the real world, it was 5 or 6 minutes, but in the Kunlun jade pendant, it was 500 or 600 minutes. The two found an empty table, and Hong Chen looked around at the drunks and asked, "Why is there always someone sleeping in the tavern?" Dinyo, having spent more time on the Kunlun jade pendant, knew more about it and explained to Hong Chen, "Your spiritual consciousness rests here for 800 minutes, but only 8 minutes have passed in the real world. So some people, to save time for cultivation, will rest and sleep here. What level of cultivation do you have? Why do you still need to sleep?" Hong Chen was surprised. He was now a 9-star martial artist, and he felt energetic enough to go 7 days and nights without sleep without much impact. "You wouldn't understand this." Dinyo chuckled and explained, "Cultivation also emphasizes a balance of work and rest. You need to sleep occasionally to be more energized. For example, before a breakthrough, when refining pills, or before sparring with someone, taking a short nap can make your energy more abundant and your focus sharper." Hearing this, Hong Chen nodded and then got to the point. "Do you have any more sun gold crystals? I can still buy some sky blue gem ore." Dinyo shook his head. "I only have one piece of sun gold crystal, and I don't need sky blue gem ore. It wouldn't be of any use to me. My wife wants to make a blue hairpin, which is why I asked you for the sky blue gem ore last time. What kind of family is this? Using sky blue gem ore to make a hairpin, that stuff isn't cheap. You really love your wife," Hong Chen said with a hint of envy, then added, "Your wife might want a blue bracelet, earrings, or a blue chain in the future, so why don't you get me another piece of sun gold crystal?" Dinyo patted Hong Chen's shoulder. "I really only have one piece of sun gold crystal. You helped me a lot last time. If I had more, I wouldn't mind giving it to you for free, but I really don't have it." Since he had said that, Hong Chen didn't dare to say anything more and could only sigh, saying, "All right then." Seeing Hong Chen's expression, Dinyo felt a bit guilty and said apologetically, "Then I'll be leaving. If you come to Chiang Domain next time, I'll treat you to a meal." Hong Chen forced a smile and replied, "Thank you." Because his beautiful wife at home was urging him, Dinyo left after saying a few more words. Hong Chen sat in the tavern, surrounded by a group of drunks. He took out a piece of paper, wrote down the materials he needed, and then stuck the paper to the wall. He currently had a B-level talent, Sunflame, and there were 4 paths he could take to enhance his talent. First, he could use Sun Gold Crystal to upgrade to A-level Sun, or use Pure Spirit Fire to enhance to A-level Pure Sunflame. Then he could use Red Lotus to upgrade to A-level Red Lotus Fire. Finally, he could use 3000 Flame Fire to directly upgrade to S-level 3000 Sunflame. The Sun talent was a rare A-level talent, but due to its flaws, it could only rank as A-level. If the Sun talent didn't weaken at night, it could at least rank as S-level. But this was also a fatal flaw. Hong Chen would weaken at night, his strength would drop significantly, and his ability to absorb spiritual energy would slow down considerably. So, he wrote down the materials he needed on the paper: Sun Gold Crystal, Pure Spirit Fire, Red Lotus, 3000 Flame Fire. Any of those would do, he could accept them, even without the Sun Gold Crystal. While the Sun Gold Crystal was indeed great, a person could have no strengths but must not have weaknesses, as weaknesses or vulnerabilities. Once a person has a weakness, if the enemy knows about it, things can get troublesome. Therefore, in Hong Chen's heart, what he wanted most was 3,000 flame fire, followed by red lotus and pure spirit fire, and lastly, sun gold crystal. Although he could maintain a blazing state by using the body of the great sun, it would also burn his life and body. Using it occasionally at critical moments was fine, but if he used it too many times, his body and vitality would likely not withstand it. Moreover, evolving into other talents would allow him to maintain his original strength 24 hours a day without any weaknesses. For now, he would take it step by step. Whatever talent he could obtain, he would take it, and he could always upgrade later. A-level and S-level talents were just a transition. He would definitely aim to upgrade to SSS level talent in the future, so Hong Chen was not fixated on the sun talent. The 9 provinces had billions of miles of rivers and mountains, housing hundreds of thousands of countries, but there were only 10 top universities, making the admission quotas very tight. Each country had different admission quotas, usually allocated based on national strength and population. Ordinary small countries had only one quota, so only the top scholar could enter a top university. Medium-sized countries had 2 quotas, allowing both the top scholar and the second place to enter a top university. The Great Xia Kingdom was a strong country, so it had 5 quotas, while superpowers had 10 quotas. However, superpowers were rare. Among the 58 countries in Huayang Domain, only the Jin Tian Empire was a superpower, along with 2 strong countries, 5 medium-sized countries, and the rest were ordinary small countries. Thus, in the entire Huayang Domain, top universities only admitted 81 candidates each year. However, above superpowers were top-tier powers, which had 100 quotas for top universities each year, but superpowers were also scarce in Dongsheng Shenzhou. The 10 top universities were named Tianwu University, Yuanyang University, Lingsha University, Longjing University, Dongsheng University, Tianzhui University, Wuqiu University, Taishu University, Qingli Academy, and Dawei Fulong Academy. Of course, these are all abbreviations. For example, the full name of Dongsheng University is Dongsheng Comprehensive Martial Arts University of 100 Methods and 1000 Paths. Hong Chen was meditating on his bed when someone knocked on the door, and he heard Hong Hu calling from outside, "Big brother, someone is looking for you." "Who is it again?" In the 2 days since he returned home, many admissions teams had already come. Hong Chen felt a bit irritated as he impatiently opened the door. In the living room stood an old man. The old man was small and thin, so skinny that he seemed like skin wrapped around bones. Due to his hunchback, he was quite short, barely over 1.60 meters. His hair was sparse, his skin waxy yellow, and his face was lined with many wrinkles. Upon seeing Hong Chen open the door, the old man smiled broadly, revealing a kind expression. "Hello, I am the vice president of Tianwu University, my name is Zhou Jielian." The vice president of Tianwu University made Hong Chen suppress his impatience and politely said, "Please take a seat, old Zhou." Zhou Jielian sat down on the sofa, and Hong Chen walked to the fridge, took out a bottle of cola, and handed it to Zhou Jielian. "We don't have any hot water at home, so make do with this." "Thank you." Zhou Jielian took the cola, hesitated for a moment, then opened the cap and took a sip. Hong Chen smiled and kindly asked, "How does it taste?" Zhou Jielian smacked his lips and replied, "A bit spicy, the flavor is quite strong." Hong Chen asked, "Do you think it's good?" Zhou Jielian chuckled and casually placed the cola on the coffee table. "To be honest, I don't think it's very good." "Then why are you drinking it?" Zhou Jielian was puzzled by Hong Chen's question and replied, out of politeness. Tianwu University, fully named the world's #1 martial arts university, has a rather imposing name. Originally, it was called the world's #1 martial artist university, but it was later changed to the current name. Hong Chen smiled and chatted, "The full name of Tianwu University is really impressive, it sounds awesome." Zhou Jielian laughed heartily. "Our school aspires to become the world's #1 martial artist university. This has been our long-held wish, and we have yet to achieve it. We still need to work hard." The two chatted about various topics, and Zhou Jielian was very different from Sun Huayuan of Yuanyang University. Zhou Jielian was the vice president, while Sun Huayuan was just a dean, so there was a difference in their ranks. However, Zhou Jielian did not carry the superiority of someone in a high position. Instead, he was approachable and very amiable. Hong Chen had been home for 2 days, and various top universities' admissions teams had come. But they were all directors and teachers. Tianwu University showed the most sincerity by sending a vice president. Hong Chen cleared his throat and said, "I've met with the admissions teams from 9 universities in the past 2 days, and you guys from Tianwu University came the latest. I came from Zhengzhou, the journey was long, so I arrived the latest." So he actually came from Zhengzhou. Zhengzhou was tens of thousands of miles away from the Great Xia Kingdom, and it took only 10 days to arrive, which was quite fast. Did you meet Li Chang'an first? Hong Chen asked a tricky question. He had asked this of every admissions team that came. But every admissions team had met Li Chang'an first, which made Hong Chen very unhappy. He always felt he had one. Zhou Jielian shook his head. I came specifically for you to the Great Xia Kingdom and did not meet Li Chang'an. Hong Chen was taken aback and asked, why? Zhou Jielian slowly replied, firstly, because your grades meet the admission requirements of Tianwu University. I watched the battle footage of you and Li Chang'an. You were fierce and decisive in your duel, which is very suitable for our Tianwu University. On the other hand, Li Chang'an showed mercy. Although he is exceptionally talented, he is not suitable for Tianwu University. Moreover, the president values you highly, but due to busy school affairs, he has to stay at the school and cannot spare the time, so he sent me instead. My nickname is the True Monarch of Heavenly Fire. I am very skilled in fire attribute martial arts, and Tianwu University's Heavenly Fire Academy is the best fire attribute academy in the 9 provinces. You will definitely thrive at our Tianwu University. Hong Chen originally wanted to say, I'll think about it, but suddenly remembered something and asked, since Tianwu University values me so much, what benefits can I expect if I join? Zhou Jielian smiled and said, here, I can only waive your tuition because Tianwu University is different from other universities. The kind of treatment you want can only be earned through your own efforts. Hong Chen didn't quite understand the meaning of this, so he asked, can you explain it in more detail? Our school has 4 classes in each grade, divided into Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The Heaven class is the highest with the best benefits, while the Yellow class is the lowest with the worst benefits. You have to fight for your own benefits. Hong Chen asked again, how do I fight for them? Of course, you have to defeat others with your strength, and then you can be promoted to a better class. But at the beginning of the freshman year, there will be a class placement competition. If you perform well, you can enter the Heaven class, but others can challenge you, and if you lose, you'll drop to the Earth class. Survival of the fittest. The system at Tianwu University is quite cruel. Hong Chen stroked his chin and said, but it suits me quite well. Zhou Jielian asked meaningfully, oh, are you interested? Hong Chen nodded. His ability to grow stronger through battle was perfectly suited for honing at Tianwu University. It was simply his dream school. Zhou Jielian leveraged connections, saying, I heard that Su Tianba is your grandfather. I am an old friend of Su Tianba. At that moment, Hong Chen remembered that in his diary, he had gone to Tianwu University with a letter of introduction from Su Tianba. So if he attended Tianwu University, it would be easier to gain opportunities and various information based on the contents of his diary. As the vice president of Tianwu University and holding the title of True Monarch of Heavenly Fire, Zhou Jielian was a well-known figure throughout the 9 provinces. Although this old man was amiable and polite, with his prominent status, he would receive high-level hospitality wherever he went. It was already noon, and it was rare to have such a distinguished guest at home. Anyone with a bit of social understanding would naturally want to invite him to a meal. Zhou Jielian had already reached the realm of fasting, so it wouldn't matter if he didn't eat for 2 or 3 years. But since Hong Chen insisted on treating him, he didn't refuse and gladly accepted. There was a small restaurant at the entrance of the community, and the food there was quite good. Hong Chen and his siblings usually solved their meals there. Hong Chen poured hot water over the utensils and then handed them to Zhou Jielian, saying, although this is home-cooked food, it tastes pretty good. We often eat here, you should try it later. Zhou Jielian took the sanitized utensils and asked, don't you usually cook at home? My mom used to cook, but sometimes she would go on business trips. She would leave us some pocket money, so the 3 of us often eat out and rarely cook for ourselves, Hong Chen said with a bitter smile. Ever since mom left, the 3 of us have been like useless people, only able to come to this restaurant to eat. Hearing Hong Chen's half-joking words, Zhou Jielian sighed inwardly, feeling a wave of sadness. The 4 great tragedies of life, losing a mother in childhood, losing a father in youth, losing a spouse in middle age, and losing a child in old age. The sudden loss of both parents, 2 great tragedies converging, is something outsiders can hardly truly empathize with. Hong Chen was just a young man who had just come of age, yet he had to take care of 2 underage siblings. The hardships involved were difficult to express to outsiders. Zhou Jielian silently mourned and suddenly remembered something. Before coming to Hong Chen's home, he had reviewed all of Hong Chen's information. The school values you highly, so before I came, I looked at your records. You attended Wanghu Primary School, started fighting in the 3rd grade, became increasingly violent in middle school, and only slightly restrained yourself in high school, but you still have a notorious reputation. After finishing, Zhou Jielian asked, but the information I saw shows that you almost always fought to help others. Do you have many friends outside? Not many friends, I guess. Hong Chen paused, then suddenly realized, the reason I help those people is not that they are my friends but because I can't stand seeing the weak being bullied by others. Zhou Jielian followed Hong Chen's words and asked, but when you were beaten by Long Outyan at Jianghuai High School, there were many people watching. Those who had once received your help didn't seem to help you, did they? How could no one help me? Hong Chen retorted, I remember a classmate named Hua Fei, who stood up to speak out, although he didn't really help and ended up getting beaten by Long Outyan too. Zhou Jielian continued to ask, but you helped many people, at least dozens, yet in the end, only Hua Fei stood up. Don't you feel heartbroken? Hong Chen shook his head and sighed. The people I once helped were themselves weak individuals bullied by others. They didn't even dare to fight back when they were bullied, so how can I blame them for not helping me? Courage is indeed precious if you have it, but if you don't, I won't say anything. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. The reason I helped them was simply because I couldn't stand seeing the weak being bullied, not because I wanted them to repay me or to rescue me when I was in trouble. Zhou Jielian smiled upon hearing this and praised, your mindset is broad, and you don't seek external validation. This is a high realm. It resembles the Buddhist saying, do not give for the sake of return, nor do good for others. Exactly. Hong Chen nodded with a smile, in life, just do good deeds and don't ask about the future. Soon, the dishes were served, and Hong Hu and Hong Lan were engrossed in their meal. Seeing Zhou Jielian eating, Hong Chen couldn't wait to ask, Principal Zhou, how does it taste? Although Zhou Jielian was the vice president of Tianwu University, he was addressed without the vice title. For example, a vice manager would simply be called a manager unless the manager was present. I'm used to eating delicacies, but occasionally having a home-cooked meal feels very comfortable. This was Zhou Jielian's honest opinion. His status didn't require him to flatter Hong Chen. Zhou Jielian put down his chopsticks, took a sip of water, and asked, I saw something in your file that piqued my curiosity, but I don't know if I should ask? You say that, but if you don't ask, how would I know if you should? Hong Chen joked again. Your house and your parents' compensation were all occupied by your two uncles, and then you went to Dai Mansion to ask Su Firan for help. Looking at Hong Chen's calm expression, Zhou Jielian continued to ask, at that time, why didn't you kill your two uncles? Don't you hate them? I'm not Zhu Zhanji. How could I just kill my two uncles right away? Hong Chen first made a joke, then spoke sincerely, but to say I don't hate them would be a lie. I wish I could kill them quickly. But my dad left a last wish, so even with 1,000 grievances, I can only comply. After all, he is my father, and those were the last two things he entrusted to me. Zhou Jielian curiously asked, besides not killing your two uncles, what else did your dad instruct you? He also asked me to take good care of my younger siblings. Hong Chen said this and didn't elaborate further, getting up to settle the bill. Hong Hu and Hong Lan returned home first, leaving Hong Chen and Zhou Jielian outside the restaurant. Zhou Jielian asked, I've had my drink, my meal, and we've chatted. Shouldn't you give me a clear answer now? Are you talking about going to Tianwu University? Hong Chen replied in an unquestionable tone, of course, I will go. Then I'm relieved. Zhou Jielian smiled, his tone cheerful, otherwise, it would have been a waste of my breath. What is the top scholar's prize in your great Xia country? Zhou Jielian had seen many young people suddenly become wealthy, then indulge in extravagance, completely unable to control their desires, so he wanted to give Hong Chen a piece of advice. 10 million. Hong Chen didn't hide it. After all, a vice president of a top university wouldn't look down on such a small amount. What are you planning to do with it? Zhou Jielian threw out a hook. Hong Chen casually replied, I plan to leave it for my younger siblings. This answer was unexpected for Zhou Jielian, who immediately asked, why? Isn't this your bonus? I intend to have both of them tested for their talents early, but early talent testing costs a lot of money, and cultivation also requires a lot of money. Although I have given them our parents' inheritance, it probably won't be enough. Zhou Jielian frowned upon hearing this and asked, did you not take your parents' compensation? I kept a little bit. Why did you only keep a little? How should I put it? Hong Chen thought for a moment before saying, I can endure some hardship but I don't want my younger siblings to suffer. Others can look down on me, but they cannot look down on my younger siblings. I want them to live a life where they are not looked down upon, to live days where they are not bullied. Moreover, I didn't understand things before and have already used too much of the family's money, so I'll leave the compensation to them. You are a good brother. Zhou Jielian opened his mouth, he had some words he wanted to say. After all, this was someone else's family matter, and he ultimately did not voice them. What Zhou Jielian wanted to say was, you are a good brother, but you must first be yourself. The deeper meaning of this was to let Hong Chen love himself first. Although love often feels like a debt, one must live for oneself first, love oneself, and then love others. I'll take my leave now. Zhou Jielian patted Hong Chen's shoulder and handed him an admission notice. See you at Tianwu University. Hong Chen took the admission notice, smiled, and nodded. Principal Zhou, see you at Tianwu University. Zhou Jielian's figure vanished into thin air, disappearing in a flash, flying towards the direction of Zhengzhou. However, Zhou Jielian did not fly for long. After flying about 500 or 600 miles, his phone suddenly rang, forcing him to stop flying, standing alone above the vast sea of clouds. The phone screen displayed 5 words, call from Xiang Dingtian, who was the president of Tianwu University. Zhou Jielian answered the call, and before he could speak, an impatient voice came from the phone. Hello, hello, hello. Old Zhou, I can hear you. Have you seen Hong Chen? Is he willing to come to our Tianwu University? Zhou Jielian's tone was somewhat joyful as he replied, Hong Chen has already agreed. He actually agreed. My goodness. I heard he turned down 9 top universities, and you managed to secure him with just one move. Xiang Dingtian sounded very pleased, and his voice came through the phone again. This is a great achievement. I'll prepare a feast for you when you return to Zhengzhou. For this old bone of mine, traveling thousands of miles is not easy. You must bring out your treasured immortal brew. Zhou Jielian also laughed because Hong Chen agreed to come to Tianwu University, which put him in a good mood. Of course. Xiang Dingtian then asked, what do you think of Hong Chen? Zhou Jielian paused for a moment and slowly said, although he sometimes speaks out of turn, he is actually quite talented at heart. He is a strong and good man. Moreover, he has spirit, integrity, principles, and a sense of responsibility. He is open-minded, with lofty ambitions, and although he has pride, he does not have arrogance. These 2 sentences were the evaluation of the already famous Tianhua Jinjuan regarding the young man. The latter part of this evaluation surprisingly coincided with Su Firan's earlier assessment of Hong Chen. Xiang Dingtian's excited voice came through the phone, you have always had a discerning eye, and for Hong Chen to receive such a high evaluation from you, I can't wait to meet him. Zhou Jielian laughed heartily, you will see him sooner or later, so don't worry, this kid will definitely not disappoint you. After the martial arts college entrance examination ended, time flew by, and before they knew it, it was August 17th. After battling Li Chanan, Hong Chen had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy in his body. He had been meditating at home for the past few days and finally gathered enough spiritual energy last night to successfully break through to a 10-star martial artist. Behind the realm of the 10-star martial master lies the 1-star martial spirit, but breaking through such a major realm requires not only a vast amount of spiritual energy but also carries a high risk of failure. If one is not beaten down to the brink of death, Hong Chen feels it is very difficult to gather enough spiritual energy for the breakthrough. Although several days have passed, no one has contacted him in the tavern, and it seems that raising his talent back to A grade will have to wait for another time. As dawn breaks, the sun rises in the east, all things awaken, and the world is clear, making it a perfect time to set off. Hong Chen has already packed his luggage and stored it in the Kunlun jade pendant. Since it is still 6 in the morning, Hong Lan and Hong Hu have not yet woken up. Hong Chen walks alone to his parents' spirit tablets, lights 3 incense sticks, and bows his head in prayer. Dust has settled on Hong Sen's token, and as Hong Chen picks it up, he gently wipes it while murmuring, Dad! I told you before that I got accepted into Tianwu University. I'm leaving today. There are no intercontinental flying boats in the Great Xia Kingdom, so I have to take the high-speed train to the Jin-Tian Empire first, and then take the intercontinental flying boat to Zhengzhou. Don't fall asleep down there. Remember to open your eyes and bless Hong Lan and Hong Hu. If you have any strength left, you can also bless me a bit. As for me, I should have lived up to your expectations. I've saved the lives of the 2 uncles for you, and as for Hong Lan and Hong Hu, I think I've taken good care of them. Ha ha, although many times, I always feel like I haven't done well enough, and I think I can do better. But if they complain to you that I haven't taken good care of them or that I haven't done enough, you can't blame me. This is all I can do. And you, don't argue with the other moms down there. Try to keep your temper in check and be a good ghost. Hong Chen's voice droned on, as if he were speaking to a living person. Life is like towering mountains. He only realized how hard it was to live after his parents passed away. Over the years, I've also relied on your care. Now that I'm leaving home, I won't be able to light incense on the 1st and 15th days of the month, so you can't blame me. Occasionally, send me a dream, don't act like you're really dead. At this point, Hong Chen suddenly smiled, and a tear fell uncontrollably. He placed down Hong Sen's spirit tablet, bowed to the 2 again, and finally made a joke. I won't say much about how much I owe you. If I can't make a decent life in Zhengzhou, I won't come back. Hong Lan and Hong Hu woke up early today. Both opened their doors. Hearing the sound of the door, Hong Chen turned back and smiled. Did I wake you too? Hong Lan shook her head and said, I heard the noise and got up. I was just about to look for you too. Hong Chen waved to them and said, I'm heading out. He took out 2 gold bricks from the Kunlun jade pendant. Each of you take one and keep it for emergencies. He then pulled out a pile of money from the Kunlun jade pendant. This money is for you too. In a few months, you'll be 18, so remember to go test your talents in advance. Looking at the small mountain of cash in front of them, Hong Hu asked, "Is this your top scholar bonus? I spent 2 million to buy a ticket for an intercontinental flying boat, and it costs 4 million to test your talent, so there's exactly 8 million left here. You gave us all the money, do you still have any left?" Hong Hu, being a bit simple-minded, asked without thinking too much. "Of course I do." Hong Chen conjured a gold brick out of thin air and then put it back into the Kunlun jade pendant. "I'm not short on money." These 3 gold bricks were the reward he received from Jiang Menghu for helping him buy colorful stones. "This money is for you to test your talents in advance, don't use it recklessly." Hong Chen instructed them, then took out a book from the Kunlun jade pendant. "This is the Great Easy Spear Manual. Although Su Tianba says we 3 are also his grandchildren, after Dad fell out with him, he hasn't used any of the techniques inside. Although I modified 4 knife techniques from the Great Easy Spear Manual, since Dad doesn't use the Great Easy Spear Manual, I originally didn't plan to give it to you too. But now that you've grown up, whether you learn it or not is up to you. After you test your talents, if you have good talent, don't tell anyone, absolutely keep it a secret, and definitely don't show off everywhere to avoid attracting the attention of evil cultivators. My top scholar bonus is for you to test your talents in advance, and your parents' compensation can be used to buy techniques, elixirs, and manuals. You need to get a head start and strive for good results in next year's college entrance examination. It's best to get into a top university. If you can't, that's fine, as long as you're happy. But it's best to get into a top university, don't let me down." Hong Chen expressed a somewhat contradictory sentiment. He was afraid of putting too much pressure on the 2, yet he also feared that without pressure, they would become complacent. "When I'm not home, if you encounter troubles you can't solve, you can go to Jiangnan province to find Su Tianba for help with minor issues, or Uncle Wang for small troubles. I only have one enemy in Jianghuai province, and that's Long Outyan's father, Long Yuantian. However, after I became the top scholar, before I could take action, the high-level officials of the Great Xia Kingdom had already secretly dealt with him, so you too can rest assured." 2 days ago, Hong Chen learned from Brother Zhu of the Ministry of Education about this matter. Long Yuantian attempted to hire someone to kill him for revenge, but the Security Bureau detected it in advance and reported it to the higher-ups. Although Long Yuantian had some power, he was nothing compared to a promising top scholar, and he was quickly arrested and sentenced to death, with the process being very swift. "Don't spend money recklessly, absolutely don't be like me last year, dating a gold digger and wasting my money every day. When you look at people, keep your eyes open." Hong Chen, lacking much life experience, could only share his own encounters and impart some meager life lessons to the 2. Watching Hong Chen fuss and worry, Hong Lan spoke up, "Big brother, you don't need to worry about us not having money. When you compete in the college entrance examination, I bet on you to win and placed a bet of 10,000 yuan, and in the end, I won several million." Hong Lan smiled, "You can keep that meager top scholar bonus for yourself." "Is that true?" Hong Chen showed a look of disbelief. "I was also upset at the time, so I bet 10,000 yuan. Now that I think about it, I should have bet more." Hong Hu chimed in, "Yeah, I can testify, this is true. Second sister won a lot of money." After a moment of thought, Hong Chen waved his hand and said, "Money given away can't be taken back. You two just keep it." Hong Hu is impulsive and hot-headed. When you're home, keep an eye on him and don't let him get into conflicts. Seeing Hong Chen trying to change the subject, Hong Lan pressed her lips together, her keen mind immediately guessing that Hong Chen wanted to divert their attention. "Big brother." Hong Lan opened her lips, her voice trembling, "You've done enough. You don't need to worry about us, don't always stick your neck out for others in college. Your temper is worse than Hong Hu's, so if you can endure outside, do so, and take care of yourself first. Although you always hide things from us, I know you've been under a lot of pressure before. I know it's not easy for you, you are my best big brother." By the end of Hong Lan's words, her voice was already choked with tears. Hong Chen opened his mouth, words on the tip of his tongue, but he only smiled slightly. He turned around, waved his hand to the 2 with his back to them, leaving behind a single sentence, "I'm leaving, see you in Zhengzhou next year." The Great Xia Kingdom certainly has universities, but they are all ordinary ones. Those without talent can learn some knowledge and skills in these universities. Martial arts universities are all gathered in the Heavenly Inquiry realm of Zhengzhou, which is located in the center of the 9 provinces, with the remaining 8 provinces surrounding Zhengzhou like stars encircling the moon. Therefore, Zhengzhou and the other 8 states are relatively close, but Zhengzhou has the largest land area, being 2.5 times the size of the other states. The Tianwen realm has hundreds of thousands of martial artist universities, with a population reaching hundreds of billions, making it the most densely populated area among the 9 states, without exception. However, the permanent population in the Tianwen realm is not large. Most people here are martial artists attending university, along with some teaching staff and service personnel from various industries. Although the Daxia Kingdom is a strong nation, it is not a superpower. The Huayang domain only has the Jin-Tian Empire as its superpower. Therefore, only the Jin-Tian Empire has cross-border flying boats. If Hongchen wants to go to the Tianwen realm in Zhengzhou, he must first take the high-speed train to the Jin-Tian Empire before boarding the flying boat. The ticket for the economy class on the cross-border flying boat to Zhengzhou costs 2 million, while a slightly better business class ticket costs 8 million, and the most expensive first-class ticket costs 20 million. The Huayang domain is over 10 million miles away from the Tianwen realm, but the speed of the cross-border flying boats is extremely fast, capable of traveling 35,000 miles per hour, reaching the Tianwen realm in just 12 days. Because the Huayang domain is relatively close to the Tianwen realm, it only takes 12 days, but for some remote areas, it can take over a month on the cross-border flying boat, with economy class tickets costing 7 to 8 million. Hongchen took a taxi all the way to the high-speed train station, holding the ticket he purchased, searching for his seat. The speed of the high-speed train is relatively slow, only over 300 kilometers per hour, taking more than 10 hours to reach the Jin-Tian Empire. Hongchen finally found his seat, and when he sat down, there was already a person across from him, a man with a dark face. He looked a bit familiar, and Hongchen paused slightly, asking, "What a coincidence! You are Wei Wei, right?" With a face this dark, who else could it be but Wei Wei? A familiar female voice came from behind. Hongchen turned around at the sound and saw Su Firen, who had her hair in a high ponytail and was dressed in white. "What a coincidence! You're going to school too," Hongchen said with a rather cold joke. "I arrived a long time ago. I just went to the restroom," Su Firen said as she plopped down next to Hongchen. This was her seat. Hongchen tugged at the clothes that Su Firen had sat on and asked, "Which university did you get into?" "Longjing University," Su Firen replied. The diary did not record which university Su Firen attended, and Hongchen only found out by asking at that moment. "What about you?" Hongchen looked at the dark-faced Wei Wei across from him. Wei Wei's face darkened further. If it had been a few years ago, his strength could have gotten him into a top university, but unfortunately, this year was filled with experts, so he could only attend a first-rate university. Su Firen nudged Hongchen with her elbow, giving him a look that seemed to say, "Aren't you just trying to make things awkward for him?" Hongchen didn't mean to say it that way, he just thought it was awkward for Wei Wei to be sitting alone across from him, so he casually made a comment. Wei Wei's mood was complicated, and after a moment, he finally spoke. "I'm also unlucky. My first opponent is Su Firen, and my second opponent is you. But losing to you, Wei Wei, accept it. After all, you are the top scholar, and your strength is evident. I admit you are very strong." Hearing Wei Wei's words, Su Firen raised her eyebrows and asked, "What? Are you saying that losing to me makes you feel unconvinced?" Wei Wei was quite frank. He said to Su Firen, "We haven't determined a winner yet. Let's have a rematch when we have time." Su Firen thought Wei Wei's abilities were not impressive, but his tone was quite tough. She couldn't be bothered with Wei Wei and instead looked at Hongchen, saying, "This year, 7 people from the Daxia Kingdom were admitted to top universities. Do you know who those 7 are?" 7 people? Hongchen was taken aback and said, "Shouldn't it be 5? Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu were already admitted early, but they stubbornly refused to attend training and insisted on taking the martial artist entrance exam, so excluding them, we originally had 5 spots." Hongchen nodded and then guessed, "You, me, Li Chang'an, Luo Lai, Ing Huanhuan, Xiao Dao, Mu Yunlu. You guessed quite accurately." Su Firen said with a smile, then looked around and asked, "Ing Huanhuan should be on this high-speed train too, why haven't I seen her?" "She should be in another carriage," Hongchen said, also curious. Ing Huanhuan had received her cultivation method quite late. Why had she suddenly become so strong in just 3 months? Many who had tested their talents early on hadn't even made it into the top 5, not to mention that Ing Huanhuan had taken over a month after her talent was tested before she started cultivating. He had grown stronger through fighting, reaching his current level, but what about Ing Huanhuan? Did she also have some divine ability to enhance her realm? This was her own secret, and although Hongchen was curious, he didn't pry further. While the two were chatting, a long-legged, busty girl in a blue outfit sat down next to Wei Wei, directly across from Hongchen. The girl in blue saw Hongchen and excitedly asked, "You are Hongchen, right? Who are you?" Hongchen asked in surprise, as he didn't recognize her. Su Firen turned her head away, her expression not looking too good, and said, "She is Situlan from the Qingzhou mansion in Shishu." Hongchen looked at Su Firen and asked, Do you two know each other? We've known each other since we were little, Situlan interjected, but it seems Sister Firen doesn't like me. Hong Chen immediately understood. Su Firen's Dei Mansion, Situlan's Qingzhou Mansion, and Wei Wei's Jinyuan Mansion were all prominent families in the Great Xia Kingdom, so they naturally had connections. Although he didn't know what conflict existed between the two, Hong Chen was definitely on Su Firen's side. Brother Hong Chen, you helped me take revenge. I was eliminated by Li Chang'an, and that last strike you dealt him really made me feel better. Situlan spoke with admiration. I was just lucky, Hong Chen said, feeling a bit elated. Such flattery felt great. Situlan pretended to be angry and said, you can't say that. You're not just lucky. The lucky one is Li Chang'an. If you had been a 10-star martial artist at that time, would there have been a double champion? Li Chang'an only won because he took advantage of the situation and relied on his realm. Although it sounded a bit far-fetched, Hong Chen felt it made sense. It really seemed to be the case. If he had been a 10-star martial artist at that time, he could have held on longer before fainting, and then he would have been the champion. Su Firen lightly coughed, looking at the smiling Hong Chen, and asked, are you happy? Damn! Hong Chen immediately came back to his senses. Situlan was really something. With just a few words she had him confused, and he almost fell for her tricks. I'm on your side. I definitely stand with you, Hong Chen whispered to Su Firen. I won't talk to her anymore. Situlan crossed her arms and lifted them slightly, revealing a deep cleavage. Hong Chen silently turned his head, quietly adjusting himself. The four of them sat facing each other, creating a somewhat low-pressure atmosphere, but Su Firen maintained a cold expression, and Hong Chen didn't dare to ask about the conflict between the two, so he also kept his cool. Boring, Situlan said, then turned her face away and closed her eyes to rest. After sitting for over 10 hours, they finally arrived in the Jintian Empire, and Hong Chen felt stifled the whole way. He followed Su Firen out of the carriage, and as they left the station, he spotted Li Chang'an and Luo Lai. Then, the two of them took a taxi to the airfield for the cross-border flying boat. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Hong Chen finally asked, what conflict do you have with Situlan? Her style is problematic. I simply don't like her, Su Firen replied expressionlessly. The Dei Mansion had a strict family ethos, with rigorous expectations for the children within. Su Firen received strict education from a young age, emphasizing character and morality, so it was natural for her to clash with the free-spirited Situlan. To put it simply, their values were incompatible. Hong Chen followed up on Su Firen's words and said, I don't like her either. Su Firen responded with an "oh," and said, but when I saw you looking at Situlan, it seemed like you were enjoying it quite a bit. Hong Chen, with a serious expression, declared, beauty and ugliness are merely skin deep. To me, appearances make no difference at all. I don't believe you. And in my eyes, you're much prettier than Situlan. Really? Su Firen blinked, unable to suppress her joy at the corners of her mouth. Of course. This was also Hong Chen's heartfelt opinion, but Su Firen had a kind of heroic beauty, while Shia Sha had a more delicate beauty. Situlan and Lu Ruyan were somewhat similar, both exuding a seductive allure, a tempting beauty. In the sweltering heat of August, with the setting sun blood-red and cicadas chirping incessantly, the Jintian Empire truly lived up to its reputation as a superpower. The airport for cross-border flying boats was bustling with people, and on this brilliantly lit evening, Hong Chen and Su Firen arrived at the waiting hall. Hong Chen's ticket was for economy class, while the affluent Su Firen had a first-class ticket, allowing her to rest in the VIP lounge. The cross-border flying boat wouldn't depart until early morning, and they still had to wait 6 hours in the somewhat noisy waiting hall. Concerned that Su Firen might not be accustomed to it, Hong Chen said, this waiting hall is both noisy and hot. You should go to the VIP lounge. There's air conditioning in there, and it will be much more comfortable. As the saying goes, a calm heart naturally cools. If you stop thinking about Situlan, you probably won't feel so hot. Su Firen subtly teased Hong Chen, perhaps because she had spent too much time with him. She occasionally joked when she spoke. And I'm not a pampered young lady. I've been practicing shooting since I was little, and I've endured more hardships than you. I'm just concerned about you. Don't be ungrateful. Hong Chen retorted, holding back a comment about being attacked personally, so he only said the latter part, as even joking should be done in moderation. The two chatted casually when suddenly a loud commotion erupted. You bumpkin, watch where you're going. Otherwise, if I hit you, I'll make you pay hundreds of thousands, and you won't have a life to spend it. I didn't do it on purpose. It was you who bumped into me. A soft, weak voice reached Hong Chen's ears. Then came the mocking laughter. These country bumpkins clearly have never been to a big city. They don't understand any rules, thinking this is their countryside. Hong Chen patted Su Firen's shoulder. I think I heard Ing Huanuan's voice. Let's go take a look. Ahead, a middle-aged man with a big belly looked disdainfully at a young girl, his mouth moving like a machine gun, chattering non-stop. The young girl was indeed Ing Huan. She lowered her head, her voice weak, making a feeble rebuttal. When Hong Chen first met Ing Huan, she wore a faded school uniform and tattered cloth shoes. Although she had changed into a new outfit now, the rural air about her was still hard to conceal. People from the Jin Tian Empire, being a superpower, naturally carried an air of superiority, their sharp gazes able to distinguish between the rich and the poor. The middle-aged man took one look and immediately sensed the invisible rural vibe emanating from Ing Huan. Hearing her weak rebuttal, he sneered, "You don't even know to watch where you're walking. Do you think this is your little countryside?" Others nearby chimed in, "That's how country folks are, there's no helping it. Our Jin Tian Empire is chaotic because of people like you." Hong Chen cursed inwardly. The Great Xia Kingdom was also a strong nation, yet these Jin Tian Empire people didn't even ask and immediately concluded that Ing Huan came from a small country. Was this the superiority complex of a superpower? I can't take it anymore. Before Hong Chen could step forward, Su Firen was ready to stand up. "I saw everything that just happened." A familiar voice came again. Hong Chen turned to look at the sound and saw Li Chang'an, while Su Firen's movement to step forward also paused. Li Chang'an pointed at the middle-aged man and recounted the situation. "You were clearly walking and talking on the phone, then bumped into her. How can you still play the victim?" The middle-aged man in a suit glanced at Li Chang'an and immediately scoffed, "Country bumpkin, you must be in cahoots with them, right?" Li Chang'an lived in a small town in the Great Xia Kingdom, while Ing Huan resided in a slum in the provincial capital, so technically, Li Chang'an was the true country person. The middle-aged man arrogantly said, "Can you compare with me? How much do your clothes cost? My outfit is worth hundreds of thousands. If you damage my clothes, can you afford to pay for it?" Li Chang'an's mind was clear. He sensed the middle-aged man's attempt to change the subject and immediately replied, "We're discussing who hit whom. This has nothing to do with whether we are country folks or how much your clothes are worth." The middle-aged man was already angry from a business deal that had fallen through during his phone call, and hearing Li Chang'an's reasonable words made him furious. He looked around and threatened in a low voice, "You poor bastard, watch your words. If I hit you, I only need to be compensated a little. If you hit me, your parents will have to kneel and beg me." Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an slowly gripped the sword behind him and quietly asked, "What if I want your life?" Although everyone in the 9 provinces could cultivate, those without talent often turned to business or learned a trade. Even someone as gifted as Hong Sen, who had to work every day, remained stuck at the martial king level, ultimately becoming just like everyone else. Moreover, this middle-aged man, who was quite portly, had low talent and was busy with business every day. With just one glance, Li Chang'an could tell he was only at the 8-star martial master level. The middle-aged man wanted to speak but glanced at Li Chang'an's sword and ultimately walked away silently, his face dark. The onlookers, seeing there was no more excitement, dispersed. Hong Chen and Su Firen then squeezed forward, and Li Chang'an greeted them with a fist salute. Hong Chen returned the gesture and asked, "When did you arrive?" Li Chang'an replied, "After I got off the high-speed train, I went to eat a bowl of noodles. I just got here." Su Firen held Ing Huan's hand and said, "It's all right now." Hong Chen walked over and joked, "That big-bellied bald man just now, his purpose in life seems to be to irritate us as much as possible while he's alive, and then when he dies suddenly one day, we can finally laugh it off, achieving a sense of catharsis." Ing Huan didn't laugh, but Su Firen couldn't help but chuckle and said, "You still have a way with metaphors. You can browse online forums whenever you want. If you keep wandering around that cesspool, you'll eventually reach my level," Hong Chen suggested. "Since we just happened to meet, and we have 5 hours until boarding, let's just wait together." The three had no objections and found a corner seat. Hong Chen looked at Li Chang'an and asked, "You got accepted into Yuanyan University, right?" "No," Li Chang'an shook his head, "I chose Tianzu University." The three were surprised, and only Hong Chen laughed heartily, saying, "Old man Chen Tianqiu must be so angry he could spit blood." Li Chang'an replied calmly, "Although the old man has been kind to me, he never forced me. I just followed my heart, so I chose Tianzu University." Hong Chen nodded. "Tianzu University is the strongest sword cultivation university. It really suits you. You made the right choice." Yuanyan University, where Old Man Chen is, focuses on ice, fire, and thunder techniques. If you went there, you'd actually be at a disadvantage. You got accepted into that university. Su Firen asked the person beside her, Ing Huan, who looked like a frightened little rabbit, anxious and uneasy. "I chose Yuanyan University," Ing Huan said softly, lifting her head briefly before lowering it again. By choosing Yuanyan University, it implied that she was inclined towards the elemental affinity of ice, fire, and thunder. Zhengzhou is located in the center of the 9 provinces, hence its name, but Zhengzhou is a shorthand. Its full name is Zhongtian Province, meaning the province in the middle of heaven and earth. The remaining 8 provinces are as follows: To the east is Dongsheng Shenzhou, where the Huayang domain of the Daxia kingdom is situated. Above Dongsheng Shenzhou is Pyongyang province, located in the northeast, known for its high terrain, where clouds hang low and mist is ethereal. Beiju Luzhou is directly to the north, a place that experiences heavy snowfall year-round, and the Great Wall, which entombs countless ancient heroes, is located here. To the northwest is Huanhuang province, said to be the resting place of the Nine Heavens Xian Phoenix in ancient times. Directly to the west is Fangtian Wuzhou, a place that highly values martial prowess. With a fierce and brave populace, many fearless heroes have emerged from here, including 3 of the ancient 10 heroes. To the southwest is Sanqiando province, where the way of the Tao flourishes, and the martial arts here are referred to as techniques. Directly south is Wudao Jizhou, influenced by Sanqiando province, where martial arts are also called techniques, but the Tao here is slightly inferior to that of Sanqiando province. In the southeast, below Dongsheng Shenzhou, lies Daluo Jinju, where martial arts thrive, and the people are also very combative. Due to the conflicting philosophies of martial arts and the Tao, there has been constant friction and annual conflicts between Fangtian Wuzhou, Daluo Jinju, and Wudao Jizhou, Sanqiando province. The wait for boarding was difficult, but finally, at midnight, Hong Chen and his 3 companions boarded the interdimensional flying boat. Including Su Firen, it was the first time for all 4 to ride an interdimensional flying boat. Su Firen had flown on an airplane before, but a flying boat and an airplane are not the same. Airplanes are relatively slow, traveling at about 2,000 miles per hour and carrying only a few hundred passengers at a time. In contrast, flying boats can reach speeds of over 30,000 miles per hour and can carry over 10,000 passengers, making them a completely different level of transportation. Although the flying boat traveled quickly, Hong Chen, sitting inside, did not feel much of it. The economy class seats were quite cramped, and sitting for a long time felt a bit uncomfortable. Soon, dawn broke. Hong Chen sat by the window, looking outside to see the sunrise breaking through the vast sea of clouds, slowly rising into the sky. Su Firen was in first class, while Li Chanan and Ing Huanhuan were seated separately. As Hong Chen gazed out the window, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. He looked up to see a middle-aged man with a full beard, a robust figure like a bear. The man's aura was very strong. He was likely a martial king. The middle-aged man lifted his sunglasses and asked, "Are you Hong Chen?" Hong Chen nodded and then asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Wu Di," the man said, taking out an ID and showing it to Hong Chen. "I am from the National Security Bureau of the Daxia Kingdom. Come with me." Hong Chen had no doubts because he had seen Hong Sen's ID before, but Hong Sen's ID had the words Security Bureau, while this person had National Security Bureau. The Security Bureau is a provincial department, while the National Security Bureau is a national-level department, with a higher status. If someone from the National Security Bureau was looking for him, could something major be happening? It couldn't be that there were bad people planning to blow up the flying boat, right? Hong Chen stood up and followed Wu Di, several guesses flashing through his mind. The last line on the 7th page of the diary was August 15th, which was today, so he wouldn't see the content of the 8th page until tomorrow. Moreover, the diary did not record any incidents for today, so Wu Di seeking him should be nothing serious. Following Wu Di, Hong Chen arrived in first class, where Li Chanan, Luo Lai, Ing Huanhuan, Xiao Dao, and Mu Yunlu were all present. Su Firen and Situlan were already first-class tickets, so naturally, they were here together. There were also some other passengers, mostly young people, likely students heading to the Tianwen realm for studies. This is not good. Hong Chen thought to himself, could something really have happened? Seeing Hong Chen's worried expression and uncertain demeanor, Su Firen knew he was overthinking and immediately walked over to his side, saying, "Stop overthinking." Hong Chen sighed in relief and replied, "Seeing you all here, it's hard not to worry." Wu Di then explained, "Because your talents are truly exceptional, evil cultivators love to hunt geniuses. The higher-ups of the Great Xia Kingdom are afraid something might happen to you, so they sent me with elite members of the Security Bureau to escort you to the Tianwen realm." Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu were both outstanding talents who had been directly recommended. They were supposed to be escorted to the training base by someone from the higher-ups of the Tianwen realm, receiving concentrated protection and participating in secret training, just like Shia Sha. As for Li Chang'an, there's no need to mention him. His talent might even be higher, at least that's what he claims, making him an easy target for evil cultivators. Therefore, to protect these individuals, the higher-ups of the Great Xia Kingdom dispatched elite members of the Security Bureau to specifically escort the group to the Tianwen realm. Wu Di continued, "Your seats were too scattered, and I was worried something might happen to you, so I paid to upgrade your cabin. Now that you're all together, it's easier for me to ensure your safety." Additionally, Teacher Mu Bai from the Jade Emperor's Sacred Realm, General Long Shao from the Great Xia Martial Siang Army, and Li Yunfei from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion are all stationed on this flying vessel, along with experts sent by the Dei Mansion, Jinyuan Mansion, and Qingzhou Mansion to escort you. Wu Di assured, so you can rest assured, as long as you don't leave our line of sight, you will definitely be safe. Even if you do encounter danger, we will protect you and ensure you are unharmed, unless I die. Such a solemn guarantee sounded like a speech given in public, something to be heard but not taken seriously, lacking any credibility. However, this also indirectly indicated that the journey was very safe, otherwise, Wu Di wouldn't make such bold claims. It was like saying, if I lose, I'll cut it off. Who would dare make such a guarantee without absolute confidence? Wu Di finally joked, and I don't plan on dying. After escorting you, I'm preparing to go back home to get married. Upon hearing this, everyone smiled knowingly, their anxiety dissipating, replaced by anticipation for university life. Next to Li Chang'an was a big-eyed cute girl, who was chatting cheerfully, while Li Chang'an quietly listened, a smile on his face. Hong Chen sat next to Su Firen and quietly asked, who is that? She seems to be quite familiar with Li Chang'an. She's the granddaughter of Chen Tianshou, I think her name is. Su Firen thought for a moment but couldn't recall. Her name is Chen Yicheng, Situlan chimed in with a smile. She didn't take the martial arts college entrance exam, instead, she used Chen Tianshou's recommendation letter to sneak in through the back door to Yuan Central University. Chen Tianshou is her grandfather. This isn't called sneaking in, but rather being above board, Hong Chen retorted, of course, also defending himself. Because in his diary, he had also used the recommendation letter given by Su Tianba to enter Tianwu University. Hearing Hong Chen speak, Situlan moved closer to him and whispered, didn't you notice? Notice what? Hong Chen was caught off guard, he really hadn't noticed anything. Situlan lowered her voice and said quietly, Chen Tianshou wants to matchmake Chen Yicheng and Li Chang'an. Su Firen also quietly perked up his ears upon hearing this, but Situlan stopped there, deliberately leaving them in suspense. Hong Chen stroked his chin, suddenly realizing, no wonder Chen Tianshou didn't insist on Li Chang'an going to Yuan Central University. It turns out he was waiting for this. Situlan said meaningfully, so, that old man is quite shrewd. Li Chang'an's admission to Yuanyang University doesn't benefit him much, but if Li Chang'an can become his grandson-in-law, he would strike it rich. I'm also quite outstanding, why is no one eyeing me? Hong Chen felt somewhat unconvinced. Was he really not as good as Li Chang'an? Situlan glanced at Su Firen and pointedly remarked, there must be someone. That woman was certainly not a good person, she even tried to sow discord. Hong Chen caught the implication in her words and was about to speak when Su Firen interjected, I admitted before that I have feelings for him. At that time, he was just an F-level talent and a low-level martial artist. The reason I have feelings for Hong Chen is not because of his qualifications, nor his status, but simply because I like him as a person and feel he matches my heart's desire. As Su Firen said this, her sword-like brows furrowed, clearly genuinely angry. Situlan sarcastically replied, wasn't it your grandfather who initially favored Hong Sen's talent and arranged a marriage for him? After Hong Sen refused, he arranged a betrothal between Hong Chen and you. Your grandfather did this to firmly control Hong Sen. Your own thoughts are unworthy, but don't project such filth onto others. Old Su simply appreciates my dad, which is why he arranged a marriage for him. Hong Chen's words were icy, and he added, moreover, Su Firen has saved my life twice. The bond between us is stronger than gold, it's not your place to stir up trouble. Hong Chen didn't believe a word of Si-Tu-Lan's claims. If Su Tianba valued his current self, then the self in the diary was an F-level talent with no cultivation at all. Yet Su Firen not only didn't mind, but Su Tianba even wrote him a recommendation letter. What were they both after? If you don't believe it, then forget it. Si-Tu-Lan, having hit a wall, huffed and angrily left. Hong Chen turned to Su Firen, you weren't wrong, this Si-Tu-Lan is simply annoying. Su Firen sighed at this, don't blame Si-Tu-Lan, she has her own difficulties. Hearing Su Firen's change of tone, Hong Chen was surprised, what do you mean? Shouldn't we be united against a common enemy? Si-Tu-Lan wasn't like this before. It's because of the decline of the Qingzhou mansion that the story is too long, and I don't like speaking ill of others behind their backs. Su Firen was unwilling to elaborate. Hong Chen wasn't interested in Si-Tu-Lan either, since Su Firen didn't want to talk, he was even less inclined to ask. The interdimensional airship traveled for over 10 hours and stopped at Xia country in the Baishir domain at noon. Since there were many empty seats left, a batch of passengers would board tonight, so it needed to dock for a while. Once the airship was full, it would head straight to the Tianwen realm in Zhengzhou. The Baishir domain was chaotic, with only Xia country being a superpower, while all others were small nations. Frequent conflicts and wars occurred among the small nations, leading many refugees to seek shelter in Xia country. The Huayang domain had also been in turmoil for years, and the prominent families like Dai Mansion, Xingzhou Mansion, and Jinyuan Mansion rose during that time. However, later on, the Daxia kingdom worked hard to strengthen itself, gradually becoming a powerful nation, and once it grew strong, the surrounding areas were filled with good people. With the domestic situation stabilizing, Su Tianba had to go to the Tianshan Great Wall to accumulate military merit to maintain the prosperity of Dai Mansion. After graduating from university, Hongsen also went to the Tianshan Great Wall, where he met Su Tianba, who had already been there for several years. If it weren't for Su Tianba accumulating military merit at the Tianshan Great Wall, Dai Mansion would have gradually declined like Qingzhou Mansion. The interdimensional airship had to temporarily dock in Shia country, and since everyone was bored inside, people gradually stepped out for some fresh air. Su Firan was listening to music with headphones, and when Hongchen asked her to come out and take a look, she said she was too lazy to move, so Hongchen went out alone. As he walked out of the airport, an alternative style of architecture caught his eye, which he remembered from books being referred to as Gothic. Although it was striking at first glance, Hongchen found it a bit uncomfortable after looking at it for a while. He still preferred the traditional style of the Great Xia Kingdom. After leaving the airport, Hongchen saw many fleeing refugees, their faces gaunt, their clothes tattered, and their hair disheveled. Do you not see, in Shanghai, the ancient white bones lie unclaimed? The palaces of 1,000 rooms have turned to earth, and the rise and fall are all the suffering of the common people. Hongchen felt a mix of emotions. Fortunately, the Great Xia Kingdom was now strong. He continued forward and soon spotted a familiar face. Dressed in a pristine white robe was the imposing Mu Yunlu, surrounded by a group of ragged children who eagerly raised their bowls, asking him for money with both urgency and joy. Due to the lack of circulating currency, Mu Yunlu had to take out a gold ingot, break it into pieces, and place the gold into the bowls held up by the children. Seeing someone giving money, more and more children gathered around, followed by some emaciated adults who approached Mu Yunlu one after another. Mu Yunlu kept breaking the gold ingot in his hands, and his flowing white robe became stained with grease and dirt from the crowd of children. Hongchen had no money left, just one gold ingot, but he needed to keep that for living expenses. The Jade Emperor's Holy Land is truly vast and prosperous, Hongchen remarked sarcastically before quietly leaving. The Xia Kingdom is known for producing a type of jade called Xiaoguangbaoyu, which emits a brilliant rainbow light, making it commonly used for earrings, bracelets, and necklaces. Hidaniu, or rather Hidania's wife, would surely love Xiaoguangbaoyu. Moreover, in the Xia Kingdom, one could also purchase the famous white stone from the white stone domain. The white stone is very brittle and crumbles easily, so it is not used for crafting weapons but is considered a medicinal material with good properties, typically used for alchemy. Both Xiaoguangbaoyu and white stone are rare in other places but are common specialties in the Xia Kingdom, which is why Hongchen left the cross-border flying boat. He had a gold ingot weighing 5,000 grams, with the gold price at 600 per gram. Hongchen spent only 100 grams of gold to exchange for 1,000 pounds of white stone, and then spent another 260 grams of gold to exchange for 1,000 pounds of Xiaoguangbaoyu. As for the various ores from the Great Xia Kingdom, he had stockpiled a lot before leaving. Since it was still early, after purchasing Xiaoguangbaoyu and white stone, Hongchen was not in a hurry to return to the flying boat. Instead, he wandered through the streets, buying some valuable goods. Gold ingots were relatively common, but storage treasures were quite rare. Hongchen was afraid of being targeted, so he put the gold ingot in his pocket. With only one gold ingot on him, he chose only cheap items. The weight of the gold ingot gradually decreased from the original 5,000 grams to 3,000 grams. Meanwhile, his Kunlun Jade Ju was also filled with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A refugee child walked with his head down, and as Hongchen was looking at the goods on the surrounding streets, he did not notice the child. The two collided directly, and the frail child fell to the ground but quickly got up, bowing and timidly saying sorry. Hongchen was not the middle-aged man he used to be, so he naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against a child, and since he was fine, it was the child who had hurt his arm. I'm fine, Hongchen said, smiling as he patted the child's head, and the child then walked away. Hongchen continued to stroll, and he saw another potentially valuable item. Just as he was about to reach into his pocket for gold to buy it, his hand found nothing in his robe. Damn! Who used the flying dragon to probe the clouds? I actually encountered a thief. In the Great Xia Kingdom, where the world was clear and citizens obeyed the law, Hongchen had never encountered a thief, so he never thought to be on guard. Hongchen cursed inwardly, estimating it was the beggar child who had just bumped into him. He barely had any money left, and if someone was going to steal, they should go after someone else. This was his future living expenses. Hongchen was so angry his teeth itched, and he immediately turned around, chasing after the direction the beggar child had fled. Although he could report it to the safety bureau, he was leaving Xia country tonight and had no time to wait for the safety zone personnel to catch the thief. He had to catch that beggar child himself. Hong Chen was a 10-star martial artist, and he walked quickly, searching several nearby streets in just over 10 minutes. Unknowingly, he found a slum where beggars gathered, with sewage flowing everywhere and a stench filling the air. The densely packed, uneven buildings were almost seamlessly crammed together, with no sunlight penetrating. This should be the old town of Xia country, where most of the buildings were old apartment blocks, their walls peeling away due to age, exposing bare bricks and concrete. Although it was a slum, there were all kinds of grocery stores, snack shops, barber shops, and red light districts, resembling a Kowloon-walled city. Hong Chen was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, but compared to the beggars in the slum, his flashy attire clearly marked him as an outsider. Many beggars eyed him with fierce, greedy looks, as if they wanted to carve a piece of flesh from him to taste. But Hong Chen was not afraid at all. He was a 10-star martial artist, and since these people had fallen to become beggars, they likely had poor innate talent, similar to Hong Chen's previous F-level talent. As long as one's talent was slightly better, it was easy to find a meal, like working as a security guard, bodyguard, or in security. Hong Chen sniffed the air, the same foul stench lingering. The beggar child who had stolen from him carried this same odor. "Don't let me find you. If I do, I'll give you a knife." Hong Chen glanced around, glaring at the beggars who were sizing him up. Although this slum wasn't very large, it was complex and twisted, making it nearly impossible to find that beggar child, like searching for a needle in a haystack. But Hong Chen had the heavenly eye. He mobilized his spiritual energy, and when the heavenly eye opened, he used its distance vision and X-ray functions to scan the slum. He stood still, scanning for a few minutes, and finally found the beggar child who had stolen his gold ingot. Hong Chen adjusted his pants, lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and leaped over 10 meters, jumping over a nearby sewage ditch. After walking a few hundred meters, he arrived at a staircase and was about to go upstairs when a woman in plain clothes, pale-faced and with disheveled hair, reached out to grab Hong Chen's sleeve, asking, "Want to come in and have some fun?" Hong Chen turned back at the sound. The door behind the woman was half open, with a faint red light inside. "My money was stolen. I have no money," Hong Chen replied, wanting only to catch the beggar child. "I'm not expensive," the woman in plain clothes said, perhaps still new to the trade and a bit shy. Hong Chen was a man of integrity, unmoved by temptation. He shook off the woman's hand with an impatient tone, saying, "I'm not interested." The woman became more persistent, grabbing Hong Chen's clothing with both hands. "I don't need money, just give me a bowl of rice, and after I eat, I'll sleep with you." Hong Chen was slightly moved but said nothing, shaking off the woman's hand again and leaping towards the 4th floor. He kicked open the door, and the room was very dim, but the heavenly eye had night vision, allowing Hong Chen to see the scene inside clearly. The beggar child held a knife in both hands, pointing it straight at Hong Chen, his expression terrified, his body trembling slightly from fear. Behind the beggar child were several younger children, probably only 4 or 5 or 5 or 6 years old. A little girl hid behind the beggar child, her eyes cloudy and devoid of light, likely blind, softly calling, "Brother, brother." A few other children lay weakly on the bed, so thin they looked like mere bones. With a fierce demeanor, Hong Chen saw this scene and for some reason, the figures of Hong Lan and Hong Hu floated into his mind. Sighing inwardly, Hong Chen walked up to the refugee child, reached out to take back the gold brick, and then with a slight effort, split the gold brick into 2 pieces of different sizes. Wealth should not be flaunted. When you take it out to use, be mindful of those around you. Hong Chen placed the larger piece of gold brick in front of the refugee child and then left. After going downstairs, he knocked on the door of the woman in plain clothes, placed the smaller piece of gold brick at the doorstep, and leaped onto the roof. Only when he saw the woman in plain clothes open the door and take the small piece of gold brick did Hong Chen quietly leave. Such is the world. Many people are clearly not living well themselves, yet they cannot bear to see the suffering of others. Hong Chen returned to the flying boat, where Su Tianba was still lying in the seat, wearing Bluetooth headphones, eyes closed, listening to music. Before long, night fell, the second batch of passengers boarded, and the cross-border flying boat set sail again. Su Tianba took off her headphones, saw the dark expression on Hong Chen's face, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Hong Chen shook his head and smiled. "I thought the whole world was like the Great Xia Kingdom, but the outside is completely different from what I imagined. But perhaps that's how the world is. Behind every prosperous city, there are places where sunlight cannot reach." Soon it was midnight, and Su Tianba put her Bluetooth headphones back on, closing her eyes to listen to music. Hong Chen looked around and, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, quietly took out his diary from the Kunlun jade pendant. He flipped to the 8th page and began to read the contents of the diary. August 16, 5025, Su Tianba and I were quite happy. but that bitch Situlan kept talking behind my back, saying I was living off others, saying I took shortcuts, and calling me useless. Su Firan got into a fight with Situlan, and in the end, the air traffic control had to pull them apart. Today is August 16th, the second day after boarding the flying boat. Situlan is indeed a bitch. Yesterday she was talking bad about Li Chang'an and Chen Yicheng behind their backs. The version of myself in the diary did not become the top scholar and is in a relationship with Su Firan, so it is only natural that I became the target of Situlan's slander. I need to keep my distance from Situlan in the future, Hong Chen silently decided in his heart. August 17th, 5025, I exchanged items with someone in the Kunlun Jade Pendant and obtained a red flame stone. I consumed the red flame stone and then activated the heavenly repairing divine ability, successfully raising my talent to D-level red flame. The version of myself in the diary is progressing too slowly. Every day is just about being lovey-dovey with Su Firan, and I only managed to raise my talent to D-level. But the real me is doing well, having already raised my talent to A level, though I fell back to B level. It's still much better than the version of myself in the diary. August 19th, 5025, being idle is also boring. I've been meditating and breathing exercises these past 2 days, and finally broke through to a 5-star warrior. The version of myself in the diary does not have the 8-9 profound arc to grow stronger through battle, so the progress is very slow, just breaking through to a 5-star warrior. August 20th, 5025, people on the flying boat have been dying one after another. I heard that when the flying boat docked in Shia Sha country, some passengers who went out for fun got infected with a virus. Hong Chen was taken aback upon reading this. August 15th was just yesterday, and he had also gone out. Could he have been infected with the virus? August 21st, 5025, the situation is very dire. Just one night has passed, and more than half of the economy class passengers have been infected, and those who contracted the virus soon turned into mindless zombies. August 22nd, 5025, I really feel like I've hit rock bottom. Mu Yunlu is such a saint, why doesn't he just die? A beast that harms others and himself. August 23rd, 5025, finally exterminated the zombies on the flying boat. I can finally breathe a little easier. August 24th, 5025, the flying boat had long been targeted by the evil cultivators, surrounded by hundreds and thousands of them, leaving no way to heaven and no door to earth. The cross-border flying boat docked in Shia Sha country, and then problems arose. First there were deaths, then zombies, and finally, it was targeted by the evil cultivators. Doesn't this indicate that the evil cultivators received news afterward and boarded in Shia Sha country? Then, there was a gap of several days in the middle, and the diary jumped from August 24th to August 31st, the last day of the month. August 31st, 5025, fortunately, I had Su Firan with me on this journey, but I don't know what happened to the others. With so many evil cultivators surrounding us, perhaps only Su Firan and I survived. September 1st, 5025, today is the day school starts, but Su Firan and I are in Qing country. Although we are still in central continent, there is still a long way to the Wentiang realm. September 2nd, 5025, because the flying boat was attacked, both Su Firan and I have been bitten by snakes and are now afraid of wells, so we took the high-speed train heading west. The events we encountered along the way made us distrust everyone. We didn't dare to contact the local security bureau. September 3rd, 5025, although we missed the start of school, the speed of the high-speed train is too slow. It will take at least 3 months to reach the Tianwan realm. September 4th, 5025, we should have already escaped the pursuit of the evil cultivators. After discussing it, Su Firan and I decided to take the flying boat. After all, this is central continent, and those evil cultivators probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly. September 9th, 5025, we were on edge the whole way, trusting no one, seeing everyone as an evil cultivator. It was just the two of us, without a large group, and since the evil cultivators were targeting Li Chang'an, we didn't encounter any danger. September 10th, 5025, we finally escaped and arrived at the Wentiang realm. We are finally safe. After reading the diary, Hong Chen's frown deepened. He would first have to face the zombies. After dealing with the zombies, the evil cultivators would attack the flying boat again. Then, his group would split into several teams, each fleeing for their lives. He and Su Firan would ultimately escape, while the others would be left with an uncertain fate. But from August 24th to August 31st, the most critical content was not recorded, possibly because the situation was too tense to have the chance to document that day's events. In such chaotic and life-threatening times, one could only think of survival and certainly wouldn't have the mood to write a diary. However, the content from September 2nd was also a bit suspicious. Why didn't he dare to contact the local security bureau? What had they encountered along the way? It was likely these events that made him afraid to contact the local security bureau, but what were those events? Hong Chen closed his eyes and thought, I guess emerging in his mind it should be related to the evil cultivators. Could it be that those evil cultivators disguised themselves as security bureau personnel and ambushed him? Or perhaps there were undercover evil cultivators in the local security bureau, and contacting them would expose his location? Then, there was the most critical point, he had also gone out yesterday. Could he have been infected by the virus? As Hong Chen thought of this, his expression turned very grim. What should he do? Was he just supposed to wait for death? But there was also good news. In the diary, he and Su Firen had escaped, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Moreover, the real him was not the burden depicted in the diary. Both he and Su Firen were 10-star martial masters. Evil cultivators liked to hunt geniuses, so their target was undoubtedly Li Chang'an. Although he was also a top scholar, everyone knew he had A-level talent, so he was unlikely to be the primary target of the evil cultivators. At this point, although Hong Chen was unwilling to accept it, he had to admit that Li Chang'an was indeed stronger than him. Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu also had outstanding talents. These two were likely targets of the evil cultivators as well. Moreover, if my own talent has dropped to B-level, those evil cultivators definitely won't hunt me down. Hong Chen reassured himself. Although he didn't know what Su Firen's talent was, it should be around S-level. If her talent were exceptionally high, she would have been admitted to a top university early, so there would be no need for her to take the martial artist entrance exam. Therefore, neither he nor Su Firen was a primary target for the evil cultivators, which gave them a chance to escape. Zombies weren't a big problem, he and his companions could handle them, but the main issue was the evil cultivators. Hong Chen felt conflicted about whether to tell the others so they could prepare in advance, but after a moment's thought, he decided to keep it to himself for now, as there were evil cultivators on the airship. Apart from himself and Su Firen, Hong Chen didn't dare trust anyone. He felt everyone was suspicious. Even if he were to mention this, others probably wouldn't believe him, as he couldn't prove the truth of it. He couldn't just say to others, my diary can predict the future. If someone said that to you, would you believe it? Probably no one would. They would think you were crazy. Moreover, the diary also recorded, no one can be trusted, everyone looks like an evil cultivator to me. This undoubtedly confirmed Hong Chen's suspicion that there were definitely evil cultivators among the passengers on the airship. That was beyond doubt. Furthermore, on August 24th, hundreds or even thousands of evil cultivators would surround the airship from the outside. They had long been prepared for an inside-outside collaboration. Hong Chen patted Su Firen on the shoulder, and she took off her headphones, asking, what's wrong? I'm curious about something, Hong Chen said. If we jump off the airship, will we die? Su Firen replied matter-of-factly, of course. You're a martial artist, not a martial god. Hong Chen asked, why? My body is so strong, I can't possibly die from a fall, right? The airship's speed is over 30,000 kilometers per hour. Once you jump out, you won't be able to resist the wind, and your body will spin uncontrollably in the air, quickly leading to dizziness, Su Firen continued to explain. Moreover, the airship is at an altitude of hundreds of thousands of meters. Do you think your physique can withstand a jump from that height? Physics books say that kinetic energy increases with height. So the higher you fall from, the faster you'll go, and the impact when you hit the ground will be stronger. Hong Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising, I didn't expect you to be such a scholar. I wouldn't go that far, Su Firen smiled and said, but it depends on who you're comparing with. If it's with you, then of course I'm impressive. Since jumping off the airship would definitely result in his death, Hong Chen dismissed that idea in his mind. At an altitude of hundreds of thousands of meters, there was no signal for mobile phones, so he couldn't send a message for help. If there were a signal, Su Firen wouldn't be listening to music, she would have been scrolling through Douyin long ago. Considering that the people around him might be evil cultivators, if he spoke directly, it might be overheard. Hong Chen took out a piece of paper, wrote a message, and then handed it to Su Firen. I need to tell you something, please don't panic, don't speak, and don't look around. Let's communicate with paper and pen. Su Firen was taken aback when she saw the words, looking at Hong Chen in confusion, as if waiting for more. Hong Chen continued to write, there are evil cultivators on the airship, possibly around us, the people next to us could all be evil cultivators. Su Firen's frown deepened as she read this line, then she took the paper and pen, writing a line, how do you know there are evil cultivators? Hong Chen wrote down the excuse he had already prepared, I just went to the bathroom, and the evil cultivators thought no one was there, so I overheard their conversation. They plan to release a virus, first infecting the economy class passengers to turn them into zombies, and then they will surround us from the inside and outside. Before Su Firen could send a message to inquire, Hong Chen guessed her confusion and wrote again, of course, it's because Li Chang'an, Luo Lai, and Mu Yunliu's talents are too outstanding, which is why they are targeted by the evil cultivators. Su Firen nodded. Every year around this time, evil cultivators would attack the flying boats carrying students, and among their group, there were many geniuses, making them more susceptible to such attacks. Of course, the main reason was that it was Hong Chen. He would definitely not lie to her. Su Firen quickly wrote, "So, what do you plan to do?" "I was thinking of jumping off the flying boat," Hong Chen wrote, revealing a helpless smile. "We can send a message for help. My phone is a Huawei Mate 60, it can make satellite calls and send satellite messages. I can message my grandpa for help." After writing this, Su Firen hurriedly took out her phone and edited a message, but the signal kept spinning, and finally, a red exclamation mark appeared. Hong Chen shook his head with a wry smile and wrote, "Since they dare to hijack, they must be well prepared. They probably used a signal jammer to block the phone signals. Let's think of another way." Su Firen looked at Hong Chen, her brows furrowed, and said, "Then what do you suggest?" Hong Chen wrote, "There's strength in numbers. Who do you think we can trust?" Su Firen's eyes lit up at his words, and she took paper and pen to write, "You mean we can find a few teammates?" Hong Chen nodded and then wrote, "Who do you think is trustworthy, and who is least likely to be an evil cultivator?" After a moment of thought, Su Firen wrote 3 words, Li Chang'an. Seeing these 3 words, Hong Chen smiled. Great minds think alike. The primary target of these evil cultivators was indeed Li Chang'an, so he was certainly the least likely to be one of them. Hong Chen stood up and said to Su Firen, "You go find Li Chang'an, I have someone in mind as well." The two decided to split up, with Su Firen going to find Li Chang'an and Hong Chen going to find Luo Lai. If Li Chang'an was the least likely to be an evil cultivator, then Luo Lai was almost certainly not one either. Although Hong Chen had only met him once, Luo Lai's trustworthy and upright character did not seem like that of a cunning evil cultivator. Luo Lai stood tall and robust in front of the flying boat's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the rolling sea of clouds outside. Hong Chen walked up to Luo Lai, not rushing to discuss matters but casually chatting. "Which school did you get accepted to?" Facing the not-so-familiar Hong Chen, Luo Lai replied coolly, "Tianwu University." "Oh." Hong Chen's eyes brightened, his tone filled with surprise. "We'll be alumni then." "You also chose Tianwu University?" Luo Lai was taken aback, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "What a coincidence." Hong Chen said, "The vice president, Zhou Jielian, even came personally to visit me. I had to give him some face, right?" "You really have a big name." Luo Lai chuckled bitterly inside. "The admissions team from Tianwu University didn't come looking for me. I applied to Tianwu University myself." "Didn't any other schools reach out to you?" Hong Chen asked, puzzled. With Luo Lai's talent, being accepted early meant he was a top genius. There should have been many admissions teams seeking him out. Luo Lai replied, "The admissions teams from Lingsha University, Longjing University, Dongsheng University, Wuqiu University, and Doi Fulong Academy all came, but I didn't want to go to those universities." Hong Chen asked curiously, "Since so many top universities came looking for you, why would you choose Tianwu University, which didn't even reach out to you?" "Because those universities don't align with my aspirations." Luo Lai clenched his fist, looking out at the sea of clouds. "From the beginning to the end, I only wanted to enter Tianwu University." Before Hong Chen could ask further, Luo Lai explained, "Because Tianwu University aligns with my martial arts philosophy. The hierarchy at Tianwu University is strict, divided into 4 levels, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, and students are encouraged to compete against each other, as long as no one is killed in the process. The school is filled with the philosophy of survival of the fittest, where the strong are revered, with the Heaven class being the elite and the Huang class being the lowest. Therefore, students in the Earth, Xian, and Huang classes constantly aspire to climb higher. Students in the Heaven class are frequently challenged, and if they lose, they drop to the Earth class, lose again, and they fall to the Xian class. The Xian class can challenge the Earth class, and if they win, they can be promoted to the Earth class. The Xian class can also challenge the Heaven class, but the odds are slim. However, if they win, they can directly ascend to the Heaven class. In the campus of Tianwu University, students are almost always fighting, creating a vivid scene. Luo Lai thought of this and felt his blood boiling. He could hardly wait to get to Tianwu University and tear off his clothes for a thrilling battle. Seeing the excitement on Luo Lai's face, Hong Chen felt a bit helpless. Luo Lai was a battle fanatic. Entering Tianwu University was like an addict seeing their fix, like a fisherman finding a wild pond. "Let me tell you something," Hong Chen said, noticing there were no other passengers around. He handed a paper filled with writing to Luo Lai. The paper contained a dialogue between Hong Chen and Su Firen. Luo Lai took the paper, glanced at it, and after a moment of silence, asked, "We've only met once, why should I trust you?" Hong Chen replied straightforwardly, "I know you don't believe me, but you can wait 2 days and see if anyone gets infected with the virus and turns into a zombie." Looking at Hong Chen's earnestness, Luo Lai squinted and pondered for a moment before asking, "If I assume what's written on the paper is true, what do you want from me?" "Three cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang," Hong Chen said helplessly. "My personal strength is too weak to change anything, but many hands make light work. If we join forces early, our chances of survival will be greater." "That reason is believable, but you came to find me." Luo Lai stroked his chin and asked, "Do you not trust Wu Di or the Dragon Shao of the Wu Xiang army?" Hong Chen spoke in a low voice, "The enemy is hidden while we are in the open. I can't afford to trust others easily." Luo Lai grinned and said, "Then I should thank you for your trust." Hong Chen reminded him, "Don't let it be known, anyone on the airship could be a dark cultivator." "I'm aware," Luo Lai nodded. "But you're being a bit too cautious. There are tens of thousands of passengers on the airship, and dark cultivators are limited in number. You don't need to be paranoid. But those dark cultivators are likely not weak. The lowest among them is at the martial spirit level," Luo Lai added. "All the students in his group are at the martial master level, and the difficulty of breaking through to martial spirit is too high, so even Li Chang'an and Luo Lai remain as 10-star martial masters. Therefore, as long as the Dark Cultivator organization sends out martial spirit level dark cultivators, they can ensure success." The Great Xia Kingdom anticipated this and sent Wu Di from the Security Bureau along with a team of elite agents. Additionally, there's Teacher Mu Bai from the Jade Emperor's Sacred Realm, General Long Xiao from the Great Xiao Wuxiang Army, Li Yunfei from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion, and experts from the Dei Mansion, Jinyuan Mansion, and Qingzhou Mansion. Wu Di and his group are at the Martial Emperor level, so logically, their group of students should be safe, but the diary clearly recorded that aside from himself and Su Firen, everyone else on the airship might have perished. This can only mean that among Wu Di, Mu Bai, Long Xiao, and Li Yunfei, there must be a traitor. This traitor informed the Dark Cultivator organization that there were many experts on the airship. After receiving the news, the Dark Cultivator organization sent more experts to attack the airship, which explains the situation recorded in the diary. Hong Chen could only say, "A cautious ship sails for 1,000 years. I suspect there might be a traitor among Wu Di's group." When Luo Lai heard this, his expression became serious. "If you're saying that, then things could get complicated." Hong Chen let out a bitter smile and nodded. This was indeed his biggest concern. The passengers in economy class all shared a common trait: they didn't have much money. Those powerful bosses, after traveling thousands of miles, naturally wouldn't suffer themselves and would sit in first class or business class. Ordinary people, lacking wealth and talent, were mostly martial artists, though some managed to break through to become martial masters. Those who reached the martial spirit level could dominate a regular county with ease and wouldn't be short on money. A martial king could walk freely in a provincial city, while a martial emperor could reign supreme in an ordinary country. Thus, the passengers in economy class were mostly ordinary people with low talent. In the back of the economy class, there sat a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 30s. The man's skin was a dark shade, and his eyes flickered with a gray light. A red mosquito landed on his fingertip, buzzing loudly. Upon hearing the sound, the man said, "The leader has sent word, we can take action now." The woman, wearing a baseball cap, jeans, and a dress, pressed a button shaped like a person on the overhead panel. A flight attendant, hearing the sound, immediately approached her with a friendly tone. "How can I assist you?" The woman didn't respond but instead blew a breath towards the flight attendant. The attendant's eyes instantly lost their sparkle, and the woman then said, "I'm not feeling well, can you take me to the medical room?" "Follow me," the flight attendant replied, her gaze vacant, like a puppet under someone else's control, leading the woman away. The man closed his eyes, and in his ears, there emerged 1, 2, 3 hundreds of red mosquitoes. These tiny red mosquitoes flitted about in the economy class, and the man moved his 10 fingers as if playing the piano. One red mosquito received the man's command, landing on a middle-aged woman's neck, then extending its long proboscis to bite her. The middle-aged woman initially felt a slight pain in her neck and reached to scratch it, but suddenly let out a wail. "Ah!" Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned to see the middle-aged woman collapse to the ground, her body convulsing in foam coming from her mouth. A flight attendant hurried to help her, asking, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?" "I'll take her to the medical room," the attendant said, seeing the woman unresponsive, and immediately helped her towards the medical room. Not long after, a male flight attendant emerged from the medical room, saying, "Everyone, don't worry. That passenger just contracted a virus while in Kaixia country. She's not in serious condition." The passengers in economy class felt relieved upon hearing this, but no one noticed the vacant eyes of the male flight attendant. In the following time, passengers in economy class began to faint one after another, then were sent to the medical room. However, these people were already dead, and after being bitten by the red mosquitoes, they would turn into controllable zombies. The woman returned to her original seat and quietly communicated with the man. The flight attendants on the airship have already been controlled by me. I just controlled a flight attendant and tricked her into opening the cockpit where the captain is, then enchanted both the captain and the co-pilot. They are now under my control, and the airship is heading in the direction we planned. The man nodded and said, I'm also ready on my end. Once I channel my spiritual energy, these passengers in economy class will soon turn into zombies. At that time, I will use the corpse control technique to manipulate these zombies to first deplete the combat strength of those people. But unfortunately, the corpse blood poison mosquito is only effective on martial artists, otherwise, I could send the corpse blood poison mosquitoes to bite those in first class and save a lot of trouble. The woman said, in the flying boat, there are not only geniuses from the Great Xia Kingdom and the Jin Tian Empire, but also geniuses from the Colorful Clouds Kingdom. The hearts of these geniuses are all great supplements. If we can capture all these geniuses, we can significantly enhance our cultivation. The man chuckled and replied, the most important one is still Li Chang'an. According to the information obtained by the leader, that kid's talent is truly astonishing, simply unprecedented, and shocking. Greed flashed in the woman's eyes. What do you think? If we consume Li Chang'an's heart, will our cultivation and innate talent? The man snorted coldly, warning, I advise you not to have such thoughts. If you're tired of living, I'm not. You really have no sense of humor. I was just joking with you. The woman complained, but she knew the man was actually tempted. After all, Li Chang'an's talent is unparalleled, a one-in-a-millennium occurrence in the 9 provinces. As long as they could obtain Li Chang'an's heart and then operate the devouring method modified from the spirit swallowing divine ability, they could greatly enhance their own cultivation. Furthermore, by using the foundation seizing technique modified from the heaven mending divine ability, there was a chance to gain Li Chang'an's talent. The woman sighed at this thought. After all, modified techniques were still modifications. If the sacred object within the sect hadn't been lost, she could have operated the heaven-mending divine ability and obtained Li Chang'an's talent with 100% certainty. Hong Chen was still worried about having contracted a virus in the Colorful Clouds Kingdom, filled with anxiety and irritability. In the evening, he went to the tavern as usual, and after so many days, a new message appeared on the paper he had left behind, meet at 8 tonight. Hong Chen felt a surge of joy. With a great enemy looming, if he could enhance his innate talent, his chances of survival would increase. Su Firen had not returned yet. He was probably still looking for other trustworthy people. Hong Chen patiently waited for 2 hours, and when it was 8 o'clock, he immersed his consciousness and spirit into the Kunlun jade pendant, then pushed open the tavern door, immediately spotting a familiar face. You were looking for me? Hong Chen asked the tall, thin young man. So it's you, Jianzhou nodded. He had previously helped Hong Chen pay for his drinks. Boss, bring me 2 bowls of wine. Hong Chen handed a silver coin to Kuei Huang and then asked Jianzhou, do you have what I need? 3,000 flames, red lotus, pure spirit fire, solar gold crystal, any of these would do. I don't have what you want, Jianzhou smiled, but I have the true fire of the vermilion bird. Disappointed, Hong Chen shook his head. The true fire of the vermilion bird is indeed a good thing, but unfortunately, I can't use it. What if I add this? Jianzhou took out a bluish-green stone. This is the immortal travel stone? Hong Chen was somewhat uncertain, but his heart was already racing. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the Devouring Heaven Demon sect, right? Jianzhou asked first, then said, as long as you consume the immortal travel stone and the true fire of the vermilion bird, you can elevate to S-class southern brightly fire. Hong Chen suppressed his excitement and suddenly asked, are you also from my sect? Not at all, Jianzhou shook his head, smiling. A couple of years ago, while traveling in the North Julu continent, I killed an evil cultivator from the Devouring Heaven Demon sect, which is how I learned about these things. Hong Chen awkwardly smiled and said, I was just joking with you. I'm actually not an evil cultivator from the Devouring Heaven Demon sect. I know, Jianzhou nodded, smiling. I could tell you don't have the evil aura of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect at a glance, but why were you testing me? Kuei Huang brought over 2 bowls of wine, and Hong Chen pushed 1 bowl in front of Jianzhou. Because I'm being hunted by the evil cultivators of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect. Jianzhou picked up the wine bowl, gently shaking it, causing ripples to form, his voice calm. You're a bit scheming, but not too much. Hong Chen, unfazed by the mockery, replied, I call this being a person who knows how to read the situation. Are you trying to ask me something? Jianzhou said, then lifted his bowl and took a sip of wine. Hong Chen, having had his thoughts exposed, could only ask directly, how should I deal with the evil cultivators of the sky-eating demon sect? If it were me, I would naturally cut them all down with a single sword, Jianzhou replied, glancing at Hong Chen with a sneer. As for your words, I suggest you wait to die. When the evil cultivators of the sky-eating demon sect encounter prey, It's like dogs finding feces. If they can't defeat you, they'll call for the other dogs around, and then they'll swarm you until you're completely devoured. Hearing Jianzhou's metaphor, Hongchen felt a bit helpless. He was not feces. Jianzhou looked at Hongchen again, his tone curious. But with your B-grade talent, how could the evil cultivators of the sky-eating demon sect have their eyes on you? Are they blind? It's not that they have their eyes on me. I'm just a fish caught in a disaster. If Hongchen had known this in advance, he definitely wouldn't have sat on the same flying boat as Li Chang'an. I'll give you 2 suggestions, Jianzhou said, putting down his wine bowl. The first is to escape. Since you're not their main target, you can run away. The second suggestion is to hand over the genius that the evil cultivator has set their sights on. That might give you a glimmer of hope. Hongchen shook his head. This was not the answer he wanted. Is there a third suggestion? If you don't choose to escape or surrender, Jianzhou said, slightly widening his dead fish eyes, then you can only fight. You do have a bit of spirit and blood. Jianzhou nodded in praise, then took another sip of wine and added, you've made me see you in a new light. Hongchen scratched his head at this. I want to fight first. If I can't win, then I'll run away. After all, the evil cultivator's main target isn't me. Ha ha ha. Jianzhou patted Hongchen's shoulder. You do have some spirit, but not much. Hongchen repeated his earlier words. I call this being a wise man who knows the times. Since we're having such a pleasant chat, I'll grant you a glimmer of hope. Jianzhou picked up a pen and paper from the counter, then drew a sword on the paper. As he finished the last stroke, the air around them stirred as if a sword energy swept through the heavens and earth. Jianzhou handed the sword drawing to Hongchen and said, this sword drawing contains a trace of my sword intent. When you encounter an enemy, throw it out directly. It can kill anyone below the martial sovereign realm at will. A casually drawn sword drawing could instantly kill martial artists below the martial sovereign realm. This was the terrifying power of the 9th-ranked big shot in the Sword Rain City. Hongchen reached out to take the sword drawing, feeling as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. This thing is too precious. Should I bow to you? Just focus on surviving first. Jianzhou waved his hand. To him, a sword drawing was just a casual act, not worth much. The evil cultivators of the sky-eating demon sect are very cunning. You need to be careful. After putting away the sword drawing, Hongchen finally got to the main topic. What kind of ore do you want? Jianzhou replied, I'm interested in your Dawnlight Jade. How much do you want? Jianzhou said, 10 pounds. I'll go get it for you. Hongchen pushed open the tavern door and returned shortly after, holding a bundle of Dawnlight Jade in his arms. Looking at the Dawnlight Jade that Hongchen brought, Jianzhou reminded him, this is more than 10 pounds. Anything extra is a gift for you, Hongchen said nonchalantly. The Dawnlight Jade wasn't expensive, and he still had plenty left. Jianzhou took out the Immortal Travel Stone and the Vermilion Bird True Fire, saying, the Immortal Travel Stone is quite common for me, but the Vermilion Bird True Fire is relatively rare. However, it's quite common in the Huanghuang Prefecture, and I happen to have some stock. The two exchanged the items they wanted, and Hongchen clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, thank you so much today. If I can miraculously survive, I'll treat you to a drink. Jianzhou nodded and said, goodbye. Holding the Immortal Travel Stone and the Vermilion Bird True Fire, Hongchen walked out of the tavern, then his consciousness returned to the real world. Now, he just needed to consume the Immortal Travel Stone and the Vermilion Bird True Fire to elevate his talent to S-grade with the Southern Mingli Fire. But every time he enhanced his talent, Hongchen's body would emit a terrifying high temperature. This time, as he was raising his talent to S rank with the Southern Bright Leaving Fire, the heat released from his body would likely incinerate the flying boat. Moreover, if he raised his talent to S rank, those evil cultivators might set their sights on him. Therefore, Hongchen felt conflicted. He wanted to enhance his talent but was also afraid. Hongchen's consciousness detached from the Kunlun Jade Ju, and he opened his eyes to find several people sitting beside him. Su Firen, Ying Huanhuan, Li Chaman, Luo Lai, Xiao Dao, Mu Yunlu, Chen Yicheng, Sijilan, Wei Wei, Mubai, Qinzhou from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion, and finally, an unknown fat man. Chen Zhou was the first warrior to challenge Luo Lai during the martial artist college entrance examination. Looking at the people around him, Hongchen had repeatedly instructed everyone to keep it a secret, yet in the blink of an eye, so many had shown up. Was this a joke? How did they even find out? Hongchen glanced at Xiao Dao, feeling quite frustrated. Su Firen noticed Hongchen's expression and said, although Xiao Dao's character isn't great, his stance is absolutely reliable, you can trust him. Hongchen let out a bitter laugh. Mu Yunlu treated Xiao Dao as a friend, yet Xiao Dao had directly betrayed him. How could such a person be trustworthy? Seeing Hongchen's demeanor, Su Firen added, he comes from the Great Wall of the Abyss. Upon hearing the words Great Wall of the Abyss, Hongchen nodded and said, then he is indeed trustworthy. The soldiers guarding the Great Wall of the Abyss certainly had both good and bad among them, but these people were undoubtedly warriors defending humanity. So, as Su Firan said, although their character isn't great, their stance is reliable. Li Chanan looked at Mu Yunlu and Mu Bai. Those who come from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm have impeccable character. I would stake my life on it. This was also true. People from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm were known for their righteousness, often compassionate and helping those in need, like living bodhisattvas. Moreover, there had never been any evil cultivators from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, so Mu Bai and Mu Yunliu's character and stance were indeed reliable. Chen Yicheng was also someone Li Chanan had brought. This girl had a naturally naive and cute appearance, with clear, innocent eyes, so she definitely wasn't an evil cultivator. Although Wei Wei had a past with Hong Chen, his character was fine, but how did Situ Lan get involved? Situ Lan seemed completely unreliable, right? Mu Yunlu said, the Great Yi Mansion, Jinyuan Mansion, and Qingzhou Mansion were all pillars of our Great Xia Kingdom. Wei Wei and Situ Lan are both descendants of military families, so of course, they can be trusted. Hong Chen rolled his eyes. If you say they can be trusted, then they can be trusted. What else could he say? What about this fat guy? I don't even know him. Hong Chen pointed at the unknown fat man at the back of the crowd. The fat man was about 1.8 meters tall, weighed around 250 pounds, had a round face, thick eyebrows, small eyes, a belly like a pregnant woman, sturdy legs, and a chubby face, missing a front tooth. Who brought this guy? He clearly doesn't look like a good person. Hong Chen was exasperated. Let me introduce this friend to everyone, Mu Yunlu said. He is the second place in the college entrance examination of the Jin Tian Empire. I actually didn't want to invite him. Xiao Dao shot a sideways glance at the fat man, full of disdain, and said, how can someone who can't even control his weight control his mouth? Can you guarantee he won't spill any secrets? Mu Bai frowned and looked at Mu Yunlu, scolding, didn't I tell you to be more cautious? How did you end up bringing someone from the Jin Tian Empire? You can call me Axie, the fat man said with a beaming smile. This isn't really Mu Xiaoga's fault. I can read minds, and I saw that Mu Xiaoga looked hurried and was a bit curious, so I figured out what was going on. Mu Yunlu continued from Axie's words, then he started pestering me. I didn't want to bring him, but Axie threatened that if I didn't take him, he would make it widely known. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dao raised an eyebrow and said, can I give this fat guy a knife? Everyone fell silent. Axie took a step back and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, if you cut me now, it will only draw their attention. Don't act impulsively. Let's just leave it at that, Hong Chen said. Since it has come to this, let's proceed as is. Mu Bai immediately added, although there is Li Chang'an's guarantee, this matter is simply too significant, and I still have some doubts. I can understand Teacher Mu's cautious nature. Hong Chen paused and continued, if you don't believe it, we can wait and see. Based on what I heard in the bathroom, someone will die in economy class soon, and then those dead will turn into zombies. Fearing that the evil cultivators would overhear, everyone spoke in hushed tones, and they tacitly avoided mentioning evil cultivators, instead referring to them as those people. Xiao Dao also questioned, those people are plotting something so big, how did you happen to overhear it? Maybe it's because I'm handsome, Hong Chen joked. He was indeed lying and had no way to answer Xiao Dao's question, so he could only bluff. I know you don't believe me, so I said, let's wait and see. Mu Bai shook his head and said, there's no need to wait and see. I'll personally go to economy class, and the truth will be revealed. This was indeed a way to investigate the evil cultivators' plans in advance. If he could find the evil cultivators, he could also eliminate them beforehand. Mu Bai was at the martial king level. If he took action, it should be almost certain. Hong Chen nodded and said, Teacher Mu, be careful. There may be more than one or two evil cultivators in economy class. Mu Bai reassured him, I'm just going to investigate, not to fight to the death. I will conceal my level and strength, and those people are also afraid of exposing themselves. As long as he was aware, Hong Chen nodded and lowered his voice to ask, Teacher Mu, if there is an undercover agent among us, who do you think is more trustworthy, Wu Di or Long Xiao? Wu Di was from the National Security Bureau of the Great Xia, while Long Xiao was a general in the Great Xia's Martial Xiang army. Who was more trustworthy? One was a public servant safeguarding the people's safety, and the other was a general with outstanding military achievements. Both were very trustworthy, but if he had to choose, Mu Bai shook his head and said, I don't know. Keep your voices down, Hong Chen reminded everyone. Since he couldn't get an answer, he had to personally meet the two. The burly and robust Wu Di, with a full beard, was sitting in his seat with his eyes closed, resting. Hong Chen sat down in the empty seat next to him and asked, Brother Wu, why are you sleeping? Aren't you supposed to be protecting us? Wu Di opened his eyes helplessly at his words, even a tiger needs to nap sometimes, you have to let me rest a bit. Hong Chen continued the conversation. You mentioned before that you brought a team of elite personnel from the National Security Bureau. Why haven't I seen them? The tickets for the cross-border flying boat are too expensive, so I could only place them in business class, Wu Di casually replied. Hong Chen asked with a half-smile, so you, as a leader, sit in first class while your subordinates are in business class? Wu Di felt the sting in Hong Chen's words and immediately sneered, isn't it to protect you? If the evil cultivators come charging in from economy class, they can hold them off for a while. Seeing that Wu Di was a bit angry, Hong Chen quickly changed the subject. My dad is Hong Sin, he's with the Jianghuai Provincial Security Bureau. Have you heard of him? Your vice director Hong's son? Wu Di looked up at Hong Chen and then nodded, saying, no wonder you resemble an old friend, turns out you are the son of an old friend. You do bear some resemblance to vice director Hong, but your features are a bit softer than his, and you're even more handsome. Hearing this, Hong Chen sat next to Wu Di and asked, do you know my dad? A few years ago, I was on a mission in Jianghuai province, and your dad assisted me twice. That's when I had dealings with him. Wu Di leaned back in his seat and paused before asking, I heard. Not long ago, your dad died in the line of duty? Hong Chen fell silent, and Wu Di let out a long sigh, lamenting, what a pity. Although I've only met your father twice, he exudes a heroic spirit, a righteous man, heaven is jealous of heroes. Seeing that Wu Di was no longer resistant, Hong Chen finally asked, why did the Great Xia Kingdom send you to escort us? Of course, it's because they're afraid you might encounter danger, Wu Di replied matter-of-factly. The Security Bureau, the Great Xia Military, the Town Guard, the Green Bamboo Prefecture, the Great Yi Prefecture, and the Jade Emperor's Sacred Realm, all the top forces of the Great Xia Kingdom have sent people to escort you. Hong Chen stared intently at Wu Di and said, I feel like things are not simple. Wu Di smiled and said, that part is just like your father, he seems rough but is actually meticulous. Why are you making such a big fuss? Hong Chen asked in a low voice. Wu Di shook his head and said, it's a matter of confidentiality, I can't disclose anything. If you don't say it, I can guess. Hong Chen paused, leaned closer to Wu Di, and said, I guess it's because of Li Chang'an, right? Wu Di's expression changed slightly. He was not someone who could hide his thoughts. He opened his mouth as if to say something but finally warned, don't go around saying that. Hong Chen feigned ignorance and asked, so there really will be danger? But you were so certain before that there was no danger. Wu Di helplessly replied, there might be danger, but there might not be, so I could only say that at the time. This ambiguous answer was not what Hong Chen wanted to hear. What does that mean? Wu Di said, as long as Li Chang'an's talent is not exposed, you won't be in danger. But if Li Chang'an's talent is exposed, you will definitely be in danger. So it all depends on whether Li Chang'an's talent has been exposed. Hearing Wu Di's words and combining them with the content of the diary, Hong Chen suddenly understood. He might have guessed wrong before. The evil cultivators were not boarding the plane in the Xiaxia Kingdom but had already boarded in the Great Xia Kingdom. And Wu Di, Long Xiao, Mu Bai, and Li Yunfei were not evil cultivators. The content of the diary from August 24 read, it turns out the flying boat had long been targeted by evil cultivators. This undoubtedly indicated that Li Chang'an's talent had already been exposed. So there was only one possibility, there was an undercover agent in the upper echelons of the Great Xia Kingdom who leaked this matter to the evil cultivators, allowing them to prepare in advance. The main reason was also due to the 8th page of the diary, which had gaps and was too chaotic, leading to Hong Chen's incorrect speculation. Thinking of this, Hong Chen no longer hesitated and said directly, it has indeed been exposed. Wu Di, lying in his seat, slightly sat up, his expression serious as he asked, what do you mean by that? A few hours ago, I overheard the evil cultivators' plan. They had already infiltrated the economy class, preparing to turn the people in economy class into zombies, then coordinate with the evil cultivators coming from behind to launch a surprise attack and crush us. Hong Chen felt guilty and added, moreover, I misjudged before, thinking you and Long Xiao were undercover agents for the evil cultivators, but I didn't expect Li Chang'an's talent had already been exposed. Wu Di straightened his body and asked a repeated question, can you clarify what you mean? Hong Chen had to explain in detail, I suspect there are undercover agents in the upper echelons of the Great Xia Kingdom who leak Li Chang'an's talent and the Great Xia Kingdom's deployment to the evil cultivators. So even if the Great Xia Kingdom had deployed many experts on the flying boat, they were still beaten to a retreat by the evil cultivators in the diary. It was precisely because the evil cultivators knew the Great Xia Kingdom's deployment that they sent more evil cultivators in advance to surround the flying boat. Wu Di sighed upon hearing this and said, as expected, you know there are undercover agents among the upper echelons of the Great Xia Kingdom? Hong Chen was surprised. Wu Di's voice was low as he said, I am from the Security Bureau, so of course, I know some things you don't. The evil cultivators you mentioned should be from the Swallowing Sky Demon sect, this malignant tumor is spread across the 9 provinces and has a vast number of followers. 200 years ago, some followers came to the Great Xia Kingdom and quickly grew in strength. Your father fell victim to this evil cultivation organization. Over the years, I've dealt with the evil cultivators of the devouring sky demon sect many times and even sent quite a few people in. But those evil cultivators I locked up in prison would soon be released. Later, I simply stopped locking them up. Whenever I encountered an evil cultivator, I would eliminate them completely. But because of that, I offended some big shots, which is why I haven't been promoted for so long. Your father was the same, which is why Wang Defa was parachuted into Jianhui province. My colleagues at the Security Bureau almost all anticipated that this mission would be leaked. After all, Li Chang'an's talent is simply too astonishing. There are no walls that don't let the wind through, so this matter couldn't be kept under wraps. Wu Di said with a bitter smile. When the director issued the mission, no one dared to take it. We all knew this mission was a matter of life and death, so even though the director spoke sternly, no one in the bureau stepped forward. Hearing Wu Di's rambling, Hong Chen asked, "So in the end, your director forced this mission onto you?" "Not at all." Wu Di shook his head, a complex smile appearing on his face. "I took the mission myself." "Why would you?" Hong Chen was surprised again. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" "Of course I'm afraid," Wu Di nodded, then shook his head. "But I'm even more afraid that you young ones will die halfway, meeting your end in the underworld. If you can miraculously survive to the Tianwen realm, grow up, become talented, learn, and return to uproot this tumor that has taken root in the Great Xia Kingdom, then even if I, Wu, were to die 1,000 or 10,000 times, what would it matter?" Upon hearing this, Hong Chen felt a deep respect. He recalled a saying he had read, "There are no heroes descending from the heavens, only ordinary people stepping forward." Thus, greatness has never belonged to heroes, but to those ordinary people who make great decisions. Wu Di stood up and patted Hong Chen on the shoulder. "I'm going to find Long Xiao, Li Yunfei, and Mu Bai to discuss how to respond." Hong Chen reminded him, "Teacher Mu Bai already knows, just inform the others." Wu Di responded with an and then turned to walk towards a white-clad swordsman, who was Li Yunfei from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion, and also Chen Zhou's master-uncle. Long Xiao was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, a scarred face, and a serious demeanor. Seeing that Hong Chen had brought back Wu Di, Long Xiao, and Li Yunfei, Xiao Dao showed displeasure and said harshly, "Didn't you say you wanted to keep it a secret? Didn't you say there might be evil cultivators among these people?" "I was too concerned before," Hong Chen explained. "I underestimated the situation." Li Yunfei already knew the background and said to Hong Chen, "A cautious approach is wise. What you did wasn't wrong." Wu Di addressed everyone, "Now that everyone is here, let's discuss what we should do." Mu Bai's expression was not good. He interjected, "I just went to the economy class. Although I didn't find any bodies, there was a bloody smell in the air, so Hong Chen wasn't lying. People indeed died in the economy class. Moreover, I also discovered several experts," Mu Bai added. "There are 2 martial kings, 1 male and 1 female, along with dozens of martial spirits, but there might be more experts. I only found this much." "I have a plan," Long Xiao spoke up. "Let's strike first and catch them off guard. Teacher Mu, Wu Di, Li Yunfei, and I, the 4 of us are all at the martial king level. With 4 against 2, our chances of winning are high. We'll capture them first and then interrogate them." Li Yunfei raised his hand and said, "I agree." Wu Di also said, "I have no objections." Mu Bai still had concerns, but with the 3 agreeing, he had no choice but to say, "Then I agree as well." Wu Di looked at Hong Chen and the others and said, "You stay in the first-class cabin. I'll have the brothers from the Security Bureau come to protect you." Mu Bai said, "There are also 3 experts from the Great Yi Mansion, the Qing Bamboo Mansion, and the Jinyuan Mansion. All 3 of them are at the peak of the martial spirit realm. I will call them to the first-class cabin." Hong Chen had no objections to this proposal, because if they didn't take action in advance, on August 24th, hundreds or thousands of evil cultivators would surround the flying boat, and at that time, there would be no way to escape. Since they would have to act sooner or later, the earlier they acted, the more favorable the situation would be for their side. Wu Di and the other 3 strode over with great momentum, and Hong Chen could only wish them good luck as he watched their backs. The chubby Axie leaned in close to Hong Chen and whispered, "Brother Hong, did you hear the evil cultivator's plan in the bathroom?" Upon hearing this, Hong Chen turned around and, seeing Axie, felt a chill in his heart and immediately focused his mind. This fat guy could read minds, he couldn't let him catch on. If the diary incident was exposed, he would be in trouble. "Of course, I'm lying." Hong Chen forced a smile and laughed, "If you don't believe me, you can leave." Axie's expression froze. He hadn't expected that answer, and Hong Chen had spoken both truth and falsehood. Axie's mind-reading ability couldn't penetrate the layers of truth and deception in Hong Chen's words. "Don't be like that. Axie could only smile awkwardly, his expression full of harmlessness. I just wanted to chat with you, I didn't mean to leave. Then you stay put. Hong Chen's smile turned sinister as he warned, if you dare to probe me again or use your mind reading on me, I won't hesitate to stab you. Axie's face was full of forced smiles as he assured, I promise I won't read your mind, I promise not to cause trouble, you can rest assured. I hope you can keep your word, because I will definitely keep mine, Hong Chen said, then turned and walked towards Su Firen. Watching Hong Chen's retreating figure, Axie's smile vanished, and his chubby face became expressionless. Hong Chen didn't hide from anyone, he said to Su Firen, although Wu Di and the others are very confident. Mu Bai also mentioned that there are at least 2 evil cultivators at the Martial King realm in the economy class, and there may be others he hasn't discovered, so we need to be prepared. If Wu Di and the others are defeated, we won't be caught off guard. Hearing such cautious words, Su Firen comforted him, you can relax, Mu Bai and Long Shao are both 10-star Martial Kings, and Wu Di and Li Yunfei are 9-star Martial Kings. Together, they can easily push over a small country. Unless there are 4 evil cultivators at the Martial King realm in the economy class, it would be pointless. Hong Chen poured cold water on him. What if there are evil cultivators at the Martial Emperor realm in the economy class? That's possible. Su Firen paused, then said, if we exclude the hidden experts from the 36 caves and 72 blessed lands, our great Xiao's martial emperors are few and far between. Even the strongest Jin Tian Empire in the Huayang domain seems to have only 9 martial emperors. How could there be martial emperors among these evil cultivators? Su Firen became increasingly skeptical. Martial emperors can have anything they want, money, power, beauty, how could they possibly become evil cultivators? Although there were evil cultivators in Great Xia, they were all insignificant. Even though Hong Xin was killed by an evil cultivator at the Martial Zone realm, the Security Bureau had said that the Martial Zone realm evil cultivator was just passing through. The truth was that the evil cultivator had come to Great Xia for the Kunlun Jade pendant in Hong Chen's possession. That may be true, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Just as Hong Chen finished speaking, an explosion sounded from the economy class ahead. Su Firen paused and prayed, please don't let your crow's mouth be right. After the explosion, everyone felt a bit anxious, and then the sounds of fighting erupted. Just a few seconds later, the noise ceased, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief lull of a few minutes, the sounds of fighting erupted again, this time lasting much longer and growing more intense. It was not until over 10 minutes had passed that the noise gradually quieted down, and shortly after, everyone saw Mu Bai, Wu Di, and Li Yunfei returning. Wu Di and Mu Bai were severely injured, both covered in blood, supporting each other as they made their way back to the first-class cabin. Li Yunfei, whose injuries were slightly lighter, took up the rear, slicing through the zombies pursuing them with a single sword strike, then standing guard in the aisle between first class and business class, while a massive horde of zombies surged from behind like a tide. The experts from Dei Mansion, Qingzhou Mansion, and Jinyuan Mansion, along with the elites from the Security Bureau, rushed to the entrance of the first-class cabin to assist Li Yunfei. As Mu Bai helped Wu Di into the first-class cabin, they both collapsed to the ground. By the time Hong Chen arrived, Mu Yunlu had already pulled out 2 pills from his pocket and fed them to Mu Bai and Wu Di. Mu Bai's injuries were slightly lighter. After a moment of adjusting his breath, he exhaled a mouthful of foul air and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hong Chen was already anxious, but someone was even more impatient. Xiao Dao saw Mu Bai open his eyes and asked eagerly, where's General Long Shao? Why are only the 3 of you back? What happened in economy class? Faced with Xiao Dao's rapid-fire questions, Mu Bai forced a bitter smile and said, General Long Shao is dead. The 2 evil cultivators had low realms. The man was a 5-star martial king, and the woman a 4-star martial king, and we subdued them in an instant. After subduing the 2 evil cultivators, I used the secret technique of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm to interrogate the male evil cultivator about their purpose and plan this time. But I didn't ask for long before a male evil cultivator suddenly burst out from the cockpit where the captain was. He should be at the Martial Emperor level. Mu Bai omitted the details that followed, but everyone could guess what had happened. Long Shao sacrificed himself to cover our retreat and was unfortunately shot dead by that Martial Emperor evil cultivator. But that Martial Emperor evil cultivator didn't fare well either. Long Zhao's last desperate strike pierced his chest. As Mu Bai spoke, he couldn't help but cough twice, spitting out a few drops of blood. Xiao Dao wanted to ask more, but Hong Chen interjected, you should calm your breath first. The zombies surging toward the first-class cabin, although possessing the realms of the deceased, had no thoughts and only knew to charge forward, making them not very fearsome. Although there were many zombies, with the reinforcements from the Security Bureau, Li Yunfei was also able to pull back. The very front of the cross-border airship was the captain's cockpit, followed by the largest economy class, then the business class, and finally the first-class cabin. The flight attendants had all been controlled by the evil cultivators, and all the passengers in economy class had been infected and turned into zombies. Some people from business class had escaped to first class, but many more passengers had been infected. Li Yunfei walked over to the group, glanced at Wu Di and Mu Bai, who were adjusting their breath, and finally felt a bit relieved. "Don't panic," Li Yunfei reassured them, then said, "All the low-realm evil cultivators in economy class have been killed, and the 3 high-realm evil cultivators are also heavily injured, so they currently lack the strength to attack." Hong Chen didn't want to hear such platitudes and asked, "What did Mu Bai learn from the evil cultivator?" Li Yunfei replied, "He learned a lot. The captain was controlled by the evil cultivator's charm technique, and the cross-border airship is heading toward the Great Black Sky Realm." She interjected, "Isn't our airship heading toward the Tianwen Realm? What are the evil cultivators controlling the airship to go to the Great Black Sky Realm for?" Li Yunfei explained, "The evil cultivators have set up a trap in the evil nation of the Six Paths Demon Domain in the Great Black Sky Realm, just waiting for us to arrive, and then, as Hong Chen said, they will coordinate an attack from within and without." Just from the name, one could tell that the Six Paths Demon Domain was not a place for decent people. It was almost entirely filled with evil cultivators, and many demonic sects had established branches there, with the branch of the Sky-Eating Demon sect located in the evil nation. In the first-class cabin, there were still some passengers from the Caixia Kingdom and the Jintian Empire, and some passengers from economy class had also escaped to first class, making the scene in the first-class cabin very chaotic. Many people came over to ask what had happened, but no one was in the mood to explain. Only the kind-hearted Mu Yunlu and Xiangren explained the ins and outs. Then, the scene in first class became even more chaotic, with some passengers even hurling insults at each other. The hot-tempered socialite Xiao Dao immediately drew his black knife and said fiercely, "Whoever is not convinced, step up and fight." Immediately, a passenger shouted back, "It's clearly you who dragged us down, and you still want to fight us. Relying on a bit of strength, do you even have any reason left?" The crowd fell silent, knowing that the real culprits were the evil cultivators, and that Hong Chen and his group were also victims, but these passengers dared not blame the evil cultivators and could only vent their anger on Hong Chen and his group. Xiao Dao was not going to tolerate them. "When I treat you like a person, can you at least try to act like one? I'm just relying on my strength. If anyone keeps whining, I'll kill him right now." The passengers quickly fell silent, too angry to speak. This is what they call evil people have their own way of dealing with evil. Seeing this scene, Axie finally asked Li Yunfei, "What is the purpose of the evil cultivators attacking the flying boat?" Upon hearing this question, Li Yunfei fell silent, but everyone knew in their hearts and glanced at Li Chang'an in unison. Li Chang'an pressed his lips together, remaining silent, while Chen Yicheng, like a protective kitten, said irritably, "What are you all looking at?" Xiao Dao glanced at Chen Yicheng and scoffed, "Don't you know what we're looking at? Why do you care? Who knows what you're looking at?" Li Chang'an placed a hand on Chen Yicheng's shoulder, gently interrupting her words. The usually taciturn Luo Lai spoke up, "It's pointless to discuss this now. We should think about how to deal with what comes next. I suggest we hand Li Chang'an over to the evil cultivators directly." Xiao Dao proposed the most pragmatic solution. Wu Di, who was healing, opened his eyes and coughed up a mouthful of blood in his anxiety. "No way." Luo Lai also spoke up, "That's impossible." Xiao Dao, filled with anger, questioned, "Do you have a better plan? Are we really going to sacrifice all of us for one Li Chang'an? Are we going to wait for that martial emperor evil cultivator to recover? Or for the flying boat to reach the evil country of the Six Paths of Demons, just sitting here and waiting for death?" Luo Lai retorted, "This is your selfish desire, don't drag us into it." Xiao Dao looked at Hong Chen and the others, asking, "What about you? What do you think?" Axie, having used mind reading, already knew what was going on, and immediately expressed, "I support it." I raised both hands in support. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an remained calm, saying nonchalantly, "In life, it's just life and death. If I can protect you all, my life is not worth much. Since you've said that, I'll count you as having guts." Xiao Dao looked at everyone and said, setting aside Li Yunfei, Wu Di, and Mu Bai, "Let's raise our hands to vote. Whatever the result, that's what will happen to Li Chang'an." "I refuse." Luo Lai raised his voice, "If it's someone else's life to exchange for mine, I, Luo, am not worthy of living. I don't agree with this plan either." Mu Yunlu shook his head and looked at Xiao Dao, saying, "I think people shouldn't. At least not be selfish to this extent." Situlan then said, "This isn't selfish, it's human nature. I have human nature, so I think we should hand over Li Chang'an." Su Firan laughed upon hearing this. "To twist the words human nature to this extent, I think you're the one without human nature. I oppose it." Wei Wei glanced at Li Chang'an, speaking with guilt, "I'm sorry, I don't want to die." Xiao Dao, Wei Wei, Situlan, and Axi wanted to hand over Li Chang'an, while Luo Lai, Su Firan, Mu Yunlu, and Chen Yicheng refused to do so. If it's 4 against 4, how will you three choose? Xiao Dao looked at Hong Chen, Ying Huanhuan, and Chen Zhou. Ying Huanhuan was relatively timid, but being timid and being afraid of death were not the same thing at certain times. As Luo Lai said, if one has to exchange another's death for their own life, living would not bring peace of mind. Su Huanhuan timidly said, I don't want to hand over Li Chang'an, he helped me at the airport before. Chen Zhou remained silent and looked at Li Yunfei, who was also from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion and was Chen Zhou's master's uncle. Seeing this, Li Yunfei spoke calmly, a swordsman must follow their heart, you can choose for yourself, do not change your thoughts because of me. I'm sorry, master uncle, I will disappoint you. Chen Zhou lowered his head and said, I want to hand over Li Chang'an. It was currently a tie, 5-5, with Hong Chen yet to cast his vote. Wu Di opened his eyes again, angry and weak, saying, why doesn't my vote count? Because you all came here to protect Li Chang'an, Xiao Dao snorted coldly. If we count you, what meaning does this vote have? No matter the result, I will accept it. Li Chang'an was an open-minded person, and he felt that he was the one who had burdened everyone. If Hong Chen agreed to hand him over, Li Chang'an smiled, holding his sword towards the sky, unafraid of death and without regret. Since ancient times, who has not faced death? It is merely a matter of dying early or late. If his life could save many, it would not be in vain. Everyone's gaze turned to Hong Chen. In this serious moment, Hong Chen could hardly contain himself. He reached down to scratch his groin, feeling quite uncomfortable. If he had known, he would have voted first. Xiao Dao stared at Hong Chen and asked, will you hand over Li Chang'an? This was a trap question. Xiao Dao asked hand over, and if the pressure was too great, it would make someone blurt out the words hand over. Having experienced life and death, Hong Chen was naturally not swayed by such tricks. Chen Yicheng looked tense, gripping Li Chang'an's clothing tightly. If Hong Chen said to hand over Li Chang'an, she would hold on to him firmly, not letting this naive guy go to his death. Finally, Hong Chen spoke, I have a worthless life, if I die, so be it. But someone like Li Chang'an, with exceptional talent and an open heart, cannot be wasted by evil cultivators. So I think we should not hand him over. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd varied, some were complex, some angry, some delighted, and others relieved. Hearing Hong Chen's answer, Xiao Dao was furious and cursed, you and Li Chang'an both deserve to die. Once, a senior gave me a sword diagram that can instantly kill martial artists below the martial sovereign level. After saying this, Hong Chen looked at the fearful Xiao Dao and said flatly, so, should I still die now? Xiao Dao's face turned ashen, and he said nothing. Hong Chen stared at Xiao Dao, not letting him off the hook, and asked again, I'm asking you, should I die or not? If you think I should die, I won't take that sword diagram. Xiao Dao clenched his fists, his face reddening, and finally said, not at all. The power of the sword diagram could instantly kill martial artists below the martial sovereign level. Such terrifying power was also enough to destroy this interdimensional flying ship. Wu Di and Mu Bai were seriously injured. If they attacked immediately without the protection of the two, Hong Chen and his group would surely fall to their deaths from such a high altitude. After all, it was hundreds of thousands of miles up. The interdimensional flying ship still had 6 days to reach the evil nation of the Six Paths, so everyone was safe for now. After discussion, they decided to wait a few days for Wu Di and Mu Bai to recover before dealing with the martial sovereign evil cultivator. After the sword diagram destroyed the flying ship, Wu Di, Mu Bai, and Li Yunfei would be able to fly and still have the strength to carry 3 people down safely. The 3 peak martial spirit guards from Dei Mansion, Qingzhou Mansion, and Jinyuan Mansion could each carry 1 person down, which was the method agreed upon by everyone. However, there was still one more thing. Tens of thousands of zombies were continuously attacking the first-class cabin. Su Firan, Luo Lai, Xiao Dao, and Wei Wei volunteered to go kill the zombies. Hong Chen stayed in the first-class cabin. He did not want to join in this commotion. The heavy smell of blood wafted into the first-class cabin as Li Chang'an silently sat down next to Hong Chen. After a moment of silence, he said, thank you. That vote just now was ridiculous, but you can't help wanting to die, Hong Chen replied without opening his eyes, continuing to meditate. He then casually asked, but are you really not afraid of death? Li Chang'an fell silent at the question, and after a long pause, he sighed, your question reminds me of when we faced off in the college entrance exam competition. You asked me what my talent was, do you still remember that? Hong Chen, eyes still closed, said, you said your talent was very strange, perhaps beyond everyone's understanding. Li Chang'an continued, you guessed that my talent exceeded SSS level, and then you asked me, this is live broadcast, aren't you afraid of being discovered by the evil cultivators? Do you remember my answer? Hong Chen nodded, your answer was, if I dare to say it, then I am not afraid. Let's return to your earlier question, Li Chang'an said firmly, I am still not afraid. But I regret it. I shouldn't have said that back then. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have died, and we wouldn't have to face this predicament. There was a tone of self-reproach in Li Chang'an's voice. Hong Chen opened his eyes and said, every year around this time, many flying boats carrying students are ambushed by evil cultivators. This is not uncommon. So if I die because of this, I can only say it was my fate. Not to mention the flying boats used by martial artists, even ordinary people on planes occasionally encounter terrorist attacks. In such situations, one can only resign to fate or blame their bad luck. Moreover, even with experts providing escort, flying boats still encounter accidents. This is unavoidable. How many experts need to be arranged to ensure the safety of passengers against hordes of evil cultivators? This time, the Great Xia Kingdom arranged many experts, but without Hong Chen's sword map, wouldn't they still end up in disaster? Li Chang'an looked at Hong Chen and asked, are you trying to comfort me? If you think that way, then I suppose I am. Hong Chen grinned and added, but I usually only comfort girls who are about to cry. Li Chang'an couldn't take it anymore and quickly said, stop it. Hong Chen sighed and finally said, you are not wrong. The wrong ones are those evil cultivators. Li Chang'an fell silent, and after a moment, as if he had untied a knot in his heart, he declared loudly, as long as I don't die this time, and I achieve success in the future, I will eradicate all the evil in the 9 provinces. His voice was not loud, but it was resolute, like the heaviest oath in the world. This statement would echo decades later, rippling in the hearts of the evil in the 9 provinces. Wu Di and Mu Bai had taken medicinal pills, and their injuries were slowly recovering. Although both were martial kings, their recovery speed was similar to Hong Chen's. Hong Chen's rapid recovery was due to his increasing strength in battle and the cultivation method he practiced, the 8-9 profound art. The speed of recovery mainly depends on the cultivation method. Those focused on body refinement naturally heal faster. Moreover, when Hong Chen was beaten by Long Ao Tian and took the little Luo Bao Dan, it took him 7 or 8 days to fully recover. Although Wu Di and Mu Bai's injuries were slightly lighter, the medicinal pills they took were not as effective as the little Luo Bao Dan. Therefore, according to Mu Bai's estimation, it would take them at least 7 or 8 days to fully recover. However, by the time they fully healed, it would definitely be too late. The evil cultivators had already set up a net in the evil man country, and they controlled the cross-border flying boats, which would arrive in 6 days. Thus, they couldn't wait for the 2 to fully recover. At most, they would have to engage in a decisive battle by the 5th day. The 2 martial king evil cultivators were also severely injured, and the martial emperor evil cultivator was not lightly wounded either. Since the flying boat was heading towards the evil man country, the 3 did not rush to attack. The group anxiously passed 5 days, and Wu Di and Mu Bai's injuries gradually improved, and they were no longer in critical condition. Hong Chen did not dare to approach. He handed the sword diagram to Li Yunfei and reminded him, the method of use is very simple, just throw it at that evil cultivator of the martial emperor level. Li Yunfei, also a sword cultivator, reached out to take the heavy sword diagram, feeling the sword intent erupting from it. His eyes lit up as he said, what a rich sword intent. Such a high intensity of sword intent can indeed kill evil cultivators below the martial zone level. Upon hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Axie, who had been frowning for days, said, bro, when you throw the sword diagram, make sure to aim carefully, don't throw it off target. Even if the sword diagram is thrown off, its power is still enough to kill that evil cultivator, Li Yunfei vowed. An outsider watches the excitement, while an insider sees the way. He knew the extraordinary nature of this sword diagram. That evil cultivator was only a 1-star martial emperor, and even if he really threw it off, the power unleashed by the sword diagram would be enough to kill him. Mu Bai said, there's no time to waste, let's settle this quickly. Wu Di also stood up and said, we'll go with you. It was a cloudy day, and the low pressure made everyone feel uneasy. The cross-border flying boat was racing through the sea of clouds when suddenly, a gigantic illusory sword appeared in the sky. This giant sword was 1,000 feet long, suddenly spanning across the horizon, its blade shimmering with glimmering light, and it slashed down towards the economy class area, the scene resembling a waterfall of the Milky Way. After the illusory giant sword struck down, the cross-border flying boat was only momentarily obstructed, then it was as fragile as paper, instantly sliced in half by the illusory giant sword. Accompanied by a violent roar, the massive flying boat ignited in flames, and fragments of the ship scattered everywhere. But the residual power of the illusory giant sword did not diminish, it continued to cleave downwards, slicing through the rolling sea of clouds. The heavy dark clouds were torn apart, revealing a clear blue sky, bright sunshine, and fair weather. At the moment the cross-border flying boat was cut apart, a tremendous suction force suddenly pulled Hong Chen out of the boat. 2 opposing pressures intertwined around him, and Hong Chen spun rapidly in the air, rotating dozens of times per second. He held on for more than 10 seconds, feeling as if his brain was about to be shaken loose. If this continued, he would soon lose consciousness, and then falling from tens of thousands of meters would only lead to death. Hong Chen struggled to stop spinning, but he was suspended in the air, unable to leverage himself against anything, and could only let his body keep spinning. Meanwhile, some who had learned the art of flight were wrapping their bodies in spiritual energy, trying to slow down their rotation. But the speed of rotation was too fast, and their heads were spinning, making it equally difficult to stop. Only Mubai, Wu Di, and Li Yunfei, relying on their abundant spiritual energy, managed to stabilize themselves. In the midst of the rapid spinning, Hong Chen quickly lost consciousness, with only the sound of rushing wind in his ears as he fell. When Hong Chen opened his eyes again, it was already dusk. He looked around and found himself in a forest, with many people lying beside him. These people were still unconscious. Li Yunfei saw Hong Chen wake up and said, "You're the first to wake up. Did that martial emperor evil cultivator die?" Hong Chen sat up, his head still a bit dizzy and painful, much like the feeling of waking up after a hangover. "His body is already cold," a rough voice came from behind. Hong Chen turned to see Wu Di and asked, "Where are we?" Mu Bai, who was meditating with his eyes closed, said, "We were worried that evil cultivators might come looking for us, so we didn't dare to stay where the flying boat fell. We carried you and flew to this forest." Hong Chen nodded, then took out his phone. This was a remote area of primitive forest, so there was no signal. "You don't need to check, there's no signal here, not even satellite phones can find one," Wu Di said. "But I have roughly deduced our location." Hong Chen put down his phone and hurriedly asked, "Where is this place?" "We should be in the primitive forest of the Great Dark Heaven, in the Six Paths Demon Domain." Wu Di expressed his guess. Seeing Hong Chen's anxious expression, Li Yunfei said, "Although we are in the Six Paths of Demon Domain, we are still 280,000 miles away from the evil man country where the evil cultivators have set up an ambush, so you don't need to worry about them coming after us for now." Wu Di noticed Hong Chen relax and reminded him, "But don't let your guard down, there are many demon beasts in the primal forest, which are equally dangerous." Mu Bai, who was meditating with his eyes closed, probably fearing that Hong Chen would worry, said, "Don't listen to Wu Di's scare tactics. We three didn't lead you into a trap. This is the outskirts of the primal forest, where there are hardly any powerful demon beasts." While the four were talking, Li Chang'an woke up. He slowly sat up and asked, "Did that martial emperor evil cultivator die? Where is this place?" Mu Bai and the others glanced at Hong Chen, who helplessly had to explain to Li Chang'an. Just as he finished speaking, Luo Lai woke up again. He got up and looked around. "Did that martial emperor evil cultivator die? Where is this place? Is this ever going to end?" Hong Chen felt a headache coming on. He patted Li Chang'an's shoulder. "You go explain it to him." Then the process repeated itself. Su Firen, Xiao Dao, and Mu Yunlu, who had similar strength, almost opened their eyes simultaneously. Following them were Wei Wei, Situlan, Chen Yicheng, Ing Huan, and Shen Zhou, whose strengths were also similar, waking up not long apart. At this moment, only one person had not woken up. Hong Chen looked at Axie, who was still lying on the ground, and stepped forward, saying, "Stop pretending, you've been awake for a long time, right?" Axie lay on the ground motionless, like a dead pig. As the second place in the Jin Tian Empire, his strength was similar to Luo Lai's, but since Ing Huan was already awake, he still hadn't woken up, clearly pretending to be unconscious. Hong Chen had to raise his voice, "The second place of the Jin Tian Empire is dead, let's just throw him into the wilderness and feed the demon beasts of the primal forest." Axie instantly opened his eyes and shouted, "I'm awake. I'm fine." Hong Chen asked, "What were you pretending for? Why were you pretending to be unconscious?" Axie made a helpless gesture and said, "You are all from the Great Xia Kingdom. I couldn't get a word in, and waking up would only make it awkward for me, so I pretended to be unconscious. Do you think I would believe that?" Hong Chen frowned at his words. "You must be up to something. Are you trying to sell us out? Then escape on your own." Axie's face showed a hint of panic. "I'm not from the Great Xia Kingdom. Since I've already escaped from the flying boat, you might as well let me slip away alone. Fewer people mean a smaller target, and it's easier for me to escape." This fat guy looked harmless, but the moment Hong Chen saw him, he knew this guy was full of tricks. "Do you think that's possible?" Hong Chen pulled out the Zhangyang knife and said, "Do you think I don't know your thoughts? If you get caught by the evil cultivators, you will definitely expose our location in exchange for a chance to survive. If you weren't caught by the evil cultivators, you would run in the opposite direction and then reveal our location to them to gain a chance to escape." "I won't," Axie stubbornly retorted, but his face darkened. He indeed had that thought, but Hong Chen was just like a worm in his belly. Could Hong Chen read minds too? "I could kill you right now," Hong Chen said fiercely, "to avoid trouble." Mu Yunlu advised, "We've barely survived, let's not have internal strife." What Axie said isn't entirely wrong, Li Yunfei suddenly interjected. Having more people does indeed make it easier to expose our whereabouts. If it were in other realms, it wouldn't matter, but here in the 6 paths of demon domain in the Great Dark Sky realm, there are many demonic sects. Even if we miraculously evade the evil cultivators of the Swallowing Heaven demon sect, if we get targeted by other evil cultivator organizations in the 6 paths of demon domain, we would still be in grave danger. Hearing Li Yunfei's words, the group's hearts, which had just begun to settle, once again hung in the balance. The 6 paths demon domain is notorious, but it has a fearsome reputation. It is filled with evil cultivators. Even if one escapes the 6 paths demon domain, as long as they are in the Great Dark Heaven realm, it remains very dangerous. Because the 18 domains beneath the Great Dark Heaven realm are almost all gathering places for evil cultivators. Aside from the 6 paths demon domain, there are also the Rakshasa domain, Purple Evil domain, Fallen Demon domain, Extreme Path Fierce domain, 10,000 Ghosts domain, Black Blood domain. Upon hearing these domain names, Hong Chen guessed that the Great Dark Heaven realm was not a place for normal people, and the reality was indeed so. The 18 domains of the Great Dark Heaven realm are like dragons' pools and tigers' dens, filled with evil cultivators. For someone like Hong Chen, at such a low level, once he accidentally entered the Great Dark Heaven realm, there was almost no chance of survival. Wu Di gasped, his brow furrowed, and said, I completely forgot this is the Great Dark Heaven realm, which the Security Bureau refers to as one of the 10 most dangerous places. What are we going to do now? Su Firen fiddled with his Huawei Mate 60, mumbling, let me see if I can find a signal. If there's a signal, I can call someone for help. Wu Di smiled wryly, you might as well not try, even the satellite phone from the Security Bureau has no signal, let alone your mobile phone. I have an immature little suggestion, Mubai said. With so many people, it's easy to expose ourselves, but we can break into smaller groups. Breaking into smaller groups means dividing a whole into many scattered parts, a guerrilla tactic from military strategy. If we run away separately, won't it be even more dangerous if we encounter evil cultivators? Mu Yunlu added, after all, there's strength in numbers. That may be true, Mubai nodded and said, but if we stay together and are pursued by the evil cultivators of the Swallowing Heaven demon sect, or targeted by other evil cultivators, we might all be wiped out. Li Yunfei also nodded. Breaking into smaller groups can reduce the risk of total annihilation. As long as one of us escapes, we can call for help from the top universities in the Tianwen realm. He was referring to seeking help from the universities in the Tianwen realm, not from the Great Xia Kingdom. Although the 6 paths demon domain is closer to the Great Xia Kingdom, the evil cultivators here are extremely vicious. Li Yunfei wouldn't dare to say he could ensure his own survival while wandering alone, let alone having to take along Hong Chen in this group of burdens. For martial artists from the Great Xia Kingdom to enter the 6 paths demon domain is essentially sending themselves to their deaths. They can only hope for the assistance of the more powerful Tianwen realm. The group of Hong Chen had been admitted to the top universities in the Tianwen realm, without mentioning others. Just Li Chang'an alone had a talent that absolutely warranted the top universities sending strong individuals to rescue him. The ideas of Mu Bai and Li Yunfei were undoubtedly the best choice at the moment, and no one could think of a better plan. But our strength as students, once we leave this forest, is almost equivalent to sending ourselves to death, so completely breaking into smaller groups isn't feasible either. After some thought, Hong Chen expressed his idea. I suggest we split into 3 teams. Wu Di, Li Yunfei, and Mu Bai, you 3 each take 4 to 5 students, and the 3 experts from Dei Mansion, Xingzhou Mansion, and Jinyuan Mansion will each join one of the teams. This way, they could avoid the risk of total annihilation while also ensuring the safety of the students, which was the most prudent approach. This suggestion is good, I agree, Mu Bai expressed his approval, and Wu Di and Li Yunfei had no objections either. Mu Bai looked at Hong Chen and asked, how do you think we should divide the teams? Wu Di, me, Su Firen, Ing Huanuan, and the expert from Dei Mansion in one team. Mu Bai, Mu Yunlu, Luo Lai, Xiao Dao, Wei Wei, and the expert from Jinyuan Mansion in another team. Li Yunfei, Chen Zhou, Li Chang'an, Chen Yicheng, Situlan, and the expert from Qingzhou Mansion in the last team. After Hong Chen finished dividing the teams, he explained, Li Yunfei has the lightest injuries, so he will take 5 people. Both Mu Bai and Wu Di are heavily injured, but Mu Bai is a 10-star martial king, and Wu Di is a 9-star martial king. So Mu Bai will also take 5 people. There are also some other reasons. Mu Bai and Mu Yunlu are both from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, while Li Yunfei and Chen Zhou are from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion, so of course, we can't separate them. Chen Yicheng also doesn't want to leave Li Chang'an, and Hong Chen similarly doesn't want to part with Su Firen. Xiao Dao and Mu Yunlu are also just surface friends, so this is currently the most suitable team division. Axie timidly said, Hong Xiaoga, have you forgotten about me? Of course not. Hong Chen replied, I saw you wanted to go alone before, so I was just fulfilling your wish. Axie felt a bitter frustration. He had selfish motives, and his thoughts were quite similar to what Hongchen had said. Moreover, Li Chang'an had been targeted by the evil cultivators of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect, so Axie wanted to keep his distance from Li Chang'an. But upon hearing how dangerous the Great Black Heaven realm was, he immediately changed his mind. Axie blurted out, Mu Bai and Li Yunfei both brought 5 people, why does Wu Di only bring 4? Am I not a person? Am I not human? I've already explained the reason. Wu Di's injuries haven't healed, and his cultivation level is lower than Mu Bai's, so it's reasonable for him to bring 1 less person, Hongchen said. After hearing this, Axie looked at the easygoing Mu Yunlu and pleaded, Mu Xiaoge, can you help me say something? Hongchen interjected before Mu Yunlu could respond, if you let your maternal instincts run wild and keep Axie, this unstable factor, in your team, don't let him come and cause trouble for us. Mu Yunlu shook his head. He actually wanted to say, did you not just say you were worried Axie would leak our whereabouts? Hongchen continued, we split into 3 teams and escaped separately. If we shake off Axie, even if he gets caught by the evil cultivators, he won't be able to guess our positions. Axie's face turned ashen as he looked at Li Chang'an, who shook his head, indicating he was powerless. He then looked at the others. Xiao Dao shot Axie a glare, while Chen Yicheng and Ing Huanhuan turned away to avoid him. Just as Hongchen had said, Axie was indeed an unstable factor. If they kept him in their team, problems would arise sooner or later. Everyone also had no doubt that if something happened to the team, Axie would definitely abandon his teammates and run away first, and when danger struck, this guy might even betray his teammates. He's just a kid. It doesn't matter if I bring 1 more person. Wu Di, who came from the security bureau, finally softened upon seeing the helpless Axie. After Wu Di spoke, he reminded Axie, I want to believe you, but you must not betray my trust. Axie nodded vigorously, you saved my life, I will never betray your trust. Hongchen, seeing this scene, truly didn't know what to say. If Axie could be relied upon, even pigs and uncles could climb trees. So in the end, the escape team consisted of Hongchen, Wu Di, Ing Huanhuan, Axie, Su Firen, and a master from the Dei Mansion, making a total of 6 people. The master from the Dei Mansion brought by Su Firen was named Su Meng, but his real name was Zheng Meng, later given the surname Su by Su Tianba. Su Meng was about the same age as Hongsen, and Hongchen had chatted with him before. Otherwise, it would have been no surprise that he and Hongsen were comrades, both having served under Su Tianba in their early years. Everyone's body and talent have limits. Su Meng's talent wasn't very good, and he got stuck after breaking through to the 10-star martial spirit, unable to make any progress over the years. Uncle Su, keep an eye on that fat guy. If anything happens, deal with him, Hongchen politely called Su Meng uncle. You kid is even darker-hearted than your dad, Su Meng chuckled, I can see it. This fat guy doesn't seem like someone worth trusting, yet Wu Di actually believes him. Hongchen shook his head. Wu Di is too soft-hearted, so he wants to give him a chance. Su Meng suddenly understood. In that case, I can understand. After all, Wu Di comes from the security bureau, and those who can enter the security bureau naturally have a righteous and warm-hearted disposition. After the 3 team leaders discussed privately, they each chose their escape routes. Hongchen did not ask Wu Di about the route his team would take. The fewer people who knew, the better. But he did not forget to walk up to Axie and warn her, don't read Wu Di's mind to find out the escape route of Li Yunfei and Mu Bai. Am I really that unworthy in your eyes? Axie looked pitiful, her expression somewhat aggrieved. Hongchen replied bluntly, I never trusted you from the start. When we first met, Mu Yunlu said you threatened him, and he also said you wanted to make the matter known to everyone. I was forced to do it. If I didn't threaten Mu Yunlu, he wouldn't have introduced me to you. Axie became even more aggrieved. So how can I trust a despicable person like you? Hongchen said, leaving Axie speechless. Li Yunfei led a group of people to leave first, and Wu Di walked up to Hongchen. Time waits for no one, let's set off. In the 6 paths of Demon Domain, in the evil man's country, at the branch of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect, a man with a hooked nose, slender build, and a sickly pale complexion hurriedly approached. He was Luo Mo, the branch leader of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect in the evil man's country. Luo Mo walked up to a burly man, Jin Hufa. Ma Lu has been missing for 20 hours. According to the original plan, the flying boat should have arrived in the evil man's country by now, but there has been no sign of it. The full name of this Jin Hufa was Jin Wuwei, and the Ma Lu Luo Mo mentioned was the martial emperor evil cultivator who was killed by Jian Tu. Jin Wuwei tapped his left index finger on the table and said after a moment, why are you only telling me now that Ma Lu has been missing for so long? Ma Lu is your man, you should have contacted him. Luo Mo, in a bad mood, scolded, how would I know if Ma Lu didn't want to reply to me or if you told him not to? Is there any point in saying this now? Jin Wuwei snorted coldly, at a time like this, you still have the energy for infighting. Aren't you afraid the sect master will blame you? Lu Mo was the branch leader, but above him were the sect leader and elders, and then the supreme sect master, with the highest authority being the cult leader. Jin Wuwei continued, although this is a task assigned by the sect master, I can tell you directly that if this matter goes wrong, even the sect master can't protect you, the cult leader will personally come for your life. Because the Hufa and branch leader held equal positions, there was no hierarchy between them, which was also a measure taken by the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect to balance the power of its subordinates and prevent any one person from becoming too dominant. I don't need you to tell me. A flicker of malice crossed Lu Mo's stern face. If Li Chang'an escapes, we will all die. I also don't need you to inform me. Jin Wuwei took out a map of the Great Black Sky Realm from his spatial ring and placed it on the table in front of him. Seeing Jin Wuwei looking down at the map, Lu Mo asked, so what do you suggest we do? Jin Wuwei ignored Lu Mo and muttered to himself, missing for 20 hours means the time of death will be longer. The cross-border flying boat travels at a speed of 30,000 miles per hour. If we follow the original planned route, it would be at least 6 million miles away. At least 6 million miles. Roughly around this position. Jin Wuwei took out a pen and drew a circle on the map, the crash site of the cross-border flying boat clearly marked within the circle. Jin Wuwei said to Lu Mo, you arrange for the nearby disciples to go to this location to search for the wreckage of the flying boat. Upon hearing this, Lu Mo asked, wreckage? Are you saying the flying boat was destroyed? How can you be so sure it was destroyed? Jin Wuwei looked at Lu Mo with a condescending expression and said, with a martial emperor like Ma Lu dead, do you think the flying boat could remain intact? Lu Mo immediately made a phone call, and a few minutes later, he returned and said, I've arranged for the nearby disciples to go over. What should we do next? Wait to die. Jin Wuwei, too lazy to say more, closed his eyes and sat back in his chair, his fingers continuously tapping on the table. The cross-border flying boat had not reached the designated location when Lu Mo realized something was wrong. After the incident, he only knew how to shift the blame. Such a person was unworthy of being a forum master. Jin Wuwei was seething with anger, his steel pen crushed in his hand. If he had not found the wreckage of the flying boat in the area he had marked, the first thing he would do is kill Lu Mo. This useless and troublesome waste was an eyesore. Killing him would also vent his anger. The two waited for an hour, and Lu Mo's phone rang. After answering, he immediately said, the wreckage of the flying boat is indeed within the circle you drew. Upon hearing this, Jin Wuwei drew dozens of small circles on the map again. Those people are like startled birds, they will definitely not dare to fly in the air, so their escape speed won't be too fast. Arrange for people to intercept them at these locations. You've drawn so many places, but we only have 3,000 followers in our forum, we can't possibly cover all of them. Lu Mo hadn't even started searching and was already shifting the blame. Of course, I know that. Jin Wuwei put away another pen. If you don't want to die, you can contact the helmsman and kneel down to beg him for more manpower. Lu Mo rolled up the map and sneered, you better pray that if we don't find Li Chang'an in these circles, I will definitely kill you. Jin Wuwei stared at Lu Mo and threatened back, if we don't find Li Chang'an within 7 days, I will also have you torn to pieces. 7 days was enough time for Li Chang'an to escape the Great Dark Realm. Once he escaped, it would be hard to find him, and the two could only wait for death. This was also the helmsman's fault. The main helmsman clearly assigned the task to him, but he threw down the challenge and handed the task of capturing Li Chang'an to himself and this unreliable waste, Lu Mo. If Li Chang'an really escaped, the leader would be furious, and the main helmsman, the helmsman, Lu Mo, and himself would all have to die. Wu Di and Su Meng, along with Hong Chen and the others, flew through the air for 5 hours, covering over 2,000 miles. Since they were surrounded by desolate forests and it was pitch black at night, they would not be seen while flying. Although Su Meng only had Su Firen with him, he was merely at the martial spirit level, and flying consumed a lot of spiritual energy. His spiritual energy was about to be exhausted, and they had no choice but to stop and land in a remote area. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and the 6 of them had long flown out of the primitive forest. Just before landing, Hong Chen saw the outline of buildings ahead. It should be the edge of a city. Wu Di and Su Meng were both burly men, full of muscles, and wanted to continue running on foot. But Hong Chen suggested, there should be a signal nearby, let's contact the Tianwen realm first, and then rent a car. Flying during the day is easy to be spotted, so driving is more secure. After it gets dark, we can fly again until Uncle Su runs out of spiritual energy, then continue driving. Su Meng immediately suggested, why don't we just steal a car? To avoid unnecessary trouble, it's better to be cautious. Hong Chen shook his head, being very careful. Wu Di laughed heartily, this is the 6 Paths demon domain, full of thieves, robbers, $0 purchases, joyriders, and all kinds of criminals, we should go with the flow. Hong Chen said, precisely because this is the Six Paths demon domain, we need to be even more careful, as the security agencies here might very well collude with evil cultivators. Moreover, if we steal someone else's car, they will definitely report it to the security agency, and we could easily encounter checks on the road. It's better to be cautious. Alright then, Wu Di said, but he quickly added, what about the car when we fly at night? It would be more convenient to steal as we go. With a mind full of robbery thoughts, Hong Chen was also convinced. He said again, I have a storage treasure. When we fly at night, I can store the car in the space. Su Firen was somewhat shocked and asked, how big is your storage treasure? Can it fit a car? Although Su Firen also had a storage ring, her storage space was very small, only able to hold 2 guns and a few pieces of clothing. Storage treasures were extremely precious, and this was a gift from Su Tianba to her just before the college entrance examination. Moreover, the larger the space of a storage treasure, the more expensive it was. Even a middle-class person with a net worth of tens of millions couldn't afford the smallest storage treasure. Hong Chen was well aware of the value of storage treasures. If there were no one around, he would tell Su Firen the truth, my storage treasure has a very large space. However, there were others nearby, and one must always be cautious, plus he couldn't expose the Kunlun jade pendant. With a blank expression, Hong Chen lied, my storage treasure can just fit an off-road vehicle, it's a relic left by my dad, and I've just been using it. Hey, Wu Di suddenly questioned, Hong Chen looks so strong and capable, how could he afford such a large storage treasure? He must have embezzled it. Weren't you the one who said my dad was a hero and a righteous man? How could he be that kind of person? Hong Chen fabricated, maybe he earned military merit at the Tiantian Great Wall and was rewarded. But it could also be that he was the deputy director of the security bureau and seized it during a mission. Wu Di, being principled, said, but stolen goods should be turned in. Hong Chen helplessly reiterated, what I just said was just a metaphor. Wu Di paused, suddenly realizing he had been overthinking, and awkwardly smiled. Hong Chen said to Su Firen, you go contact the people from the Tianwen realm and request help from Longjing University, and also inform them that we and Li Chang'an and others are surrounded. He then said to Axi, you go rent a car, there are 6 of us, so it's best to rent a large SUV and an off-road vehicle. But since it's so late, the rental place might be closed. The storefront usually has a number, just call the owner directly. If he's unwilling, offer to pay double or even triple the price, you must rent a car no matter what. Axi nodded and asked Hong Chen, what about you? I naturally have my own matters. Hong Chen gave his number to Axi, call me when you've rented the car. Axi, fearing Hong Chen would ditch him, immediately looked at Wu Di and said, Uncle Wu, this is the Six Paths demon domain. I'm a bit scared to go alone. Can you accompany me to rent the car? Hong Chen saw through Axi's little thoughts, but Wu Di didn't think much of it and nodded, let's go, and try to be quick. Nearby was a large lake, and Hong Chen said to Wing Huan and Su Meng, you two stay back a bit. Then, he jumped straight into the lake not far away. The lake was over 10 meters deep, and Hong Chen sank down, sitting cross-legged at the bottom. He took out the immortal travel stone and the vermilion bird true fire from the Kunlun jade pendant, swallowing both items in one gulp, and then began to operate the heavenly repair divine art. Hong Chen's body emitted intense heat, steam rising from the water's surface, and bubbles continuously surfaced from the lake bottom, creating huge ripples on the lake. Su Meng and Ing Huan on the shore could see a white flame igniting at the bottom of the lake. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and the lake water evaporated quickly, turning into a large amount of water vapor that ascended into the sky. When the water vapor reached the sky, the cold and hot air met, quickly condensing into thick clouds. The clouds continued to gather, eventually forming rolling dark clouds that covered the lake. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds transformed into a torrential downpour, falling back into the lake. But the entire lake's water was boiling. The rainwater met the scorching lake surface and quickly turned into steam, rising again. This created a cycle of condensation, rainfall, evaporation, and ascension. This process lasted for over 10 minutes, and both the lake water and rainwater evaporated, leaving only a cracked, charred lake bottom. Hong Chen's clothes had long turned to ashes, and he slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes within him. After a moment, Hong Chen extended his right hand, and a white flame ignited in his palm. The white flame looked unremarkable, but it was the southern Mingli fire, known for its ability to burn anything. His talent had also risen to S level. Seeing the solitary Hong Chen, Ing Huan's face turned slightly red, and she shyly turned away. Hong Chen took out a set of clothes from the Kunlun jade pendant, and after putting them on, he jumped back to the riverbank. Su Meng asked, with such a commotion, were you just breaking through? Just consider it me practicing martial arts. Hong Chen's answer was ambiguous. Just then, Su Firen returned, and Hong Chen immediately changed the subject. Does your phone have a signal? Su Firan replied excitedly, I've already made the call. Longjing University will send a teacher to rescue us. I also had the teacher from Longjing University notify your Tianwu University, Lichang'an's Tianshui University, and the other schools. That puts my mind at ease, Hong Chen sighed, thinking that now they just needed to avoid the evil cultivators. You worry a lot. Su Firan smiled. She had been feeling quite suppressed lately, and this good news lifted much of the gloom in her heart. Since Axie and Wu Di were still renting a car, and Hong Chen's recent talent enhancement had caused too much of a stir, everyone dared not stay there and instead headed to the distant urban area. The group ran quickly, but to avoid drawing attention, they hailed a taxi to meet up with Wu Di. The driver was a middle-aged man with a fierce expression, and they agreed on the fare before getting in. In the Six Paths Demon Domain, everyone was a villain. Halfway through the ride, the irritable middle-aged man suddenly stopped the car, saying, It's too far. I thought about it and feel it's a bit unfair. You need to pay more. Su Meng said, Didn't we agree on $50? Why are you raising the price now? The irritable middle-aged man replied harshly, It's 18 kilometers to the city, carrying 4 of you that far. $50 isn't even enough for gas. He then threatened, I have some connections around here. If you 4 don't pay more, I can't guarantee you'll see the sun tomorrow. Hong Chen frowned and casually asked, How much more do you want? The irritable middle-aged man greedily replied, I don't want much, just double it, $100. Just keep driving. Hong Chen couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This guy was only capable of this. Hearing Hong Chen's agreement, the irritable middle-aged man continued driving to the city, and soon they arrived at their destination. Seeing Hong Chen's indifferent expression, Ing Huan feared something might happen and proactively took out $100 to give to the irritable middle-aged man. But he refused to take it, glancing at Ing Huan and then Su Firan, before saying, I meant $100 per person. Ing Huan was still too timid. She didn't dare to cause trouble, so she took out $300 to give to the irritable middle-aged man. I meant $100 per kilometer. You just traveled a total of 18 kilometers, so you owe me $7,200. The irritable middle-aged man leered, If you can't pay, these 2 young ladies can spend the night with me, and I'll waive the fare. Sitting in the passenger seat, Hong Chen laughed. Good people are often bullied. He said to the irritable middle-aged man, Let me show you something nice. Hong Chen extended his middle finger, and the irritable middle-aged man, seeing this, was furious and about to curse, but Hong Chen swiftly jabbed, instantly piercing his temple. Such scum had a death wish, and Hong Chen showed no mercy. He retracted his middle finger and left a parting remark, Next life, pick a soft persimmon to squeeze. Hong Chen dragged the irritable middle-aged man out of the taxi and tossed him by the roadside. A white flame ignited at his fingertip, and with a flick, the white fire landed on the irritable middle-aged man's body, instantly turning him to ashes. Su Meng patted the taxi and asked with a smirk, What about this car? Should we burn it too? Having promised to be cautious, Hong Chen felt a bit helpless for not being able to hold back. He pressed his hand on the taxi, and with a thought, he stored the taxi in the Kunlun jade pendant. Hong Chen called Axie to ask if they had rented a car. Axie's voice came through the phone. Not only did we not rent a car, but we also got into a fight with the boss. Wu Di said angrily, There isn't a decent person in this place. Axie and I tried several places, either they were closed or they were asking for an outrageous price. I really had no choice but to agree to the boss's high price. As a result, the boss saw I had money, first slipped me a drug, and when I didn't pass out, he directly brought a bunch of people to openly rob me. Luckily, my cultivation level is high enough, otherwise, I would have fallen for their tricks. Hong Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, Where are you? I have a car, I'll come pick you up. Axie replied, No need, we both paid, so we have to take the car. Where are you? We'll come to you. Hong Chen sent his location to Axie, and Axie's voice came through the phone, It's very close, we'll be there in 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, there was an incident where a few thugs, seeing the 2 women, came over to harass Su Firan and Ing Huan with filthy words. Su Firan was tough and said little. With one slap, she sent several of them flying dozens of meters away. Wu Di drove quickly and soon arrived. It was an SUV with 3 rows of seats, spacious and long. Axie sat in the passenger seat, while Hong Chen and Su Meng took the back row, and Su Firan and Ing Huan sat in the middle. Once everyone was in the car, Wu Di drove while cursing, Damn it! This broken place is full of scoundrels. Hong Chen sighed, The local environment breeds local people. The Six Paths Demon Domain truly lives up to its name. Whether it's the evil cultivators above or the common folks below, none of them are good people. Only the people from the Great Black Heaven are like this. The security in other places is about the same as in the Great Xia Kingdom. Wu Di added, But although the Great Black Heaven is chaotic, there are many realms that have been at war for years. making life unbearable, a true hell on earth where everyone is a two-legged sheep. The Whitestone domain, where the flying boat had previously stopped, was like this, but because the Xia kingdom was strong enough, it wasn't affected, though the streets were filled with refugees. Ying Huanhuan spoke little with unfamiliar people, but she rarely took the initiative to talk to Wu Di. The most intense battles in the 9 provinces seem to be between Fang Tian Wuzhou and Wu Dao Jizhou, right? I heard that at least 10 million soldiers die every year. Wu Di nodded. The war between Fang Tian Wuzhou and Wu Dao Jizhou is due to the conflict of martial and Taoist philosophies. It's a battle of faith and also the fastest place for casualties. The place with the fastest casualties isn't the battlefield of Fang Tian Wuzhou and Wu Dao Jizhou, but the Tianqian Great Wall. Su Meng interjected. He had been under Su Tianba's command at the Tianqian Great Wall years ago. There, corpses piled like mountains, blood flowed like seas, the continuous thousands of miles of passes had long been stained red, and the walls on the north side of the Tianqian Great Wall were a deep crimson. The battles between Fang Tian Wuzhou and Wu Dao Jizhou were wars between people, martial arts, and Taoism. In contrast, the battles at the Tianqian Great Wall were fights between humans and demons, survival, and races. The Tianwen realm was in the center of the 9 provinces. The group drove west for over 4 hours, then took to the skies as night fell. By dawn, Su Meng had exhausted his spiritual energy and continued driving westward. That night, they covered a total of 4,000 miles, and by 11 o'clock in the morning, the car reached the border between the 2 countries. Such borders usually have checkpoints. Wu Di was very skilled. He only rolled down half of the car window, then took out a small piece of gold and tossed it to the inspecting staff. After receiving the gold, the inspector glanced at the car and immediately opened the passage barrier. Wu Di continued driving, adopting the demeanor of an old hand. You all should learn from this. For matters that can be resolved with money, try not to talk too much. Speaking another word with such people is just a waste of breath. Sitting in the passenger seat, Axie dismantled the tension, saying, "Last night when we went to rent a car, you said the same thing, but it was precisely because you were too generous that we ended up with the troubles that followed." Wu Di's expression stiffened. "I meant normal places, not including the Dark Head realm, where the people are insatiable." "Brother Su, did you go to the Tianqian Great Wall after graduating from university?" To ease the awkwardness, Wu Di changed the subject. "When I was young, I also wanted to go to the Tianqian Great Wall to guard the borders of humanity, but my mother forced me to return to the Great Xia Kingdom. I am my mother's only son, and guarding the borders of humanity and protecting the people of the Great Xia Kingdom is all in service of humanity, so I consider this not forgetting my original intention." Su Meng, hearing this, asked, "Brother Wu, does that mean you come from a single-parent family?" Wu Di nodded. "My parents had incompatible personalities. They rushed into marriage and then divorced. I was given to my mother. She raised me with great difficulty, and I couldn't bear to leave her, so I returned to the Great Xia Kingdom." Hong Chen's brows furrowed deeper, and he suddenly said, "Uncle Su, Brother Wu, something's not right." "What's not right?" Su Meng and Wu Di asked in unison. Hong Chen had a bad feeling. "We just passed that inspection station, and the inspectors didn't ask for much money from us. Isn't that a good thing?" The 2 rough men were a bit confused. Axie realized, swallowing hard, said, "You mean, the inspectors are spies for the evil cultivators?" Hong Chen's expression turned serious. "The people we saw on the 6 paths of Demon Domain were all greedy. Brother Wu just gave a piece of gold, and based on our experiences, the inspectors should have continued to make things difficult for us and squeeze more gold from us." Wu Di still didn't understand and asked, "So what?" Hong Chen voiced his suspicion. "The reason they let us go so easily is probably because they're in a hurry to notify the evil cultivators." Now both understood, and Su Meng quickly asked, "What should we do?" Hong Chen decisively said, "Don't take the main road. We'll take the back roads." Su Meng anxiously said, "Why don't we fly? Isn't that faster?" Hong Chen explained, "If we fly in the sky, the evil cultivators can easily spot us, at least the ground has some cover. Plus, with you 2 carrying S4, you definitely won't be faster than the evil cultivators." Wu Di had already driven onto a back road, traversing a rugged mountain path before stopping the car in a grove. Hong Chen poked his head out of the sunroof, then activated his heavenly eye, using its telescopic and X-ray functions to scan the surrounding sky. As he expected, dozens of evil cultivators flew over the inspection station. These evil cultivators flew along the road, seemingly searching for something. "We've definitely been exposed," Hong Chen whispered, his tone anxious. "How is that possible?" Wu Di said incredulously, "My window was only half open, the inspectors could only see me, not you guys. How could we be exposed?" Su Firen could answer this question. "There are undercover evil cultivators in the upper echelons of the Great Xia Kingdom. Photos of all of us have definitely been sent to the evil cultivators, including yours. Hong Chen reminded, quiet. The evil cultivators are coming. One evil cultivator flew high in the sky, saw no cars on the road, and then gave an order, causing dozens of his fellow evil cultivators to scatter. The dozens of evil cultivators spread out like a large net, searching for the whereabouts of Hong Chen and the others. A pale, beardless young man was heading towards the grove where Hong Chen was. This young evil cultivator's aura was weak, likely just having broken through to the martial spirit realm. However, among these dozens of evil cultivators, the leader was definitely a master, likely not weaker than Wu Di. So, if this young man discovered them, the nearby evil cultivators would rush over. The young evil cultivator noticed the grove and was about to enter it to search. Hong Chen stood on the middle seat, leaning forward, staring intently at the young evil cultivator. As he saw the young evil cultivator getting closer, about to enter the forest, Hong Chen's mind stirred. A golden slingshot appeared in his left hand, and a silver bullet appeared in his right. He placed the silver bullet into a leather pouch, gripping the pouch tightly with his right hand, then pulled back forcefully while using his heavenly eye to aim at the young evil cultivator, the golden bow and silver bullet poised to strike. The moment the young evil cultivator stepped into the forest, Hong Chen released the leather pouch, and the silver bullet shot forward, darting out several hundred meters in an instant. Thanks to the heavenly eye's aim, the silver bullet accurately struck the young evil cultivator's head, which burst open like a watermelon. The slingshot was a concealed weapon, so the noise of the kill was minimal. The young evil cultivator did not let out a tragic scream before his life quietly vanished. Standing on the middle seat, Hong Chen had Ing Huan and Su Firen sitting at his feet. Hong Chen retracted his head and said, I dealt with one evil cultivator, but others might still come looking. What should we do? Su Meng asked, as he and Wu Di seemed only capable of asking, what should we do? Hong Chen joked, I'll put the car into a spatial treasure, then bury you in the ground. Maybe we can avoid the evil cultivator's search. Wu Di thought seriously for a moment and then said, the evil cultivators are right in front of us. If we start digging now, won't it be too late? Su Firen and Ing Huan both laughed at this. Hong Chen is just joking with you. Why are you taking it seriously? Wu Di, feeling helpless, asked again, Hong Chen, what do you think we should do? Hong Chen sighed, smiling wryly, if I knew what to do, I wouldn't be joking with you. This is so frustrating, Su Meng said angrily. Why don't we just fight them? Hong Chen quickly advised, this is their territory. We can only hide. Once those evil cultivators discover us, even if we temporarily win, they will summon the evil cultivators from the devouring sky demon sect to hunt us down together. Moreover, we just need to wait a while. Once we receive help from the Tianwen realm, we will have a chance to escape. Wu Di had already turned off the off-road vehicle. He asked in a deep voice, how many evil cultivators are there in total? Hong Chen replied, at least 30 evil cultivators, and one is at a level similar to yours, but the rest are all martial spirits. Hearing this, Wu Di looked at the four of them and said, with over 30 martial spirit level evil cultivators, it's better not to fight head-on. Axie looked anxious and said, but if we hide here, we will eventually be discovered. Su Firen asked, do you have a better plan? Axie paused for a moment, then shook his head, my strength exceeds that of an ordinary 10-star martial artist, but I can only hold off a 2-star martial spirit at most. Although Axie's level was that of a 10-star martial artist, he was the second best in the Jin Tian Empire, so his combat power naturally surpassed that of a 10-star martial artist of the same level. I'm about the same as you, Su Firen said, adding, but Hong Chen is stronger than both of us, he should be able to defeat a 4-star martial spirit. I'm holding you back, I'm sorry, Ing Huan said, lowering her head in guilt. I can only fight at the level of a 10-star martial artist. The evil cultivators outside were all martial spirits, and Ing Huan was essentially saying that she couldn't handle the group of evil cultivators outside. In this life-and-death crisis, Su Firen remained calm and even comforted Ing Huan, you're only at the 8-star martial artist level, it's normal that you can't defeat a martial spirit. Hong Chen was monitoring the surrounding evil cultivators. Since he had reached the level of a 10-star martial artist, the range of his heavenly eye had also increased. With his heavenly eye activated, Hong Chen could clearly see things within a 10-mile radius. However, things beyond 10 miles gradually became blurry. The evil cultivators searched for over 10 minutes without finding any trace of Hong Chen and the others, then quickly gathered together. Hong Chen did not have the ability to hear what the evil cultivators were saying, and soon this group of evil cultivators dispersed. Perhaps sensing the absence of one person, the evil cultivators this time formed pairs and began a thorough search of the surroundings. The evil cultivator of the martial king level slowly rose into the air, scanning the area. It might be hard to hide now, get ready for battle, Hong Chen said, holding a golden slingshot in his left hand and a few silver bullets in his right. Upon hearing Hong Chen's words, everyone felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, but with the situation at hand, they could only take up their weapons and fight to the death. Ing Huanhuan looked anxious, Axi showed fear on his face, Su Firen remained expressionless, while Su Meng and Wu Di, having experienced life and death, appeared the calmest. Soon, two evil cultivators found the forest. With two soft whoosh sounds, one evil cultivator's head exploded, and the other's heart was shot to pieces. The martial king evil cultivator, overseeing the situation from above, saw it all, despite Hong Chen's swift actions that led to the immediate demise of the two evil cultivators. I found them! Everyone, follow me! The martial king evil cultivator channeled his spiritual energy and shouted loudly, his voice carrying far, reaching the nearby evil cultivators. Hong Chen and the others heard it too. He leaned down and said, head south. There's a canyon to the south. Wu Di immediately ignited the engine, flooring the accelerator as the off-road vehicle sped southward. Hong Chen leaned out of the sunroof, pulled the slingshot tight, and then released a silver bullet. The nearest evil cultivator momentarily halted in mid-air, then fell to the ground. Hong Chen pulled the slingshot again, shooting out another silver bullet, causing another evil cultivator's head to explode. The golden bow and silver bullets proved to be extraordinary low-tier earth-grade treasures, and combined with Hong Chen's strength, they were enough to instantly kill ordinary low-star martial spirits. Hong Chen placed a silver bullet in the pouch, pulled the slingshot back, and aimed. Whoosh! An evil cultivator at the 5-star martial spirit level slashed through the incoming silver bullet with a knife, momentarily pausing before continuing to charge at Hong Chen. The silver bullets could only kill evil cultivators below the 5-star martial spirit level, and this thought crossed Hong Chen's mind, but his hands were not idle. He had already pulled the slingshot tight, aiming at the 5-star martial spirit evil cultivator. Hong Chen concentrated his energy to the peak, channeling spiritual energy into the silver bullet in his right hand, shooting out an extraordinary shot. This silver bullet was derived from the Wuwang Blade Sutra's technique of cutting through heaven and earth, with Hong Chen merely changing the method of attack, using the slingshot instead of the original blade. With a loud bang, the body of the 5-star martial spirit evil cultivator exploded into countless pieces. The approaching evil cultivators, witnessing this, halted in their tracks, afraid to charge recklessly. However, some high-star martial spirits remained undeterred, continuing to rush toward the off-road vehicle in the forest. A 6-star martial spirit evil cultivator suddenly dropped to the ground, blocking the front of the vehicle alone. Hong Chen had no time to use the slingshot and could only open his heavenly eye, shooting out a beam of golden light. The power of the golden light was immense, even the indestructible Li Chang'an dared not take it head-on. The 6-star martial spirit evaded to the left, avoiding his heart, but a hole was shot through his left rib. The Zhangyang blade was a close-range weapon, the heavenly eye could attack at mid-range, while the golden bow and silver bullets could strike from a distance. Su Meng, sitting in the back, had already rolled down the window. He gripped his gun with both hands, seizing the opportunity to thrust out a shot. The gun's tip pierced the heart of the 6-star martial spirit, but the off-road vehicle continued to move forward. Su Meng had to let go, and as the vehicle advanced, he reached out to grab the front end of the long gun, pulling it out. Truly worthy of being a veteran from the Great Wall, your strikes are indeed sharp, Wu Di praised, then said, that martial king evil cultivator is coming fast. Who will drive for me? I will. Su Firen replied just as Wu Di's figure flashed, already appearing on the roof of the vehicle. Su Firen quickly climbed into the driver's seat, taking over the steering wheel to control the vehicle. Wu Di leaned down to Hong Chen and said, Kid, I'll hold off that martial king, you all take the chance to run, don't worry about me. Before Hong Chen could respond, Wu Di drew his paired blade, leaping into the air, and slashed toward the martial king evil cultivator. Su Meng looked at Su Firen and said, Miss, take care of yourself. I'll stay back to help Wu Di. At the critical moment of life and death, the two exchanged few words, but their resolve was unwavering. I checked the map earlier. You all fly southwest to escape. My strength is still decent, I can contribute a bit. Hong Chen looked at Su Firen and added, wait for me for 12 hours. If I'm not dead, I will find you at the Shui Bin. Su Firen, who had always been strong, merely tugged at Hong Chen's pant leg but said little. You must come to Shui Bin. Hong Chen jumped to the ground, waved to the others, and left only one sentence, of course. Su Meng was a 10-star martial spirit, wielding a spear as he fought fiercely against an evil cultivator who was a 9-star martial spirit. The two were only one realm apart, with Su Meng holding a slight advantage, but the battle was intense, and he couldn't defeat the evil cultivator immediately. After landing, Hong Chen did not pause for a moment, tightening his pouch, his spirit reaching its peak, and shot out a pinnacle silver bullet once more. The evil cultivator, engaged in battle with Su Meng, did not notice the incoming silver bullet at first. By the time he noticed, it was too late to dodge. leaving a bullet hole in his back and causing him to stagger forward. Su Meng seized the opportunity and thrust his spear with force, ending the evil cultivator's life. However, in a short while, they were surrounded by 6 or 7 more evil cultivators, with a dozen more rushing over. Hong Chen held a slingshot and carried the Zhangyang knife, while Su Meng stood back to back with him, holding his spear. "I'll take the lead, you assist," Su Meng said briefly, then raised his spear to face the 3 evil cultivators in front. Hong Chen faced 2 evil cultivators, one slightly stronger and one slightly weaker. He had already gathered his spiritual energy to his third eye, and a golden beam shot out, piercing through the head of the weaker evil cultivator. The speed of the golden beam and the silver bullet was incredibly fast. Ordinary 3-star and 4-star martial spirits could not evade them at all. Hong Chen acted decisively, aiming only for the heads and hearts of the evil cultivators, and with his third eye, almost none could escape his aim. Su Meng also took down one evil cultivator, but he was similarly stabbed by a sword, fortunately only in the lower abdomen, not fatal. 3 evil cultivators remained in front of them, but in just 2 seconds, 4 more joined the encirclement. The battle between Wu Di and the evil cultivator of the Martial King realm was too intense for these martial spirit realm evil cultivators to dare to intervene, so they had to deal with Hong Chen and Su Meng. Facing the incoming evil cultivators, Hong Chen gripped the Zhangyang knife in his right hand and the slingshot in his left, wishing he had 2 more hands. Just as he was about to tighten his pouch, another evil cultivator lunged forward, striking down towards Hong Chen's head. Since Hong Chen's left hand was holding the slingshot and his right hand was pulling the pouch, the evil cultivator thought he could succeed, his expression filled with joy. However, the corner of Hong Chen's mouth twitched, revealing a strange smile. The golden beam whooshed through the evil cultivator's head, and Hong Chen stepped back to avoid the falling body. After releasing 3 golden beams, his internal spiritual energy had already been depleted by more than half. He could no longer use his third eye and needed to reserve some energy for the upcoming battle. Hong Chen glanced back at Su Meng, who was trading injuries for kills. Su Meng had several new wounds, but all the evil cultivators he targeted were dead. Su Meng's realm was high enough, but 2 fists could not fight 4 hands. His fighting style only led to more injuries. But this was a helpless choice. If he didn't trade injuries for kills and try to take down more evil cultivators, once they were surrounded, they would only be waiting for death. After eliminating 3 evil cultivators, Hong Chen's body had undergone 3 refinements, and his physical strength and energy were already comparable to a 4-star martial spirit. After taking down another evil cultivator, Su Meng was also struck by another evil cultivator's sword, sending him flying. Hong Chen retreated a few steps, bracing his back against Su Meng, and asked, "Can you still fight?" Su Meng steadied himself with his spear on the ground and looked down at the deep wound on his chest, visible to the bone. "I can." Su Meng's chest was already stained red with blood, but he showed no hesitation, drawing his gun like a dragon and stabbing forward once more. Because most of the evil cultivators were blocked by Su Meng, Hong Chen felt little pressure and thus remained uninjured. 2 evil cultivators charged at Hong Chen simultaneously, both 5-star martial spirits. Hong Chen gripped his knife with both hands, channeling all his strength through his waist, arms, elbows, and wrists, layer upon layer, ultimately converging at the tip of the blade. He raised the knife to the sky, the blade shining like a rainbow, slicing through the air as he struck at one of the evil cultivators. Great ease splitting the heavens. The Zhangyang knife descended from the crown of the head, its edge unstoppable, instantly cleaving the evil cultivator in 2. However, the moment of attack was also a moment of vulnerability. Hong Chen's chest was pierced by another evil cultivator's long sword, the blade emerging from his chest, narrowly missing his heart. If it weren't for Hong Chen's instinct to slightly turn his body, he would have been dead by now. The evil cultivator was also decisive, twisting his wrist in an attempt to use the sword's edge to crush Hong Chen's heart. Hong Chen guessed what the evil cultivator intended to do and immediately released the Zhangyang knife, grabbing the evil cultivator's wrist with his right hand to prevent him from twisting the sword. Seeing Hong Chen let go of the Zhangyang knife, the evil cultivator thought victory was assured and felt a flicker of joy. But before he could even smile, he saw Hong Chen open his mouth and spew forth a white flame. The evil cultivator was engulfed by the all-consuming southern Mingli fire, burning his face, while Hong Chen held onto his wrist, and within 2 breaths, he turned into a pile of black ash. Hong Chen bent down to pick up the Zhangyang knife. He was also forced to choose to exchange injury for death, just like Su Meng. Su Meng was already gravely injured, and Hong Chen needed to quickly deal with the 2 evil cultivators in front of him to free his hands to assist Su Meng. Hong Chen turned around, raised his slingshot, and was about to help Su Meng, when he saw a tall evil cultivator holding Su Meng's head. Su Meng's headless body, covered in knife wounds and sword marks, slowly fell to the ground. A heaviness filled Hong Chen's chest, too many emotions surged within him, and he had no time to think. The heat of the southern Mingli fire, reaching hundreds of thousands of degrees, had already concentrated into the silver bullet. A silver-white trajectory shot straight ahead, covering dozens of meters, hitting the tall evil cultivator. The tall evil cultivator was likely a 10-star martial spirit, but he had also been severely injured by Su Meng. The silver bullet, wrapped in southern Mingli fire, pierced through the wound Su Meng had inflicted and entered the tall evil cultivator's body. However, the gap in realms was too great. Hong Chen's full-force shot failed to explode the tall evil cultivator's body, merely penetrating his wound slightly. Is that all? The tall evil cultivator swung Su Meng's head with his right hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his left, and wore a mocking expression. Hong Chen said nothing. The silver bullet that had entered the tall evil cultivator's body suddenly erupted with southern Mingli fire. The southern Mingli fire spread instantly, igniting the tall evil cultivator's internal organs in white flames. He barely had time to let out a scream before his body fell straight to the ground. Hong Chen lunged forward, catching Su Meng's head and rising to hold it in his arms. The surrounding evil cultivators had all rushed over, and 12 of them surrounded Hong Chen. Among them, 8 were below 5-star martial spirit, but 4 were above 5-star martial spirit. Faced with the encirclement of 12 evil cultivators, Hong Chen closed his eyes and opened his heavenly eye, ready to fight for his life. Meanwhile, in the high sky above 10,000 meters, Wu Di and the evil king martial spirit bore wounds, but Wu Di was more severely injured, using his shoulder to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. The evil king martial spirit crossed his arms and said ominously, "You are going to lose." Wu Di's expression was grim. He was worried about Hong Chen below but couldn't shake off the enemy in front of him. The evil king martial spirit continued, "That young man down there is not Li Chang'an. Just tell me which direction Li Chang'an ran, and I will let you go." Wu Di remained silent. He did not trust the other party's words, knowing that evil cultivators had no credibility. Wu Di gripped the large knife in his hands, and that was his answer. In the air, knife lights and fist shadows clashed fiercely, while on the ground, Hong Chen was already trapped in a tight encirclement. Hong Chen gathered spiritual energy in his throat. Anyone who dared to approach would taste the South Mingli fire he spewed. If he still had the sun talent, he could continuously draw on spiritual energy and shoot out 2 more golden rays. But without the all-consuming South Mingli fire, he couldn't kill so many evil cultivators. Hong Chen gripped the Zhangyang knife, which was pure white and flickering with a faint fire due to the South Mingli fire. Surrounded by 12 evil cultivators, he found it hard to breathe and had no chance to attack, only able to defend. The evil cultivators worked together, their pressure mounting in waves like a tide. Hong Chen gradually fell into a disadvantage, his wounds increasing, blood staining his clothes. Fearing that Hong Chen might act out of desperation, the evil cultivators dared not push him to the brink, instead opting for a slow, torturous approach. Amidst the flashing blades, the Zhangyang knife traced brilliant arcs in the forest, each clash igniting dazzling sparks. However, the onslaught from the evil cultivators was too intense. Despite Hong Chen using all his strength, his fists could not fend off the 4 hands attacking from all directions. His stamina was severely depleted, his energy waning, and his movements slowing. With both hands gripping the Zhangyang knife, he raised it to block the attacks, his arms numbed and weak from the impact. Before long, a large chunk of flesh was sliced from his left leg, making it difficult to even shift his feet, leaving him standing awkwardly in place. As the battle continued, Hong Chen's movements grew increasingly sluggish, his energy nearly exhausted, and his breathing heavy, yet he did not discard Su Meng's head, instead cradling it in his arms. Although they had not spent much time together and had only exchanged a few words, Hong Chen could not bring himself to abandon Su Meng's head. The evil cultivators could not understand his reasoning. In truth, Hong Chen had little justification. He simply did not want Su Meng's head to be tossed around by the evil cultivators after his death, nothing more. Yet, to the evil cultivators, this was a childish insistence. Clang, clang, clang. Hong Chen parried 3 more strikes, but one of the evil cultivators seized the opportunity to slip behind him and struck down, instantly tearing open his back. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, causing Hong Chen to bend over, kneeling on one knee, gasping for air. Was this really all there was? Looking at Su Meng's fallen body not far away, was he also destined to have his head taken by the evil cultivators like Su Meng? Hong Chen moved slightly, but he truly had no strength left. He could not even stand, his legs refusing to move. Observing Hong Chen kneeling with the knife propped against the ground, one evil cultivator sighed, "This person is really strong. How could he not be strong?" Another replied, "This guy is the top scholar of the Great Xia Kingdom. His strength can rival Li Chang'an. You must know that Li Chang'an is a legendary talent." Another evil cultivator, looking disgruntled, said, "We've lost so many brothers trying to capture him, is it really worth it? It's not about worth. If we don't catch him, once the leader gets angry, we'll all be drained of our essence. That kind of state is worse than death. I'd rather be killed by him than be drained by the leader." He. One evil cultivator couldn't help but laugh. "Villains die from too much talk. Let's stop chatting and quickly tie this kid up. First, cut off his hands and feet to prevent him from hurting anyone. That way, it won't delay the leader from draining him." An evil cultivator approached Hong Chen with a knife. Hong Chen wanted to raise his knife in resistance, but his arms wouldn't lift, leaving him to accept the blade's descent toward his shoulder. With a bang, flesh flew, the blade embedding into Hong Chen's shoulder bone. The evil cultivator's arm was numbed from the impact, and he remarked, "What hard bones." Hong Chen's body had been tempered 3 times, making not just his flesh but also his bones extremely tough. "I'll do it." A burly evil cultivator wielding a large chopping knife raised it high, his arms bulging, and suddenly swung it down toward Hong Chen's arm. Like a fish on a chopping board, he could only await his fate, a feeling that was truly despairing. Knowing that he was about to die, yet unable to do anything but watch, one could never truly understand this kind of despair without experiencing it firsthand. Hong Chen wanted to plead for mercy, to cry and beg these evil cultivators to spare him, to abandon his last shred of dignity. However, he gritted his teeth, striving to make no sound, not even the instinctive cries of pain and pleas for mercy. Although he feared death, he was not afraid of it. His character was indeed so complex. Hong Chen let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha." The heavenly eye flickered with golden light, and a golden beam pierced through the head of the tall, strong evil cultivator. This was Hong Chen's last bit of spiritual energy. He truly had nothing left. "Let's kill him." An evil cultivator raised his sword to strike at Hong Chen's neck. But just as the blade was about to fall, a hand grasped the sword's edge. Wu Di, drenched in blood, landed in front of Hong Chen and knocked the sword-wielding evil cultivator away with a palm strike. "Don't be too happy yet," Wu Di said with a bitter smile. "I haven't fought him." The evil cultivator at the Martial King level was 10 stars, a small realm above Wu Di, who was just recovering from serious injuries and had to be cautious of the battlefield below. Both his mindset and strength were inferior to his opponents. "It seems we might be buried here," Wu Di sighed heavily. The surrounding evil cultivators at the martial spirit level dared not attack, only encircling the two. The 10-star Martial King evil cultivator slowly descended to the ground and walked straight towards Hong Chen and Wu Di. Perhaps because he was about to die, Wu Di muttered, "If I had known, I should have just not taken this mission like the other colleagues. Since I was young, my mom said I was a coward, and she said I was just like my irresponsible father. My father secretly came to see me many times when I was a child. He didn't dare to meet my mom because she was too strong-willed. He was afraid of her, and I was afraid too. If it weren't for my fear of her, I would have gone to the heavenly abyss Great Wall back then. You're better than me. My mom and dad are both gone." Hong Chen had already lost his strength and could only mumble a few words, but he couldn't help coughing due to the blood in his throat. Looking at the Martial King evil cultivator approaching, Wu Di, sitting on the ground, patted Hong Chen's shoulder. "This is how it will be for this life. Let's meet in the next life." Hong Chen heard a voice. It was Wu Di's secret transmission. "Tell my mom I'm not a coward." In the next moment, the hand that was patting Hong Chen's shoulder suddenly pushed him away several hundred meters, landing him in the distant river. A man's heart is as iron until death. With a loud boom, Wu Di self-destructed, and a mushroom cloud rose from the spot. The setting sun melted gold, the dying sun was like blood, and the sea surface was illuminated in a golden hue. Su Firen stood by the window on the 4th floor, gazing longingly towards the east, hoping to see someone approaching. Su Firen and the others had arrived at the shores of the Oath Water the night before and were resting at this hotel while waiting for Hong Chen. This hotel was a black hotel, and no identity verification was required for accommodation. Because there were hardly any good people in the Six Paths Demon Domain, almost everyone was a wanted criminal, so there was no need for identity verification. It was now 6 o'clock in the evening of the second day, already exceeding the 12 hours agreed upon with Hong Chen. Axie paced back and forth in the room, her face filled with anxiety. Looking at Su Firen standing by the window, she silently decided, "If the fish dies, the net breaks. Tonight we leave. You said to wait a little longer for Hong Chen, and I didn't say anything. I've accompanied you this long." Axie walked up behind Su Firen and said, "But now it's been over 24 hours. If you still want to wait for Hong Chen, I can't wait any longer." Su Firen did not turn around, only saying lightly, "Speak your mind directly, no need for preamble. I just want to ask, if Hong Chen never comes to the shores of the Oath Water, are you going to wait here for a lifetime?" Axie continued, "At that time, there were 3 or 4 dozen evil cultivators, the hope for Hong Chen and the others to survive is very slim. We shouldn't waste time here. Upon hearing this, Su Firen's body moved slightly, but she still did not turn around, instead retorting, "But where else can we escape to?" Axie pointed outside the door and said, "Several groups of people just arrived. They are probably here to check on the evil cultivators. If we hide here without moving, we will eventually be found. Although I don't know where to escape to, it's better than waiting to die here." Su Firen felt exhausted but replied firmly, "Running away and hiding are essentially the same. But running away still offers a glimmer of hope, while hiding is just waiting to die." Axie's voice grew louder. "Hong Chen is your boyfriend, not mine. I don't want to wait for death with you. You can do whatever you want, I'm not playing along anymore." Axie looked at the frail Ing Huan Huan and asked, "Do you want to come with me?" Seeing Su Firen's lonely figure, Ing Huan Huan shook her head and said, "I'm not going either." Fine. Axie no longer hesitated, she pushed open the door and left the guest room. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed behind her. Su Firen sighed and said, "You should leave with Axie. I'm here to wait for Hong Chen, you don't need to stay." Ing Huan Huan replied, "I also think there's no difference between hiding and running away. We can wait here for the rescue from the Tianwan realm, there's no need to go out and hide." The sun had completely sunk beneath the sea. Seeing this, Su Firen suddenly asked, "Do you think Wu Di, Su Meng, and Hong Chen will survive?" "I don't know." Ing Huan Huan's voice trembled, she wasn't telling the truth. Su Firen smiled bitterly and said, "You really aren't good at lying. Hong Chen had the weakest realm and strength, so his chances of survival were the lowest. Wu Di and Su Meng had a greater chance of surviving, both of them actually understood this." Ing Huan Huan lowered her head, her tone filled with guilt. "If I could be a bit stronger and not hold everyone back, we could have stayed to help Wu Di and Su Meng, and maybe Hong Chen would have survived. You can't blame yourself for this. Axie and I are both stronger than you, yet we left. If we had stayed, they would have had to divide their attention to protect us. And in this world, there are no ifs to begin with." After Su Firen finished speaking, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. She was laughing at Hong Chen's inconsistency, often talking about being afraid of death, yet when faced with danger, he stayed behind without hesitation to cover for others. When Hong Chen woke up, a bright moon hung in the sky, and he could hear the sound of flowing water nearby. His body was covered in wounds, most of which were inflicted by the evil cultivators, and these injuries were healing. The violent impact from Wu Di's self-detonation had shaken Hong Chen's internal organs, leaving him momentarily stunned. Lying in the cold river water, his wounds were exposed and white from the river's current. Hong Chen used his last bit of strength to crawl ashore, then took out his phone from the Kunlun jade pendant and checked the time. 2 days and 2 nights had passed since he fell unconscious, drifting along the river. The Kunlun jade pendant had no elixirs prepared, so he could only wait for his injuries to heal slowly. His body's recovery ability was strong, he should be healed in about a week. But the most important thing was his physical strength. Due to the severity of his injuries and the long period of unconsciousness, he had no strength left. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Hong Chen took out a piece of chocolate from the Kunlun jade pendant. With no strength at all, he had to place the chocolate in his mouth and wait for it to melt slowly, replenishing his energy. Because of the divine ability of becoming stronger with each battle, Hong Chen had gained a lot of spiritual energy. However, breaking through from a martial artist to a martial spirit required even more spiritual energy, and he didn't have enough to make that breakthrough. Wu Di and Su Meng's bodies, along with the evil cultivators that surrounded them, had all turned to ashes from the explosion. The impact from the self-detonation of a 9-star martial king was powerful enough to kill a martial emperor, but not everyone had the courage to self-detonate. After 3 full hours, Hong Chen had eaten more than 10 pieces of chocolate before he regained some strength. He took Su Meng's head from his clothes and dug a small pit with his hands. A body cannot rest in peace until it is buried. In the Great Xia Kingdom, there is a custom of being buried for peace. After death, one is buried in the ground, allowing the deceased to find their place in the family to feel at ease. Hong Chen had also humbly requested Wang Defa to search for Hong Sen's body, similarly for the sake of being buried for peace. He placed Su Meng's head into a pit, forming a small mound of earth, and used the Zhangyang knife to fell a tree, erecting a nameless tombstone for Su Meng. "Uncle Su, I won't carve your name," Hong Chen said as he stood up, supporting the wooden tablet, to avoid being discovered by the evil cultivators. Hong Chen took out his phone, preparing to call Su Firen, but there was no signal. Who knows where this place is? It's probably some remote border area, so no signal is quite normal. His phone wasn't a Huawei Mate 60, so he couldn't make a satellite call either. Hong Chen sighed, having promised to wait for himself for 12 hours, but it had already been 2 days and nights, and he had broken his promise. He wondered if Su Firen and the others had managed to escape smoothly. He hoped they weren't foolishly waiting for him by the Oathwater's edge. Staying in one place made it easy for the evil cultivators to find their trail. After resting for a while and eating something to regain some strength, he took out the taxi from the Kunlun Jade Pendant. Although he didn't have a driver's license, there was a car at home, so he had some basic driving skills. Left foot for the brake, right foot for the accelerator, push forward to reverse, and pull back to go forward. He sat in the driver's seat, started the taxi, and pressed the accelerator, causing the taxi to lurch forward and crash straight into a large tree. Hong Chen had to shift into reverse, pressed the accelerator again, and the taxi crashed into Su Meng's nameless tombstone. "Uncle Su, I didn't do it on purpose. Don't blame me." Hong Chen hurriedly got out of the car, set the nameless tombstone upright again, and returned the taxi to the Kunlun Jade Pendant, deciding to wait until he found the right road to drive. Looking up at the stars in the sky, he discerned the cardinal directions and headed west. He walked until dawn, when the sun began to rise, finally emerging from the forest. Once again, he summoned the car from the Kunlun Jade Pendant. This time, since he was on the highway, the drive went smoothly. After driving for 2 hours, at 8 in the morning, he saw a figure ahead on the road. Hong Chen wore a ring on his left hand. When he had helped Jiang Menghu buy colorful stones, he had used this ring to conceal his identity. This ring could hide his identity, and after putting it on, anyone below the martial emperor realm who tried to spy on him would feel as if he exuded the aura of a martial emperor. As Hong Chen drove the taxi closer, before he could speak, the young man running said, "I'm not getting in the car." "Can you drive?" Hong Chen pulled the handbrake and said, "I don't know the way. You drive my car and take me to the Oath Water's edge, and I'll pay you." The young man, sporting long chamade hair, asked, "How much will you give?" Since currency was not circulating, Hong Chen had run out of gold and could only take out a silver bullet. At $20 a gram, this silver bullet is worth several thousand. The young chamade haggled, "I want 2 silver bullets." "No problem," Hong Chen replied, then sat in the passenger seat. Seeing Hong Chen's generosity, the chamade suddenly had ill intentions. He quietly glanced at Hong Chen and sensed the aura of a martial emperor, immediately becoming obedient. "Bro, just give me 1 silver bullet. I'm not asking for money. I'll take you to the Oath Water's edge for free, and you can protect me in the future." The chamade hurriedly took the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and drove Hong Chen toward the Oath Water's edge. Hong Chen conjured a phone out of thin air and tried to make a call, but still no signal. Seeing Hong Chen conjure a phone, the chamade's expression changed. Having a spatial treasure, this person must undoubtedly be a martial emperor. Hong Chen, wearing a hat, closed his eyes and pretended to doze off. An hour later, the car arrived at a checkpoint. The checkpoint staff first glanced at the group of chamade and confirmed they were not Li Chang'an and his companions. Then, the inspector approached the passenger seat, knocked on the car window, and was about to speak to Hong Chen to roll down the window. Seeing this, chamade opened the car door and shouted, "Do you have any sense at all? You can check me, but you dare to check my big brother? Are you tired of living?" The inspector was drawn in by chamade's outburst and hurriedly glanced at Hong Chen, who was wearing a hat, but did not get a clear look. Another inspector came out and said, "You better not mess around, this person is a martial emperor." Upon hearing this, the inspector knocking on the window seemed frightened and immediately said, "He's a martial emperor? Then he's not the person we're searching for. You can go. Consider yourself lucky, otherwise, my big brother would definitely kill your whole family." Chamade threatened, then returned to the driver's seat and drove off. Watching the taxi fade into the distance, the inspector said, "Since he's a martial emperor, he can definitely fly. Why is he taking a taxi? A rich second generation worth billions still eats street food. He has a heavenly wife at home and still cheats. Some people just like that. What business is it of yours? I just think it's a bit unreasonable. I suspect he might be Li Chang'an in disguise. Why do you care so much?" Jin Hufa has already set up a net at the banks of the Oathwater, waiting for Li Chang'an to walk into the trap. If he is Li Chang'an, that's perfect. But if he is a martial emperor and kills you with 1 palm, can you afford that? In a 5-star hotel room, there were 2 people. One was the burly and displeased Jin Wuwei, and the other was the slender and clueless Lu Mo. Lu Mo's voice was hoarse as he asked, "Do you think Li Chang'an and his group will come here?" Jin Wuwei lightly tapped the table with his fingers and said, "The people we sent out are engaging with Wu Di, Mu Bai, and Li Yunfei in 3 different locations. So, they split into 3 teams to escape. That was indeed a good decision, but unfortunately, their strength is too weak, and they have too few people. Mu Bai's team has 3 left, Mu Yunlu, Luo Lai, and Xiao Dao. Li Yunfei has 4 left, Qinzhou, Li Chang'an, Shan Yicheng, and Situlan." Jin Wuwei paused before continuing, "As for Wu Di's team, our people haven't reported back, so they probably all died, which means there must be survivors in Wu Di's team. Then I dispatched people to pursue and drive them based on the locations of Mu Bai and Li Yunfei's teams, gradually surrounding them at the banks of the Oathwater. If they don't want to be caught, they can only escape towards the banks of the Oathwater. If they try to flee to other locations, our people will definitely spot them. But since our people neither found them nor captured them, there is only one possibility: they must have escaped to the banks of the Oathwater. Jin Wuwei concluded. As for the few in Wudi's team, if there are survivors, they are very likely to come here because they have no better place to go. Luemo snorted coldly and said, "The leader is about to arrive, it better match your guess." Jin Wuwei retorted, "If you have time to shirk responsibility, you might as well go out and search." Luemo replied irritably, "You've already secretly arranged your people. Right now, the banks of the Oathwater can only be entered, not exited. What should I search for outside?" Jin Wuwei said, "The leader asked you to capture Li Chang'an, and you messed it up. I asked you to strategize, and your brain isn't working. I asked you to search, and you still refuse, so besides shirking responsibility, what use are you, you waste?" Luemo, hit where it hurt, angrily retorted, "I'm the altar master, how can I go out to search? Why don't you go search yourself? What use are you?" Jin Wuwei replied calmly, "I need to oversee the overall situation here." Luemo sneered, "Stop pretending, you're just here to put on a show because you know the leader is coming to the banks of the Oathwater. You are simply beyond saving." Jin Wuwei shook his head and said, "If I had been allowed to execute the capture plan from the start, Li Chang'an would have been caught long ago, and there wouldn't have been so many subsequent issues." Many years ago, an emperor, in an effort to persuade his enemies to surrender, pointed to the river and made a vow, "I swear by the river water that I will not kill you. I vow to keep my promise and never betray it." Over the long years, many young couples came here, also pointing to the river and declaring their eternal love. "I want to be forever united with you, never to change my heart." Unbeknownst to them, this river came to be known as Oath River, and at the end of the Oath River lies a coastal city named Oathwater's Edge. Hong Chen took out 2 silver bullets and said with an undeniable tone, "I give you these, you just take them." The Shamate dared not refuse, watching Hong Chen's departing figure, murmuring, "Truly worthy of the martial emperor realm, simply exuding dominance." Hong Chen took out his phone and continued to dial Su Firan's number, but still no signal. The journey to Oathwater's Edge spanned hundreds of miles, yet his phone had no signal the entire way. A thought crossed Hong Chen's mind: could it be that the Swallowing Heaven demon sect had blocked all signals in the area? They must be afraid that he and his companions would contact someone from the Tianwen realm for rescue, so they blocked the signals in the surrounding area. Su Firan's satellite phone also couldn't receive calls or messages. Oathwater's Edge is a large city, home to over 10 million residents. Trying to find Su Firan here was like searching for a needle in a haystack. If Su Firan and the others were in Oathwater's Edge, they should be hiding in a hotel or similar place. Although Hong Chen's ring could conceal his aura, he didn't dare to expose himself. That group of evil cultivators had a meticulous plan, and there were clearly high-level figures behind them strategizing. They might have already ambushed many evil cultivators in Oathwater's Edge, so he had to act cautiously. It was afternoon, and Hong Chen didn't dare to take the main road, specifically choosing alleys and secluded paths. If he were Su Firan and noticed there was no signal on his phone, he would definitely leave a mark for himself. Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye, then put on a hat to cover the heavenly eye on his forehead, and began to walk while observing his surroundings, searching for familiar marks. He searched from the afternoon until 8 in the evening, and because the heavenly eye could see through and have a long range, he actually covered a lot of areas. Finally, Hong Chen saw a familiar mark. It was a red background with a golden moon, the flag of the Great Xia Kingdom. The flag was painted very discreetly. If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to see the pattern. This must be the place. Seeing this, Hong Chen immediately set off, jogging towards the house with the flag. It was a 3-story inn. After arriving at the inn and looking around to ensure no one was watching him, he prepared to enter. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the back of Hong Chen's clothes, and he heard a deep male voice behind him, "Don't go in." Hong Chen turned around at the sound and saw a person wearing a mask and hat. Although this person was dressed very tightly, even if he turned to ash, Hong Chen would recognize him as Li Chang'an. "This place is a trap," Li Chang'an said. "Follow me." Hong Chen followed Li Chang'an through streets and alleys, rushing for more than 10 minutes until they arrived at an old building. Chen Yicheng and Situlan were also there. Li Chang'an took off his hat and mask, saying, "That was a pattern left by the Swallowing Heaven demon sect's evil cultivators, deliberately luring us into their trap." Hong Chen asked, "How did you know?" "Because we fell for it once before. Qinzhou lost his life because of it," Li Chang'an said with a bitter smile. "Those evil cultivators are more cunning than we imagined. You need to be careful." Seeing Hong Chen and Li Chang'an, Chen Yicheng put down the sword she was holding and asked, "Why are you the only one here? What about Su Firan and Ing Huanhuan?" Situlan looked somewhat disheveled, her blue clothes stained, and upon hearing Chen Yicheng's words, her expression darkened. Hong Chen shook his head and said, "No, I got separated from them." Si Tulan smiled upon hearing this. Although she was at odds with Su Firen, being in danger made this good news for her as well. Li Chang'an sat down on a stone and asked, "What's your situation?" Hong Chen succinctly replied, "We were found by the evil cultivators, and then I stayed behind with Wu Di and Su Meng to hold them off. We were also found by the evil cultivators." Li Yunfei took the initiative to draw the enemy away, and then he lost contact. Li Chang'an's tone was complex. Hong Chen asked, "How did you find me?" Li Chang'an answered, "I've been using my fiery eyes to keep watch for any movements around, and I just happened to see you." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen immediately asked, "Su Firen should also be by the Oath Water's edge. Can you see if you can find her? Can't your heavenly eye see?" Li Chang'an asked, then added, "My current cultivation level isn't enough, so my fiery eyes can't see too far." Hong Chen smiled and said, "My heavenly eye is the same as your fiery eyes." Chen Yicheng walked over to Hong Chen, blinking her big eyes, and asked, "You have a bloody aura, are you hurt?" Hong Chen smiled, "I stayed behind to hold them off and narrowly escaped with my life, but my injuries haven't healed." Chen Yicheng took out a healing pill. "This is a healing pill, you should take it, it will help you recover faster." "Thank you." Hong Chen cupped his fists and reached out to take the pill, then asked, "Have you contacted the Tianwen realm?" "We managed to contact the Tianwen realm at first, but not long after, we encountered the evil cultivators and had to flee. Our phones lost signal, they probably blocked it." This was similar to his own situation, and Hong Chen said helplessly, "Then we can only wait for rescue." Li Chang'an sighed, "In the past few days, the number of evil cultivators by the Oath Water's edge has increased. We've changed hiding spots several times, and at this rate, we will eventually be found by the evil cultivators. We might not wait for rescue." Hong Chen asked, "Are there any sewers or air raid shelters around here?" Li Chang'an shook his head, "We were hiding in places like that before, but we were almost found anyway. The Oath Water's edge is now swarming with evil cultivators. They are digging 3 feet into the ground." Hong Chen's face twitched as he asked, "What exactly is your talent?" Knowing too much at this moment is not a good thing, Li Chang'an stood up and said, "We need to change locations, I see more evil cultivators approaching." Chen Yicheng and Si Tulan immediately got up, and Hong Chen helplessly said, "I haven't even warmed my seat." There are a total of 5 evil cultivators, all at the martial spirit level, and they are coming quickly. Li Chang'an's tone became urgent as he said, "Stay close to me." Li Chang'an moved like the wind, with the 3 following closely behind, the 4 of them weaving through the streets in the night. Their movements were erratic, running over 10 kilometers along the way. Hong Chen, already injured, could only barely keep up with Li Chang'an's pace. However, due to the intensity of the running, a trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Hong Chen's internal organs were already injured, but fortunately, after taking the pill from Chen Yicheng, the intense running did not worsen his internal injuries. "Are you Li Chang'an?" A refined middle-aged man suddenly blocked Li Chang'an's path. "I'm a teacher from Tianzhua University. Your phone was unreachable, I'm here to rescue you." But before the refined middle-aged man could finish his sentence, a long sword pierced through his chest. Li Chang'an shook the sword, flinging off the blood, and continued walking, explaining, "This person is an evil cultivator. Tianzhua University is a top university, the teachers there are at least at the martial king level." The evil cultivator disguised as a teacher was only at the 3-star martial spirit level, so he was easily seen through by Li Chang'an. Moreover, if Tianzhua University sent a teacher to rescue them, they would have sent some strong individuals. It was impossible to send a martial spirit to die. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen nodded. No wonder the diary said not to trust anyone. These evil cultivators were indeed cunning and treacherous. But it must be said that Li Chang'an was also very decisive. "If it were me, I might have been deceived by this person." As the 4 of them ran at high speed, they naturally attracted the attention of the evil cultivators, and immediately several of them blocked their way ahead. Hong Chen quickly took out his slingshot and shot a silver bullet, killing a lower-ranked evil cultivator. Li Chang'an was clearing the path ahead, with Chen Yicheng behind him. Suddenly, an evil cultivator jumped out from the alley on the left, leaping behind Chen Yicheng, raising his knife to strike down. Si Tulan drew her bow and shot an arrow at the evil cultivator's wrist, slightly hindering the downward strike of the knife. Hong Chen took a deep breath, his spirit reaching its peak, and shot out a top-tier silver bullet. This evil cultivator was at the 5-star martial spirit level. His chest was dented from the shot, but he did not die on the spot. Hong Chen was already injured, and in the midst of running, he hastily shot the silver bullet, so its power did not reach its maximum, failing to kill the 5-star martial spirit evil cultivator. Although the 5-star martial spirit evil cultivator was severely injured, he stood in the middle with his knife, separating the 4 of them, Li Chang'an and Chen Yicheng in front, and Hong Chen and Si Tulan behind. Hong Chen drew his Zhengyang knife, preparing to charge forward and kill this 5-star martial spirit evil cultivator. But another evil cultivator, at the 6-star martial spirit level, charged out from the left alley, standing next to the 5-star martial spirit evil cultivator with a sword in hand. Split up and run. Hong Chen grabbed C2 Lan's wrist, and the two ran into the alley on the right. The two evil cultivators glanced at Li Chang'an ahead, then at Hong Chen who had run into the right alley, and ultimately decided to chase after Li Chang'an. Many evil cultivators were pursuing from behind. Li Chang'an, with his fiery eyes, should be able to avoid these enemies. Hong Chen and C2 Lan ran for several kilometers, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Having just forced himself to gather energy and shoot 2 silver bullets, his internal injuries worsened again. Directly ahead was a residential building, with a pile of miscellaneous items nearby. Hong Chen could no longer run. He pulled C2 Lan into the pile of items. The pile contained many cardboard boxes used for televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines, likely from someone moving into a new home and buying new appliances. Hong Chen used his heavenly eye to glance behind him, confirming that there was no one for the time being, and then pulled C2 Lan into a cardboard box meant for a refrigerator. The space inside the box was very cramped. The two were squeezed face to face, and they could clearly hear each other's rapid breathing. C2 Lan's height only reached Hong Chen's neck, and her warm breath blew against his chest. Hong Chen felt very uncomfortable, as if 2 mountains were pressing against his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe, so he wanted to lean back a little. "Don't move!" C2 Lan quickly stopped Hong Chen's movement, fearing they would be discovered by the evil cultivators. Not long after, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Hong Chen's heavenly eye could see through. He could see several evil cultivators running into the community through the cardboard box. "You're bleeding." C2 Lan noticed the blood at the corner of Hong Chen's mouth and reached out to wipe it away. "I'm fine." Hong Chen retracted his heavenly eye and added, "It should be fine now, let's go out." C2 Lan's face was filled with panic. "Wait a bit longer, let them run further away before we go out, it will be safer this way." The atmosphere was too ambiguous, and Hong Chen felt a bit overwhelmed, wanting to go out for some fresh air. But since C2 Lan had no objections, he didn't want to say too much to avoid awkwardness. "The evil cultivators should have gone to chase Li Chang'an, we should be relatively safe," C2 Lan said, her tone both relieved and subtly worried. Hong Chen did not respond. He didn't know what to say. Li Chang'an's situation was very dangerous, and he was injured and powerless, only able to wish him good luck. The two fell silent for a moment, and then C2 Lan quietly asked, "Why do you like Su Firen? Although she's good-looking, she's too aloof. What's so good about her?" Hong Chen didn't want to discuss this topic with C2 Lan and replied perfunctorily, "She saved my life." C2 Lan pouted, "That's gratitude, not love." Hong Chen said seriously, "Like is a feeling. Although it started with a life-saving grace, and Su Firen did not despise my talent and realm, if such a person doesn't like me, then what kind of person should I like? It's not love at first sight between us, nor is it love that develops over time, but liking is just liking. I understand in my heart that I like Su Firen, even though this is different from true love." C2 Lan said unhappily, "Your answer is too serious. I'm not Su Firen, you don't need to say this to me. Why do you always have to compare with Su Firen?" Hong Chen was puzzled. He had also asked Su Firen this question, "Do you two have any conflicts? She is a wealthy and powerful young lady, and I am a descendant of a fallen family. What conflict could there be between us?" C2 Lan's words were quite sarcastic. Hong Chen straightforwardly said, "But I heard Su Firen say that you two were good friends when you were young." C2 Lan was somewhat moved but immediately responded sarcastically, "Who am I to be her friend?" Although C2 Lan did not say it, Hong Chen almost sensed that it might be due to jealousy. Originally, the two had similar family backgrounds, but in recent years, the Qingzhou mansion had been declining while the Dei mansion was thriving, which made C2 Lan increasingly jealous of Su Firen. A friend who was once on equal footing suddenly rose several levels above her, and C2 Lan felt indignant. After all, she was not a saint, and this was human nature. "If we encounter enemies later, we should split up and run," Hong Chen said, as he didn't want to drag C2 Lan down because he was injured. But C2 Lan, being quite insensitive, instead asked, "Are you planning to abandon me? I have injuries, I'm afraid of dragging you down," Hong Chen said helplessly, reminding her, "It should be fine now, I'll move the cardboard box." The moment the cardboard box was removed, Hong Chen looked around and saw no enemies. But suddenly, 3 people came running from ahead, Luo Lai, Xiao Dao, and Mu Yunlu, all looking hurried. Luo Lai also saw Hong Chen and C2 Lan ahead and shouted, "Run!" Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye and glanced. Behind Luo Lai were more than a dozen evil cultivators, and all 3 of them were injured to varying degrees. Mu Yunlu was the most severely injured, with blood flowing from his 7 orifices, breathing weakly, his white robe stained with blood, and he had already fainted. The burly Luo Lai was carrying Mu Yunlu, while Xiao Dao had lost his right arm, likely severed by the evil cultivators. The three of them were in worse condition than Hong Chen, and he had no time to lament. Just as he was about to flee, he noticed that Sitilan was already gone. She listened to Hong Chen and had run off several hundred meters when they encountered enemies. Luo Lai, carrying Mu Yunlu, took a few big strides to Hong Chen's side and said, "Good friend, meeting you at this time is really bad luck. Why did you come early or late? I really am unlucky." Hong Chen asked while running, "What happened to Mu Yunlu? His internal organs are shattered." Xiao Dao is using the Shura protection technique to barely keep his spirit from collapsing, but he probably won't last long, Luo Lai said, laughing heartily, then loudly added, "If things go badly today, we might just die here." Xiao Dao's face was not good, blood was still oozing from his right arm. Why hasn't the rescue from the Tianwen realm arrived yet? Are those people just eating and doing nothing? Although there had been grievances in the past, at this moment, with their lives hanging by a thread, they all set aside old grudges. Hong Chen said with a bitter smile, "The signal has been blocked, they can't contact us. With such a large area in the Six Paths Demon Domain, how would they know our exact location to rescue us?" Looking at Hong Chen, who was all alone, Xiao Dao asked, "Is your team down to just you?" "I got separated from my teammates," Hong Chen said without elaborating. He didn't know if Su Firen and the others were still alive. Everywhere he looked, there were almost all evil cultivators. At this moment, there was no longer a hiding place for him and the others by the Oathwater's edge. Hong Chen could only hope that Su Firen wouldn't foolishly wait for him. If more than 12 hours passed, she would leave the shores of Oathwater at the first opportunity, and she must not stay here to wait for death. Sigh. Thinking of this, Hong Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. He understood Su Firen, although he secretly hoped she would leave, it was highly likely she would stay at the shores of Oathwater waiting for him. Did they really have to end up like Luo Lai said, with everyone perishing here today? The sky had darkened, and Hong Chen took out his phone to check the time. It was already 8 o'clock. "You carry me for a minute." Hong Chen looked at Luo Lai and said, "I might be able to send a message." Luo Lai wanted to ask but didn't have time for more questions. With his 10-star martial artist level, carrying 1 or 2 people was actually no different. But Xiao Dao said, "I'll carry you. Mu Yunlu is seriously injured, you can't weigh him down." So, in times of trouble, true feelings are revealed. Although Xiao Dao had previously said he didn't consider Mu Yunlu a friend, whether he regarded Mu Yunlu as a friend was something only he knew in his heart. Therefore, to truly understand a person, one must not only listen to what they say but also observe what they do. Hong Chen lay on Xiao Dao's back, and Xiao Dao supported Hong Chen's body with one arm. Then, Hong Chen quickly closed his eyes, immersing his mind into Kunlun Jeju. This was the 5th time he had entered Kunlun Jeju today. The last time was with Situlan in a cardboard box, and the time before that was with Li Chang'an in an old building. Ever since realizing that the evil cultivators had blocked the signal, Hong Chen wanted to use Kunlun Jeju to send out a distress signal. However, in his first 5 attempts to enter Kunlun Jeju, he hadn't encountered a single person. The tavern only had the burly figure, and for some unknown reason, Kuei Huang couldn't leave Kunlun Jeju. This time it was 8 o'clock at night. During this time, there would be people coming to trade. Hong Chen hurriedly pushed open the tavern door and saw 2 familiar faces, Hidanyu and Ajio. The two seemed to be in the middle of a transaction, haggling over prices. The noise from Hong Chen pushing the door attracted their attention. "Hello, brothers," Hong Chen rushed to them, his tone urgent, "You must help me. I can offer you jade as a reward." Hidanyu was taken aback upon seeing Hong Chen and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Ajio, hearing Hong Chen's words, asked, "What do you need help with?" Hong Chen took out his phone and wrote down a string of phone numbers. "You need to go out and call this number. This person is the vice president of Tianwu University, named Zhou Jielian. Tell him, you are Hong Chen's friends, and I am currently trapped at the shores of Oathwater. Ask him to send someone to rescue me quickly." Hidania took the number and said, "Aren't you called Long Yuan? Why don't you call yourself? That's my alias." Hong Chen, fearing they might think he was joking, had to explain his situation. "I am being chased by evil cultivators, and my phone signal has been blocked." Upon hearing the words evil cultivators, Hidaniu understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately said, "I'll go out and call this Zhou Jielian for you. Don't die." Ajio took the phone number, patted Hong Chen's shoulder, and then turned to leave the tavern. Hong Chen opened his eyes. Only 30 seconds had passed in the real world. He jumped off Xiao Dao's back and said, "I've already found someone to notify the vice president of Tianwu University and told them our location." Luo Lai was a bit confused and asked, "How did you notify them?" The situation was too urgent for Hong Chen to explain clearly, so he could only respond vaguely, "I just had an out-of-body experience and had someone call the vice president." Xiao Dao eagerly asked, When will the vice president of Tianwu University arrive? I don't know, Hong Chen replied honestly. If he were near the 6 paths of demon domain, he should be able to arrive quickly. The two fell silent, but there was no better way. They could only pin their hopes on this, which was the only hope for everyone. Shadows occasionally flew across the sky, and the ordinary people living at the shores of Oathwater sensed an unsettling atmosphere tonight. To reach the martial spirit realm is necessary for prolonged flight, and today, these rarely seen martial spirit experts are almost everywhere in the city. In the night, Hong Chen and his companions flee in panic, sweat covering their foreheads. Luo Lai glances back. The pursuing evil cultivators are getting closer. At this rate, they will be caught sooner or later. If I don't enter hell, who will? Luo Lai sighs inwardly, then raises his head, his gaze resolute, and loudly asks, I'll hold them off. You take care of Mu Yunlu. Due to being born at the Tianxian Great Wall, Xiao Dao particularly admires someone like Luo Lai. Although they have only known each other for a few days, the usually unruly Xiao Dao has already regarded Luo Lai as an older brother in his heart. Leave Mu Yunlu to me. Xiao Dao slows his pace, extending his remaining left hand to catch Mu Yunlu. If you manage to survive, remember to offer me a drink during the Qingming festival next year. After Luo Lai finishes speaking, he slowly stops, his figure suddenly swelling, transforming into a 100-meter giant. Just let me handle it, Hong Chen says upon seeing this. After all, Xiao Dao only has one arm left, although he is also injured, he should be able to carry someone. But Xiao Dao refuses, saying, don't push yourself. I can see your injuries are not light either. Right now, it's a matter of life and death, you should escape on your own. If Mu Yunlu and I get caught, we can only blame our bad luck, there's no need to drag you down. Hong Chen looks back, and an evil cultivator seizes the opportunity to charge at Xiao Dao. Luo Lai immediately reaches out, grabbing the evil cultivator and violently slamming him to the ground, turning the cultivator's body into a puddle of mud. But two more evil cultivators rush towards Xiao Dao. Luo Lai's hands move like twin dragons emerging from the sea, accurately catching the two evil cultivators, then swinging his arms and throwing them far away. Seeing their pursuit blocked, the evil cultivators have no choice but to change their target, looking at the 100-meter-tall Luo Lai, and roar fiercely, kill him first. Luo Lai's towering figure is very conspicuous, and shadows trace arcs in the air as the surrounding evil cultivators gather around. Kill! 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 The evil cultivators, armed with weapons, charge at Luo Lai one after another. But some evil cultivators remind, this person is Luo Lai, if we capture him and hand him over to the leader, we will receive a generous reward. Luo Lai swings his enormous palm, and the fierce gust of wind sends several evil cultivators flying. However, Luo Lai's realm is too low, the powerful gusts he creates are only effective against evil cultivators below 5-star martial spirit. Those above 5-star martial spirit can withstand Luo Lai's wind with their abundant spiritual energy. As the fierce wind approaches, one evil cultivator does not dodge but simply shakes his hand, dispersing the gust. This evil cultivator is a 10-star martial spirit, and after dispersing the wind, he immediately launches a heavy punch at Luo Lai. The 100-meter-tall Luo Lai cannot dodge in time, suffering a severe blow to his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, as if a red rain is falling from the heavens, blood scattering across the ground. Because Luo Lai's towering figure is too eye-catching, the later evil cultivators do not notice Hong Chen and the others below. Hong Chen feels discomfort in his internal organs, and behind him comes a loud boom, the sound of Luo Lai falling. Ahead is a fork in the road. Xiao Dao bites his lip and says, you go left, I go right, let's see who can survive. Hong Chen nods, and they part ways, both unaware of what awaits them ahead. After running several kilometers, blood surges within him, and blood trickles from the corner of Hong Chen's mouth. Since arriving at the banks of the Oath Water, he has been fleeing like a rat crossing the street. Hong Chen wipes the corner of his mouth. With no time to rest and recuperate, his injuries have not had a chance to heal. Blood continues to flow from his mouth, forcing him to stop, leaning against the wall, and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Hong Chen leans against the wall, his weak body slowly sliding down to the ground. His internal injuries are too severe, and if he continues to run violently for a long time, they will flare up. From time to time, evil cultivators flew overhead, and Hong Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Today was the day he would meet his end here. He had been thinking of returning from the Tianwen realm after completing his studies and making a name for himself, but who could have predicted that he would die before achieving anything? At this moment, he wondered how Su Firen and the others were faring, and whether Li Chang'an and Chen Yicheng had escaped their pursuers. Behind him was a residential building, and Hong Chen struggled to prop himself up, activating his heavenly eye to see through the building. On the third floor, there was an empty room. He painstakingly made his way to the third floor, forcefully twisting the door lock and quietly slipping inside. The room was covered in dust, clearly indicating that no one had lived there recently. The cramped bathroom provided a sense of security, and Hong Chen hid inside, sitting cross-legged on the floor, slowly channeling spiritual energy to heal his internal injuries while absorbing the elixir given to him by Chen Yicheng. The elixirs used for treating injuries were usually quite cheap, while those that enhanced spiritual energy and could elevate one's cultivation were more expensive. The elixir given by Chen Yicheng was not ordinary, as its effects were exceptionally good. After just a few minutes of absorption, his internal injuries began to improve, and he temporarily suppressed the damage. While absorbing the elixir, he activated the 8-9 mystical art, sharpening his senses to perceive his surroundings. As he continued to absorb the elixir, he vaguely sensed hostility and used his heavenly eye to look towards the first floor. Two evil cultivators had arrived in front of the residential building but did not go upstairs. Instead, they were whispering to each other. "Our people just checked the surveillance and saw Hong Chen enter this building, but we don't know which room he's in. Our task is to guard this building. The Golden Protector has already sent a martial king expert over. These people are really troublesome. They clearly only have the cultivation of a 10-star martial artist, yet their strength rivals that of a 4 or 5-star martial spirit. Even when being pursued by a 9-star martial spirit, they can still escape." Thanks to activating his heavenly eye, Hong Chen's senses were extremely sharp. Even though the two evil cultivators were whispering downstairs, he could still hear their voices. Hong Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had even dispatched a martial king, which was quite flattering for him. He couldn't stay here any longer, so he scanned the room. The owner of this house was a role-playing enthusiast, with various costumes and wigs in the wardrobe. Hong Chen found a women's wig and a somewhat normal outfit in the wardrobe. The two evil cultivators were guarding the stairway. Although their cultivation was not high, only 5-star martial spirits, Hong Chen did not want to alert them. He flipped over and jumped out of the window, landing quietly on the ground, then quickly moved to a corner, ensuring there were no cameras around before changing into the wig and clothes. 2 minutes later, a tall woman in black stockings, standing at 1 meter 82, wearing a uniform, emerged from the corner. Hong Chen didn't want to wear such a uniform, but there was no other choice. It was the least conspicuous outfit in the wardrobe. Fortunately, he encountered no trouble along the way, and for dozens of minutes, he did not run into any evil cultivators. Just as Hong Chen let out a sigh of relief, two figures suddenly flew overhead, both 6-star martial spirits. Seeing this, Hong Chen immediately put on a mask, lowered his head, and moved forward silently. The evil cultivators began a large-scale search, and he needed to leave quickly to find a safe hiding spot. "Help! Help me!" A cry for help came from behind, followed by pleas for mercy. "Please don't kill me, don't kill me." Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye, but his bangs covered it, yet his senses remained very sharp, allowing him to hear sounds from a great distance. The voice of the person calling for help sounded somewhat familiar, and Hong Chen couldn't help but turn back, using his heavenly eye to look in the direction of the sound. Although they were 800 meters apart, the heavenly eye could see that Su Tianba was lying on the ground, her blue clothes covered in mud and blood. Behind her were two evil cultivators, the same two 6-star martial spirits that had just flown by. Su Tianba's legs seemed to be broken, and she could only move her body forward, crawling with her hands. "Please don't kill me, don't kill me." Her pleas were filled with fear. She had many wounds on her body, and her once delicate cheeks now bore a terrifying scar that cut deep to the bone. Blood dripped from the wounds onto the ground, trailing along the floor where Su Tianba crawled, leaving a path of blood behind. Two evil cultivators continuously swung their swords, stabbing at Su Tianba's body, but they did not strike with full force. Instead, they slowly tormented her. Hong Chen retracted his gaze. Although he was concerned, he felt powerless. He did not dare to linger and continued to step forward. "Help! Save me!" Hearing Su Tianba's cries for help, Hong Chen paused for a moment, hesitated slightly, then closed his heavenly eye, dulling his senses. He was still severely injured. If he went to save Su Tianba, it would undoubtedly be a path to his own death. Even if he were in peak condition, he would likely be no match for a 6-star martial spirit, let alone two of them. This was no different from seeking death. Behind him, Su Tianba's wails echoed, blood gushing from her wounds, soaking her clothes. The blue garment appeared even more vibrant, yet it added a touch of tragic beauty. Due to excessive blood loss, Su Tianba had lost her strength, her body collapsing to the ground, unable to crawl. She murmured, "Help me. Save me." An evil cultivator thrust his sword into her abdomen, and Su Tianba let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her vitality was rapidly fading. She felt that death was not far away. But who could come to save her? At this moment, on the banks of the Oath Water, among the dozen or so companions, who was not struggling to survive, their lives hanging by a thread? Who could hear her cries for help? Who would dare to come to her rescue? Situlan closed her eyes, no longer begging for mercy or help, quietly awaiting death. There were many words left unspoken, if there were a next life. She would rather not be human again, it was too exhausting. Sensing that Situlan no longer wished to struggle, one of the evil cultivators muttered, "Boring." Just as these words left his mouth, a silver bullet engulfed in pure white flames struck his head. The immense impact caused the evil cultivator to feel dizzy, and he stumbled, sitting down hard on the ground. Who dares to ambush us? We are from the Devouring Sky Demon sect. The other evil cultivator, sword in hand, hurriedly looked around. A figure rushed in from a distance, and in the next moment, it appeared before the evil cultivator. Hong Chen slashed down from the air. The blade's light burst forth as he exerted the strongest force of his life, the great collapse of the heavens. The evil cultivator raised his sword to block, but in an instant, the Zhengyang blade and the sword collided, releasing a surge of energy. Because the evil cultivator had hastily raised his sword, he only used 6 or 7 parts of his strength to block. In just a moment, he was sent flying, crashing through several residential buildings. Hong Chen did not linger in battle. He picked up Situlan from the ground and desperately rushed forward. Situlan felt someone lift her, slowly opening her eyes to see a long-haired, handsome woman. Drops of blood fell from this person's chin, landing on Situlan's brow and then sliding into her eyes. Instinctively, Situlan reached up to wipe her eyes, and only then did she see clearly that the person holding her was Hong Chen. Hong Chen was already injured internally, after shooting a silver bullet and then unleashing the great collapse of the heavens with all his might. His internal injuries flared up again, worse than ever before. Situlan nestled in Hong Chen's embrace, looking at his bleeding face, and murmured, "You're so foolish." Although the two evil cultivators had been hit by Hong Chen's ambush with the silver bullet and the full-force strike of the great collapse of the heavens, they were still 6-star martial spirits, so their injuries were not severe. The evil cultivator hit by the silver bullet shook his head, braced himself against the ground, and unsteadily stood up, then stepped forward. The other evil cultivator, who had been struck into a residential building, slowly emerged from it and gathered his strength to chase after Hong Chen. Blood flowed from Hong Chen's 7 orifices, but he said nothing, only burying his head and running wildly. Situlan looked at Hong Chen's increasingly pale face from blood loss and said, "You will die." Hong Chen reached out to wipe the corner of her eye, revealing a tragic smile as he comforted her. "It's okay." Situlan looked at Hong Chen, murmuring, "How could Su Firan have met you? She really is fated. Don't be so foolish in the future, your own life is the most important." Situlan seemed to have a moment of clarity, slightly propping herself up, breaking free from Hong Chen's embrace. "Live for me." That was the last thing Hong Chen heard before a gentle force pushed his body forward a great distance. He stumbled, hurriedly turning back to look at Situlan. All he saw was her resolute figure in blue, charging straight towards the two evil cultivators. A brilliant blue light suddenly burst forth, illuminating the sky with dazzling blue clouds. The shockwave from the self-explosion sent Hong Chen flying far away. When he landed, he barely managed to prop himself up, kneeling on the ground with his knife, struggling to lift his head, tears glistening in his eyes. "I'm sorry, I should have saved you sooner." Before he could finish his self-reproach, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The commotion from the self-explosion was too great, and everyone around rushed over. Hong Chen wiped the blood from his face. With no time for sorrow, he turned to flee again, but after just a few steps, a figure blocked his path. It was a very handsome young man, tall and with an ethereal appearance, like a jade crown. Upon seeing Hong Chen in women's clothing, he exclaimed in surprise, "You are Hong Chen, right? Why are you dressed like this?" Hong Chen did not explain. Instead, he drew the Zhengyang knife and charged at the young man with killing intent. Seeing this, the young man quickly clarified, "My name is Yuan Cheng, and I am a teacher at Tianwu University. I am not an evil cultivator. Vice Principal Zhou said you were at the Oathwater's edge, and I happened to be near the Great Dark Sky Realm, so I rushed here immediately." Hearing this, Hong Chen slowed his pace. Had he finally waited for rescue after asking Zhou and Hidania to contact Zhou Jielian? Yuan Qing succinctly explained the situation. "After I arrived at the Oathwater's edge, I had to avoid the evil cultivators while searching for your whereabouts. I just heard that loud noise and came here, and then I saw you. Evil cultivators are cunning. What if he was a teacher here to rescue him but accidentally leaked information, and the evil cultivators took advantage of that to deceive him? I don't believe you." Hong Chen, covered in blood, asked, "What do you have to prove your identity?" "This is my teacher's certificate from Tianwu University." Yuan Cheng took out a work ID and added, "Moreover, I am a 10-star martial king. If I were an evil cultivator, why would I waste time talking to you? I would have captured you directly." Hong Chen took the certificate and looked at it. He couldn't blame himself for being cautious. The evil cultivators were too treacherous. Yuan Qing glanced at the sky around them and said softly, "Many evil cultivators are coming, we need to leave here quickly." The certificate was legitimate, and Hong Chen had activated his heavenly eye. He felt no killing intent from Yuan Chang. Confirming that Yuan Chang was indeed a teacher from Tianwu University, Hong Chen sighed in relief, the tension in his heart easing a bit, his tone becoming weak. "I can't run anymore. I'll carry you." Yuan Chang grabbed Hong Chen and quickly took off into the air. Hong Chen lay on Yuan Qing's back and asked, "Did you come alone?" "Of course not. I was the first to arrive at the Oath Water's edge because I was closer." Yuan Qing continued, "The top 10 universities from the Tianwan realm have probably sent people to rescue you, but you sent out the distress signal only a few hours ago, so those people will likely arrive later." "That's good." Hong Chen's voice was faint, his injuries were too severe, and he couldn't help but feel sleepy. "Just sleep peacefully, I'll take care of everything behind us." Yuan Qing reassured him, "When you wake up, the rescue might have arrived, and we can return to Tianwu University together." After hearing this, Hong Chen finally couldn't resist closing his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. However, in this den of dragons and tigers, how could he easily escape? The evil cultivators of the sky-swallowing demon sect, upon receiving the order from their leader, had all rushed over. The master of the 108-point altar and the guardian, the masters and elders of the 36-point sect, as well as the Grand Master and the equal-ranking Dharma King, were all on their way, and some nearby evil cultivators had already arrived at the shores of the Oath Water. The altar master and the guardian were at least 10-star martial kings, the masters and elders of the sect were at least martial emperors, while the Grand Master and the Dharma King had even reached the martial sect realm. The shores of the Oath Water seemed vast to ordinary people, but in the eyes of these experts, it was not large at all. Finding a few people here was not very difficult. Moreover, the surveillance at the shores of the Oath Water was entirely under the control of the devouring sky demon sect, making it even easier to locate individuals. Yuan Qing carried Hong Chen for more than 10 minutes before being locked onto by the evil cultivators. A 10-star martial king altar master fell from the sky, standing alone in front of Yuan Chang. The two were of the same realm, and at the martial king level, the gap in realm and strength would also diminish. Yuan Qing unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, causing Hong Chen's body to float down to the ground. He drew the white jade long sword from his waist and immediately engaged in fierce combat with the evil cultivator. Ultimately, the evil cultivator, relying on devouring others to enhance their cultivation, could not be compared to Yuan Qing. Yuan Chang's realm was honed step by step, and his admission to Tianwu University and subsequent position as a teacher left no doubt about his talent and strength. After exchanging just a few dozen blows, the evil cultivator fell into a disadvantage and fled heavily injured. Yuan Qing continued to carry Hong Chen. He dared not fly, as it would make him easily visible to the evil cultivators, so he could only escape on the ground. However, the speed of fleeing on the ground could not match that of flying, and soon two more evil cultivators, one in front and one behind, blocked Yuan Qing's path. Yuan Qing fought again with his sword. After a few minutes of battle, he successfully killed one evil cultivator and severed the arm of another. But Yuan Chang was also heavily injured. His chest had been struck hard and was already caved in, and his abdomen had been pierced by a spear, leaving a transparent hole. Yuan Qing forced himself to take a breath and continued to carry Hong Chen, fleeing into a secluded corner. After running only a few hundred meters, three more evil cultivators arrived, all three being 10-star martial kings. Yuan Qing turned back to look at the sleeping Hong Chen behind him and took a deep breath. He was heavily injured, his strength greatly diminished, and ahead were three opponents of the same realm. What should I choose? Yuan Qing released Hong Chen, gripping the white jade long sword with both hands. I am a teacher at Tianwu University, and Hong Chen is my student. There is no need to say more. Of course, I will draw my sword. Spiritual energy gathered in his hands, his energy sea boiling. Yuan Qing stepped forward and slashed out a 100-jan-long rainbow. Two fists could hardly contend with 6 hands, and moreover, Yuan Qing was injured. This battle quickly came to an end. Yuan Qing's entire lower body was blasted into fragments, lying on the ground, barely alive. He glanced back. Just a few steps away was Hong Chen. Kek. The evil cultivator cackled, stepping down hard in midair, aiming for Yuan Qing's head. Yuan Qing had no strength to move, only able to let the evil cultivator crush his head. Just as the moment came, a burly man suddenly appeared, catching the evil cultivator's foot with his right hand and simultaneously swinging his right fist, turning the evil cultivator into mush. The two evil cultivators a bit further back glanced at each other and instantly fled, for the aura of this burly man was that of a martial emperor. If they didn't run, would they stay behind to wait for death? The burly man reached out to help Yuan Qing, who was left with only his upper body, hurriedly taking out a pill, wanting to feed it to Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing shook his head. Teacher Chu Yang, you mustn't worry about me, my Dantian and Energy Sea are completely destroyed, I am already doomed. You take Hong Chen and leave quickly. After saying this, Yuan Qing's head tilted, and he lost his breath. The burly man named Chu Yang slowly laid down Yuan Qing, picked up the white jade long sword that had fallen to the ground, and wiped his reddened eyes. To prevent the corpse from being desecrated by the evil cultivators, Chu Yang spat out a flame and could only incinerate Yuan Qing's body on the spot. As Yuan Qing's corpse burned, Chu Yang did not dare to delay. He reached out to carry the floating Hong Chen and continued to flee. Due to his taciturn and reserved nature, the students at Tianwu University all say that Chu Yang is rigid and dull, lacking adaptability. When he received a call from Zhou Jielian, he was not far from the banks of the Oathwater, only a few 100,000 miles away. After flying for 3 hours, Chu Yang arrived at the banks of the Oathwater, but due to the lack of signal, he couldn't reach Hong Chen and could only search for him like a headless fly. Suddenly, he saw a 100-foot-long rainbow soaring in the sky. It was the last sword strike made by Yuan Qing before his death. After all, they were from the same school, and Chu Yang recognized that it was Yuan Qing's sword energy at a glance. Fortunately, he was close enough to save Yuan Qing from the feet of the evil cultivator. However, Yuan Qing was already on the brink of death, with little life left. He entrusted Hong Chen to Chu Yang and then breathed his last. Yuan Qing mainly taught swordsmanship, while Chu Yang taught fist techniques. They did not interact much on a daily basis, having only met a few times, so they were not very familiar with each other. But they were colleagues after all, and there was some emotional bond and connection between them. Chu Yang still felt sorrow and discomfort at Yuan Qing's death. Carrying Hong Chen on his back, Chu Yang rushed forward at an incredible speed. Even the evil cultivators of the Martial King realm could not keep up with his pace. Occasionally, there were some reckless evil cultivators blocking his path, but with a single forceful collision, he could turn them into a mist of blood. His realm as an 8-star martial emperor was evident, and the leaders and guardians of the Sky-Eating Demon sect had no fighting power against him. Moreover, even a couple of leaders and elders at the martial emperor level could not stop his advance. If they wanted to block Chu Yang, they would need to mobilize 3 or more evil cultivators of the martial emperor realm. Of course, if the sect master and the law king came, he would have no choice but to surrender. Chu Yang looked back at Hong Chen on his back. His breath was weak, and his internal organs were bleeding profusely. However, Hong Chen had already taken his own elixir, so he was temporarily out of danger, but they still needed to find a secluded place to rest and recuperate. A few more evil cultivators appeared, and Chu Yang simply threw a punch. The fierce force surged forward, causing a row of more than 10 villas to collapse entirely. The few short-sighted martial spirit evil cultivators were instantly reduced to nothing, their bodies and bones obliterated. In a 5-star hotel room, Lu Mo and Jin Wuwei had grim expressions. The room also contained other leaders and guardians, as well as surveillance footage from various streets. Lu Mo looked at these leaders and guardians and said harshly, "The sect master is about to arrive. If the sect master finds out that you haven't followed orders, none of you will have it easy. Are you asking me to go to my death?" One leader said. "You saw in the surveillance that big man is at least an 8-star martial emperor. I can't even take one of his punches." Another guardian added, "Our main target is Li Chang'an. There's no need to waste too many resources on Hong Chen." Jin Wuwei spoke up, "You 4 are all at the martial emperor level. No matter how strong that big man is, he is just one person, and he has to carry Hong Chen, so his movements will definitely be somewhat inconvenient. The 2 guardians and 2 elders from the Shilin branch and Taiha branch will arrive within half an hour. You just need to slightly block that big man, prevent him from escaping the banks of the Oathwater, and then the 8 of you together should be able to kill him, right? The sect master has given me full command. If you don't listen, I certainly don't dare to object. If Hong Chen escapes, it may not matter to you, but whether the sect master cares about Hong Chen is another matter. Of course, you can choose to take a gamble. Perhaps the sect master really only cares about Li Chang'an. But if you lose the gamble, whether the sect master will turn you into dried corpses is also uncertain." Jin Wuwei's words were both soft and hard, carrying a threat, and the expressions of the 4 martial emperor evil cultivators darkened. The evil cultivators of the demon sect were all unpredictable, each one a ruthless killer, completely disregarding human life. Jin Wuwei added, "Moreover, the sect master is about to arrive. If the 8 of you can't even defeat that big man together, there's still the sect master." The 4 martial emperors of the evil sect exchanged glances and nodded, saying, "Let's do it." Lu Mo looked at the altar master and the guardians in the room. "You can also lend a hand, casually throw some hidden weapons or shoot some arrows. If you can help, then help." The dozen or so altar masters and guardians did not dare to retort. After all, the 2 leaders and the 2 elders had agreed. The night was deep, and a light rain began to fall from the sky. Xu Yang, carrying Hong Chen, had already run to the seaside. Beyond that was the East Sea. As the rain fell, and with Hong Chen injured, Xu Yang summoned a dark cloak, binding it around Hong Chen's back and shielding him from the rain. "Sleep well," Xu Yang said, his honest face breaking into a smile. "When you wake up, we'll be home." There were still over 10,000 miles to Zhengzhou. As long as they flew over the East Sea, they would be facing Zhengzhou. In the very center of Zhengzhou was the Tianwen realm, where the Tianwu University was located, and that was the direction of home. Before reaching the shores of the Oathwater, he received 2 phone calls, one from Principal Xiang Dingtian and the other from Vice Principal Zhou Jielian. The 2 principals did not say much to this honest man, only clarifying the stakes involved. Whether Tianwu University can live up to its name, the 3,000-year wish, depends on Hong Chen. Only you and Yuan Qing are near the Great Black Sky realm. It will take me some time to get there. But at the end of the call, Xiang Dingtian added, "You must take care of yourself." Although Xu Yang was honest, he was not foolish. The 2 principals had not stated it outright, but he could hear the underlying meaning. You can die, but Hong Chen cannot. Though it was somewhat cruel, Xu Yang did not mind. Tianwu University had endured through dozens of generations, and the 3,000-year wish rested in his hands. If that day were to truly come, it would be something to look forward to. Xu Yang smiled, retracting his gaze from Hong Chen, unsure if he would ever see that day. The sky above the shores of Oathwater was filled with evil cultivators, but ahead lay the sea, and they could only fly in the air. Xu Yang hoisted Hong Chen onto his back and soared into the sky, suddenly vanishing into the air. A series of ripples spread through the air, created by Xu Yang's rapid flight. Although it was night, cultivators capable of flying could certainly see in the dark. There were no obstructions in the air, and with Hong Chen on his back, all the evil cultivators saw him. The entire assembly of evil cultivators at the shores of Oathwater pursued Xu Yang over the sea, including the 4 martial emperors and those altar masters and guardians at the martial king level. Xu Yang's realm was high, but he was still carrying the severely injured Hong Chen, which hindered his movements and affected his flight speed. Moreover, the most critical point was that Xu Yang excelled in strength, while speed was his weakness. After flying over 3,000 miles, some evil cultivators caught up to him. Fearing for Hong Chen's safety from attacks from behind, Xu Yang had no choice but to turn around, unleashing a punch that stirred up towering waves, temporarily pushing back the pursuing evil cultivators. Then, carrying Hong Chen, he continued to fly another 3,000 miles, where 3 martial emperors surrounded him from the southeast and southwest. Xu Yang turned his back to the north, channeling his energy, and the vast spiritual energy surged outward, raising towering waves on the sea, causing the 4 seas to boil. The ocean was boundless, with waves crashing against the 3 martial emperors, temporarily forcing them back. Xu Yang had no time to catch his breath. Still carrying Hong Chen, he continued to fly westward. Xu Yang, still carrying Hong Chen, flew toward the opposite side of the sea. During this time, he took out his satellite phone but could only receive some weak signals. Such weak signals made it difficult to connect a call, so Xu Yang had to edit a message and send it to Xiang Dingtian. However, after trying 5 or 6 times, the message could not be sent successfully. Xu Yang couldn't help but sigh, opening the satellite map on his phone to check the remaining distance. There were still 10,000 miles to Zhengzhou, a long journey ahead, with vast seas and uncertain fates. Xu Yang shrugged his shoulders, adjusted the unconscious Hong Chen on his back, then put his phone in his pocket and set it to automatically send a text message every minute. Hong Chen was not asleep, he was in a coma from severe injuries. Otherwise, with the bumpy journey, he would have woken up long ago. Although Xu Yang had a spatial treasure, it lacked air and was an absolutely still space, so it couldn't be used to carry living people. However, some divine-level treasures could contain living beings, such as the map of mountains and rivers or the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Xu Yang did not possess such divine treasures, his spatial treasure was ordinary, so he could only carry Hong Chen on his back. After flying several thousand miles further, a figure appeared ahead, standing in mid-air. Sensing the aura emanating from that figure, Xu Yang couldn't help but frown. The aura was very evil, clearly indicating that it was an evil cultivator, trying to block his path. Moreover, the aura was very strong, suggesting that this was also an 8-star martial emperor. Xu Yang released Hong Chen, shook his arms, and believed he could easily defeat an evil cultivator of the same realm. His realm was solid, while the opponent's was boosted through demonic techniques and the absorption of others' spiritual energy. The evil cultivator's realm was like a castle in the air. Although it appeared high, it was essentially a soft-shelled shrimp, a flashy but useless facade. Xu Yang leaned forward, stepped into the void with his left foot, and suddenly charged forward like a fierce tiger emerging from the mountains. This evil cultivator was the leader of the Taiha branch. He was self-aware and knew he couldn't defeat Xu Yang. Therefore, he only aimed to block Chu Yang's path and, along with the other evil cultivators arriving behind, surround and kill him. In an instant, Chu Yang closed the distance, gathering all his strength, and suddenly thrust his knee forward with great force, as fast as thunder. With a loud bang, his knee struck the evil cultivator's abdomen, causing the surrounding air to momentarily freeze. Although the evil cultivator had already gathered his strength and prepared his defenses, he couldn't help but cry out in pain when struck. His body involuntarily leaned back, like a cannonball crashing into the sea, creating huge waves on the surface. After temporarily forcing the evil cultivator back, Chu Yang glanced at the sea and was about to pick up Hong Chen again when the evil cultivator suddenly leaped out of the water, his dark hand reaching for Chu Yang's back. Chu Yang specialized in strength and defense, and speed was not his strong suit. Although he reacted, he couldn't avoid the evil cultivator's sneak attack. This move was called the Black Death Hand, one of the signature martial techniques of the Swallowing Sky Demon sect. The evil cultivator thought he could severely injure Chu Yang with this attack. However, Chu Yang's defense was as solid as a fortress. When the evil cultivator's right hand, executing the Black Death Hand, struck, it felt like grabbing a mountain, and the immense recoil shattered his fingers. Chu Yang's body paused slightly, his internal energy surging. He took a deep breath, swallowed the blood in his mouth, then quickly turned around and delivered a heavy punch. This punch was called the 8 Extremes Cracking Sky Fist, a low-level heavenly martial technique. The power of the 8 extremes combined could shatter the sky with a single punch. Chu Yang knew that his knee strike couldn't severely injure the evil cultivator, so he deliberately turned around, exposing a flaw to lure the evil cultivator in. Evil cultivators were usually very cautious and cunning, but when faced with an exposed flaw, it was hard for them not to be greedy. Ultimately, greed overcame caution. The evil cultivator burst forth from the sea. Although Chu Yang was ambushed and suffered minor injuries, he shouted, as the 8 extremes cracking sky fist smashed into the evil cultivator's head. With a crisp crack, the evil cultivator's skull was shattered, and brain matter splattered everywhere. The evil cultivator's body fell back into the sea, but as an 8-star martial emperor, this heavy punch wouldn't kill him, though it would severely injure him and temporarily incapacitate his ability to pursue. Chu Yang turned back, picked up Hong Chen, and continued to flee. Although he had only delayed for a moment, 3 figures flew in from a distance, and even further away, there were 4 more figures. In the distance, 3 figures were the elders of the Shilin branch and the leader and elder of the Taiha branch, all of whom were at the level of 4-star to 7-star martial emperors. Even further away, 4 figures were the 4 evil cultivators previously seen in the hotel, who were also at the level of 4-star to 7-star martial emperors. Chu Yang showed no fear on his face, only a hint of annoyance. The strongest 8-star evil cultivator had been severely injured by him, so he naturally would not fear evil cultivators of a lower realm. However, if the 7 evil cultivators worked together, his 2 fists would struggle against their 4 hands, which could still be somewhat troublesome. Without pausing, Chu Yang urged the spiritual energy within him and flew swiftly into the sky towards the west. But because Hong Chen was severely injured and could not withstand the violent jolts, Chu Yang had to allocate some of his spiritual energy to protect Hong Chen's body. Moreover, flying while carrying someone would hinder his movements, making it less convenient than flying alone. Of course, the impact was not very significant, but it still had some effect. The evil cultivators, having no other burdens, could fly at their utmost speed. The main reason was that Chu Yang was not adept at speed, and the distance was gradually closing. An arrow shot from behind, aimed directly at Hong Chen's back. This arrow could not harm Chu Yang's strong body, but it could kill Hong Chen. Chu Yang immediately twisted his body to avoid the arrow. Although it was just a momentary obstruction, the distance between the evil cultivators and Chu Yang closed again. Another arrow was shot, and Chu Yang had no choice but to dodge. He absolutely could not allow Hong Chen to be harmed, and the distance was getting closer. However, the 3 evil cultivators did not recklessly intercept him but continued to hinder Chu Yang, trying to first join forces with the 4 behind them. Chu Yang also wanted to turn back and attack the 3 evil cultivators, but as soon as they saw this, they immediately ran towards the back, which would only speed up the evil cultivators' gathering. Chu Yang could only give up helplessly. The boundless sea stretched out, night clouds floated for miles, the moon was bright and stars sparse, and the sky and sea seemed to merge into one line. Chu Yang had run quite far and delayed for a long time, but in the end, he was still caught up by the evil cultivators. The 7 evil cultivators surrounded Chu Yang from all sides, with 1 in each of the 6 directions, north, south, east, west, above, and below, leaving 1 evil cultivator to fill in. Further out on the sea, dozens of altar masters and guardians from the devouring sky demon sect were on their way. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang instead smiled. Was he not trapped with nowhere to go? Surrounded by evil cultivators from all directions, Xu Yang dared not let go of Hong Chen. He could only confront the 7 evil cultivators while carrying him. "What are you waiting for?" Xu Yang said disdainfully, looking at the evil cultivators who dared not approach. "Are there still experts on the way?" Xu Yang already had an answer in his heart, asking and answering himself, "Is that person your devouring sky demon sex leader, or that elusive Dharma king?" Although the evil cultivators could not defeat Xu Yang individually, their numbers gave them confidence. Immediately, a short evil cultivator mocked, "If you put down Hong Chen now, you might save your own life." Xu Yang did not waste words. He stepped forward, bringing his right hand's index and middle fingers together, and a beam of azure energy burst forth from his fingertips, shooting towards the short evil cultivator. The sea wind howled, and the waves surged. The moon set and stars hung low. The azure water seemed to support the sky. This finger technique was called azure water supporting the sky, a low-level heavenly martial skill. The azure energy shot out, plain and unadorned, its aura restrained to the utmost, perfectly embodying the principle of simplicity in the great way. The finger traced a trajectory through the air, piercing through the sea with incredible speed. The short evil cultivator only had time to slightly turn his body to avoid the heart area. The azure energy sliced through him like a knife through tofu, severing the left side of the short evil cultivator's body from his left chest to his left shoulder, taking flesh and bone together. The severed half of his body fell into the sea, letting out a piercing scream. Xu Yang, like a teacher scolding a student, said sternly, "You spoke disrespectfully. You deserve to be punished. This is a heavenly martial skill." One evil cultivator exclaimed in shock. The power of heavenly martial skills was indeed formidable, but they also consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. A sinister-looking evil cultivator looked at Xu Yang and said, "You're just an 8-star martial emperor. Heavenly-level martial arts consume an enormous amount of spiritual energy. How many more times can you use it?" Xu Yang simply replied indifferently, "You don't need to worry about how many more times I can use it. It's enough to kill you." Upon hearing this, the sinister cultivator felt a pang of fear in his heart but stubbornly retorted, "Don't try to bluff us. We're not fools." Having seen through his intentions, Xu Yang remained completely unflustered. With Hong Chen on his back, he dared not engage in close combat with the evil cultivator. "You have such spirit, why don't you come over here?" Xu Yang was an honest person, and his provocative tone and manner were quite clumsy. "I just won't go over. What can you do about it?" The sinister cultivator chuckled darkly, glancing at his companions around him. "Let's all attack together. As soon as he exposes his back, we strike Hong Chen." "All right." Except for the short evil cultivator who had lost part of his body, the remaining 6 evil cultivators charged at Xu Yang together. The evil cultivators attacked from 6 directions, and Xu Yang, worried about Hong Chen being injured, stepped into the air with his left foot, extending his body and striking out a palm towards the evil cultivator above. The other 5 evil cultivators saw this and immediately flew upwards, but after Xu Yang struck out his palm, he used the momentum to dive downwards, slightly escaping the encirclement, and then kicked towards the evil cultivator below. The evil cultivator below felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He could only block for a moment before falling into the sea. As Xu Yang descended, he spread his arms wide, letting out a loud roar, and raised his arms upwards, causing towering waves to rise from the sea. The massive waves crashed against the 5 evil cultivators, and Xu Yang landed on the surface of the sea. Seizing this opportunity, he forcefully took a breath and shot out 3,000 meters in an instant, successfully breaking through the encirclement. Xu Yang raced across the waves, but the good times didn't last long. The evil cultivators shot out hidden arrows, hindering his progress, and the distance closed again. He saw the evil cultivators closing in, and with a punch that stirred the surrounding air, he created towering waves once more, pushing the evil cultivators back again. After all, the evil cultivators were martial emperors, their bodies as tough as tempered steel. The waves could only temporarily push them back, not truly harm them. Unless Xu Yang used the extremely energy-consuming heavenly-level martial arts, the evil cultivators would not be in any life-threatening danger. However, Xu Yang's spiritual energy was running low. He might still be able to use heavenly-level martial arts once more, but after that, he would be completely drained and would have to wait for death. Although the evil cultivators also experienced energy depletion, they still had much more spiritual energy left compared to Xu Yang, who had to expend energy to fend off the enemy. As time passed, Xu Yang fought while retreating, running over 10,000 miles. But there were still 999,000 miles to Zhangzhou, and the journey back seemed endless. Each time he pushed back the evil cultivators, it consumed spiritual energy, and they all noticed that Xu Yang's speed was slowing due to his lack of energy. The evil cultivators surrounded Xu Yang for the 5th time, and at this moment, the martial king-level altar masters and guardians also arrived, standing at the outermost circle of the encirclement. Xu Yang stopped, feeling somewhat exhausted, breathing heavily. He glanced back at Hong Chen, who was still unconscious. The sinister cultivator said, "We'll give you one more chance. As long as you let go of Hong Chen, we'll let you go. Get lost." Xu Yang only said one word. He didn't want to waste too much energy on this pointless issue. The dark night sky loomed, the sea surface was dim, only the waves roared, but there were also clouds gathering and dispersing above the sky. "You really aren't afraid of death?" one evil cultivator mocked, his face full of disdain. Xu Yang let out a scoff, equally disdainful, and said, "You selfish evil cultivators will never understand. In life, there will always be sea winds and frosty moons, but there are also clouds that gather and disperse. There are always some things and some people worth risking one's life for, worth standing up to protect." One evil cultivator tried to persuade him to surrender. "You don't need to waste your life for Hong Chen, after all, you don't even know him well. You lowly scum, how could I be like you? We have faith, while you are selfish and self-serving. Of course, you don't know what faith is." Xu Yang's words rang out like a bell as he lifted Hong Chen again, then looked up at the evil cultivators and said, "Come on, all of you." The evil cultivator trying to persuade him shook his head and said, "There's no way to communicate, this person is truly tired of living." Lu Mo also arrived, and upon hearing this, he immediately said, "The main leader will be here soon. If you're scared, you might as well wait for the main leader to come." These evil cultivators did not dare to fight Xu Yang to the death, otherwise, they wouldn't have let him run so far. Lu Mo noticed this situation and continued, "In any case, the 8 of you couldn't catch him, so the main leader shouldn't blame you for not doing your job. Stop talking nonsense." The gloomy evil cultivator said fiercely, then added, "His spiritual energy is almost depleted, and he can't use heavenly-level martial skills. If we work together, we can take him down in one go, to avoid the main leader's blame." Xu Yang was engaged in a fierce battle with 6 evil cultivators, and the situation was escalating. The boundless sea rolled up wave after wave of surging tides. The spiritual energy boiled, raising towering waves, causing the waters of the 4 seas to stand still. The pressure filled the sky, overshadowing the clouds, and the clouds of the 9 heavens hung low. Facing 6 evil cultivators of lower realms, Xu Yang wouldn't say he would win, but at least he wouldn't be defeated. However, because he had to consider Hong Chen behind him, he couldn't fight with all his strength. As the battle continued, Xu Yang's wounds multiplied, blood seeping out continuously, dyeing his clothes a dark red. But the 6 evil cultivators were not entirely unscathed. The gloomy evil cultivator was killed by Xu Yang, and the remaining 5 were also injured to varying degrees. Additionally, some of the evil cultivators from the outer circle who came to assist were also killed due to the aftermath of the battle. Xu Yang grabbed a martial emperor evil cultivator by the neck, exerting all his strength to crush him, killing another, but he was close to exhaustion. "How many of you are left?" Xu Yang stood on the surface of the sea, his right arm severed, bending over and gasping for breath. He pressed down on his thigh with his remaining left hand, slowly propping himself up, and shouted, "Come on, all of you." The remaining 4 evil cultivators felt a bit intimidated. Xu Yang should have been exhausted by now, yet every time they thought they could kill him, he always managed to catch his breath and fight again. "What's wrong with this guy?" One martial emperor evil cultivator said, fear evident in his tone. "He should have exhausted all his energy and spiritual power. Why is he still holding on?" Lu Mo was also affected by the aftermath of the battle. He wiped the blood that kept flowing from his mouth and said, "Don't be afraid, everyone, our reinforcements will arrive soon." A martial emperor evil cultivator who had lost his left leg, with fiery eyes, angrily said, "You said before that the main leader would arrive soon, but he still hasn't come. If you think you can fool me now, once I regain my strength, I'll be the first to kill you." Lu Mo took a step back and said, "This time it's true, I'm not lying to you, the reinforcements are really on the way." Since he hadn't found Li Chang'an's whereabouts, the main leader of the sky-eating demon sect had gone to the Oathwater's edge, but he had also sent reinforcements. This was the information Lu Mo had just received. The main leader sent Feng Hui over to assist. Feng Hui is at the martial sovereign level, the strongest among the 36 leaders, and he will arrive here soon. Just hold on a little longer. As soon as Lu Mo finished speaking, a martial emperor evil cultivator extended his hand and angrily said, "I can hold on to hell. If the main leader comes to assist, I might spare your life. But since it's Feng Hui coming to assist, don't think you can survive." The martial emperor evil cultivator pulled Lu Mo in front of him with one hand, then activated the sky-eating demon sect's divine ability, instantly turning Lu Mo into a dried corpse. Before this, the 6 martial emperor evil cultivators had attacked Xu Yang out of fear of the main leader's might. With a higher rank comes greater authority. the 6 martial emperor evil cultivators feared the main leader, but they were of the same level as Feng Hui. Although they respected the martial sovereign's strength, they weren't so afraid as to tremble in fear. Xu Yang is already exhausted. After all this effort, are we really going to wait for Feng Hui to pick the fruit? A martial emperor of the evil sect said something, and the remaining 3 martial emperors of the evil sect immediately felt murderous intent. Due to the nature of their cultivation methods, the emotions of the evil cultivators were magnified infinitely, including greed and jealousy. The 4 evil cultivators were all leaders and elders, holding positions equal to Feng Hui, so why should they allow Feng Hui to enjoy the fruits of their labor? The evil cultivator who had absorbed Luo Mo slowly opened his eyes. I have absorbed Luo Mo, my spiritual energy and injuries have recovered by 30%. I can take the lead in the attack, but when reporting to the Grand Leader, I want to take the credit. No problem. It's better than letting Feng Hui take advantage. Since both of you have agreed, then I agree too. The 4 evil cultivators quickly reached a consensus and charged towards Chu Yang again. Another brutal battle ensued, and the main attacking evil cultivator was just smashed into pieces by a palm strike from Chu Yang. But Chu Yang could no longer stand. His right leg was severed, his chest caved in, his body charred, and his left shoulder pierced through. Half of his face was gone. His right arm had already been severed, and after enduring various attacks, he was covered in wounds. To protect Hong Chen behind him, there were some attacks that Chu Yang could not evade, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so severely injured. Come on! Chu Yang half knelt on the surface of the lake, murmuring softly, keep coming. After first taking Chen Yicheng's elixir and then taking Chu Yang's elixir, Hong Chen's injuries gradually improved, and he woke up from his coma. Hong Chen slowly opened his eyes, everything was pitch black. As his heavenly eye activated, he finally saw his surroundings, finding himself above a vast ocean, being carried by a burly man. This man was covered in wounds, drenched in blood, with no uninjured flesh on his front, but his back was unscathed. Who are you? Hong Chen asked in a daze. Where is Yuan Qing? Upon hearing the voice from behind, the burly figure trembled. He used his lacerated left hand to untie the dark cloak binding Hong Chen. I am a teacher from Tianwu University. Xu Yang's voice was a bit hoarse, his tone weak. Yuan Qing died not long ago. Hong Chen's heavenly eye saw the evil cultivators surrounding them nearby, and he quickly understood what had happened. Don't be afraid. Xu Yang forced himself to stand and said, I am here. I will buy you some time, you take the chance to escape. After saying this, Xu Yang turned to look at Hong Chen, a smile appearing on his charred face. Hong Chen struggled to support himself, pressing down on Xu Yang's arm, and asked, do you want to self-destruct too? Xu Yang paused, shook his head, and replied, no. You're this injured, what other means can you use? Hong Chen's tone was bitter. All the way here, Wu Di had exhausted himself and was severely injured before choosing to self-destruct, and Sitilan had also exhausted himself and was severely injured before choosing to self-destruct. At this moment, Xu Yang was similarly exhausted and severely injured, so how could Hong Chen not know what Xu Yang wanted to do? If it weren't for being truly helpless and having no way out, no martial artist would dare to self-destruct. Self-destruction was the last resort of a martial artist, but it required immense courage. Not all martial artists had the courage to self-destruct. But Hong Chen had seen 2 people self-destruct on his journey here, and there would soon be a third. Self-destruction was also the final dance unique to martial artists, as well as their last dignity. Xu Yan looked up and smiled. He indeed was not good at lying. He suddenly asked, your name is Hong Chen, right? My name is Hong Chen. Hong Chen nodded. What is your name? I am Chu Yang. Back when I was studying at Tianwu University, the old principal told us that life will eventually come to an end, but as long as one lives without regrets, that is enough. I can only come this far, this is my fate. You need not be sad for me, your bright future is still ahead. Our generation of men should die if we must. I have only a last bit of strength left, apart from this final dance, I have no other choice, and this is also my last dignity. In my life, I have been rough and clumsy, not good with words, inevitably leaving many regrets, but I have no regrets, so if I die, then so be it. Xu Yang patted Hong Chen's shoulder, but the journey to Zhangzhou, the countless miles of clouds and moon, you can only see for yourself. Just like the first time when Wu Di patted him, the second time when Sitilan did, this time it was Chu Yang. Hong Chen's weak body was pushed back a great distance by a gentle force. Xu Yang's self-detonation had a wide range, but there were still some who escaped. Among the remaining 4 evil cultivators of the martial emperor level, one managed to use blood escape in time to evade this life and death crisis. As for the group of martial king evil cultivators, since they were positioned further back, a dozen or so managed to survive as well. Hong Chen was thrown far away by Chu Yang's gentle palm force, his figure flying backward for several thousand meters, but before he fell into the sea, he was caught in midair by someone. It was a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, looking to be around 27 or 28 years old, carrying 3 long swords on his back, dressed in a black suit, though his suit appeared somewhat tattered, covered in knife marks, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. It was likely the sound of Chu Yang's explosion that attracted this sword-bearing young man's attention, prompting him to rush over. "I am a teacher at Tianzu University, named Zhang Hu. I have seen your photo. You are a freshman at Tianwu University. Your name seems to be Hong Chen, right?" Hong Chen nodded, feeling relieved that he was not an evil cultivator. "Where is Li Chang'an? Have you seen him?" Zhang Hu retracted the spiritual energy released from his palm, allowing the floating Hong Chen to slowly descend onto the sea surface. Hong Chen shook his head, then nodded and said, "I was unconscious for a while, so I'm not clear on the exact time, but I estimate it was about 10 hours ago that I saw Li Chang'an by the Oathwater's edge. Stay here, I will be back soon." Zhang Hu nodded at his words, instructed Hong Chen, and then his figure flashed away. On the sea surface 10,000 meters away, a vast sword energy surged, blocking out the sky and sun, and the remaining evil cultivators didn't even have time to scream before being turned to dust in an instant. Just a few seconds later, Zhang Hu returned to Hong Chen's side and said, "I just encountered an evil cultivator named Feng Wei on my way here. I killed him too. The principal of your Tianwu University has also come, but he is in the northwestern sea area, facing the leader and law king of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect. The 3 are currently in fierce battle, and he is at a disadvantage. But don't panic, the top combat forces from various universities have gone to support him. It shouldn't take long to repel the leader and law king of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect. I have already sent a sword talisman to notify your Tianwu University. You can wait here for rescue. I still need to go to the Oathwater's edge to find Li Chang'an. I received news an hour ago that the leader of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect went to the Oathwater's edge, and there may be a fierce battle, so I cannot take you with me." Zhang Hu added, "It is very safe nearby. There are no traces of evil cultivators within tens of thousands of miles." "I understand." Hong Chen clasped his hands together, his expression serious as he said, "Take care." Zhang Hu, upon hearing this, flashed away, and Hong Chen had a sentence of "make sure to stay alive" that he didn't have time to say. Hong Chen couldn't fly, so he had to run across the sea towards the direction of Chu Yang's explosion. Zhang Hu could slay the remaining evil cultivators with a single sword strike. Although those evil cultivators were exhausted and injured, he was at least at the martial zone level, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so clean and swift. Moreover, he had also killed Feng Hui, who was the strongest among the 36 leaders of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect, so Zhang Hu was at least at the martial zone level. The leader of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect was likely at the level of 7-star martial zone to 9-star martial zone, which was why Zhang Hu didn't dare to take Hong Chen with him. It may be said that in the realm of martial arts at the level of the martial sovereign, there are no traces of evil cultivators within tens of thousands of miles, so Hong Chen was not afraid. He arrived at the sea where Chu Yang had self-destructed. It was a scene of devastation, with severed limbs and broken arms of evil cultivators scattered across the surface of the water. After a martial artist self-destructs, there would be nothing left but bones, so these dismembered limbs could only belong to the evil cultivators. Hong Chen opened his heavenly eye to look around, and in the distance, he spotted a dark cloak floating on the sea. It was the very cloak Chu Yang had used to bind himself. Entwined with the dark cloak was a white jade long sword, a relic of Yuan Chang. Hong Chen picked up the dark cloak and the white jade long sword. Both of them had perished, leaving behind only these remnants. Without Yuan Chang and Chu Yang, he would have long since died on the shores of the Oathwater. Of course, if it weren't for the martial world, he would have just died as well. Hong Chen's mother had told him a principle since he was young: one must remember the kindness of others for 1,000 years. With both of them dead, Hong Chen did not know how to repay the life-saving grace, so he could only keep their relics safe. His injuries had not yet healed. After running several tens of thousands of meters on the sea, he could not help but spit out blood. He had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the water, beginning to meditate and regulate his breathing, nurturing his internal injuries. The leaders and protectors of the 108 altars of the Swallowing Heaven Demon cult, the masters and elders of the 36 branches, as well as the Grand Master and the Dharma King of the same rank, all rushed to the shores of the Oathwater. It was not only the teachers from Tianwu University who came to the rescue. The teachers from Longjing University had successfully rescued the severely injured Su Firan and Ing Huanhuan from the pursuit of evil cultivators 2 hours ago. Xiao Dao and Mu Yunlu could not escape. Both were captured by the evil cultivators, but 3 hours ago, they were rescued by the teachers from Dongsheng University. Li Chang'an, Mu Yunlu, and Luo Lai were the primary targets of the evil cultivators. Therefore, Luo Lai, who was responsible for covering the retreat, was not killed by the evil cultivators but was severely injured and then imprisoned. The teacher from Yuanyang University responsible for rescuing Ing Huanhuan did not find her but accidentally discovered the imprisoned Luo Lai. Li Chang'an, along with Chen Yicheng, was hiding everywhere. His strength was formidable, and with his keen eyesight, he could always turn danger into safety, escaping the pursuit of the evil cultivators. However, Xinzhou, Situlan, and Wei Wei, who had boarded the flying boat together to study in the Tianwen realm, had all died. The ones responsible for escorting everyone, Long Xiao, Wu Di, Li Yunfei, and Mu Bai, had also perished. Even without counting the elites from the security bureau, the number of survivors was still less than half. Hong Chen finished his meditation, slowly opened his eyes, and the night finally dissipated as the sun began to rise in the east. The horizon glowed with orange-red light, the waves sparkled, and golden rays danced, creating a magnificent scene where sea and sky merged. The rolling waves crashed continuously, echoing like war drums between heaven and earth. A tall man suddenly appeared before Hong Chen. He looked somewhat disheveled, clearly having just come from a fierce battle. This man had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, standing at a terrifying height of 2 meters 5, with a robust and imposing figure, like a celestial being descended to earth, exuding righteousness. He extended his hand to the cross-legged Hong Chen and said, "I'm sorry I'm late, let's go home." This towering man was none other than the president of Tianwu University, Xiang Tian. He took Hong Chen into the air, and in an instant, they arrived at a floating warship, landing on the deck. The cross-border flying boat was a civilian aircraft, while the floating warship was faster and equipped with spiritual cannons and various attack formations. The floating warship was heading west and, after a few minutes, docked above the shores of the Oathwater. Although there were evil cultivators in this city, there were more ordinary people, and since it would affect the civilians, the spiritual cannons and attack formations could not be used freely. However, the teachers on the deck, ready for action, flew down from the floating warship, charging towards the shores of the Oathwater, pursuing the evil cultivators of the Swallowing Heaven demon cult. Xiang Tian looked down and said, "Thanks to the message you sent, otherwise in such a vast place as the Dark Sky Realm, we would be completely lost and it would be really hard to find you." Of course, if they had searched hard enough, they could have found Hong Chen and his group, but it would have taken much more time, and by then, Hong Chen's group would likely have been drained by the evil cultivators. "The floating warship is very safe, you should stay here." The leader of the sky-devouring demon sect used blood escape to flee, but the main sect leader is still by the Oathwater's edge. "I need to deal with that guy." After saying this, Xiang Dingtian's figure flashed and disappeared, rushing towards the battlefield below where a fierce battle was taking place. A man dressed in black was being besieged. He was the main sect leader of the sky-devouring demon sect. Among those surrounding him was the Jianghu figure they had seen earlier. Xiang Dingtian joined the battle and with a single punch, killed the main sect leader. Then, two teachers carried a stretcher and flew onto the deck of the floating warship, where Mu Yun Lu lay, his breath faint. Another two teachers followed with a stretcher, and on it lay Luo Lai. Luo Lai had likely been drained by the evil cultivators of the sky-devouring demon sect. His once robust body was now just skin and bones, but he was still breathing. A beautiful female teacher followed closely behind, landing on the deck with a small knife. The small knife, missing an arm, nodded slightly upon seeing Hong Chen and walked towards the ward where Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu were. Since the signal jammers had been destroyed, communication by the Oathwater's edge was normal. After Jianghu finished off the main sect leader, he quickly contacted Li Chang'an. A little over 10 minutes later, Li Chang'an arrived, carrying the severely injured and unconscious Chen Yicheng, and landed on the flying boat. Hong Chen hurried over and asked, "Is she okay?" "She managed to save her life," Li Chang'an replied, his pale face showing a complex smile, before carrying Chen Yicheng into the ward. After waiting a few more minutes, Hong Chen finally saw the person he most wanted to meet, a female teacher who released her spiritual energy, enveloping Ing Huanhuan and Su Firen as they landed on the deck. Once on the deck, the female teacher retracted her energy, and Su Firen wobbled, with Ing Huanhuan supporting her just in time. Hong Chen rushed to Su Firen's side, his tone concerned. "What happened to you? Where are you hurt? Is it serious?" "I'm fine, just a minor injury, nothing serious, I'll be better soon," Su Firen said with a smile on her youthful face, as if amused by Hong Chen's flustered state. Although her tone was somewhat weak, her words were clear, indicating that her injury was not particularly severe. Some very serious injuries might be considered severe for ordinary people, but for martial artists, they could be just minor injuries. Hong Chen looked at Su Firen and Ing Huanhuan and asked, "How did you manage to evade the pursuit of the evil cultivators?" "We just randomly found a hotel to wait for you, but then the evil cultivators also came to this hotel and booked a presidential suite, where many of them were having a meeting. Maybe it was because of the darkness under the light, but the evil cultivators never discovered us, Ing Huan added. A few hours ago, our phones suddenly regained signal, and we received a call from a teacher at Longjing University, but the evil cultivators next door overheard the conversation and exposed us. However, at that time, most of the evil cultivators had gone out to search, so Firen and I were lucky. Only 2 martial spirit evil cultivators were chasing us. We ran all the way, and during that time, Firen was injured while trying to protect me, but in the end, the teachers from Longjing University arrived just in time. Hearing Ing Huan's words, Hongchen smiled. He had suffered so much, yet the two of them had not faced much danger, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Hongchen looked around the deck and asked, "What about Axie? Why isn't he with you?" Ing Huan showed an angry expression and said, "He's such a jerk, insisting on running away. We couldn't persuade him, and who knows where he ran off to. Let's not talk about him for now," Hongchen said, supporting Su Firen. "Let's go check on the ward. It's windy on the deck." The doctor quickly completed the examination, and Su Firen was not seriously injured. With a few days of rest, he would be full of energy again. Hongchen then went to the next ward, where Mu Yunlu was in critical condition, being resuscitated by the doctors with various treatment tools. He also visited Luo Lai, who lay on the hospital bed, having been drained of his cultivation and talent by the evil cultivator, leaving him like a useless person. For the proud Luo Lai, he might prefer death over becoming a talentless waste. Hongchen wanted to encourage him but felt it would be unnecessary. Encouraging words were just empty talk, having no effect whatsoever. Luo Lai stared blankly at the ceiling, not speaking, just lying there in a daze. Such an ambitious and battle-hungry warrior had once looked forward to attending Tianwu University and fighting against various geniuses. Yet, before he even reached Tianwu University, he had become a useless person. This pain was likely 1,000 times worse than death for him. Hongchen felt a bit guilty because Luo Lai had held back to buy time for him and Xiao Dao. If it weren't for Luo Lai's sacrifice, he and Xiao Dao might have ended up in the same state. Hongchen lowered his head, rubbing his face with both hands. With too many words he wanted to say but dared not speak. "You take good care of yourself, and when we become stronger in the future, we will kill these evil cultivators together." He couldn't bring himself to say this. With Luo Lai's talent gone, how could he become strong? Talent can be reforged. Who says that without talent, one cannot cultivate? Hongchen wanted to say this too. He wished to share the sky-repairing divine ability with Luo Lai, but it wasn't the right time with others around. Luo Lai had saved his life, so even if it was the sky-repairing divine ability, Hongchen could share it with him as long as he could regain his fighting spirit. But with Xiao Dao and several teachers in the ward, Hongchen opened his mouth but decided to wait until later. The floating battleship had many wards, and as Hongchen exited, Li Chang'an also came out of a ward. Li Chang'an picked up the wine flask at his waist, tilted his head to pour, but not a single drop came out. The flask was already empty. What kind of ending do you think is worthy of all this hardship? Li Chang'an threw the empty flask into the sea of clouds. "I don't know," Hongchen shook his head, but suddenly thought of Chu Yang, speaking with a hint of melancholy. "But I want to see this journey, the endless miles of clouds and moon. The doctor just told me that Chen Yicheng is not in life-threatening danger, but due to being struck by the evil cultivator's soul-snatching palm, she has lost one of her souls and will be confused and dazed in the future." Li Chang'an's tone was flat, but his face bore a look of sorrow, clearly struggling to maintain his composure. Hongchen recalled the girl with bright eyes and a beautiful smile who had handed him the pills not long ago, and couldn't help but sigh. She is a good person, she shouldn't have to suffer like this. Li Chang'an blamed himself. "It's all my fault for being too weak, that's why this happened. If I were stronger, she wouldn't be like this." Hongchen also shared this sentiment. When he found Yuan Cheng and Chu Yang's belongings, he felt guilty. It was all because he was too weak that he allowed these people to die before him one after another. Hongchen gazed at the waters of the Oath River flowing into the East Sea in the distance, feeling sentimental. Life is full of regrets, and the water flows east. There are always too many grievances in life, just like the rushing river that flows eastward, ceaseless and endless. Understand the past that cannot be changed, and know that the future can still be pursued. Hongchen didn't say much to Li Chang'an. The mistakes of the past could not be undone, but the future could still be salvaged. Chen Yicheng might become a confused madwoman, but at this point, there was no need for self-pity. In such a vast place as the 9 provinces, with so many heroes and talents, how could one know there was no way to restore the 3 souls and 6 spirits without trying? "You truly are my good teacher and friend." Li Chang'an smiled. This time his smile was genuine, coming from the heart. Li Chang'an followed Hongchen's gaze and looked at the waters of the Oath River flowing into the East Sea. "I, Li Chang'an, vow by the waters of this oath, in this life, I will eliminate all enmities, punish all evils, and slay all wicked demons and sorcerers. As the two chatted, a fat man covered in black soot was thrown onto the deck. Hong Chen took a closer look. This fat man was Axie. After Axie left the inn, he soon encountered a wicked cultivator. Perhaps due to his luck, he panicked and fell into an oil tank, thus saving his life. Seeing the gaze from Hong Chen, Axie paused, fear evident on his face. Hong Chen had warned Axie many times before, and he had promised Wu Di that he would never betray Wu Di's trust. Yet, after encountering the wicked cultivator, Axie still ran away, abandoning Su Firen and Ing Huanhuan. Fortunately, Su Firen and Ing Huanhuan were unharmed. Axie knew he couldn't escape now. He walked up to Hong Chen and lowered his head, pleading, "I know I was wrong, but please don't kill me with one strike." Hong Chen had previously said that if Axie abandoned his teammates and fled, he would kill Axie with one blow. But at this moment, hearing Axie's words, Hong Chen shook his head and simply said, "It's good to be alive." Everyone has their own choices between valuing life and sacrificing for righteousness. Hong Chen did not wish to be harsh. Initially, Wu Di wanted to keep Axie in the team, but he was already dead, so he couldn't say to the deceased Wu Di, "Look, Axie is that kind of person. I told you not to keep him in the team." Just as he had said to Li Chang'an earlier, the past is the past, it cannot be pursued. After resolving the matters at the Oath River, the floating warship set sail towards the Tianwen realm in Zhengzhou. A day later, in a hidden lair of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect, a group of people knelt below, and in the center, on the throne, sat a middle-aged man with a pale face. The middle-aged man's name was Dantai Mieshing, but he also had a nickname, the Gluttonous Ghost, and he was the leader of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. Dantai Mieshing closed his eyes and breathed slowly, while the kneeling followers below trembled, not daring to breathe loudly, their bodies drenched in cold sweat from fear. In this battle, the sect master and the of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect had all perished. Among the 108 subsect leaders and protectors, only 27 out of 216 escaped. Among the 36 subsect leaders and elders, only 13 out of 72 managed to flee. The Swallowing Heaven Demon sect was essentially finished. Dantai Mieshing thought of this and heavily slapped the throne, causing the armrest to shatter with a loud crash. One of the kneeling wicked cultivators, startled by the noise, couldn't help but wet himself. "A bunch of useless trash." Dantai Mieshing shouted angrily, "You should all die." Failing to capture Li Chang'an, Mu Yunlu had also escaped, and so many had died. He himself had been severely injured by Xiang Dingtian and had no choice but to use a life-consuming blood escape to break free from the encirclement. Dantai Mieshing opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of black mist, turning all the kneeling wicked cultivators into dried corpses. Moments later, Dantai Mieshing opened his eyes, took out his phone, and scrolled through the photos on the screen, which included Li Chang'an, Luo Lai, Mu Yunlu, Su Firen. Upon seeing Hong Chen's photo, Dantai Mieshing's hand paused. This person's appearance resembled someone he had casually killed in the Huayang domain of the Xuanzang realm at the end of March this year while searching for the Creation Jade Disc. This martial king looked somewhat like Hong Chen. Both were from the Huayang domain. Could they be related? Dantai Mieshing clicked on Hong Chen's photo, and detailed information about Hong Chen appeared on the phone screen. Residing in Jianghuai province of the Great Xia Kingdom, A-level talent in the sun, father is the deputy director of the Security Bureau, and was harmed by wicked cultivators at the end of March this year. The martial king he had killed seemed to be from the Security Bureau, and the timing matched up. They were definitely father and son. However, according to the information provided by his subordinates, Hong Chen's talent was S-level Nanming Lihua. Dantai Mieshing closed his eyes, connecting various pieces of information in his mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his tone filled with excitement. Could that piece of Creation Jade butterfly be in Hong Chen's hands? The Creation Jade disc he had been desperately searching for. If it were in Hong Chen's possession, he wouldn't have to rely on the castrated version of the gluttonous great method and the technique of seizing foundations. Dantai Mieshing's eyes lit up with joy. It was all coming effortlessly. That kid probably still didn't know the true use of the Creation Jade disc, and likely didn't understand the real purposes of swallowing spirits and mending the heavens. However, the joy on Dantai Mieshing's face quickly turned to wariness. Even with the alliance of the Dharma King, they were still at a disadvantage against Xiang Dingtian. In the Tianwen realm, there were still 10 principals with similar combat power. He couldn't recklessly venture into the Tianwen realm. But sooner or later, Hong Chen would leave the Tianwen realm. Even if he didn't go home during the summer and winter breaks, he would definitely leave after graduation. He would have his chance to act. However, having used blood escape, he had lost a significant amount of life and vitality, so he needed to rest for a while before seizing the opportunity. Dantai Mieshing nodded to himself, having made up his mind. At 10 o'clock at night at the end of August, Hong Chen was chatting with Su Firen by the hospital bed. Su Firen felt a bit thirsty, so she asked Hong Chen to pour her a cup of hot water. Suddenly, Urgent shouts came from the next room. Lai Gu, what are you doing? Lai Gu, don't do anything foolish. Hearing this, Hongchen placed the hot water on the bedside table, leaned down to Su Firen, and said, it seems something's happened next door. I'll go take a look. You go check on Luo Lai. I'm not so weak that I can't drink water myself, Su Firen replied with a smile, her pale face gradually regaining color after 2 days of rest. Wearing a casual short-sleeved shirt, Hong Chen grabbed a jacket from the bedside and opened the door to the next room. Luo Lai was bleeding from his throat, and Xiao Dao was half kneeling by the bed, pressing his remaining left hand against Luo Lai's bleeding throat. Having had his cultivation absorbed by an evil cultivator, Luo Lai was now just an ordinary person, his body very fragile. Seeing the bloody dagger in Luo Lai's right hand, Hong Chen instantly understood the situation. The despairing Luo Lai had attempted to commit suicide but was discovered in time by Xiao Dao. Li Chang'an, hearing the commotion, also arrived. He was a clever person and quickly grasped the situation. Pressing like that won't help. Xiao Dao, looking anxious, turned to Li Chang'an and asked, what should we do? I beg you to help. Li Chang'an had already approached the bed, tapping Luo Lai on the back of his head, causing him to faint. What are you doing? Xiao Dao stood up in anger and confusion. If Luo Lai struggles so violently, the blood from his throat will flow faster, Li Chang'an said as he squatted by the bed, taking out a bottle of ointment and squeezing some into his palm. This is coagulating blood green jade ointment, which can speed up wound healing. As long as the ointment solidifies, the wound will also stop bleeding. If I don't knock him out, he'll wipe off the ointment himself, and it won't work. While explaining to Xiao Dao, Li Chang'an applied the coagulating blood green jade ointment to the wound on Luo Lai's throat. Thank you. Xiao Dao realized he had wronged a good person and immediately forced a bitter smile, feeling guilty as he said, I'm a beast, I don't recognize a good person's heart. The wound on Luo Lai's throat was already healing, and the blood had stopped flowing. His breathing gradually stabilized. Hong Chen couldn't help much and stood by, asking, what happened? I saw Lai Gu was asleep, so I went out for some fresh air, but I smelled blood and rushed back to the ward, Xiao Dao explained, his tone filled with self-reproach. I won't go out for fresh air again, I'll stay by Lai Ji's side. Both Hong Chen and Li Chang'an understood why Luo Lai had attempted suicide, so they didn't ask further. Heart problems require heart medicine, Li Chang'an shook his head and said, you can guard him for a moment, but you can't guard him for a lifetime. Xiao Dao sighed and admitted, I acknowledge that I am an extreme egoist, I have never regarded anyone as a friend. I used to think friends were just tools to be used. I don't trust even my father or my own brother, but I have wholeheartedly recognized Luo Lai as my elder brother. Although I haven't spent much time with brother Lai, it adds up to only about 10 days, he has saved me 3 times. The first time he saved me, I was like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, thinking he wanted to take advantage of me, so I mocked him coldly. The second time he saved me, I still thought he had ulterior motives, and I scoffed at him, even bluntly telling him that I wasn't grateful for his life-saving help. As the saying goes, things don't happen more than 3 times. But the third time, brother Lai still saved me, and I remained suspicious, thinking he wanted to win my favor and then use me. Brother Lai noticed my malicious thoughts, but he didn't say anything to me, he just told me, everyone has different backgrounds and experiences, so their perceptions will also differ. Xiao Dao spoke bitterly, he also said that I am not a despicable person, just someone who hasn't walked the right path, lacking the proper guidance from parents and teachers. He said that one day I would find my way. But when I heard his words, I only felt he was being hypocritical, that he just wanted to use me, so he deliberately said such nice things to win my favor. You guys say. Xiao Dao suddenly smiled and asked, am I an ungrateful beast? Hong Chen and Li Chang'an remained silent, and only Xiao Dao muttered to himself, it wasn't until the day I met Hong Chen, at the moment brother Lai resolutely stayed behind to cover our retreat, that I realized how wrong I had been. Brother Lai never wanted me to repay him. He never thought about using kindness to demand gratitude. After a moment of silence, Xiao Dao continued, both Mu Yunlu and I have flaws in our characters, and since Wei Wei had died before, Mu Bai entrusted us to Brother Lai before he died from his severe injuries. Brother Lai didn't say much at that time, he held Mu Bai's hand and only said one thing, I will definitely take them to the Tianwen realm. After we buried Mu Bai, Brother Lai told me and Mu Yunlu, we will travel together, sharing life and death, and from now on, we are brothers. He truly lived up to those words, a man keeps his promise even at the cost of his life. But I always thought he had ulterior motives and that I was ungrateful. Xiao Dao pressed his left hand against his face, his voice hoarse yet firm, I don't want him to die. I want to be his brother. Due to his sorrowful emotions, Xiao Dao's recounting became a bit chaotic, but Hong Chen and the others understood the experiences the 3 of them had gone through. Everyone encounters mentors on their path to growth, just as Xiao Dao met Luo Lai, just as Luo Lai met Mu Bai, just as Hong Chen met Yuan Chang and Shu Yang. However, Luo Lai was determined to die, and no medicine could cure him. He was a battle fanatic, having long aspired to defeat all opponents in the world. He rejected the 9 major universities, wanting only to go to Tianwu University and challenge heroes from all walks of life. Therefore, losing his talent and cultivation felt to Luo Lai like losing hope in life. Just as Li Chang'an had said, you can hold on to him for a moment, but you cannot hold on to him for a lifetime. Heart problems require heart remedies. Hong Chen said, when Luo Lai wakes up, let me know. I want to talk to him, perhaps I can cure his heartache. Upon hearing this, Sha Dao's face lit up with joy, but after a moment, he showed doubt and asked, what method do you have? Hong Chen sighed at this and retorted, did you not just say that you are an ungrateful beast? If that's the case, why can't you try to trust others? Alright. Xiao Dao nodded, his tone serious, if you can cure brother Lai's heartache, you will also be my elder brother from now on. In the morning, Xiang Ding Tian found Hong Chen early. The floating warship would take a few more days to reach the Tianwan realm, but today was the day of the new semester. You're already late, I'll add you to the freshman group first. Xiang Ding Tian had already added Hong Chen as a friend and pulled him into this year's freshman group. Today is not only the start of the school year, but also the day of the class division competition. However, you and Luo Lai cannot participate, so you will both default to the last ranks, and you will both be placed in the yellow class. Tianwu University holds a competition every year at the beginning of the school year, and students are assigned to classes based on their competition results. There are a total of 4 classes, the Tian class, the D class, the Xin class, and the Huan class. This year, 12,000 new students were admitted, and based on the competition results, the top 3,000 will be placed in the Tian class, from 3,001 to 6,000 in the D class, from 6,001 to 9,000 in the Xin class, and from 9,001 to 12,000 in the Huan class. The Tian class has the best benefits, while the Huan class has the worst. If one wants to obtain good benefits, they must fight for it themselves, as Vice Principal Zhou Jielian had already told Hong Chen. Tianwu University is filled with the philosophy of respecting the strong and encourages competition among students, as long as no one is killed. Therefore, students in the D, Xian, and Huan classes are always eager to climb higher. Students in the Huan class can challenge others. If they can defeat a student from the Xian class, they can be promoted to the Xian class, which saves a lot of trouble. Students in the Huan class can also challenge the Tian class, although the odds are extremely low, but if they win, they can be directly promoted to the Tian class. Since the competition is starting today, Hong Chen and Luo Lai will definitely miss it, so according to Tianwu University's rules, the two will be ranked last. Although Xiang Ding Tian and Zhou Jielian value Hong Chen highly, rules are rules, and they cannot change them just for him. Hong Chen had no objections. As long as he had the strength, he could always rise from the Huan class to the Tian class, so he didn't mind. At noon, Hong Chen received a message from Xiao Dao that Luo Lai had woken up. The effect of the blood-condensing jade ointment was excellent. The wound on Luo Lai's neck had mostly healed, leaving only a faint scar. Luo Lai still looked lifeless, his eyes vacant, expressionless, as if he were deaf to the outside world. Hong Chen sighed, sat down next to Luo Lai, and then turned to Xiao Dao and said, "You can go out first. I want to talk to Luo Lai about some personal matters." "Take good care of my brother Lai." Xiao Dao nodded and quietly left the room. Today is the start of the school year, and the class division competition you were most looking forward to has begun, Hong Chen said first. Upon hearing this, Luo Lai's eyes flickered. This was what he had anticipated the most. "I'm not very good at comforting people," Hong Chen continued. "In life, nothing is greater than life and death. Even if it's really hard, you can't just give up on life." "You must be saying I'm just being sarcastic," Luo Lai replied. Hong Chen smiled. "I really can't empathize because I haven't had experiences like yours. It was really hard for me back then. My parents died at the same time, leaving behind a pair of younger siblings. Then, relatives occupied our house and compensation money, and they even beat me up. My girlfriend wanted to break up with me, and I had the worst talent. But my dad once told me, a man must stand tall and be fearless. So when we encounter difficulties, we just need to find a way to overcome them." After Hong Chen finished speaking, Luo Lai remained unmoved. Hong Chen smiled again and asked, "You want to say I'm being sarcastic again, right? But this time I'm really not being sarcastic. I have a way to help you overcome the difficulties in front of you." Hong Chen's voice was very low as he leaned closer to Luo Lai's ear and whispered, "I have a secret technique that can help you rebuild your talent." Hearing this, the vacant look in Luo Lai's eyes slowly regained focus. Seeing this, Hong Chen continued, "You might not believe it, but I was once an F-level talent. If you don't believe me, you can ask Su Firen, she knows my story. When I took the martial arts college entrance exam, you saw it too, I had an A-level sun talent." A white flame rose in the palm of Hong Chen's hand. After the college entrance examination competition ended, my talent dropped to B level, but recently, I managed to elevate it to S level with the Southern Mingli fire. Looking at the white flame in Hong Chen's palm, Luo Lai opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but due to his throat not being fully healed, he could only make mmmmah sounds. Don't get too excited. Hong Chen pressed down on Luo Lai's raised hand and said, once your injury is healed, I will share the secret method for enhancing talent with you. Moreover, this secret method can elevate talent to SSS level at most. Although you've lost your cultivation, if you work hard and stay up late for a while, you'll soon catch up with our progress. The leader of the sky-eating demon cult is still alive. When we achieve great cultivation in the future, we will go together to eliminate him. Hong Chen finally said, but this is a secret between us two, so don't tell anyone else. Luo Lai held Hong Chen's hand, and since he couldn't speak, he nodded firmly, his eyes filled with renewed hope. Because Luo Lai's talent had been absorbed by an evil cultivator, he currently didn't even have F-level talent, he was completely a shell. Hong Chen asked, my secret method is quite magical, it can synthesize various attributes of talent. What attribute do you want? Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, choose one from these 5 basic elements, and I will prepare the materials for you. Luo Lai didn't understand the latter part of the sentence, but he understood the first half. Due to his throat injury, Luo Lai couldn't speak, so he took out his phone and typed 5 words. Can I choose thunder? Sure. Hong Chen nodded. Thunder is yang wood, if he remembered correctly. As long as he first helped Luo Lai elevate to wood attribute talent, and then absorbed pure yang breath, he could obtain B-level thunder attribute talent. The person he met in the tavern, Jiang Menghu, had pure yang breath, and he had used it to elevate to B-level talent, yang flame. Elevating to wood attribute talent was very simple. It only required refining a piece of wood containing spiritual energy, which was a common item that could be bought anywhere. You rest first. When your body is fine, come find me, Hong Chen said, then left the ward. Xiao Dao saw the look in Luo Lai's eyes and called out, Lai go? This time, Luo Lai responded, he nodded at Xiao Dao and even smiled. Hong Chen found a secluded corner, closed his eyes, immersed his consciousness into the Kunlun Jade Ju, left a note, and then withdrew his consciousness, returning to the ward where Su Firan was. The next day, Chen Yicheng also woke up, but this innocent girl with bright eyes and white teeth had now become disoriented and muddled, her intelligence akin to that of a 3-year-old child. Both Chen Yicheng and Ing Huanhuan had been admitted to Yuanyan University, but given Chen Yicheng's current condition, she certainly couldn't attend classes normally. Li Chanan was studying at Tianzui University, although he was willing to take care of Chen Yicheng, sometimes. It was inappropriate for a man to take care of a woman. Chen Yicheng, in her current childlike state, needed someone to take care of her for all her daily needs, so it wasn't suitable for Li Chanan alone. The female teacher who came to rescue from Yuanyan University had once been a student of Chen Tianshou. Although she had classes to teach, she only had 2 or 3 classes a day. Li Chanan had to attend 6 classes daily, leaving him no time to care for Chen Yicheng. Therefore, this female teacher suggested that she take Chen Yicheng with her for the time being until Chen Tianshou sent someone to take care of her. Li Chanan disagreed with this proposal, but Chen Tianshou had also spoken, and Chen Yicheng was temporarily entrusted to this female teacher's care. Standing at the bow of the floating battleship was Xiang Ding Tian. Next to him stood a middle-aged man, who was the president of Tianzui University, named Huang Fu Yunya. Huang Fu Yunya had graying hair at his temples, long flowing hair, and a sword at his waist, exuding an air of a celestial being. Tianzui University had the strongest sword cultivation department, so both Huang Fu Yunya and Jiang Hu were sword cultivators. Xiang Dingtian said meaningfully, so many people from Tianzui University have come, they really value Li Chang'an. There are quite a few from Tianwu University as well, Huang Fu Yunya replied, they must be paying attention to Hong Chen too. I've heard that Li Chang'an's talent is very unique, but since we don't know the specifics, it has only been given the name Sword of the Common People. Xiang Dingtian asked again, as the president of Tianzui University, you are well informed, don't you know anything about it? Huang Fu Yunya did not answer, instead changing the subject, the name Sword of the Common People does sound impressive. Xiang Dingtian probed again, moreover, I've also heard that your old rival, Lingsha University, has taken in 2 super geniuses this year, one of whom seems to be called Shia Sha and has a dual talent. The other one is a kid named Jian Wujie, whose talent seems to be similar to Li Chang'an's. After a moment of thought, Xiang Dingtian said, I think his talent is called Ultimate Sword. Who do you think has the better talent, Li Chang'an or Jian Wujie? Xiang Dingtian asked, glancing at Huang Fu Yunya. Although the two were good friends, Huang Fu Yunya was also an old hand. Facing Xiang Dingtian's probing, he spoke diplomatically, they're just a bunch of names without substance. I estimate they are not as good as Hong Chen. Because there would be a martial arts discussion among universities in 4 years that would affect the rankings of the top 10 universities, both old friends couldn't help but test each other. During the 3 years from freshman to junior year, students would attend classes at school, but in their senior year, they would go out for internships, and those students could also participate in the martial arts discussion. Since senior students had the longest training period, their combat power would definitely be stronger than that of junior students. Therefore, the main force in the martial arts discussion would be the senior students, which just happened to be Hong Chen's batch. Because Lingsha University and Tianzui University had done an excellent job of keeping secrets, Xiang Dingtian did not know the specific talents of Li Chang'an, Jian Wujie, and Xiao Shao. Since he couldn't extract any information from Huang Fuyanya either, Xiang Dingtian couldn't help but roll his eyes. I consider you a friend, yet you keep playing tricks on me. Huang Fuyanya smiled but did not respond. Instead, he said, not long ago, Li Chang'an asked me if there was a way to complete the 3 souls and 6 spirits. Do you think such a method exists? I don't know. Xiang Dingtian felt as if he had punched a cotton ball. No matter how hard he tried, Huang Fuyanya just wouldn't take the bait. Huang Fuyanya continued, don't just stare at me. Among the students participating in the secret training this year, besides Xiao Shao, there are many good seedlings. And look at that girl down there. She seems to be a freshman from Yuanyang University, right? Huang Fuyanya pointed to a girl sitting cross-legged on the deck. Xiang Dingtian looked in the direction Huang Fuyanya was pointing and said, her name is Ying Huanhuan, and she is at the level of an 8-star martial master. Her talent is probably quite ordinary. Huang Fuyanya reminded him, don't just look at her level, take a closer look at her talent. Xiang Dingtian was taken aback, and after a moment, he withdrew his gaze, exclaiming in shock, wow, Yuanyang University has struck gold. Moreover, your old rival Tianwu University has reportedly also taken in an extraordinary genius, Huang Fuyanya said, his tone filled with anticipation. The martial arts discussion among universities is still 4 years away. I can hardly wait for that day to come when the rankings of the top 10 universities are decided. At this moment, there was no first or second among the top 10 universities, as there were no rankings, but everyone tacitly acknowledged that Wuqiu University, Tianzui University, Lingsha University, Tianwu University, and Yuanyang University were on par with each other in strength. Meanwhile, Longjing University, Dongsheng University, Taishu University, Qingli Academy, and Daifulong Academy were slightly weaker. Since none of the top 10 universities would concede to the others, someone proposed holding a martial arts discussion among universities, where the rankings would be determined based on the competition results. The Tianwu University, known as the #1 martial arts university in the world, naturally aimed to dominate and stand out among its peers. However, all 10 top universities shared this ambition, each holding their breath, determined to be the best. 3 days later, Luo Lai was able to get out of bed. Having been drained by the evil cultivator, he was nothing but skin and bones. But Luo Lai had a large frame, so his current appearance looked quite strange. I'm better now. Luo Lai found Hong Chen alone, his voice still a bit hoarse. Hong Chen had long since copied the method of the heavenly restoration technique and took out a piece of wood infused with spiritual energy, along with a bottle of pure yang breath. Follow the method here, absorb this piece of wood first, then absorb this bottle of flame, and you will be able to elevate your talent to the lightning attribute. I won't say thank you for your great kindness, Luo Lai replied as he took the 3 items and asked, I'm curious, why are you helping me like this? A secret method that could enhance one's talent was incredibly rare and invaluable, worth more than gold, practically priceless. Yet Hong Chen was sharing it with him for free. This favor felt like a rebirth to Luo Lai. Hong Chen said, you held the rear at the edge of the oath water, which saved my life. Consider this my way of repaying you. Luo Lai shook his head, saying, I was mainly stalling for Mu Yunlu and Xiao Dao, and you were also implicated by us. Let's not mix the two matters. Luo Lai clasped his fists and said, I will always remember this kindness. If you ever need help in the future, just call on me. After saying this, Luo Lai reached out to pat Hong Chen's shoulder. Don't pat my shoulder. Hong Chen dodged to the side. Those who had patted his shoulder did not end well. Hong Chen felt bitter inside but forced a smile, saying, I'm most afraid of others patting my shoulder. The piece of wood infused with spiritual energy was half a meter long, and Luo Lai's mouth was not big enough to swallow the whole piece. Hong Chen took the zhengyang knife and cut the wood into small pieces. Luo Lai picked up the small pieces of wood, opened his mouth, and swallowed them into his abdomen, then sat cross-legged on the ground, running the heavenly restoration technique to refine the wood in his belly. After more than 10 minutes, Luo Lai opened his eyes, and Hong Lan asked, How is it? Did it work? Luo Lai shook his head, his tone slightly disappointed. It had no effect at all. Perhaps I lack spiritual energy, so I can't refine the wood in my abdomen. Don't worry. Hong Chen sat cross-legged behind Luo Lai and said, I have experience in refining heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I will infuse spiritual energy into your body to help you refine the wood in your abdomen. Hong Chen extended his hands, pressing them against Luo Lai's back. Both closed their eyes and began to refine the wood in Luo Lai's abdomen again. A gray-black spiritual energy flowed from Hong Chen's palms into Luo Lai's body, wrapping around the wood in his abdomen under Hong Chen's guidance. The gray-black spiritual energy gathered at Luo Lai's dantian, then began to spin, and the speed of the rotation increased, eventually forming a small vortex. The wood in Luo Lai's belly gradually diminished with the rotation of the gray-black spiritual energy, transforming into tiny bits of green light that dispersed into Luo Lai's meridians and acupoints. After another 10 minutes, the gray-black vortex stopped spinning, and a vibrant green light radiated from Luo Lai. Hong Chen extended his hands, nodded with a smile, and said, We're lucky, we succeeded on the first try. Luo Lai still had his eyes closed, as he felt the spiritual energy again with the restoration of his talent. Although it's the worst F-grade would attribute talent, it's still a talent. Luo Lai opened his eyes, his tone somewhat excited, and he took out the pure yang breath again. Now that I have spiritual energy in my body, I should be able to refine heavenly materials and earthly treasures myself. Just right, I want to seize the momentum and elevate my talent to the lightning attribute. Hearing this, Hong Chen reminded him, the pure yang breath is very hot, you need to refine it immediately after swallowing it, or it will burn through your internal organs. I understand. Luo Lai raised his head, opened his mouth wide, and poured out the pure yang breath from the glass bottle, then closed his eyes to begin refining it. Hong Chen stood up and looked at Luo Lai. His body seemed to have become slightly stronger, and the originally bony frame had gained some muscle. Luo Lai tried to refine the heavenly materials and earthly treasures by himself. He followed the method written on the paper and began to circulate his spiritual energy, but there was no effect. The pure yang breath was incredibly scorching, and Luo Lai's internal organs felt as if they were being roasted by fire. His face turned bright red, clearly enduring discomfort. Hong Chen sensed something was wrong and immediately sat down behind Luo Lai, placing his hands on his back. Don't panic. I'll help you. Gray-black spiritual energy appeared within Luo Lai's body, and as it spun, he began to absorb the pure yang breath. Suddenly, white arcs of lightning surged around Luo Lai, his hair standing on end, and his previously emaciated body slowly swelled, transforming into a normal physique. Seeing this, Hong Chen nodded to himself. Luo Lai had previously been drained by an evil cultivator, leaving him skin and bones. But as he regained his talent and gradually improved, he also returned to his original strong form. Luo Lai opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and first clasped his fists, saying, Brother, thank you so much today. Hong Chen also clasped his fists in response. Luo Lai continued, But the secret method you gave me, it seems I can't use it. What do you mean? Hong Chen was taken aback. He had copied the complete technique without changing a word. I followed the method you wrote to circulate my spiritual energy, but no matter how I circulate it, that gray-black spiritual energy doesn't appear in my body. Luo Lai frowned and thought for a moment, then said, I know you wouldn't lie to me, so I have a guess. Only you can control that gray-black spiritual energy. Hong Chen fell silent and thought, could it be because of the Kunlun Jade Pendant? Since he had the Kunlun Jade Pendant, he could control the gray-black spiritual energy after operating the method of repairing the heavens. Luo Lai didn't have the Kunlun Jade Pendant, so he lacked the gray-black spiritual energy, and even if he operated the method, he couldn't refine the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This seemed to be the only possibility. The only difference between him and Luo Lai was the Kunlun Jade Pendant. Hong Chen nodded and said, Don't be discouraged. If you want to improve your talent in the future, you can come to me anytime. Luo Lai looked at the text copied by Hong Chen and said, I currently have B-level lightning talent. I plan to first use the colorful stone to upgrade to A-level 5 colored Divine Thunder, then to S-level purple Sky Divine Thunder, followed by SS level 9 Sky Divine Thunder, and finally to SSS level Chaotic Divine Thunder. Hong Chen chuckled, unable to hold back his laughter. You really think far ahead. Luo Lai replied calmly, I was originally SSS level talent. I'm not being overly ambitious, I just want to return to my peak. Hong Chen was speechless. No wonder Luo Lai was accepted early by a top university. It turned out he had SSS level talent. The Great Xia Kingdom has colorful stones, but they are very expensive, selling for 500,000 per gram, usually sold as whole pieces. Hong Chen mentioned, as he had previously helped Zhang Menghu at the tavern buy colorful stones, so he knew the price. Luo Lai suddenly smiled, I know colorful stones are very expensive, but since I've chosen this path to enhance my talent, of course, I am prepared. Hong Chen responded, Oh? Do you have colorful stones on you? No, Luo Lai shook his head and said, but my family has several mines, and we have dug out colorful stones before. I'll make a call to ask if we have any stock. If we do, I'll have them send it to me." This was truly a case of having a family mine. Hongchen couldn't help but nod and added, "Once you get the colorful stones, come find me, and I'll help you refine them." Luo Lai nodded as well. "My original SSS level talent is considered Earth type, but I don't really like it. I actually prefer Lightning type talent. If I can upgrade to SSS level Chaotic Divine Thunder, my combat power will be even stronger than before." The walls of the Kunlun Yujue Tavern were plastered with papers for bartering, and Hongchen had once seen some people making requests. "I need a few types of ores over here. Can you ask your family if they have any? If they do, could you bring some over for me? I'll pay you back then." Luo Lai waved his hand and said, "You're being too formal. Between us, why bring up money? I'm just being polite. Even if you don't want to, I can't not say it. You're quite an honest person." Luo Lai remarked, then asked, "What kind of ores do you need? I can ask around." Hongchen took out paper and a pen from Kunlun Yujue and said, "I need quite a few, but they're mostly cheap stuff. Let me write it down for you." The floating battleship wouldn't arrive at the Tianwen realm for another 2 days, but the class competition had already ended, and the school was currently holding military training. Because Xiang Dingtian had added him to the freshman group, Hongchen was eating while scrolling through the chat records in the group. A classmate named Su Tianba posted a cute selfie in the group, then added the text, "Sorry, everyone. I meant to send this to my best friend, but I accidentally sent it to the group." "Gao He, you can recall it." Hongchen commented, "She did that on purpose to fish for compliments. How could she possibly recall it?" Another classmate named Chao Jianwei also posted a selfie he thought was handsome. This is a candid shot taken by a female classmate. She said, "I look a bit rogue and handsome. What do you all think?" "Gao He, dude, you are indeed a bit handsome. What kind of eyesight does this guy have?" Hongchen was speechless. Chao Jianwei's photo was blinding, and he actually said he looked a bit handsome. "Chen Chao, is there a parking lot at the school? Can my Lamborghini drive into the school? What procedures do I need to go through? If you need a ride, feel free to add me as a friend. We should help each other out as classmates." "Gao He, thanks for the offer, but there's no parking lot at the school, and we'll soon break through to the martial spirit realm, at which point we can fly. Who needs you to give us rides?" "Wu Shengfeng, my first choice was Wuqiu University, but the admissions team didn't come looking for me, so I had to come to Tianwu University. Just so you know, I'm the top scholar from Nansong country." "Gao He, is being a top scholar that impressive? I'm still the #1 scholar." "Wu Shengfeng, our Nansong country is a major nation. What right does your borderland country's top scholar have to compare with me?" "Gao He, the Tianzhou Empire I'm from is a superpower, the strongest nation in the Kanglan realm. Is your Nansong country really that impressive?" "Gu Xingxi, what's going on? How did Tianwu University even accept a third-place scholar? I thought everyone here was a top scholar." "Qin Pingping, anyway, I'm a top scholar from a major nation. You, a third-place scholar, shouldn't even be speaking here. Know your place." Hongchen nodded at this. Gao He was simply his mouthpiece. Who isn't a top scholar? I'm also a top scholar. Dormitory Auntie, everyone, please stop arguing. Although you're all top scholars, second place, and third place scholars, at Tianwu University, being a genius is just the threshold to enter. In my eyes, you're no different from other students. I will treat everyone equally. Wow! Is this really Tianwu University? Why does everyone speak so arrogantly? And even the dormitory auntie has such a big attitude. Before even arriving at the school, Hongchen felt an inexplicable excitement and thrill. He typed a message, "I'm also a top scholar from a major nation." What a coincidence, it turns out everyone here is a top scholar. Hongchen was showing off a bit, feeling a bit excited, but soon saw a classmate named Jialan send a message, "Do you still have to take exams? Aren't you taking exams?" Hongchen replied. This classmate named Jialan wouldn't be trying to take shortcuts, would she? The version of himself in his diary hadn't taken the martial artist exam but had entered Tianwu University directly with Su Tianba's recommendation letter. "Jialan, when I was attending secret training, a teacher from Tianwu University found me. I should be considered as having been admitted early, right? Damn it!" Hongchen cursed as he put away his phone. He had only wanted to show off a little, but unexpectedly, he felt like a clown, overshadowed by others. "Jialan, ha! I'll remember you." In the freshman group, some classmates were either flaunting their wealth or showcasing their talents. After all, they were all 18-year-olds, not as composed as middle-aged people, and it was inevitable that they would compare themselves to one another. There were also some good-looking female classmates and self-proclaimed handsome male classmates who would post their selfies in the group, trying to attract some admirers. Of course, there were also some innocent classmates who simply wanted to experience a profound love during their university years, but such pure-hearted individuals wouldn't post selfies in the freshman group. Another day passed, and Su Firen had fully recovered. The two stood on the deck, shoulder to shoulder, watching the sunset. The floating battleship had a protective shield, so there was no wind on the deck. Hong Chen looked at Su Firen and asked, "You've been hiding it from me, not telling me what your talent is?" Hong Chen had been cautious before, afraid to reveal his ability to mend the heavens, but after helping Luo Lai enhance his talent yesterday, he realized that even without disclosing his ability, he could still help others improve their qualifications. So, he thought about helping Su Firen enhance her talent as well, especially since she had saved his life twice. "My talent is S rank, and it's called White Dragon," Su Firen said. The fact that she wasn't admitted early indicated that she didn't have a top-tier talent, otherwise, she would have gone to the secret training long ago. Hong Chen was taken aback and asked, "What kind of talent is that?" Su Firen smiled and said, "It's a very rare talent, even rarer than your solar talent. But no matter how rare it was still just an S-rank talent." Hong Chen fell into deep thought. He had already memorized some common talent enhancement routes. However, the White Dragon talent was too rare, so he had to immerse his consciousness into the Kunlun Jade Pendant to search for the enhancement routes recorded in the ability to mend the heavens. Only a few seconds passed outside, but tens of thousands of seconds passed within the Kunlun Jade Pendant, and Hong Chen finally found it. The White Dragon talent could indeed be enhanced, and there were two enhancement routes. However, the conditions for both routes were extremely harsh, requiring 3 extremely rare materials each. The first route could enhance it to SS rank 4 symbols Azure Dragon, while the second could enhance it to SS rank Inglong. But regardless of which talent it was enhanced to, both would ultimately lead to one route, the enhancement to SSS rank Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon, abbreviated as Julong, is the ancestor of all dragons in the ancient myths of Jojo. It is said that when the Candle Dragon opens its eyes, it is daytime, when it closes its eyes, it is nighttime, when it breathes out, it is winter, and when it exhales, it is summer, controlling the time represented by the sun and moon, and the phenomena of winter and summer. Hong Chen swallowed hard. The White Dragon was indeed a rare talent, truly terrifying. The talent of the Candle Dragon was undoubtedly the top talent in JoJo. However, to enhance it to the Candle Dragon, the conditions were also very harsh, requiring 10 extremely rare materials. He decided not to think too much for now. He would first collect 3 extremely rare materials to enhance Su Firen's talent to SS rank, and then consider other matters. But Hong Chen did not plan to tell Su Firen right away. Instead, he intended to gather the materials first and then discuss it with her. After a few days of flying, the floating battleship finally arrived at the Tianwen realm, the central area of JoJo. It was an incredibly vast and prosperous city, with skyscrapers rising up into the clouds. Warriors often flew through the air, weaving between the buildings, leaving behind brilliant trails. The Tianwen realm had hundreds of thousands of martial arts universities, filled with warriors and university students everywhere. One by one, the martial arts universities unfolded before them, boundless and seemingly endless. Tianmu University was located in the southeast of the Tianwen realm, while Longjing University, where Su Firen studied, was in the northeast, a million miles apart. It would indeed be a bit difficult for the two to meet in the future, and the chances of seeing each other were slim. As they were about to part ways, Su Firen found Hong Chen and said, "Remember to call me at 6 o'clock every evening. Sometimes I'm training and might forget the time. If I forget, you remember to call me." Hong Chen couldn't guarantee such a thing. Forgetting would mean losing trust. "Remember to think of me." Su Firen turned and waved, flicking her high ponytail, then followed a teacher as they flew towards Longjing University. "Brother Hong Chen, remember to call me when you have time," Ing Huanhuan teased, as a female teacher took her and Chen Yicheng into the air, heading towards Yuanyang University. Because Hong Chen had cured Luo Lai's heart ailment, before leaving, Xiao Dao also came to say goodbye. "Take care." Hong Chen returned the gesture with a fist salute, both of them smiling. Although they had past grievances, after enduring hardships, brothers were there, and a smile could dissolve enmity. "Take care." Mu Yunlu had also awakened a couple of days ago, but he wasn't in good condition, still not fully recovered, looking a bit wilted. Xiao Dao went with the teacher to Wuqiu University. Mu Yunlu, proficient in the secret methods of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, could fly despite being at the martial master level. He flew alone towards Dongxing University, where Mubai once taught, but Mubai would never return. "Although we are all in the Tianwen realm, who knows when we will meet again," Li Chang'an said, carrying a long sword and a wine flask at his waist. Next to him was a middle-aged man with graying hair. Luo Lai was also nearby, saying, "We didn't get a chance to spar during the martial arts college entrance exam, let's have a match next time we meet. Li Chang'an, who had been gloomy for a long time, rarely smiled, laughing heartily, sure, I'll accompany you to the end. Then, Li Chang'an followed the middle-aged man to Tianzhui University. Hong Chen and Luo Lai arrived at the bow of the airship, where Xiang Dingtian said, "Are you two ready? Ahead is Tianwu University." This floating warship was an asset of Tianwu University, and it was naturally to be returned there. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the students were undergoing military training as the airship slowly descended to the center of the playground. Even if these students didn't want to see it, there was no other scene before them, only this airship towering dozens of stories high. The new students, witnessing this scene, immediately whispered among themselves, "Who is it? Such a grand occasion. Is that person at the bow the principal?" "It is indeed Principal Xiang Dingtian, but there are two people next to him. Who are they?" Hong Chen and Luo Lai followed Xiang Dingtian, slowly stepping out of the airship and landing on the playground. "These two people look about our age. Could they also be new students? Are these two also new students? Could it be that the principal personally came to pick them up? That speculation is too far-fetched. Why would the principal personally come to pick them up? Maybe these two are the contemporary holy sons of the 36 caves, or the young masters of the Sword Tomb and Sword Rain City. If that's the case, it seems like the only possibility. Ordinary new students couldn't have such an occasion, these two must have extraordinary backgrounds." The new students on the playground were wildly speculating, already imagining Hong Chen and Luo Lai as young masters of mysterious forces or the sons of top families. But the two were merely the top scholars and second scholars from an ordinary great nation, with no particularly impressive backgrounds. Although Luo Lai's family owned a few mines, in the hidden talents of the Tianwen realm, he was no different from an ordinary person. At this moment in the Tianwen realm, the son of a country's richest man is just an ordinary character. The son of a regional richest man can still be considered somewhat prominent, while the son of a realm's richest man can only be regarded as decent, but not particularly wealthy. This is because, at this time in the Tianwen realm, there are a few who are the sons of the richest men in their respective states. Therefore, the several mines owned by the Luo family are completely insignificant. In the new student cohort of the Tianwen realm, he can only be considered a poor man. Xiang Dingtian walked ahead and said, "You two come with me to the office first. I'll help you with your enrollment procedures, and you'll also need to collect your uniforms, student IDs, and military training outfits." Hong Chen had already made arrangements with Zhou Jielian. He wouldn't have to pay tuition for all 3 years of university. But Luo Lai was different. He chose Tianwu University himself, so he had to pay a hefty tuition fee. When the three arrived at the office, Vice President Zhou Jielian was also there. The elderly man showed a kind smile and said, "Safe landing, it's been a long journey. These are your things." Zhou Jielian pointed to the neatly arranged uniforms and student IDs on the desk. "You two are from the same hometown and didn't participate in the class placement exam, so your rankings in the school are quite similar. I've assigned you both to the same dormitory." Zhou Jielian finally said, "You two have traveled a long way, go rest in your dormitory for a day. Tomorrow morning at 6, be on time for military training." Luo Lai took out 2 gold bricks and placed them on the desk, saying, "Vice Presidents, this is my tuition." Xiang Dingtian and Zhou Jielian exchanged glances, both smiling, and Xiang Dingtian waved his hand, saying, "You keep it, the school doesn't lack this little money from you." Luo Lai refused, saying, "1 is 1, and 2 is 2. I came here to study, so I should pay tuition. There's no need for the 2 vice presidents to waive my tuition just because of Hong Chen." Zhou Jielian said to Xiang Dingtian, "Luo Lai's bad temper is somewhat like yours." Upon hearing this, Xiang Dingtian laughed and said to Luo Lai, "Then I won't be polite with you. Take your things and hurry up and roll with Hong Chen." There are rumors in the outside world that Xiang Dingtian is a rough and uncouth man, and it seems to be true. Both Hong Chen and Luo Lai couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Then we'll take our leave." Tianwu University covers an area of 50,000 acres, roughly equivalent to an ordinary urban district. Of course, only top universities can occupy such a large area, while those ordinary martial arts universities only have over 2,000 acres, just 1/20th of Tianwu University's size. Tianwu University has nearly 10,000 teachers and admits 12,000 new students each year, as students study for 3 years and go out for internships in their 4th year, resulting in nearly 40,000 students on campus. With such a large area and so many students may spend 4 years at the school without ever meeting each other. Hong Chen and Luo Lai, holding their student IDs, uniforms, and dormitory keys, headed together to the dormitory building. Since neither of them participated in the class placement exam, Hong Chen ranked 11,999 among the new students, while Luo Lai ranked 12,000. Naturally, they were assigned to the worst Huang class. Before admitting Hong Chen, Zhou Jielian had clearly told him, the benefits and treatment at Tianwu University are entirely based on one's own efforts. If one wants to live a better life and enjoy better benefits, they should challenge classmates ranked higher than themselves to obtain better treatment. The west-facing rooms would be sun-baked, making the indoors very stuffy in summer and even colder in winter with the northwest wind. Therefore, the Huang class dormitories for freshmen, sophomores, and juniors are all located in the worst western part of Tianwu University. In contrast, the Tian class dormitories are situated in the best southern area, as the north-facing rooms enjoy cool breezes in summer and have the best lighting. Hong Chen looked at the information on his student ID and then, along with Luo Lai, arrived at dormitory F1010. Just like talent levels, building F is the worst, while the best is building SSS. Due to the lack of an elevator, the two walked to the 10th floor of building F and then made their way to dormitory 10, located at the far west end. It goes without saying that the position of dormitory 10 at the far west is, of course, the worst dormitory location. Hong Chen inserted the key into the keychain and turned the doorknob to open the dormitory door. Inside the dormitory were 10 beds, accommodating 10 students. However, since they were still undergoing military training, the dormitory was empty, with only Hong Chen and Luo Lai present. Each bed had a student's name affixed to it, and naturally, the bed by the window was reserved for the highest-ranking student. Hong Chen ranked 11,999, and Luo Lai ranked 12,000, placing their beds at the entrance, which was also the worst position. They happened to be in bunk beds, with Hong Chen in the more convenient lower bunk, while Luo Lai, being the last in rank, had to settle for the less convenient upper bunk. Looking at his bed, Luo Lai smiled helplessly and said, "I've heard for a long time that Tianwu University is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and it truly lives up to its reputation." Hong Chen laughed heartily. "Vice President Zhou is also thinking of us, hoping we can learn from our shame and strive harder. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it must first torment their will, labor their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, and empty their pockets, disrupt their actions, so that they can cultivate their hearts and endure hardships, thus enhancing what they cannot do." Upon hearing this, Luo Lai clenched his fists, his blood surging, his expression excited, and he spoke in a high-spirited tone, "We must fight together to reach the Tian class and live in the best independent villa." Seeing Luo Lai regain his fighting spirit, Hong Chen felt genuinely happy, as if he could see the Luo Lai from the past, filled with dreams and determination for Tianwu University while on the flying boat. The world is vast, the Tian class enjoys the best treatment, while the Huang class receives the worst. Students in the Huang class can only live in 10-person dormitories, while those in the Xian class live in 4-person dormitories, which are much better conditions, at least not overcrowded. Students in the D class have double rooms, each equipped with a bathroom. Students in the Huang and Xian classes have to share public toilets and showers. The Tian class has single rooms, equipped with air conditioning, comfortable beds, and sofa chairs. The top 100 students in the Tian class live in independent villas, which include kitchens, living rooms, guest rooms, various home appliances, and extremely luxurious decorations. Moreover, the independent villas are equipped with small spirit-gathering formations, making the spiritual energy even more abundant. Besides the treatment, the benefits received by students in the Tian, D, Xian, and Huang classes also differ greatly. Since Hong Chen and Luo Lai are students in the Huang class, they have to pay to use many facilities in the school, such as martial arts and cultivation books in the library. The Xian and D classes receive discounts, with the Xian class at 30% off and the D class at 50% off, while the Tian class can use them for free. Students in the Tian class also receive additional subsidies, with annual scholarships and monthly pills to enhance their cultivation. Xiang Tiancheng once publicly told the students, "Tianwu University never cultivates flowers in a greenhouse. If you come to Tianwu University to waste time, you have come to the wrong school, and I advise you to drop out." Because of this philosophy of respecting the strong, the atmosphere at Tianwu University is extremely combative. Students here are either fighting or recuperating, never wasting time on fights unless they are injured. However, due to this educational philosophy, many peaceful and weak-natured students dare not apply to Tianwu University. In the blink of an eye, the two had made their beds. Luo Lai, who had previously lost his cultivation to an evil cultivator, had regained his talent and had already broken through to a 4-star warrior. Luo Lai had once been a 10-star martial artist. Although he had lost his cultivation to the evil cultivator, he had experience in cultivation, and his acupoints had been nourished by spiritual energy, allowing for rapid progress. Hong Chen waved at Luo Lai and said, "Let's go out for a stroll." Luo Lai shook his head and refused, saying, "My level is behind all the new students, just like you said, knowing shame and then being brave, so you go by yourself. I need to cultivate." "As you wish," Hong Chen replied. Tomorrow there would be intense military training, and he wasn't sure if Luo Lai could handle it at his current level. Just as Hong Chen stepped out of the dormitory, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Su Firen. On the other end, Su Firen's excited voice came through. I've completed my enrollment procedures, and I'm joining military training tomorrow. Longjing University is really beautiful. You must come see it when you have time. Luo Lai and I just made our beds and haven't had a chance to go out yet. Our Tianwu University is also very beautiful. You should come see it too, Hong Chen said, laughing heartily. Hong Chen sat on the flower bed at the entrance of the dormitory, chatting with Su Firen for over 10 minutes. Before hanging up, Su Firen specifically said, there must be a lot of pretty female classmates at Tianwu University, right? You can't flirt with other girls behind my back. Normal girls wouldn't apply to Tianwu University. The students here are all like Luo Lai, violent combat fanatics, so the female students probably don't look that great. You can rest assured. I swear to the heavens, I absolutely won't look at any other female classmates, Hong Chen finally said. Mwah, I'm hanging up now. After hanging up, just as Hong Chen got up, his phone rang again. He looked at the screen, which displayed two big characters, Shia Sha. Seeing this familiar yet strange name, Hong Chen's expression froze for a moment. Although only half a year had passed, it felt like a lifetime. Staring at the two characters on the screen, Hong Chen felt a bit at a loss, a kind of anxiety akin to homesickness. His hand hovered over the screen, neither answering nor hanging up, letting the ringtone echo through the empty dormitory building. Just because you're so beautiful, da-da-da. Just because you're so beautiful, da-da-da. Just because you're really too beautiful, da-da-da. Hong Chen stood there in a daze, the phone ringing for a full minute before it hung up. Watching the screen go black, Hong Chen sighed, feeling a mix of disappointment and relief. It was better that Shia Sha hung up. He didn't really know how to face her anyway, so he could only pretend not to hear, burying his head in the sand like an ostrich, becoming a turtle retreating into its shell. During Shia Sha's secret training, her phone was taken away by the teacher, and Hong Chen had been unable to contact her. Of course, she couldn't reach him either. But Hong Chen remembered that before Shia Sha handed in her phone, she had called him, saying, "You have to work hard to get into university. I'll be waiting for you in Zhengzhou. You must come. Otherwise, I'll be angry, and it won't be easy to appease me." Hong Chen put away his phone and silently got up. Time had passed, and things had changed. The world had turned upside down. Just because you're so beautiful, da-da-da. Just because you're so beautiful, da-da-da. Just as Hong Chen stood up, his phone rang again. He picked it up and saw it was still a call from Shia Sha. He still didn't dare to answer, standing there in a daze, but his hovering finger accidentally touched the green answer button. Then, a gentle and warm voice came through the phone, "Hello." Hearing that voice, Hong Chen swallowed nervously, goosebumps rising on his skin, and he couldn't help but say, "Hello. Long time no see." Shia Sha laughed and then said, "I finished my secret training 10 days ago, and I called you many times, but I couldn't get through. 10 days ago, at the edge of the Oath Water, the phone signal had been blocked, so of course, it couldn't connect." Shia Sha continued, "Then I called Hong Lan, and she told me you got into Tianwu University. Congratulations! I was admitted to Lingsha University early, not far from your Tianwu University, only over 800 miles. Should I come find you, or will you come find me?" Hearing Shia Sha's words, Hong Chen came back to his senses and asked, "Aren't you going to have military training?" "I can take a leave of absence," Shia Sha replied with a smile. "It might be difficult for you to get a leave, so I'll come find you. Let's meet at the Tianwu University playground in the evening." After finishing her sentence, Shia Sha hung up the phone, presumably to request her leave, leaving Hong Chen in a state of disarray in the wind. Hong Chen sighed. Since Shia Sha was coming, he couldn't just ignore her. He first went to the public bathhouse, took a shower, then changed into a clean and tidy outfit, and shaved his beard. Luo Lai was still meditating, but Hong Chen was too restless to focus on his training, so he had no choice but to lie on his bed. Time passed slowly, and soon it was evening. Hong Chen left his dormitory and jogged to the playground. The military training had just ended, and the large playground was filled with students. Hong Chen received another call from Shia Sha, who asked, "I've arrived, where are you?" Just like when he was searching for Shia Sha at Jianghuai High School, he was again in a sea of people at the playground, but this time Hong Chen had a keen eye and quickly spotted her. Even in the crowd, he recognized her at a glance. Shia Sha, dressed in white like clouds, stood proudly, her long hair flowing, exuding an unparalleled grace. Hong Chen squeezed through the throngs of people, struggling to reach Shia Sha. She had become even more radiant, but there was less softness and gentleness in her brows, replaced by confidence and poise. When Shia Sha saw Hong Chen, her eyes sparkled with a smile that could captivate a city. Just like the last line in his diary, after many years, he saw Shia Sha again, her extraordinary beauty just as it had been back then. Over the years, Xiao Xiao had earned many titles: the Four Talents of Ling Xiao, the Qinglian Sword Immortal, the Top 10 Heroes, the Twin Pillars of Humanity, and the Ancient Hero. But when Hong Chen finally pushed through the crowd and stood before her, he couldn't help but call out, "Little girl." Upon hearing that familiar and somewhat embarrassing nickname, a fleeting blush crossed Xiao Xiao's face. After all, they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, and their reunion stirred some emotions. The classmates around them, especially the boys in military training uniforms, were fixated on Xiao Xiao, gazing at this extraordinarily beautiful woman. "There are too many people here," they both said almost in unison. "Let's go somewhere quiet." Xiao Xiao nodded with a smile and, in front of everyone, took the initiative to grab Hong Chen's hand, and they left the playground together. "Let me tell you, I made a lot of friends during my secret training. They are all super geniuses with top-notch talents, and each one is impressive. I worked really hard to keep up with them. Also, I have a friend named Jialan who got admitted to your Tianwu University. Have you seen her? She's really pretty. If you've met her, you would definitely remember." Although Hong Chen had never met Jialan, he certainly recognized the name. She was the one who had interrupted his attempts to show off in the freshman group. Xiao Jian and Xiao Xian had long since arrived in the Tianwen realm, and Xiao Xiao had also learned about her mother's passing. However, since it had been a long time since they last met, they both tacitly avoided mentioning this sorrowful matter. After sharing her recent experiences, Xiao Xiao asked, "I heard that you seem to have encountered an attack from evil cultivators? Your phone was unreachable. It must be related to that, right?" Hong Chen recounted his experiences after boarding the flying boat but deliberately downplayed Su Firen's presence. He didn't know how to bring it up. He didn't want to hide it from Xiao Xiao. This matter would have to be discussed eventually, but not today. They had finally met after a long time, so it was better to talk about it later. Hearing about Hong Chen's journey, Xiao Xiao bit her lip, at times worried, at times relieved. "You've lost weight," she said, looking at Hong Chen's face, her tone filled with concern. "After Uncle Hong and Aunt Chen passed away, you've changed a lot." Following her words, Hong Chen asked, "How have I changed? You used to get easily agitated, but now it seems like you can keep your composure." The two of them initially went to Yujingxiang for hot pot, where Hong Chen encountered Long Outyen, and they ended up fighting after a disagreement. Hong Chen scratched his head and smiled. "People always change. How can one remain the same as in childhood? Are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry." Xiao Xiao shook her head and asked, "What about your class at Tianwu University?" Hong Chen forced a bitter smile. "I missed the class placement exam, so I ended up in the Huang class. I heard the benefits in the Huang class are very poor." After a moment of silence, Xiao Xiao said, "If you need any cultivation pills, you can come to me anytime." Just as Hong Chen was about to politely decline, Xiao Xiao pulled out a book out of thin air and said to herself, "I remember you have a fire affinity. Take this Great Flame treasure scripture and have a look." How can I accept this? Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for too long, it felt a bit awkward, and Hong Chen genuinely felt a bit embarrassed. Xiao Xiao shoved the Great Flame treasure scripture into Hong Chen's hands. "This is just an ordinary top-tier Earth-level secret manual, not as precious as the Wanzhong Sword Classic you helped me buy from the old beggar." Hong Chen scratched his head and said gratefully, "Thank you." "You." Xiao Xiao stared intently at Hong Chen, her sixth sense sensing something was off. Even with the sudden death of his parents, his temperament shouldn't have changed this much. They had grown up together and understood each other's personalities very well. For Hong Chen to be so distant and polite, there was only one possibility. Xiao Xiao thought of this and suddenly asked, "Do you have a woman outside?" "Do I? No, right?" Hong Chen answered himself, appearing very guilty. He had never been a brave person. He didn't dare to tell Hong Lan and Hong Hu about his parents' death back then. At this moment, he also didn't dare to tell Xiao Xiao about his relationship with Su Firen. "If you have someone you like, you must tell me." Xiao Xiao bit her lip, on the verge of tears, but she tried to keep her tone calm. "I will bless you." But after saying this, her tears couldn't be controlled any longer, and Xiao Xiao turned her head away, tightly pressing her lips together, trying hard not to cry out loud. Seeing this, Hong Chen fell silent. Being with Lu Ruyan had already let Xiao Xiao down. Now, having this relationship with Su Firen was undoubtedly a second betrayal to Xiao Xiao. Although they had never been in a romantic relationship, Hong Chen had actually known for a long time that Xiao Xiao liked him. Perhaps it was like that saying, only those who are favored can act without fear. So, even knowing that Xiao Xiao would be unhappy, he still got together with Lu Ruyan, even though it was Lu Ruyan who had actively seduced him. "I'm just a beast," Hong Chen cursed himself inwardly, reaching out to pat Xiao Xiao's shoulder. "Don't cry." But sometimes, emotions are hard to suppress. Hong Chen didn't want to give all single girls a home. He just didn't want Xiao Xiao and Su Firen to be sad because of him. Seeing Xiao Xiao's shoulders slightly tremble, Hong Chen made a decision. Although he wasn't a brave person, he didn't want to hurt Shia Sha again, so he planned to speak the truth. Not long after you left, I received the news of my parents' passing, and then 2 uncles occupied my family's house in compensation. Hong Chen spoke about the relationship with Hong Sin and Su Tianba, then mentioned the childhood engagement, saying, "My mom always thought we would be together, and she hoped we would be together, so she had my dad cancel the engagement." Then he recounted how Su Firen saved him from Long Outyen for the second time, so after I recovered, I took Su Firen on a trip, and I clearly told her at that time, "I only like you in this life, and I will never let you down." Upon hearing this, Shia Sha reached up to wipe her eyes, turned back, her eyes red, and asked, "And then?" "Then she, like you, probably cried that night, and afterward, she stopped talking to me." Hong Chen said, "You know, I've always been a soft-hearted person. I can't stand to see women cry. But at that time, my heart was only with you, so I didn't try to keep her." It was inconvenient to talk about the diary, and Hong Chen didn't dare to mention that he would marry Su Firen years later. Shia Sha puffed her cheeks and asked again, "And then?" "Then I ran into her again during the college entrance exam competition. Su Firen was seriously injured at that time. She saved my life twice, and I couldn't just stand by, so we got in touch." Hong Chen added at the end, "After that, I took a cross-border flying boat to the Tianwen realm, which I just mentioned to you." "So what is your relationship now?" Xiao Xiao asked the most critical question. Hong Chen was silent for a long time, then shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm not sure. It should be the same as your relationship with me." Upon receiving the answer, Xiao Xiao didn't feel angry. Instead, she felt guilty towards Hong Chen. Because during Hong Chen's most difficult times, she hadn't been by his side, so she couldn't blame Su Firen for taking advantage of the situation. Although Hong Chen had just spoken lightly, Xiao Xiao could sense that after his parents' death, Hong Chen must have been very difficult, very desperate, and helpless. At that time, if she had been by his side, there would have been no entanglement between him and Su Firen. Moreover, she and Hong Chen were not in a romantic relationship, so why should she be angry with him? "I'm sorry." Xiao Xiao suddenly hugged Hong Chen and said softly, "You did nothing wrong. I shouldn't blame you. We will still be good friends in the future. When you can face your heart, whether you choose Su Firen or me, I will respect your choice." Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and finally said, "If you choose Su Firen, I will bless you, but I once told you that if you have a girlfriend, please keep your distance from me. I'm afraid others will misunderstand." Hong Chen nodded. Just as Xiao Xiao said, he needed to face his heart and make a choice, but for now, he could only set this matter aside. "But I have to say one thing." Xiao Xiao pinched Hong Chen's face, smiled, and said, "Before you make a choice, we are just childhood friends, good friends who are more than friends but less than lovers." When they were kids, every time Hong Chen made Xiao Xiao cry, he would always pinch her face and then make her laugh. "I didn't cry," Hong Chen retorted, unwilling to back down, and he also reached out to pinch Xiao Xiao's face. Xiao Xiao puffed up her pinched cheeks and took the opportunity to say, "I was just worried about your mood." The two of them, just like when they were young, sat on the flower bed, pinching each other's faces, just like back in the day. Xiao Xiao had always been so understanding. She never blamed Hong Chen, only herself for not doing well enough. After they cleared things up, there was no more awkwardness between them, and Xiao Xiao was about to leave. Hong Chen waved his hand, watching Xiao Xiao's figure flying away, and shouted, "Come play often when you have time." Xiao Xiao could fly, at least at the martial spirit level, but he didn't know how many stars she had. After watching Xiao Xiao fly far away, Hong Chen quietly sat on the flower bed, then took out his diary from the Kunlun jade pendant. The content recorded on the 8th page of the diary. September 10th, 5025, finally escaped from the clutches of death and arrived at the Tianwen realm. Now I am finally safe. Although today is September 5th, Hong Chen has already arrived in the Tianwen realm, so he could have opened the 9th page long ago. But since there were people around, he only opened the diary now. The 9th page of the diary recorded some very ordinary content in the first few lines. First, finding Zhou Jielian, giving Su Tianba's letter, then paying tuition and participating in military training. But the Hong Chen in the diary had just broken through to a 5-star martial artist, so his physical strength and endurance were lacking, causing him to lag behind during military training and be mocked by many new students. Zhou Jielian and Su Tianba were old friends. Seeing Hong Chen's state in the diary, they exempted him from military training, but Hong Chen was looked down upon by even more people. Subsequently, other freshmen were still undergoing military training, while in his diary, Hong Chen had raised his talent to A level in his realm to a 9-star warrior. Then, the date arrived, September 30th, 5025. Today the military training ended, and we have 7 days off. The dormitory is noisy with many people, and I can't find a quiet place to cultivate. October 1st, 5025. I want to find Su Firen, but it's too far away. The high-speed train takes over 10 days for a round trip, and neither Su Firen nor I can fly, so we can only agree to meet again after some time. October 2nd, 2025, my 9 roommates are noisy all day long, and I can't concentrate on my cultivation. They also isolate me and gossip about me behind my back, probably saying things like I got in through the back door, that my talent is poor, and that my realm is lacking. I've heard this many times over the past few days and have already become indifferent to it. October 3rd, 2025, I heard one of my roommates say he saw a poor old beggar at the back gate of the school, so he bought the old beggar a few meat buns. But the old beggar actually complained that the meat buns were tasteless and asked my roommate to buy him a beggar's chicken instead. However, my roommate ignored the old beggar and went straight back to the dormitory. I felt something was off. This old beggar might have a background, so I quietly left the dormitory. But the school is too large, and by the time I reached the back gate, it was already dark, and I didn't see the old beggar's figure. When Hongchen read this diary entry, he suddenly remembered the old beggar he encountered at the back gate of Jianghua High School, from whom he had bought the 8 or 9 mystical arts, and Li Chang'an had bought the great immortal technique from him, along with Sun Xiachuan's unyielding body and Xiao Zhao's 10,000 hidden sword classic. Although the 9 provinces span thousands of miles, logically, it shouldn't be the same old beggar. But Hongchen didn't know why. He felt that the old beggar at the back gate of Tianwu University was definitely the same one from the back gate of Jianghua High School. It was an indescribable intuition. In any case, whether or not it was that old beggar, Hongchen decided that on October 3rd, he would go to the back gate of Tianwu University to buy the old beggar a beggar's chicken. October 7th, 2025, today is the last day of the holiday, and there will be a welcome party tonight. Starting tomorrow, the freshmen can challenge each other. Although Tianwu University allows students to challenge each other to improve their strength rankings, during the military training period for freshmen, challenges are prohibited. After the military training ends, there will be another 7-day holiday, so the official challenges can only begin on October 8th. It is now September 5th, and Hongchen wants to break through to the martial spirit realm before October 8th. Hongchen had been violently beaten by evil cultivators in the dark sky realm, accumulating a lot of spiritual energy within him. But the breakthrough from martial master to martial spirit requires an immense amount of spiritual energy. Although he could attempt to break through with the spiritual energy he had, the probability of failure was high, so Hongchen didn't dare to take the risk. After all, the spiritual energy he had accumulated with great difficulty would dissipate if he failed, and he would have to start accumulating it all over again, which would take even more time. The 10-star martial master realm can be quite a bottleneck. Even a top genius with SSS level talent might take a month or so to break through. Most of the freshmen at Tianwu University are currently 10-star martial masters, though there are a few who are 9-star martial masters. However, there are also some freshmen who have participated in secret training and have already broken through to the martial spirit realm, but such geniuses are extremely rare, with at most 5 or 6 in Tianwu University. Those who participated in secret training had teachers from various schools personally guiding their cultivation, so their progress in realms would naturally be faster. They already had good talent, plus specialized guidance, and were surrounded by other geniuses, creating a rich atmosphere for cultivation, which would certainly motivate them to strive harder. In contrast, Hongchen, who relied on his own exploration for cultivation, would naturally progress more slowly in his realm, which was unavoidable given that his environment, talent, and teachers were not as good as theirs. Hongchen put away his diary. It was already dark outside. He got up and returned to the dormitory. The military training for the day had ended, and the freshmen had all gone back to their rooms. Hongchen arrived at the 1ZF building dormitory, where the hallway was bustling with male classmates in camouflage uniforms, all exuding the smell of sweat. The shower room was already packed, and the hallway was filled with the stench of sweat and urine. The overwhelming scent of male hormones was almost unbearable for Hongchen, causing tears to well up in his eyes. He pushed open the door to room 1010, which was already cramped, now filled with 9 sturdy young men with their upper bodies bare. "Hey, buddy, could you move a bit? I want to turn around. Can you keep your butt to yourself? I need to get back to my bed." Who threw their military training uniform on my bed? This bed is only so big. If you put your uniform here, I have nowhere to sleep. Because the dormitory was too small, with beds on either side and only a narrow passage in the middle, one had to wait for the other to move aside to pass through. The environment was truly terrible. The Geneva Convention clearly states that a prisoner of war dormitory should not exceed 8 people, yet this room had 10. Moreover, the odor inside was even worse, a mix of rotting flesh and fishy smells. Hongchen took a whiff and couldn't help but gag. "You're Hongchen, right?" A crew-cut boy approached and said, "I'm Wang Ping, the dorm leader." Seeing Hongchen gagging, Wang Ping laughed. "You'll get used to it in a few days. We all went through this. After a while, you just get accustomed to it." Hong Chen wiped his mouth and retorted, "The way you say that, anyone who doesn't know would think I'm pregnant." A skinny roommate looked at Hong Chen and then at Luo Lai, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, and asked, "Aren't you two the ones who came down from the floating battleship at noon?" Hong Chen nodded, "I'm Hong Chen, and this is Luo Lai. We were delayed for a few days due to some matters, so we just got to school. Did the principal personally come to pick you two up?" The skinny roommate swallowed hard and asked quietly, "You two must have some background, right?" Hong Chen replied honestly, "Don't speculate, we're just from ordinary families." Although they had some background in the Great Xia Kingdom, Hong Chen's father was a former deputy director, and Luo Lai's family owned a few mines in the prestigious Tianwu University. They could only be considered small fry. Upon hearing ordinary families, the skinny roommate nodded meaningfully and said with a smile, "Yuan Gu. You don't need to say more, we understand." Hong Chen was taken aback. Did this person really understand? He truly was from an ordinary family and wasn't trying to show off. It was said that one old horse didn't like money, and another claimed to be from an ordinary family. So, he didn't know when the meanings of ordinary family and not liking money had changed. A chubby roommate recognized Hong Chen. "I saw a stunning beauty on the playground today." She held a boy's hand. "That boy must be you, right? She's a good friend I grew up with." Hong Chen didn't deny it since everyone had seen it. The chubby roommate continued, "Is that stunning beauty your girlfriend?" Since Shia Sha had clarified that before Hong Chen made a choice, they were just very good friends, he emphasized, "It's not what you think, we're just very good ordinary friends." The skinny roommate, who had also seen Shia Sha, asked quietly, "If you two are just ordinary friends, could you introduce us?" "That's definitely not possible." Hong Chen firmly refused. There was no room for negotiation, even if it might offend someone. The chubby roommate suddenly recalled something and said, "I feel something's off. If you two have some background, you shouldn't be assigned to this dorm. This is the worst dormitory, room 1010, in Building F. The freshmen who come here, although they are all geniuses in their own stories, can only be considered the sewers of genius at Tianwu University, which is filled with talent. I've already said, we're just ordinary people, you keep overthinking it," Hong Chen emphasized again. The dorm leader, Wang Ping, asked, "What were your scores on the college entrance exam?" "I was the top scorer." Hong Chen pointed to the meditating Luo Lai. "He was the second. The people in our dorm are almost all the 5th place from big countries and the 10th place from superpowers," Wang Ping said in surprise. "With your scores, you should be able to go to the elite class." "Didn't I just say that?" Hong Chen stressed. "We were delayed by some matters and couldn't attend the class placement exam, so we were defaulted to the last two." Luo Lai was meditating, but the noise from the others made it impossible for him to concentrate. He didn't ask them to be quieter. Instead, he silently opened his eyes and walked out of the dorm, probably to meditate outside. To be honest, Hong Chen was also a bit overwhelmed. Although his roommates seemed easy to get along with, the smell in the dorm was truly unbearable. Moreover, it was hot and noisy, and the beds were so narrow that only one person could barely lie down. Hong Chen jogged a couple of steps and went downstairs with Luo Lai. With his current state, he wouldn't feel tired even if he didn't sleep for 10 days or half a month. The two arrived at a flower bed not far from the dormitory building, where many freshmen were gathered, likely unable to stand the dorm environment and coming out for fresh air or to practice. After arriving downstairs, Luo Lai once again sat cross-legged to meditate. Seeing this, Hong Chen felt a bit helpless. This guy was too dedicated, not resting for even a moment, completely a cultivation fanatic. After hesitating for a moment, Hong Chen suddenly asked, "If you had a cultivation method, but after practicing it, you had to observe strict precepts, meaning you couldn't eat meat or engage in sexual activities, and you couldn't even reward yourself. But the longer you observe these precepts, the faster your cultivation speed and the stronger your combat power. However, if you violate these rules, your cultivation level will drop, and the more you violate them, the more it will decrease. Would you practice this method?" Luo Lai opened his eyes and said, "What kind of inhumane method is that? Who invented it?" "Don't worry about who invented this method." Hong Chen looked at Luo Lai. "I just want to know, do you have the confidence to observe the precepts?" "That depends on what level the method is," Luo Lai replied. "My method is of the low earth rank, which is quite good. If it's lower than my method, I definitely wouldn't practice it." Hong Chen thought for a moment and said, "I feel it exceeds the top tier of the heaven rank. It might be the legendary divine rank method." Cultivation methods, martial skills, and weapons are divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. But above these, according to legend, there is an even higher divine rank. "Well, that goes without saying," Luo Lai said with an undeniable tone. "If there's such a method, not only would I not reward myself, I wouldn't even mind not getting married in this lifetime." Hong Chen took out the unyielding body of the great sun from the Kunlun jade pendant. Holding this method was a waste, it was better to do a favor. This is the method I was talking about, but think it over carefully. Hongchen handed the unyielding body of the Great Sun to Luo Lai. Luo Lai frowned and reached out to take the unyielding body of the Great Sun. His expression was complex, a mix of disbelief and confusion. A divine rank method? How could that be? This was a method that only existed in legends. But Hongchen had no reason to lie, he wasn't that kind of boring person. Luo Lai's hand caressed the withered, ancient pages, so if what Hongchen said was true, then this unyielding body of the Great Sun was indeed a divine rank method. Although his relationship with Hongchen was decent, there was no reason for him to directly give such a legendary divine rank method to him. Luo Lai simply couldn't understand. Looking at the expression on Luo Lai's face, Hongchen guessed his thoughts and explained, "This martial art manual in my hands would only gather dust. It's better to give someone a rose, and it just so happens that you need it, so I'm just doing a favor." Luo Lai remained silent, still unable to understand. He opened the unyielding body of the Great Sun and glanced through it, then tried to practice the breathing techniques as described in the book for a while. A few minutes later, Luo Lai opened his eyes and sighed softly, sigh. Seeing this, Hongchen thought something had gone wrong with Luo Lai's training and immediately asked, "What's wrong? Why are you sighing?" Luo Lai's face was a mix of emotions as he said, "Our Luo family is probably going to die out." Upon hearing this, Hongchen suddenly felt a bit regretful and said, "Why don't you practice another martial art? I'm afraid your parents will blame me. My life, I can make my own decisions," Luo Lai comforted with a smile. "And even if I had to choose 1,000 times, I wouldn't regret this decision. Originally, it would take me over 3 months to return to the level of a 10-star martial artist, but with this unyielding body of the Great Sun, I estimate I can recover my previous state in just over 20 days. A few days ago, I contacted my family, and the colorful stones have already been sent over, along with the ores you wanted. They should arrive here in about 10 days, and my talent will be upgraded to A level, possibly even sooner. I won't talk to you anymore, I need to take a good look at this martial art manual." Luo Lai held the unyielding body of the Great Sun, his eyes shining with eagerness. The spiritual energy in the Tianwen realm was dense, and Hongchen also sat cross-legged on the ground, running the 8-9 profound art, beginning to meditate and absorb energy. With his talent having risen to S level and being more skilled in the absorption methods of the 8-9 profound art, Hongchen's speed of absorbing spiritual energy was now very fast. He could gather a breath of energy in just over 30 minutes. When he first had F-level talent, he practiced the same 8-9 profound art but needed 5 hours to gather a breath of energy. Later, when he reached B-level talent, it took him an hour and a half. If he were to reach SSS level talent, he estimated he could gather a breath of energy in just a few minutes. If he absorbed energy in a place rich in spiritual energy, he could do it even faster, probably in just a few dozen seconds. With such a fast absorption speed, he wouldn't need to find someone to spar with, which would save him a lot of hardship. Although he didn't lack opponents at Tianwu University, he would have to wait until October 8 to officially start fighting, which was a bit of a waste of time. During this period, the freshman had military training and didn't have time to absorb energy, and those with SSS level talent also didn't have time, so his level wouldn't fall too far behind. The two sat in the flower bed, absorbing energy until dawn, and Luo Lai broke through to become a 6-star martial artist. Then, Hongchen and Luo Lai put on their military training uniforms and headed to the playground for military training. The instructor was a woman in her 30s, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Several roommates were nearby, and Wang Ping introduced, "Her name is Xia Yezi, an instructor from the Tianqian Great Wall." The thin roommate added, "Xia Yezi has been at the Tianqian Great Wall for over 10 years. The number of demon clans that have died at her hands is said to be countless." Hearing the words Tianqian Great Wall and demon clans, Hongchen recalled the content recorded on the last page of his diary. In a joking tone, Hongchen asked, "Do you think the demon clans might break through the Tianqian Great Wall and then march south to the 9 provinces? Upon hearing this, Wang Ping immediately replied, "The probability of the demon clans breaking through the Tianqian Great Wall is lower than my chance of breaking through to martial god. It's impossible." Hongchen emphasized, if the demon clans broke through the Tianqian Great Wall, what would you do? "It doesn't matter, I would take action." The chubby roommate joked, "At that time, I would wield a peerless artifact, slaying one demon god with a single strike, and cleaving the northern border in 2 with 2 strikes. You can just sit by, munching on seeds, and watch my performance." Several roommates thought Hongchen was joking, so they joked along. But no one noticed the sigh that escaped Hongchen. The idea that the demon race could breach the heavenly barrier Great Wall was something no one would believe. The credibility of such a claim was akin to Lin Dayu punching Jin Guanxi, the national football team winning the World Cup, Wu Wu Kai not cheating, the Emperor Master meeting aliens, or Wang Ping breaking through to the martial god level. If it weren't for the last page of the diary recording it, even if they beat Hong Chen to death, he wouldn't believe it. Hong Chen also gave the Great Sun indestructible body to Luo Lai because he believed the demon race would breach the heavenly barrier Great Wall. When that happened, disaster would come, and the 9 provinces would be in peril. Someone like Luo Lai would undoubtedly step forward without hesitation to resist the fierce advance of the demon race. As the saying goes, if there are righteous heroes in the world, perhaps there will be a glimmer of hope for humanity. The Tianzi class had a training ground specifically for their use, and this ground was filled with new students from the Huangzi class. The intensity of military training was high. Everyone had to carry 2,000 pounds of heavy metal and run around the field at a speed of 10 meters per second. However, the female instructor named Xia Yezi would let everyone sit down to rest after a few hours of training. During the break, Xia Yezi would teach everyone some enemy killing techniques and the reactions needed in battle. Hearing Xia Yezi's words, Hong Chen felt a strange familiarity. It took him a moment to remember. Many years ago, when he was still young, Hong Chen had taught him similar knowledge. This should be the enemy killing techniques and battle reactions specifically developed on the other side of the heavenly barrier Great Wall. Thinking of Hong Chen made Hong Chen sad. Although half a year had passed, he still found it hard to control his emotions whenever he thought of him. A person dies twice, once when they stop breathing, and once when they are forgotten. But Hong Chen firmly believed that as long as he lived, he would never forget his parents. Luo Lai, a 6-star martial artist, couldn't keep up with the others and fell to the back of the line. Xia Yezi looked at the slowly lagging Luo Lai and suddenly said, "Because someone is falling behind, everyone has to run an extra 200 laps." Many classmates immediately shot Luo Lai hostile glances, probably wanting to beat him up. Xia Yezi was shifting the blame, and Hong Chen felt a bit angry because the version of himself in the diary likely received similar treatment. Report! Hong Chen ran up to Xia Yezi and said firmly, "I'll take over Luo Lai's military training tasks from now on." "Sure. You're quite loyal." Xia Yezi snorted and said, "From now on, you'll carry 5,000 pounds every day and run 1,000 laps." "No problem." Hong Chen didn't hesitate, adding 3,000 pounds of heavy metal to himself before running towards Luo Lai without looking back. "You go rest, I'll run for you." Luo Lai, panting heavily, shook his head and said, "I'm fine, I can hold on." "If you can hold on, then this 3,000 pounds of heavy metal on me would be for nothing." Hong Chen urged, "You should go cultivate first. Once you recover your level, you can run again. I know you're holding back your breath, but military training still has over 20 days left. Work hard and cultivate diligently, return to the 10-star martial artist level by the end of the month, and then let that detestable woman see your strength." Luo Lai opened his mouth to speak but finally nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Brother, you've helped me a lot. I truly have no way to repay you. You just need to help me vent my frustration." After saying this, Hong Chen, burdened with 5,000 pounds of iron, moved swiftly, outpacing all his classmates. Seeing this scene, Xia Yezi couldn't help but grin and mutter, "This kid is interesting. But how did he end up in the Huangzi class?" The training ground for the Huangzi class had a standard lap of 400 meters. With 5,000 pounds of weight, Hong Chen could complete a lap in just 30 seconds. In contrast, the other Huangzi classmates, carrying 2,000 pounds, took 40 seconds to finish a lap, making the difference immediately apparent. Standing on the rooftop of the teacher's office building, Xiang Dingtian gazed at Hong Chen, who was sweating profusely on the playground. Beside him stood a young man with a cold demeanor, in his early 30s, with a handsome and clear appearance. A white cloth was tied around his right arm, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. According to customs in some places, when someone in the family passes away, one either wears a white cloth on their head or ties a white cloth around their right arm. This young man was named Yuan Hong, the elder brother of Yuan Qing, and he was also a teacher at Tianwu University. Due to his seniority over Yuan Qing, he did not need to wear a white cloth on his head, but he had to tie one around his right arm. Dressed in black with a sword at his waist, Yuan Hong silently watched Hong Chen on the playground for a long time. Xiang Dingtian took the initiative to speak. "His name is Hong Chen. Yuan Chang and Chu Yang died at the banks of the Oath Water to protect him. Protecting students is every teacher's duty," Yuan Hong replied after a long pause, managing only that one sentence. "Although Hong Chen is in the Huang class, you should be able to see that his strength is enough to be in the Tian class." Xiang Dingtian paused slightly before continuing, "Since you also wield a sword, and Hong Chen does too, I would like to arrange for him to be in the class you oversee after military training." Yuan Hong shook his head and said lightly, "Principal, I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline." "That's fine," Xiang Dingtian nodded, then asked, "But can you give me a reason?" Yuan Han looked at Hong Chen, who was burdened with 5,000 pounds, and said, "He is a very good child, but I am not a good teacher." Yuan Cheng and Chu Yang sacrificed their lives to bring him to Tianwu University. I feel my teaching level is limited, so I do not want to hinder Hong Chen's future growth because of my own shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Xiang Dingtian opened his mouth but ultimately did not speak. Although Yuan Hang's realm was not very high, having just entered the martial sect realm, his educational level was quite high, otherwise, Xiang Dingtian would not have sought him out. But since he had said so, Xiang Dingtian did not want to pressure him. It seemed Yuan Hong could not get past his own feelings, especially since Yuan Cheng had died because of Hong Chen. Excluding the administrative staff, there were only about 4,000 to 5,000 teachers at Tianwu University responsible for teaching. Some were honorary professors or adjunct instructors, so the number of teachers who could actually teach was around 3,000. Xiang Dingtian said, "There are 3,000 teachers in the school, please recommend a suitable teacher for Hong Chen." "Let me think." Yuan Hong pondered for a moment before mentioning a name. Upon hearing this name, Xiang Dingtian's eyes lit up, but he soon smiled wryly and said, "She is indeed a suitable candidate, but she has joined the military of Fang Tianwu Prefecture and is currently fighting against the cultivators of Wu Daoji Prefecture. She probably won't give me face." Due to the conflicting philosophies of martial arts and Taoism, there had been constant friction and ongoing conflicts between Fang Tianwu Prefecture and Wu Daoji Prefecture for years. "She is different from me," Yuan Hong said, turning away, leaving only one sentence before he left. "As long as you say that Chu Yan lost his life to protect Hong Chen, no matter how many difficulties lie ahead, she will rush back to Tianwu University and wholeheartedly teach Hong Chen." Xiang Dingtian knew this all too well, but everyone has their own life. Back then, she had given up her teaching position at Tianwu University and resolutely returned to Fang Tianwu Prefecture to participate in the struggle between martial arts and Taoism. Now that she had finally achieved something, having recently become the general of Fang Tianwu Prefecture and the only female general, asking her to return to Tianwu University would mean erasing all her years of hard work and destroying her future and ideals. Xiang Dingtian took out his phone, hesitated for a long time, but ultimately did not make the call. Ding dong! Just as he was about to put away his phone, a crisp message alert sounded. He picked up the phone to take a look, initially thinking it was a spam message. But the screen displayed a very brief line of text: "I am aware of the cause and effect. In half a month, I will return to Tianwu University." Looking in the direction where Yuan Hong had left, Xiang Dingtian smiled and thought, "You know I wouldn't speak of this matter, so you told her, didn't you?" Xiang Dingtian glanced again at the information on the screen, wondering if all your efforts over the years would go to waste. Was it really worth it to do this? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he recalled Yuan Cheng and Chu Yang, their voices and smiles still vivid in his memory. For those who value emotions deeply, this question might only have one answer: of course, it is worth it. After running 1,000 laps, Hong Chen felt completely exhausted. The first day had passed just like that. Carrying a weight of 5,000 pounds, he ran 400,000 meters without a moment's rest, still at a fast pace. Even though he was already a 10-star martial artist, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Then came the second day, the third day, the fourth day, until the fifth day. After these few days of running, the spiritual energy within Hong Chen surged, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. Although his body was tired, he still gained something. Every time he felt he could no longer hold on, he forced himself to keep running, strengthening his physical condition and solidifying his foundation. At noon, Xia Yezi would also impart some combat techniques, allowing Hong Chen to rest for a while. Just like the strategies in battle formations, when we strike, we must be swift as the wind, gentle as the forest, fierce as fire, and immovable as a mountain. Xu Feng. Xia Yezi looked at a burly boy and said, "You come out and practice with someone as I instructed." This burly youth named Xu Feng was the strongest in the Huang class, ranked 9001. "Instructor, who should I fight?" Xu Feng asked excitedly, glancing at his classmates on the playground. The playground was filled with new students from the Huang class, and Xu Feng, being the highest ranked, naturally had impressive combat strength. Xia Yezi looked to the back of the crowd, where a boy was panting with his tongue out, and called out, "Hong Chen! Damn it! What the hell?" Hong Chen cursed under his breath, helplessly getting up and jogging to the center, wiping the sweat from his face. The 3,000 new students of the Huang class formed a circle, leaving a 10-meter square space in the middle. Xia Yezi raised her chin and said, "Whoever loses will have to run an extra 200 laps this afternoon. Ordinary students carry a weight of 2,000 pounds and only need to run 400 laps a day, while Hong Chen, due to helping Luo Lai with his tasks, had to carry 5,000 pounds and run 1,000 laps. Therefore, an additional 200 laps for the other students in the Huang class was equivalent to a direct increase of half, undoubtedly a huge burden. Hong Chen looked up at Xia and asked, "Is there a reward for winning if there's a punishment for losing?" "I'm a person who believes in rewards and punishments," Xia replied. "If you win, you'll run 200 laps less. Please give me your guidance." Xu Feng exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. If he won, he could rest in the afternoon. Under everyone's gaze, Hong Chen adjusted his pants and said, "Please give me your guidance." Xu Feng was also at the 10-star martial artist level. Even in the worst Huang class of Tianwu University, more than half of the new students were 10-star martial artists. Because it was so difficult for martial artists to break through to martial spirits, many new students remained stuck at the 10-star martial artist level. However, there were still differences among 10-star martial artists. Hong Chen took out the Zhangyang knife from the Kunlun jade pendant, ready to strike Xu Feng down with a single blow and run 200 laps less. Xia said, "I already said it's a sparring match, why are you bringing out a knife?" Since he originally used a knife, Xu Feng's fists were calloused from practice, clearly indicating he had trained in boxing. "Alright then." Hong Chen put away the Zhangyang knife. If he had to take a loss, so be it. Strength was the hard truth. When Hong Chen was young, he practiced boxing with Hong Sen, and previously at the Yujing Hotpot restaurant, he knocked Long Out Yin unconscious with a single punch, which was also the boxing technique taught by Hong Sen. Xu Feng stepped forward with his left foot, his figure flashing like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards Hong Chen, while his right hand formed a palm, aiming directly for Hong Chen's chest. Hong Chen stood firm, unyielding, raising his left arm to block Xu Feng's palm steadily. With a muffled bang, both of them trembled slightly. Hong Chen raised his arm, adopting a defensive posture from the boxing manual, with his elbow horizontal and his arm bent. Xu Feng's punch missed, and he immediately changed tactics, spinning his body and sweeping his right foot like a whirlwind towards Hong Chen's lower body. Although Hong Chen only took one punch from Xu Feng, he quickly gauged the depth of this guy's skills. Hong Chen slid his left foot back a step, standing firmly with one foot in front and the other behind. When Xu Feng's kick struck Hong Chen's right leg, it felt like kicking a mountain, sending a violent shockwave back. Average strength, Hong Chen assessed in his mind, then suddenly, with his kicked right leg, he exerted force and sent Xu Feng flying. Xu Feng flew several hundred meters before crashing to the ground, but he did not lose consciousness, he merely felt a surge of blood and suffered some minor internal injuries. Hong Chen looked at Xia and asked, "Instructor, does this count as an aggressive attack?" If he didn't strike, it was one thing, but once he did, it was a decisive move, just as the military strategy states about aggression being like fire. Xia did not respond but turned to the other freshmen in the Huan class, loudly asking, "Is there anyone else who dares to step up and challenge Hong Chen?" No one answered. Even the strongest Xu Feng from the Huan class had only taken one move from Hong Chen before being kicked away. Seeing this, Hong Chen lightly coughed and said nonchalantly, "Instructor, I want to fight 10. You really are arrogant." Before Xia could speak, several male classmates rushed out. Everyone has their temper, and young people have even more, especially with so many young people present. Thus, with just a slight remark from Hong Chen, over a dozen people charged out. Hong Chen only wanted to take some hits to practice and show off a bit, but he didn't expect everyone to have such a strong temper. He quickly scanned the crowd and said, "I only want to fight 10, but there are 13 people here, that's too many." Xia did not respond but told the other classmates, "Don't hold back." As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of fists suddenly lunged at Hong Chen. He quickly activated his heavenly eye, slightly sidestepped, and dodged the punch. As he sidestepped, he swung out a punch, the wind howling with full force, instantly sending one classmate flying. But before he could catch his breath, another punch came at him. Hong Chen hurriedly sidestepped again, while his left hand reached out, grabbing the assailant's wrist, then using his arm's strength, he forcefully threw the person out, eliminating another opponent. The classmates watching from the Huan class formed a circle about 10 meters wide, which served as the arena. Anyone who fell out of the circle would lose. In the blink of an eye, Hong Chen had eliminated 2 people, his attacks were simply too swift. This perfectly confirmed what Xia had just said, swift as the wind, steady as the forest. Since it was a sparring session and not a life-and-death battle, Hong Chen refrained from using his golden light technique, otherwise, it would have been much easier for him. Of course, because it was just sparring, these classmates also did not use their trump cards. The remaining 11 classmates moved gracefully, like butterflies flitting among flowers, circling around Hong Chen, looking for his weaknesses. But Hong Chen stood firm as a mountain, responding to changes with steadfastness, embodying the military strategy of being immovable as a mountain. A tall classmate suddenly charged out, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. As he approached Hong Chen, he shouted and swung his fist, the wind howling with immense force. This charged attack must have been a specific boxing technique. Hong Chen spread his right hand, palm covering the heavy punch, while sliding back to break free from the encirclement. However, before he could steady himself, two classmates attacked from both sides. The classmate on the left executed a fierce kick, sweeping towards Hong Chen's lower body like a whirlwind. The classmate on the right unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed at Hong Chen's shoulder. Hong Chen closed his eyes, his heavenly eye sharp, and lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself into the air. In midair, he spun around, delivering a series of kicks, and the classmates on both sides instinctively reached out to block his flying legs, their arms numbed from the impact, causing them to stagger back a few steps. Meanwhile, other classmates began to strike. One classmate unleashed a boxing technique, with shadows of punches raining down. One classmate used agile movements, darting around Hong Chen like a ghost, waiting for the right moment to attack. Thanks to his heavenly eye perception, Hong Chen didn't need to turn around. He could clearly see the perspective behind him. With a slight tilt of his head, he dodged a punch aimed at the back of his head, then countered with a punch that struck the classmate in the chest, sending him flying. The nimble classmate seized the opportunity, pouncing on Hong Chen like a cheetah, his hands clawing towards Hong Chen's throat. Hong Chen reacted swiftly, leaning back sharply while kicking upward, hitting the classmate in the abdomen. A muffled grunt escaped the classmate as he was sent flying off the stage. With every move, Hong Chen eliminated 5 more classmates, leaving only 5 remaining in the arena. A surge of pride welled up in his heart as he shouted, his internal power surging like a tide, fists and palms intertwining, energy radiating outwards, sending the remaining 5 classmates flying off the stage. The onlooking classmates watched in awe, gasping in amazement. Hong Chen and the other classmates are clearly not on the same level. What's the point of this fight? His name is Hong Chen, right? With his strength, how could he be in the yellow class? He should be in the heavenly class. Hong Chen is really handsome. And the more you look, the more handsome he gets. Does he have a girlfriend? He seems to have a girlfriend. A few days ago, after military training, she came to the playground to find him, and they left together. But Wang Ping told me that's not Hong Chen's girlfriend, just a childhood friend with a close relationship. Hong Chen said it himself. Then don't I have a chance? I should be decent looking, right? Do you think I have a chance? With your rugged, godly looks, you probably won't have a chance in this lifetime. I suggest you wait for the next one. In the blink of an eye, only Hong Chen stood alone in the center of the stage, having eliminated 13 new students who had come to challenge him. Hong Chen slowly withdrew his fists and turned to Xia Shi, asking loudly, swift as the wind, steady as the forest, raging like fire, immovable as a mountain, have I grasped the essence? Xia Shi's face twitched at the question. Suddenly amused and angry, she asked, you really are full of yourself, you seem quite proud. How about we spar a bit? Let's skip that. Hong Chen immediately refused without hesitation. Xia Shi was at least at the martial emperor level, she might even be a martial sect master. What could he possibly use to compete with her? Seeing that Hong Chen was afraid, Xia Shi turned to the new students on the playground and commanded, all the boys in these 3 rows, step forward. Surround and beat up Hong Chen. Instantly, over 100 new students stood up, cracking their knuckles, saying, brothers, I've been annoyed by him for a long time. He's hogging all the spotlight, let's give him a good beating. Although he could defeat 13 people, facing 130, Hong Chen could only endure the beating. Moreover, they were all geniuses, even the new students in the yellow class were top talents in their respective countries and cities, each a genius in their own story. Hong Chen was surrounded and beaten by the crowd, each punch landing hard, and soon he was severely injured, barely hanging on, before Wang Ping and a few roommates carried him back to the dormitory. Yuan Go, we know you're strong, but don't show off too much next time, Wang Ping said, then returned to the playground to continue military training. Hong Chen was actually doing it on purpose, he wanted to be beaten. In the yellow class, he couldn't find an evenly matched opponent, so he had to put on a show and then get beaten up by everyone. Because of his increasing strength in battle, the spiritual energy within him grew more abundant, and the feeling of wanting to break through became even stronger. However, it still wasn't enough, not stable enough. If he couldn't ensure 100% success in breaking through to the martial spirit level, Hong Chen absolutely wouldn't attempt it. Because if he failed to break through, he would have to spend a lot of time reaccumulating spiritual energy, which would be an extreme waste of time. Once he failed to break through, the distance between him and those top geniuses would only grow further apart. Although Hong Chen had an S-level talent, those top geniuses had SSS-level talents, and their speed of absorbing spiritual energy was much faster. Therefore, he could only rely on the ability of becoming stronger through battle to quickly accumulate spiritual energy and shorten the gap between himself and those top-tier geniuses. The reason Hong Chen was able to get into Tianwu University was largely due to this ability. To be more precise, it was thanks to the 8-9 mystical arts that he was able to enroll in Tianwu University. Li Chang'an practiced the Great Immortal technique, and this guy had unparalleled strength, with arms that could exert immense force, and his indestructible defense was flawless. At that time, Hong Chen wanted Shia Sha to purchase the Great Immortal technique, but since it was bought by Li Chang'an, he had to choose the 10,000 Treasures Sword Classic instead. However, the old beggar also mentioned that this technique was more suitable for Xiao Xiao. The 10,000 Treasures Sword Classic was likely a sword cultivation technique, and Xiao Xiao had a dual-level talent. Her SS-level talent was the Glazed Jade Sword, and just from the name, it was clear that this was a sword cultivation talent. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the 5 lowest-level talents, but all talents originated from these 5 elements. The F-level earth talent had many branches, which could derive E-level sand, D-level stone, C-level rock, and B-level jade. E-level sand could derive A-level glazed, while C-level rock could derive B-level stone guardian and S-level multicolored stone. The F-level metal talent could derive E-level iron, D-level steel, and C-level sword. Xiao Xiao's glazed jade sword was a fusion of jade, glazed, and sword talents, 3 talents mixed together to create a new one. Talents could change infinitely, deriving in pairs, 3s, or even 5s. Each time a talent was derived, it would be different, potentially leading to billions of types of talents. Luo Lai also had an SSS-level talent. After Hongchen gave him the unyielding body of the sun, it would surely shine in his hands, which was far better than rotting in his own hands or in Sun Xiachuan's. After lying down for 5 or 6 hours, Hongchen was able to get up and move around. The smell in the dormitory was unbearable, so he dragged his aching body and slowly walked out of the dormitory. He then found Luo Lai, and the two of them sat cross-legged in a secluded place, breathing and meditating to accumulate spiritual energy. Because Hongchen was seriously injured, he had a valid reason to avoid military training for the next few days. Hongchen and Luo Lai hid in a dark corner, sitting shoulder to shoulder, meditating together, which was quite enjoyable. By the 4th day, Hongchen's injuries had healed, but he still did not go to military training. This thankless task, he thought, if he could avoid it for another day, he would. After hiding for a total of 7 or 8 days, Wang Ping suddenly found Hongchen. He came to convey Xia Yezi's message: if you don't come to military training, I'm going to find the principal. Hongchen had no choice but to continue attending military training, but time passed quickly, and soon it was the end of the month. Although he was exhausted from running every day, he finally made it through. Hongchen wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. Hongchen, Xia Yezi called out, then waved him over, signaling for him to come and talk. This woman never had good intentions when she called him, but under the roof, one had to bow their head. Hongchen had no choice but to run over to Xia Yezi and shouted, reporting, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Xia Yezi wiped the saliva off her face, her tone somewhat helpless, but before Hongchen could respond, she suddenly smiled and asked, "Now that military training is over, I'm going back to the Great Wall of Heaven. What is your relationship with Hong Sen?" Hearing this, Hongchen was taken aback and asked, "You know my dad? When I first saw you, I couldn't believe such a coincidence, but later I saw your stubborn and foul temper, and since you both share the surname Hong, it was hard not to suspect that Hong Sen is your father. Your dad should have been under 30 when he left the Great Wall of Heaven, and I was just a new recruit who had just arrived there. He was my squad leader, and we both served in Su Tianba's camp." Xia Yezi concluded, "Although I haven't known your dad for long, he took good care of me." Hongchen heard this and asked, "You've taken good care of her, but it sounds a bit off. He's not bullying you, is he?" Xia Yezi nodded and smiled, saying, "Just like how I've been taking care of you these days. Back then, I was holding you back, so your dad made things difficult for me. But your dad saved my life. If it weren't for him, I would have died at the hands of the demon clan. After he married your mom, I lost contact with him." Xia Yezi paused and then asked, "After so many years, how is your dad?" "Well." Hongchen lowered his head, his tone calm. "He passed away not long ago." Hongchen recounted the circumstances surrounding Hongsen's death, and upon hearing this, Xia Yezi's expression turned sorrowful, her tone lamenting, "Old friends are gradually fading away, like leaves falling in the wind. It's already the end of the month. After military training ends, I'll be heading back to the Tianqian Great Wall right away," Xia Yezi said. "If you get the chance in the future, you can come to the Tianqian Great Wall to see it. It was once the place where your dad fought bravely and shed blood for his dreams." "Are you in such a hurry to leave?" Hongchen asked. "There's still the welcome party later, aren't you going to stay and see?" "I won't stick around for the excitement," Xia Yezi said, taking out a book and handing it to Hongchen. "This isn't about martial skills or techniques, just my insights on martial arts. I noticed some small issues when you were sparring on the playground last time, and I've written them all down in this book. It might help you." "Thank you." Hongchen reached out to take the martial arts insights. He had previously felt no fondness for Xia Yezi, but because of her connection to Hongsen, he suddenly changed his mind about her. If there's a chance in the future, let's meet again at the Tianqian Great Wall. Xia waved her hand and then left gracefully. Hongchen watched her figure soar into the sky until she completely disappeared before quietly heading to the flower bed to meditate. Luolia was still meditating there. After spending over 20 days, he had returned to the realm of a 10-star martial artist. Since he had reached the 10-star martial artist level before, his breakthrough this time was naturally swift. However, after reaching the 10-star martial artist level, his rate of advancement slowed down because that was the highest level he had achieved, so subsequent breakthroughs would return to a normal pace. 10 days ago, the ore from Luolia's family arrived at the school, and Hongchen helped him use the colorful stones to successfully elevate his lightning affinity to the 5-color Divine Thunder. With his talent upgraded to A grade, Luolia's physique became even more robust, and as his talent improved, he was also regaining his previous strength. Hongchen sat cross-legged beside Luolia, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into the Kunlun jade pendant. On the ground next to the tavern lay various ores. More than half were from Luolia's family, but a small portion was Hongchen's own stock. These ores were quite cheap in the Great Xia Kingdom, but in other places, they could be worth a fortune. It was like the worthless black truffles in the mountains, which could only be used to feed pigs, but when sold in big cities, they were more expensive than gold. In such a vast area as Jiuzhou, many airspaces were plagued by sky pirates who specialized in robbing logistics airships, making logistics costs unimaginably high. Of course, space rings could be used to transport goods, but as mentioned earlier, even a 1 square meter space ring is very expensive. Su Firen, the daughter of a wealthy family, only recently acquired her own space ring, and it was just 1 or 2 square meters. Those who could afford a 10 square meter space ring were naturally wealthy individuals. Moreover, using a 10 square meter space ring for logistics was like using a Rolls-Royce for ride-hailing. The cost-effectiveness was extremely low, making it hard to break even. It was simply overkill, and if it got robbed, it would be a total loss. 20 days ago, Hongchen had already reattached a notice on the wall of the tavern that read barter. The top line of the notice stated, purchasing Zhixiao Divine Stone, for symbols Jade, Sanglong Spirit, 10,000-year Dragon Breath, Inglong Spirit, Inglong Wings, Fiery Red Lotus, Infinite True Qi, Ziwei Dao Rhythm, 9 Heavens Mysterious Crystal. The bottom line read, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures I have for exchange are, crystal white jade, diamond, turquoise, Hutian jade, Shoshan stone, white jade, green jade, yellow jade, crimson chalcedony, sky blue gemstone, radiant gem, multicolored stone. The Zhixiao Divine Stone was for helping Luo Lai with his acquisition. His current talent was the 5-color Divine Thunder, and using the Zhixiao Divine Stone could elevate his talent to the S-level Zhixiao Divine Thunder. Su Firen had an S-level White Dragon talent, and she had 2 routes to enhance her talent. If she used the 4 symbols Jade, Sanglong Spirit, and 10,000-year Dragon Breath, she could elevate to the SS level 4 symbols Sanglong. If she used the 10,000-year Dragon Breath, Inglong Spirit, and Inglong Wings, she could elevate to the SS level Inglong. However, these 5 heavenly materials and earthly treasures were extremely precious, especially the 10,000-year Dragon Breath, which was rare beyond rarity. As for the Fiery Red Lotus, Infinite True Qi, Ziwei Dao Rhythm, and 9 Heavens Mysterious Crystal, Hongchen had prepared them for himself. He currently had an S-level talent of Southern Mingli Fire, and by refining the Fiery Red Lotus and Infinite True Qi, he could elevate to the SS level Infinite Fiery Fire. By refining the Ziwei Dao Rhythm and 9 Heavens Mysterious Crystal, he could elevate to the SS level 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire. But whether Hongchen had the 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire or the Infinite Fiery Fire, there was ultimately only one route, which was to elevate to the SSS level Hongmeng Sacred Fire. The Hongmeng Sacred Fire was a flame refined from the Hongmeng Purple Qi, the first fire in the world, the ancestor of all fires in the 3 realms and 5 elements, and also the hottest flame in the world. It is said that once the Hongmeng Sacred Fire ignites, it can never be extinguished, unless the object it clings to is completely turned to nothingness. Only then will the Hongmeng Sacred Fire slowly extinguish. As long as it is attached to the Hongmeng Sacred Fire, even if the body turns to ashes, the Hongmeng Sacred Fire will not stop burning, unless the ashes are burned to nothingness. Only then will the Hongmeng Sacred Fire extinguish. Due to the differences in regions, the Hongmeng Sacred Fire has various names. Only in the East Victory Divine Continent is it called the Hongmeng Sacred Fire. In the 3000 Dao states, it is called the Original Dao Fire. In the Daoyuo Golden State it is called the Great Sun Golden Flame. In the Wudao Extreme State it is called the Source Fire. In the Central State it is called the Primordial Sacred Fire. In the Huanghuang State it is called the Great Sun Golden Flame. And in the Piaomiao State it is called the Chaos Fire. When Hongchen entered the tavern, a middle-aged man was already waiting at a wooden table. This man had a pale face, a feminine appearance, a stout build, and a fleshy face. He introduced himself to Hong Chen. "You can call me Chao Diaosi." "Chao Diaosi?" Hong Chen was taken aback for a moment, and after a while, he suddenly realized that this person was nicknamed Chao Diaosi, which actually referred to a eunuch, but one with a high-ranking position. The various countries in the 9 provinces had different systems. The Daxia kingdom was a law-based nation, but many countries were ruled by the royal family, such as many countries in the 3000 Dao states and Daluo Golden State, which followed this feudal system. 100 years ago, the Daxia kingdom was also under a feudal system, but in the last 100 years, it had undergone tremendous changes, slowly transforming into the modern law-based society it is today. It was precisely because of this transition to a law-based society that the Qingzhou Mansion and Jinyuan Mansion weakened. If Su Tianba had not built achievements at the Tianjin Great Wall, the Dai Mansion would have also weakened. However, many names still reflect the remnants of the feudal system in the Daxia kingdom, such as flying boats being called airplanes in the outside world, and the security bureau being called the police station. Chao Diaosi's real name was Chao Yueming, and he got straight to the point. "I need crimson chalcedony." Hong Chen nodded and asked, "What do you have?" "I have Yinglong Spirit and Fiery Red Lotus." Chao Yueming looked at Hong Chen. "You can choose one." The Sanglong Spirit was the heavenly material and earthly treasure Su Firen needed, while the Fiery Red Lotus was the one he needed. Hong Chen raised his head and asked, "Can I have them all?" "Yes." Chao Yueming's voice was sharp as he lowered it and said, "But you have to give me a piece of red agate that is over 20 centimeters long." After all, this was a personal privacy issue, so Hong Chen didn't ask Chao Yueming why he insisted on a red agate longer than 20 centimeters. Red agate was a treasure of the sun, and it was said that as long as it was paired with the remains of Rama, it could restore the lineage. It was well known that eunuchs needed to be cleansed, so the reason Chao Yueming wanted red agate was already obvious. Those who understood would understand. "Wait a moment, I'll go take a look outside." Hong Chen left the tavern and began searching for red agate among the treasures at the entrance. The price of red agate was relatively high, and he didn't have much stock. He also didn't know if there was any red agate that met the length requirement. If there wasn't any red agate of the required length, he would have to call Honghu to buy some and then have someone send it to Tianwu University. Because the Tianwen realm was located in the center of the 9 provinces, it was relatively close to the Great Xia Kingdom, and it would only take a little over 10 days to reach the Tianwen realm by cross-border flying boat. Chao Yueming didn't know if he was in a hurry. If he was very anxious, then Hong Chen would have no way to help. But Hong Chen estimated that he shouldn't be in a rush. After all, he had been castrated for so many years, so he shouldn't be in a hurry for a moment. Although he had prepared 3 pieces of red agate, the longest one was only 18 centimeters. Hong Chen returned to the tavern helplessly and said with a wry smile, "Brother Chao, I just took a look, and I'm really sorry, but the longest piece of red agate I have is only 18 centimeters. If you're not in a hurry, just wait for me for half a month, and I'll get you a piece of red agate that is 20 centimeters long." The delicate-faced Chao Yueming frowned in thought, and after a moment, he slapped the table. 18 centimeters is enough, let's make the deal. It was clear that Chao Yueming was really anxious. Hong Chen pushed open the tavern door again and brought back the longest piece of red agate. After the two completed the transaction, Chao Yueming left the tavern in a hurry. Hong Chen put away the spirit of the Yinglong and the fiery red lotus, then tore off the paper he had previously posted and wrote down the needed treasures again: purple sky divine stone, 10,000-year dragon breath, Yinglong wings, infinite true chi. With the spirit of the Yinglong and the fiery red lotus, Hong Chen confirmed his path to enhancing his talent, first upgrading to SS level infinite fiery karma, while Su Firen would upgrade to SS level Yinglong. After completing the transaction, Hong Chen withdrew his consciousness from the Kunlun jade pendant, then sat cross-legged in the flower bed, meditating and breathing in spiritual energy. After so many days of enduring and breathing, the spiritual energy within him was already sufficient, but he still needed a breakthrough opportunity. He was adjusting his essence, energy, and spirit to peak condition, aiming for a successful breakthrough to martial spirit in one go. The next morning, Hong Chen felt that his essence and energy were full, but his spirit was still not vigorous enough. If he were to break through at that moment, although the success rate was as high as 80%, there was still a 20% chance of failure, so Hong Chen didn't want to take the risk. "We came to Tianwu University, and we haven't explored the campus at all. After breathing for so many days, should we take a look around the school?" Hong Chen stood up and asked Luo Lai. If this cultivation fanatic Luo Lai didn't want to look around, Hong Chen would go by himself. He was just casually asking Luo Lai. After continuously breathing for a month, I happen to feel a bit tired. Luo Lai also stood up and said, "I just had that thought too, let's go." Previously, Hong Chen and Luo Lai had only been going back and forth between the playground and the flower bed. This was the first time they walked around the school, and everything felt fresh. Tianwu University covered an area of 50,000 acres, equivalent to an ordinary urban area. Established for 3,000 years, Tianwu University had produced countless heroes, leaving behind many well-known attractions. The first area they arrived at was a black wall near the dormitory building of the Huanzi class. This black wall was 100 meters long, wide, and high, and various messages were written on it with chalk, spray paint, and ink. Shi Shangwei visited here. I want to work hard to squeeze into the Tianzi class. I like Lu Yuchen, the junior. I like Lin Yi, the senior. One of my roommates doesn't shower every day, his groin is simply unbearable, and I don't want to stay in the dormitory of the yellow class. Before I graduate from university, I will definitely leave my name on the Millennium Dragon and Tiger list. Xiao Lingchuan visited here on May 20th, 5020. Hongchen looked at the words on the black wall, feeling as if it were a message board, inscribed with the words of students from various generations of Tianwu University. Luo Lai looked up at the top of the black wall. I want to write my name at the very top of the black wall. Hearing this, Hongchen looked up at the top of the black wall, the most competitive place where many students had written their names, but many names had been crossed out and replaced with new ones. I, Lin Yi, am the martial god. I, Xin Xuan, will surely reach the peak of the martial god. I, Feng Qingtian, vow to be the #1 sword cultivator in the 9 provinces. I, Hong Zhonghu, am truly invincible in the world. Once I break through to the martial spirit realm, I will also leave my name at the top of the black wall. Hongchen stroked his chin, daydreaming, and continued, and after I write my name, no new juniors will dare to erase it, because by then, I will already be famous throughout the 9 provinces. You think too highly of yourself. Luo Lai laughed. Since you want to write at the top, I'll write next to you. Future juniors will probably not erase my name out of respect for you. After the two finished looking at the black wall, they headed east and soon arrived at the central area of Tianwu University. This is the core zone of Tianwu University, where many students come every evening. Ahead is the main gate of Tianwu University, and after passing through the kilometer-long Central Avenue, a fighting arena appears. This arena is very famous, called the Tianwu Grand Arena. The Tianwu Grand Arena is a square with a side length of 999 meters. When this arena was built, the original plan was for it to be 1,000 meters, but the then president vetoed it, saying, even if martial arts have 1,000 meters, 1 meter should be left in the heart. This statement has been interpreted in many ways, but the meaning most recognized by students is, leave a line for others, do not go all out. Tianwu University does not allow deadly fights, except in the Tianwu Grand Arena. Warriors emphasize clarity of thought, grievances should be repaid. If there are irreconcilable conflicts between two people, they can go to the Tianwu Grand Arena, sign a life and death agreement, and resolve their personal grudges, with teachers and classmates not intervening. Therefore, many students speculate that the president who built the Tianwu Grand Arena to 999 meters hoped that regardless of who wins in a deadly fight, there should always be 1 meter left in the heart. After listening to Luo Lai talk about the origin of the Tianwu Grand Arena, Hongchen commented on that president. Great, no need for more words. Behind the Tianwu Grand Arena stands a golden wall plaque, 100 meters long and only 10 meters high. Gold, enduring for thousands of years, does not corrode, rust, or change color. This wall plaque, forged from trillions of tons of gold, is called the Dragon and Tiger List. However, at Tianwu University, it is also known as the Millennium Dragon and Tiger List and the 3,000-year Dragon and Tiger List. Tianwu University has been established for 3,000 years, and every year students graduate. In their senior year, the student ranked first in the Tian class can be inscribed on the Dragon and Tiger List. It is not necessary to maintain the first position for 4 years, rather, it is required to hold the first position in the final year of senior year to have their name engraved on this Dragon and Tiger List for 100 years. Therefore, although Hongchen is currently second to last in the yellow class, as long as he achieves first place before graduation, he can leave his name on this 3,000-year Dragon and Tiger List. Generally speaking, if a student can rank first in the Tian class during their freshman year, they are likely to also be first in the Tian class upon graduation, with only a small chance of a ranking change. Since it is called the 3,000-year Dragon and Tiger List, the names of 3,000 students have naturally been engraved on this list. 2000 first session, Xiaoyichen, 2001 second session, Wu Qiong, 2002 third session, Lu Wu, 2002 third session, Mo Feiyun. The history of the human race spans 10,000 years, divided into the first 5,000 years and the latter 5,000 years. In the ancient period of the first 5,000 years, the human race rose among the myriad races and fought against the strongest demon race, ultimately achieving a hard-won victory. However, the human race, unable to eradicate the remaining demon race and fearing their desperate counterattack, had no choice but to drive the remnants of the demon race to the northern borders and build a great wall to block the demons from descending into the 9 provinces. The year the human race defeated the demon race became the new calendar year 0 for humanity, marking the beginning of accurate dates. Then, in the year 1997 of the human race, Tianwu University was established, and in the first session of 2000, Xiaoyichen graduated at the top of the Tian class, leaving his name on the dragon and tiger list. 3,000 years have passed, and of course, all those old names at the top of the list are long gone. 50-100 year 3,000th session, Feng Qingtian, 50-01 year 3,001st session, Nangong Henshui, 50-02 year 3,002nd session, Sui 15, 50-03 year 3,003rd session, Zhongmenghu, 50-23 year 3,023rd session, Liqingzhou, 50-24 year 3,024th session, Mu Ziyin, 50-25 year 3,025th session, Feng Sulin. The names following these are not old names, so they should still be alive today. Xiangding Tian's name is also listed on the Dragon and Tiger list. He was in the 2,971st session of 4,971, so if calculated this way, he should be around 75 years old this year. Warriors are different from ordinary people, and especially for a warrior of Xiangding Tian's caliber, his appearance does not show age, resembling that of a middle-aged man. Additionally, Hong Chen also saw a familiar name, Jiang Menghu. He had encountered someone in a tavern named Jiang Menghu. Their names are so similar, could they be the same person? Hong Chen shook his head at this thought. It couldn't be that coincidental. Luo Lai looked at the dragon and tiger list and murmured, heroes in this world are truly as numerous as fish crossing a river. Hong Chen replied, those who can leave their names on the dragon and tiger list are definitely top-tier geniuses, 1 in 10,000. Luo Lai suddenly laughed upon hearing this and asked Hong Chen, are you thinking about how, 4 years from now, you want to carve the name Hong Chen onto the dragon and tiger list? Was that even a question? This is an incredibly glorious thing. If my name could be carved on the dragon and tiger list, it would take center stage in the Hong family genealogy, and the history of the great Xia would forever remember the name Hong Chen. Hong Chen rolled his eyes at Luo Lai and asked, which student of Tianwu University doesn't fantasize about this? Don't you fantasize about it? I can't even sleep thinking about it. Luo Lai laughed heartily. Just thinking about my name being carved on the dragon and tiger list makes me tremble all over. It's like reaching a climax. Hearing such crude words from Luo Lai, Hong Chen's face twitched. You actually have better adjectives. This is the real me, Luo Lai said, laughing again. Just try to be tolerant. As the two became more familiar, their conversation flowed more freely, without the awkwardness of just getting to know each other. Luo Lai continued, tomorrow is a 7-day short holiday. Xiao Dao and Mu Yunlu are coming to play. Should we have a meal together tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Hong Chen replied, Xiao Dao is from Wuqiu University, and Mu Yunlu is from Dongsheng University. I remember those two schools are quite far from ours. Luo Lai stroked his chin and said, they've already set off, they should arrive by tomorrow night. With just the 4 of us men, it might be a bit dry, Hong Chen said, reaching into his pants. I'm not really in the mood to go. Seeing Hong Chen shift gears, Luo Lai disdainfully said, in broad daylight, you should pay attention to your manners. Mine is a bit big, and I always stay in the same place, so it can get a bit uncomfortable, Hong Chen explained. So sometimes, you need to shift down. Don't say anything. Big brother, you shouldn't say anything either, Hong Chen mocked. Your manners aren't exactly high either. Words are just words, Luo Lai leaned in and said, seeing is believing, let me take a look. You're a bit perverted, brother, Hong Chen shifted his butt to the side. You don't want to duel, do you? I'm perfectly normal, Luo Lai replied helplessly. It's just that what you said sounded so mystical, so I was a bit curious. Being curious about everything will only harm you, Hong Chen said earnestly. And we're not kids anymore. Are we really going to pull it out and compare sizes? Although the two spoke softly, martial artists have keen hearing, and some passing students shot them disdainful glances, muttering, such filthy language, these two have terrible manners. Hong Chen was already full of energy and spirit, originally just a step away from breaking through to the martial spirit realm. But after reading the Black Wall and the Dragon and Tiger rankings, Hong Chen's fighting spirit surged, his energy and spirit at their peak. The abundant spiritual energy within him churned, as if it wanted to burst out of his body and soar into the clouds. The desire to break through reached its zenith in that moment. Luo Lai noticed the change in Hong Chen and stood up, saying, you focus on your breakthrough. I won't let anyone get close to you. Hearing this, Hong Chen closed his eyes, silenced his breath, calmed his mind, and mobilized the abundant spiritual energy within him, as vast as the ocean. This overwhelming spiritual energy surged through his meridians, acupoints, limbs, and bones. The energy continuously washed over his body, making it increasingly solid, sharpening his senses, and filling his spirit. Due to this abundant spiritual energy, the temperature around him rapidly rose, turning his surroundings into a furnace. Luo Lai stood 10 steps away. A wave of scorching heat hit him, making it hard to breathe. The martial master Dan within Hong Chen, originally the size of a coin, gradually expanded as the abundant spiritual energy poured in. With a crisp sound, the shackles that bound him shattered, and the martial master Dan suddenly swelled to its maximum size, becoming as big as a fist, then slowly solidified. A tremendous wave of heat swept in all directions, and Hong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Taoist, I've made it. I've entered the realm of earthly immortals. Unable to contain his excitement, Hong Chen babbled nonsensically, but what he really wanted to say was, I have broken through to the martial spirit realm. However, due to his overwhelming excitement, his brain momentarily malfunctioned, leading to those two awkward phrases. Luo Lai walked up to Hong Chen and congratulated him, you did it. You actually broke through successfully in one go. I prepared so thoroughly, of course, I would succeed on the first try. Hong Chen excitedly replied, if he didn't have 100% confidence, he wouldn't have casually attempted the breakthrough. Luo Lai said, among this year's freshmen, your speed in breaking through to the martial spirit realm probably ranks in the top 100. Have so many classmates already broken through to the martial spirit? Hong Chen found it hard to believe, just over 10 days ago, only a few had broken through, and now, in just over 10 days, 100 had done so. Those top geniuses likely have SS or SSS level talents, so they all broke through in the first few days, Luo Lai reassured him. But you're doing well too, one should be content. You're still at S level talent, and being able to keep up with those people is already impressive. Indeed. Hong Chen thought the same. Among those top geniuses, some had participated in secret training, and others had their talents tested early. Being able to keep pace with these individuals was already quite remarkable. Just wait until my talent reaches SSS level, and soon I will surpass these top geniuses. Luo Lai laughed and said, with your current cultivation and strength, it might be a bit difficult to make it into the top 100, but getting into the Tian class is definitely no problem. Hong Chen, upon hearing this, replied, it's not time yet. I can't challenge the students in the Tian class. I can only challenge other students after the 7-day break is over and classes officially start. This rule is just too silly. Who came up with such a stupid regulation? Luo Lai cursed. Hong Chen shushed him, saying, keep your voice down, the principal might be watching from somewhere. Xiang Dingtian stood on the rooftop of the teacher's office building, keeping an eye on Hong Chen. Seeing him break through smoothly, he let out a sigh of relief. But upon hearing Luo Lai's words, Xiang Dingtian wanted to rush over and give him an elbow strike to let this kid know what it means to respect teachers and the way of learning. Have you watched too many cop and gangster movies? A tall beauty with big waves in her hair descended gracefully beside Xiang Dingtian. Why is it that every time I see you, you're on the rooftop? This tall beauty wore a leather outfit, standing about 1.78 meters tall, with curves in all the right places, a slender figure presenting a perfect S shape. Her face was also extremely beautiful, with a small oval face, clear and bright eyes, a delicate nose, and a cherry-like mouth, her gaze charming and full of emotion, exuding an enchanting grace. Xiang Dingtian did not turn around but simply smiled and said, the air is good on the rooftop. Following Xiang Dingtian's gaze, the tall beauty spotted Hong Chen and Luo Lai and asked, which one is Hong Chen? The one who looks a bit anxious is Luo Lai, and the one who looks somewhat handsome is Hong Chen. Xiang Dingtian roughly described the two. Most men do not intentionally praise other men's looks, even if the other is extremely handsome. At most, they might say, he's a bit handsome. But women are different. The tall beauty carefully looked at Hong Chen, nodded in satisfaction, and commented, he's not just a bit handsome. Even though he's still in military training clothes, it can't hide his astonishingly striking good looks. This time, I trouble you to come all the way back from Fong Tianwu Prefecture to Tianwu University. From now on, Hong Chen will be in your care. Xiang Dingtian's words were only half finished. The tall beauty interrupted, there's no trouble or no trouble. Tianwu University is my second home, and Chu Yang is like my own big brother. You are both a teacher and a friend to me, so of course, I will help with this little favor. Although the tall beauty spoke lightly, Xiang Dingtian knew that she had given up a lot for this. The tall beauty seemed to see through Xiang Dingtian's thoughts, her lips curled into a smile, and she laughed brightly. I promised the governor of Fong Tianwu Prefecture that I would teach for a maximum of 3 years, and then I would return to Fong Tianwu Prefecture. He promised to keep my position for me, so I haven't given up much. After finishing her words, the tall beauty smiled at Xiang Dingtian and said, so, you can rest easy. If you really feel guilty and think you owe me, just give me a little more salary. After fighting with those cultivators every day for these years, I haven't had time to put on makeup, and my skin isn't as smooth as it used to be. It's just right to earn some money to buy skincare products. Of course, I will give you the highest salary, Sun Dingtian said. You seem to be almost 40, right? At your age, still caring about skincare, who are you trying to impress? You might as well find a man and get married soon. I'm only 35, okay? The tall beauty said sharply, don't add years to my age. We women care a lot about this. You can easily offend people like that. I'm sorry, Xiang Dingtian said, putting his hands together, his tone helpless. I won't dare next time. Whenever you don't want me to worry about this, I won't say anything about you. The tall beauty retorted, if marriage is so good, why aren't you getting married? With a sigh towards the heavens, he said, it is precisely because I missed out that I want you to cherish the person in front of you. If you encounter someone you have feelings for, don't be like me, regretting it only when you're old. He could only lament alone in a deserted place, looking up at the sky, seemingly recalling many years ago, on an afternoon much like this one, that girl with bright eyes and a beautiful smile. The king who educates others verbally, yet a coward in matters of the heart, was about to be mocked by the tall beauty, but in the end, she held her tongue. Hong Chen didn't have much money, while Luo Lai was a rich second generation. That night, he took Hong Chen and 8 of his roommates to a restaurant off campus. Although they had known each other for less than a month, they were still roommates, and their meeting was a kind of fate. Wang Ping and the 7 roommates all knew that Hong Chen and Luo Lai would soon leave the dormitory for the Earth class and even the Heaven class, so they felt a bit reluctant. Everyone parted on good terms. After finishing their meal, Hong Chen and Luo Lai went to the flower bed to meditate and absorb energy. Because it was a 7-day holiday, even at night, there were people in every corner of the school. The spiritual energy in the school was denser than in Jianghuai province, allowing Hong Chen to absorb it in a shorter time. The two meditated through the night until dawn, then continued from dawn until evening, when 2 men approached from a distance. One had a missing right arm, only a left arm remaining, with a face full of hostility and dead fish eyes that were mostly white with small pupils, looking quite intimidating. This was Xiao Dao. The other was handsome, imposing, dressed in a flowing white robe, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, but his face was slightly pale, revealing a sickly complexion. He was Mu Yunlu, the holy son of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm. Lai Gu. Xiao Dao ran forward, first calling out to Luo Lai, then looking at Hong Chen. Luo Lai had been affected by the evil cultivator and wanted to take his own life, but Hong Chen said he could cure Luo Lai's heartache. Xiao Dao had then said, if you can cure Lai Ji's heartache, you will be my big brother from now on. So at this moment, seeing Hong Chen, although a bit reluctant, Xiao Dao still called out, Hong De Gu. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen waved his hand, feeling secretly pleased, and smiled, you can just call me Yuan Gu. Mu Yunlu always wore a calm smile. He cupped his hands to Hong Chen and Luo Lai and said, Brother Hong, Brother Luo, how have you been lately? It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad, Hong Chen replied leisurely, life is but a grand dream, youth fades to white hair, all in the blink of an eye. Hong Chen merely wanted to sound profound, but Mu Yunluo's expression turned serious as he nodded slightly and said, that is very profound. As expected of the holy son of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, even a casual line from a game could inspire him to find deeper meaning. Luo Lai stood up and said, you haven't eaten yet, right? I booked a private room, let's go eat and chat. It was still the same restaurant from last night's gathering with his roommates, which had great food and a nice owner, so after dinner last night, Luo Lai had reserved a private room with the owner. Since it wasn't far and everyone was a martial artist, they quickly arrived at the restaurant. The 4 entered the private room, and Luo Lai ordered 6 large dishes, along with 6 bottles of white liquor and 2 cases of beer. Luo Lai handed the menu to the owner and then asked, how have you two been lately? Have your injuries healed? I only have superficial wounds. I recovered on the flying boat, Xiao Dao said, shaking his empty right arm, his sleeve swaying with the motion. Most people use their left hand backward, which is inconvenient, so Luo Lai pursed his lips and asked, are you getting used to using your left hand? I'm getting used to it. You don't need to worry about me, Xiao Dao replied in a relaxed tone. On our Great Wall of Heaven, soldiers go out to fight the demon clan, and it's inevitable that they get their arms bitten off. When bitten, they instinctively use their right hand to block, so I've seen many soldiers using a left-handed sword. I've been practicing with my left hand recently. Xiao Dao spoke lightly, not wanting to worry Luo Lai, so he tried to keep things casual. Luo Lai listened to this and looked at Mu Yunlu. What about you? Is your internal injury any better? I won't hide it from you, Mu Yunlu smiled, but there was a bitterness in his smile. My entire body's meridians are exhausted, and the flow of spiritual energy is extremely difficult. Although my realm is still there, I can only exert less than 1/10 of my previous strength. Because my meridians are exhausted, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy has also become extremely slow. Now it takes me 10 days to absorb a breath of spiritual energy, which is countless times slower than before. With just a few sentences, the atmosphere became somewhat sorrowful. Luo Lai raised his glass and took a drink first. Xiao Dao looked at Luo Lai and asked, "How are you now? You seem to have recovered a bit." "I've already recovered to the realm of a 10-star martial artist, and I used the secret method from Tianwu University to rebuild my innate talent. Now I have an S-level lightning talent." Since Hong Chen said to keep it a secret, Luo Lai had to conceal the true origin of the secret method from Xiao Dao and Mu Yunlu. "That's great." Mu Yunlu was genuinely delighted to hear Luo Lai's words and immediately took a sip of wine. "Why are you drinking too?" Seeing Mu Yunlu drinking, Hong Chen was quite surprised. He always thought that the holy sons who came out of the blessed lands were all like immortal beings, untouched by the mundane world. The requirements of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm are indeed very strict, practicing abstinence and cultivating the mind every day, so I couldn't drink alcohol or eat meat and spicy food since I was young. I could only drink plain porridge and eat pickled vegetables. Mu Yunlu smiled and added, "But now that I'm out and no one is supervising me, I naturally do whatever makes me happy." Upon hearing this, everyone laughed, and the boss brought out the dishes. They clinked glasses and continued to eat and drink until late into the night. Because he practiced the indestructible body of the great sun, Luo Lai couldn't eat meat but could drink wine, so he only ate vegetables. Hong Chen's current realm allowed him to be immune to alcohol, but he didn't do that. Instead, he let the alcohol spread throughout his body. The three of them were the same, and the four of them drank until they were drunk, collapsing in the restaurant's private room. When Hong Chen woke up, it was already the next morning. Due to a hangover, his head hurt a bit. He immediately circulated his spiritual energy to dispel the alcohol in his body, which alleviated the uncomfortable headache. "Hey, guys, wake up." Hong Chen shook Luo Lai's body, then woke up Xiao Dao, who was lying on the ground, and Mu Yunlu, who was sprawled on the table. Luo Lai opened his bleary eyes. "There are several hotels at the back door of the school, let me take you there to rest." The restaurant was at the front gate of Tianwu University. They crossed the road and walked along the main road in the middle of the school for about half an hour before arriving at the back door. Just as Luo Lai said, there were many hotels at the back door, and he was about to go book a room. "Wait!" Hong Chen suddenly spoke up. At the back door of the school, he saw a ragged old beggar lying against the wall, fast asleep. The date in his diary was October 3rd, but today was October 2nd. Had this old beggar been here today? Hong Chen took a closer look at the old beggar. He looked a bit disheveled, with long hair tangled together, just like the old beggar he had encountered at the back door of Jianghuai High School. Luo Lai noticed Hong Chen's gaze and followed his line of sight, seeing the old beggar lying in the corner. Hong Chen said solemnly, "This is a profound old senior. The 8-9 profound art that I practice, Li Chang'an's great immortal technique, your indestructible body of the great sun, and a friend's divine level technique, all come from this old senior." He casually took out 4 divine level techniques, and Luo Lai was taken aback, unable to help but swallow hard. "This. How? Is that possible?" Hong Chen looked at Xiao Dao and Mu Yunlu. "We should go pay our respects to this old senior. No matter what this old senior says or asks you to do, you must agree. What if he wants me dead? Should I agree to that too?" Xiao Dao asked defiantly. Hong Chen replied helplessly, "Then you stay here, and the 3 of us will go." "Don't!" Xiao Dao lowered his posture and said in a somewhat humble tone, "Brother Yuan, I have a rebuttal personality. It's not aimed at you. Let's go together." After Xiao Dao finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the old beggar, and Hong Chen and the other 2 followed closely behind. "Old man," Hong Chen squatted down in front of the old beggar and said in a gentle tone, "Wake up." After calling out for more than 10 times, the old beggar slowly opened his eyes. When he saw it was Hong Chen, he turned his back and ignored him. "Old man," Hong Chen said again in a gentle tone, "it's a bit cold on the ground. I'll go to the hotel to book a room, you can come with me to rest." "No need," the old beggar yawned, slowly sat up, and looked at Hong Chen across from him, asking meaningfully, "How come I run into you again? How did you know I was here?" "My 2 friends came to Tianwu University to visit me, but our dormitory is a bit cramped, so I planned to take them to a hotel. It just so happened that I ran into you," Hong Chen said, half-truthfully. The old beggar ignored Hong Chen and looked at Luo Lai, Mu Yunlu, and the last one standing, Xiao Dao. He opened his mouth and hissed, "Strange, you 3 should be dead." "You should be the one dead," Xiao Dao retorted. His way of speaking, to put it nicely, was straightforward, but the downside was that he spoke without thinking. Luo Lai pressed Xiao Dao's shoulder and said sternly, "Watch your words. It's getting more and more interesting." The old beggar was not angry. Instead, he sat up straight against the wall and laughed heartily. "I'm a bit hungry. Who will buy me a beggar's chicken?" Hong Chen did not seize this opportunity, and neither did Luo Lai or Xiao Dao. The kind-hearted Mu Yunlu looked at the 3 of them, who were keeping their composure, and asked, "Old man, what do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you." "A beggar's chicken," the old beggar casually replied, then reached down to scratch his groin. A strong odor wafted over, and Hong Chen took a step back, unable to bear it. The old beggar pointed at Luo Lai with the hand that had just scratched his groin. "You go buy me a bottle of good wine." Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu left one after the other, while Hong Chen and Xiao Dao stayed behind. Hong Chen managed to keep his composure, while Xiao Dao cleared his throat and asked, "Besides the beggar's chicken and good wine, what else do you want?" The old beggar impatiently replied, "I want your life, will you give it to me?" "Of course not," Xiao Dao said without a doubt, "I only have one life." Upon hearing this, the old beggar rolled his eyes and said, "I know you're stingy, I was just joking. Who would want your life? You have a bad character, but your nature isn't too bad." The old beggar looked at Xiao Dao and continued, "I'll give you a chance. Go steal the beggar's chicken that someone else bought for me, and I'll give you a more powerful right arm." "Is that for real?" Xiao Dao's tone was filled with disbelief. "If you don't believe it, then consider it a lie." The old beggar couldn't be bothered to deal with Xiao Dao anymore. This statement provoked Xiao Dao's rebellious spirit. He immediately got up and ran off, leaving behind a remark, "You better keep your word." Watching Xiao Dao's retreating figure, Hong Chen sat down next to the old beggar and asked, "What do you mean by this?" He couldn't just be bored, could he? Hong Chen didn't say the latter part. The old beggar chuckled, "Tell me, which of the two will buy me the beggar's chicken?" Hong Chen did not answer but countered, "If it's Mu Yunlu, what do you plan to do?" The old beggar said slowly, "That young man in white is too kind of heart. This may be his flaw, but it could also be a virtue. However, this naive and innocent heart is extremely precious. He has a very serious hidden ailment. He must have been injured internally by the Black Death Hand of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. If he can bring me the beggar's chicken, I will cure his hidden ailment." Hong Chen slightly adjusted his posture and said, "So when Xiao Dao snatches the beggar's chicken, you will give him the right arm. If Mu Yunlu hasn't had the beggar's chicken taken from him, you will cure his hidden ailment? Can't you save both of them?" Luo Lai had already bought a bottle of wine and stood beside the two. "Sure," the old beggar nodded and said, "as long as you give the wine you bought to the person who returns empty-handed, both can be saved. But if you don't give it to both, I can help you." "You don't need to help me." Before the old beggar could finish his next words, Luo Lai replied directly, "Whether it's Mu Yunlu or Xiao Dao returning empty-handed, I will give the wine I bought to him." Hearing this, the old beggar frowned and asked, "I can help you restore your original SSS level talent, aren't you tempted?" "To be honest, I might have been a bit tempted before," Luo Lai said, "but now I'm not really tempted." Because Hong Chen could help him enhance his talent, he wasn't very tempted anymore. Fearing that Luo Lai might let something slip, Hong Chen quickly cleared his throat and looked at the old beggar, saying, "Let's make a bet, who will bring back the beggar's chicken?" "I guess that kid chasing after them," the old beggar said with a confident smile. "Since he has chased after them, he must be planning to snatch the beggar's chicken." "That does make sense," Hong Chen shifted the conversation and countered, "but what if he doesn't snatch the beggar's chicken?" After a moment of thought, the old beggar said, "If I guess wrong, besides healing their right arms and internal injuries, I'll give each of you a reward. But if he snatches the beggar's chicken, what do you plan to do?" "You speak so confidently and seriously. Of course, I don't plan to do anything." Hong Chen revealed a shameless smile and added, "Anyway, if you guess right, then you are impressive." Impressive indeed. This was clearly an attempt to take advantage of the situation, but it was too obvious. However, upon hearing the words "you are impressive," the old beggar couldn't help but laugh, nodding and saying, "With nothing to do, I'll reminisce about my youth and bet with you." To be honest, Hong Chen didn't have much confidence in Xiao Dao. Moreover, Xiao Dao admitted that he was a refined egoist. So unless something unexpected happened, he would most likely snatch the beggar's chicken. As expected, Xiao Dao returned here running with the beggar's chicken in hand. Luo Lai sighed at the sight and shook his head helplessly. The old beggar looked at Hong Chen and asked, "What now? What else could it be?" Hong Chen could only give a thumbs up and praise, "You are impressive. What are you two talking about?" Xiao Dao handed the snatched beggar's chicken to the old beggar on the ground and said, "A man should keep his word." Just as Xiao Dao finished speaking, Mu Yunlu floated over, also holding a beggar's chicken. Luo Lai couldn't help but grin and asked, "What's going on? How come there are two beggar's chickens?" Mu Yunlu also handed the beggar's chicken to the old beggar and explained, "I was afraid the old man wouldn't be full with just one beggar's chicken, so I bought two." Just then, as Mu Yunlu was about to return, Xiao Dao suddenly rushed out and took one of the beggar's chickens. Hearing this, Hong Chen laughed and said to the old beggar, "Although you won, I didn't lose either. The bet they made was, who would bring back the beggar's chicken, not whether Xiao Dao would snatch it." Therefore, as Hong Chen said, although the old beggar won, he didn't lose either. Hong Chen's words had another layer of meaning. "I already said you are impressive, shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" You little rascal really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, the old beggar sighed and said helplessly, alright. A bet is a bet, I will keep my promise. Mu Yunlu and Xiao Dao were still trying to figure out what was going on, so Luo Lai had to explain the whole situation to them. The old beggar extended his dry right hand and began rubbing it all over his body, and soon he rubbed out a black clay pill. You really have a heart of a child, I concede defeat to you. The old beggar handed the black clay pill to Mu Yunlu and said, if you take this pill, the hidden ailment in your body will gradually dissipate, and your health will soon return to normal. Mu Yunlu took the pill, feeling somewhat at a loss. Old senior, though it may be a bit presumptuous, I dare to ask, is this really a pill? What would I gain by deceiving a junior like you? The old beggar replied unhappily. If you don't want to take it, just throw it away. No. Mu Yunlu quickly waved his hands, then closed his eyes, enduring the discomfort as he swallowed the black clay pill. As the pill settled in his stomach, a warm energy began to circulate through his meridians, acupoints, and limbs. Before long, Mu Yunlu suddenly opened his eyes wide, clasped his hands in a bow, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior, for giving me a new lease on life. Xiao Dao, who was nearby, was dumbfounded and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Old senior, you promised to help me get a more powerful arm next. You can't go back on your word. The old beggar chuckled and said, You're so eager, I won't let you have it as you wish. I will take my time to correct your temperament. Luo Lai stepped forward at this point, cupping his fists and saying, Then please restore my original talent, senior. The old beggar rolled his eyes. What I just said was, if I lose, aside from healing their right arms and internal injuries, I will give each of you a reward. I never said I would help you restore your original talent. Luo Lai was taken aback, looking at Hong Chen with a questioning gaze. Did I remember it wrong? Hong Chen shook his head and said, I can't remember clearly either, but the senior wouldn't deceive us, right? How about you just restore Luo Lai's original talent while you're at it? Hong Chen looked at the old beggar, his tone pleading. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. The old beggar's words were firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Luo Lai smiled helplessly, though a bit disappointed. He had no choice but to accept. Then please give me a reward, senior. The old beggar looked at Luo Lai and said after a moment, I see that your cultivation method should be the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, right? After saying this, the old beggar turned to Hong Chen and asked, Did you still steal Sun Xiaochuan's cultivation method? I didn't. Hong Chen explained, he willingly gave it to me, I didn't force him. Hong Chen's words were half true and half false. He hadn't intended to steal the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra but had only threatened Sun Xiaochuan with it, and Sun Xiaochuan had agreed. The old beggar couldn't be bothered with this matter and simply said, You caused this trouble yourself, you'll have to solve it in the future. Hong Chen didn't understand what the old beggar meant and could only scratch his head awkwardly. The old beggar transformed into an axe, its handle, blade, and body all transparent like diamond, reflecting a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. The axe's handle was 1 meter long, the body was 40 centimeters wide, and the blade was 50 centimeters long. When Xiao Dao saw the transparent axe, he immediately asked, Is this the divine axe used by Pango to create the heavens and the earth? What nonsense are you spouting? You think you can just say anything? The old beggar was speechless. How could he possibly give such a legendary weapon to a few people? The old beggar introduced, This axe is called the mountain-cleaving axe, also known as the diamond axe, and it is the divine weapon used by Yang Jian to split mountains and rescue his mother. Hearing the old beggar's words about the axe that Yang Jian used to split Peach Mountain, Hong Chen was certain it was meant for him, and he reached out to take the mountain-cleaving axe. What are you doing? The old beggar pushed Hong Chen's hand away, genuinely exasperated, and said impatiently, This isn't for you. The old beggar then handed the diamond axe to Luo Lai. You, being tall and strong, are just right to wield this powerful diamond axe. Thank you, senior. Luo Lai reached out to take the diamond axe. As he gripped the axe, his hands sank down, and the diamond axe fell to the ground, instantly cracking the floor and creating a large pit. Luo Lai pulled at it with all his might, but even with the strength of a 10-star martial master, he could only slightly lift the diamond axe. The old beggar reminded him, Your current realm is too low, naturally, you can't wield this diamond axe. Wait until you reach the 10-star martial spirit before trying to control this divine weapon. Hearing this, Luo Lai clasped his fists and then stored the diamond axe in his spatial ring. His spatial ring was also 1 meter in size, but there was no weight limit. As long as the size didn't exceed the limit, it could be stored in the ring. The old beggar waved at Mu Yunlu and said, What do you want? Techniques, martial skills, divine weapons, armor, I can fulfill your requests. Whatever the senior provides, I will take, Mu Yunlu replied. As the contemporary holy son of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, he actually lacked none of the things the old beggar mentioned. At his current realm of 10-star martial master, he had no use for heavenly grade techniques, martial skills, or weapons. However, if Mu Yunlu desired them, the Jade Emperor's sacred realm would spare no effort to meet the needs of this holy son. Thus, those things that seemed rare and precious to outsiders were not particularly valuable to Mu Yunlu. The old beggar leaned against the wall, crossing his legs, and upon hearing Mu Yunlu's words, he sighed, truly worthy of being a holy son from a blessed land, speaking so grandly. Come closer to me, the old beggar beckoned Mu Yunlu to approach. Seeing this, Mu Yunlu bent down and sat beside the old beggar, humbly asking, "What is it, senior? Since you don't value the things I mentioned." The old beggar extended his index finger and tapped it on Mu Yunlu's forehead. Streams of golden dragon shadows swiftly flowed from the old beggar's finger into Mu Yunlu's body. The old beggar then withdrew his finger and said lightly, "Since you come from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, I will grant you a strand of 9 dragons' true chi." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunlu's expression became complex, filled with disbelief and ecstatic joy, and his body trembled with excitement. Hong Chen and the others did not know what 9 dragons' true chi was, but Mu Yunlu had closed his eyes, and the sound of dragon roars echoed within him. Soon, Mu Yunlu's aura suddenly changed, as if he had undergone a transformation. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, then knelt on both knees and thumped his head 3 times on the ground before the old beggar. "Senior, the 9 dragons' true chi is far too precious for me. I have no way to repay you." The old beggar helped Mu Yunlu up with one hand and said lightly, "You have no way to repay me, and I likewise do not need your gratitude. Just stay quietly to the side." Seeing Mu Yunlu overwhelmed with joy, Xiaodao's eyes were filled with impatience, but it wasn't his turn yet. Hong Chen stepped forward and said, "Senior, let me thank you first." Looking at Hong Chen's hopeful face, the old beggar fell into thought, muttering, 3-edged double-bladed knife, golden bow and silver bullets, diamond axe, Tai sword, mountain whipping whip, demon binding rope, Kunlun sword, mighty dragon sword, demon revealing mirror, precious carving bow, map of mountains and rivers. Yang Erlang's weapons and treasures are countless. What should I give you? After pondering for a moment, the old beggar conjured a golden slingshot out of thin air and handed it to Hong Chen, saying, "Take this." "Isn't this the golden bow and silver bullets?" Hong Chen exclaimed, "I already have the golden bow and silver bullets. Can you give me something else?" The old beggar was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Where did you get the golden bow and silver bullets?" "I won them as a prize for being the top scorer in the college entrance examination, given to me by the great Xia kingdom." As Hong Chen spoke, he took out the golden slingshot to show the old beggar. The old beggar glanced at it and let out a derisive ha-ha laugh, filled with disdain. "This is a fake imitation. How is that possible?" Hong Chen was initially skeptical upon hearing this. After all, he was the top scorer of the college entrance examination, a distinguished student of the great Xia Kingdom's Ministry of Education. How could they possibly give him a replica? Moreover, he had used this golden bow and silver arrows to kill many evil cultivators who were beyond his own realm. "Can't you think for a moment? Just ponder a bit?" The old beggar reminded him again. "The diamond axe I just gave him is also a weapon of Yang Erlang, but what grade is his diamond axe? And what grade is the golden arrow bow in your hand?" Hong Chen was taken aback. When he received the golden bow and silver arrows, that Zhuge from the Ministry of Education had told him directly that they were of low earth grade. The diamond axe the old beggar had just given to Luolai felt at least like a heavenly grade divine weapon, and possibly even more. Seeing that Hong Chen had realized this, the old beggar sneered, "The golden arrow bow in your hand is probably a replica made by later generations based on my golden bow. How can the two be compared? But since you have a replica, you might as well use it for now." The old beggar paused and then asked, "What type of weapon or treasure do you want?" "I want a knife." Hong Chen rubbed his hands together and took out the Zhangyang knife to show the old beggar. Not a long-handled weapon like the 3-pointed 2-edged knife, but something similar to my Zhangyang knife. "You want a 3-pointed 2-edged knife, but I won't give you one." The old beggar was truly speechless. Today's young people dared to ask for anything. "What do you think of this sword?" The old beggar conjured a long sword out of thin air. The sword had a very peculiar shape. The length of an ordinary sword is generally between 50 to 70 centimeters, with a width of 4 to 5 centimeters, and a handle length of about 20 centimeters. But the sword in the old beggar's hand was 80 centimeters long, 8 centimeters wide, and had a handle length of 30 centimeters, with a thicker blade. This sword is called Tai, also known as the Tai sword. Although it is a sword, its shape resembles a knife, a double-edged knife. After finishing his words, the old beggar handed over the Tai sword. "Thank you, senior." Hong Chen reached out to take the Tai sword, overwhelmed with joy. "Finally, it's my turn." Xiaodao could no longer hold back. He squeezed past Hong Chen and eagerly said, "Senior, please help me attach a more powerful arm first." The old beggar pushed aside the takeout packaging of the beggar's chicken, saying, "This beggar's chicken has been sitting for so long, it must be getting cold. I know you're anxious, but don't rush." The old beggar continued, "Wait until I finish eating the beggar's chicken." Xiao Dao felt very uncomfortable seeing this but could only endure it, his face quickly turning red and then turning the color of pig liver. The old beggar leisurely ate the beggar's chicken while sipping the good wine Luo Lai had brought back. The morning breeze blew through the back door of the school, and the three of them felt a bit chilly. But as Xiao Dao watched the old beggar slowly eating the chicken, smoke actually began to rise from his head. Xiao Dao dared not explode on the surface and could only roar in his heart, "I called you senior out of respect, if I didn't, I'd bury you in no time." Luo Lai, seeing Xiao Dao's condition, felt a bit worried and was about to speak. The old beggar, anticipating the situation, spoke first, "You can't rush food, even thunder doesn't strike those who are eating." Upon hearing this, Luo Lai could only silently close his mouth, leaving Xiao Dao anxious to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. "Drink some water to calm down." Hongchen took out a bottle of mineral water from the Kunlun jade pendant and handed it to the fuming Xiao Dao. "I'm not thirsty." Xiao Dao waved his hand to refuse, he had no mood to drink water. Forget it, forget it." The old beggar suddenly laughed, "I won't tease you anymore, lest you get myocarditis from anxiety." The old beggar set down the beggar's chicken and reached out to grab the hem of Mu Yunliu's pants, unceremoniously wiping his greasy hands. Mu Yunliu, being the good-natured person he was, naturally said nothing, but his pristine white robe was now stained with grease and the old beggar's black dirt. "Finally, is it my turn?" Xiao Dao crouched in front of the old beggar and said cautiously, "Senior, I really give up. Please don't play tricks on me anymore." "Stop the nonsense," the old beggar replied, lifting Xiao Dao's empty right sleeve and then tearing it open, revealing the severed area on Xiao Dao's shoulder. Xiao Dao's right shoulder had already healed, the skin tightly wrapped around the bone, but the surface flesh was somewhat twisted and looked irregular. The old beggar spat into his palm, then turned to Xiao Dao and said, "It will hurt a bit, bear with it, and don't move around." Xiao Dao barely managed to respond with an and the old beggar smeared the spit onto the surface of the severed area on his right shoulder. The old beggar's spit was like a strong acid, the already healed severed area was instantly corroded, turning the flesh into a bloody mess. Although Xiao Dao was somewhat impatient by nature, he was a tough guy, and despite the pain, he remained silent, his veins bulging on his forehead. The old beggar pressed down on Xiao Dao's right shoulder with his left hand and conjured an arm out of thin air with his right hand. This arm was robust, with dark blue-black skin and bulging biceps, exuding immense strength. The old beggar spat again onto the severed end of the dark arm, then aligned it with Xiao Dao's right shoulder, pressing them tightly together. First, there was a sizzling sound, like the sound of street food being grilled. Then, a puff of blue smoke rose. Xiao Dao gritted his teeth as a sharp pain shot through the connection, and beads of sweat quickly formed on his forehead. The old beggar's spit was like a strong acid, but it also acted like a powerful adhesive, firmly bonding the dark arm to Xiao Dao's right shoulder. After more than 10 minutes, the old beggar finally released his hands. Xiao Dao collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Luo Lai helped Xiao Dao up, and the three of them expressed their concern. "Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?" "Just a little pain," Xiao Dao replied weakly, clearly exhausted from the pain but still putting on a brave front. Xiao Dao took a big gulp of the mineral water that Hongchen handed him and then described, "It felt like being continuously scorched by a red-hot iron. At that moment, I felt nothing but pain." "You didn't even shout out in pain, you have some guts." The old beggar praised him for once, then added, "The arm I attached for you is called the Qilin arm, and it possesses extraordinary strength. When I was helping you attach the arm, I also opened up the Sanjiao Shin pass for you, so you can fully unleash the true power of the Qilin arm." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dao moved the fingers of the Qilin arm, then lifted it. "Not bad." Xiao Dao nodded in satisfaction, the Qilin arm felt just like his own arm without any hindrance or discomfort. Seeing this, the old beggar nodded and said, "A perfect fit, this Qilin arm is very suitable for you. The Qilin arm is still dark blue-black for now, but once your blood merges with the blood contained in the Qilin arm, it will turn to a normal skin color. Moreover, due to the nourishment of Qilin blood, your strength will also increase a level." The old beggar conjured a white long knife, saying, "This knife is originally named Blood Drink, but I think that's not a nice name, so I renamed it to Reflecting Snow, which can be used in conjunction with the Qilin arm." "Thank you." Xiao Dao took the Reflecting Snow knife and then stood up, swinging the Qilin arm in circles. The four of them had just received a hefty amount of gold coins from the old beggar, and their moods were all different. The happiest person was undoubtedly Mu Yunliu, followed by Xiao Dao. Not only had they healed their hidden ailments and received new arms, but they also received gifts from the old beggar. Hong Chen and Luo Lai were somewhat similar, although they were also happy. Their gains were not as significant as those of Mu Yunlu and Xiao Dao, so naturally, they were not as joyful. The old beggar stood up and said, "Today, having received my kindness, I do not expect you to repay me, but I hope you can use it wisely and not take my things to harm others. Of course, you can rest assured, old senior." Luo Lai was the first to agree, and Hong Chen and the others nodded as well. The old beggar turned to leave, and Hong Chen immediately stepped forward. "Old senior, we are going to the hotel to check in. Would you like to stay and talk?" "No need." The old beggar did not look back, just waved his hand. "I am used to wandering alone." The old beggar slowly walked forward, perhaps because he had been drinking. His mouth seemed to murmur and sing, "Life is fleeting, the boat in the bitter sea, drifting about without freedom." The four watched the old beggar walk away, and Xiao Dao couldn't help but ask, "What is the background of this old beggar?" "I don't know either, but he must be very powerful," Mu Yunlu said, speaking in a way that seemed profound. "A kindness received should be remembered for 1,000 years. Luo Lai patted Xiao Dao's Qilin arm and reminded, "You should call him senior." "Alright, I got it." Xiao Dao might not listen to others, but he not only listened to Luo Lai but also did not refute him. Originally, all four were hungover, but after the encounter with the old beggar, they all sobered up and were very excited, no longer in the mood to sleep. Mu Yunliu's internal ailment had already dissipated, and with the 9 dragons' true qi, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. Previously, his meridians had been exhausted, and it was extremely difficult for him to circulate his spiritual energy, taking 10 days to gather a breath of spiritual energy. But now he had fully recovered, and after a few minutes of meditation, he obtained a breath of spiritual energy. Xiao Dao held the Yingxue knife in his left hand and swung his Qilin arm with his right, laughing heartily. Some students who got up to buy breakfast saw Xiao Dao waving his arms and laughing madly, thinking they had encountered a madman. Looking at Xiao Dao, who appeared insane, Hong Chen suddenly thought of Chen Yicheng. The old beggar was so powerful that he might be able to cure Chen Yicheng. "Wait for me." Hong Chen immediately ran in the direction the old beggar had left, but after searching ahead for more than 10 kilometers with his heavenly eye, he could not find the old beggar's figure. Hong Chen had no choice but to turn back. Having missed this opportunity, he would have to wait for the next one. Luo Lai saw Hong Chen turn back and asked, "Why did you rush out just now?" Hong Chen scratched his head, his tone filled with guilt. "I just forgot. I shouldn't have asked for the Tai sword. I should have asked for a pill for Chen Yicheng." Luo Lai was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "I forgot too. But you are a thoughtful person. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would never have thought of it. I was seriously injured by the Oath Water's edge, and Chen Yicheng once gave me a pill, so we are different," Hong Chen said slowly, feeling quite guilty. Mu Yunlu had healed his ailment, and Xiao Dao had reattached his right arm. The two felt as if they had been reborn and immediately lost the desire to play. It was like Chao Yueming reattaching his descendants' roots. He certainly wouldn't lie at home sleeping that day, and as for what he would want to do first, everyone could probably guess. Those with better talents often work harder. Mu Yunlu and Xiao Dao hurriedly left to return to their respective schools to begin their cultivation. Hong Chen had already broken through to martial spirit, so he rewarded himself with a day of rest, then continued to meditate with Luo Lai. Luo Lai did not rest for a moment. He sat in meditation until October 7th. Hong Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, having finished a day of meditation. Today was the last day of the holiday, and there would be a welcome party at night. After 4 days of meditation, Hong Chen had accumulated a lot of spiritual energy. At this rate, he would be able to break through to 2-star martial spirit by the end of the month. "There's a welcome party tonight. Do you want to go see it together?" Hong Chen asked. Luo Lai beside him refused. What new things could there be at a welcome party? It's probably just singing and dancing. It's better to meditate. Hong Chen advised. Cultivation emphasizes a balance between work and rest. Occasionally, you need to take a break. If you rest for a night, you might absorb spiritual energy faster tomorrow. Listening to advice and having had a good meal, Luo Lai opened his eyes and said, "Since you put it that way, let's go take a look." The two of them got up together. The stage for the welcome party was located in the northeast area of Tianwu University, where there was a large expanse of lawn. By the time Hong Chen and Luo Lai arrived, the sky had darkened, and the lights were already on. The surroundings were ablaze with lights, filled with new students, and the seats in front were already occupied. Hong Chen and Luo Lai could only find 2 empty seats towards the back, where they sat down to wait for the welcome party to begin. The school was bustling with people, and many new students were arriving one after another. After the welcome party, they would no longer be new students but official students of Tianwu University. Some upperclassmen, likely sophomores or juniors, were backstage in short skirts and tank tops, presumably preparing to perform songs and dances. Luo Lai's pupils glimmered with golden light as he looked at the upperclassmen backstage. His pupils were likely a supernatural ability cultivated from the great sun immortal body. After a moment, Luo Lai withdrew his gaze and commented, "The upperclassmen at our school are really dressed to impress today. It doesn't matter how impressive they are, you're cultivating the great sun immortal body, which is like being half a eunuch," Hong Chen reminded him. "That's a bit harsh. My corner is still intact. I'm not a eunuch," Luo Lai replied calmly. "Besides, I'm purely appreciating them, not indulging in any lewd thoughts. I heard that there's an extremely beautiful female student in our class. Her name seems to be..." Luo Lai thought for a moment but couldn't recall the name. If she were exceptionally talented, he would surely remember her name. Hong Chen had also heard about that female student and continued, "You must be talking about Jialan?" Yes. Luo Lai nodded. "I've often heard classmates discussing her while meditating these past few days. They say she looks like a celestial being, stunningly beautiful." "I don't believe it," Hong Chen said. "Can she really be more beautiful than Shia Sha and Su Tianba?" "Well, I don't know about that," Luo Lai continued. "But she should be the prettiest among our female students." Hong Chen had heard Shia Sha mention Jialan before. They were quite good friends. Moreover, in the new student group chat, Jialan had once shown off in front of Hong Chen, leaving a deep impression on him. "I feel like it's just hearsay. Until I see Jialan in person, I won't believe a word of it," Hong Chen expressed his sharp opinion. Luo Lai didn't want to discuss this topic any further, so he said, "Classes officially start tomorrow. At that time, you can challenge other students and start ranking battles. Have you chosen your opponent?" "I already have a suitable candidate," Hong Chen replied, then asked, "What about you? Do you have a suitable opponent?" "I'm planning to play it safe and aim for the Earth class," Luo Lai said. "So I'm preparing to challenge a student ranked below 5,000. I think I have a good chance of winning. In every class, there are 3,000 students. The Tian class is from rank 1 to 3,000, while the Earth class is from 3,001 to 6,000. Therefore, the opponent Luo Lai plans to challenge is at the bottom of the Earth class." Luo Lai had just recovered to a 10-star martial artist. Although he had cultivated the great sun immortal body, he had not practiced it for long, so he likely wasn't very skilled with the supernatural abilities it provided. Once a student initiates a ranking challenge, if the challenger loses, they will be banned from competing for a month. Only if they win can they continue to challenge. Therefore, when initiating a challenge, one generally chooses an opponent they are confident of defeating, with at least a 90% chance of winning, and must never recklessly challenge an opponent without confidence. The students in the Tianzi class all live in single dormitories, which are equipped with air conditioning, comfortable mattresses, and sofa chairs. The top 100 students in the Tianzi class reside in luxurious standalone villas, complete with kitchens, living rooms, guest rooms, and various appliances. Hong Chen originally wanted to make a bold move and directly challenge the top 100 students in the Tianzi class, then move into a standalone villa. However, after hearing Luo Lai's words, he decided to take smaller steps to avoid a 1-month suspension if he lost. This was mainly because he was unsure of the opponent's strength. The students in the Tianzi class are the top scholars from various countries. The top 100 students in the Tianzi class are undoubtedly the top scholars from superpowers, belonging to the category of super geniuses. If one of them turned out to be a powerhouse like Li Chang'an, he could very well face defeat. Therefore, to be safe, he should, like Luo Lai, first challenge a student ranked lower in the Tianzi class, to gauge the strength of the Tianzi students. Actively challenging a student in the top 100 meant that if he lost, he would face a 1-month suspension and continue living in the Huangzi class dormitory for another month. It is no exaggeration to say that the environment in the Huangzi class dormitory is worse than a concentration camp. It is truly not a place for humans to stay. "Better safe than sorry, so I'll play it safe," Hong Chen murmured. He decided to challenge a student ranked between 2,900 and 3,000, move into a single dormitory in the Tianzi class, and then consider other matters. As Luo Lai said, the welcome party was indeed quite dull, filled with singing and dancing performances. The two of them had no interest in watching the performances but instead discussed their respective opponents. Hong Chen had already broken through to the martial spirit realm, and his challenge against the Tianzi class students was almost a sure win. However, Luo Lai's challenge against the D-class students could potentially lead to a loss. Although he had returned to the 10-star martial master realm, he was still only an A-grade talent with the 5-color divine thunder. Tianwu University is filled with talent, gathering geniuses from various countries in the 9 provinces. The minimum qualification to enter Tianwu University is an S-grade talent. Therefore, Luo Lai's A-grade talent is undoubtedly the lowest among the many students at Tianwu University. However, the cultivation method he practiced, the unyielding body of the great sun, made him naturally stronger than ordinary A-grade talents. The 8-9 profound art and the unyielding body of the great sun might be divine-level techniques that exceed the earth level, thus significantly enhancing the combat power of the cultivator. Hong Chen had cultivated the 8-9 profound art to develop the abilities of becoming stronger with each battle, the Eye of the Heavenly Path, and the 3 Yuan gathering Qi. These 3 top-tier divine abilities greatly enhanced his combat power. However, the students who could enter Tianwu University were certainly not ordinary. Although they did not have divine-level techniques like Hong Chen, they practiced top-tier earth-level techniques, and some even practiced heaven-level techniques. Therefore, even when facing students ranked lower in the D class, Luo Lai's chances of winning were not very high. He had at most a 60% chance of winning, which was the conclusion reached by Hong Chen and Luo Lai. With his martial spirit realm and divine-level techniques, Hong Chen could easily enter the Tianzi class. His S-grade talent, the Southern Brightly Fire, was only considered a common mediocre talent among the gathering of geniuses at Tianwu University. However, combined with the combat power enhanced by the 8-9 profound art and his current martial spirit realm, his chances of entering the top 100 were quite high. But as soon as the students behind him also broke through to the martial spirit realm, Hong Chen would soon face challenges from others and risk falling out of the top 100 again. Therefore, to secure his position in the top 100, Hong Chen needed to enhance his talent, at least to SS grade. As the welcome party was nearing its end, a tall and robust young man took the stage as the representative of the new students. This young man was imposing and had a strong physique. He addressed the thousands of new students below with a shocking statement. "You should feel honored to be in the same batch as me, you waste of the 3025th cohort." Hong Chen was taken aback by this remark. Was the young man so nervous that he misspoke? He must have meant to say, "Freshman of the 3025th cohort, I am honored to be in the same class as you, right?" Everyone around the stage was stunned by this statement, including the seniors from the 2nd and 3rd years, as well as the teachers. The young man's voice was powerful yet domineering. "You heard me right, the useless ones I'm talking about are you." As these words echoed, everyone fell silent. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Luo Lai nudged Hong Chen with his elbow and said incredulously, "Who is this idiot? He's way too arrogant. I don't know him either. I only know the people you know from meditating together every day," Hong Chen replied, shaking his head. But this guy was indeed incredibly arrogant. To be honest, Hong Chen was somewhat impressed by him. Because in the vast land of the 9 provinces over 5,000 years, aside from the unruly Sun Wukong, no one dared to make such grand claims. Soon, the noise erupted, but the young man on stage increased the microphone's volume to drown out the commotion below. "I know you are anxious, time will prove what I say. In 4 years, my name will be engraved on the dragon and tiger list, and you will merely be my stepping stones. 40 years from now, my name will spread across the 9 provinces, and everyone will know me. I am destined to soar at the pinnacle of the world. And when you grow old and achieve nothing in the future, you will remember my words. You will be honored to be in the same class as me. Because by then, I will have already achieved great success, and I will be the topic of bragging for your sons, grandsons, friends, and relatives. Tomorrow, the challenge will be unsealed. If any of you are unconvinced by my words today, feel free to come and fight. I will accompany you to the end. I will let you know that between geniuses, there are countless other geniuses." After the burly young man finished speaking, he put down the microphone and was about to leave when he suddenly seemed to remember something. He picked up the microphone again and added, "Oh, my name is Tianya. When you brag in the future, you can say, I am in the same cohort as Tianya. I have seen Tianya and even talked to him." Hong Chen and Luo Lai had never seen this burly young man, but upon hearing the name Tianya, they immediately understood. Tianya was the strongest among the freshmen of the 3025th cohort, ranked first in strength. After hearing his previous words, the two were filled with anger, but upon hearing the name Tianya, they fell silent, just like the other freshmen around them. Tianya was indeed arrogant, but he had the qualifications to be so. Tianwu University respected the strong, and he was the strongest ranked first. Although everyone was unconvinced, they had no choice, and Tianya himself had said, "If you are unconvinced, feel free to come and fight, I will accompany you to the end." Whispers began to circulate around them. Although they were unconvinced, they did not dare to speak too loudly. Damn it! What's so great about being ranked first in strength? Those who are arrogant will eventually be brought down. Just wait, you won't live long. So disrespectful, with no manners at all. He's just trash born of a mother with no father to teach him. Luo Lai was also furious. "You wait for me, when my strength rises, I will tear you in half." Although Hong Chen was also a bit angry, Tianya was not targeting him alone but everyone, so he was actually okay with it. "You must be classmates Hong Chen and Luo Lai, right?" A gentle female voice came from behind them. They both turned around simultaneously to see a cute girl. Hong Chen asked, "Who are you?" The cute girl replied, "My name is Lin Lele, and I am also a freshman this year. After the welcome party, there is a gathering, and Chairperson Lu from the student council asked me to invite you both." Hong Chen glanced at Luo Lai, who slightly shook his head. Seeing this, Hong Chen said, "We were just mocked, and our mood isn't great, so we won't be attending." Lin Lele blinked her big eyes and said in a pleading tone, "At the gathering, you can meet many capable seniors, and the drinks are free-flowing. There are also many foods that can enhance your spiritual energy. You should come." Luo Lai nudged Hong Chen with his elbow, and Hong Chen immediately understood, saying, "Alright, we'll go take a look in a bit. You two must come. Otherwise, I won't know how to explain it to President Lu." Lin Lele reminded them once more before jogging away, probably to invite other classmates. Once Lin Lele was out of sight, Hong Chen turned to Luo Lai and asked, "Why did you change your mind? Didn't you hear?" Luo Lai said excitedly, "At the gathering, we can eat food that enhances spiritual energy. Such food is extremely expensive, and we usually can't afford it, but if we go, we can get it for free." "I heard you," Hong Chen said helplessly, "I just didn't expect you to change your mind for food." "I'm not doing it for the food," Luo Lai emphasized, "I'm doing it for the spiritual energy." "Fine," Hong Chen said, checking his phone. The welcome party had already ended, and it was 11 o'clock at night. "Let's go and eat a lot." The two headed to the southwestern area of the school, as Lin Lele had directed, where a massive palace stood at a height of 100 meters. This palace was the banquet hall of Tianwu University, where large events were usually held. The palace was built from high-density silver bricks, with a huge crystal floor-to-ceiling window on either side, shining brilliantly and resplendently. Luo Lai couldn't help but exclaim, "Tianwu University is indeed wealthy. The dragon and tiger list is made of gold, and this palace is made of silver. How much are these two things worth?" Hong Chen laughed. "The dragon and tiger list use tens of trillions of tons of gold, and the current gold price is 600 yuan per gram. You can do the math." Luo Lai roughly calculated, but the amount was too shocking. He swallowed and said, "Poor people really can't imagine the lives of the rich, just like village women think that the queen eats only pancakes and steamed buns. Let's find a chance to steal the dragon and tiger list." Hong Chen also calculated the amount and immediately had a mischievous thought. "You think of everything," Luo Lai scoffed, his tone helpless. "You want to die, but I don't." "I was just joking, having a little fun." Hong Chen smiled and said, "Let's go in." There was a guard at the entrance of the Silver Palace. Hong Chen and Luo Lai showed the invitation Lin Lele had given them before they were allowed to enter. Inside the palace, the male students wore suits and ties, looking like successful individuals. The female students wore various long dresses, swaying wine glasses in their hands, resembling wealthy young ladies. Hong Chen and Luo Lai were dressed in ordinary casual clothes, making them look like ordinary people who had stumbled into high society. A sense of discomfort washed over Hong Chen, and he felt a bit shy, saying, "Lin Lele didn't say we had to wear formal attire." "Bro, I'm a bit regretful. This doesn't seem like a place for us." Luo Lai also felt somewhat out of place. Hong Chen had recently grown taller, now standing at 1 meter 82, but Luo Lai was even taller, exceeding 2 meters. "Don't be afraid. You grew this tall for a reason," Hong Chen said. "We came here because they invited us." Hong Chen zipped up his jacket and was the first to walk to the crystal table, with Luo Lai following. He practiced the Great Sun indestructible body, so he had many dietary restrictions. "This is the meat of the moonshadow rabbit. Eating it can enhance your spiritual energy," Luo Lai said to Hong Chen, then picked up a chopstick of vegetables. "These are energy-nourishing vegetables. Eating them can also enhance your spiritual energy." Hong Chen picked up some rabbit meat, chewed it vigorously, and swallowed it. Not long after, 2 breaths of spiritual energy slowly flowed from his stomach into his dantian. Just 1 bite of rabbit meat could yield 2 breaths of spiritual energy, enough to replace an hour of his breathing exercises. Luo Lai's eyes brightened slightly as the two exchanged glances, everything unspoken between them. In the distance, a charming female classmate watched Hong Chen and Luo Lai devour their food and asked the man beside her, "Chairman, why can anyone come in?" The student council president, named Lu Yuanqing, was elegant in appearance and a junior this year. His abilities were not outstanding among the juniors, ranking at the bottom of the elite class, but he was adept at navigating social situations. Lu Yuanqing looked at Hong Chen and Luo Lai. "I heard from a freshman that the principal personally brought them to school on a floating battleship. I thought they must have some status and background, so I invited these 2 juniors. But seeing how they are gobbling down their food, they probably come from a poor, remote country, just happened to be on the principal's floating battleship to school." Lu Yuanqing's words dripped with disdain and contempt. Only ordinary people who had never seen the world would eat so heartily in such a solemn setting, completely unconcerned about their image. He merely glanced at Hong Chen and Luo Lai eating and made an accurate judgment about their background. The charming female classmate immediately said, "Since they have no background, let's get rid of them. In such a solemn occasion, we can't let them disrupt the atmosphere of the gathering." Lu Yuanqing beckoned with his finger, and a young man approached from behind, instructing, "Please escort those two out, don't let them disturb the enjoyment of the other guests." The young man, named Zhang Jin, had a sharp face and triangular eyes. He nodded and said, "Understood." Hong Chen and Luo Lai were enjoying their meal when Zhang Jin quickly approached them, frowning as he asked, "Is it good?" Luo Lai looked up at Zhang Jin, unsure of his intentions, and could only respond casually, "It's okay. You ordinary people will never be able to afford such precious food in your lifetime." Zhang Jin's face was full of disdain, his tone contemptuous, adding, "The food you two are eating today is worth your parents' entire lifetime of wages." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen stopped his chopsticks, looked up at Zhang Jin, and said bluntly, "Speak your mind, don't be so prickly. We don't welcome you two here." Zhang Jin said first, then added, "You two are affecting the other guests." Luo Lai replied, "We didn't come uninvited, we were invited by the student council president." Ha ha ha. Zhang Jin laughed mockingly, saying, "It's not that I want to kick you out, it's Chairman Lu who asked me to do so." Hong Chen and Luo Lai were taken aback. Lu Yuanqing had invited them to the gathering and was now asking them to leave. What did Lu Yuanqing mean by summoning them and then dismissing them? To eat a bit and then kick us out, this person is really stingy. Luo Lai complained. Hong Chen smiled wryly, "What can we do? We thought we could have a good time, but it seems we're just taking a silent loss." Although it was embarrassing and unsatisfactory, since the other party had spoken, Hong Chen and Luo Lai had no choice but to give in. They couldn't just shout and make a scene like a shrew, they had to maintain their dignity. "You two, don't move for now." A pleasant female voice came from behind Hong Chen, but it suddenly turned stern. "Tell Lu Yuanqing to come over here." Hong Chen and Luo Lai turned around at the sound, and in the brilliantly lit hall, they saw two women standing behind them. The woman who spoke was tall, wearing a wine-red fitted long dress, her waist slender, her perfect figure accentuated with curves. This tall woman's face was also extremely beautiful, with bright eyes and white teeth, skin like cream, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and ruby lips, stunningly gorgeous. Behind the tall woman was another woman, with a body like ice and jade, her eyes resembling a clear spring, and she had striking blue hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall, flowing in the wind. The blue-haired woman wore a sword at her waist, indicating she likely had a sword-related talent. She looked like a freshman, her beauty worthy of the phrase stunning enough to topple a city. To be fair, the blue-haired woman's appearance surpasses that of Shia Sha and Su Firen. But beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so in Hong Chen's heart, Shia Sha and Su Firen are naturally more attractive. Zhang Jin looked at the tall woman speaking. Her skin was well maintained, and she appeared to be just over 30, though her actual age might be a few years more. So this tall woman should be around 34 or 35. At her age, she was definitely not a student, but could only be a teacher. Zhang Jin fell into thought. Although there were many teachers at Tianwu University, as a member of the student council, he had seen the list and photos of the teachers. This tall woman was so beautiful that if he had seen her photo, he would definitely not forget her. Therefore, she was neither a teacher nor a student. The only people at Tianwu University were teachers and students, and the answer was obvious. This tall woman was not from Tianwu University. Although this tall woman was very good-looking, since she was not from Tianwu University, he didn't need to give her a good face. Zhang Jin thought of this and immediately sneered. Chairman Lu is not someone you can just meet whenever you want. If every Tom, Dick, and Harry wanted to see Chairman Lu, wouldn't she be overwhelmed? The tall woman, upon hearing this, smiled instead of getting angry, clapping her hands and saying, "Well said. Well said. Truly well said. What's your name?" The tall woman took out her phone to check the time and then asked, "What year are you in?" Zhang Jin was also straightforward. "My name is Zhang Jin, I'm a freshman, and I just joined the student council a couple of days ago." The tall woman turned to Hong Chen, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "The face you just lost, do you want to earn it back yourself, or should I help you earn it back?" "I'll do it myself," Hong Chen replied with a smile. Although he didn't know what the tall woman was up to, she was clearly on his side. "It's past 12, the challenge restrictions for you freshmen have now been lifted." The tall woman looked at Hong Chen, casually grabbed a chair, and sat down, saying lightly, "What are you waiting for? Go ahead and make your move." Hong Chen suddenly realized that he could take revenge this way. It was completely reasonable and compliant. Even if he injured Zhang Jin severely, no one could find fault with him. "Yellow class, Hong Chen, please advise. As soon as Hong Chen finished speaking, "That's not how you should say it," the tall woman corrected him. "If you're challenging someone, you should say yellow class. Hong Chen is here to challenge, otherwise, others won't know you're making a ranking challenge." Hong Chen nodded at her words, then looked at Zhang Jin again and said, "Yellow class, Hong Chen is here to challenge. Students at Tianwu University can refuse a challenge from others once a month, but only once. However, after refusing someone's challenge, they cannot challenge anyone else for the rest of the month." Zhang Jin could actually refuse, but upon hearing Hong Chen say yellow class, he immediately changed his mind. How dare a waste from the yellow class come to provoke him? He was simply asking for trouble. Zhang Jin stepped forward and said, "Earth class, Zhang Jin, please advise." When the tall woman announced the challenges could be made, Luo Lai had already taken out his phone and used the student-exclusive software of Tianwu University to check Zhang Jin's ranking. Zhang Jin is ranked 4396 in the Earth class, which is considered average strength in the Earth class, Luo Lai reminded Hong Chen, then stepped back and sat down next to the tall woman. The blue-haired woman sat beside Luo Lai and asked, "How strong is Hong Chen? Does he have confidence in defeating Zhang Jin?" Because she had heard Shia Sha mention Hong Chen, the blue-haired woman thought Hong Chen had F-level talent, which is why she asked. The spacious silver palace had already attracted the attention of some guests around Hong Chen, who were casting curious glances at the situation. So many people were watching Hong Chen. First, he was driven away and lost face, then he wanted to regain his dignity through a challenge. If Hong Chen lost, it would be a huge embarrassment, even worse than a clown. "Let's wait and see." Luo Lai said no more. Although he and Hong Chen had only exchanged one punch in the college entrance examination arena, he had absolute confidence in Hong Chen's strength. Moreover, Hong Chen was now at the martial spirit realm, while Zhang Jin was merely a 10-star martial master. Defeating Zhang Jin would be as easy as taking down a chicken. Hong Chen stood still, making no move. Seeing this, Zhang Jin took the initiative to attack. He stepped forward, his right hand forming a fist, channeling all his strength into his right arm, and swung a powerful punch at Hong Chen. Facing Zhang Jin's ferocious punch, Hong Chen remained in place, not dodging or avoiding it, merely tilting his head slightly to evade Zhang Jin's fist while simultaneously delivering a punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Zhang Jin's back buckled, and he bent over, spitting out a foul-smelling mass of food remnants, accompanied by bright red blood. Hong Chen slowly withdrew his fist, his face filled with disgust as he shook off the food remnants and blood from his arm. Zhang Jin's strength was so weak, he had just been so fierce, and Hong Chen was also exasperated. Not only could he not defeat him, but he also resorted to a magical attack that thoroughly disgusted him. Since Zhang Jin did not voluntarily surrender and was not incapacitated, Hong Chen took advantage of Zhang Jin's vomiting to deliver a simple, unadorned punch to his side. Zhang Jin was struck hard, flying backward and crashing into several chairs along the way. Although Hong Chen did not use all his strength, Zhang Jin still had some ability. After taking 2 punches from Hong Chen, he remained conscious. Seeing Hong Chen slowly approaching him, Zhang Jin, not being a fool, realized the gap in their strengths and immediately raised both hands, loudly declaring, "I concede. I am ranked 11999 in the yellow class, and I inherit your ranking of 4396 in the earth class. You also inherit my ranking in the yellow class." After Hong Chen finished speaking, he turned to the tall woman, about to ask her name. However, a dissatisfied voice suddenly came from behind. "What is going on here?" Hong Chen turned around at the sound and saw a young man with a refined appearance, who asked, "Who are you?" The refined young man frowned and said, "I am the student council president, Lu Yuanqing." "Why did you hit someone?" "I was just conducting a ranking challenge," Hong Chen replied, but he added, "and by the way, regaining my face." This reason left Lu Yuanqing speechless, but he could still nitpick, so he reprimanded, "At such a serious gathering tonight, you should conduct your ranking challenge outside. How can you fight here?" Just as Hong Chen was about to retort, the tall woman behind him sneered and said loudly, "The student council really has a big air of authority. If those who are unaware heard your words, they might think this palace is the student council's private residence." This was a jab at Lu Yuanqing for abusing his power. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanqing saw the tall woman and had thoughts similar to Zhang Jin's, but he was more composed and cunning than Zhang Jin. Lu Yuanqing suppressed his impatience and stern expression, stepping in front of the tall woman, first cupping his fists in greeting, then politely saying, "Dear guest, I mean no offense. May I ask your name?" The tall woman sat quietly in her chair, swirling her wine glass, and did not respond to Lu Yuanqing's words. Lu Yuanqing felt neglected, his face slightly embarrassed, and immediately introduced himself. "I am the student council president, Lu Yuanqing." "I just heard that." The tall woman raised her hand, her tone indifferent. "You don't need to say it twice." Lu Yuanqing spoke sincerely. "With so many guests watching tonight, it is not appropriate to escalate this matter. Let's consider it a mistake on our student council's part. We can downplay it, and I will personally come to apologize in a few days. Since his words were sincere and appealed to both emotion and reason, he appeared to be a decent person. Watching the pretentious Lu Yuanqing, Luolai couldn't help but laugh. This guy was truly a hypocrite, and today he was going to expose this hypocrite's true face. Chairman Lu, right? My name is Luolai, and I have one question. Luolai cleared his throat and suddenly raised his voice, loudly questioning, since you invited me and Hong Chen to the gathering, we came to show you respect, but why did you instruct Zhang Jin to forcibly expel us? Luolai's loud voice immediately attracted many guests at the gathering, most of whom were freshmen. These freshmen had one thing in common, either they came from powerful families or they were exceptionally talented, which is why they received invitations from the student council. The student council invited these individuals mainly to recruit members and strengthen their influence. However, since the military training for freshmen had just ended, followed by a 7-day holiday, the student council had not had the opportunity to recruit new students. They wanted to use this gathering to attract those with power and influence. The recruitment efforts of the student council had just begun, so there were not many new members, currently only 27. Upon hearing Luolai's words, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves. From what I hear, Chairman Lu seems to have a two-faced vibe. How could he be that kind of person? The members of the student council are all sharp. Someone who can become the president of the student council is certainly among the sharpest, so Lu Yuanqing's thoughts can't be simple. Lu Yuanqing thought that Hong Chen and Luolai had status, so he invited them to the gathering, but after seeing their attire, he deduced they had no background and wanted to kick them out. If that's the case, Chairman Lu is too snobbish. He's definitely a hypocrite. Noticing the scrutinizing gazes and the quiet whispers around him, Lu Yuanqing's expression darkened. If this got out, his reputation would be ruined. I don't understand what you're saying. I didn't instruct Zhang Jin to do this, Lu Yuanqing first tried to argue. Then, with a quick turn of his eyes, he came up with an idea and shouted, Zhang Jin, come here. Zhang Jin was slumped on the ground, his whole body aching, but upon hearing Lu Yuanqing's words, he had no choice but to drag his painful body over and ask, Chairman Lu, what's the matter? I'm here. Lu Yuanqing looked at Zhang Jin and sternly questioned, what is going on here? Zhang Jin was taken aback. Didn't you know that you had me chase away Hong Chen and Luolai, and then I got beaten? Seeing Zhang Jin wanting to speak, Lu Yuanqing shot him a glare and then raised his voice, asking, why did you kick them out? Zhang Jin opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to respond. He wasn't a fool, he could naturally tell that Lu Yuanqing wanted him to take the blame. I'm asking you. Lu Yuanqing's tone was severe as he asked again, why did you take it upon yourself to chase away Hong Chen and Luolai? Under Lu Yuanqing's pressure, Zhang Jin had no choice but to take the fall. I saw Luolai and Hong Chen eating and drinking at the gathering, and I suspected they were sneaking in to steal food, so I wanted to kick them out. You caused this mess. Do you think this is acceptable? Lu Yuanqing's face was filled with anger, looking as if he was furious at the situation. Lu Yuanqing continued to scold, I told you to properly entertain the guests. Is this how you treat them? Hurry up and apologize to them. Zhang Jin's face was filled with resentment, but he dared not express it. He could only grit his teeth and say to Hong Chen and Luolai, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken it upon myself. The invited freshmen around them began to discuss again upon hearing this. I said Chairman Lu isn't that kind of person. Just look at his demeanor, gentle and refined. How could he do such a thing? But I have to say, Chairman Lu truly knows how to manage his subordinates. With just a few words, he made Zhang Jin take the initiative to admit his mistake. This president indeed has an air of authority. Chairman Lu is a prominent figure at Tianwu University. If it weren't for managing the student council, which delayed his cultivation, he would definitely rank among the top 100 in his junior year. After Zhang Jin willingly took the blame, Lu Yuanqing only needed a few sentences to turn the tide of public opinion. Hong Chen and Luolai quietly watched Lu Yuanqing's performance. This person still had some skills, but only a few. Because Zhang Jin had just said that he was acting under Lu Yuanqing's orders to drive them away, Hong Chen and Luolai were not deceived at all. I can't help but ask, Hong Chen said lightly, when Zhang Jin came to drive us away, he clearly stated that he was acting on your orders. Now you want him to take the blame and easily brush this matter aside? Luolai also questioned, you first invited us to the gathering and then drove us away. What exactly do you intend to do? Hong Chen and Luolai pressed on, and Lu Yuanqing's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he suddenly retorted, you two just said that you came to the gathering because of my invitation? Humph. Before Hong Chen and Luolai could respond, Lu Yuanqing interjected, but I don't remember inviting either of you. To lie to someone's face, to be so shameless to this extent, did this person have no shame at all? Luo Lai was so furious he was about to explode. If you didn't invite us, how did we get in? Didn't Zhang Jin just say it? Lu Yuanqing's tone became firm as he declared, you two snuck in to eat and drink. I originally thought there were too many guests tonight, and since you two are freshmen who will be living at school for 3 years, I wanted to let you off and give you some face. But since you two are so ungrateful, then I can't be blamed. You two came without an invitation and instead helped yourselves to the food. These rare delicacies are not cheap. Your actions of sneaking food have caused a huge loss to the student council. I am now going to demand compensation from you two. I will check the surveillance footage shortly to see how much you two have stolen. Hearing Lu Yuanqing's absurd claims, Hong Chen was so angry he almost laughed. How could Lu Yuanqing be so shameless? Luo Lai was even more furious, shouting, we gave our invitations to the gatekeeper. Since you say that, I will go find it for you. You don't need to go look. A male student from the student council approached, his face filled with disgust. I have checked several times, but I did not find your or Hong Chen's invitation. Alright. Luo Lai looked around but did not see the figure he wanted to find. The student council's Lin Lele personally handed the invitation to me and Hong Chen, let her come and testify. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanqing waved his hand, and the male student from the student council ran out of the palace. I will go find Lin Lele to come and testify. Although Hong Chen was also young and impulsive, after experiencing the incident with his uncles fighting over family property, he appeared more composed at this moment. Hong Chen placed a hand on Luo Lai's back. Don't be anxious or angry, stay calm, and don't lose your composure. Lu Yuanqing was a scheming little man. Even if Lin Lele was from the student council, she probably wouldn't tell the truth. As expected by Hong Chen, it wasn't long before Lin Lele arrived. Upon seeing Lu Yuanqing, she immediately lowered her head. You are Lin Lele, who just joined. I have seen your information, work well in the student council, and if you encounter anything you can't resolve, feel free to contact me. Lu Yuanqing revealed a warm smile like a spring breeze and said to Lin Lele, just tell the truth, did you give invitations to Hong Chen and Luo Lai? The onlookers all looked at Lin Lele, who kept her head down, her hands tightly clenched, feeling conflicted inside. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqing's heart tightened, and he spoke again, you need to think this through before you speak. So many people are watching. For the sake of the student council's reputation, you can't wrong the good people. Lin Lele, on her way here, had already learned the ins and outs of the situation and had been warned by a boy from the student council. Hearing Lu Yuanqing's insinuation, she immediately said weakly, I haven't seen those two. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanqing couldn't help but smirk, almost laughing out loud. He turned to look at Hong Chen and Luo Lai, his eyes conveying a message. What do you two have to fight me with? I'll give you both one more chance. Lu Yuanqing cleared his throat and said loudly, if you know what's good for you, leave here, and I won't pursue the matter of you sneaking in to steal food. The onlookers began to whisper again. Chairman Lu was really magnanimous. The truth is already clear, yet he still wants to let these two gluttons off the hook. I'm craving your mother's stinky food. Luo Lai's temperament was as fiery as his name suggested. Faced with these people's slander, he was the type to rip open his own belly to show them how many bowls of noodles he had eaten. If I'm lying, if I didn't have an invitation, if I just barged in, I'll be hit by a car the moment I step outside, and my sons will be slaves for generations, and my daughters will be prostitutes for eternity. Luo Lai glared fiercely at Lu Yuanqing and his group, veins bulging all over his body, so furious that he lost his reason, roaring, come. You all come. Swear an oath. Come on. Swear. Since you're not lying, then swear. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. Everyone can see that. Lu Yuanqing snorted coldly, not responding to Luo Lai but instead saying, I have already proven my innocence. Why should I accept your nonsense? Lu Yuanqing, right? A tall woman stood up, her tone indifferent. I'll remember your name. What a good tactic. Come on. Swear. Swear. Luo Lai shouted, his eyes turning red with anger. Slap. The tall woman was also enraged. She slapped Luo Lai across the face. Shut up. Luo Lai was already worked up, and if it weren't for Hong Chen holding his shoulder, he would have rushed over to fight Lu Yuanqing. But after being slapped, Luo Lai instantly calmed down. That slap seemed to have a special magic. The tall woman whispered to the blue-haired girl, who quietly left the palace after receiving instructions. This is Tianwu University. We don't need to waste words. You call all the freshmen from the student council over. After finishing her sentence, the tall woman whispered to Hong Chen. Hong Chen immediately nodded, stepped forward, and said, since we can't clarify things, let's settle it with our fists. I want to challenge all the freshmen from your student council. Arrogant. Lu Yuanqing's face darkened. Do you think just because you beat Zhang Jin, that means all of us in the student council are pushovers? Exactly. Hong Chen nodded with a smile, mocking. Aren't you student council members just good at talking, twisting the truth? Faced with Hong Chen's blatant mockery, even Lu Yuanqing, no matter how composed, felt a bit angry at this moment. Moreover, with the members of the student council watching, Lu Yuanqing found himself in a difficult position and had no choice but to instruct, "You all call my contact person." Hong Chen was a freshman, and even if Lu Yuanqing had a thick skin, he felt embarrassed to call in a sophomore. The students at Tianwu University were all geniuses, and Hong Chen had only been cultivating for half a year. The upperclassmen in their second and third years would definitely crush him due to their superior realms. Furthermore, if he called in the sophomores, it would be obvious that the student council was bullying someone. Lu Yuanqing was not foolish enough to do something that would give others a handle against him. Although the palace where the gathering was held was spacious, the situation had escalated to this point, and all the guests were now paying attention to this side. The crowd, with a mindset of watching the excitement, tacitly surrounded the student council and Hong Chen's group. But more onlookers stood with the student council, possibly to avoid suspicion or due to the council's power, showing their support for them. Of course, some newcomers, not knowing what was happening, could only whisper among themselves, "What happened here? Why are so many people gathered? I heard that the freshman over there wants to challenge all the freshmen in the student council. What the hell? Who is he? How dare he say such bold words? Is he out of his mind? You can't say that, he does have some strength. He just threw a couple of punches and knocked down a student from the Earth class. I estimate he might have the martial spirit realm. But then again, why does he want to challenge all the freshmen in the student council?" The student council said he didn't have an invitation and sneaked in to eat. He claims Lu Yuanqing gave him an invitation and that he was invited, but then Lu Yuanqing wanted to kick him out. They each have their own story, but then the student council found evidence proving he didn't receive an invitation. I feel something's off. If this person has the martial spirit realm, the student council would likely give him an invitation. After all, the purpose of this gathering is to recruit powerful and influential members. We all know that. So you mean to say that the student council and Lu Yuanqing are deliberately framing him? That's just my guess, don't say it so loudly. And if you look closely at those two, we saw the principal personally bring them here in a floating battleship during our military training. Many people speculated that they have a background. Now that you mention it, I remember. The student council probably heard this news and invited the two to the gathering, but after they came and ate and drank, Lu Yuanqing thought they had no background and wanted to kick them out. They definitely wouldn't accept that, so they asked the student council for an explanation, and then Lu Yuanqing framed them for not having invitations. That's pretty much the process, but I'm just hearing this secondhand. I don't know the truth of the matter. This is just my guess, so don't go spreading it around. While the onlookers were whispering, two freshmen from the student council arrived. Both were freshmen, and they seemed to be a couple. The boy jogged over to Lu Yuanqing and said, "President, I'm Luo Yuan, and I joined the student council the day before yesterday. Please take care of me in the future." The freshman named Luo Yuan then introduced the girl beside him. "This is my girlfriend Yi. She just joined the student council today through my introduction." "Hello, President. I heard there's a little thief who wants to challenge our student council." The girl named Yi had fair skin, stunning looks, and an impressive 36D figure, along with a lowly face. She kept calling him a little thief, even though she was clearly invited here. How did it turn into her being a little thief? Hong Chen, hearing this, said sternly, "If you can't speak properly, then shut up." Luo Yuan looked Hong Chen up and down and mocked, "With your outfit, you look like a broke nobody. How could the president possibly invite someone like you? Since you say he didn't invite us, let him swear an oath. Let's see if he dares." Luo Lai was still tangled up in this matter. Luo Yuan looked at Lu Yuanqing and said, "President, since we have nothing to be ashamed of, why should we be afraid of him? Let him see an oath. I don't want to waste time with someone like this. Even if I swore, they wouldn't let it go easily." Lu Yuanqing said with a hint of frustration. He really didn't dare to make that oath because it was too vicious. People who are this unreasonable will do whatever they want. Since that's the case, let's see who is stronger. After Luo Yuan finished speaking, he stepped forward and said loudly, "Earth class, Luo Yuan, please give me guidance. Yellow class, Hong Chen, here to challenge." Hong Chen also took a few steps forward, directly facing Luo Yuan. "Yellow class?" Luo Yuan's face showed a hint of sarcasm as she said, "I'm ranked 5733 in the Earth class." Before Luo Yuan could finish her sentence, Hong Chen had already leaped into the air, his right arm bent, delivering a powerful elbow strike downwards towards Luo Yuan. Hong Chen's speed was too fast, Luo Yuan had no time to react. His head took a heavy blow, and with a sharp crack, he fell into darkness, losing consciousness. In an instant, it was truly just a moment, Hong Chen retracted his elbow, and Luo Yuan lay limp on the ground, frothing at the mouth, completely incapacitated. Is this what the student council is made of, a bunch of useless fools? Hong Chen said again, just a bunch that can only talk, twisting the truth? One touch and they shatter, one hit and they fall, can't even take a single move. Luo Lai chimed in, otherwise, we might as well rename it the Useless Council. Lu Yuanqing's veins bulged with anger, but with so many people watching, he couldn't explode. He could only suppress his rage and say, drag Luo Yuan away, drag him away. I said to drag Luo Yuan away. Do you want to show off a few moves too? Hong Chen looked at Yi, who took a step back in fright. Although she was also in the Earth class, her rank was even lower than Luo Yuan's. Yi raised her hands, panicking as she refused, I won't fight. Hong Chen didn't want to hit a woman, but since she had just called herself a little thief, he wanted to scare her a bit. Having already defeated Zhang Jin, Hong Chen had inherited his rank, and he should now be ranked 4396 in the Earth class. But Hong Chen deliberately told Luo Yuan he was from the Yellow class to make her underestimate him, allowing him to defeat her in one move. Is there anyone left in your useless council? Hong Chen looked at Lu Yuanqing and said deliberately, since your useless council has already shamelessly slandered people, why not go all the way and send some second or third year seniors to deal with me? Lu Yuanqing was furious but found no excuse. This was Tianwu University, where strength was respected. Mainly because the military training for freshmen had just ended, there were currently only 27 new members in the council, and indeed, there was no one available. 3 more new members from the student council arrived, and Hong Chen glanced at them before saying, to avoid wasting everyone's time, you can all come at me together. These 3 had similar strength to Luo Yuan and were simply there to hand over their heads, having no fighting power against him. The minimum standard for joining the student council, aside from having power and influence, was to be ranked at least in the Earth class. It sounds good to say there are standards, but to put it bluntly, the student council isn't a place where just anyone can enter. The 3 new members had no coordination among themselves and fought solely based on individual strength. Hong Chen took a punch head-on, then lifted one person away, and with both hands, the remaining 2 unfortunate souls instantly fell unconscious. This time, the student council didn't give Hong Chen a moment to breathe, as 2 more new members came in. Their strength rankings were 3179 and 3057, both skilled fighters ranked higher in the Earth class. Both were 10-star martial masters, and facing a 1-star martial spirit like Hong Chen, they had no ability to defend themselves. Together, they only managed to take 5 moves before collapsing in unison. Hong Chen slowly withdrew his hands and said to Lu Yuanqing, what are you still looking at? Hurry up and carry the people away. Lu Yuanqing's face was extremely dark. He waved his hand behind him to arrange for someone to carry away the unconscious student council members. Then, Lu Yuanqing whispered, I asked you to find new members from the Heaven class. What kind of trash is this? A male member of the student council quietly replied, I've already contacted them. They're on their way, but we've only recruited 3 new members from the Heaven class. Just because they're from the Heaven class doesn't mean they can beat him. He's a martial spirit. After Lu Yuanqing finished speaking, he ordered, you mobilize the members to recruit people right now, at least those in the martial spirit realm, ranked in the top 100 of the Heaven class. The male member of the student council nodded in response, then picked up his phone, dialing as he left the Silver Palace. Lu Yuanqing couldn't help but clench his fist. Now he could only temporarily recruit people to save face for the student council. If Hong Chen managed to defeat all the new students in the student council, it would be a huge embarrassment, and who would want to join the student council after that? Before Hong Chen declared his intention to challenge all the new students in the student council, he received a secret message from a tall woman, who urged him to find a way to buy time, as she had a way to prove whether Lu Yuanqing was lying. That was why Hong Chen stood up, boasting that he would challenge all the new students in the student council. Class Tian, Chen Chao. This was a slightly chubby boy of short stature with small eyes. Luo Lai took out his phone, checked Chen Chao's ranking, and said to Hong Chen, he ranks 2579 in Class Tian. No big deal. Hong Chen stood up and walked towards Chen Chao. He had originally planned to challenge the lower-ranked new students after the ban was lifted, and now Chen Chao had come to him. Everyone thought that Chen Chao from Class Tian would be a skilled fighter, at least able to exchange a few moves with Hong Chen, but after Chen Chao threw a punch, Hong Chen reached out with his right hand, enveloping Chen Chao's fist, then grabbed his arm with his left hand and executed a shoulder throw, slamming Chen Chao hard onto the ground. The diamond-polished floor instantly dented from the impact, and Hong Chen used all his strength in that move. Chen Chao spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, but Hong Chen didn't give him a chance, stepping on his chest with his right foot and raising his right hand, a fist the size of a sandbag, delivering 3 punches to Chen Chao's face with a bang bang bang. After the 3 punches, Hong Chen withdrew his fist, and Chen Chao, having taken a heavy blow to the head, had already lost consciousness. Hong Chen lifted his right foot off Chen Chao and casually wiped the blood from his knuckles, saying, "Young people are great, they just fall asleep." In the face of Hong Chen's mockery, Lu Yuanqing remained silent, seething with impotent rage inside. In the following 10 minutes, more than a dozen people from the student council arrived one after another. However, none of them were stronger than Chen Chao. No one could withstand even 2 punches from Hong Chen. Relying on his martial spirit's realm, Hong Chen completely dominated, challenging 25 people in one breath. At that time, the student council had only recruited 27 members, including 2 girls, Yi and Lin Lele. So aside from these 2 girls, all the remaining members of the student council were knocked down by Hong Chen. Standing in the center of the crowd that had formed a circle around him, Hong Chen couldn't help but smirk, feeling an indescribable joy in slapping the faces of the student council and Lu Yuanqing in front of everyone. I'm starting to doubt, a student with Hong Chen's strength, would he really sneak in to steal food? Lu Yuanqing's words are indeed not trustworthy. If the student council wants to recruit members, a new student with Hong Chen's strength would definitely be invited by the student council. Could it be that other members invited the 2, but Lu Yuanqing didn't know, leading to a misunderstanding? That seems to be the only possibility. After all, Lu Yuanqing is the president of the student council. He wouldn't just falsely accuse someone. But I have to say, Hong Chen is really impressive, taking down 25 members of the student council in one go. If this gets out, the student council will lose face. Listening to the whispers around him, Lu Yuanqing's face turned ashen. He regretted provoking this disaster. What's going on? A middle-aged man pushed through the crowd, frowning as he looked at Lu Yuanqing. Why did you call me? Teacher Yan, you finally came. Lu Yuanqing's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly shook the middle-aged man's hand. I had a little conflict with the person over there. You have quite a reputation at school, so I wanted you to help mediate, Lu Yuanqing said vaguely. Teacher Yan looked over at the other side, muttering, what little conflict? The person across from us is named Hong Chen, a freshman. Our student council might have sent him an invitation, but I didn't know about it. I thought he sneaked in to eat, so I sent someone to ask him to leave. Lu Yuanqing lied to Teacher Yan, omitting the part where he framed Hong Chen. Then, Lu Yuanqing continued, and that tall woman over there insisted on having Hong Chen duel the new students of the student council. I was afraid it would escalate, so I asked you to come. Teacher Yan also noticed the tall woman across the way. Upon seeing her, he first laughed in anger and then turned to leave. But before he left, Teacher Yan left a remark. How did you offend this lady? Her temper is terrible, and if things can't be settled, she won't give me any face. Lu Yuanqing was surprised. Teacher Yan had taught at Tianwu University for decades. Who would dare not give him face? Even the principal had to show him some respect. Who exactly are you? Lu Yuanqing asked, rising with a hint of fear and concern in his voice. Don't worry about who I am, the tall woman said indifferently. Today, even if you invite Xiang Dingtian, you won't be able to save your student council's face. The current members of the student council were all powerful second-generation rich kids, a small group that looked down on ordinary students. But the tall woman was not afraid of their backgrounds at all. Tonight, she intended to suppress the student council's leader and make them understand that there are greater powers beyond their own. Your face, Lu Yuanqing, and that of the student council, is lost today, and even Xiang Dingtian can't save it. A beautiful female classmate, hearing Teacher Yan's words, frowned. It was she who instigated Lu Yuanqing to drive away Hong Chen and Luo Lai. Now that things had escalated to this point, she had to step in. I am Qin Lily from Feng Tian Wuzhou. My grandfather is Qin Xiong, the lord of the Tsangming realm. Qin Lily looked at the tall woman and said, let's just drop this matter today. If you won't consider my face, at least consider my grandfather's. The tall woman sipped her red wine, her tone calm. Martial arts should be pure and free from external influences, so there shouldn't be a distinction between rich and poor, only a difference in realms. Giving others face is respecting them, but it is also respecting yourself, Qin Lily warned the tall woman. Leave a line for others to follow, it will be easier to meet again in the future. Truly worthy of being Qin Xiong's granddaughter, speaking so boldly, the tall woman chuckled, her laughter laced with a meaningful mockery. Qin Lily continued, we won't pursue the matter of Hong Chen and Luo Lai stealing food, let this farce end here. Hong Chen sneered, you want to end it just because you can't win? Luo Lai also protested, what about your accusation against us? We received an invitation, that's why we came back. You say I accused you? Show me the evidence. The student council has proven that you two didn't have invitations. Is that still an accusation? Isn't that just you two making a fuss? After Qin Lily finished speaking, she grinned, only those who wronged you know how wronged you truly are. Lu Yuanqing added, if you want to save face, then do so, otherwise, when I bring in the top 100 freshmen from the Tian class, you won't be able to handle it. I'll wait and see. Hong Chen stood proudly in the center, unafraid. But you better hurry, because I have class in the morning. The members of the student council had long since left, trying to recruit the top 100 freshmen from the Tian class, but most didn't want to get involved in this mess. Hong Chen had already fought 25 people, both his energy and strength diminished. Winning against the top 100 freshmen wouldn't be glorious, after all, it would be a victory without honor. But if he lost, it would be a huge embarrassment. So, after learning the situation, the vast majority of the top 100 freshmen refused. No one wanted to take this risk for the student council, except for one person who agreed. This is a young man with a thin frame, short hair, a slightly yellow complexion, and two small, round eyes. Class Tian, number 92, Ma Lu. The thin young man walked to the center and said to Hong Chen, "Please give me your guidance." Just then, the blue-haired woman returned, handing 2 items to the tall woman, and then she heard Ma Lu's words. Hong Chen was about to stand up when the blue-haired woman pressed down on his shoulder, saying, "You fought 25 people, and both your spiritual energy and physical strength have been depleted. Ma Lu is also at the martial spirit realm. Your chances of winning against him right now are slim. You should take a moment to recover, and I'll go meet him." After saying this, the blue-haired woman withdrew her hand from Hong Chen's shoulder and walked straight towards Ma Lu, calmly saying, "Class Tian, number 3, Jialan, please give me your guidance." Upon hearing number 3 and Jialan, Ma Lu nearly buckled at the knees and knelt before Jialan. "I'm not here to challenge you, I'm here to challenge Hong Chen," Ma Lu quickly added. "I know," Jialan nodded, her expression unchanged as she said, "At this moment, it is I, Jialan, who will challenge you. You're ranked 3rd, and I'm ranked 92. You know very well I can't defeat you." Ma Lu exclaimed in panic, "You're bullying me." "If you say that." Jialan smiled and replied, "I am indeed bullying you, so what? You're ranked 92, even if Hong Chen defeats other students, his ranking will still be much lower than yours. Aren't you also bullying others? Moreover, everyone knows that Hong Chen has fought 25 matches, and his energy and stamina are depleted. Yet, you still step up to challenge him on behalf of the student council. Isn't that even more bullying? Why is it only permissible for you to bully others, and I can't bully you?" With this thought, Jialan drew her long sword from her waist. Ma Lu immediately looked at Hong Chen, panic written all over his face. "Hong Chen, you pretty boy. You rely on women, right? You don't dare to fight me head-on." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen silently stood up and placed his hand on Jialan's shoulder. Jialan turned to look at Hong Chen, her brows slightly furrowed, and said, "He's trying to provoke you." Because Shia Sha had once told her that Hong Chen had an F-level talent, Jialan would take the initiative to challenge Ma Lu. "I know," Hong Chen smiled at Jialan, "but I, Hong Chen, am not a paper tiger. Back then, I defeated opponents at the 10-star martial artist level with my 9-star martial artist realm, which is how I became the top scorer in the martial arts college entrance examination. I will make Ma Lu realize that he chose the wrong opponent. He shouldn't have stepped up for the student council today." Hong Chen pressed down firmly on Jialan's shoulder and stepped in front of her. He summoned the Tai sword with his right hand, and the 3 elements began to gather spiritual energy. In the spacious palace, a wind suddenly arose, a vast spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Hong Chen's hair flew in the wind, his clothes rustling, and endless spiritual energy seemed to respond to his call, penetrating his skin and merging into his 3 elements. Yuan essence, Yuan energy, Yuan spirit, soon reached perfection, and the 3 elements fused into one, causing Hong Chen's aura to surge. The spiritual energy that had been depleted from fighting 25 people was quickly replenished, soon filling his dantian. Ma Lu took out a long iron staff, feeling the rising aura of Hong Chen, and he dared not delay. He stepped forward, leaping with a swing of his staff towards Hong Chen. Hong Chen closed his eyes, only his heavenly eye opened. Ma Lu's movements were extremely fast, but he still managed to catch them. He raised the Tai sword with his right hand, firmly blocking the iron staff. The sword and staff clashed, sparks flying. Hong Chen stepped forward, exerting force in his right arm, suddenly swinging forward, sending the iron staff he had blocked flying. Ma Lu was also thrown back by the immense force from the iron staff, flying backward for several hundred meters, out of the encirclement formed by the onlookers. In the 12-character formula of the Great Easy Spear Manual, Hong Chen adapted the chopping, collapsing, breaking, and arc techniques to suit his own swordsmanship. Although the Tai sword is a sword, it resembles a double-edged straight knife, and thus can also utilize the 4-character techniques: Great Easy Chopping the Sky, Great Easy Heaven Collapsing, Great Moon Arc, and Heroic Dragon Breaking the Army. During the college entrance examination battle against Li Chang'an, Hong Chen had used the first 3 techniques. The final move, the Fierce Dragon Breaking the Army, is a thrusting technique, making it more suitable to be executed with a sword. Spiritual energy continuously surged into the Tai sword, causing the long sword to emit a series of buzzing sounds. Hong Chen moved, raising his sword forward. Bang! A deafening sound of an explosion rang out, the noise produced by reaching the peak of speed, where air friction creates sound, and the faster the speed, the louder the sound. Where Hong Chen stood, only afterimages remained. The Tai sword surged like a roaring tide, unstoppable as thunder. No one saw it, they only heard a poof sound, and the Tai sword had already pierced through Ma Lu. Ma Lu looked at the sword in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Despite ranking within the top 100 in strength, he couldn't withstand a single strike from Hong Chen. Hong Chen withdrew the Tai sword, and Ma Lu's body slowly fell, blood pouring from his mouth. "Take him away," Hong Chen said to Lu Yuanqing, his expression unchanged. "Next, are you all done?" Qin Lily seemed to feel a great injustice, her expression on the verge of tears. Hong Chen was taken aback. Clearly, he was the one being wronged, yet it felt as if he was the one at fault. And what did she mean by "are you all done"? He was accused of being a petty thief stealing food. Should he kneel and beg her to reveal the truth? Besides, he was following the rules of Tianwu University, challenging the new students of the student council. What was his fault? The tall woman brought 2 items found by Jelon, her tone cold as she said, "Don't say I'm being unreasonable, as a teacher, bullying students. I'll give you a chance to tell the truth. As long as you speak the truth about what happened, today's matter can come to an end." Seeing the tall woman's gaze, Lu Yuanqing looked dejected, about to speak the truth. "What truth? We've already told the truth." Qin Lily stomped her foot, angrily saying, "You're just using your power to pressure us, wanting me to say the truth you want to hear." Stubborn and unyielding. The tall woman stood up, taking out the evidence in her hand, ready to expose Lu Yuanqing's lies. Qin Lily added, "My grandfather is the lord of the Tsangming realm, the famous Qin Xiong. I'm his most beloved granddaughter. Are you really going to tear your face with me? Are you sure you want to offend me?" The tall woman laughed upon hearing this, saying, "I'm using my power to pressure you? Who is really using power to pressure whom? Clearly, you can't win in a fight or in words, and then you use your power to pressure others, yet you turn around and blame others for using power to pressure you. These young masters and young ladies of the 9 provinces, after all these years, how can they still behave like this?" The tall woman felt somewhat disappointed and said to Qin Wanwan without any courtesy, "I've dominated the Daowu battlefield in Fong Tianwu Prefecture for 10 years. Your grandfather, Qin Xiong, wouldn't dare to say such things in front of me." Upon hearing this, Qin Lily was first stunned, then her face was filled with disbelief. "My grandfather wouldn't dare to speak in front of you? Are you joking?" After Teacher Yen left, Lu Yuanqing immediately sent him a message, inquiring about the identity of the tall woman. The phone rang with a ding-dong sound, indicating a text message was received. Lu Yuanqing picked up the phone to take a look. Teacher Yen had replied, but there were only 7 words. "Her name is on the Dragon and Tiger list." Her name is on the Dragon and Tiger list. This meant that this tall woman was a graduate of Tianwu University. Although the makeup she wore made her look young, she was probably in her 30s. So this tall woman must have graduated at least 10 years ago, starting from 2015. New students enroll at 18, then study for 4 years, graduating at 22. The tall woman, being in her 30s, easily narrows down a rough range. She should be on the Dragon and Tiger list from the years 5005 to 5015. Lu Yuanqing thought of this and quickly recalled 3 names. 5008, the 3008th session, Gu Yun, 5012, the 3012th session, Li Yingqi, 5014, the 3014th session, Xianxue. Lu Yuanqing's mind was racing. From the words of the tall woman, it seemed she also came from Fong Tianwu Prefecture. Among these 3, only one was from Fong Tianwu Prefecture. After graduating from university, she taught at the school for 3 years, but due to the conflict between martial arts and Taoist principles, she returned to Fong Tianwu Prefecture to participate in the Daowu battlefield. Lu Yuanqing thought of this and suddenly looked up at the tall woman, unable to help but swallow hard, trembling as she said, "You are Li Yingqi." If it was Li Yingqi, then everything made sense. Qin Xiong wouldn't dare to say such things in front of her, and even if she faced the top, she wouldn't give any face, as if only she could do it. Next to them, Qin Lily, upon hearing this name, was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she sat down on the ground. How is this possible? How could she be Li Yingqi? She was clearly on the Dao battlefield. How could she return to Tianwu University? The name Li Yingqi, in the nearly 100-year history of Tianwu University, was one of the most remarkable figures. It wasn't just because she made it onto the Dragon and Tiger list. After all, every year there are people who can make the list, which is not unusual. It was because of Li Yingqi's talent, which, even over 3,000 years on the Dragon and Tiger list, still ranked in the top 10. Her talent could no longer be described as terrifying. it could only be said to be extraordinarily rare and unparalleled. First was her speed in breaking the mirror, the fastest among the 3,000 students of Tianwu University. Ordinary students at Tianwu University graduate at around the level of a 10-star martial king. Those with outstanding talent, ranked in the top 10 of the Tian class, are estimated to be around 7 or 8-star martial emperors, with very few breaking through to martial zone. But when Liangqi graduated, she had already reached the martial zone level and was a 5-star martial zone. This was the highest level achieved by students at Tianwu University in 3,000 years, and it would be difficult for anyone to break this record for the time being. However, Liangqi's most famous achievement was still in the Daowu battlefield of Feng Tianwu Prefecture and the 3,000 Dao prefectures. Feng Tianwu Prefecture was not biased against women, it was just that warfare was originally a man's affair. But Liangqi, as a woman, became the first female general in the 5,000-year history of Feng Tianwu Prefecture in just 10 years. She was an idol for all women in Feng Tianwu Prefecture and a figure admired by countless soldiers on the Daowu battlefield. Even among the enemies in the 3,000 Dao prefectures, many soldiers regarded Liangqi as an idol. Liangqi looked at Lu Yuanqing and Qin Lili, raised the two items in her hand, and said, "This is the heart-questioning talisman, and this is the surveillance video. After applying the heart-questioning talisman, no matter what questions I ask you, both of you can only tell the truth. But if you refuse to apply the heart-questioning talisman, I will make the content of the surveillance video public." Liangqi raised her phone. This phone contains surveillance footage that records the process of you asking Lin Lele to deliver invitations to Hong Chen and Luo Lai, as well as the process of Lin Lele delivering the invitations to them. Liangqi finally asked, "So, do you both choose to apply the heart-questioning talisman? Or do you want me to make the surveillance video public?" After learning Liangqi's name, Lu Yuanqing and Qin Lili decided to tell the truth. Qin Lili shed hypocritical tears. "I shouldn't have instructed Lu Yuanqing to expel Hong Chen and Luo Lai, that was my idea." Lu Yuanqing also said, "I heard some freshmen say that Hong Chen and Luo Lai came to school on the principal's floating battleship, so I thought they had some background, so I invited them. But when they arrived, they acted like country bumpkins who had never seen rare food, so I concluded they had no background and asked Zheng Jin to drive them away." The onlookers, upon hearing Lu Yuanqing and Qin Lili, immediately became busy. Wow, Lu Yuanqing really is such a hypocrite. Qin Lili is not a good person either. These two scoundrels are spitting venom and kept us in the dark. Their intentions are simply malicious. I almost fell for it. Luckily, teacher Liangqi has keen insight. Liangqi waved her hand, interrupting everyone's words. She looked at Lu Yuanqing and said, "The student council will officially disband from tonight. I will only say this once." Lu Yuanqing responded and then left the palace in a fluster with Qin Lili, bringing this farce to an end. "Since the matter has been resolved, let's leave as well." Liangqi led Hong Chen, Luo Lai, and Zhelan out of the Silver Palace. "I will be staying at Tianwu University for about 3 to 4 years after returning from Feng Tianwu Prefecture." Liangqi started, but it was clear she hadn't finished her thought. Hong Chen and the others followed her closely, waiting for her to continue. "During these 3 to 4 years, I will temporarily serve as the dean of Tianwu Academy." Liangqi concluded, "After dawn tomorrow, new students can choose their academies. You too should choose the Tianwu Academy that I oversee." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen looked at Luo Lai and Zhelan, asking, "Dean Li, which two people are you referring to for choosing Tianwu Academy?" "Zhelan has already agreed to choose Tianwu Academy, so I am naturally talking about you and Luo Lai." After Liangqi finished speaking, she suddenly added, "Also, don't call me Dean Li." Hong Chen looked at Luo Lai, who immediately nodded and said, "Tianwu Academy is the academy I've always dreamed of, so I have no objections." Tianwu University has a total of 6 academies: Tianwu Academy, Jinj Academy, Qingmu Academy, Xianshui Academy, Tianhua Academy, and Dunshan Academy. Jinj Academy, Qingmu Academy, Xianshui Academy, Tianhua Academy, and Dunshan Academy represent the 5 basic attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which are F-level talents. Hong Chen's talent is Southern Mingli Fire, so if he were to choose an academy, it would naturally be Tianhua Academy, overseen by Zhou Jielian. Zhou Jielian is not only the vice president but also serves as the dean of Tianhua Academy. Although Sang Dingtian is the president, he previously also served as the dean of Tianwu Academy but has now passed that position to Liangqi. Since Tianwu Academy can be named Tianwu, it is undoubtedly the best academy at Tianwu University. However, some new students with special talents, like Su Firan's White Dragon talent, do not fall under the 5 basic attributes, so she can choose Tianwu Academy. Additionally, Luo Lai's 5-colored thunder talent, while derived from the wood attribute, is not strictly considered wood, allowing him to join Tianwu Academy as well. Many exceptionally talented new students, even those with pure wood or fire attributes, still choose Tianwu Academy instead of Qingmu Academy or Tianhua Academy. After all, Tianwu Academy is the best at Tianwu University, which is why many new students apply to it every year. Upon hearing Luo Lai's words, Hong Chen immediately added, I, Teacher Li, have no objections either. You better not have any objections, Li Yingqi said without looking back. I've helped you so much, if you dare to refuse me, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me? After finishing her words, Li Yingqi added, also, I don't like being called teacher by others. Jialan couldn't help but laugh and asked, so, should we call you Dean Li, Teacher Li, or Senior Sister Li in the future? Dean Li sounds too old, and Teacher Li doesn't feel young either. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yingqi said, from now on, when we meet privately, you can call me Senior Sister Li, but in public, you must use my title. Understood. The three replied in unison. Hong Chen felt helpless. Women are truly strange, it's just a simple title, why so many requirements? I have high hopes for the three of you. Li Yingqi said, Jialan is already in the top 3 of the Tian class, Hong Chen just defeated Ma Lu and also made it into the top 100 of the Tian class, while Luo Lai is still in the Huang class. I'm quite satisfied with Jialan's ranking, but I have a few requirements for both of you. Hong Chen must break into the top 10 before his second year, and Luo Lai must make it into the top 100 of the Tianzi class. Li Yingqi paused and continued, as long as Jialan can maintain her current ranking, and if Hong Chen and Luo Lai can meet my requirements, I will teach each of you a volume of Tianjia martial arts. After a moment, Li Yingqi added, however, if you fail to meet my expectations and betray my trust, don't blame me for being unkind. At that time, you should voluntarily withdraw from the Tianwu Academy. Upon hearing Li Yingqi's words, the three felt immediate pressure, but Luo Lai felt the least. Although making it into the top 100 of the Tianzi class was somewhat challenging, it was achievable with effort. Jialan needed to maintain her third place. While it sounded simple, it was the easiest to falter. If she was challenged and performed slightly below par, she could be defeated by the challenger, causing her ranking to drop. Hong Chen had already entered the top 100, specifically ranking 92nd, but the students in the top 10 were all genuine experts without any fluff. For him, an S-level talent, breaking into the top 10 was no easier than for Jialan, but if Hong Chen's talent were to rise to SS level, the difficulty of this requirement would significantly decrease. Seeing Hong Chen and the others silent, Li Yingqi instead smiled and said, without pressure, where is the motivation? Don't blame me, I'm doing this for your own good. Hong Chen found it even harder to refute. Li Yingqi kept saying, I'm doing this for your benefit, and Hong Chen couldn't just ignore the good intentions, or it would seem ungrateful. It's already late. Li Yingqi turned back to look at Hong Chen and the others, be on time to report to the Tianwu Academy tomorrow. After finishing his words, Li Yingqi vanished in a flash. I should take my leave as well, Jialan said as she prepared to leave, and Hong Chen hurriedly called out, wait. Jialan stopped, and Hong Chen immediately said, you and Shia Sha are friends, right? Thank you for today. My relationship with Shia Sha is indeed good, Jialan continued, but you don't need to thank me, you should thank Senior Sister Li. Also, your talent is an F level, right? Jialan asked curiously. Shia Sha said you were F level, which made me a bit worried at the time. Luo Lai understood the situation and, seeing Hong Chen hesitate to speak, chimed in, Hong Chen and I had an opportunity that isn't convenient to discuss, but we've both improved our talents because of it. I understand, Jialan nodded, from now on, we will be classmates, so please take care of us. With our lacking strength, it should be you taking care of us, Hong Chen joked self-deprecatingly. Your strength does make it a bit difficult to enter the top 10, but maintaining a position in the top 100 shouldn't be too much of a problem. In any case, let's work hard together. After Jialan finished speaking, she looked at the moon and added, it's too late, I won't chat with you any longer. I need to go back to cultivate. Take care. Hong Chen watched Jialan walk away, then invited Luo Lai to the independent villa where the Tianzi class was located. Having defeated Ma Lu, Hong Chen took his ranking, and now he was 92nd in the Tianzi class, eligible to live in the independent villa. Hong Chen and Luo Lai arrived at the villa area, which was spacious. After searching for several minutes, they found the villa with the number 92. As they reached the entrance of Villa 92, Ma Lu was just stepping out with his luggage. His chest had been pierced by Hong Chen, and a faint smell of blood lingered around him. The atmosphere became slightly awkward as Hong Chen and Luo Lai saw Ma Lu, both unsure where to look. Don't gloat. Once I break through to a 2-star martial spirit, I will reclaim my independent villa, Ma Lu declared fiercely, dragging his suitcase with one hand while clutching his chest with the other, leaving behind a lonely figure. Hong Chen watched Ma Lu's back and sighed, saying to Luo Lai, I suddenly feel a bit sorry for him. Your sympathy is too excessive, don't feel sorry just yet. Let's quickly check out the villa. Luo Lai continued to persuade, that Ma Lu is clearly a petty person. I'm worried he might retaliate against you maliciously. I can't even lose to Ma Lu, I could take him down with one sword strike. Hong Chen felt puzzled and asked, how could he possibly retaliate against me? Luo Lai swore, not only did you defeat him, but you also injured him. Ma Lu must be feeling disgruntled. But he can't beat you, so he can only find ways to annoy you. Who knows, maybe before leaving the villa, Ma Lu will leave a big mess on the bed and smear it on the walls. Stop it. Hong Chen felt goosebumps all over, sensing the world had turned unpleasant. My good brother, that's a bit disgusting. Luo Lai insisted, I'm just making a reasonable assumption based on the current situation. After defeating Ma Lu, Hong Chen uploaded his victory record to the dedicated software at Tianwu University. The school staff verified it and confirmed it was correct, changing Hong Chen's ranking. Consequently, Hong Chen's student card was authorized to unlock the door to Villa No. 92, while Ma Lu's student card lost its access and could no longer unlock the door. Hong Chen swiped the villa door open, and the two entered, looking around curiously. Luo Lai wrinkled his nose and sniffed around, then said after a moment, there's no strange smell in the room. Ma Lu isn't as bad as I imagined. Hong Chen replied sheepishly, Ma Lu is at least a normal person. He certainly isn't as malicious as you think. The villa had a master bedroom, 2 guest bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and also included a refrigerator, color TV, washing machine. The floor was covered with carpets made from the fur of demon beasts, which felt very comfortable to walk on barefoot. The sofa, beds, and various appliances were all high-end. The environment in this standalone villa was several 100 million times better than the dormitory of the Yellow Class concentration camp. But the most important thing was the spiritual energy. The villas for the top 100 in the Tian class were all equipped with small gathering arrays for spiritual energy. Hong Chen stayed in the master bedroom, while Luo Lai occupied the guest bedroom. After changing the sheets and covers, they both coincidentally came to the living room and sat cross-legged on the fur carpet to begin their breathing exercises. After just over 10 minutes of breathing, Hong Chen felt a breath of spiritual energy. Previously, when he was in the flower bed, he needed to breathe for over 30 minutes to obtain a breath of spiritual energy, so this speed was twice as fast as before. Hong Chen had expected to break through to a 2-star martial spirit by the end of the month, but given the rich spiritual energy in the villa, he estimated he could break through in just over 10 days, around October 20th. Luo Lai then opened his eyes, his face full of excitement. With such abundant spiritual energy, I estimate I can break through to martial spirit soon. Hong Chen nodded. When he broke through to 2-star martial spirit, Luo Lai should also be able to break through to 1-star martial spirit. Do you have any Zhixiao divine stones at home? Hong Chen asked. If you have Zhixiao divine stones, your talent could be upgraded to S level, increasing your chances of entering the top 100 in the Tian class. Luo Lai practiced the Great Sun indestructible body technique, but he only had A-level talent, so his chances of entering the top 100 in the Tian class were extremely low. The students in the top 100 of the Tian class all had at least SS-level talent, and Luo Lai's A-level talent was simply insufficient. He needed at least S-level. Moreover, Luo Lai's realm was too low. By the time he broke through to the martial spirit realm, the students in the top 100 of the Tian class would likely have reached 2-star or even 3-star martial spirits. So even though Luo Lai had a god-level technique comparable to the 8 or 9 profound arts, his realm and talent were too low, making it very difficult for him to enter the top 100 of the Tian class. Luo Lai shook his head. I had my family inquire everywhere, but they still haven't found any Zhixiao divine stones. However, my family has gathered some information that I can share with you. The Zhixiao divine stone is said to be a product of the wind and thunder realm. My family has already arranged for someone to go to the wind and thunder realm, and they are likely to be able to buy Zhixiao divine stones. Luo Lai continued, the ancient dragon domain has 10,000-year dragon breath and the dual wings of the Yinglong. The boundless true energy is a part of the power left behind by ancient great beings after their death. But the 10,000-year dragon breath, the wings of the Yinglong, and the boundless true energy are all valuable yet unavailable, existing only in legends. Although I have asked my family to keep an eye out for you, and they will help purchase it if they see it, don't get your hopes up too high. After all, these things are too precious. Isn't your family in the business of mining ores? Hong Chen asked. Why does it sound like you're just as clueless as a novice? My dad has been buying ores for so many years, and he has many business partners. People from all over the world know him, so it's naturally easier to gather insider information. Luo Lai continued, I registered several accounts on the school forum and the Tianwen community, posting requests for purchases. If there's any news about the heavenly materials we need, I will notify you as soon as possible. Hong Chen praised, you can think of all sorts of methods. You look rough and tough, but I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. This is what we call a big guy with great wisdom, Luo Lai replied with a smile. The two chatted for a while before continuing to sit cross-legged, breathing in and out spiritual energy. Now, Hong Chen could absorb 4 breaths of spiritual energy in an hour. He continued until dawn, accumulating a total of 20 breaths of spiritual energy. Luo Lai opened his eyes. It was already slightly bright outside. He said to Hong Chen, "It's about time." Hearing this, Hong Chen got up, and the two headed to the office building together, preparing to register for their chosen academies. In the early morning, the two arrived at the teacher's office building, which was already crowded with many students. Hong Chen squeezed into the office building with difficulty and received 2 sheets of paper. He handed one sheet to Luo Lai, and they squatted on the steps, filling in their personal information. Name, Hong Chen, student ID, 5025119999, current strength ranking, 92. The student ID at Tianwu University is based on the year of admission plus ranking from the class division exam. This year is 5025, and since Hong Chen did not participate in the class division exam, he was ranked 11,999, thus receiving his student ID 5025119999. After filling in his name, student ID, and strength ranking, there was a line of text at the bottom of the paper. You can choose a total of 3 academies, with priority given to the first choice. If the first choice is full, then the second choice will be considered, followed by the third choice. Hong Chen picked up a black ballpoint pen and filled in the academies he wanted to choose. First choice, Tianwu Academy. Second choice, Tianhua Academy. Third choice, Jinj Academy. If Li Yingqi does not find him, Hong Chen's first choice is Tianhua Academy, followed by Tianwu Academy. And as for the third choice, Jinj Academy, he just wrote it down to fill the slot. Hong Chen uses a sword, and he could certainly join Jinj Academy, but his talent is fire attribute, so joining Tianhua Academy is the best option. After both filled out their choices, Hong Chen took their papers and handed them to the teacher in the office building. Luo Lai complained, "I heard that Tianzui University and Lingsha University all register for academies online. Our school is so outdated, still using paper application forms. I have the contact information for the principal and vice principal Zhou." Hong Chen looked at Luo Lai. "I'll send you the number. If you have any complaints, you can talk to them directly. This time it's not just talk." Luo Lai took out his phone. "Give me the number, and I'll suggest it right now." Hong Chen originally wanted to scare Luo Lai, but he didn't expect this guy to be so bold and immediately reported Zhou Jielian's number. Luo Lai took his phone to the side to make a call, standing in the shadow under a tree, speaking submissively for a few minutes. Vice Principal Zhou is quite easy to talk to. He feels just like a kind elder in the family. Luo Lai put away his phone and smiled at Hong Chen, saying, "He promised me that there will be reforms soon, and the next batch of new students will be able to register for academies online. I always thought you were just someone who talks big, but I didn't expect you to be so daring." Hong Chen gave a thumbs up and praised, "You really dare to speak your mind. This is the real me." Luo Lai smiled and said, "Next, we just have to wait for the admission results from Tianwu Academy, which should be out tonight." Many students were still worried about their first choice admissions, but Hong Chen and Luo Lai were not concerned at all, as Li Yingqi had already promised them. The two returned to the villa and continued their breathing exercises. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the phone rang. Hong Chen opened the Tianwu University app, and a message popped up. "You have been admitted to Tianwu Academy." The screen also included a class schedule, and Hong Chen glanced at it. Classes were from 8 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. Luo Lai was still practicing his breathing, and Hong Chen quietly sat down on the sofa, then conjured his diary out of thin air. Since the time in the diary had come, he opened to the 10th page to check the contents. October 8, 5025, during the day, I reported my choice of academy, and in the evening, I received the information that I was not admitted to my first choice, Tianhua Academy, nor to my second and third choices, and was finally assigned to Qingmu Academy. Tianhua Academy was a popular choice at Tianwu University, so the number of applicants was very high. Qingmu Academy was less popular, with insufficient applicants each year, so new students who were not admitted to any of their 3 choices would ultimately be assigned to Qingmu Academy. The version of himself in the diary also had a fire element talent, and Qingmu Academy was a wood element academy, which generates fire, and the attributes are mutually beneficial, making it a decent choice for him. October 9, 5025, classes started at 8 in the morning. Because my strength ranking was too low, I was assigned to the last row of seats. The dean was a middle-aged woman who glanced at me, seemingly thinking I was dragging Qingmu Academy down. The version of himself in the diary seemed to only have an A-level talent and was merely a 9-star warrior. Tianwu University had been established for 3,000 years, and it was likely that the version of himself in the diary had the worst talent and the lowest realm. Luo Lai had recently upgraded from B-level talent to A-level, and the version of himself in the diary had also recently upgraded from B-level talent to A-level. Both had the same poor talent, but the 9-star warrior realm undoubtedly made him the lowest-ranked student in 3,000 years, a talent and strength that were hard to be liked at Tianwu University. October 10, 5025, 2 classmates in the academy said I was dragging them down and dragged me to a corner to beat me up. I was severely injured and coughed up blood. Fortunately, a passing classmate saved me, and she angrily scolded the classmates who bullied me. Then she took me to the school infirmary. I asked her name, and she said she was Lin Lele from the student council. Hong Chen stared blankly at this line, Lin Lele from the student council? She had conspired with Lu Yuanqing to frame him at the party last night. How could she be so kind to help him? Although she was helping the version of himself in the diary. Hong Chen naturally resented Lin Lele, but upon reading the diary's content, he suddenly felt a bit relieved. Lin Lele was also under Lu Yuanqing's coercion, so she didn't dare to speak out or testify. Although Lin Lele helped the version of himself in the diary, the real Hong Chen did not feel grateful to her, just less resentful. October 15, 5025, I broke through to the martial master realm. I shared this good news with Su Firen, and she was happy for me. October 20, 5025, I exchanged items from Kunlun Yujue for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, thus upgrading my talent to S-level Firecloud Mysterious Flame. Hong Chen was taken aback by this line. The version of himself in the diary had taken a completely different path of advancement. If he were S-level Firecloud Mysterious Flame, he could later upgrade to SS-level Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame, and finally to SSS-level Supreme Emperor Flame. October 21, 5025, old Su Tianba gave me a large sum of money. He asked me to buy elixirs and food to increase my spiritual energy, to quickly elevate my realm. Although the old man didn't say it outright, I knew he was worried that my realm was too low and that I would be bullied at school. When Hong Chen saw this message, he felt a mix of emotions. Su Tianba was a tough-talking but soft-hearted person. Ever since his parents passed away, he had been the best elder to him. October 23, 5025, after consuming a large amount of elixirs, my realm has risen to a 3-star martial master. October 28, 5025, after consuming a large amount of spirit-infused food, my realm has risen to a 5-star martial master, and I discovered the wonderful use of the sky-mending divine ability. October 30, 5025, my realm has rapidly ascended and has broken through to a 6-star martial master. November 11, 5025, today I visited a tavern and upgraded my talent to SS-level Imperial Flame. I have also advanced to a 10-star martial master. This kid must have struck it lucky to upgrade his talent to SS level so quickly. Hong Chen felt a pang of envy upon reading this line. He thought he should visit the tavern more often at the end of the month. Perhaps he could gather the materials too. November 15, 5025, I have used up all the money old Su gave me and have successfully broken through to the martial spirit realm. November 26, 5025, I have broken through to a 2-star martial spirit. I tried to challenge the students of the Xian class and barely won. Successfully promoted to the Xian class. November 27, 5025, today in class at the Qingmu Academy, 2 students with wood attributes were sparring and manifested a piece of green wood with their spirit energy. I picked it up. November 28, 5025, a few days ago, after taking elixirs and spirit food, I discovered that operating the sky-mending divine ability allows me to obtain more spirit energy. I swallowed that piece of green wood, then activated the sky-mending divine ability, and not only did I gain a wisp of spirit energy in my dantian, but I also birthed a wood attribute talent within me. Upon reading the last line of the diary, Hong Chen slowly furrowed his brows, lost in thought. He had swallowed a piece of green wood, then absorbed it using the sky-mending divine ability, which resulted in the birth of a wood attribute talent within him. If that were the case, could he not, like Shia Sha, possess dual talents, or even 5 talents? He had the sky-mending divine ability. If he had 5 talents, all 5 could potentially be upgraded to SS level. With 5 SS level talents, wouldn't he be invincible? Just thinking about it made him feel elated. But Hong Chen only thought about it. His South Ming leaving fire was already facing numerous difficulties in upgrading from S level to SS level. Moreover, upgrading all 5 talents to SS level was nothing but a fantasy, a delusion, a dream of a fool. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, he was currently fire attribute. If he had to choose one from the remaining 4 attributes, fire overcomes metal, so he would first eliminate metal. Water overcomes fire, so he would next eliminate water. Opposing attribute talents existing within the same person would cause attribute imbalance, leading to internal injuries at best, or death at worst during cultivation. Thus, Hong Chen only had 2 choices left, wood and earth. Earth talents typically focused on defense, while wood talents leaned towards recovery. Although the earth talents seemed better, the 5 elements not only countered each other but also generated each other. Wood can generate fire, fire can generate earth. Once wood is ignited, it can turn into flames, and after the flames burn out, it becomes ashes, which are essentially soil. The wood talent could make his fire talent burn even more vigorously, so for Hong Chen, wood was the best choice. The version of himself in the diary probably realized this too, which is why he swallowed the green wood and used the sky-mending divine ability to derive the wood attribute within him. Hong Chen thought of this and took out the Kunlun Jade Pendant to check the wood system's S-level and SS-level talents: Enlightenment Tree, Fusang Divine Tree, Great Chuan Tree, Phoenix Tree, Heavenly Palace Laurel, Moral Golden Lotus. Then came the wood system's SSS-level talents: Ginseng Avenue Fruit, 7 Treasures Glazed Tree, Heavenly Building Wood, Ancient Immortal Tree, Wonderful Path Bodhi Seed, Great Heavenly Creation Lotus, 36 Pure World Green Lotus. Since he had decided to choose a wood system talent, he would first determine to enhance himself to that SSS level talent and then collect the heavenly materials and earthly treasures according to this SSS level talent. To be honest, Hong Chen wanted to choose every SSS level talent. Each one was very tempting. He would definitely focus on the fire system as the main and the wood system as the auxiliary. After all, wood system talents were originally inclined towards support, while fire system talents leaned more towards output. Therefore, he could eliminate the attack type wood system talents: Great Heavenly Creation Lotus and 36 Pure World Green Lotus. Ginseng Avenue Fruit and Wonderful Path Bodhi Seed both leaned towards supporting teammates and healing allies, so they were also excluded by Hong Chen. In the end, only the 7 Treasures Glazed Tree, Heavenly Building Wood, and Ancient Immortal Tree remained. Heavenly Building Wood was a defensive talent that could transform into Heavenly Building Wood to block enemy damage. The Ancient Immortal Tree had the characteristic of immortality, which could enhance the recovery speed of injuries, allowing for instant healing after being wounded. This was a very powerful recovery type talent. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tree belonged to a functional talent. Each time it manifested, it would produce treasures, which could be heavenly materials, divine weapons, or even martial arts techniques. Hong Chen wanted all 3, but he really couldn't make up his mind. Tomorrow, he would go get a piece of green wood, first obtain the wood system talent, and then discuss other matters. With this thought, Hong Chen stopped hesitating, put away his diary, sat cross-legged on the ground, and continued to breathe and absorb energy. During the gathering last night, he had fought with the student council members, but those classmates were simply too weak. Through his increasing strength in battle, he didn't gain much spiritual energy. Instead, he had consumed a lot of food containing spiritual energy, gaining plenty of it within his body. Moreover, Hong Chen's efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy was now very fast. He would be able to break through to the 2-star martial spirit in a few days, so there was no need to go out and seek a fight, to avoid drawing others to stain. After all, he still had to spend 4 more years at Tianwu University. If he were to get beaten up every day, it would be a bit embarrassing to talk about. As an 18-year-old young man, being beaten up daily would be quite ridiculous. Classmates would gossip behind his back, saying things like Hong Chen got beaten by so-and-so. He continued to breathe and absorb energy until morning, gaining dozens of breaths of spiritual energy. Hong Chen opened his eyes, first washed his face and brushed his teeth, then took a shower, and finally changed into the Tianwu University uniform. The uniform was predominantly black, resembling a sports outfit. The top was a fitted black jacket, and the bottom was relatively loose black trousers. Made from a special tough material, it was both lightweight and wear-resistant. A bright red trim adorned the collar, adding a splash of color to the uniform, and the back of the shirt was embroidered with a golden school badge made up of the words Tianwu. After putting on the uniform, Hong Chen looked in the mirror and thought he looked a bit handsome. He wasn't narcissistic, he was just good-looking. Otherwise, Lu Ruyan wouldn't have voluntarily offered herself back then. Lu Olai had the largest uniform size, but since he had been drained by the evil cultivator, his body wasn't as robust as before, so the uniform looked relatively loose on him. However, once he enhanced to the SSS level talent and restored his original physique, the uniform would probably be too small. The two of them headed to Tianwu Academy together. Since Tianwu University was too large, they left half an hour early. The morning sun cast golden rays over the school, draping each building in a layer of golden brilliance. The class bell had yet to ring, and students were gradually making their way to their respective colleges. Excitement and anticipation were evident on the faces of these students as they looked forward to their first class as martial artists. Hong Chen and Lu Olai jogged for over 20 minutes before finally arriving at the entrance of Tianwu Academy. This year, Tianwu Academy enrolled a total of 3,800 students, making it the largest among the 6 colleges. Unlike ordinary universities where colleges and classes are distinct, at Tianwu University, the classes are named Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, primarily to differentiate based on strength rankings. Of course, there are also exclusive courses for each class. The Tian class mainly teaches courses on consolidating strength, the D class focuses on enhancing strength, while the Huang and Xian classes teach rapidly improving realms. These targeted courses for the 4 classes are held every Friday, while Monday to Thursday are generally spent attending classes in their respective colleges. The two entered Tianwu Academy and soon arrived at a large auditorium where class assignments would take place. Hong Chen sat in the second row, a position that felt suffocating. Luo Lai was in the last row, as his strength was too weak to be placed anywhere else. With 3,800 students this year, it would be quite inconvenient to cram them all into one classroom, hence the need for class divisions. Each class consists of 100 students, resulting in 38 classes this year at Tianwu Academy. A male teacher gave a few opening remarks, and then it was Li Yingqi's turn to speak. She looked at the students below and said, "This year's Tianwu Academy is truly filled with talent. Among the top 100 students in the Tian class, we have 49 from Tianwu Academy, nearly half. This year, the Tian class accounts for 50% of the students, the D class for 40%, and the remaining 10% comes from the Xian and Huang classes." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen couldn't help but chuckle and turned to look at Luo Lai, who had a pig liver expression on his face, as he was the only student from the Huang class at Tianwu Academy. Tianwu Academy is renowned as the first academy of the 9 provinces, a dream school for many, but not everyone has the opportunity to come here. Li Yingqi continued to ramble on about how impressive Tianwu Academy was. "Oh," she suddenly exclaimed, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Yingqi, your senior sister and also your dean." Upon hearing the name Li Yingqi, whispers erupted around, as many students from Feng Tianwu Prefecture had heard of her illustrious reputation. Due to the ideological conflict between Taoism and martial arts, Tianwu University and Wuqiu University, which emphasize martial arts, have very few students from the 3,000 Dao prefectures and Wudao Extreme Prefecture. Similarly, Taishu University, Qingli Academy, and Dongxing University also have very few students from Feng Tianwu Prefecture and Daoliujian Prefecture. Li Yingqi spoke at length, but one statement left a deep impression on Hong Chen. Although martial arts has 10 realms, warrior, master, spirit, king, emperor, sect leader, venerable, saint, emperor, and god. In reality, martial arts only has 3 realms, ant realm, friend realm, and senior realm. Li Yingqi cleared her throat and slowly said, "Those we can defeat are naturally ants. Those with similar strength can be friends. Those we cannot defeat are naturally seniors." This statement was strikingly clear, articulating the concept of the strong being revered and the weak being preyed upon. Then came the class assignments, again presided over by the male teacher. He picked up the microphone and said, "I will now call names. The first group of students I call will be assigned to Class 1 of Tianwu Academy. Li Si, Jialan, Bai Li Changsheng, Yu Hongshang, Lu Yong, Yi Xiaotian, Hong Chen." Upon hearing his name, Hong Chen stood up, and then he also heard Luo Lai. It must have been a special arrangement by Li Yingqi, otherwise, based on Luo Lai's ranking, he wouldn't have made it into Class 1 of Tianwu Academy. Because apart from Luo Lai, almost all the students in Class 1 were from the Tian class, with many being among the top 100. The 100 people in Hong Chen's group followed Li Yingqi to the classroom of Class 1 at the Tianwu Academy. Li Yingqi not only served as the principal of the Tianwu Academy but also acted as the homeroom teacher for Class 1, responsible for teaching this class in the future. The classroom for Class 1 was spacious, estimated to be around 800 square meters, but it lacked desks and chairs, resembling more of a martial arts hall. The floor was paved with blue stone slabs, while the surrounding area had wooden flooring, with mats placed on the wooden floor. Each classroom was equipped with a gathering spirit array, with a concentration of spiritual energy comparable to that of a standalone villa. Li Yingqi stood in the middle of the classroom and said, "We won't have class today, let's introduce ourselves to each other. Li Si, you start first." Li Yingqi looked at a boy, "You take the lead and introduce yourself." A boy stood up, walked to the center of the classroom, and said, "Hello, everyone, my name is Li Si." Li Si was about 1.80 meters tall and appeared quite strong, as his muscles were visible through his black school uniform. Although he had thick eyebrows and big eyes, his appearance was rather ordinary, lacking any standout features, belonging to the type of face one would forget after a glance. Upon hearing this name, Hong Chen quietly said to Luo Lai, who was sitting next to him, "This name feels like a passerby." Luo Lai was taken aback and looked at Hong Chen, saying, "You really don't know?" Just as Hong Chen was about to ask what he meant, Li Si continued, "I come from the Wuhan Empire in the Feng Tianwu Prefecture. Like all of you, I am also the top scorer in the college entrance examination of the Wuhan Empire. I'm very happy to be classmates with you all. After Li Si finished speaking, another student introduced himself. I am Jelan. I'm not the top scorer, I was admitted early. Only then did Hong Chen have time to ask, what did you mean by that? Haven't you seen the campus forum? Luo Lai replied, all the top 100 students this year have been posted on the campus forum. Hong Chen was puzzled. What does the campus forum have to do with Li Si? Li Si is ranked second in strength, second only to the first-ranked Tianya. Damn! Hong Chen looked at the ordinary-looking Li Si. He doesn't look like a master, and his name doesn't sound like one either. That's what we call not judging a book by its cover. Luo Lai said with a laugh, but his parents really were a bit careless with the name. Zhang San and Li Si do sound like passerby names. After Jialan finished his introduction, a handsome young man stepped forward, with a knife hanging at his left waist and a sword at his right, who was none other than Bailey Changshang, ranked 4th. Then came a slender beauty with bright red hair, named Yu Hongshan, ranked 7th in strength. Next was Lu Yong, ranked 8th, who looked as robust as a bear, even more so than Luo Lai. The girl Yi Xiaotian, ranked 10th, was not very tall, just about 1 meter 60, with a soft and sweet voice, presenting an innocent and cute image. Besides the first-ranked Tianya, there were also classmates ranked 5th, 6th, and 9th. Among the top 10 students, a total of 6 chose to enroll in the Tianwu Academy. Among these 6 top-ranked students, the one who left the deepest impression on Hong Chen was undoubtedly Li Si, because this guy had an ordinary face yet was the main character, making a strong impression on Hong Chen. Then there was Bailey Changsheng, who claimed to be a master of both sword and knife, with a somewhat pretentious tone, which indeed left a lasting memory. The third most impressive classmate was Yu Hongshan, whose cold and beautiful appearance made her quite memorable. Hong Chen asked Luo Lai who left a deep impression on him, and Luo Lai's answer surprised Hong Chen, the bear-like Lu Yong and the cute girl Yi Xiaotian. Why are you so impressed by these two? Hong Chen was genuinely puzzled. Luo Lai's answer was simple. Lu Yong looks very strong, so he should be powerful, and Yi Xiaotian just fits my taste. It really matches your taste. Hong Chen heard this answer and revealed a meaningful smile. So you like this style? Why do you always have such thoughts in your head? Luo Lai curled his lips and continued, it just matches my taste, I didn't think anything of it. You're up next. Luo Lai looked at Hong Chen and asked, are you ready to introduce yourself? Hong Chen casually replied, I'll just introduce myself normally. How else can I introduce myself? That's too boring. Luo Lai urged, there are 100 people in our class, if you introduce yourself normally, no one will remember you. Should we do something special? Hong Chen asked, how do you want me to introduce myself? Luo Lai suddenly smiled, do you remember the guy from the welcome party? Let's learn from him. Say some really pretentious lines. I guarantee everyone in the class will remember us. Hong Chen opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. You're not scared, are you? Luo Lai used a provoking tactic. We were chased by so many evil cultivators at the edge of the Oathwater. We've already walked through fire and brimstone. Are you still afraid of these classmates? I'm not scared. Hong Chen adjusted his sitting posture, looked at Luo Lai, and said, I'm just afraid that after I say something, you won't say anything, and then I'll be the only one talking big, looking like a fool. Luo Lai patted his chest and assured, if you say it, I won't say anything. I'll just drop dead on the spot. Hong Chen helplessly said, since you've made such a vow, then I'll do it. Just a few seconds later, it was Hong Chen's turn, and Luo Lai gave him an encouraging look. Hong Chen immediately stood up, walked to the center of the classroom, and first said, my name is Hong Chen, and I will definitely become the best in class Tian. Everyone, please keep an eye on me. Anyway, I won't say much more. From now on, in Tianwu Academy Class 1, I have the final say. After saying this, Hong Chen returned to his original seat, leaving everyone else in a daze. Li Yingqi chuckled upon hearing this, such a big talk. Did he not brush his teeth after getting up this morning? Immediately, some classmates expressed their dissatisfaction. What a cocky attitude. Hong Chen, right? I'll remember you. Who the hell are you? You think you can call the shots in Tianwu Academy Class 1? You think you're the class monitor? Alright. Li Yingqi waved his hand, forcibly interrupting the murmurs. Let's continue with the next self-introduction. Hong Chen sat next to Luo Lai and quietly asked, how was that? My words should make the classmates remember me, right? The attitude is big, but the words are too short, Luo Lai commented, then said, just wait and see my performance. After another 10 minutes, it was finally Luo Lai's turn, and Hong Chen was curious to see what he would come up with. Luo Lai walked to the center of the classroom and first gave a normal self-introduction. My name is Luo Lai. I was also admitted early, but I gave up that opportunity. Because it wasn't something I fought for myself, I didn't want it, even if many people regard early admission as a treasure. Hearing Luo Lai's opening statement, Hong Chen couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up, good job. Later, on my way to school, I was attacked by the evil cultivators of the Swallowing Heaven demon cult on the flying boat. I was captured while trying to hold them off for my friends, and my talent and cultivation were absorbed by the evil cultivators, leaving me with nothing. Some classmates already knew about this, so even if Hong Chen and Luo Lai wanted to hide it, they probably couldn't, and it was better to clarify it themselves. But the heavens are strong, and a gentleman strives for self-improvement. My talent is slowly recovering. I have not only returned to the 10-star martial master level but will soon successfully break through to martial spirit. I'm not saying this to make you pity me, Luo Lai said, pausing slightly before continuing. I just want to tell you, although I am still very weak now, I am different from you. Since I can return to the 10-star martial master level, I will definitely surpass you in the future. In my eyes, Tianwu University is just a stepping stone. Everyone present here is merely a foothold for me, and I will step on each of you one by one. Luo Lai declared loudly at the end, I am a man destined to become a martial god. Hong Chen felt a bit ashamed upon hearing this last sentence. He had only seen such words in anime. Very good. Li Yingqi clapped his hands and nodded, saying, very impressive. No wonder you are a student of Class 1 at Tianwu Academy. Hong Chen looked at Li Yingqi, feeling somewhat helpless, and thought to himself, are you also trying to be awkward? Luo Lai sat back down next to Hong Chen and asked, how was my speech just now? Too verbose, Hong Chen commented first, then added, and that last line, while it sounds better than Bo Rance, is a bit awkward to say in the real world. You're critiquing me now? Luo Lai retorted, anyway, what I said is definitely better than yours. Not necessarily, Hong Chen suggested, looking around, let's ask a classmate later. Jialun, hearing Hong Chen's inquiry, rolled her eyes and commented, both of your speeches were cringeworthy, I feel ashamed to know both of you. Upon hearing this, both Hong Chen and Luo Lai's faces fell, not expecting that answer. Li Yingqi checked the time and then said to everyone, there are still half an hour left before class ends. I will teach you a set of boxing techniques. After class, you will practice this boxing technique, and tomorrow I will check your progress. Whoever practices this martial skill the best will be rewarded with 10 credits. Everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, and Li Yingqi stood in the middle. Suddenly, the burly Lu Yong raised his hand and asked, Teacher Li, what are credits for? Li Yingqi replied, you have just enrolled and may not yet understand the importance of credits. Credits can be used to borrow various martial arts books and techniques from the library. Credits can also be used to enter the Heaven and Earth Mysterious Yellow Linglong Tower for cultivation. This time, the red-haired Yu Hongshang asked, what is the Heaven and Earth Mysterious Yellow Linglong Tower? How can we enter to cultivate? Our school's Tian class, D class, Xian class, and Huang class come from the Heaven and Earth Mysterious Yellow Linglong Tower. The Heaven and Earth Mysterious Yellow Linglong Tower is also known as the Linglong Tower, the Golden Linglong Tower, and the 33 Heavens Golden Linglong Pagoda. As the name suggests, the Linglong Tower has a total of 33 floors, each with rich spiritual energy, and the higher you go, the denser the spiritual energy becomes. The spiritual energy on the first floor of the Linglong Tower is twice as dense as that outside. If you cultivate for 1 day on the first floor, it is equivalent to cultivating for 2 days outside. The spiritual energy on the second floor is 3 times denser than that outside. If you cultivate for 1 day on the second floor, it is equivalent to cultivating for 3 days outside. Moreover, the spiritual energy becomes denser as you go higher. On the 33rd floor, the spiritual energy is nearly tangible. If you cultivate for 1 day on the 33rd floor, it is equivalent to cultivating for 34 days in the outside world. Hong Chen was already excited upon hearing this. He turned to look at Luo Lai, who also had shining eyes. Li Yingqi continued, the boxing technique I will teach you next, whoever practices it best tomorrow will be rewarded with 10 credits, which can be used to cultivate for 10 days on the first floor, 5 days on the second floor, 2 days on the 5th floor, and 1 day on the 10th floor. From Li Yingqi's words, Hong Chen deduced the charging standards of the Linglong Tower, 1 credit for 1 day on the first floor, 2 credits for 1 day on the second floor, and so on, up to 33 credits for 1 day on the 33rd floor. Next to him, Luo Lai raised his hand and asked, Teacher, are there other ways to earn credits? Of course. Li Yingqi nodded. During winter and summer vacations, short holidays, and weekends, you can take on tasks from the school. After completing the tasks, the school will reward you with credits corresponding to the difficulty of the tasks. I once took on a task worth 2,000 credits, but you are too weak now, only able to take on tasks worth a few dozen credits. Those tasks that reward hundreds of credits are also very difficult. only third-year students have the strength to complete such challenging tasks. You can also spend money. Li Yingqi smiled. If you are rich second-generation kids, you can buy credits from others. I remember when I was studying, 1 credit could be exchanged for 100 grams of gold. Because the currencies of different countries vary, only gold is hard currency, so transactions at Tianwu University are mostly done in gold or through barter. Li Yingqi added, additionally, students ranked in the top 10 receive 100 credits each month, the top 100 receive 10 credits, and the top 1,000 receive 1 credit. Our class has many people ranked in the top 1,000, so many can receive the corresponding credit rewards. Since you were only allowed to challenge each other today, you didn't receive ranking rewards last month, you'll have to wait until the 1st of next month to get those rewards. Luo Lai clenched his fists, nodding to himself, gaining another reason to break into the top 10. Watch closely. Li Yingqi reminded everyone, this move is called the Primordial Unity Fist. Standing in the center of the classroom in an instant, an invisible ripple spread through the air, and spiritual energy surged around her, forming a powerful force. Li Yingqi stepped forward, and that step seemed to contain immense strength. Hongchen felt the floor vibrating beneath her. As she stepped out, her fist moved in tandem, thrusting forward. This punch carried a vast amount of spiritual energy. The wind from the punch surged, breaking through the air's resistance, creating a roaring sound. Li Yingqi was merely demonstrating the punching motion and the way to channel energy. She only used a small amount of strength and spiritual energy, so she did not fully unleash the power of the Primordial Unity Fist. Seeing the way she channeled energy for this punch, Hongchen felt an inexplicable familiarity, very much like the Earth and Sky Slash she learned from the Wuwang Blade Classic. The Primordial Unity Fist and the Earth and Sky Slash are quite similar. Both moves require channeling all one's energy to deliver a powerful strike, aiming for a single blow to defeat the enemy. While Li Yingqi continued to teach everyone the techniques of channeling energy, Hongchen's consciousness had already immersed itself in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, beginning to practice the Primordial Unity Fist in the manner of the Earth and Sky Slash. The Primordial Unity Fist is actually a lower-level technique of the 8 Extreme Sky-Splitting Fist. Once you master the Primordial Unity Fist, it will be easier for you to learn the 8 Extreme Sky-Splitting Fist. Li Yingqi continued demonstrating the punching motion. The 8 Extreme Sky-Splitting Fist is a heavenly-level martial skill, created by a dear friend and mentor of mine. He passed it on to me, and now I pass it on to you. You can borrow books on the 8 Extreme Sky-Splitting Fist from the library. It costs 40 credits a day, but I will teach you this technique for free, provided you first master the Primordial Unity Fist. Li Yingqi withdrew her fists and asked, I've taught the punching motion and energy channeling twice. Is there anything you don't understand? Understood. Understood. The classroom echoed in unison. Seeing this, Li Yingqi said, don't pretend to understand if you don't. I will check tomorrow. Anyone who doesn't practice well will face punishment. Although the Primordial Unity Fist isn't a very difficult technique, mastering it in one night is undoubtedly extremely challenging. However, Li Yingqi's requirements weren't too harsh. As long as they could form the basic shape of the technique by tomorrow, the best performing student would also receive 10 credits. Li Yingqi glanced at the time. It was almost 5 in the afternoon. Class is almost over. Remember to practice the technique well when you go back. Teacher, I think I already know it. Hongchen raised her hand, slowly standing up, and said, Can I demonstrate it for you now? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at her. Did Hongchen really say she knew it, or had she misheard? He must have meant to say, he hasn't learned it yet, so the teacher should demonstrate it again. Li Yingqi was equally stunned upon hearing this. She doubted she had misheard because she had only taught for about 20 minutes. How could he possibly have learned it so quickly? Say it again. Li Yingqi looked at Hongchen. I didn't hear clearly just now. Hongchen walked to the center of the classroom, gathered his energy, then stepped forward and threw a punch. A punch shot straight out, the powerful force surging forward, and the classroom was once again filled with the roar of wind. Hongchen smiled and looked at Li Yingqi, asking, How was that? Very skilled. Li Yingqi frowned at Hongchen and asked, Have you learned Hunyuan Ichi Quan before? Aside from this explanation, Li Yingqi couldn't think of any other possibility, and the classmates all nodded, seeming to agree that this was the only explanation. No, Hongchen shook his head and said honestly, I only encountered Hunyuan Ichi Quan today. Who would believe that someone could master Hunyuan Ichi Quan so proficiently after just encountering it today? Li Yingqi had only taught for about 20 minutes, and in such a short time, Hongchen not only grasped Hunyuan Ichi Quan but could also perform it skillfully. Seeing that everyone was skeptical, Hongchen had to explain, I learned a knife technique before, and it seems somewhat similar to Hunyuan Ichi Quan, so I might have made some connections. Show me that knife technique, Li Yingqi said, stepping aside, crossing her arms, and quietly watching Hongchen. Hongchen summoned the Zhengyang knife and said, This move is called Heaven and Earth One Knife Cut, which also involves a brief accumulation of energy, raising one's spirit to the peak, concentrating the internal energy to a point, and then delivering a strike of utmost perfection. Hong Chen swung the knife forward, the energy surged, and the sharp sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed. The strike was so fast that it seemed to freeze time. Bai Li Changshang, who claimed to be a master of both sword and knife, squinted his eyes and fell into deep thought after seeing Hong Chen strike. Bai Li Changshang practiced both sword and knife, and while an outsider might just see the spectacle, an insider would see the essence. Although Hong Chen merely swung the knife out of thin air, he could discern the power behind the strike. Li Yingqi was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "There are indeed similarities. But what you just demonstrated was a knife technique, while Hanyuan Ichi-Kwan is a fist technique. Although they share similarities, they are fundamentally different and not the same approach at all. To be able to skillfully perform Hanyuan Ichi-Kwan in just over 20 minutes is truly hard to believe." Li Yingqi was not only talented but also possessed extraordinary insight. However, when she was at Hong Chen's level, she could grasp Hanyuan Ichi-Kwan in 20 minutes but could never perform it as skillfully as Hong Chen did. Hong Chen had secretly practiced for several hundred minutes in Kunlun Yujue, equivalent to just a few minutes in the real world, but he couldn't share this with others. "Teacher, you might not know this," Luo Lai said loudly with a smile. Although knife techniques and fist techniques are worlds apart, Hong Chen is a genius who can use a long knife to perform spear techniques. Using a knife to perform spear techniques? Everyone was puzzled. Was this even human language? All present were martial artists, and hearing the phrase about using a long knife to perform spear techniques was like saying, using a spatula to sweep the floor, using a broom to cut vegetables, using a phone to hammer nails, using foot wash to gargle, using a steel wool ball to wipe one's backside. In any case, it was utterly absurd, hard to believe, and incomprehensible. A normal person would feel their brain malfunctioning upon hearing it. Li Yingqi looked at Hong Chen and asked, "Is that true or not?" With so many classmates looking at him with strange expressions, Hong Chen felt a bit embarrassed. "I did indeed modify 4 spear techniques into moves that can be executed with a knife." "You actually saw it. The sword strike that defeated Ma Lu the night before last in the palace came from the breaking character technique in the Great Easy Spear Manual. The breaking word technique in the Great Easy Spear Manual, also known as the Heroic Dragon Breaking Army, is a spear technique created by one of the ancient 10 heroes, the Great Easy Spear Immortal." Li Yingqi had naturally heard of it. But is there really someone in the world who can comprehend sword techniques from spear techniques, and then extend that understanding to fist techniques? Li Yingqi looked at Hong Chen, recalling what Ding Tian had once said to her, "As long as there is Hong Chen, the 3,000-year wish of Tianwu University will one day be fulfilled." 4 years later, the martial arts competition among universities will take place. No wonder Chu Yang and Yuan Chang would risk their lives for it. "I will transfer 10 credits to your student card shortly." Li Yingqi suddenly smiled, hoping that day would come soon, to comfort the spirits of Chu Yang and Yuan Chang. "Besides Hong Chen, I will also reward 10 credits to the best performer in tomorrow's practice," Li Yingqi said to her classmates, and then the class bell rang. "Today's lesson ends here," Li Yingqi said, tilting her chin towards Hong Chen. "Come with me." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen stood up and followed Li Yingqi's departing figure. Since class had just ended, students were everywhere, and the two walked to a shaded path. Before Li Yingqi could speak, Hong Chen took out a dark cloak from the Kunlun jade pendant and handed it to Li Yingqi. "This is a relic left by Chu Yang." Chu Yang's remains had vanished, leaving only this dark cloak that bound Hong Chen to his back. It was his only relic. "Do you know my relationship with Chu Yang?" Li Yingqi asked, but did not take the dark cloak. "The night before last, after seeing you, I was curious about your identity, so I asked Vice Principal Zhou Jielian, and he told me about your relationship." When Chu Yang had just become a teacher, Li Yingqi was his first batch of students, and they both came from Feng Tian Wuzhou, so their bond was naturally closer. When Li Yingqi was in her second year, she was ambushed by evil cultivators from the 3,000 Dao prefectures. Chu Yang was gravely injured while trying to save her. Although he survived, he was left with a weakened foundation and slow progress in his cultivation. They were both teacher and friend, brother and father, and with a life-saving grace between them, their feelings were undoubtedly profound. Hearing Hong Chen mention Chu Yang's name, Li Yingqi felt a pang of sadness. He was such a fool, always rushing to the front whenever there was trouble. "I told him long ago that he would surely die young. Take good care of this dark cloak." Li Yingqi pushed the cloak back to Hong Chen. "What I want to say is something else." Before Li Yingqi could finish, Hong Chen interjected, "Principal Ding Tian has already told me that in the martial arts competition 4 years from now, I will never let Yuan Chang and Chu Yang down." Li Yingqi was moved by the answer, but she only said, "Just do your best." When Hong Chen returned to the villa, 2 people were standing at the door. Luo Lai, unable to enter without a card, could only wait at the entrance for Hong Chen to come home. But the other person surprised Hong Chen. She had big eyes, and upon seeing Hong Chen return, her gaze showed evasion and shame. Luo Lai said to the woman, "He's back, you can go talk to him." The woman lowered her head and walked up to Hong Chen, bending at an 80-degree angle, and softly said, "I'm sorry." Hong Chen reached out to help Lin Lei up. Perhaps because of the contents of the diary, he did not resent her now. But fearing that Lin Lei might feel uneasy, Hong Chen remained silent for a moment before saying, "Let the past be the past." "You don't blame me?" Lin Lei mustered her courage to ask this question. "Lu Yuanqing is the real culprit. I realized that at the time, you were also coerced by him," Hong Chen replied with a sigh, adding, "But the two of us can only be like this in this lifetime, destined to never become friends. I never expected you to forgive me, nor did I fantasize about becoming your friend. I just wanted to come and say I'm sorry. Regardless of whether you forgive me, I want to say I'm sorry. Anyway, we will meet again someday. If we do, it will be enough to just greet each other." After Lin Lei finished speaking, she suddenly looked up, blinked her big eyes, smiled, and jogged away. Luo Lai, seeing this, walked over to Hong Chen and watched Lin Lei's departing figure, saying, "I also had a good chat with Lin Lei. She has a nice personality. If it weren't for that incident with Lu Yuanqing, she would make a good friend." Hong Chen smiled, took out his student card, and swiped it to open the villa's door. "I'll call the school office later to add permissions to your student card, so you won't have to wait for me to open the door anymore." "Don't worry," Luo Lai grinned, "it shouldn't take long. I'll break into the top 100 soon." Hong Chen responded with an "oh" and asked, "From what you said, does that mean you challenged other classmates and won?" Luo Lai nodded. "Just after class, I challenged a student from the D class, and I'm currently ranked 3678. After the two entered the villa, they sat cross-legged to meditate. In the martial spirit realm, even if one doesn't sleep for a month or two, the body won't feel fatigued. Hong Chen swallowed a piece of wood infused with spiritual energy, then activated the heavenly restoration technique to refine the spiritual energy from the wood, and indeed, he obtained an F-level wood attribute. After a night of meditation until dawn, the two got up and went to class at Tianwu Academy. Li Si earned 10 credits. He was the best at performing the Hanyuan Ichi fist besides Hong Chen. Luo Lai practiced the Hanyuan Ichi fist for just a few minutes to handle his duties. His mind was solely focused on cultivation. Then, during the day, he attended classes, and at night, he meditated and breathed, and on October 18th, Hong Chen broke through to the 2-star martial spirit. On October 31st, Luo Lai finally broke through to the martial spirit realm, and he was so excited that tears filled his eyes. A week later, on November 7th, Luo Lai received the Zhixiao Divine Stone sent from home. Hong Chen helped him refine the Zhixiao Divine Stone, and Luo Lai's talent was upgraded to S-level Zhixiao Divine Thunder. The day after Luo Lai obtained the Zhixiao Divine Thunder, he defeated a student from the Tian class, and his ranking rose to 2111. Students from the Tian class could live in single dorms, but Luo Lai had been living with Hong Chen for a long time. So after rising to 2111, he didn't move out of the villa but continued to live with Hong Chen. During this time, several clueless classmates came to challenge Hong Chen, trying to step on him to rise in rank, but none succeeded. The most thrilling challenge was from a classmate named Wu Shengfeng, who was ranked 102 but had reached the 4-star martial spirit realm. Moreover, Wu Shengfeng practiced top-tier techniques, martial skills, and weapons, and almost defeated Hong Chen. Later, Hong Chen heard from Jialan that Wu Shengfeng was a super-rich second generation. His father was the richest in the world. Wu Shengfeng had purchased a large number of credits and trained in the Linglong Tower for half a month, also consuming a lot of food infused with spiritual energy, which is why he had such a high realm. Jialan also told Hong Chen that the most common type of person in the top 10 universities was the super-rich second generation, who all shared a characteristic: they liked to spend money to break through realms. However, the realms of these people were often superficial. Although they appeared high, most were paper tigers. Because he was ranked 92, Hong Chen earned 10 credits on November 1st. At that time, someone called Hong Chen to buy the 20 credits he had, but Hong Chen did not sell. The person who called to buy credits was likely Wu Shengfeng. Because Hong Chen didn't sell credits to him, after Wu Shengfeng broke through to the 4-star martial spirit, he immediately sought out Hong Chen to regain his honor, but ended up losing. Since it was a voluntary challenge and he lost, Wu Shengfeng would also be suspended for a month. November 10th was the birthday of Hong Lan and Hong Hu, and Hong Chen called them. The next day, Hong Chen received a call from them. Hong Hu and Hong Lan had tested their talents in advance, of course, spending a lot of money for it. Hong Chen left a lot of money for the two of them, along with their parents' compensation, and Hong Lan also won money from betting on the college entrance examination, so after the two of them finished testing their talents early, they should still have quite a bit of money left. Speak slowly, Hong Chen said, holding his phone and addressing Hong Hu on the other end of the line. I didn't hear you clearly just now. Brother! I tested an SS level talent. Hong Hu's tone was explosively excited. I have an SS level talent. Your speech is all over the place, Hong Chen complained, then added, send the phone to Hong Lan, let her talk to me. After a while, Hong Chen heard Hong Lan's voice on the line. Hello? Big brother, can you hear me? Hong Chen responded with a you should talk instead. Hong Hu can't even speak clearly. He probably got too excited, came Hong Lan's gentle laughter from the phone. The talent he tested is called Dual Radiance of Sun and Moon, and I heard it's quite a rare talent. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen couldn't help but laugh. If he still had the A-level solar talent, he would only need to merge the Great Treasure Moon Soul, Chaotic Chi, and Solar Gold Essence to upgrade to the SS-level Dual Radiance of Sun and Moon. The Great Treasure Moon Soul, Chaotic Chi, and Solar Gold Essence were all incredibly rare treasures. Although Dual Radiance of Sun and Moon is a rare talent, it is not as rare as Su Firen's White Dragon talent. However, Dual Radiance of Sun and Moon is still very powerful. The solar talent weakens at night, but Dual Radiance of Sun and Moon remains strong regardless of day or night. Moreover, during dusk, it reaches its strongest dusk state, similar to the solar talent's Fierce Sun state. But the Fierce Sun state only lasts for a brief minute before it declines. The dusk state lasts for an hour, but afterward, it will return to normal combat power. What about you? Hong Chen asked Hong Lan, what talent did you test? I only tested as an ordinary D-level talent of ice-cold water, came Hong Lan's soft voice from the phone. Just as Hong Chen was about to comfort her, Hong Lan said, you don't need to comfort me, even if my talent is worse, it's still better than yours back then. I wasn't planning to comfort you, Hong Chen retorted, then continued, you all need to keep your talents a secret, so you don't attract the attention of evil cultivators. Since Hong Hu has an SS-level talent, once the results come out, they will be sent to the Tianwen realm immediately, and someone will contact him right away to take him to a safe place. After thinking for a moment, Hong Chen said, at that time, you will be the only one at home. Why don't you come to the Tianwen realm? You can take the college entrance examination here next year. Suddenly, Hong Hu's voice came through the phone, if someone from the Tianwen realm comes, I'll ask them to take me and second sister to a safe place. They are taking you for secret training, they definitely won't agree to take Hong Lan along, Hong Chen replied. Moreover, if Hong Lan came to the Tianwen realm, he could help her enhance her talent. Although the difficulty of the college entrance examination in the Tianwen realm far exceeds that of the Daxia kingdom, at least it would be safer for Hong Lan to come to the Tianwen realm, and he could help her improve her talent. Hong Lan said, I think I will go to the Tianwen realm, I can see Shia Sha. I haven't seen her in a long time. Although Shia Sha was a year younger than Hong Lan, they had grown up together as good friends, and their bond was deep. Hong Lan added, I also heard Shia Sha say that her school, Lingsha University, is not far from Tianwu University, it only takes a few hours of flying to get there. Upon hearing this, Hong Hu immediately said, when you get to the Tianwen realm, remember to send my regards to Xiao Xian. Both of them were obedient and did not refute Hong Chen, tacitly agreeing to the matter. Today is November 11th, and in his diary, he suddenly upgraded to an SS-level talent on this day. Today I went to a tavern and upgraded my talent to the SS-level Emperor Flame, and I also reached the 10-star martial artist level. Although the content of the diary seemed normal, Hong Chen felt something was off, so he had entered Kunlun Yujue several times today. At 8 o'clock at night, Hong Chen's consciousness once again entered Kunlun Yujue. He pushed open the door of the tavern. At this moment, there were more than 40 people in the tavern, among them several acquaintances, Jiao, He Dinyo, Luo Feng, Jian Jiao, Jiang Menghu, Xiao Yuming, and Luo Feng. But there were also many unfamiliar strangers. The tavern didn't have many tables to begin with, and with so many people gathered here, there wasn't a single empty seat left. Jiao saw Hong Chen enter the tavern and immediately waved, saying, there's no space left, you can stand next to me. Hong Chen stood beside Jiao and asked, why are there so many people in the tavern? Jiao replied, didn't you see the notice in the tavern a few days ago? Hong Chen shook his head and said, I've been busy with my training and only had time to come take a look today. Jiao responded with an oh and then explained, after you posted the barter notice in the tavern, we followed your lead and also put up a barter notice. But a few days ago, Jiao pointed to Luo Feng by the counter and continued, he posted a notice inviting everyone to come to the tavern tonight at 8 for a barter trading event. Hong Chen suddenly realized that a trading event was being held tonight. To upgrade from S-level talent to SS-level talent, 3 rare heavenly materials were needed. Hong Chen had still found nothing these days, while the version of himself in the diary had suddenly upgraded to SS-level talent. He must have exchanged for the necessary heavenly materials in the tavern. That little rascal. You exchanged for heavenly materials in the tavern, at least write something about it. If it weren't for my cleverness in picking up some clues from the simple content in the diary, I would have missed this great opportunity. Ajio quietly asked, are you still getting used to being at school? I haven't run into you during this time. Hong Chen clasped his fists and said, thank you for helping me send a message last time. When Hong Chen was surrounded by evil cultivators at the edge of the Oath Water, his phone had no signal. In the end, he found He Dinyo and Ajio in the tavern and asked them to call Zhou Jielian, which was how he was saved. Ajio was taken aback and asked, did Vice Principal Zhou not tell you my identity? Your identity? Hong Chen was also stunned. Aren't you just a rogue cultivator from the Endless Fire domain? You told me that when we first met. Ajio is just my alias, like how you use the alias Lon Yuan. Ajio smiled and added, my real name is Li Qingjiu. Upon hearing the name Li Qingjiu, Hong Chen's mouth dropped open in shock. You are the Li Qingjiu who carved your name on the dragon and tiger list in 5023? Indeed, that is me. Ajio couldn't help but pat Hong Chen on the shoulder. When you're in your senior year, the school will arrange an internship for you. You can come to me then, and I'll take care of you. This was a case of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, and Hong Chen was equally delighted. I will definitely come. While the two were whispering to each other, Luo Feng, who was standing by the counter, suddenly spoke up, fellow Taoists, it is already 8 o'clock and 1 minute, shall we get started? Sure. Immediately, someone echoed in agreement. Hong Chen had also traded with Luo Feng before. He was a very shrewd businessman. At that time, Hong Chen exchanged red jade for the Great Burning Heaven technique and Wuwan blade scripture, and in the end, Luo Feng even gifted him a Zhangyang blade. Let me set an example first. Luo Feng walked to the center of the tavern. I don't have many heavenly materials, but I have a lot of martial skills and techniques, ranging from top-tier heavenly level to low-tier yellow level. No matter what type of martial skill or technique you want, I have it here for you to choose from. Hearing Luo Feng's words, many people were intrigued. Jiang Meng, who was the first to ask, I want a top-tier heavenly level gold-type fist technique. Do you have that? Luo Feng nodded and then asked, what will you offer in exchange? Jiang Meng, who spread his hands and said grandly, I have gold, endless gold. Just name a price, and if it's reasonable, I'll trade with you. I'm not interested in money, but seeing your sincerity. Luo Feng held up his fingers to form a 10 and then said, just give me 100,000 jin. Jiang Menghu fell silent at these words, pondering for a moment before slapping the table and exclaiming, deal. Luo Feng and Jiang Menghu walked to the tavern's entrance, and with a casual gesture, a large pile of gold appeared at the door. Here's the top-tier martial arts manual from the heavenly stage for you. Luo Feng handed a book to Jiang Menghu, then waved his hand, and the 100,000 jin of gold transferred into his space. After completing the transaction, 8 more people approached Luo Feng, wanting to exchange items for books. However, among these 8, only 3 offered things that satisfied Luo Feng, while the remaining 5 lacked sincerity and could not barter with him. After completing another transaction, Luo Feng looked at the crowd in the tavern and asked, is there anyone else who wants to trade? The crowd fell silent, and seeing this, Luo Feng said, then let's move on to the next person. Who wants to trade? Step forward. Hong Chen was about to take a step when a thin man suddenly appeared beside Luo Feng, cupping his hands and saying, I need a pill that can heal my foundation. Martial artists can easily get injured during sparring, but as long as their dantian is unharmed, it's not a big deal, since injuries to other parts are minor. With a martial artist's strong recovery ability, they can recover after a period of rest. However, if the dantian, which is the source of their innate talent, is pierced or severely damaged, it can easily harm their foundation. Normally, one can absorb 100 breaths of spiritual energy in a day, but if the foundation is damaged, progress becomes extremely slow, and one might only absorb a few breaths in a day. This isn't even the worst-case scenario. The condition of Mu Yunlu, where his meridians are exhausted, is the most severe, as he can only absorb 1 breath of spiritual energy after 10 days of cultivation. A woman wearing a white veil said, I have the 8 treasure dragon enhancing pill, which can help heal the foundation. I've taken the 8 treasure dragon enhancing pill, and it didn't do much for me. The thin man shook his head and said, I need a pill with stronger effects. The 6-flavored emperor pill, a middle-aged woman interjected, stating it was the best pill for healing the foundation. She then asked, but can you offer me something satisfactory? The thin man brightened at her words and approached her, saying, I have many medicinal herbs. Let's talk privately and see if there's something suitable. The two moved to a corner to whisper, and seeing this, Luo Feng immediately said, then let's move on to the next person. Hong Chen had already taken a step forward, but 2 others were quicker, one fat and one thin. I got here first. The short, thin man glared at the tall, fat man beside him, showing a fierce expression. I got here first. Seeing the thin man's aggressive tone, the fat man mocked, enough already, don't show your teeth at me. As the two seemed ready to argue, Luo Feng had no choice but to mediate. No need to quarrel, harmony brings wealth. The flow of time in the tavern is 100 times slower than outside. We have plenty of time. Otherwise, you too. Luo Feng wanted to suggest they play rock paper scissors, but the taciturn Jianzhou suddenly interrupted him. My eyesight is decent, I saw the fat man arrive first. The short, thin man looked at Jianzhou, his face full of disbelief. Who the hell are you? Just because you saw it, it's true? I am Jianzhou from the city of Sword Rain. Jianzhou looked up at the thin man, his tone calm yet imposing. If you're not convinced or doubt my eyesight, you can come to the city of Sword Rain to find me. I, Jianzhou, will accompany you to the end. With such a big name as the city of Sword Rain, how could I dare not believe it? The short, thin man shrank his neck and said softly, then let the fat guy go first. Give you, Sword 9, some face. The fat man thanked Sword 9 and hurriedly said, I need white jade, green jade, yellow jade, red jade, blue jade, and a piece of colorful stone. I have all of them. Hong Chen raised his hand and said, I have all 6 types of jade you mentioned. When Luo Lai's family sent the Zishao divine stone last time, Hong Chen also asked for some ores from them, so he currently had plenty in stock. Little brother, let's talk privately. The fat man walked over to Hong Chen, put his arm around his shoulder, and they went to a corner. The fat man introduced himself first. My name is Qi Hangsan, what do you need? Eternal Dragon Breath, Yinglong's double wings, Infinite True Qi, 9 Heavens Cloud Qi, Heavenly Absolute Thunder Soul, Root of the Jianmu, Immortal Tree Leaves, Water Crystal, Red Pearl, White Coral, Ice Crystal, Weak Water, Soul of the Meteor. Eternal Dragon Breath and Yinglong's double wings were the rare materials Su Firen needed, and Hong Chen was also missing an Infinite True Qi to upgrade to SS level Red Lotus Karma Fire. Luo Lai needed 9 Heavens Cloud Qi and Heavenly Absolute Thunder Soul to upgrade to SS level 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Ice Crystal, Weak Water, and Soul of the Meteor were prepared for Hong Lan. Hearing Hong Chen list a whole bunch of rare materials as if reading a menu, the fat man's face twitched. I just asked you for some jade. How can you shamelessly ask me for Eternal Dragon Breath, Yinglong's double wings, Infinite True Qi, and 9 Heavens Cloud Qi? After finishing his sentence, the fat man couldn't help but ask Hong Chen again, are these things of the same value? The items Hong Chen wanted were extremely rare materials, while the jade the fat man wanted was considered cheap in the Great Xia Kingdom, except for the colorful stone, which was relatively precious. I just asked if you have any of those things. Hong Chen retorted. Even if I had those rare materials you mentioned, I wouldn't be willing to trade them with you. After a pause, the fat man added, I can give you these, crystal, red pearl, white coral, ice crystal, weak water. That's fine. Let's trade. Hong Chen left the tavern to get the items the fat man needed. The fat man also brought the items Hong Chen wanted, and after confirming everything was correct, they each put the items back into their own spaces. The immortal tree leaves were needed to upgrade to the ancient immortal tree, and the root of the Jianmu was needed to upgrade to the heavenly Jianmu. To upgrade to the 7 treasures glazed tree, 7 treasures were required: gold, silver, agate, glaze, crystal, red pearl, and white coral. Hong Chen had gold, silver, agate, and glaze, and now he obtained crystal, red pearl, and white coral from the fat man. He was originally very hesitant and conflicted about whether to upgrade his talent to the ancient immortal tree, the heavenly Jianmu, or the 7 treasures glazed tree. Now that he had all the materials needed to upgrade to SS level, he just needed to elevate his wood talent to SS level, and his talent could directly upgrade to the 7 treasures glazed tree. The materials needed to upgrade from F level to S level were usually relatively easy to obtain. However, upgrading from SS level to SSS level required the most materials, and these materials were also the rarest. Having paved the most difficult path in advance, the subsequent journey would be much simpler. The fat man and the thin man completed their trades in succession, and then a few more people came up one after another. Hong Chen tried to grab the items 7 or 8 times but was unable to get ahead. His realm was too low, and his speed was not as fast as those people. In the real world, only a few seconds had passed, but over 20 minutes had gone by in the Kunlun Jade Pendant. As fewer and fewer people were competing to trade items, it finally came to Hong Chen's turn, and this time no one was competing with him. Luo Feng smiled when he saw that the newcomer was Hong Chen. Little friend Long Yuan, it's been a long time, what do you want to trade with everyone? Hong Chen first said to everyone, I need 10,000 years of dragon breath, the wings of the Yinglong, boundless true energy, clouds of the 9 heavens, the thunder soul of the heavens, the soul of a falling star, tree spirits. He listed a whole bunch of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, half of which were for himself, and the other half for Su Firen, Luo Lai, and Hong Lan. I can offer crystal white jade, diamonds, turquoise, Hatian jade, Shoshan stone, white jade, green jade, yellow jade, red agate, sky blue gem or rosy light gem, and multicolored stones as exchange. Upon hearing Hong Chen's words, the tavern fell silent for a moment, then 3 people stepped forward, speaking in unison, I have what you need. Among these 3, one was a familiar face, the taciturn Jianjiu. One was the woman who had previously produced the 8 treasures dragon-soothing pill, her face obscured by a white veil, making it impossible to see her features. The last was a middle-aged man, dressed in coarse linen, with an unshaven beard, looking somewhat disheveled. Please follow me for a private chat, Hong Chen said, cupping his hands to the 3, and then walked to a corner. The veiled woman, standing closest, was the first to approach Hong Chen. Dragon Abyss friend, you can call me Kai Dai. After introducing herself, Kai Dai said straightforwardly, I have clouds of the 9 heavens and the soul of a falling star. I need sky blue gem or and rosy light gem. However, since clouds of the 9 heavens and the soul of a falling star are very precious, I need a large amount of sky blue gem or and rosy light gem, so that I won't be at a loss, Kai Dai added. Hong Chen replied, I have 3 tons of rosy light gem, but only 100 pounds of sky blue gem or, I can give you all of it. Although it's still a bit of a loss, since you only have this much, I won't be too aggressive. I'll give you the clouds of the 9 heavens and the soul of a falling star first. Kai Dai continued, but on the 30th of next month, you need to get me 200 pounds of sky blue gem ore. Hong Chen took the clouds of the 9 heavens and the soul of a falling star and suddenly asked, aren't you afraid I'll run away? These 2 items may be very precious to you, but for me, I can have as many as I want. Kai Dai smiled, so, I'm willing to try to trust in human nature. Hong Chen didn't waste words, cupping his fists and saying, a promise is worth 1,000 gold. Through Luo Lai's connections, he was sure he could gather 200 pounds of sky blue gem ore. After completing the transaction with Kai Dai, Jianjiu, with his uncompetitive nature, saw this and stepped forward towards Hong Chen. My name is Ma Kai Tai. Upon hearing this name, Hong Chen smiled. It was obviously a pseudonym, as Ma Kai Tai's real name was probably Yang Kai Tai. Yang Kai Tai said, I can give you boundless true energy and the thunder soul of the heavens. I want Shoshan stone, multicolored stones, and crystal white jade. By the way, do you have Ziwei jade? I don't have Ziwei jade, Hong Chen shook his head and then said, but I can help you ask around, there might be Ziwei jade. Yang Kai Tai nodded, I'll give you boundless true energy and the thunder soul of the heavens first. You help me look for Ziwei jade, and I'll wait for your news. Leave me a number, and I'll message you when I have news, Hong Chen said, and the 2 immediately completed the transaction. The value of Shoshan stone, multicolored stones, and crystal white jade certainly couldn't compare to that of boundless true energy and the thunder soul of the heavens. Yang Kai Tai's main goal was also Ziwei jade. If he could find it, Hong Chen would get it for him. But if not, judging by Yang Kai Tai's words, he would consider himself unlucky. Finally, it was Jianjiu, an old friend. Not long ago, I killed an Yinglong, and I happen to have 10,000 years of dragon breath and the wings of the Yinglong. Jianjiu casually summoned 2 items from outside the tavern, a golden light sphere and a pair of azure wings. Seeing this, Hong Chen asked, Brother Jianjiu, what do you need? I don't care for your items, Jianjiu said nonchalantly, adding, and keeping 10,000 years of dragon breath and the wings of the Yinglong here would be a waste, so I'll give them to you. That wouldn't be appropriate. Hong Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had already taken advantage of the situation by trading the Shiguang Baoyu for the Xianyu stone and the Zhuke Benming fire with Jianjiu last time. He couldn't keep taking advantage of others. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Jianjiu shook his head and said, last time I only wanted the Shiguang Baoyu, and you directly gave me 10 pounds. This time, consider it paying back both the principal and interest. But last time you also gave me a sword map, Hong Chen hurriedly replied. If it hadn't been for that sword map during their flight, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to escape. If you feel guilty, then treat me to another drink, Jianjiu laughed, revealing his white teeth. Sure. Hong Chen immediately asked Kuei Huang for a pot of wine and handed it to Jianjiu. You take the Wan Yan Longxi and the Yinglong Shuangi. Jianjiu took the wine and added, keeping these 2 items with me is a waste. Trading them for a pot of wine isn't a loss. These powerful figures spoke so boldly. As long as they could trade for a pot of wine, it was worth it. They didn't take the heavenly materials and earthly treasures seriously. It was like a billionaire who had tens of trillions. A penny and 100 million didn't make much difference, it's just money, much like Jianjiu at that moment. Hong Chen accepted the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had traded for, and then a few more people came forward to trade. Hong Chen exchanged for a peachwood heart and tree spirit. It continued until no one else came forward. Luo Feng, seeing this, said, tonight's trading event has come to a successful conclusion. Everyone has gotten what they needed. From now on, every year on November 11th at 8 p.m., we will hold a trading event. Then, every year on June 18th at 8 p.m., we will hold an auction. How does that sound to everyone? If anyone has items to auction, you can come to the tavern to find me at 8 p.m. in early June next year, and I will register you. Then we will auction on June 18th at 8 p.m. Luo Feng finally asked, "What does everyone think?" "Sounds good." Voices of agreement rose from the crowd, and some who had exchanged items couldn't wait to leave the tavern. Hong Chen didn't rush to leave. He got the phone numbers of Jiao, Yang Kaitai, and Kai Dai. As for Jian Zhou, he said he didn't have a phone, and if anyone wanted to contact him, they could post a notice in the tavern. This time he had gained a lot. He, Su Firan, Luo Lai, and Hong Lan all had the heavenly materials and earthly treasures they needed, making it a bountiful harvest. Hong Chen's consciousness withdrew from the Kunlun Yujue, where Luo Lai was meditating beside him. He reached out and shook Luo Lai's shoulder. Luo Lai slowly opened his eyes and asked, "What's up?" Hong Chen took out two sparkling items and placed them in front of Luo Lai. "This is the Jiuxiao Yunqi and the Tianjue Lipo." Luo Lai suddenly stood up, incredulous. "Is this the heavenly materials and earthly treasures to elevate to Jiuxiao Shunlei?" Hong Chen nodded and smiled. "Hurry and swallow them, I'll help you refine these two items." Luo Lai opened his mouth, first pouring the Jiuxiao Yunqi from the bottle, his throat rolling as he swallowed it down. He then picked up the Tianjue Lipo, which was flickering with arcs of electricity, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed it again. Hong Chen placed his hands on Luo Lai's back, and a gray-black chaotic spiritual energy gathered in Luo Lai's abdomen. Dark clouds rolled, and thunder rumbled above the Jiuxiao, with lightning snakes writhing and arcs of electricity dancing. Standing on the rooftop, Xiang Dingtian looked at the impending lightning strike and suddenly punched towards the sky. Boom! A loud sound erupted as the thunderclouds shattered, and Xiang Dingtian's punch broke through the thunderclouds. Luo Lai opened his eyes, his face filled with joy. "I am now SS-level talent." Hong Chen felt something was off. Every time he elevated his talent, there would be anomalies around him, but Luo Lai had never shown any anomalies when elevating his talent. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this was Tianwu University, and if any anomalies occurred, the teachers would likely help resolve them. "I need 200 pounds of Tianlan Baoquan. Ask your family if they have any Ziwei jade. If they do, send it to the school together." Hong Chen said something to Luo Lai, then stood up and added, "I need to leave for a while. I'll call home and ask." Luo Lai didn't question what Hong Chen was going out for, nor did he inquire about the origins of the Nine Heavens Cloud and the heavenly Absolute Thunder Soul. Although Luo Lai appeared rough and boisterous, he was actually very meticulous and had a good sense of propriety. He would never speak out about what Hong Chen didn't say. When Hong Chen enhanced his talent, a high temperature would ignite around him, incinerating everything nearby. Therefore, he didn't enhance his talent in the villa but went to a lake instead. There were more than a dozen lakes at Tianwu University, and Hong Chen had already scouted a spot, just waiting for today. Fortunately, it was still night. He took off his clothes, leaving only his underwear, and then with a plop, he jumped into the lake. Hong Chen swam to the center of the lake, first swallowing the infinite true qi, then the fiery red lotus, and slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. At his dantian, gray-black chaotic spiritual energy transformed into a gray-black vortex, gradually devouring the infinite true qi and the fiery red lotus. A familiar heat surged through his limbs and bones, and the lake water bubbled, releasing steam. Hong Chen became like a red-hot iron, radiating an intense heat. In just a few seconds, the entire lake began to boil, steam rising from the surface, and the water level visibly dropping. Steam turned to clouds, clouds turned to rain, the rain fell into the lake, and then evaporated again, cycling endlessly. After more than 10 minutes, the lake finally stopped bubbling, and Hong Chen's flushed skin slowly returned to normal. He stepped on the ground with his left foot, suddenly leaping out of the lake and landing on the riverbank, quickly putting on his clothes. Li Yingqi, perched on a tree branch, had a rich expression on his face, first pouting helplessly and then rolling his eyes, probably having seen something he didn't want to see, before quietly leaving. Hong Chen's right hand hung in the air, and a red flame lotus formed in his palm, its petals layered and radiating a scorching and enchanting light. The edges of the red lotus swayed like silk, distorting the surrounding air, as if with a gentle roll, everything would turn to ashes. The fiery red lotus, also known as the fire of karma, is said in Buddhism to harm the body like fire, thus it is also the fire of hell. Anyone tainted by the fire of karma would suffer from the burning of karmic power, which is far more tormenting and painful than ordinary flames. In the endless fire domain, there was a peerless warrior possessing the red lotus fire of karma, who created a powerful killing move with it, the Buddha's wrath fire lotus. After his talent was upgraded to SS level, Hong Chen's confidence soared. He believed his current strength should be able to rank in the top 10 of the Tian class. The person ranked 10th in the Tian class was none other than his classmate Yi Xiaotian. The end of the month was approaching, and Hong Chen planned to challenge Yi Xiaotian in a few days, aiming to earn 100 credits next month. The 20 credits he had could only be used to meditate for a day on the 20th floor of the Linglong Tower or borrow a top-tier martial arts book of the Earth level. When 9 o'clock at night came, Hong Chen didn't rush back to the villa but instead called Su Firen. "Why do you have time to call me today?" A familiar voice came from the other end. Hearing this, Hong Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "Just consider that I miss you." Su Firen didn't respond to that but asked, "How's life at Tianwu University?" "I'm doing well." Hong Chen rarely chatted about home. "You should be doing well too, right?" A sigh came from Su Firen on the phone. "You have no idea, I'm under so much pressure." Hong Chen immediately pictured Su Firen's worried expression. "What's wrong?" "Everyone at Longjing University is a genius. A few classmates I know are either top scholars from superpowers or early admitted prodigies." Su Firen complained to herself, "I thought I was a genius, but after coming to Longjing University, I found out I'm actually at the bottom of the barrel. If it weren't for practicing the great easy spear technique since I was young, my combat power would be ranked among the lowest in the school." Longjing University is one of the top 10 universities, and the students here are similar to those at Tianwu University, with the lowest being S-level talent. Although Su Firen possesses the extremely rare White Dragon talent, it is still only S-level, placing her among the lowest tier of talents at Longjing University. Hong Chen understood Su Firen's character. She was someone who loved fiercely, hated fiercely, was self-reliant, and persevered. A person with Su Firen's temperament would certainly not be content with mediocrity, so when she encountered someone with better talent than hers, she would only strive harder. The difference between S-level and SS-level talent is just 1 S, but the breathing speed is halved. Hong Chen was previously an S-level Nanning Li Fire, and now he was an SS-level Honglian Yi Fire. The temperature difference between Honglian Yi Fire and Nanning Li Fire is not just a factor of 2, and their power difference is also more than double. "Take a few days off, I'll wait for you at Dongxing University the day after tomorrow, and I'll give you a surprise then," Hong Chen said to Su Firen. Tianwu University is located in the southeast of the Tianwen realm, while Longjing University is in the northeast, a million miles apart, with Dongxing University right in the middle. Relationships are a two-way street. Hong Chen couldn't let Su Firen travel a million miles alone to find him, so he would also take a few days off. Su Firen asked, "What surprise?" "Don't ask," Hong Chen replied with a smile, "it won't be interesting if you do." After hanging up, Hong Chen called Li Yingqi. Once the call connected, he said, "Teacher, I need to take a leave." "Why are you taking leave for no reason?" Li Yingqi asked, "As a teacher must be responsible for their students. I need to meet a friend, tomorrow is Friday, and she's at Longjing University. The journey is too far, so I need to take leave from Friday to next Monday. Tomorrow is Friday, and the following 2 days are the weekend." Hong Chen would need a day and a half to fly to Dongxing University, and it would take another day and a half to return, plus he would need some time to spend with Su Firen, so he needed to take 2 days off. "You're only a 2-star martial spirit now, I can approve 2 days off, but you must break through to a 3-star martial spirit next week," Li Yingqi proposed a condition. After a moment of thought, Hong Chen replied, "No problem." After a month of breathing exercises, he had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy, although it was still not enough to break through to a 3-star martial spirit. However, he still had 20 credits, and as long as he practiced for a day on the 20th floor of the Linglong Tower, he would definitely be able to break through to a 3-star martial spirit. Li Yingqi responded with an and hung up. Friday is the comprehensive class for the Tianzi class students, while only Monday is a class taught by Li Yingqi. The library at Tianwu University is open 24 hours, and although Hong Chen had reached the martial spirit realm, he had not yet learned the art of flight, so he could not fly in the air. Hong Chen jogged to the front of the library building, a 5-story circular structure. The first floor of the library has yellow-tier books available for borrowing, whether they are books on techniques, martial skills, or divine abilities, ranging from low-level to top-level yellow-tier books. The second floor has mysterious tier books, the third floor has earth tier books, and the fourth floor has heaven tier books. As long as students have enough credits, they can even borrow top-level heaven tier books on the fourth floor. As for the fifth floor of the library, no one knows exactly what books are there, but there are many rumors. It is said that the fifth floor holds a divine-level book, a peerless divine weapon, a divine-level pill. At the entrance of the library on the first floor, there is a computer desk where an old man with sparse facial hair is sitting behind the computer playing Happy Landlord. Hong Chen placed his student ID on the computer desk and politely said, "Teacher, I would like to borrow a book on the art of flight." The old man was engrossed in his game, not even glancing at the student ID. He pointed towards the southwest direction of the bookshelf, saying, "The middle of the third row." Following the old man's guidance, Hong Chen indeed found the sky control technique. There were also many yellow tier books here, such as Wind Blade Technique, Fireball Technique, Ice Spike Technique. The power of yellow tier martial arts was quite low. Even if a martial spirit of the same realm used them, they probably wouldn't even scratch Hong Chen. Although Hong Chen was not adept at defense with his earth-based talent, his physique had undergone 3 rounds of tempering, making him relatively strong at this moment, capable of withstanding the power of mysterious tier martial arts. The library did not have many yellow tier books. The majority of the books here were earth tier martial arts. Tianwu University had been established for 3,000 years, with generations of people collecting various books, creating martial arts techniques and cultivation methods, resulting in a library with millions of books. The library was truly all-encompassing, and anyone could find books suitable for themselves here. Hong Chen's credits were not to be squandered. He had also promised Li Yingqi that he would break through to a 3-star martial spirit next week, so he needed to save them. After finding the book on the sky control technique, he returned to the old man's desk, presented his student card again, and said, "Teacher, I want to borrow this book." The old man glanced at the book Hong Chen presented, then picked up the student card and said, "Books on the first level only require 1 credit each. If you return the book within a week, it will only cost you 1 credit. After that, every additional 7 days will incur an extra 1 credit." The old man swiped Hong Chen's student card, entered the book number for the sky control technique, and then returned the student card and the book to Hong Chen, finally reminding him, "So don't exceed the time limit." "Thank you for the reminder, teacher." Hong Chen smiled and expressed his gratitude. With his Kunlun jade pendant, he could definitely understand even the most difficult books within a week. The sky control technique originated from Taoist methods, and the Taoists were the practitioners from the 3000 Tao states and the Enlightenment extreme state. In the 3000 Tao states and the Enlightenment extreme state, they were called practitioners, not warriors. They referred to martial arts as methods and called talents spiritual roots, though in some places, talents were referred to as extraordinary abilities. Generally speaking, books with the words technique or formula in their titles were likely created by practitioners, such as the Great Burning Heaven Formula, Sky Control Technique, Fireball Technique, and so on. In contrast, books created by warriors typically had score or classic in their titles, such as the Unfounded Blade Classic and the Great Change Spear Score. Of course, there are no absolutes. Some books created by warriors do have technique or formula in their titles. However, most of these books were created by ancient warriors when there was no conflict between Taoism and martial arts, so the naming conventions were not as strict as they are today. Hong Chen came from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, which leaned towards the warrior lineage, but the warriors of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent did not directly participate in the conflict between Taoism and martial arts. Among the 9 provinces of the world, only the 3000 Tao states and the Enlightenment extreme state of practitioners, as well as the Fang Tian martial state and the Diluo golden state of warriors, participated in the martial arts conflict. The Great Wall of Heaven's Abyss is located in the northwest Huanghuang state, the due north Beiju state, and the northeast Piaomiao state, so the warriors of these 3 states had to face the demon race directly and thus did not participate in the conflict between Taoism and martial arts. As for the largest central continent, perhaps due to its more Buddhist nature, it also did not participate in the conflict. Hong Chen felt that the conflict between Taoism and martial arts was actually unnecessary, whether he was called a warrior or a practitioner, whether the books were called martial arts or methods, these were all trivial matters. Having read the diary, he knew that 100 years later, the demon race would descend upon the 9 provinces. Therefore, compared to the conflict between Taoism and martial arts, and whether one was called a warrior or a practitioner, Hong Chen preferred to be called a human rather than a demon. The next morning, Hong Chen went to the library to return the book on the sky control technique. Because the speed of the high-speed train was too slow, even though Hong Chen was only a 2-star martial spirit, the speed of sky control reached 10,000 miles per hour. Hong Chen stepped out of Tianwu University, then with his left foot on the ground, his figure shot into the sky. As spiritual energy enveloped his body, he broke free from the earth's constraints, floating between heaven and earth. Hong Chen aimed for the north and flew, white clouds drifting beside him, the fierce wind howling in his ears. He looked down at the earth below, the city rapidly receding beneath him, the skyscrapers shrinking quickly. Although the air control technique consumed little spiritual energy, the energy within Hong Chen was only enough for him to fly for a day and a night. So, during the latter part of his journey, he took 2 pills to increase his spiritual energy, which allowed him to reach Dongsheng University. By the time he arrived, it was already Saturday night. He had flown for a full 40 hours and was nearly exhausted. Mu Yunlu was studying at Dongsheng University, and there was also the already sacrificed Mu Bai. Thinking of Mu Bai made Hong Chen sigh. That person was gone. This time he was meeting Su Firen, and Hongchen did not plan to call Mu Yun Luo to be a third wheel. He dialed Su Firen's number, just about to ask where she was, when he heard a voice on the line, "I'm behind you." It was Saturday, and there were many students at the entrance of Dongsheng University. Since Hongchen had not opened his heavenly eye and it was night, he did not see Su Firen at first. "Where are you?" Hongchen turned around, looking left and right. Behind him were students coming and going, but he did not see Su Firen. Su Firen's voice came through the phone, a bit annoyed, "I can see you." Hearing this, Hongchen felt a bit anxious. He stood on tiptoe and looked again, still not seeing Su Firen. "Can you see me?" Hongchen raised his hand high, asking Su Firen again. "I can see you, can't you see me?" Su Firen asked again. Just as Hongchen was about to say, "Are you at the north gate or the south gate of Dongsheng University?" a playful laugh suddenly came from behind him. "Hey, I'm right here." When Hongchen heard this, he turned around, and there she was, standing behind him, her starry eyes smiling, her brows and eyes curved like two new moons. A glance and a longing, suddenly seeing you smile like a flower. Su Firen's smile was like flowers blooming in spring, seemingly able to dispel the cold and hardship of the world. After flying for over 40 hours, just seeing Su Firen made all his fatigue vanish. "What surprise do you want?" Su Firen walked gracefully in front of Hongchen, her face carrying a smile that felt like a long-awaited reunion. "There are too many people here, let's go somewhere less crowded to talk," Hongchen said. He was somewhat slow in matters of romance, or one could say he was emotionally reserved and not good at expressing himself. Su Firen took hold of Hongchen's arm. "I broke through to a 2-star martial spirit a couple of days ago. What level are you at now?" "I'm also a 2-star martial spirit," Hongchen added, "but I'm about to break through to a 3-star martial spirit soon." Su Firen was 176 meters tall, quite tall among girls, while Hongchen was now 182 meters. Walking side by side, they looked like a perfect match. "Where are you taking me?" Su Firen asked, suddenly tilting her head to look at Hongchen's profile. "You're not trying to trick me into going to a hotel, are you?" Hongchen knew she was joking, so he retorted, "Are you shy? We've shared a room before." In April of this year, Hongchen accompanied Su Firen on a trip to Jianghuai province, and they went to Zilong Academy. Since there was only one room left in the hotel, they squeezed into the same guest room. That night, while chatting in the room, Hongchen mentioned Shia Sha, which led to a conflict between them. Su Firen recalled this and immediately huffed, saying, "By the way, did you meet Shia Sha behind my back?" Damn! When Hongchen heard this, goosebumps rose on his skin, and he was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. Seeing this, Su Firen stomped her foot, angrily saying, You really have met Shia Sha." Women can turn on a dime, and Hongchen, feeling helpless, had to tell the truth. "The day after I arrived at Tianwu University, Shia Sha came to find me. But I didn't do anything inappropriate with Shia Sha. I mentioned you to her, but she didn't say much, only that she was very grateful for how you took care of me after my parents passed away. And in the end, Shia Sha also said that we are just good friends, more than friends but not quite lovers, and she will respect my choices." Su Firen's angry expression slightly faded upon hearing this. "Sounds like she is very understanding. Do you think I'm willful and headstrong?" Su Firen suddenly asked. "Of course not," Hongchen hurriedly replied, then changed the subject. "I came to find you to give you a surprise." Su Firen looked around. It was quite remote with not many people. "Can you tell me now? What surprise do you have for me?" Seeing the topic had successfully shifted, Hongchen immediately said, "I have a secret method that can enhance others' talents." Su Firen suddenly realized, no wonder you had an F-level talent at first, but it turned into an A-level talent during the college entrance examination. But enhancing talent requires rare materials. I finally gathered the materials yesterday, and I can help you elevate your talent to SS level. After finishing, Hongchen added, I can help you elevate to the SS level of the Yinglong talent. Su Firen was stunned into silence as Hongchen took out the eternal dragon breath, the spirit of Yinglong, and the Yinglong wings. Hongchen pressed the Yinglong wings with both hands, gray-black spiritual energy enveloping the massive wings, which visibly shrank to the size of a thumb at a rapid pace. This was one of the functions of the celestial repairing technique, capable of condensing large objects into essence. With the essence of the Yinglong wings floating in his palm, Hongchen said to Su Firen, "Open your mouth and sit cross-legged on the ground. I will help you absorb the energy of these rare materials." Su Firen complied, and Hongchen fed her the energy from the Yinglong wings, then poured the eternal dragon breath and the spirit of Yinglong into her mouth from the bottle. As Su Firen's throat rolled, she swallowed the three items and quickly sat cross-legged. Hongchen had previously assisted Luo Lai in refining rare materials several times, so he was quite familiar with the process, his hands resting on Su Firen's back. The process went very smoothly, but when Hongchen and Su Firen opened their eyes, they found an elderly man standing beside them. Both were taken aback. The old man had approached them silently without drawing their attention, proving his high level of cultivation. "Senior." Hong Chen looked at the unfriendly-faced elder and asked, "What brings you here? Who are you two? Why are you near Dongsheng University?" The elder asked first, then added, "Was that commotion just now caused by you two?" Su Firen replied, "I am a student of Longjing University. I am a student of Tianwu University, and I am good friends with Mu Yunlu from your school," Hong Chen said first, then asked, "By the way, what commotion did we cause?" "Just now, a large area of tribulation clouds formed in the sky," the elder said. "You two didn't know?" They both shook their heads in unison. The elder sighed, "I have already intervened to resolve it. The lightning didn't strike you, so of course, you wouldn't know. I don't care if you two are breaking through or doing whatever, but next time you do something like this, it's best to go somewhere less populated to avoid harming others," the elder said sternly before vanishing in a flash. Feeling embarrassed in front of Su Firen, Hong Chen muttered, "Who is that old man? Coming here to lecture us?" Su Firen tugged at Hong Chen's sleeve and whispered, "He should be the president of Dongsheng University. I think his name is Huang Qinzi. I've seen his portrait online." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen immediately fell silent, mainly because Huang Qinzi had a significant background, and he didn't dare offend him, and also because he recalled something. The commotion Huang Qinzi mentioned should refer to the phenomenon caused when enhancing talent. Although the Heavenly Treasure record did not document that enhancing talent would cause a phenomenon, Hong Chen had also noticed it during his own breakthroughs. Every time he enhanced his talent, there would be high temperatures. While helping Luo Lai enhance his talent, the first 2 times were on the floating battleship, and the last 2 times were at Tianwu University. It should have been Xiang Dingtian who dealt with the anomaly, which is why I didn't notice it. Today, helping Su Firen enhance her talent likely caused a significant anomaly, otherwise, Huang Qinzi wouldn't have personally intervened. If I were to help Su Firen enhance her talent in the wild, and a thunder tribulation were to descend, both Su Firen and I would probably be doomed. The higher the talent enhancement, the more intense the triggered anomaly. I wonder if Huang Qinzi can withstand the thunder tribulation from upgrading from SS to SSS level? Hong Chen has learned his lesson this time. Next time I enhance my talent, I need to ask Xiang Dingtian or Li Yingqi to protect me. You should now have the talent of the Yinglong, Hong Chen said to Su Firen. Why don't you try out your new talent? Su Firen stood up, feeling the new talent within her, then spread her arms wide, making a gesture as if to embrace. Hong Chen thought she was going to hug him and immediately reached out his hands, but pretended to be reserved, saying, "There are a lot of people around, isn't that inappropriate?" Suddenly, a pair of azure wings unfurled behind Su Firen, resembling the legendary angels. Hearing Hong Chen's words, Su Firen opened her eyes and asked, "What's inappropriate?" Hong Chen's hands froze in midair, and he awkwardly retracted them, saying, "I meant your wings, they look pretty impressive. This is probably the talent of the Yinglong. I don't know how it happened, I just suddenly had this thought, and then with a flick of my mind, these wings appeared behind me." After Su Firen finished speaking, she flapped her wings, and her body gradually began to float. Hong Chen looked at Su Firen's wings and suddenly had an idea. "Why don't you fly around a bit and see how fast you can go?" Su Firen nodded slightly, her high ponytail swaying as she gently spread her wings. With a slight flap, a breeze stirred, scattering the dust on the ground around them. Su Firen stepped down with her right foot, and in an instant, she soared into the sky, her wings flapping faster and faster until she vanished from sight. After a few minutes, in the dark night sky, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the horizon. Su Firen had returned. She adjusted the angle of her wings and landed gracefully in front of Hong Chen. The sound of whistling wind filled Hong Chen's ears as Su Firen's ponytail and wings fluttered, complementing her beautiful face, resembling a stunning painting. As Su Firen's feet touched the ground, she slowly retracted her wings, and Hong Chen waved his hand to disperse the dust that had risen. The wings folded like petals closing, gathering behind Su Firen, then a bright light flashed, and the wings disappeared. Su Firen exclaimed excitedly, "The flying speed is much faster than the sky control technique. I can come to see you every weekend from now on. Just remember to think of me occasionally, and come visit when you can," Hong Chen said, implying that Su Firen should first enhance her realm. He then asked, "What was your speed?" "I'm not really sure, I just know it's very fast." Su Firen brushed her bangs aside, revealing a bump on her forehead, and said, "I crashed into a building because I was going too fast. Do you want me to blow on it for you?" Hong Chen said with a mischievous smile, "A blow and it won't hurt anymore." "I'm not a child," Su Firen said, slightly raising her chin, her expression a mix of pride and a hint of playfulness. Seeing this, Hong Chen couldn't help but smile and asked, "Does the Yinglong talent have any other effects?" "Let me try," Su Firen replied, closing her eyes again. Then, following her thoughts, she circulated her spiritual energy. As the energy flowed through her body, a layer of light azure dragon scales covered her surface, but these scales were not solid, they appeared translucent and ethereal. I feel like my strength has also increased, Su Firen said, opening her eyes and looking at Hong Chen. You can strike me with a knife. I want to test the defense of these dragon scales. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen summoned the Zhangyang knife, saying, I'll use all my strength to strike you, but I won't use any martial skills or talents. I feel that the defense of the dragon scales on my body should be very strong. Su Firen was full of confidence. Hong Chen was still afraid of hurting Su Firen, so he turned the blade and used all his strength to strike down with the unsharpened back of the knife towards Su Firen's raised arm. With a clang, a light sound echoed, like the symphony of metal clashing. Hong Chen's arms were numbed from the impact, and the palm holding the Zhangyang knife was cracked at the tiger's mouth. Hong Chen shook his hand and described it with a very fitting phrase, these dragon scales on you not only increase defense but also have a rebound effect. Upon hearing this, Su Firen chuckled and said, You still have a way with words. Hong Chen asked again, Does the Yinglong talent have any other effects or functions? After a moment of silence, Su Firen replied, It seems there is another function that can stimulate my power, but my subconscious tells me that I shouldn't use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Hong Chen immediately speculated, it's probably similar to my San Yuan gathering chi ability, which can temporarily enhance your strength but consumes vitality or lifespan. My Red Lotus Karma Fire is also SS level, and your Yinglong talent is SS level too, but why do I feel like your Yinglong talent seems much stronger than my Red Lotus Karma Fire? Hong Chen complained, noting that he only needed 2 rare materials to enhance to Red Lotus Karma Fire, while Su Firen needed 3, and they were even rarer. How would I know? Su Firen speculated, maybe my talent is rarer? Hong Chen nodded, recalling that the evaluation of dragon-type talents in the Swallowing Heaven treasure mirror was a once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence. His previous solar talent and the upgraded dual solar talent, Sun and Moon Dual Splendor, were also rare talents, but their evaluation was merely a once-in-a-hundred-years occurrence. The SSS level Primordial Sacred Fire of the Fire Element and the SSS level 7 Treasures Glazed Tree of the Wood Element were evaluated as extremely rare. The meaning of extremely rare, although this talent exists in the world, it is very uncommon. The meaning of a once-in-a-hundred-years occurrence, this talent is so rare that it is hard to see even once in 100 years. But this is just a description and does not mean that only one person possesses this talent every 100 years. It could be that one person has this talent every 10 years, but it could also be that no one has it for 200 years. A once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence is even more impressive, being 10 times rarer than a once-in-a-hundred-years occurrence. In 1,000 years, there might only be one person who can possess such a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. In the content of the Swallowing Heaven treasure mirror, besides dragon-type talents, there are 2 other once-in-a-thousand-years talents, time talent and space talent. Legend has it that a peerless powerhouse named Old Man Tianji possessed the once-in-a-thousand-years space talent. All spatial treasures in the 9 provinces, including Hong Chen's Kunlun Jade Pendant, Su Firen's Storage Ring, and the few remaining teleportation arrays, were all created by him. However, 5,000 years ago, after the war between humans and demons ended, he also vanished, leaving only legends about him in the 9 provinces. Another peerless powerhouse with time talent was named Forgetting Life Taoist. There are very few legends about Forgetting Life Taoist, as it seems someone deliberately erased his records. At this time, the 9 provinces only remembered this name, but it was unclear whether Forgetting Life Taoist was male or female. Lastly, above the once-in-a-thousand-years talents, there are even rarer talents. This talent is so rare that there are no records of it, leaving only 4 words, never seen in ancient times. Su Firen pulled Hong Chen's arm and said, Let's go eat hot pot. It seemed that girls all over the world loved hot pot, and Hong Chen naturally agreed. Afterward, he and Su Firen went to watch a movie. Although the two had never confirmed their relationship, they felt like a young couple at that moment. Su Firen was born in the Dei mansion, where the family values were very strict, so her thoughts were relatively conservative. Hong Chen was also an introverted person, although he had indulged in forbidden fruit with Lu Ruyan. It was Lu Ruyan who had actively seduced him at that time. Lu Ruyan often sent him selfies in black stockings late at night, and then actively offered herself. If Hong Chen had not taken the opportunity then, he would not deserve to be called a man. Hong Chen was also quite passive in matters of love, which is why he found himself entangled between Su Firen and Shia Sha. If he were a scumbag or a master of romance, he wouldn't be in this situation now. At that time, it wouldn't just be Shia Sha and Su Firen, all the women within a 10-mile radius would become his harem, including Ying Huan, Lianqi, and Jialun. Warriors do not need to sleep, so the Tianwen realm was always brightly lit, with no distinction between day and night. There were people on the streets at all times. By noon the next day, Hong Chen had to return to Tianwu University in over 40 hours. He had only taken 2 days off, so the two of them had to part ways. Su Firen looked at Hong Chen reluctantly, her expression somewhat lonely, and her tone appeared sad. I can fly faster. On New Year's Eve, I will come to Tianwu University to find you. Hong Chen nodded and then said, message me when you arrive safely at school. Su Firen smiled and replied, this is the Tianwen realm, full of experts. There are no evil cultivators causing trouble, so how could there be any danger? Then I'm leaving. Su Firen spread her wings, waved at Hong Chen, and her figure vanished into the sky, turning into a black dot that quickly disappeared. Hong Chen returned to Tianwu University in the air, and by evening, he received a message from Su Firen, I have safely arrived at Longjing University. It was 500,000 miles from Dongxing University to Longjing University, and Su Firen took only 4 hours, flying at a speed more than 10 times faster than Hong Chen. Hong Chen finally returned to Tianwu University at 6 o'clock on Tuesday morning after flying for over 40 hours. Flying for such a long time was certainly tiring, but Hong Chen only slept for 2 hours before getting up to attend class with Luo Lai. Li Yingqi stood in the middle of the classroom, first giving a practical explanation, then teaching combat techniques. But no matter how eloquently I speak, it's ultimately just theoretical. Practice makes perfect. Li Yingqi looked at everyone and said, a few of you come out to spar, and I'll see how well you've learned. Hong Chen had upgraded to SS-level talent and was eager to test his current strength, so he stepped forward. 7 classmates came out, one of whom was a master named Weili, ranked 85th. Those ranked 11th to 100th would receive 10 credits at the end of the month, so although Hong Chen was ranked 92nd, he wasn't in a hurry to improve his ranking. After all, the top 100 all lived in villas, and the top 10 would receive 100 credits at the end of the month. So even if he rose to 11th place, the benefits wouldn't change. Hong Chen didn't want to waste time on this. He wanted to wait until he had enough strength to defeat the top 10 before improving his ranking. Li Yingqi said, when you spar, do not use your talents, fight only with your own strength. Anyone who breaks the rules will be considered the loser. The last person standing will receive 10 credits as a reward. Hong Chen just wanted to test his talent, but since Li Yingqi forbade it, he planned to give up. However, upon hearing about the credits, he immediately asked, can I use weapons? Of course, you can use weapons. Li Yingqi reminded, but this is just a spar between classmates, so try to go easy. Hong Chen habitually summoned the Zhangyang sword but then put it away and summoned the Taiye sword instead. Winning would earn him 10 credits, and out of respect for his opponent, he chose to use the more lethal Taiye sword. Weili is the highest ranked, and he is still at the 3-star martial spirit level. Hong Chen looked at the other 6 classmates and shouted, brothers, let's gang up on him and split the 10 credits. What the hell? Before Weili could finish his curse, Hong Chen, holding the Taiye sword, had already struck down on his head with one blow. Weili raised the slender sword in his hand, hurriedly parrying Hong Chen's attack, then swung the sword with force, sending Hong Chen flying. The remaining 6 classmates charged at Weili together, while Hong Chen took the opportunity to leap back, standing aside to watch the fight. These 6 classmates were just minor players from the Earth class. Weili only needed a dozen strikes to quickly clear the battlefield, leaving only him and Hong Chen. Holding the sword in one hand, Weili looked up and laughed, saying, if you surrender, I'll give you half the credits. But I want to take them all, Hong Chen replied with a smile, knowing that Weili was just trying to deceive him, just as he had earlier claimed to split the 10 credits, which was also a lie. Weili's figure was as light as a swallow, suggesting he had a wind-based talent. With the slender sword in hand, his attacks were agile and fluid. Thinking of this, Hong Chen immediately closed his eyes and opened the heavenly eye above his brow. Without any warning, Weili suddenly struck, his figure flashing as the slender sword lunged at Hong Chen. The heavenly eye caught Weili's movement, and Hong Chen remained calm, raising his sword to block, the sound of metal clashing crisp and pleasant. When Hong Chen felt fatigued while meditating, he would immerse his consciousness in the Kunlun Jade, studying the martial arts principles of Xia Yezi, thus gaining new insights into real combat. According to Xia Yezi's combat experience, when both sides are of similar strength, being overly cautious could lead to defeat, while surprising the opponent could yield a higher chance of victory. Weili's slender sword traced a silver arc in the classroom, as Li Yingqi had advised to avoid injuring anyone, so this strike was aimed at Hong Chen's shoulder. With a focused gaze, Hong Chen steadied his footing, slightly tilting his body to evade the fierce strike, while simultaneously swinging the Taiye sword forward in a counterattack. Weili lightly tapped the ground with his feet, leaping back gracefully to avoid the slash. After landing, he did not pause, lightly tapping the ground again, using the rebound force to charge at Hong Chen once more. This time, Weili's swordplay was even more cunning, the slender sword dancing rapidly in the air, creating dozens of sword shadows that surrounded Hong Chen from all directions. Holding the Tai sword, Hong Chen suddenly swept around him, the sword tip drawing a curtain of blades in the air, the sound of metal ringing throughout the classroom, sparks flying. Wei Li's figure vanished, and in the next instant, he silently appeared behind Hong Chen, thrusting his sword directly at him. The heavenly eye could sense the surroundings, as if possessing a 360-degree field of vision. As Hong Chen turned, he swung the Tai sword backward, once again blocking Wei Li's slender sword. The two weapons clashed again, but only for a moment. Hong Chen pushed hard, forcing Wei Li back several steps. Wei Li quickly steadied himself and moved again, this time faster, becoming a series of afterimages darting around Hong Chen. The slender sword occasionally lunged from various angles, but with the perception granted by the heavenly eye, Hong Chen managed to block Wei Li's attacks each time. However, Wei Li seized a slight opening, attacking without hesitation. The slender sword swiftly aimed at Hong Chen. Hong Chen certainly sensed the danger, but he did not evade. Wei Li thought Hong Chen would not have time to dodge, but upon catching sight of the slight smile on Hong Chen's lips, he immediately realized something was off and tried to retract his sword, but it was too late. Hong Chen allowed the slender sword to pierce his shoulder, reaching out with his left hand to grasp Wei Li's right hand that held the slender sword, while his right hand wielded the Tai sword, thrusting it toward Wei Li. With his right hand firmly held by Hong Chen, Wei Li pulled with all his might, but the long sword was too close. He had no time to exert force and could only watch as the long sword drew nearer. Wei Li felt a flash before his eyes, something dazzling him. He looked down and saw the cold light reflected from the Tai sword, now pressed against his throat. Hong Chen's left hand held Wei Li's right hand, while the Tai sword in his right hand was aimed at Wei Li's throat. The method of achieving victory through surprise in battle is to choose to exchange injury for death, a lesson honed by Xia Shi over many years of slaying monsters at the Tianqian Great Wall. Hong Chen turned to Liangqi and asked, "Does this count as my win?" "It counts as your win." Liangqi said something, and Hong Chen, upon hearing it, sheathed his long sword and simultaneously released Wei Li's right hand. In front of so many classmates, being defeated by Hong Chen made Wei Li furious and embarrassed, and he cursed, "You're just a madman. Who fights like you?" Liangqi, having fought on the martial arts battlefield for many years, couldn't help but ask upon seeing Hong Chen's fighting style, "Who taught you this method?" Hong Chen replied, "The instructor who trained us this year. She comes from the Heavenly Chasm Great Wall." Liangqi nodded and said, "No wonder it's so straightforward and efficient. It's indeed a technique used in battle formations. But this is a school after all. Even if you won today, don't use such methods in the future, so others won't feel unjust when they lose," Liangqi reminded him. Wei Li was indeed unconvinced. He believed Hong Chen had won through underhanded means, and such a shameless victory lacked the spirit of a warrior. But whether it was a dirty trick or a bad move, winning was still winning. Moreover, if one encountered evil cultivators, they would be even more unscrupulous. Hong Chen nodded first, then defended himself, saying, "I just wanted to save time, and this little wound from the short sword will heal quickly. I'll credit 10 points to your student card after class," Liangqi said, then continued with the lesson. Hong Chen sat next to Luo Lai, who gave him a thumbs up and praised, "I learned something. Your move just now completely refreshed my understanding. I didn't know you could fight like that." Having experienced the pursuit and blockade of evil cultivators, Luo Lai's mindset was similar to Hong Chen's. Those evil cultivators and demon races wouldn't talk about righteousness and morality, they would only think about how to devour you completely. Hong Chen felt Wei Li staring at him. This guy couldn't also be the type who couldn't handle losing, could he? As the bell rang for the end of class, Hong Chen immediately ran out of the classroom and returned to the villa. Wei Li wanted to regain his lost face and could only challenge him. But Hong Chen didn't want to give him that opportunity. Just like he had said to Liangqi, he didn't want to waste time. Time should be used for meditation and breathing exercises. The top 100 students in Class Tian had at least 3-star martial spirits, with some even reaching 5-star martial spirits. At this moment, Hong Chen was only a 2-star martial spirit. He needed to catch up with their progress and had no time to play house with Wei Li or engage in any challenge games. Moreover, after upgrading to SS-level talent, he hadn't done any breathing exercises yet. So upon returning to the villa, he immediately sat cross-legged, cleared his mind, focused his spirit in his dantian, and began to meditate. First, he performed 8 long exhales and 9 short inhales, then 9 long exhales and 8 short inhales, repeating this 72 times to complete a small cycle. The villa had a spirit-gathering array, making the spiritual energy denser. When Hong Chen was at S-level talent, it took him 16 to 17 minutes to absorb a breath of spiritual energy. However, after upgrading to SS-level talent, his absorption speed increased. This time, he only took 8 minutes to absorb a breath of spiritual energy, doubling his efficiency. If he upgraded to SSS level talent, he should be able to absorb a breath of spiritual energy in just 4 minutes. If he were on the 33rd floor of the Linglong Pagoda, he could absorb 34 breaths of spiritual energy in 4 minutes. He had just gained 10 points, but after renting books on the sky control technique from the library, he had used 1 point, leaving him with only 29 points. Hong Chen, open the door, I want to challenge you. Wei Li's voice came from outside. This guy actually caught up to him. Young people are so bored, always doing meaningless things for a bit of illusory face. Wei Li was ranked 85th, while Hong Chen was ranked 92nd, so even if Wei Li won against Hong Chen, he wouldn't gain anything. Tianwu University has a rule that one cannot pretend to be deaf or blind when faced with someone else's challenge. Hong Chen had no choice but to open the door. My shoulder is injured, wait until I'm healed to talk. Besides, your ranking is already higher than mine, you can't take advantage of me, can you? Wei Li felt there was some truth to the words and immediately said, when your injuries are healed, let me know, and I'll challenge you then. Sure. Hong Chen replied, then closed the door and continued to meditate and breathe. Hong Chen had too many things to do and not much time to waste. First, he needed to break through to a 3-star martial spirit this week, which he had already promised Li Yingqi. He also needed to enhance his wood attribute talent. Previously, at the tavern's trading event, he had exchanged for some rare materials. He took out a tree spirit from the Kunlun Jade Pendant, a ball of green light. Hong Chen poured the tree spirit from the bottle and swallowed it whole. Then, he activated the Heavenly Restoration technique, successfully upgrading his F-grade wood attribute to a C-grade tree attribute. Wood attribute talents lean towards support, while tree attribute talents lean towards functionality. Hong Chen took out a peachwood heart, swallowed it again, and activated the Heavenly Restoration technique. In just over 10 minutes, his talent was upgraded to a B-grade peach tree. When the F-grade talent was upgraded to E-grade and the D-grade talent to C-grade, there might not have been any phenomena due to the low talent tier. Hong Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, extending his hands downward while channeling the spiritual energy within him. Since it was wood attribute energy, it glowed with a green light. Soon, a green sprout grew beneath his feet. As Hong Chen continuously infused it with spiritual energy, the sprout thrived, gradually growing into a lush sapling. He continued to pour in spiritual energy, and the sapling grew at a visible rate, becoming a peach tree over 2 meters tall in just a few minutes. However, Hong Chen did not stop. He continued to infuse spiritual energy. The peach tree, heated by the wood attribute energy, soon bloomed and shortly after bore fruit. One by one, glistening peaches hung from the branches of the peach tree. Luo Lai, who was meditating with his eyes closed, caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma. He opened his eyes and saw the peach tree in the room, first exclaiming, "Wow!" and then asking, "What are you up to?" "These are peaches I cultivated with spiritual energy," Hong Chen said, plucking a peach and handing it to Luo Lai. "Give it a try." Luo Lai took the peach, bit into it, chewed, and swallowed, then commented, "The juice is sweet, fresh, and juicy." "Oh." Luo Lai picked up the peach in his hand and said, "This peach seems to contain spiritual energy." Hearing this, Hong Chen reached out and picked another peach from the tree, wiped it on his clothes, and took a few bites. "It really does have spiritual energy," Hong Chen nodded and added, "but you need to eat 2 peaches to gain a breath of spiritual energy." Looking at the dozens of peaches on the tree, Hong Chen suggested, "Let's split them, half for each." Luo Lai walked up to the peach tree, reaching out to pick peaches while saying, "I suspect those vegetables and fruits containing spiritual energy, like the food we had at the gathering, might be cultivated like this. If I have time in the future, I'll go to the library to find some related books to read," Hong Chen said, as neither he nor Luo Lai were wood attribute users, so they didn't understand this area of knowledge. From what Lu Yuanqing said, fruits containing spiritual energy are very expensive. Luo Lai's eyes lit up as he proposed, "We could sell these peaches." "Are you that short on money?" Hong Chen asked, then added, "I'm too lazy to deal with that." However, he could store some peaches in the Kunlun Jade Pendant. When Hong Lan arrived in the Tianwen realm, these peaches could be for her. The two quickly finished picking the peaches, and Luo Lai looked at the now empty peach tree and asked, "Can you continue to cultivate more peaches?" "I've run out of spiritual energy," Hong Chen replied, adding, "I'm in a hurry to break through to a 3-star martial spirit, so I can't waste energy on this." Luo Lai said, "You can cultivate these peaches and eat them to replenish your energy." But Hong Chen shook his head and said, "I just used 30 breaths of spiritual energy to induce this peach tree to bloom and bear fruit. We just picked 54 peaches, and we can only get 1 breath of spiritual energy by eating 2 peaches, so 54 peaches can yield 27 breaths of spiritual energy." Hong Chen used 30 breaths of spiritual energy to induce the peach tree to bloom and bear fruit, but by eating these peaches, he could only obtain 27 breaths of spiritual energy, resulting in a loss of 3 breaths. "This is a losing deal." Luo Lai nodded upon hearing this and said, "Then we can only let the peach tree bloom and bear fruit on its own, After all, it bears fruit once a year. But waiting a year to pick peaches is too long. It would be great if we could shorten the time, Luo Lai added, his face full of regret. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen suddenly had a moment of enlightenment, and a bold idea sprang to mind. He reached out to touch the peach tree and then transferred it into the Kunlun Jade Ju. The flow rate inside the Kunlun Jade Ju is 100 times faster than outside. If the peach tree bears fruit once a year, then let's see if it has produced peaches in 3 days. Hong Chen continued to meditate, but this time he only sat for 7 minutes before opening his eyes again. What was going on? This time, he had only used 7 minutes and had already absorbed 1 breath of spiritual energy, which was a minute faster than before. Could it be that his wood system talent had risen to be grade, thus increasing his absorption speed? After pondering for a moment, Hong Chen silently nodded. It seemed to be the only possibility. If that were the case, possessing a dual SSS grade talent would mean his absorption speed would be incredibly fast. No wonder when his talent was tested, Xiao Xiao's speed in breaking the mirror was so quick. It turned out that dual talents could also accelerate the absorption speed. If Hong Chen had the spirit of the pan peach at this moment, he could upgrade the peach tree to an S-grade pan peach tree. Then, by merging it with the 7 treasures he had exchanged at the auction house, he could elevate his talent to an SSS grade 7 treasures glazed tree. Based on his previous experience in enhancing talents, the spirit of the pan peach is a heavenly material for upgrading to S-grade, so it isn't extremely precious. However, Hong Chen had posted on the school forum and had yet to receive any news. Moreover, there was no way to rush such matters. Hong Chen could only take it step by step, waiting for the right moment when everything would fall into place. Additionally, there was another matter. At noon, Hong Chen received a call from Hong Lan informing him that Hong Hu had been sent to a secret base by the people from the Tianwen realm. Hong Lan had also bought a plane ticket and would be taking a cross-border flying boat to the Tianwen realm tomorrow. Although Hong Chen had encountered an attack from evil cultivators while on the flying boat, it was not the school season, so the evil cultivators should not attack the flying boat. Furthermore, the reason why Hong Chen's group was attacked by evil cultivators was mainly because of Li Chang'an. That guy's talent was too extraordinary, which drew the attention of the evil cultivators. But what kind of talent did Li Chang'an possess that drove the evil cultivators so mad, even prompting the leader of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect to take action? Time passed quickly, and soon 4 days had gone by. Today was Saturday noon, and the spiritual energy in the villa suddenly surged. Hong Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, finally breaking through to the 3-star martial spirit, fulfilling Li Yingqi's requirements. However, Hong Chen did not get up or open his eyes. Instead, he immersed his consciousness into the Kunlun Jade Ju. The Kunlun Jade Ju housed various ores, and in the middle, there was a tavern. Next to the tavern, a peach tree had suddenly appeared on the ground, which was the same peach tree that Hong Chen had transplanted earlier. Normally, a peach tree takes a year to bloom and bear fruit, but only 3.5 days had passed in the real world, and this peach tree was once again laden with peaches. The time flow rate inside the Kunlun Jade Ju is 100 times faster than in the real world, so 1 day in the real world is equivalent to 100 days inside the Kunlun Jade Ju. Therefore, this peach tree only took 3.5 days to complete what normally takes a year for a peach tree to bloom and bear fruit. As Hong Chen thought of this, a sudden idea popped into his mind. What if he planted 500 peach trees? That would yield 30,000 peaches, allowing him to harvest every 3.5 days. 30,000 peaches contain 15,000 strands of spiritual energy, but eating so many peaches would likely lead to diabetes, and he certainly didn't have such a large stomach. Hong Chen thought to himself that if he wanted to do it, he would just do it. He picked the peaches from the tree and immediately activated the spiritual energy within him to begin cultivating the peach trees. However, cultivating peach trees consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and Hong Chen's energy was only enough to cultivate 2 peach trees. When he tried to cultivate the 3rd peach tree, his spiritual energy was completely depleted. Hong Chen had no choice but to withdraw his consciousness and return to the real world, meditating to replenish his energy. After replenishing his energy, he entered the Kunlun Jade Pendant again and continued to cultivate the peach trees. But in this space of the Kunlun Jade Pendant, there seemed to be a rule in the air. No matter how Hong Chen activated his spiritual energy, he could only plant 3 peach trees and could not cultivate a 4th. Hong Chen was relatively open-minded. Although his plan had fallen through, he could still plant other types of trees in the future, such as pear trees, orange trees, lychee trees, and durian trees, which would also make up for this shortcoming. Besides, eating peaches every day could get monotonous, so it would be nice to change things up a bit. Hong Chen's consciousness exited the Kunlun Jade Pendant again, and he took out his phone to check the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night. He still had 29 credits left, and according to his plan, he was supposed to visit the Linglong Pagoda. Although he had successfully broken through to the 3-star martial spirit, Hong Chen still wanted to go to the Linglong Pagoda. He wanted to see how rich the spiritual energy inside was. Hong Chen put on his clothes and said to Luo Lai before leaving, "I'm going out for a bit." Luo Lai responded with a "mm," and although they lived together, that was just how they usually interacted. The Linglong Pagoda was located in the northeast direction of the school. Even though it was night, Hong Chen could still see a tall tower radiating with brilliant light in the darkness as he gazed northeast. The tower stood 33 stories high, made entirely of gold, emitting a dazzling glow. The Longhu list was made of gold, the Linglong Pagoda was also made of gold, and the palace from the previous gathering was made of silver. How much money did Tianwu University actually have? Since it was night, there were fewer students on the road, and Hong Chen ran all the way, reaching the base of the Linglong Pagoda in just a few minutes. The bottom layer of the Linglong Pagoda was tightly arranged with gold bricks, and at the top of the tower was a huge golden sphere, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. However, the main source of spiritual energy for the Linglong Pagoda still relied on the energy it cultivated itself. The golden sphere was the core of the Linglong Pagoda, capable of releasing flames, lightning, and frost to attack those who coveted the pagoda. Next to the entrance of the Linglong Pagoda was a security booth, where an old man was sitting inside, playing happy landlord. Hong Chen walked up to the security booth and presented his student card, saying, "Sir, I want to enter the 20th floor of the Linglong Pagoda." The old man, hearing the voice, skillfully pressed the keyboard with his right hand, switching the interface of happy landlord, pretending to be working. He took the student card Hong Chen handed him, swiped it on the machine, and deducted 20 credits from Hong Chen. Then, the old man returned the student card to Hong Chen and asked, "Is this your first time at the Linglong Pagoda?" Seeing Hong Chen nod, the old man reminded him, "It is now 10:10. You must leave the Linglong Pagoda before 10:10 tomorrow night. Even if you exceed by just 1 minute, the system will calculate it as 1 hour, and you will lose 1 credit." Hong Chen took back his student card and politely said, "Thank you for the reminder, sir." Since the timer had already started, Hong Chen didn't want to waste time and immediately dashed into the Linglong Pagoda. The entrance on the first floor was a staircase, and he rushed all the way to the 20th floor in one breath. On the way, Hong Chen also took out his phone and set an alarm for 10 o'clock at night. Because it was the weekend, there were dozens of students on the 20th floor. These students looked somewhat mature, likely second or third year students. Moreover, at this time, first year students, except for the top 10 in the Tianzi class, did not have enough credits to reach the 20th floor. Hong Chen had also gathered for a long time. The top 100 in the Tianzi class were rewarded with 10 credits, and after completing Lianqi's 2 assignments in class, he finally accumulated 30 credits. Since he had previously borrowed the sky soaring technique from the library, which cost him 1 credit, he was left with only 29 credits. Without long-term planning, one is bound to face immediate worries. Instead of going directly to the 29th floor, Hong Chen chose the 20th floor because he wanted to keep 9 credits for emergencies. The spiritual energy on the 20th floor of the Linglong Tower was 21 times denser than outside. Even without opening his heavenly eye, Hong Chen could see the rich spiritual energy inside the tower with his ordinary eyes. Although the spiritual energy here was not as dense as that on the 33rd floor, it was still thick enough to resemble mist, observable even with the naked eye. The moment Hong Chen stepped onto the 20th floor, he was covered in goosebumps. The pores on his body opened as if eager to absorb the spiritual energy. He sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his mind and spirit, then frantically operated the 8-9 profound art, voraciously devouring the spiritual energy within the tower. The spiritual energy flowed in as if it were free, rapidly entering his Dantian Sea with each breath he took. Due to the extremely dense spiritual energy in the tower, he could absorb a breath of spiritual energy in just 20 seconds, and 3 breaths in a minute. Faced with such rich spiritual energy, he was almost driven to madness, wishing his parents had given him 2 more mouths, lamenting that his absorption speed was too slow. Hong Chen's frenzied state was like a single man in his 30s suddenly finding 10 beautiful girlfriends. But this analogy was actually inappropriate, as a man couldn't withstand the relentless attention of 10 girlfriends. So it should be like a woman in her 30s suddenly finding 10 strong and handsome young men. This wonderful feeling, once experienced, would be deeply imprinted in one's mind, never to be forgotten. From then on, every time Hong Chen practiced outside, he would recall the delightful sensation from the Linglong Tower. In less than an hour of practice, he could absorb as much spiritual energy as he would in a whole day outside. He felt that all the time he had spent practicing before was not as enjoyable as a single day in the Linglong Tower. This feeling was truly indescribable. If the 20th floor was this wonderful, how exhilarating would the 33rd floor be? As Hong Chen practiced, time slipped away unnoticed, and suddenly his phone in his pocket vibrated. He picked it up to turn off the alarm, joyful moments always ended so quickly. Slowly standing up, he felt a deep sense of loss, reluctant and hard to forget. He resolved to work hard to earn credits and come to the Linglong Tower to meditate every day, which would also help him quickly elevate his realm. With a sense of melancholy, Hong Chen left the Linglong Tower and handed his student card to the elderly man at the security booth. After the old man took the student card, he scanned it, and the system stopped timing. "It's always like this the first time, you'll get used to it later," the old man said with a smile as he returned the student card to Hong Chen. Hong Chen took the card and said, "Meditating on the 20th floor for a day is equivalent to meditating outside for 21 days. This difference is really hard to get used to." The old man explained, "There's no way around it. If you all went in to meditate every day, the Linglong Tower wouldn't be able to maintain such dense spiritual energy." With around 40 to 50,000 students at Tianwu University, if not restricted, the tower would soon be drained dry. Hong Chen nodded, saying, "Now I understand." After meditating for a day on the 20th floor, the spiritual energy in Hong Chen's body was once again abundant, but it hadn't reached its limit. To break through to a 4-star martial spirit, he would need to meditate in the villa for about 10 days to successfully make the breakthrough. If this timeline held, Hong Lan would probably also be reaching the Tianwen realm by then. He returned to the villa to continue meditating, where he could absorb a breath of spiritual energy in just 7 minutes in the real world, and over 100 breaths in a night. Although there was some imbalance in his heart, there was no other way. He could only work hard to earn credits in the future. Every morning, Li Yingqi would personally teach. In the afternoons, other teachers would come to give lessons. There were teachers who taught sword techniques and swordsmanship, as well as those who taught various weapons like sabers and spears, and there were also teachers who instructed on the 5 elemental attributes. For example, in the Qingmu Academy, all the students had wood attribute talents, so it wasn't too troublesome. They just needed to invite a few wood system teachers. However, the students in the Tianwu Academy were a mixed bag. Some had fire attributes, some had earth attributes, and others had sword, ice, or mountain attributes. Hong Chen only attended fire, wood, and sword classes. For other courses, he would sit in the corner of the classroom to meditate. Most students in the Tianwu Academy were like this, and the teachers were used to it and found it nothing unusual. But in the second year, the Tianwu Academy would specifically open elective courses, and these teachers would come to familiarize themselves, hoping to attract some students for the following year. For instance, when Hong Chen was in his second year, he could choose elective courses in fire, wood, and sword techniques. However, Li Yingqi's classes were all practical knowledge, so he had to listen attentively, then meditate in the classroom in the afternoon, and at night in the villa. Time flew by, and it was already November 28 when Hong Chen broke through to a 4-star martial spirit. A 4-star martial spirit was considered among the top in the Tianwu Academy's first class, but in the top 100 of the Tian class, it was just average. Then, at 8 o'clock at night, Hong Lan finally arrived, and Hong Chen picked her up at the villa. Luo Lai had previously defeated a student from the Tian class, and his ranking had risen to 2,111. Upon hearing that Hong Chen's sister was coming to stay, Luo Lai, being somewhat cautious, voluntarily moved back to the single dormitory for Tian class students. Of course, Hong Chen tried to persuade Luo Lai to stay. The villa had a master bedroom and 2 guest rooms, and even if Hong Lan came to stay, there was still 1 guest room left. But Luo Lai felt it would be inconvenient, so he simply said, men and women should keep their distance. Hong Chen and Hong Lan were siblings, so they didn't need to be cautious, but Luo Lai felt like an outsider. If they lived under the same roof, it might be somewhat awkward, so he naturally needed to avoid any misunderstandings. Even though Hong Chen tried hard to keep Luo Lai believed one should have self-awareness. What if his sister was an unreasonable woman who found him bothersome and asked Hong Chen to kick him out of the villa? What would he and Hong Chen do then? He was fine, but it would put Hong Chen in a difficult position. Luo Lai didn't want to ruin their friendship, so he took the initiative to move out. But this was entirely Luo Lai overthinking. Hong Lan's personality was reserved and calm, and she wasn't the unreasonable type. If Luo Lai had asked one more question, Hong Chen would have explained everything clearly. After Hong Lan entered the villa, she took out her parents' spirit tablets from her spatial ring and placed them in the side hall of the villa. This was what Hong Chen had instructed Hong Lan to do, to bring their parents' spirit tablets to the Tianwen realm. The 3 siblings had all left their hometown, and the Tianwen realm was too far from the Great Xia Kingdom. They hadn't had time to return home in recent years, but they couldn't leave their parents' spirit tablets in their old home. Hong Lan's storage ring only had 1 square meter of space, and she had used her small savings to purchase a storage ring. Although it was only 1 square meter, it cost several million. Hong Lan had won several million during the college entrance examination competition. On the 1st and 15th of each month, she would burn incense in the morning and evening. Although today was neither the 1st nor the 15th, Hong Chen still lit 6 sticks of incense and placed them in the incense burner in front of the 2 spirit tablets. After arriving at the villa, Hong Lan first made her bed and then began to clean the villa. She hadn't been this diligent before, but since their parents passed away, this little girl had gradually grown up. Hong Chen and Luo Lai were men, so their room was certainly not very tidy. After 2 hours of cleaning, Hong Lan's face was covered in sweat. "You don't have to worry about it," Hong Chen said, taking out a peach from the Kunlun jade pendant. "These peaches can increase spiritual energy, you should eat them. Breaking through the martial artist realm is quite easy." Hong Lan only needed to eat 20 peaches to gather 10 breaths of spiritual energy and break through to a 1-star martial artist. After eating 40 peaches, he could gather 20 breaths of spiritual energy and break through to a 2-star martial artist. Hong Chen had Hong Lan sit in front of him, saying, "Your talent is D-level cold water, but I have a secret method that can enhance your talent level." He took out the ice crystal and weak water he had exchanged at the trading fair and continued, "First, swallow this ice crystal, and I will help you enhance your talent." At that moment, Hong Lan was a D-level cold water. After swallowing the ice crystal, Hong Chen helped her elevate it to B-level glacial water. Glacial water is a talent that lies between the water and ice systems. It is a rather common talent. Then, Hong Chen had Hong Lan drink the weak water and upgraded her talent to A-level weak water. In the realm of 800 flowing sands, 3,000 depths of weak water. Goose feathers cannot float, reed flowers sink to the bottom. Weak water has no buoyancy at all. Even if a feather is placed on the surface, it will sink to the riverbed. Although Hong Lan's weak water talent does not have strong lethality, it can temporarily trap enemies. You should first use this weak water talent. I will continue to collect rare materials to help you enhance your talent later. After finishing his words, Hong Chen withdrew his hands from Hong Lan's back. Since Hong Chen did not explain clearly, Hong Lan was unsure of the specifics, only feeling that there seemed to be some changes within her. "I have upgraded your talent to A level." Hong Chen stood up and said, "Try to see if your breathing speed has increased." Hong Lan responded with an closed her eyes, and began to breathe. After just 10 minutes, she opened her eyes. The breathing speed has indeed increased a lot. The breathing speed of A-level talent is still too slow. I will go to the library tomorrow to borrow you a high-level technique, so you can breathe even faster then. Hong Chen pointed to the peaches on the ground and reminded, "Remember to eat 2 peaches while you meditate. I still have some stock here, just let me know when you finish. If you have any questions about your cultivation, feel free to ask me anytime, but I will be in class during the day and will only return to the villa in the evening. I bought a lot of food and rice, the food is in the fridge, and the rice is in the kitchen. If you get hungry, you can cook something to eat yourself. If you find your cultivation boring, Tianwu University has many beautiful sites, you can go out and take a look. But it's best if you go out in the afternoon because you don't have a student card, and I can't give you access, so you won't be able to open the villa's door. You can only wait for me to come home after class." Hong Lan quietly listened to Hong Chen's rambling. She smiled and said, "I understand. I'm not a child anymore, you can rest assured, I can take care of myself." The time in the diary came again. As the clock struck midnight, Hong Chen returned to his bedroom and opened the 11th page of his diary. December 28, 5025, I have upgraded my wood system talent to A level and broken through to 3-star martial spirit. The person in the diary, having used the money given by Su Tianba, experienced rapid advancement, but once the money was spent, the speed of breaking through slowed down. In reality, however, I was cultivating the 8-9 profound art and possessed an SS-level fire system talent and a B-level wood system talent, so my breakthrough speed remained very fast. December 30th, 5025, today is New Year's Eve. Su Firen traveled a long distance to find me. While shopping with him, I ran into Shia Sha. Although we exchanged no words, we grew up together as friends, and I could sense she had something to say to me. Perhaps because of Su Firen, she merely nodded at me and then quietly left. The person in the diary had not been forgiven by Xiao Xiao because he was in a relationship with Lu Ruyan. As an observer, Hong Chen realized from this diary entry that Xiao Xiao came to Tianwu University to find him. However, because he was with Su Firen, she chose not to speak. Suddenly, Hong Chen felt a pang of reluctance. Based on his understanding of Xiao Xiao and her soft personality, she would likely hide under the covers and cry upon seeing him with Su Firen. Yet, this silly girl would eventually become a pillar of the human race. Perhaps it was because of his unfaithfulness that Xiao Xiao closed her heart to love, transforming her sorrow into strength, resolutely embarking on the path of salvation. On that New Year's Eve afternoon, the diary described how he and Su Firen left Tianwu University hand in hand, missing the last rays of the setting sun, but also missing the moment when she turned to gaze at him. Hong Chen let out a helpless sigh. Whether in the diary or in reality, he owed her a lot. January 1st, 5026, today is the Spring Festival. Su Firen has lost a lot of weight and looks gloomy, her face no longer radiating the confidence of the past. I asked her what happened, and she told me the pressure was too great. Longjing University is full of super geniuses, and her S-level talent can't keep up with them, so she fears she will soon fade into the crowd. Su Firen was very diligent in her training. She was a genius in the Great Xia Kingdom, but upon arriving in the Tianwen realm, she suddenly faced a dimensional blow, as even the weakest classmates around her were on par with her. If she couldn't adjust to this psychological gap, it would be easy for her to fall into depression. Faced with so many geniuses, the only way to cope was to lie flat and let those talents surpass her, but that was completely impossible for Su Firen. She had a bit of a strong-willed personality. Telling her to lie flat was akin to asking her to die. Hong Chen felt quite relieved that he had enhanced Su Firen's talent, otherwise, she would have been on the brink of depression. January 20th, 5026, today I saw a big news story. The female general of Feng Tianwu Prefecture led a coalition of warriors to launch a surprise attack, successfully defeating the army of cultivators formed by Sanqiandao Prefecture and Wudao Extreme Prefecture. Feng Tianwu Prefecture invaded Sanqiandao Prefecture, capturing 18 realms along the way, with their military might aimed directly at the sacred land of cultivators, the Wuliang Tiangong. February 27th, 5026, today I heard from classmates in the dormitory that there is a student named Gao He in Class 1 of Tianwu Academy. He went to the Nether Ghost domain to carry out a task assigned by the school and thus gained a tremendous opportunity. My roommate spoke of it with such conviction that I felt very tempted. If I had known, I would have taken on a task during the winter break to earn credits. February 28th, 5026, school starts tomorrow. I secretly took a look at Gaoi. He was seriously injured, but the excitement on his pale face was hard to hide. Seeing him like this, he must have obtained a super opportunity. Upon reading this information, Hong Chen kept it in mind. If he had time during the winter break, he could also take on a task. Gao He was tall and thin, and usually had a quiet demeanor, so Hong Chen only had a nodding acquaintance with him. Of course, Hong Chen knew Gao He, they were classmates, but they weren't close. Apart from Luo Lai and Jialan, Hong Chen rarely spoke with other classmates. Liangqi had mentioned in class before that every year during the winter and summer breaks, as well as during the 7-day holidays, the school would issue tasks. Completing these tasks would earn credits and corresponding rewards. The higher the difficulty of the task, the more credits earned, and the more generous the rewards. March 1st, 5026, today classes officially began. After 2 months of seclusion, I successfully broke through to the 5-star martial spirit. Because there were no classes during the winter break, he could practice for 24 hours a day, which is why the diary noted his rapid progress. If Hong Chen had 2 months without classes, relying on the breathing speed of his 8-9 profound art and meditating for 24 hours a day, he estimated he could break through 3 realms. March 25th, 5026, Hong Lan and Hong Hu detected their talents. Hong Hu has an SS-level talent, while Hong Lan has a D-level talent. Hong Lan and Hong Hu tested their talents a few months in advance. Although their talents showed no change, practicing for a few months ahead of time would give them an advantage in the college entrance examination. March 28th, 5026, today is the sports meeting held at school. As long as you place in the top 3, you can earn credit rewards. I signed up for the weightlifting event, but unfortunately, I ended up in 7th place, with only 8 participants, and the 8th place didn't even compete. Hong Chen couldn't help but laugh at this entry. Unfortunately, you ended up in 7th place? What a pity! The version of himself in the diary was not weak, but the competitors were all skilled, which is why he performed so poorly. If there were credit rewards, he would also participate in the sports meeting, work hard to earn credits, and then go to the Linglong Tower. April 20th, 5026, I broke through to a 6-star martial spirit. May 22nd, 5026, tonight, the school suddenly initiated a dormitory battle. The top 100 can earn a lot of credits, the top 10 can receive additional rewards, and the top 3 can obtain a priceless treasure. What on earth is a dormitory battle? Although Hong Chen was somewhat confused, the prospect of earning a lot of credits likely meant it was not a good thing. The sports meeting only used the phrase credit rewards, while the dormitory battle used a lot of credits, indicating that the dormitory battle would be extremely dangerous and the competition would be fierce. June 24th, 5026, I broke through to a 7-star martial spirit. At this stage in Tianwu University, it is considered average. Although I didn't rank at the top, I wasn't at the bottom either. June 30th, 5026, summer vacation has finally begun. I called Su Firen and said I wanted to undertake the summer tasks assigned by the school. Su Firen also wanted to take on tasks to earn tuition, so we agreed to meet after the summer vacation. July 2nd, 5026, while at the task execution base, I unexpectedly ran into Shia Sha. She must also be here to execute a task. I planned to greet her after I finished this sentence. Oh no! Upon reading the last line, Hong Chen froze, a bad feeling washing over him. Something might go wrong. He was supposed to marry Su Firen in the future, but the last page said he would never let Shia Sha down again. Could something complicated happen during this summer task? He wouldn't suddenly fall for Shia Sha and betray Su Firen, would he? Hong Chen closed the diary and muttered, "You beast, you better act like a human." He had never been brave when it came to matters of the heart, and he dreaded seeing someone he liked cry. If Shia Sha cried over him, he might not be able to handle it. Oh my! Please, just be a little normal. Hong Chen really couldn't take it anymore. When he first saw the last page, he decided he would never let Shia Sha down again. So later, even though Su Firen treated him very well, Hong Chen still mentioned in a late-night chat that he had someone he liked. However, the diary suddenly flipped to June 6, 5030, where Hong Chen saw that he had married Su Firen again. Although he later begged for Su Firen's forgiveness, he ended up letting Shia Sha down once more. In any case, this left Hong Chen with a psychological shadow. Now, whenever he saw entries about Su Firen and Shia Sha in the diary, his heart would skip a beat, feeling that something bad was about to happen. If it really came to that, he could skip the summer tasks, stay in the villa to meditate, and be a turtle hiding its head, avoiding Shia Sha and preventing any subsequent events. Or he could take on other tasks. As long as he didn't run into Shia Sha, everything would be fine. With this thought, Hong Chen felt a bit relieved. Knock, 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 came a knock on the door. Seeing this, Hong Chen said, "The door's not locked, just come in." Hong Lan pushed open the door and said, "Brother, I just called Shia Sha. I invited her to come play with me during the spring festival, but she asked if you have time?" "I have time," Hong Chen started to say, but suddenly changed his mind. "I don't have time. I have to go out to carry out a task assigned by the school during the winter break." The reason Hong Chen changed his mind wasn't because Gaudi had received a great opportunity while on a mission in the underworld ghost domain, but because when he met Su Firen last time, she mentioned that she would come to find Hong Chen during the spring festival. If the two of them met, it would surely lead to big trouble. "Then I'll let Shia Sha know," Hong Lan said, her tone slightly disappointed. "I'll tell her not to come." Hong Chen replied, "Why do you have to say that? Shia Sha can come to play with you." "My brother, are you really that foolish?" Hong Lan pouted and continued, "Since she asked me if you have time, it's mainly to see you, and just to see me on the side. Your top priority now is to improve your realm. You have to take the martial arts college entrance exam next year, so stop thinking about going out to play." Hong Chen was just trying to make conversation. He didn't know how to continue this topic. "I need to cultivate, so don't disturb me." "You fickle man," Hong Lan huffed, then walked out of the villa, closing the door behind her. Hong Chen was genuinely afraid of trouble, especially with the great opportunity Gao he had received. He dialed Su Firen's number. Su Firen's voice came through the phone. "What's up? How come you have time to call me?" "I might not have time to accompany you during the winter break," Hong Chen said, swallowing hard after finishing the sentence. Upon hearing this, Su Firen immediately pressed, "Why not?" Hong Chen tried to keep a straight face and spoke in a casual tone. "During the winter break, I want to go out to carry out a task assigned by the school." Hearing that Hong Chen had serious business, Su Firen's tone softened a bit. "What task could be more important than seeing me?" Hong Chen immediately replied, "Of course seeing you is the most important." "Ha ha." Su Firen's laughter came through the phone. "You don't need to explain. I was just teasing you." Su Firen added, "If you have to carry out a task, I also want to earn credits. We can meet up after the winter break." Her words were just like what was in the diary, and Hong Chen nodded. "Then let's meet after the winter break." Tianwu University has winter break starting from December 15th and doesn't resume until March 1st, totaling 2.5 months of vacation. The summer break starts on June 15th and lasts until September 1st, also 2.5 months. Each semester only has 3.5 months of classes, followed by 2.5 months of vacation. The martial arts university is certainly different from regular universities. Martial artists need time for breathing exercises, so naturally, they require longer breaks. Additionally, there are weekends and holidays, so the actual time spent in class might only be around 40 days. In just over 10 days, it would be winter break. Hong Chen continued his routine of attending classes during the day and practicing at night, and soon it was December 14th. Lianqi, the homeroom teacher, was like a commanding officer, speaking sternly, "Tomorrow is the start of winter break, and you must not slack off. The winter break is the best time to improve your realm. I have all your realms noted in my mind. By the time school starts next year, each of you must improve at least 2 small realms. If anyone fails to meet my requirements, I will deduct 100 credits, and those who meet the requirements will receive a reward of 10 credits. This year is the first semester for freshmen, so the school hasn't done anything unusual, but next year won't be so lenient. The pressure will only increase. Tianwu University does not support waste. If you want to slack off, you can come to me now to withdraw from school, and I will help you buy a ticket home for free. Additionally, I promised you all before that the Hunyuan Ichi Fist is a lower-level martial art compared to the Bajikwan. Those who have already mastered the Hunyuan Ichi Fist can come to me, and I will give you a manual for the Bajikwan. Liangqi continued, however, those who receive the manual must master the Bajikwan before the start of next year's semester. At that time, I will also test you. Those who do not meet the requirements will have 200 credits deducted, but those who do meet the requirements will be rewarded with 200 credits. Liangqi looked at everyone, his tone becoming stern. I have told you before, this martial art was created by a dear friend and mentor of mine. If anyone lets me down, don't blame me for turning against you. Hearing Liangqi's severe tone, everyone fell silent. Some students who had mastered the Hunyuan Ichi Fist did not dare to ask Liangqi for the Bajikwan manual. They did not know who this dear friend and mentor was, but Hongchen knew his name was Chu Yang. Chu Yang had previously served as the class teacher but later retreated to a secondary role due to the destruction of his dantian, only responsible for teaching students martial arts techniques. Hongchen immediately stood up and walked towards the stern-faced Liangqi. I have mastered the Hunyuan Ichi Fist. Me too. Li Si and Luo Lai also stood up and walked to Liangqi. Liangqi's frown relaxed, and his serious expression softened as he handed each of the three a manual. You three are quite impressive, daring to take the lead. I reward each of you with 100 credits. Hong Chen and the others received the manuals, while those who had mastered the Hunyuan Ichi Fist but did not dare to step forward felt they had missed out. Just then, the class bell rang, and Liangqi added, don't slack off during the winter break, work harder to improve yourselves. I will also be at school during the break, so if you encounter any difficulties in your training, feel free to come to me. Hong Chen put away the manual. He could practice the Bajikwan and the Kunlun Jade Pendant, so he was not worried about not reaching mastery. Liangqi had previously explained the course on martial skill proficiency. The levels of martial skill proficiency, from low to high, are beginner, proficient, major achievement, and finally perfection. The more proficient a martial artist is in their skills, the greater the power they can unleash in actual combat. For example, with the Bajikwan, a beginner can only exert 10% of its power, but once proficient, they can unleash 50%, with major achievement allowing for 80%, and perfection enabling a full 100% of the Bajikwan's power. However, Liangqi also mentioned that every martial artist has a different life, and thus their understanding of martial arts varies. Therefore, some individuals, after reaching perfection, can incorporate their insights into the martial skills they have learned, elevating those skills to a higher realm, known as reaching the peak. Once martial skills reach this peak, the power unleashed in actual combat will be even greater. Each person's understanding of martial arts is unique, so after reaching the peak, some can only exert 110% of their power. However, there are some exceptionally gifted individuals who naturally resonate with certain martial skills, allowing them to unleash 150% of their power. When the power of martial skills exceeds 150%, this level is specifically referred to as unprecedented. Thus, after reaching perfection in martial skills, there are two additional realms, peak and unprecedented, which only a very small number of people can attain. To achieve perfection in martial skills, a very high level of comprehension is required. To reach the peak and unprecedented levels, the utmost comprehension is necessary. Although the students at Tianwu University are all exceptionally talented, their comprehension may not necessarily be high. The realm of a martial artist is the lower limit, but martial skills can elevate the upper limit, allowing the martial artist to exert combat power far beyond their own realm in actual combat. To observe whether a martial artist is strong or not, one should first look at the most easily observable realm, followed by the martial techniques they have mastered, including the rank and proficiency of those techniques. Hong Chen actually felt this as well. Although he had the assistance of the Kunlun Jade Pendant, his comprehension seemed quite good. He was able to modify the Great Easy Spear manual to create 4 knife techniques and quickly cultivate the primordial one-blade slash to mastery by recognizing the similarities with the primordial one-chi fist. Su Tianba had once privately commented on Hong Chen, this kid has strong insight, he possesses the ability to draw inferences from one instance, make connections, and discern the significant from the trivial, which is why he could transform the Great Easy Spear manual into knife techniques. The abilities Su Tianba mentioned were indeed manifestations of high comprehension. Luo Lai had already moved back to his dormitory, and Hong Chen asked him, Are you planning to cultivate at home during the winter break, or are you going to take on a task? I plan to cultivate for a few days first, then take on a task, Luo Lai replied with a smile. Teacher Li just rewarded me with 100 credits. I want to go to the Linglong Tower to improve my realm first. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen nodded. I have the same intention. We have 100 credits, so we can go to the 33rd floor of the Linglong Tower and cultivate for 3 days. The winter break officially starts tomorrow, and the school won't issue tasks so quickly, so this gap can be used to improve their realms, making it more prudent to take on tasks afterward. The two headed to the Linglong Tower together, swiped their student cards, deducted the tuition fees, and then ascended to the highest floor of the tower. If the spiritual energy on the 20th floor was dense enough to resemble mist, then on the 33rd floor, the spiritual energy was at its peak, making it impossible for them to see the ground beneath their feet. Hong Chen's heavenly eye had the ability to see through, allowing him to clearly observe his surroundings. Luo Lai could only wave his hand through the spiritual energy ahead to ascertain the path beneath him. They casually found a spot, eagerly sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate and breathe. It was Luo Lai's first time at the Linglong Tower, and he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, trembling with excitement. Hong Chen was slightly more composed this time, not as exaggerated as Luo Lai, but his expression still showed great excitement. 3 days later, the two emerged from the Linglong Tower, with Hong Chen breaking through to 6-star martial spirit and Luo Lai to 5-star martial spirit. In just 3 days, both had broken through 2 small realms, showcasing the power of the 33rd floor of the Linglong Tower. Luo Lai smacked his lips. It's simply not enough. I might not find anything more enjoyable than this in my life. You're exaggerating, Hong Chen replied, speechless. You've enjoyed it for 3 days, and you're still not satisfied? Luo Lai looked dejected and said, after I walked out of the Linglong Tower, I suddenly felt that life had lost its meaning. What you're saying? Hong Chen chuckled helplessly. It sounds like you've just experienced a breakup. I've never been in a relationship. Luo Lai looked at Hong Chen and added, is this what a breakup feels like? Pretty much, Hong Chen nodded. It feels empty inside, as if something very important is missing, filled with emptiness and confusion. After saying this, Hong Chen looked at Luo Lai, frowned, and asked in astonishment, you haven't ever been in a relationship, have you? No. Luo Lai replied defiantly, isn't it normal for people our age not to be in relationships? That's true, Hong Chen teased, but your cultivation method is the unyielding sun body. If you've never been in a relationship, doesn't that mean you'll be a lifelong bachelor? It would be too tragic if Luo Lai, even at 70 or 80, had never experienced first love and remained chaste. I'm different from you. I've transcended lowly interests, Luo Lai said disdainfully, adding, it's precisely because I haven't leaked my primordial yang that my cultivation of the unyielding sun body flows smoothly and unobstructed. And you, Luo Lai mocked Hong Chen, you can't cultivate the unyielding sun body because your primordial yang has leaked. You can only practice the 8-9 profound art. A lifetime-old virgin has become proud. Hong Chen felt somewhat helpless. Don't say those pointless things, the time should be about right, let's go get the mission. As the sun set, the task hall of Tianwu University was bustling with people. This morning, the school had issued tasks, and many students were quick to respond. The difficulty of the tasks varied. Higher difficulty tasks earned more credits and had additional rewards. However, as a freshman, Hong Chen was unable to take on high difficulty tasks due to his insufficient strength and realm. Students lacking strength who wanted to take on high difficulty tasks would not be given missions by the school, which would only watch them go to their deaths. Hong Chen's diary recorded, Gao he had taken on a task with a great opportunity. The task location was in the Nether Ghost domain. An electronic screen hung on the wall of the task hall, scrolling through various tasks of different difficulties. Guarding the secret base for new students, high difficulty, may face large-scale attacks from evil cultivators. Students at the Martial King realm can take this task. Completing it rewards 800 credits. Eradicating the beasts in Wanshui Mountain, low difficulty. The beasts in Wanshui Mountain are not yet fully developed. With a maximum combat power equivalent to a 10-star martial artist, this task rewards more for more effort, earning 1 credit for each beast killed. Suppressing the sea monsters, normal difficulty, located at the coastal border of Zhengzhou's northwest, requires cooperation with the Coastal Security Bureau to suppress sea monsters attacking fishermen. There are no credit rewards for completing this task, but the Coastal Bureau will provide generous compensation. Cultivating spiritual herbs, students with wood-type talents can take this task. Details can be consulted with the staff in the task hall. Escort, confidential task, minimum requirement is 6-star Martial Emperor, requires escorting a key figure to a designated location. Details will be provided upon task acceptance. Transporting soil and stones, go to Xiaogu Peak to transport gravel and soil, earning 2 credits per day. Luo Lai was still looking at the tasks on the screen when Hong Chen approached a staff member in the hall and asked, "Teacher, I want to see if there are any tasks in the Nether Ghost domain." "Let me check for you," the staff member said, opening a computer and typing in Nether Ghost domain. The computer displayed tasks related to the Nether Ghost domain. The staff member browsed the information and said, "There are a total of 5 tasks in the Nether Ghost domain, which are..." "Teacher," Hong Chen interrupted the staff member's introduction, saying, "I have a classmate named Gao He, and he asked me to take on a task in the Nether Ghost domain. Can you help me find the task Gao He took?" "Just a moment," the staff member said, clicking on the computer screen with the mouse. After a moment, they said, "Gao He indeed took on a task in the Nether Ghost domain. It's a team task that requires 5 people in total, and there are currently 2 spots left." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen immediately waved to Luo Lai, "Come here." Seeing Hong Chen and the approaching Luo Lai, the staff member said, "You two, give me your student cards." The two handed over their student cards, and the staff member scanned them, looking at the information that appeared on the computer, saying, "You are both students from Class 1 of Tianwu Academy?" Hong Chen nodded with a smile, understanding that besides Gao He, the other 2 students who took the task were also from Class 1 of Tianwu Academy. The staff member entered information on the computer, recorded their details, and returned the student cards to them. "The task details and your teammates' contact information have been sent to both of your phones." Hong Chen took back his student card and then pulled out his phone, where the screen displayed 2 unread messages. "Exterminate the evil spirits. The Mi Huang Kingdom in the underworld ghost domain has erupted with a tide of evil spirits, with the strongest ghost king being a 10-star martial spirit. The task difficulty is classified as ordinary. As long as the Ghost King is killed, the task is considered complete. This is a task exclusive to first-year students, with a maximum of 5 people allowed to form a team. The reward for completing the task is 300 credits. 5-person team assembly complete. Gao He, Yi Xiaotian, CFAU, Hong Chen, Luo Lai, please arrive at the Mi Huang Kingdom before December 31st. Below this message, the phone numbers of Gao He, Yi Xiaotian, and CFAU are also attached. Luo Lai called the 3 of them, while Hong Chen took out his phone and looked at the route to the Mi Huang Kingdom. The Mi Huang Kingdom in the underworld ghost domain is located in the southwest of Zhengzhou, 5 million miles away from Tianwu University. Now that Hong Chen has learned to fly in the air, 5 million miles is not too far for him. However, he is currently only a 6-star martial spirit, so 5 million miles is still not very close for him. Hong Chen's speed while flying with his sword can reach 20,000 miles per hour, so he can arrive at the Mi Huang Kingdom in just 10 days. However, flying consumes a lot of spiritual energy, so he will definitely need to rest for a while and then meditate to replenish his energy. Therefore, the exact time for Hong Chen to reach the Mi Huang Kingdom should be around 12 days. Today is the evening of December 18th, and the task requires arrival at the Mi Huang Kingdom before December 31st, leaving 13 days, which is just enough time for him to arrive. Luo Lai has contacted the 3 of them, and he put away his phone, saying, "I arranged to meet Gao He, Yi Xiaotian, and CFAU at the school gate. We can't waste time on the way. We must hurry to the Mi Huang Kingdom, or we might run out of time." Hong Chen explained the stakes, as Luo Lai is a 5-star martial spirit and his flying speed is slower than his, so 13 days is barely enough for Luo Lai to reach the Mi Huang Kingdom. Luo Lai nodded and said, "Then let's hurry to meet up, kill the Ghost King of the Mi Huang Kingdom, and then take the 300 credits from the task reward back to the Linglong Tower to continue meditating." The 2 of them jogged to the school gate, where there were many students, but 2 familiar figures stood out. One was a cute girl less than 1 meter 60 tall, with shoulder-length short hair, a slightly chubby face, and clear eyes that conveyed a sense of innocence, looking a bit silly. This harmless cute girl is Yi Xiaotian, ranked 10th in strength. Although she looks easy to bully, her ability to maintain the 10th position indicates that she is not to be underestimated. Additionally, Luo Lai had previously told Hong Chen that Yi Xiaotian was quite to his liking, but it was merely an appreciation, he had no other thoughts. "You guys are here?" Yi Xiaotian smiled adorably upon seeing Hong Chen and Luo Lai, her voice soft and sweet. The other person was a tall, thin man with a gaunt appearance, an eagle-like nose, a stern face, and beautiful phoenix eyes. This man is Gao He, also at the 6-star martial spirit level, with a strength ranking of 98, which is considered quite strong. Gao He usually doesn't talk much. In reality, he is a reserved person, but he often chats in the freshman group, giving him a unique contrast. Upon seeing Hong Chen and Luo Lai, Gao He slightly nodded his head as a greeting. Hong Chen also nodded to Gao He, while Luo Lai looked around and asked, "Is CFAU not here yet?" Although there are only 100 students in Tianwu Academy's class, Hong Chen doesn't have much impression of CFAU. He only remembers that CFAU is a somewhat handsome man who carries a sword at his waist, indicating a sword-related talent. Yi Xiaotian suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Oh, and said, "He just arrived and then left." Hong Chen wanted to ask where Xiafeiyu had gone, but Gao He took the initiative to respond. Xiafeiyu has already gone ahead to the underworld ghost domain's Mi Huang kingdom. That's right. Yi Shaotian added, Xiafeiyu just said he didn't want to wait for you too, so he went to the Mi Huang kingdom first. Hong Chen was at a loss for words. How could Yi Shaotian seem like she hadn't woken up, struggling to articulate her thoughts? Yi Shaotian was ranked 10th in strength, and Hong Chen had originally hoped she would lead the way, but seeing her in this dazed state, he felt a bit let down. When he was a 10-star martial artist, he could defeat a 4-star martial spirit of the evil cultivators, and the most formidable Ghost King only had the combat power of a 10-star martial spirit. Although 10-star martial spirits were powerful, he couldn't defeat the Ghost King, but he shouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. Moreover, even if Yi Shaotian held them back, there were still Luo Lai, Gao He, and Xiafeiyu standing by. Even if Yi Shaotian turned out to be a paper tiger, once he completed the mission and returned to school, he would immediately challenge her. After defeating Yi Shaotian, he would rise to the top 10 of the Tianzi class, earning 100 credits every month. What a 2-for-1 deal. Seeing Hong Chen grinning foolishly at Yi Shaotian, Luo Lai nudged him with his elbow and said in a reminding tone, "Don't be infatuated." Hong Chen pulled his scattered thoughts together and could only laugh it off, saying, "I was just thinking of some happy things." Gao He, also a 6-star martial spirit, said to Luo Lai, "I'm a sword cultivator, and I can fly quickly with my sword. Just follow me, so we don't waste time." Martial artists with sword system talents in the 3000 Dao states are also known as sword cultivators, a title widely recognized. Even in the opposing force of Fang Tian Wuzhou, martial artists with sword system talents are still referred to as sword cultivators. Luo Lai was only a 5-star martial spirit, the lowest rank among the 4, and his speed in flying was also the slowest. Martial artists practice air control techniques, while sword cultivators practice sword control techniques, which are several times faster than air control techniques. Even with Luo Lai accompanying him, Gao He, and he could still reach the Mi Huang kingdom before Hong Chen. Luo Lai wasn't a pretentious person. Upon hearing the cool and warm-hearted Gao He offer to take him along, he immediately said, "Then I'll trouble you." Gao He drew the long sword from his back and tossed it into the air, then grabbed Luo Lai by the collar, and the two stepped onto the long sword, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a howling wind behind. Hong Chen watched in admiration, truly worthy of being a sword cultivator. The speed of flying with a sword is indeed fast. Why did they leave? Yi Shaotian looked at the disappearing figures, seemingly puzzled. Hong Chen's face twitched. What on earth was she thinking? "Do you know the way?" Hong Chen asked with some concern. "Otherwise, you can fly in the air behind me, so you don't get lost on your own." "I don't know the way." Yi Shaotian scratched her head, paused for a few seconds, then gratefully said, "Thank you." Hong Chen took out his phone, set the flight route, then stepped down with his left foot, rising into the air towards the southwest. After a few seconds, Yi Shaotian finally used her air control technique to follow behind Hong Chen. The vast sea of clouds was illuminated by the setting sun, turning golden. Hong Chen's figure flew through the clouds, the endless wind rustling his robes. After flying for 20 hours, his internal spiritual energy was depleted, and he had to land, recovering his energy through breathing exercises. The 8-9 profound skill absorbed spiritual energy quickly. After meditating for several minutes, his internal energy was replenished. Yi Shaotian, being an 8-star martial spirit, could sustain herself longer, and her smaller and leaner frame meant she consumed less energy while flying. The faster the flight speed, the greater the wind resistance. The larger the body, the greater the wind resistance. Thus, Hong Chen consumed more energy flying than Yi Shaotian. The two repeated this process of flying for 20 hours and resting for several minutes for 12 days, finally arriving at the Nether Ghost Domain, just tens of thousands of miles away from the Mi Huang Kingdom. The sky of the Nether Ghost Domain was covered with thick clouds, resembling a massive gray curtain hanging from the horizon, with hardly any light penetrating through. Hong Chen flew beneath the sea of clouds, able to see the undulating mountains, stacked layer upon layer, stretching endlessly, imposing and oppressive. A few hours later, they finally flew into the territory of the Mi Huang Kingdom and slowly landed on the ground. It was extremely quiet here, eerily silent, with no birds or insects chirping. Apart from the wailing wind, there was no sound at all, and a heavy atmosphere pervaded the air. Hong Chen took out his phone from his pocket, intending to send a message to Luo Lai, but there was no signal, which reminded him of his experience by the Oathwater's edge, giving rise to a bad premonition in his heart. Yi Shaotian stood dazedly in place, looking at the surrounding dilapidated houses, and suddenly asked, "There aren't any ghosts here, right? Ghosts and monsters like that only exist in novels. I've never seen a ghost in reality." Hong Chen replied first, then added, "But I've heard that in some places, there are indeed ghost cultivators." I've heard that ghost cultivators can connect with the underworld and communicate with ghosts, and they can even invite ghosts to possess them, thereby enhancing their own combat power. At this point, Hong Chen suddenly thought of the small knife he had used during the college entrance examination. It seemed to involve inviting a ghost to possess him, and at that time, his face was covered with a Shura ghost mask. Yi Xiaotian blinked her big eyes and asked again, "So there are no ghosts then?" "I'm not sure," Hong Chen said with an awkward smile. "Anyway, I've heard that ghost cultivators are half human, half ghost, and they look quite similar to ghosts, with pale faces, unsteady steps, and long hair covering their faces. Aren't ghost cultivators just like ghosts?" Yi Xiaotian's tone was somewhat fearful as she asked, "There aren't any ghost cultivators here, right?" Hong Chen helplessly replied, "Since this place is called the ghostly underworld, there will definitely be ghost cultivators." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaotian's face turned pale, and she said in a frightened tone, Then, if I had known, I wouldn't have come." Hong Chen's face twitched. Is this what a person would say? How could someone say such a thing? Didn't she check before accepting the mission? "There's no signal here, I can't contact Luo Lai and the others, but the Mi Huang Kingdom is just a small country, it shouldn't be hard to find them, and we can also look for the Ghost King's traces along the way." Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye and stepped toward the central area of the Mi Huang Kingdom, reminding Yi Xiaotian, "Stay close to me." The two walked quickly, and a few hours later, they arrived at an urban area. This urban area was in a semi-abandoned state, with mottled walls and wild grass growing through the cracks in the broken roads, swaying gently in the breeze. The doors and windows of the abandoned houses were tightly shut, but most of the glass was already shattered, and some roofs had long collapsed, exposing decayed wooden beams and broken tiles. However, Hong Chen noticed that some houses had red lanterns hanging at their doorways, seemingly welcoming the New Year's Eve. Through the walls of the houses, Hong Chen's heavenly eye could see ordinary people living inside. These people looked sickly, their complexions dim, appearing devoid of vitality, and they were all quite thin, almost skin and bones, with no light in their eyes. Seeing their appearance, Hong Chen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this place is called the ghostly underworld. The people living here indeed look like sickly ghosts. The mission described that the Mi Huang Kingdom has been hit by a wave of evil ghosts, but as Hong Chen walked all the way here, he hadn't encountered any evil ghosts. What was going on? Just as Hong Chen was puzzled, his heavenly eye detected a mark, which was the emblem of Tianwu University, and there was an arrow next to the mark. This should be a mark left by Luo Lai or CFAU, and Hong Chen had followed the mark's guidance all the way here. He led Yi Xiaotian along the mark, and then in the middle of the abandoned urban area, he saw a man with a sword at his waist. This handsome man was CFAU, and he looked somewhat disheveled, his clothes covered in dust, indicating he had been through a fierce battle. Although they hadn't spoken much, they were classmates, so they naturally recognized each other. CFAU was very polite. He clasped his fists and said, "I've been waiting for you for half a day." "What happened to you?" Hong Chen asked. "Did you encounter evil ghosts?" CFAU nodded, and Hong Chen, seeing this, asked, "How could the Mi Huang Kingdom be hit by a wave of evil spirits? I haven't seen any evil spirits on my way here. Although the sky in Mi Huang Kingdom is dark, it is still daytime, and evil spirits have consciousness, so they must be hiding," CFAU replied. "I searched for several hours, and last night in the factory area ahead, I finally found traces of the evil spirits." Yi Xiaotian suddenly asked, "Why are there evil spirits here? Where did they come from?" "The Mi Huang Kingdom suddenly experienced a wave of evil spirits," CFAU speculated. "I suspect it is some evil cultivators performing large-scale summoning techniques to call forth a massive wave of evil spirits from the underworld, collectively possessing people in the real world. Although these people are ordinary, once possessed by the evil spirits, they inherit a small portion of the evil spirits' power. Not long ago, I encountered a large group of evil spirits, and the weakest among them were at the level of 10-star martial masters, with many possessing the combat power of martial spirits." Hong Chen frowned and said, "Why would evil cultivators summon spirits to possess people in the real world?" "Probably because they have nothing better to do," CFAU laughed. "Evil cultivators are inherently irrational. Can you expect any logic from them?" Although evil cultivators are all quite mad and act irrationally, Hong Chen shook his head. "The ones I know are all driven by profit." Hearing this, CFAU frowned and asked, "Are you saying those evil cultivators are plotting something?" "Just a guess," Hong Chen said softly. "Although our target is the Ghost King, we might also encounter attacks from evil cultivators, so we need to be prepared." CFAU responded with an saying, "A cautious approach lasts 1,000 years." Once they finished their conversation, Yi Xiaotian, a beat behind, asked, "Why are there still evil cultivators?" "Just a guess," Hong Chen smiled helplessly, "but it was also the most likely scenario. As Xiafeiyu said, the Mi Huang kingdom suddenly experienced a wave of evil spirits, which could only be the result of evil cultivators summoning spirits from the underworld to collectively possess people in the real world. Ahead was an abandoned factory area. Xiafeiyu looked forward and said, I went in last night and saw that many evil spirits were lurking in the factory area. Let's capture a few evil spirits to interrogate and see if we can find out the whereabouts of the Ghost King. Forcing information out of evil spirits is a simple and brutal method, but it is also the most effective. The strongest Ghost King is only a 10-star martial spirit, and the evil spirits in the abandoned factory area pose almost no threat. Hong Chen nodded and said, no problem. I have been in the factory area before and am familiar with the layout, so I'll lead the way, Xiafeiyu said, drawing his sword from his waist and stepping toward the abandoned factory. Hong Chen and Yi Shaotian followed behind, and Hong Chen asked, how many evil spirits do you think are inside? Xiafeiyu, sword in hand, shook his head and said, I'm not too sure, but I feel there are at least 500 evil spirits. This abandoned factory area is about 100 acres, roughly the size of a school. With only over 500 evil spirits in the factory area, they are certainly not easy to find. Mainly because it is daytime, and evil spirits fear the light, so they are all hiding. However, Hong Chen's heavenly eye can see through, allowing him to easily detect the traces of evil spirits. There are a dozen evil spirits in the warehouse to the left ahead, Hong Chen said, then closed his heavenly eye, as keeping it open would continuously consume spiritual energy. Ahead to the left was a warehouse, and Xiafeiyu was the first to walk toward it, leaving only a remark, I'll clear the way. Hong Chen responded with an Although they were classmates, it was Hong Chen's first time interacting with Xiafeiyu. Upon meeting him, he felt that Xiafeiyu was a reliable person. Xiafeiyu swung his sword to break open the warehouse door, and as Hong Chen looked into the dimly lit warehouse, pairs of red lights suddenly illuminated, undoubtedly the gaze of the evil spirits. Just one glance, and Hong Chen sensed the strength of the evil spirits. One of them was at the level of a 2-star martial spirit, while the rest were almost all 10-star martial masters. The appearance and shape of these evil spirits closely resembled the residents of the Mi Huang kingdom, but their faces were paler and their bodies thinner. Xiafeiyu's figure flickered, and with a single sword strike, he pierced through the air, directly stabbing at the evil spirit, leaving behind a straight line of sword light. Hong Chen's right hand grasped the air, summoning a golden slingshot out of nowhere, wrapping 3 silver bullets, pulling the rubber band taut with a bit of force, and then shooting the silver bullets. 3 evil spirits were hit, instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of their bodies. With Hong Chen's 6-star martial spirit strength, he was naturally far stronger than before. Even without fully drawing the golden slingshot, he could easily kill the evil spirits. Xiafeiyu slashed and stabbed among the group of evil spirits, killing several more, while Hong Chen shot out 3 more silver bullets. Yi Shaotian didn't even have time to make a move, and only the strongest evil spirit remained in the warehouse. Xiafeiyu held his long sword in an evil grip, the tip pressed against the evil spirit's throat, demanding, Where is the Ghost King? I don't know, the evil spirit half knelt on the ground, its voice eerie but filled with fear. Xiafeiyu pushed the sword forward, and blood immediately flowed from the evil spirit's throat. If you know nothing, I'll kill you right now. Hong Chen stepped beside Xiafeiyu, trying to use a fierce tone, asking, Who summoned you here? The evil spirit trembled and uttered a name, Lord Yi Li. This was certainly not the true name of that evil cultivator, it should be his nickname or alias. Why did he summon you here? Hong Chen, fearing the evil spirit wouldn't understand, changed to a more detailed question. What is his purpose in summoning you? I also don't know, the evil spirit stammered, genuinely unclear. Xiafeiyu did not hesitate, he meant what he said. He tightened his grip on the sword, sealing the evil spirit's throat with a single strike, and black mist rose from the evil spirit, which then vanished without a trace. This evil spirit is too weak. Apart from that evil cultivator's alias, it probably knows nothing useful. We won't get any valuable information from it, Xiafeiyu said, looking at Hong Chen. See if there are any other hidden evil spirits nearby, preferably those with stronger powers, they tend to know more. After Hong Chen's realm had improved, the range of his heavenly eye also increased. He scanned the area and said, within a radius of several miles, there are 2 strong evil spirits. One is an 8-star martial spirit, and the other is a 6-star martial spirit. After pondering for a moment, Xiafeiyu said to Hong Chen, The Ghost King is only a 10-star martial spirit. The 8-star martial spirit should be the leader of this factory area and will definitely know more information. We should be able to easily subdue this evil spirit together. These evil spirits look so weak. Yi Shaotian suddenly said, I didn't even make a move, and you guys have already dealt with these evil spirits. Why don't you leave that 8-star martial spirit to me? Can you handle it? Hong Chen looked at Yi Shaotian, his gaze filled with doubt. If you two work together, you can easily subdue that evil spirit. Yi Xiaotian thought seriously for a moment, then spoke with a solemn tone, I should be fine. Upon hearing this, Xia Feiyu immediately asked, you can easily subdue that 8-star martial spirit? Yi Xiaotian quickly shook her head and corrected, what I mean is, I can easily subdue both of you. Looking at Yi Xiaotian's clear yet foolish eyes, Hong Chen suddenly began to believe her, although she seemed a bit silly, her tone was serious and confident. Hong Chen was also deceived by Yi Xiaotian's naive appearance, forgetting her 8-star martial spirit level. Moreover, Yi Xiaotian ranked 10th in the talent-rich Tianwu University, her strength naturally far exceeding that of an ordinary 8-star martial spirit. Xia Feiyu said to Yi Xiaotian, just go all out, we'll support you. If you can't handle it, fall back, and we can assist you. I'll lead the way, you two follow me, Hong Chen said, then turned and left the warehouse. Hong Chen led the two of them quickly to the entrance of a factory, which appeared to be a production workshop. There are over 60 evil spirits inside, Hong Chen roughly counted and added, but they are all quite weak. Except for that one with 8-star martial spirit strength, the rest are all at 10-star martial master level. Xia Feiyu said, we will assist Yi Xiaotian from the side and kill those evil spirits that get close to her. Are you ready? I'm going to open the door. Hong Chen asked. The two responded with a and seeing this, Hong Chen kicked the factory door open. Yi Xiaotian's figure flashed and instantly appeared in the middle of the factory. In the center of the factory stood only one evil spirit, which was very different from the others. This evil spirit was particularly tall and strong, with a muscular build that exuded an aura comparable to that of an 8-star martial spirit. Standing in front of this towering evil spirit, Yi Xiaotian's small frame looked like an ant. Are you also a ghost? Yi Xiaotian blinked her big eyes and asked, you look different from the other ghosts. The tall evil spirit revealed a sinister smile on its pale face and said, because I am stronger. You are strong in. Yi Xiaotian was speaking when the tall evil spirit suddenly clenched its fists and struck down towards her. Hong Chen and Xia Feiyu, seeing this, immediately rushed forward to assist, but they only saw. Yi Xiaotian, as if surrendering, raised her hands and perfectly caught the tall evil spirit's descending fists. Ouch! 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 The tall evil spirit's hands were pinched by Yi Xiaotian, and it cried out in pain, let go! Let go! Yi Xiaotian held onto the tall evil spirit's hands and then pulled downwards, causing the pained tall evil spirit to kneel on one knee. Their gazes met at the same level, and Yi Xiaotian blinked her big eyes, innocently looking at the tall evil spirit, were you trying to sneak attack me? The tall evil spirit was taken aback by the question and could only weakly retort, I wasn't, was I? But I felt your killing intent. Yi Xiaotian slightly tightened her grip, and a crisp cracking sound echoed in the factory. Ah! It hurts! Ah! The tall evil spirit struggled on the ground, but its hands were still firmly held by Yi Xiaotian. The other evil spirits in the factory, witnessing this scene, immediately panicked and dared not move. Xia Feiyu walked up to Yi Xiaotian and asked, I have a question, and you must answer truthfully. Sure. The tall evil spirit shouted, don't apply pressure. I can tell you anything. Yi Xiaotian then relaxed her grip, and seeing this, Xia Feiyu asked, what did Jili summon you here for? The tall evil spirit knelt on the ground, its face turning red from the pain. Lord Yili is here to cultivate a powerful ghost king. Upon hearing this, Xia Feiyu seemed to realize something and immediately asked, how does he cultivate the ghost king? Hong Chen also asked, since it's to cultivate a ghost king, why did he summon you? We ghosts can enhance our strength by devouring our kind. The tall evil spirit looked at the other evil spirits in the factory and continued, they are all my food, but in the end, I will also be food for the ghost king. Since you are so pitiful, Yi Xiaotian asked curiously, why don't you run away? The tall evil spirit replied honestly, we were summoned from the underworld by Lord Yili, and there is a special contract within us that prevents us from straying too far from Lord Yili. Xia Feiyu pondered and murmured, so the method of cultivating evil spirits is cannibalism. Only those who starve to death in life can enhance their strength through cannibalism after death. We are known as gluttonous ghosts in the underworld. The tall evil spirit spoke without holding back. Hearing the term gluttonous ghost, Hong Chen recalled someone whose nickname was also gluttonous ghost. What is your relationship with Dan Tai Mia Shang from the Devouring Heaven Demon sect? I don't know Dan Tai Mia Shang, but I know about the Devouring Heaven Demon sect. The tall, strong evil spirit said, moreover, I've also heard that a certain demonic technique of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect might actually originate from our gluttonous ghost. But that demonic technique is not complete, it requires the blessing of the creation jade disc to unleash its true power. The tall, strong evil spirit, out of fear, revealed everything in detail. Yi Xiaotian, like a curious child, asked, what is the creation jade disc? I'm not sure about that either. I only know that the creation jade disc is inscribed with 1 to 2 divine abilities. There's also a rumor that the demonic techniques of the Devouring Heaven demon sect come from the Creation Jade Disc. Hong Chen narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, but to avoid raising the suspicions of the two, he asked in as normal a tone as possible, "Are you saying that the demonic techniques of the Devouring Heaven demon sect, when paired with the Creation Jade Disc, can unleash their true power? But what do you mean by true power?" Hong Chen added, fearing to arouse their suspicion. The tall, strong evil spirit replied, "The demonic techniques of the Devouring Heaven demon sect also absorb the cultivation of others, but when paired with the Creation Jade Disc, they can absorb the energy of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and then convert that energy into cultivation." Hong Chen swallowed hard and fell silent, not asking further. However, Xia Feiyu cast a probing glance, not understanding why Hong Chen would ask such an inconsequential question. Yi Xiaotian looked at the two and asked, "Do you have any more questions?" Hearing this, Xia Feiyu retracted his gaze and asked, "Where is the Ghost King?" The tall, strong evil spirit, kneeling on one knee, lowered his head and said, "The Ghost King should be in a manor in the northwest of the Mi Huang Kingdom." Xia Feiyu asked again, "What is the Ghost King's current strength?" Evil spirits can rapidly enhance their strength by devouring their kind, and Xia Feiyu was worried that the Ghost King had attained the strength of a martial king. The Ghost King is currently still at the strength of a 10-star martial spirit. After the tall, strong evil spirit finished the sentence with his head lowered, the three did not see the malicious glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Xia Feiyu looked at Yi Xiaotian and said, "I have no more questions." Yi Xiaotian exerted force with both hands, and with a creak, the tall, strong evil spirit's hands turned into flesh paste and suddenly squeezed out from between her fingers. The tall, strong evil spirit was wailing, and Yi Xiaotian threw a punch, striking the tall, strong evil spirit with a sudden force. The tall, strong evil spirit didn't have time to scream before he was instantly blown apart into a mess of flesh. Yi Xiaotian let out a cold snort, then flicked the flesh paste off her hands, disdainfully saying, "So dirty." With a single strike, she had killed an evil spirit of the same realm. Yi Xiaotian's strength was truly terrifying. If Yi Xiaotian, ranked 10th in strength, was this formidable, then how powerful could the top-ranked Tianya be? Xia Feiyu, ranked 93, found it hard to believe as he witnessed Yi Xiaotian's strength and exclaimed, "Are all the top 10 students as strong as you?" "I'm not sure," Yi Xiaotian chuckled, "but I feel that among the top 10, aside from Li Si and Jialan, it seems no one can defeat me." Hong Chen swallowed hard, shocked. "Are you saying that even Tianya can't defeat you?" Yi Xiaotian was taken aback by the question, her face full of confusion. "Who is Tianya? Is he also in our class? I've never seen him before." Hearing Yi Xiaotian's 3 consecutive questions, Hong Chen and Xia Feiyu were speechless, realizing that Yi Xiaotian thought all the students ranked in the top 100 were in their class at Tianwu Academy. Xia Feiyu asked, "If you're so strong, why don't you challenge the 4th-ranked Bailey Changsheng?" "Why should I challenge him?" Yi Xiaotian replied, puzzled, "Bailey Changsheng is ranked lower than me." This. Hong Chen and Xia Feiyu were both stunned by her words. Seeing their expressions, Yi Xiaotian explained, 10 and 4, isn't 10 greater? So isn't the 10th rank higher than the 4th rank? Xia Feiyu and Hong Chen simultaneously said, "That's not the same." The two struggled to explain, and finally, Yi Xiaotian understood the ranking issue. Yi Xiaotian then stated, "After completing this mission and returning to school, I will challenge the 4th-ranked Bailey Changsheng. There are still many weak evil spirits in the factory. We must eradicate them all to prevent future troubles." The 3 of them slaughtered all the evil spirits in the factory before leaving. Hong Chen asked Yi Xiaotian, "That tall and strong evil spirit just now was an 8-star martial spirit, but you are also an 8-star martial spirit. Why is your strength so much greater than his?" "I was born with divine strength, and the talent I detected is also a strength-type talent," Yi Xiaotian replied, looking at Hong Chen. "Jialan told me to keep it a secret. I won't tell you what my specific talent is." "Why did Jialan ask you to keep it a secret?" Hong Chen was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Yi Xiaotian's talent was extraordinarily remarkable, and she needed to avoid provoking jealousy from others? "Jialan said that some of you want to challenge me, so you have ulterior motives, trying to trick me into revealing my martial skills and talents, but I won't tell you." After saying this, Yi Xiaotian couldn't help but giggle and added, "They all say I'm naive, but I'm actually not at all. Sometimes I'm quite clever." This left Hong Chen and Xia Feiyu in silence, unsure whether she was being sarcastic or self-deprecating. It was indeed hard to imagine that such a petite girl like Yi Xiaotian could possess divine strength. It was like a 2-meter-tall burly man speaking in a delicate voice. Who would ever expect that? Those who didn't know the situation might be deceived by Yi Xiaotian's innocent appearance, becoming careless and ultimately being overthrown by her innate strength. The tall and strong evil spirit just now was probably deceived by her appearance. As the 3 of them exited the factory, Xia Feiyu eagerly asked, "Should we wait for Luo Lai and Gao Yi to meet up, or go directly to slay the Ghost King?" With Yi Xiaotian's formidable strength, even if Luo Lai and Gao He arrived, their strength would be similar to his, and they would only be able to assist without any chance to strike. What do you think? Hong Chen asked, then said, I suggest we wait a bit. If we don't see the two of them, we can go slay the Ghost King. Xia Feiyu chuckled at this. An 8-star martial spirit evil spirit had no chance against Yi Xiaotian. The 10-star Ghost King will probably only be able to take a few of her moves. Besides, if even Yi Xiaotian can't defeat the Ghost King, then it would be pointless for Gao He and Luo Lai to come. We don't need to waste time. The sooner we deal with the Ghost King, the sooner we can return to school to cultivate. Alright then, Hong Chen nodded. Xia Feiyu's words made sense. If the Ghost King was very strong, Gao He and Luo Lai would be in danger upon arrival. If the Ghost King was very weak, they wouldn't have a chance to strike either. The Ghost King is in a manor in the northwest of the Mi Huang Kingdom. We can leave clues along the way. If Luo Lai and the others see this information, they will come to meet us. After Xia Feiyu finished speaking, he casually carved the emblem of Tianwu University on the nearby wall and then wrote a message, notifying the two to head to the manor in the northwest of the Mi Huang Kingdom. The three of them did not fly but ran towards the northwest, leaving markers along the way to guide Luo Lai and Gao He. The Mi Huang Kingdom was just a small country. Although the three of them were running, they arrived in the northwest by evening. The tall and strong evil spirit had been vague, only mentioning a manor in the northwest, so the three of them had to search for that manor in the northwest direction. Hong Chen flew into the air, activated his heavenly eye, and searched for the manor while flying. Finally, at 10 o'clock at night, he found the location of the manor. It was a vast and enormous estate, likely a palace where the royal family resided, adorned with intricate carvings, pavilions, and strange rocks. As night fell, the evil spirits emerged, and from a distance, Hong Chen could see countless evil spirits wandering around the manor. Hong Chen immediately returned the way he came and soon found Yi Xiaotian and Xia Feiyu to explain the situation in the manor. After listening to Hong Chen, Xia Feiyu suggested, these evil spirits lurk during the day and emerge at night, and their strength is even greater at night. During the day, they become weak, much like that talent called Moon. The Moon talent, like Hong Chen's former Sun talent, was exactly the opposite. Hong Chen grew stronger during the day and weakened at night, while the Moon talent grew stronger at night and weakened during the day. Evil spirits feared light, and their strength would decrease during the day, but at night, they did not grow stronger, rather, they returned to their true strength. Sunlight could also harm evil spirits, and if exposed to sunlight for too long, they could even die. If it weren't for their weakness during the day, Yi Xiaotian wouldn't have been able to kill the strong evil spirits so easily. Following Xia Feiyu's words, Hong Chen said, so you mean you want to wait until daytime to go to the manor? Xia Feiyu nodded. We can also wait for Luo Lai and Gao He. If they don't come tonight, the three of us will go kill the Ghost King at dawn. Then it's settled. Hong Chen had no objections, and neither did Yi Xiaotian. There were many uninhabited empty houses around, and the three of them casually found an empty house, then entered and sat cross-legged, preparing for tomorrow's battle. Hong Chen walked into an empty room, sat cross-legged on the ground, held the Kunlun jade disc in his left hand, and then summoned various ores, placing them in front of him one by one. The strong evil spirit had mentioned something before, and this Kunlun jade disc in his hand was also known as the creation jade plate. When Hong Chen dripped blood to recognize it as his master, he established a peculiar connection with the Kunlun jade disc, and then fragments of memories inserted themselves into his mind. He learned that the Kunlun jade disc was the treasure of the Kunlun sect, which was the most powerful sect in ancient times. Later, for reasons unknown, a cultivator with extraordinary power suddenly shattered the Kunlun jade disc. Originally about the size of a door, the Kunlun jade disc transformed into dozens of fragments, scattering across the world. The piece of Kunlun jade disc in Hong Chen's hand was roughly the size of an adult's palm. Because he had recognized the Kunlun jade disc as his master by dripping blood, he gained a memory, and thus learned the supernatural powers from the heaven-swallowing treasure mirror, swallowing spirit and mending heaven. There was no need to elaborate on mending heaven. Hong Chen had used it many times, and his talent had risen from F level to the current SS level. However, compared to mending heaven, the swallowing spirit power seemed very weak, especially in comparison. The swallowing spirit power could absorb others' cultivation, thereby enhancing one's own realm, which was undoubtedly a technique used by evil cultivators. But those whose cultivation was absorbed would either become dry corpses or turn into thin dogs, just like Luo Lai after being drained by an evil cultivator. Moreover, frequently using the swallowing spirit power would gradually distort the user's nature, turning them into a bloodthirsty monster. However, during the day, Hong Chen learned something from the strong evil spirit. The swallowing spirit power, when combined with the creation jade plate, could absorb the energy of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and then convert it into cultivation. Furthermore, absorbing the energy of heavenly materials and earthly treasures should not lead to a gradual distortion of one's nature, right? Absorbing others' cultivation and absorbing the energy of heavenly materials and earthly treasures were two completely different things. The former was the act of a mad evil cultivator, while the latter was a completely legitimate and normal behavior. Absorbing the energy of heavenly materials and earthly treasures was essentially like consuming elixirs or food infused with spiritual energy. Perhaps the true use of the swallowing spirit power was not to absorb others' cultivation, but to absorb the energy of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In front of Hong Chen lay various ores, and he reached out to pick up a piece of crystal white jade, opening his mouth to swallow the crystal white jade. The swallowing spirit power and mending heaven both originated from the heaven-swallowing treasure mirror, so their methods of use were quite similar. The crystal white jade slid down his throat to his abdomen, and Hong Chen immediately activated the swallowing spirit power, causing the Kunlun jade disc in his left hand to shine with a golden light. Golden spiritual energy swiftly flowed from Hong Chen's left hand to his lower abdomen. Hong Chen first controlled the golden spiritual energy, wrapping it around the crystal white jade in his abdomen. As he manipulated it, the golden spiritual energy began to spin, and the speed of the rotation increased until it formed a small vortex. The crystal white jade in the center of the vortex quickly dissolved into pure spiritual energy, flowing into Hong Chen's dantian. The crystal white jade was just an ordinary mineral, worth only a few dozen yuan per pound. You get what you pay for. The spiritual energy contained in the crystal white jade was indeed very scarce, and Hong Chen obtained less than a breath's worth of energy from it. Moreover, strictly speaking, crystal white jade couldn't even be considered a rare treasure, it was merely a type of mineral. Thinking of this, Hong Chen immediately put away the crystal white jade, diamond, turquoise, Hatian jade, and Shoshan stone. Then, he held the Kunlun jade pendant in his left hand and picked up a piece of crimson agate with his right hand. Crimson agate was a genuine rare treasure, extremely expensive, and Hong Chen remembered it was worth several million. He opened his mouth again, his throat rolling, and swallowed the crimson agate, causing a golden light to shine from the Kunlun jade pendant. As the golden vortex spun rapidly, the crimson agate also dissolved quickly, transforming into streams of pure spiritual energy that flowed into Hong Chen's dantian. This process lasted a full 2 minutes before Hong Chen completely absorbed the spiritual energy from the crimson agate. Hong Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his face unable to hide his excitement. By using the swallowing spirit technique to absorb the crimson agate, he gained a substantial amount of spiritual energy. A high-quality elixir was worth several million, and so was the crimson agate. However, if Hong Chen consumed an elixir worth several million, he would not receive as much spiritual energy as from the crimson agate. Moreover, taking too many elixirs could lead to resistance, but using the swallowing spirit technique to absorb rare treasures had no side effects, and the spiritual energy obtained was extremely pure. Naturally, the purer the spiritual energy, the better. If one absorbed too much mixed spiritual energy, they could easily encounter bottlenecks during cultivation and have a higher chance of failure when breaking through. With high-value rare treasures remaining, including the crimson agate and multicolored stone, the multicolored stone was even more valuable, so it had to be kept for bartering to exchange for the rare treasures he needed. Hong Chen had no choice but to swallow the crimson agate, along with relatively cheaper sky blue jam and dawnlight jade. These rare treasures dissolved into streams of pure spiritual energy, flowing into Hong Chen's dantian. Before dawn, Hong Chen swallowed the last piece of sky blue jam and finally broke through to the 7-star martial spirit. Just then, there was a knock on the door, along with Xie Feiyu's voice asking, "Hong Chen, are you up? We need to set off. I'll be out soon." Hong Chen immediately got up and opened the door. Xie Feiyu and Yi Shaotian were at the door, but Yi Shaotian looked a bit listless, as if suffering from the fatigue of staying up late. Yi Shaotian was a key player in the battle against the Ghost King, and Hong Chen immediately asked, "What's wrong? You look like you have no energy." "I think I encountered a ghost last night," Yi Shaotian said, her voice filled with fear. "What are you afraid of?" Hong Chen was a bit confused and said, "You killed a malevolent ghost with your own hands yesterday." Yi Shaotian hurriedly replied, "The ghost I encountered last night had no physical form, unlike that tall, strong malevolent ghost. A ghost without a physical form was like the spirits in strange tales. Even without discussing science, one must talk about martial arts. How could there possibly be ghosts in this world?" Xie Feiyu didn't believe it and said, "Did you see it wrong? How could there be spirits in this world? There are definitely ghosts here. You have to believe me." Yi Shaotian was almost in tears. Although her strength was formidable, encountering such things was inevitably frightening, especially since she was a girl. Hong Chen's expression turned serious as he said, "I believe you. I actually saw a ghost when I was young, but that's a long story. CFAU became very interested upon hearing this and curiously asked, "Then make it short, how did you see a spirit?" Hongchen said, "It should have been when I was 8 years old. One night, I was woken up by the urge to pee, and it was around 2:30 in the morning. I walked out of my bedroom, ready to go to the bathroom, but suddenly someone knocked on the door." Yi Xiaotian, hearing this, quickly covered her ears and hid behind Hongchen. Hongchen continued, "I walked to the front door and looked through the peephole. I saw a pale face. I wasn't fully awake at the time and thought it was a prank, so I muttered a curse and went to the bathroom. I slept until dawn, and while having breakfast, I heard crying from the upstairs neighbor's house. I asked my mom what was going on, and she told me." Hongchen paused. "Around 2 o'clock last night, the old lady from the upstairs neighbor's house passed away." Hearing this, I immediately got goosebumps because the face I saw through the peephole last night was exactly that of the old lady from upstairs. Yi Xiaotian gasped, "Ah, don't say any more." Hongchen hadn't finished. There was even more shocking news to come, but seeing Yi Xiaotian so scared, he felt it wasn't right to continue scaring her. Xiafeiyu interjected, "How did you see a ghost last night?" "What happened to me was also quite scary," Yi Xiaotian said, her eyes filled with fear. "I placed a basin of hot water by the bed before sleeping, but in the middle of the night, someone switched it to cold." "And then?" Hongchen asked, "Is that all? Isn't that scary? Who else could sneak into my room in the middle of the night and change my hot water to cold, if not an invisible ghost?" Hearing Yi Xiaotian's serious words, Hongchen was truly speechless. He said, "Isn't it possible that the hot water you left by the bed just cooled down on its own?" As dawn broke, the three arrived at the manor, and the sky was fully bright. Hongchen looked at the empty manor and said, "When I came here at night, the manor was filled with evil spirits. But now it's daytime, so the evil spirits are probably hiding." Xiafeiyu scanned the manor and his gaze stopped at the distant palace. He said, "Although this manor is large, the only place to hide is that palace ahead." Hongchen activated his heavenly eye to take a look and nodded. "There are many evil spirits inside, probably at least 1,000. I'll clear the way." Xiafeiyu drew his sword from his waist and charged straight toward the massive palace, with Hongchen and Yi Xiaotian following closely behind. But before the three could get close, a black figure suddenly shot up from the palace roof, and the three immediately stopped in their tracks. Hongchen used his heavenly eye to look at the black figure, and thanks to the telescopic function of the heavenly eye, he could clearly see the figure's appearance. It was a short old man with triangular eyes, sunken cheeks, and a frail body, but he emitted no aura of evil spirits. He was undoubtedly the evil cultivator. Hongchen retracted his heavenly eye and said, "This person is probably the one summoning the evil spirits, but his aura isn't strong. He should be at the level of a 10-star martial spirit." The short old man stopped in midair, hovering, while dark clouds gathered around him as if summoned, quickly converging above the palace and intertwining together. The clouds above the palace grew thicker and denser, completely blocking out the sunlight, plunging the world into darkness. Just as the three were in shock, Hongchen, having activated his heavenly eye, had heightened senses. He heard a faint sound of wind breaking, but only had time to shout, "Be careful!" A horned evil spirit suddenly appeared behind the three. Yi Xiaotian was about to turn around when a heavy punch struck her back. Yi Xiaotian shot forward like a cannonball, her body crashing into the pavilions and strange rocks along the way. The wooden pavilions shattered, tiles flew everywhere, columns broke and collapsed, and the buildings crumbled under her impact, raising a cloud of dust. With a loud boom, Yi Xiaotian crashed into several rock formations, ultimately smashing into the ground and creating a large pit. Stones flew in all directions within the manor, countless fragments scattered across the ground. Hongchen's heavenly eye pierced through the swirling dust, revealing Yi Xiaotian struggling to support herself with one hand, trying to steady her body, but blood gushed from her mouth like a fountain, staining her clothes red. Looking at the horned demon before her, Xiafeiyu's eyes were filled with fear. "Aren't you a 10-star martial spirit? How do you have the strength of a martial king?" The ghost king let out a sinister laugh, hee, and spoke in a chilling tone, "You arrived just in time. I happened to break through these past few days." Yi Xiaotian seemed to have used some secret method to temporarily suppress her internal injuries, slowly emerging from the dust, appearing to carry something on her shoulder. It wasn't until she stepped out of the dust that Xiafeiyu saw she was wielding a massive hammer, about 2 meters long, with an enormous hammerhead forged from solid metal, its surface gleaming coldly. Hongchen had always thought Yi Xiaotian relied on her fists and feet. He never expected her to use a weapon, and a long-handled hammer at that. The hammer required strength to wield, and Yi Xiaotian, with her innate divine strength, was perfectly suited to use it. With her right hand hoisting the hammer, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her left hand, her gaze fixed on the ghost king, eyes blazing. Hongchen noticed a change in Yi Xiaotian's expression. The previous clarity and foolishness were replaced by a murderous intent and rage. No martial ethics. Yi Xiaotian exclaimed, not waiting for the Ghost King to attack. Instead, she stomped her feet hard against the ground, using the force to leap up, raising the hammer high and bringing it down fiercely toward the Ghost King. This strike contained immense power, accompanied by a howling wind, as if it would tear the air apart. The Ghost King vanished like a specter in an instant, and Yi Xiaotian's hammer struck nothing but air, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a large pit, making Hongchen feel as if an earthquake had struck. Yi Xiaotian spun with the momentum, sweeping the hammer horizontally with such speed that it left only an afterimage. If it weren't for his heavenly eye, Hongchen wouldn't have been able to see Yi Xiaotian's movements. The Ghost King dodged again, but Yi Xiaotian's strike was merely a feint. She quickly turned, lifting the hammer from below to strike at the Ghost King's lower body. This time, the Ghost King had no time to evade, and the edge of the hammer grazed his body, causing a deep gash. He let out a piercing scream as his body was forced back several feet. Yi Xiaotian pressed the attack, her steps swift as she closed in on the Ghost King. An 8-star martial spirit like Yi Xiaotian had been ambushed first but was still able to chase down the Ghost King. Something felt off. Hongchen furrowed his brow. He realized that Yi Xiaotian must have used a secret method similar to the 3 Yuan gathering qi, temporarily suppressing her injuries and enhancing her combat power. However, such methods had time limits, lasting either 1 minute or 2, usually very short. Yi Xiaotian gripped the hammer with both hands, raising it high once more, this time channeling all her strength into the strike, a faint glow appearing on the surface of the metal hammer. Seeing this, the Ghost King dared not be careless. He let out a chilling roar, his hands enveloped in black energy, then raised them above his head, crossing them to block against Yi Xiaotian's deadly blow. With a thunderous clang, Yi Xiaotian's hammer collided with the Ghost King's defenses, producing a sound that shook the heavens, causing Hongchen's eardrums to throb painfully. The Ghost King's feet, planted on the ground, were the first to bear the brunt of the impact, causing the ground to crack open for 100 feet, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Then, the powerful shockwave radiated outward, scattering dust and debris, trees in the distance swaying precariously, leaves falling in droves. The Ghost King's arms went numb from the shock, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The immense pressure on his arms forced his body to buckle, and he slowly knelt on one knee. Meanwhile, the short old man who had summoned the dark clouds descended slowly in front of Hongchen and Xiafeiyu. "Are you students of Tianwu University?" The short old man revealed a sinister smile, as Hongchen and Xiafeiyu were both wearing Tianwu University uniforms. Xiafeiyu, holding a sword, spoke harshly, "Who are you?" "The organization I belong to is called the Gate of the Underworld, and you can call me Minglingzi." The short old man showed no hesitation in revealing his identity. Minglingzi seemed to regard the two with disdain and continued leisurely, "You young novices probably haven't heard of the Gate of the Underworld, have you?" Before Hongchen and the others could respond, Minglingzi answered his own question, "Our members are few, just a second-rate evil cultivation force. It's normal that you haven't heard of us." Upon hearing this, Hongchen suddenly asked, "What level of evil cultivation force is the Sky-Eating Demon Sect?" The Sky-Eating Demon Sect is also a second-rate evil cultivation force, but slightly stronger than our Gate of the Underworld. At its peak, the Sky-Eating Demon Sect was close to a first-rate evil cultivation force. However, I heard that during the summer today, the Sky-Eating Demon Sect was uprooted, with all 108 altar masters and guardians, 36 branch masters and elders, as well as the sect master and the Law King, all perishing in battle. Only Dan Tai Mieshing managed to escape using blood escape. Minglingzi chuckled, then added, "To be forced to use blood escape, that old demon Dan Tai Mieshing must be severely injured and won't recover to his peak for 2 or 3 years." Seeing that Minglingzi was easy to talk to, Xiafeiyu asked a naive question. "Why do you summon evil spirits to possess people in the real world? Don't you know this will harm many innocent people?" Upon hearing this, Minglingzi suddenly burst into laughter and retorted, "Have I killed many people? In the Daowu battlefield, for the sake of the words warriors and cultivators, millions die every day. Why don't you care about that? Besides, I'm an evil cultivator, I should harm people. If I don't harm people, what am I doing as an evil cultivator?" Hearing Minglingzi's counter, Xiafeiyu's expression darkened as he said, "But those are all innocent people. Have you ever asked them if they are willing? When you eat pork, do you ask the pig if it is willing? When you urinated on an anthill as a child, did you ask the ants if they were willing?" Minglingzi shot back with a mocking expression, adding, "How could a top university produce someone as foolish as you?" Xiafeiyu's face turned ugly from the retort, and just as Hongchen was about to speak up for him, he suddenly noticed that although Minglingzi's smile remained unchanged, the light in his eyes was as cold as ice. Seeing this, Hongchen showed no hesitation, stepping forward with his right foot while summoning the Tai sword with his right hand, unleashing the breaking character technique's How Long Break Army, suddenly thrusting the sword towards Minglingzi. The pure white sword light shot straight out, and the speed of Halong Break Army was extremely fast, making it perfect for a sneak attack. In the blink of an eye, the Tai's sword had closed in on Ming Lingzi, the tip mere inches from piercing his chest. However, Ming Lingzi was, after all, a 10-star martial spirit, 3 realms above Hong Chen, and he had been stuck at 10-star martial spirit for many years, his combat power far exceeding that of an ordinary 10-star martial spirit. Facing Hong Chen's sudden sneak attack, Ming Lingzi raised his right hand and caught the Tai sword, but the immense force from the sword still forced him back several steps, dissipating the power of Halong Break Army. Sneak attack. Young people lack martial ethics. Ming Lingzi coldly snorted, scolding, "How could Tianwu University produce such a despicable person like you?" Upon hearing this, Hong Chen instead laughed, "Don't think I didn't notice, big brother. If I hadn't struck first, I might have been the one ambushed." Ming Lingzi waved his hand, forcefully pushing the Tai sword away, while simultaneously saying, "I thought you were a foolish gentleman, but it turns out you have no bottom line. I will eradicate evil without any bottom line. I have no qualms against evil cultivators." Hong Chen swung his sword with both hands, creating a dazzling arc, which was the arc of the breaking character technique's Great Moon Arc. The arc centered around Hong Chen suddenly swept outwards, and Ming Lingzi leaned back just in time, his body tilting towards the ground, narrowly avoiding the arc of sword energy, though his chest was still shredded by it. "Stop dawdling. Quickly deal with this old man, then go support Yi Xiaotian," Hong Chen said to Xiaofeiyu as he turned back, but his movements did not pause. He leaped into the air, aiming at Ming Lingzi's position with the great easy split sky. Yi Xiaotian had temporarily boosted her combat power using a secret method, but once the time was up, her strength would plummet, and the injuries suppressed by the secret method would erupt. Most methods for enhancing combat power, unlike Hong Chen's 3 yuan gathering qi, would leave the body in a state of weakness for a period after the effect wore off. The two of them had to quickly deal with Ming Lingzi and then support Yi Xiaotian. If they waited until the strongest Yi Xiaotian fell into weakness, Hong Chen and Xiaofeiyu would have no choice but to retreat in defeat. The short old man realized this too, which was why he spoke to the two, intending to buy time. If it weren't for Hong Chen catching a hint of the killing intent that had quietly emerged from him, he might have truly been deceived by Ming Lingzi. The great easy split sky struck down with incredible speed. The move was too powerful, and Ming Lingzi dared not take it head-on, having to roll aside to narrowly avoid the sword. Xiaofei's long sword followed closely, piercing into the spot where Ming Lingzi had just been. Ming Lingzi had not yet risen and could only roll and crawl to evade the incoming long sword, looking quite disheveled. Hong Chen had already broken through to 7-star martial spirit, while Xiaofeiyu was at 6-star martial spirit, both of their combat powers exceeding that of ordinary martial spirits of the same realm. Although the old man had been stuck at 10-star martial spirit for many years, his power also surpassed that of a typical 10-star martial spirit, but facing their attacks, he still could not find the opportunity to counterattack. Meanwhile, in the distance, the battle between Yi Xiaotian and the Ghost King had also reached a fever pitch. Yi Xiaotian bore dozens of scratches on her body, and with each swing of her giant hammer, drops of blood spurted from the wounds. The Ghost King was not faring well either. His chest had been struck by the hammer, his sternum caved in, and his right hand smashed to pieces. Yi Xiaotian swung her hammer faster and faster, and this time the Ghost King could not evade, being struck again and crashing into the palace behind him, spitting out a mouthful of black blood into the air. But Yi Xiaotian's hands gripping the hammer suddenly trembled, a sign of impending exhaustion. Yet she did not retreat. Instead, she raised the giant hammer, preparing to charge into the palace and continue her pursuit. Suddenly, the palace echoed with the wails of ghosts, the chilling cries of countless evil spirits. Hearing this commotion, while attacking Ming Lingzi, Hong Chen took a moment to glance at the palace with his heavenly eye. He saw the Ghost King with his gaping mouth, releasing ripples of black energy, as the evil spirits in the palace were being drawn into him. His caved-in sternum and shattered right hand quickly began to heal at a visible speed. Seeing this, Hong Chen hurriedly shouted to Yi Xiaotian, "Don't go." Yi Xiaotian paused, then seemed to sense the rising aura of the Ghost King. She flashed to Hong Chen's side and asked, "What should we do?" "Let's escape," Hong Chen replied, as Yi Xiaotian's aura was weakening, and the Ghost King had also broken through to the Martial King realm. It would be very difficult for the three of them to complete this task now. "Humph." Ming Lingzi let out a cold snort, stepping in front of the three, his tone harsh. "Still thinking of escaping? It's too late." The secret method Yi Xiaotian used to enhance her power could only last 3 minutes, and the time had just exceeded that. Her body was gradually weakening, and her strength was rapidly declining. Looking at the pale-faced Yi Xiaotian, Hong Chen exchanged a glance with Xiaofeiyu, signaling him to take Yi Xiaotian and flee, while he stayed behind to hold off the enemy. Since Xiaofeiyu was a sword cultivator, even if he carried Yi Xiaotian, he would be the fastest to escape, and with Hong Chen having broken through to 7-star martial spirit, he was certainly more suited to stay behind. Xia Feiyu caught Hong Chen's gaze, first glancing at the weak Yi Xiaotian beside him, then at the Ming Lingzi blocking their path, and finally looking towards the now recovered Ghost King in the distance. The Ghost King was striding towards them, and although he was the fastest sword cultivator, the Ghost King was at the Martial King level, leaving Yi Xiaotian on his back with no chance of escape. At this moment, Yi Xiaotian was practically half disabled, completely powerless to fight back, merely a burden. Hong Chen might not even win against Ming Lingzi in a one-on-one fight, let alone face the Ghost King, so even if he stayed behind to hold the rear, he could only last a few seconds. He still had to carry Yi Xiaotian, and it was likely they would soon be caught by the Ghost King, which meant all three of them would be doomed. As Xia Feiyu thought of this, an idea formed in his mind: if he escaped on his own using his sword, he could maximize his speed and perhaps have a chance to survive. Besides, losing 2 people was better than losing 3. If he could escape, he could also bring back reinforcements. Seeing Xia Feiyu standing still, Hong Chen shot him a glance, and Xia Feiyu swallowed hard. He looked at Hong Chen, his face darkening, his lips moving slightly. "I'm sorry." Upon hearing those 3 words, Hong Chen saw Xia Feiyu vanish in an instant, leaving behind a bewildered Yi Xiaotian. Hong Chen was first taken aback, thinking, what the hell? How did this guy just run away? He thought Xia Feiyu had misunderstood his intention. He wanted him to take Yi Xiaotian and escape together, not to run off alone. Although they had only spent less than a day together, Xia Feiyu was clearly not a fool. He usually acted quite smart. And he had even said sorry, which left only one possibility: this guy had intentionally abandoned him and Yi Xiaotian, choosing to escape alone. Hong Chen felt utterly frustrated. Xia Feiyu had seemed reliable before, but at a critical moment, he turned out to be so unreliable. This was the truth of knowing a person. One's reliability cannot be judged solely by their usual behavior but must also consider how they act in emergencies. But at this point, Hong Chen had no time to be furious. He could only helplessly say to Yi Xiaotian, "You should run too. I'll hold them off." "I can't escape," Yi Xiaotian replied with a pale smile, his expression weak and resigned. Ming Lingzi looked at the fleeing Xia Feiyu and sneered, abandoning his teammates? Is this what a top university produces? Only in life and death situations can one see their true heart. Some people seem very righteous, but when faced with danger, they cannot overcome their fear of death, making it hard for them to be consistent and loyal. Hong Chen stepped forward with his sword, blocking Yi Xiaotian, and retorted, "In this world, there are those who fear death and act selfishly, but there are also those who forget their lives and fight recklessly. I have seen many righteous souls who cared not for their own lives. Wu Di, Mu Bai, Long Xiao, Li Yunfei, Su Meng on the flying boat, and later Luo Lai, who was responsible for holding the rear at the River of Oaths, along with Yuan Cheng and Chu Yang who escorted them. Before meeting these people, perhaps he too was someone who feared death and acted selfishly. But after encountering them and being influenced by them, when faced with danger now, the first thought that came to his mind was not to run away, but to step forward and stand in front of his teammates. Since the college entrance examination and his battle with Li Chanan, Hong Chen had not had an equally matched opponent to fight with all his might. A gentle breeze swept through the air, and Hong Chen's clothes rustled. Waves of vast spiritual energy surged as if summoned, merging into his body. Hong Chen closed his eyes, his heavenly eyes still open, his senses sharpening, and his spirit rapidly rising, soon reaching perfection, the 3 elements merging into one, and his power climbing to its peak. Seeing Hong Chen's aura growing stronger, Ming Lingzi immediately flew forward with a claw, her hands turning blood red, aiming straight for Hong Chen's heart. Hong Chen did not move. With the enemy outnumbering them, if he wanted to gain a slim chance of survival, he could only win by surprise, exchanging injury for death, a lesson learned from years of fighting. Ming Lingzi gathered all his strength, his sharp and pointed index, middle, and ring fingers piercing through Hong Chen's flesh, ready to tear open his chest and crush his heart. Hong Chen had already mobilized all his spiritual energy, concentrating it at the 3rd eye on his forehead. A beam of golden yellow on the outside and crimson red on the inside shot forth as he lowered his head, directly aimed at the short old man in front of him. Ming Lingzi sensed the crisis, but at such a close distance, he could only slightly tilt his head. The golden red ray pierced through Ming Lingzi's neck, shooting into his body, quickly shredding his internal organs, and ultimately exiting through his groin, blood splattering down with the ray. This beam of light consumed half of his spiritual energy, but fortunately, Hong Chen had the 3 yuan gathering qi, allowing him to slowly recover his energy. Ming Lingzi collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, but his right hand was still embedded in Hong Chen's chest, his body trembling uncontrollably. After all, he was a 10-star martial spirit. Even after sustaining such severe injuries, Ming Lingzi did not die immediately. Hong Chen pulled out Ming Lingzi's right hand, and blood immediately gushed from his chest. He then took a deep breath and stomped down hard on Ming Lingzi's head. With a crisp crack, the ground beneath Hong Chen splattered with skull fragments, brain matter, and blood. Neither Ming Lingzi nor the Ghost King had anticipated that Hong Chen would be so reckless, nor did they expect him to use the light emitted from his eyes instead of the sword in his hand, let alone that this beam would possess such lethal power. Hong Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked towards the approaching Ghost King. At this moment, the real battle was just beginning. The Ghost King had just devoured a large wave of evil spirits, and his strength had risen to a new level. Although Ming Lingzi had previously summoned dark clouds to obscure the sun, the Ghost King's power had not diminished despite it being daytime. Hong Chen gripped the Tai sword with both hands, channeling all his strength through his waist, arms, elbows, and wrists, layer upon layer, until it finally converged at the sword tip. The power at the sword tip was poised to strike. Hong Chen's figure flickered out of thin air, and the Tai sword sliced through the air, the heavens collapsing, as he swung it towards the Ghost King. The Ghost King raised his right hand to block, gripping his left wrist, attempting to deflect Hong Chen's descending sword. With a crack, sparks flew, and Hong Chen's hands went numb from the impact. The Ghost King specialized in physical defense, his body as tough as bronze and iron, impervious to damage, allowing him to withstand the blade of the Tai sword. However, the immense force transmitted through his arms still forced the Ghost King to take several steps back. After barely stopping himself, he shook his numbed arm. Before Hong Chen could advance, the Ghost King opened his mouth wide and spat out a stream of black gas towards him. The three evil ghost chi, a unique aura of the ghostly kind, possessed a corrosive power akin to sulfuric acid. Seeing this, Hong Chen quickly halted, also opening his mouth wide to unleash a torrent of red flames. The black gas and flames collided in the middle, creating a series of crackling sounds. Hong Chen's talent was the Red Lotus Karma Fire, and with the enhancement of the 3 yuan gathering chi, his spiritual energy was inexhaustible in a short time. However, it might also be that the Ghost King was running out of strength. The black gas, which had been stalemated in the middle, gradually retreated under the pressure of the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Like the west wind being overwhelmed by the east wind, as the black gas slowly withdrew, the Red Lotus Karma Fire drew closer to the Ghost King. The Red Lotus Karma Fire, also known as Hellfire, was said to be used to burn the sinners of hell, thus proving particularly effective against ghosts and monsters. The Ghost King exhausted all his tricks, desperately spewing black gas, but the Red Lotus Karma Fire continued to advance. The Ghost King seemed to have encountered his nemesis, his face filled with fear as he desperately flailed his claws forward, unleashing 2 red claw marks directly at Hong Chen. With the indomitable Tai sword in hand, Hong Chen swung forward, cleaving through the 2 red claw marks. Seizing the moment when Hong Chen swung his sword, the Red Lotus Karma Fire slightly faltered, and the Ghost King suddenly rolled to the side, evading the oncoming flames. Hong Chen wanted to continue spewing fire, but the Ghost King did not give him that opportunity. Gathering all his strength in his right arm, he flashed behind Hong Chen and punched towards his back. A heavy blow struck his back, causing Hong Chen to stagger, his body uncontrollably lurching forward a few steps, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In fact, Hong Chen had just enough time to dodge, but he chose not to. This time, it wasn't about trading injury for death, he had other plans. Once the time for the 3 yuan gathering chi passed, he could only surrender. Hong Chen's only reliance was to engage the Ghost King as much as possible during the duration of the 3 yuan gathering chi, accumulating spiritual energy to break through to a higher realm, thus gaining a glimmer of hope. Therefore, even though he could have avoided the Ghost King's punch, Hong Chen did not choose to do so. After taking a hit from the Nether Spirit's palm and the Ghost King's punch, a large amount of spiritual energy surged within him, but it was still far from enough to break through to the 8-star martial spirit. He was still lacking a lot of spiritual energy. Close combat would allow him to gather spiritual energy more quickly. With this thought, Hong Chen immediately sheathed his Tai sword and engaged the Ghost King in close quarters combat. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, 1 foot in front of the other, like a pine tree rooted in the earth, taking a deep breath as if to draw in all the surrounding spiritual energy into his belly. At the same time, his arms rose, fists clenched, and his knuckles glowed faintly with red light. This light, initially as weak as a firefly, suddenly brightened, coalescing into a brilliant red lotus pattern on the back of his fist. This was the heavenly dual bright star fist taught by Liangqi in class, but Hong Chen discovered that the evil spirits feared the Red Lotus Karma Fire, so he infused this punch with it. Hong Chen arced through the air, his feet barely touching the ground, leaping dozens of meters in a single bound, instantly closing in on the Ghost King, his fists carrying immense spiritual energy, crashing down towards the Ghost King. This punch held the force of 1,000 pounds, and as the punch wind passed, the air was compressed, producing a whoosh sound. The punch wind, carrying scorching spiritual energy, ignited the surrounding grass and trees. Seeing Hong Chen's incoming fist, the Ghost King's right arm glowed with golden light, also delivering a punch. The fists collided with a thunderous roar, a sound like a great bell echoing throughout the manor, shaking the entire estate. Hong Chen staggered back a few steps, his steps unsteady. After exchanging a punch, he had gained some spiritual energy, but his right hand was also fractured. The Ghost King was forced back several feet by the recoil, but he appeared more composed, with only the edge of his fist slightly scorched by the Red Lotus Karma fire, but otherwise unharmed. Hong Chen held his breath, grasped his broken forearm with his left hand, and forcefully reattached it. The Ghost King launched another punch, and Hong Chen did not dodge. He grabbed the Ghost King's right wrist with his left hand, palm open, enclosing the Ghost King's fist, and with both arms, he exerted force, trying to twist the Ghost King's arm off. The Ghost King sensed Hong Chen's intention, letting out a muffled grunt as his right arm's muscles bulged. Hong Chen felt as if he were gripping a piece of tempered steel, unable to twist it at all. After all, the Ghost King was at the martial king level, and his strength naturally surpassed Hong Chen's, who was at the martial spirit level. But just as the Ghost King was feeling pleased, a golden light flashed at Hong Chen's brow, shooting towards the evil spirit's heart, while he opened his mouth and expelled the spiritual energy accumulated in his throat. The Ghost King's heart was pierced, and the Red Lotus Karma fire burned against his face. He tried to break free, but Hong Chen's hands still gripped his right arm. The Ghost King kicked fiercely towards Hong Chen's chest. This kick was incredibly heavy, causing Hong Chen to spit out a mouthful of blood, mixed with his internal organs. Yet, Hong Chen refused to let go, continuing to spew fire, burning the Ghost King before him. Most people would have released their grip after such an attack, but Hong Chen was used to being beaten, so he could endure pain better than ordinary people. Ah! 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 The Ghost King let out a piercing scream as the Red Lotus Karma fire burned him. He kicked Hong Chen again and then reached out with his left hand, trying to cover Hong Chen's mouth. But it was too hot. The pain made him instinctively retract his left hand when he pressed down on Hong Chen's mouth. The Demon King, in pain to the point of losing his sanity, suddenly gritted his teeth, transformed his left hand into a blade, and forcefully cut off his right arm, which was tightly grasped by Hong Chen. Then, he rolled and crawled towards the palace. Because Hong Chen was gripping the Demon King's right arm with all his strength, when the arm was severed, he fell to the ground, landing in a rather embarrassing manner. Yi Xiaotian had been recuperating from a distance, and upon seeing this scene, he immediately stood up and shouted, "Are we running or not?" The Demon King was likely heading to the palace to devour other evil spirits to recover from his injuries. Although Hong Chen wanted to pursue him, the time for the 3 yuan gathering chi was almost up, and he was too weak to continue fighting. He sighed helplessly and said, "Let's go." The Demon King was still consuming other evil spirits and would need some time to heal his wounds. Just as the two were about to use their flight technique to escape, 3 figures floated in from a distance and landed beside Hong Chen and Yi Xiaotian. Seeing Luo Lai and Gao He, Hong Chen was almost moved to tears, but he cursed, "I really feel like I've been through the ringer. If you two had come any later, I would have been done for." Luo Lai couldn't help but grin, but he held back his laughter and said, "Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the marks you left behind. They were just too inconspicuous." Gao Yi chimed in, "If we hadn't heard the commotion from the fight, we wouldn't have found you so quickly." Luo Lai looked at Hong Chen and Yi Xiaotian and asked, "Where's CFAU? I don't want to speak ill of others behind their backs, just know that he's a real piece of work." Hong Chen said, his face full of frustration and anger. The two had been living together in the villa for 3 months, and Luo Lai understood Hong Chen's character well enough to know that if Hong Chen was this angry, CFAU must have done something truly detestable. 3 figures floated down from the air. Besides Luo Lai and Gao He, there was another person. This person was dressed like a wanderer, with a long sword slung across his back and a wine flask at his waist. He had sharp eyebrows and dark eyes, and his youthful appearance exuded a sense of determination. When the young man saw Hong Chen, a faint smile appeared on his lips, revealing a row of white teeth. "Brother Hong, it's been a long time." Hong Chen smiled back, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Brotherly, it has indeed been almost half a year." This young man was Li Chang'an. Hong Chen continued, "What brings you here?" "I heard that there might be a way to summon souls in the Nether Ghost domain, so I came to try my luck during the winter break." Li Chang'an's words were vague, but Hong Chen understood his true intention. Naturally, it was for Chen Yicheng, that innocent girl with bright eyes and a beautiful smile, who had fallen victim to a sinister cultivator's soul-snatching technique, losing one of her 3 souls and 6 spirits, leaving her in a daze. Upon hearing Li Chang'an mention Chen Yicheng, Hong Chen thought of the old beggar. He hooked his arm around Li Chang'an's shoulder, and they walked aside. Hong Chen said, "Do you remember the old beggar who sold you the great immortal technique?" Li Chang'an nodded. "I will never forget the kindness of the senior who gifted me the book. In October this year, I encountered the old beggar again with Luo Lai, Xiao Dao, and Mu Yunlu. He had many elixirs on him. First, he cured Mu Yunliu's meridian exhaustion, and later he helped Xiao Dao restore his Qilin arm. Hearing Hong Chen's words, Li Chang'an pondered, "Are you suggesting I go find the old beggar?" Hong Chen nodded, "It's just an immature suggestion, but I think that old beggar might be more capable than we imagine. If he's willing to help, he could definitely cure Chen Yicheng." Li Chang'an clasped his hands and said, "I will keep that in mind." Meanwhile, after hearing Yi Xiaotian's vague description, Luo Lai felt overwhelmed and helplessly shouted to Hong Chen, "Are you two done chatting?" "We're done." Hong Chen shouted back to Luo Lai, then said to Li Chang'an, "Let's go." The two walked towards Luo Lai, and Hong Chen asked, "What do you want from me?" Yi Xiaotian can't explain clearly, he has communication issues. "What's the situation with the Demon King now?" Luo Lai has always been straightforward, and Yi Xiaotian doesn't mind. Hong Chen said, "The Ghost King can devour weaker evil spirits to heal its own injuries. Yi Xiaotian and I have severely injured the Ghost King twice, but it has recovered both times by consuming other evil spirits. Moreover, each time the Ghost King devours another evil spirit, its combat power increases slightly. Also, ghosts fear light, so the Ghost King's power decreases during the day. However, there was a wicked cultivator who used a technique to shroud this place in thick clouds, allowing the Ghost King to maintain its peak power." Li Chang'an listened to Hong Chen's words, looked up at the dense clouds around, and said lightly, "I have a way to solve this." The thick clouds in the sky covered dozens of miles, casting a shadow over the manor. Li Chang'an reached to his shoulder and drew out the long sword from his back. With a crisp sound of clang, the sword was unsheathed, and a cold light flashed as the blade gleamed with a chilling brilliance. The four of them saw Li Chang'an slowly raise his left foot and then suddenly stomp down. This stomp seemed to contain immense power, and Li Chang'an propelled himself upward, leaving a deep footprint in the ground, causing the surrounding dust to fly. Li Chang'an's figure resembled an eagle spreading its wings, swiftly ascending into the sky, his clothes rustling in the wind, and his hair flowing. He reached above the sea of clouds, took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within him rapidly circulated, gathering in his arms and finally transferring to the sword. The 3-foot-long blade suddenly lengthened and widened, transforming into a 50-meter-long greatsword within a few breaths, its blade shimmering with dazzling golden light. Li Chang'an held the hilt with both hands, raised the glimmering greatsword high, and swung it towards the thick sea of clouds, shouting, "Open for me." His voice resonated like a great bell, echoing through the heavens. This strike was simple and unadorned, embodying the essence of the Tao, yet wherever the blade passed, the air seemed to be instantly torn apart. Hong Chen and the others on the ground could clearly hear the thunderous sound of the wind being split. The heavy clouds, dozens of miles thick, were easily sliced apart like fragile tofu. A bright beam of light shone through the gap beneath the sword, growing stronger and wider as the blade moved, like the dawn's light breaking through the heavy darkness, illuminating the world once more. After the strike, the clouds parted to the sides, revealing the originally azure sky. The great sword in Li Chang'an's hand quickly shrank and was sheathed again. After slicing through the thick clouds, as Li Chang'an landed back on the ground, he casually uncorked the wine flask at his waist and took a swig of the crisp, fine wine. Seeing this, Hong Chen turned to Gao He and Yi Xiaotian and said, "Did you see that? I was evenly matched with him during the college entrance examination." Gao He knew what Hong Chen wanted to hear, so he smiled and replied, "You're quite impressive too." Yi Xiaotian recalled Hong Chen's battle with the Ghost King and sincerely commented, "You really fight recklessly. The clouds in the sky have been completely cut down by Li Chang'an, and the Ghost King's power will drop during the day. Both Yi Xiaotian and I are injured." Hong Chen looked at Luo Lai and Gao He and asked, "Which of you two will deal with the Ghost King?" Li Chang'an, just landing, overheard Hong Chen's question and asked, "Do you want me to take action again?" Gao He was about to say, "That would be great." But Luo Lai, being a battle fanatic, refused. "This is our winter break task, you only need to intervene once. I'll give it a try." Luo Lai shook his shoulders and stepped toward the palace ahead. Luo Lai was only a 5-star martial spirit. Even though the Ghost King's power would decrease during the day, it was still not a foe he could handle. However, Hong Chen wasn't too worried about Luo Lai, although his realm was lower than the Ghost King's. The cultivation technique he practiced, the Great Sun indestructible body, was comparable to the 8-9 mysteries. Hong Chen had studied and learned the unyielding body of the Great Sun. This technique provided a strong enhancement to physical defense and injury recovery, allowing Luo Lai to quickly recover even from severe wounds. Li Chang'an's great immortal technique possessed formidable offensive capabilities. After cultivation, his strength was unmatched, and with a single sword strike, he could shake mountains. His own 8-9 profound art was balanced in both offense and defense. While he wasn't very clear about Xiao Zhao's 10,000 hidden sword classic, but it should be suitable for sword cultivators. The four of them did not enter the palace, but they could hear thunderous sounds coming from within, followed by a burst of golden light, and then the sounds of intense fighting. With a loud boom, Luo Lai was kicked out of the palace by the Ghost King, landing on the ground beside Hong Chen. Luo Lai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then pushed himself up with one hand and slowly stood up, offering a sharp critique. This Ghost King really has some strength. I underestimated him before. Yi Xiaotian was still in a weak state, but upon seeing her classmate injured, this simple-minded girl expressed her concern, saying, "Are you okay?" Just a scratch. Luo Lai took a deep breath, and the bruises on his abdomen and the scraped arm quickly returned to normal. Seeing this, Li Chang'an remarked, "Your ability looks a bit like my 9-breath technique." During the college entrance examination, Li Chang'an had used the 9-breath technique. With a deep breath, he could heal his injuries. However, the more severe the injury, the more breaths it required, but no matter how serious the injury, he could fully recover in at most 9 breaths. Luo Lai laughed and said, "This isn't a divine ability, I just need to circulate the spiritual energy within me to heal my injuries. The technique I cultivate, once mastered, can achieve an indestructible body. Even if my body is turned to minced meat, as long as my head is intact, my body can quickly recover." Li Chang'an had seen 4 secret manuals from the old beggar, and upon hearing Luo Lai's words, he asked with a smile, "So the old beggar's unyielding body of the great sun was bought by you?" Hong Chen coughed lightly and said, "I have a friend named Sun Xiaochuan, but his will is not strong, so he transferred the unyielding body of the great sun to me, and then I gave it to Luo Lai." "Not strong-willed?" Li Chang'an was puzzled, unaware of the rigorous cultivation requirements of the unyielding body of the great sun. "This is a very private matter, you shouldn't ask too much," Luo Lai interjected, then added, "Our immediate priority is to deal with the Ghost King." Li Chang'an crossed his arms and asked leisurely, "Are you saying I should go fight him?" Luo Lai sighed and said helplessly, "There's no other way. Hong Chen and Yi Xiaotian are injured, and my and Gaoi's combat power isn't enough, so we have to trouble you." "You should have said so earlier," Li Chang'an smiled, immediately drawing his sword and flying towards the palace. "Remember to leave a live one. I have questions to ask," Hong Chen shouted after Li Chang'an's retreating figure. The diary clearly recorded, Gao He had obtained a great opportunity. However, Gao He did not hide his joy, looking nothing like someone who had just gained an opportunity. So there was only one possibility, the Gao He in the diary had killed the Ghost King before obtaining that great opportunity. Moreover, there was even a possibility that the Gao He in the diary had encountered Li Chang'an, which allowed him to kill the Ghost King. Hong Chen looked towards the palace where the sounds of fighting had resumed. At this moment, he did not know what realm Li Chang'an was in, but it should be higher than his own. Among the students of Tianwu University in Hong Chen's cohort, the most talented was undoubtedly Tianya, who was currently ranked first in strength. Li Chang'an's talent had once attracted the attention of evil cultivators, indicating that his talent was certainly better than Tianya's. If Tianya's talent was rare, appearing once in 100 years, then Li Chang'an could only be a once-in-1,000 years talent. Hong Chen had previously heard Yi Xiaotian say that Tianya had already broken through to the 10-star martial spirit and was now striving to become a martial king. Tianya was the top-ranked student, able to earn 100 credits each month, and he could cultivate on the 33rd floor of the Linglong Tower for 3 days, naturally reaching the 10-star martial spirit quickly. Tianzu University likely had a similar structure to the Linglong Tower, so at this moment, Li Chang'an's realm must be at least equal to or higher than Tianya's. However, breakthroughs in major realms were always difficult, so Hong Chen speculated that Li Chang'an should also be a 10-star martial spirit, but he would definitely break through to martial king earlier than Tianya. Hong Chen was confident that if he were a 10-star martial spirit, he could definitely defeat the Ghost King, so Li Chang'an would have no problem either, as he had once fought to a standstill with Hong Chen. Moreover, it was daytime now, and the Ghost King's strength had diminished. Just as Hong Chen thought of this, a figure was thrown into the palace, crashing heavily in front of everyone. Compared to the recently underwhelming Luo Lai, Li Chang'an was very impressive. In just a few seconds, he had successfully subdued the Ghost King and then tossed him in front of the crowd. The Ghost King was pierced by over 10 swords, barely clinging to life, with black blood pooling on the ground. Fearing the Ghost King might die, Hong Chen immediately asked, "Is there any heavenly material, treasure, or technique in the palace?" The Ghost King was hanging by a thread but still stubbornly snorted, appearing as if he would rather die than yield. Seeing this, Hong Chen said, "If you cooperate with me, I will let you go." "Minglingzi has no treasure," the Ghost King replied, quite aware of the situation, "but there is a coffin underground in the palace, which should contain a corpse. However, that coffin is too heavy to open from the outside, so Minglingzi summoned us to the mortal realm, trying to have us possess that corpse." The Ghost King's breathing was rapid as he continued, "Then we attempted to open the coffin but failed many times, we were never able to successfully possess it. Minglingzi thought it was because we were too weak, so he kept summoning evil spirits from the underworld, trying to summon powerful evil spirits to possess that corpse. But he kept failing, and thus the evil spirits in the Mi Huang kingdom grew increasingly numerous. Even though we devoured each other, there were still too many to handle, ultimately leading to your arrival. At this point, the Ghost King suddenly gasped for air, unable to exhale, and then he died. Hong Chen thought the Ghost King was too pathetic, but Gao He, a sword cultivator, said, "This Li Chang'an truly has skill. His sword strikes are precise, injuring the Ghost King's vital points without immediately taking his life." Yi Xiaotian scratched his head upon hearing this. "I don't quite understand what you're saying, but it does sound impressive." The four of them entered the palace together, where the remaining evil spirits had already been slaughtered by Li Chang'an, leaving only a sea of corpses. Hong Chen had the heavenly eye, and Li Chang'an had the fire eye of insight. After Luo Lai explained the situation to Li Chang'an, the two activated their respective eyes and quickly scanned the palace, soon locating the coffin the Ghost King had mentioned. In the center of the palace was a dragon throne. Hong Chen kicked it aside and lifted the floor beneath it, revealing a hidden passage. The group followed this passage down several steps, eventually arriving at a spacious underground chamber. The chamber was lit by eerie green everlasting lamps, the floor covered with various beast pelts, and the table adorned with strange items, likely tools for summoning souls. Hong Chen pointed at the covered coffin and said to the others, "The corpse should be inside." This was a massive stone coffin, inscribed with characters that recorded the life of the person within. Seeing the inscriptions on the coffin, Li Chang'an stroked his chin. "The writing on this coffin resembles ancient script. This coffin looks quite impressive. I wonder if there are any good things inside," Luo Lai said eagerly, smiling. "I didn't expect we could engage in tomb raiding." Hong Chen shook his head and said, "This coffin is a bit peculiar. My heavenly eye cannot see through it. My fiery eyes can't see through it either," Li Chang'an added. "You all shouldn't open the coffin just yet. I understand ancient texts. Let me see what the inscriptions on the coffin mean." Except for Luo Lai, who was a bit too excited, the others felt a sense of foreboding and were not particularly eager to open the coffin. After about 10 minutes, Li Chang'an withdrew his gaze and slowly said, "The inscriptions on this coffin, translated, mean, inside lies a woman named Princess Taiping, who died young at just over 20 years old, approximately 5,000 years ago, during the early establishment of the human race." Li Chang'an's brow furrowed deeper as he continued, "Back then, it was nothing like now. Now there are princesses everywhere. In a single state, there are tens of thousands of countries. Even if an emperor has only one daughter, there would still be at least tens of thousands of princesses, and across the 9 provinces, that adds up to over 100,000 princesses." "That's right." Yi Xiaotian suddenly chimed in, "Zhelan is also a princess. She quietly told me before that she is the youngest daughter of the emperor of the Sui Yuan Empire, and her full name is Dugu Zhelan." Upon hearing Yi Xiaotian's words, Hong Chen immediately asked, "Did Zhelan ask you to keep it a secret?" Yi Xiaotian thought seriously for a moment and then ambiguously replied, "I think she might have." Zhelan was quite low-key. She probably only told her good friend Yi Xiaotian that she was a princess. But Yi Xiaotian clearly wasn't the type to keep secrets. The group exchanged smiles. Since Zhelan had asked Yi Xiaotian to keep it quiet, they wouldn't spill the beans. Currently, many countries in the 9 provinces are ruled by royal families, with the 3,000 Daos and Daluojan state being feudal systems under royal control. However, in more places, there are law-governed nations. The Daxia kingdom has undergone tremendous changes in the past 100 years, gradually transforming from a feudal dynasty into a law-governed state. Although there are still emperors in law-governed nations, these emperors hold no real power and can only be considered mascots. But Zhelan comes from Daluojan state, where she is a true princess because her father is the emperor with real power. Gao He, hearing Li Chang'an's earlier words, gradually grew serious. "Are you saying that this Princess Taiping in the coffin is a descendant of the Yu family?" Li Chang'an nodded. 5,000 years ago was the time of the initial establishment of the clan. At that time, besides the descendants of Yu Qingyun, who else could be called a princess? The recorded history of the human race only spans 10,000 years, divided into the first 5,000 years and the latter 5,000 years. In the ancient period of the first 5,000 years, the human race was weak and had long been enslaved by the myriad races, but gradually began to rise among them. Due to the oppression from the myriad races, the human race bravely rose in rebellion, striving tirelessly, which led to the extermination of the myriad races and the expulsion of the strongest demon race to the northern borders, establishing the Great Wall to block the demon's southward invasion. However, the human race was also severely weakened at that time and could not completely eradicate the demon race, so they could only drive the remaining demons to the barren northern lands, leaving future troubles. Yu Qingyun was the leader of the Human Uprising Coalition. He led the human race to rise step by step, first exterminating the myriad races and finally defeating the demon race in the last battle. Thus, Yu Qingyun was also called the Hero King and the Great Ancestor Emperor, revered by the human race as the Great Ancestor and elected as the human emperor. Therefore, at that time, only the descendants of Yu Qingyun could be called princes, princesses, or heirs. Later, the human race fell into internal strife and split into the tens of thousands of countries we see today. Hearing the two speak, Hong Chen's expression also grew serious. So, are you saying she is Yu Qingyun's daughter or granddaughter? Upon hearing Yu Qingyun's name, Luo Lai's earlier excitement vanished completely. Opening the coffin of a descendant of such a significant figure, won't we incur divine wrath? Hong Chen spoke up, I want to take a chance. A bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. There might be ancient burial goods inside, and if we take just one item, we could become wealthy. I admire Hong Chen's words. Li Chang'an also said that he was mainly doing it for Chen Yicheng, as there might be some miraculous elixir in the coffin that could bring Chen Yicheng's soul back. Luo Lai, upon hearing this, said, I was just saying, if you want to open the coffin, I have no objections. Yi Xiaotian did not express an opinion, but Daobi said, I read in a novel that before opening the coffin, you need to light a candle in the southeast corner of the tomb. If the candle goes out, we can't open the coffin. Luo Lai replied, let's not bother with those superstitions. Even if the corpse inside has undergone corpse transformation, I can split her with one axe. Li Chang'an stretched out his hands and reminded, I'm going to open it, so get ready. Upon hearing this, everyone took out their weapons. Li Chang'an placed his hands on the coffin lid, pushing forcefully to the side. The coffin lid only moved slightly and did not come off. Li Chang'an showed a look of surprise. His arms possessed extraordinary strength, yet he couldn't move the coffin lid. Unwilling to accept this, Li Chang'an took a deep breath, rooted his feet in a horse stance, channeled all his strength, and exerted force with both arms, letting out a loud shout, ah! However, the coffin lid still only shifted a little, perhaps moving a millimeter, but it might as well have not moved at all. Li Chang'an withdrew his hands, his face showing an awkward expression as he embarrassedly closed his mouth. Hong Chen, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh. You just howled so loudly, I thought you could move the coffin lid. Li Chang'an, who had made a fool of himself, remained calm. This coffin lid may not look big, but it's extremely heavy. Luo Lai said, this lid must be made of rare stones and metals. With your strength alone, you definitely can't move it. If it could be easily moved by you, Ming Lingzi wouldn't have gone to such lengths to summon a ghost to possess Princess Taiping, trying to open the coffin from the inside. Hearing the discussions, Yi Xiaotian walked to the coffin, placed her hands on the lid, and said, let's try together. Luo Lai looked at Yi Xiaotian and asked a rather naive question, do you have strength? Hong Chen, with a mischievous thought, laughed and urged, if you don't believe it, you can arm wrestle with Yi Xiaotian. Isn't that inappropriate? Luo Lai said somewhat reluctantly, isn't that bullying her? Who was bullying whom was still uncertain. Hong Chen stifled his laughter and was about to speak. Yi Xiaotian misunderstood Luo Lai's words and innocently asked, do you think I'm bullying you? Upon hearing this, Luo Lai couldn't help but chuckle, immediately extending his right hand, resting his elbow on the coffin lid, and said, then let's try. Yi Xiaotian extended her small right hand, gently grasping Luo Lai's large hand, and then asked, are you ready? Just exert your strength, Luo Lai said boldly, but as soon as he finished speaking, his wrist was turned over by Yi Xiaotian, crashing heavily onto the coffin lid. Losing to a girl, especially a petite girl, and in an arm wrestling match at that, left Luo Lai humiliated. His face turned red, and he stubbornly said, I wasn't ready just now, let's do it again. The two hands clasped together once more, and Yi Xiaotian sincerely said, this time, you go first. How could this big man, Luo Lai, tolerate such mockery? He immediately exerted all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead, and let out a strange sound, ah. But Yi Xiaotian's arm did not budge, just like when Li Chang'an had tried to move the coffin lid earlier. After a few seconds of awe, Luo Lai's face also showed an awkward expression, and he closed his mouth in embarrassment, reluctantly withdrawing his right hand. You knew she was so strong and still let me arm wrestle with her. Luo Lai looked at Hong Chen, his face showing some dissatisfaction. I did know, Hong Chen retorted first, then added, but you didn't believe it, so I made a suggestion. No one could have imagined that such a small and slender girl like Yi Xiaotian could possess such great strength. Although Luo Lai practiced the technique of the unfading body of the great sun, this method did not significantly increase his strength. On the other hand, the great immortal technique could greatly enhance one's power. Back during the college entrance examination, when faced with a casual sword strike from Li Chang'an, Hong Chen felt his hands go numb from gripping the knife, and the Zhangyang knife nearly slipped from his grasp. Li Chang'an said to Yi Xiaotian, if we both exert our strength together, we might be able to move the coffin lid. The two stood facing each other, placing their hands on the coffin lid. and then simultaneously exerted their strength with all their might. Hong Chen saw it shift slightly by a few millimeters. It moved a little, Hong Chen said, looking at Luo Lai and Gao He. Let's all join in. The five of them pushed together, the coffin lid shifting a few millimeters each time, repeating the effort dozens of times until a narrow gap finally appeared at the edge of the coffin. Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye and peered through the gap into the coffin, where a female corpse covered with a yellow veil lay quietly inside. The corpse was dressed in white, her hands folded over her abdomen, but between her hands and abdomen lay 3 books. She also wore various pieces of jewelry, a red bracelet on her left wrist, a yellow bracelet on her right, a white jade ring on her left thumb, a jade pendant around her neck, a colorful hairpin on her head, and her head rested on a jade pillow. In addition, there were some burial items she had used in life, such as a mirror, a brush, a necklace, and earrings. There was also a long sword, presumably the weapon she had used in life. Additionally, there were 2 small porcelain vials that looked like they contained elixirs. Li Chang'an's keen eyes also spotted the 2 vials, and he felt a surge of joy, increasing his effort. Due to the dimness of the basement, the group lost track of how long they had been pushing, only knowing they would rest when tired and continue when refreshed. Finally, with the combined effort of the 5, the coffin lid was moved more than halfway. This should be enough, Luo Lai said, exhausted, sitting down on the ground, panting heavily. Gao He was also out of breath. What material is this coffin lid made of? It's incredibly heavy. Li Chang'an's eyes flickered as he reached into the coffin and retrieved the 3 books from beneath the corpse's hands. Hong Chen glanced at them. The covers of the 3 books bore ancient characters he could not understand. Li Chang'an looked at the first book and read out 3 words, the dead man's scripture. He then picked up the second book and announced the title on the cover, The Book of Escape. Next, Li Chang'an looked at the third book and stated 4 words, The Great Wilderness Thunder Scripture. Gao He asked, are these books on techniques or martial skills? Li Chang'an shook his head, I'm not sure. Does anyone want them? Yi Xiaotian replied, I can't read these characters, it would be useless to take them. Li Chang'an said, when you return to school, you can learn ancient characters. These 3 books must be extraordinary if they are placed in the coffin. Luo Lai suddenly interjected, have you heard of the 10 heroes of antiquity? Hong Chen nodded, I heard Su Firen say that her ancestor was one of the 10 heroes, the great Easy Spear Immortal. The recorded history of humanity spans only 10,000 years, with the first 5,000 referred to as antiquity and the latter 5,000 as ancient times. The 10 heroes of antiquity were the 10 most outstanding and powerful individuals during the first 5,000 years of humanity's rise, who followed Yu Qingyun in battles against myriad races. Some among the 10 heroes even gained fame before Yu Qingyun. Luo Lai continued, if I remember correctly, the Great Wilderness Thunder Scripture comes from one of the 10 heroes, the Great Wilderness Thunder Ancestor. The Book of Escape was written by another hero, Old Man of Heavenly Mechanisms. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an immediately asked, what about this dead man's scripture? I don't know, Luo Lai shook his head and added, but being placed alongside the Great Wilderness Thunder Scripture and the Book of Escape, this dead man's scripture is certainly not an ordinary item. After finishing his words, Luo Lai extended his hand and said, I have a thunder affinity, so I can use the Great Wilderness Thunder Scripture. Li Chang'an handed the Great Wilderness Thunder Scripture to Luo Lai, shook the Dead Man's Scripture and Dunjia Heavenly Book, and asked, who wants these 2 books? The Dunjia Heavenly Book seems to be a supportive type of book. Its name sounds a bit like the Luban book, which teaches how to make tools, Gao He said, looking at Li Chang'an. I'll take a chance, give me the Dead Man's Scripture. Li Chang'an raised the last book, the Dunjia Heavenly Book, and asked, who wants it? No one spoke up. Seeing this, Li Chang'an placed the Dunjia Heavenly Book on the coffin lid and reached into the coffin to continue searching for items. He pulled out a hairpin, 2 bracelets, a ring, and a jade pendant from the female corpse. Holding the white jade ring, Li Chang'an examined it silently and said, this is a space ring that can be used to store items. The space is about 100 square meters. Although a 1 square meter space ring is worth only a few million, a 100 square meter space ring is worth much more than several hundred million. If a 1 square meter space ring is valued at 5 million, a 2 square meter space ring might cost 12 million, and a 3 square meter space ring could be 20 million. Moreover, a 100 square meter space ring cannot be measured in monetary terms. Even if someone offered tens of billions, it would likely be priceless. Everyone's expression changed, except for Hong Chen, who had a Kunlun jade pendant with more than 100 square meters of space. These hairpins, bracelets, and jade pendants, although I don't know their specific functions, should also be treasures of similar value, Li Chang'an said, looking at everyone. If you want this space ring, you can play rock paper scissors, the winner gets to choose first. Gao He and Luo Lai had already taken books, leaving Hong Chen, Yi Xiaotian, and Li Chang'an without choices. There's no need, Hong Chen said, uninterested in the women's jewelry, pointing towards the coffin and the jade pillow under the female corpse's head. Can I have that pillow? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaotian looked at Li Chang'an and said, I don't want the space ring, can I have those 2 bracelets? The female corpse wore a red bracelet on her left wrist and a yellow bracelet on her right. Li Chang'an handed the 2 bracelets to Yi Xiaotian. Then, he extended both hands, using his left hand to support the female corpse's head while his right hand picked up the jade pillow from atop her head. Hong Chen took the jade pillow. It was not a magical artifact and had no special function. The pillow was entirely crimson, but inside it had a hint of golden light. If Hong Chen was not mistaken, the jade used to carve this pillow was the legendary Hongmeng jade. To upgrade to the SSS level Hongmeng Sacred Fire, Hong Chen needed 5 rare heavenly materials, and the Hongmeng jade used to make this pillow was one of those 5 materials. Everyone had chosen their items, and only then did Li Chang'an say, I want the 2 bottles of elixirs in the coffin. Hong Chen knew that Li Chang'an chose the elixirs to heal Chen Yicheng. Although the others did not know the reason for Li Chang'an's choice, they were all reasonable people, so they accepted it. Hong Chen put away the 2 bottles of elixirs. After the first round of selections, the remaining items were the Dunjia Heavenly Book, a colorful hairpin, a white jade ring, a jade pendant, a long sword, a mirror, a brush, a bracelet, a necklace, and earrings. Li Chang'an was the last to choose, so the second round began with him, but he said, I've already taken 2 bottles of elixirs, I won't choose again in the second round. Thus, it was Hong Chen's turn. Looking at the remaining items, he fell silent for a moment before saying, these are all girls' accessories, I will definitely choose the Dunjia Heavenly Book. Then it was Yi Xiaotian's turn. She was playing with the 2 bracelets, and when she heard Li Chang'an call her, she came back to her senses and, after understanding the situation, said, I took the 2 bracelets, I won't choose this round either. Gao He, being a sword cultivator, naturally took the long sword, but when he drew it, he found that the blade was slightly rusted. Luo Lai patted his shoulder and said, after all, it's been 5,000 years. Metal can rust easily, but this sword, with a little polishing, should still be usable. Do you have space rings? Luo Lai asked. Although he had a space ring, it was only 1 square meter in size. Since you all don't want it, I'll choose this white jade ring. The third round of selection started with Luo Lai, but the remaining items were all jewelry, so he had to choose a brush. Gao Wei chose a necklace, Yi Xiaotian chose a jade pendant, and then it was Hong Chen's turn again, with only a colorful hairpin, a mirror, and earrings left. I'll take this colorful hairpin, Hong Chen said. The hairpin was beautiful and should be liked by girls. He could give it to Shia Sha or Su Firen. Li Chang'an wanted to choose the earrings to give to Chen Yicheng, but since the earrings were a pair, they wouldn't look good if separated. After the third round of selections, he was the first to choose in the fourth round, so Li Chang'an could choose twice and took the pair of earrings. Finally, only a mirror was left, and it was Hong Chen's turn again. Luo Lai and Gao He weren't interested in makeup, so the mirror was a bargain for Hong Chen. This mirror seemed to be made of polished yellow jade, looking delicate and suitable for girls. It could also be given to Xiao Sha or Su Firen. After the 5 of them finished dividing the spoils, Luo Lai smacked his lips, still unsatisfied. He looked at the female corpse in the coffin and said, this female corpse hasn't decayed after 5,000 years. Could there be something in her mouth? Hong Chen replied, I've heard that ancient people would place pearls, jade cicadas, or ancient jade in the mouths of the deceased to prevent their bodies from rotting. Luo Lai was a bit tempted and urged, should we pry open her mouth and take a look? Li Chang'an shook his head, saying, I don't want to do it. If you have the idea, go ahead and pry it open yourself. I'm not afraid of ghosts. Luo Lai rolled up his sleeves, walked over to Li Chang'an, and reached into the coffin. He first lifted the veil off the female corpse, but only half of it, revealing her cherry-like lips. The corpse didn't look pale like a dead person. Instead, her complexion was almost as rosy as a living person. Luo Lai pinched the corpse's cheek, slightly pried open her mouth, and a faint white light illuminated. Indeed, there was a pearl in her mouth. This should be the legendary Li Pearl, right? Luo Lai said, extending his index and middle fingers to pinch the pearl out of the corpse's mouth. The corpse's mouth was small, and Luo Lai's fingers were thick. When he pinched out the pearl, his index finger accidentally brushed against the corpse's teeth. Although the teeth didn't look sharp, they were surprisingly sharp. Luo Lai merely touched them lightly, and his index finger was cut, a drop of blood falling into the corpse's mouth. Hong Chen took the pearl and looked at it, nodding. It does resemble the Li Pearl described in books. Su Firen, who had reached SSS level with the Candle Dragon, needed 5 kinds of heavenly materials, one of which was the Li Pearl. Can you give it to me? Hong Chen said to Luo Lai, speaking in a way only they understood. Su Firen's talent needs the Li Pearl. Of course not. A mournful voice echoed in Hong Chen's ear. It wasn't Luo Lai's voice, his loud voice couldn't produce such a clear sound. Upon hearing this voice, Hong Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. The voice was very unfamiliar, leaving only one possibility. He slowly turned his head to look at the coffin, only to see the female corpse sitting up, staring at the Li Pearl in Luo Lai's hand. This female corpse, or rather, this woman, extended her delicate hand, removing the veil that covered her face, revealing an enchanting and stunning beauty. Her eyes were cold, yet there was a hint of charm in them. A diamond-shaped mark was drawn above her brow, her skin like congealed fat, unadorned with powder, and her long black hair cascaded down her slender waist. Her lips were cherry red, captivating to the heart. "Children, didn't your parents teach you not to take other people's things casually?" The woman, with lightly brushed eyebrows, spoke with a tone that carried both threat and mockery. "If you take my things, it will shorten your lives, you know." Li Chang'an took a few steps back, his right hand moving to his shoulder, ready to draw the sword on his back at any moment. Hong Chen, hearing this, forced a smile while retreating, saying, "I'm an orphan, my parents are both gone, I have no family education, you understand, right?" The real instigator, Luo Lai, had long since quietly retreated to the back, remaining silent, trying to diminish his presence. Li Chang'an fixed his gaze on the woman, his hand gripping the sword hilt, always prepared to draw. Observing the imposing Li Chang'an, the woman spoke coldly, "If you draw your sword, you will all die." Li Chang'an, with a wary expression, quietly asked, "Who are you?" "It's written on the coffin." The woman slowly stood up, her white dress swaying slightly. "You can call me Princess Taiping, but you can also refer to me as Yu Qiuyu." Yu Qiuyu. Yu Qingyun. Just hearing the name brings to mind Yu Qiuyu, undoubtedly a descendant of Yu Qingyun. Perhaps Yu Qiuyu had been asleep for too long. After stepping out of the coffin, she first stretched lazily, then shook her arms. Her gaze swept over the crowd, asking, "If I hadn't woken up, were you planning to strip me of my clothes too?" Hong Chen hurriedly replied, "We still have some morals, we definitely wouldn't do such a thing." "Who was it just now?" Yu Qiuyu fixed her gaze on the crowd, asking, "Who reached into my mouth and stirred things around?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the last person hiding at the back, Luo Lai. Luo Lai looked quite embarrassed, still holding the Li Pearl in his hand. Seeing everyone's attention on him, he reluctantly said, "I'll return this to you." Yu Qiuyu took the Li Pearl that Luo Lai tossed to her. "This Li Pearl is very important to me, so I can't give it to you. As for the other things." Seeing that everyone was preparing to throw the burial items to her, Yu Qiuyu added, "I'll ask you a few questions, and as long as you answer truthfully, those things can be considered as payment." The crowd paused in their actions. So many precious items, just given away like that. She was too generous, truly worthy of being a descendant of the emperor. Yu Qiuyu sat on the edge of the coffin and asked, "What year is it tonight?" "It's the year 5026, January 2nd, Hong Chen replied, adding, "It should have been 5,000 years since you passed away." "Has it really been that long?" Yu Qiuyu's face showed a hint of confusion, as if she were reminiscing about the past. After a long while, she finally came to her senses and said, "I'll give you a chance, as long as you agree, I can overlook the offense from just now." Yu Qiuyu exuded no imposing aura, not a trace of spiritual energy outwardly, yet no one doubted that she could kill them all in an instant. Only those at the pinnacle, like great masters, could achieve such a restrained presence. Or perhaps the gap in realms was too great, which is why they couldn't perceive her aura. "We'll do our best, anything we can do, we will definitely agree to," Hong Chen said with a sigh. He didn't know what sudden resurrection Yu Qiuyu would demand, but he didn't dare to anger her and could only try to soothe her. "I see you all dressed in strange clothes. There must have been great changes in these 5,000 years, and I'm not familiar with the situation outside." Yu Qiuyu lightly coughed, her tone softening, and continued, "Moreover, I just woke up, and my body is still a bit weak, you should take care of me for a while." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Hong Chen looked at Yi Xiaotian and said, "Men and women shouldn't be too close, how about you take care of her?" Yu Qiuyu looked at the naive Yi Xiaotian and said, "I see she can't even take care of herself, better to change to someone else." "I can't." Hong Chen felt that Yu Qiuyu was targeting him and quickly waved his hands, saying, "I already have someone I like, I can't live with you." Yu Qiuyu looked at Hong Chen, her expression complex, and sharply commented, "I feel you're not very clever either, better to change to someone else." Hong Chen was taken aback by the words, originally thinking that Yu Qiuyu would cling to him, but it turned out to be his own overthinking. Li Chang'an's alarm bells rang loudly in his heart, giving rise to a bad premonition. Among these 5 people, he indeed resembled the destined male protagonist the most. The male protagonists in novels are always loved by everyone, with beautiful women throwing themselves at them. "I can't do it either. I still have to take care of others. I can't support you." Li Chang'an immediately waved his hand in refusal. "I never said I wanted you to take care of me, Yu Qiuyu replied somewhat helplessly. Are all of you from the future this narcissistic? Gao He lightly coughed and weakly said, You're not satisfied with Yi Xiaotian, Hong Chen, and Li Chang'an. You wouldn't want me to support you, would you? I have no objections, but we are just a man and a woman. You stop right there. Yu Qiuyu interjected, looking towards the last person, Luo Lai, and asked, Are you okay with this? Luo Lai was stunned, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, and he said sullenly, Can I refuse? Yu Qiuyu nodded and then said, Give me a reason. Luo Lai half-jokingly replied, I practice a technique that requires purity, and you're so beautiful, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. If I lose my composure, my cultivation will be ruined. Since you don't want to, Yu Qiuyu stood up and said slowly, The little strength I have left is still enough to kill you all. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen immediately exchanged glances with Luo Lai and advised, How about you just make a sacrifice? Why don't you sacrifice instead? Luo Lai retorted, rolling his eyes. Mainly because she doesn't fancy me, Hong Chen said with a grin. She likes your type. Luo Lai helplessly replied, You know my situation all too well. Yu Qiuyu's enchanting beauty was indeed too tempting, a normal man would struggle to resist. Luo Lai had a resilient character, but the technique he practiced, the unyielding body of the great sun, made him fear the unexpected. Hong Chen proposed, I'll hire a nanny for you and rent you a room. What do you think? I won't hide it from you anymore. Yu Qiuyu pointed at Luo Lai and explained, I regain consciousness by drinking his blood, and for the next year, I need to absorb his life force daily, so he can't be too far from me. Li Chang'an let out a sigh of relief and said, Then there's no helping it. This is a great opportunity, Hong Chen said. Princess Yu, if you casually teach him a few moves, he will benefit immensely, you should be secretly pleased. Luo Lai, feeling helpless, wore a mournful expression and finally said 2 words, Fine then. This winter vacation mission not only involved slaying the Ghost King but also eliminating the mastermind behind it, the underworld spirit. They successfully completed their task. The journey to the Mi Huang kingdom was long, and after flying for 12 days, they parted ways with Li Chang'an within the borders of Changyu Kingdom, as he needed to return to Tianzu University, which was not on their route. During this winter vacation mission, Hong Chen gained a lot. He learned the true use of the spirit-devouring technique and obtained the Duanjia Heavenly Book, the primordial jade, a colorful hairpin, and a mirror. On the way, Yu Qiuyu informed everyone that her accompanying burial jewelry was originally magical artifacts with certain defensive functions, capable of forming a protective shield to fend off enemy attacks. However, due to the passage of time and years of inactivity, they had mostly deteriorated. If they could find a master to repair them, even restoring just 10% of their power would still be enough to withstand a full strike from a martial sovereign. The mirror in Hong Chen's hand was called the Stillness Mirror. As long as it reflected an enemy, that enemy would be unable to move, left at the mercy of others. The jade pillow made from the primordial jade was named the Huangliang Pillow, a rare top-tier magical artifact that could be used for cultivating techniques in dreams, functioning similarly to the space within the Kunlun jade. Hong Chen chose the Huangliang Pillow to enhance his talent to the level of primordial sacred fire. Finally, on January 18th, everyone returned to Tianwu University. After everyone flew into the realm of Tianwan, Yu Qiuyu appeared dazed. She looked at the endless high-rise buildings and the dazzling neon lights, feeling a sense of unreality. Compared to the Zhozhou of 5,000 years ago, it was as if she had traveled to another world. The 4 of them headed to the mission hall of Tianwu University to submit their task. Since it was their first time executing a mission, they were unaware of the school's rules and brought back the head of the Ghost King. Upon seeing the grotesque face of the dead Ghost King, the staff member was somewhat speechless and said, Next time, just take a video to prove you killed the Ghost King. After a brief operation, Hong Chen's phone received a message, Thank you for your hard work on the mission. You have completed the task of exterminating the evil spirit and will receive a reward of 300 credits, which will be credited to your student card shortly. Since school wouldn't start until March 1st and today was January 18th, there was still more than a month to go. If he went home now, Su Firan and Shia Sha might come looking for him, so Hong Chen planned to take on another task. Yu Qiuyu leaned beside Hong Chen and asked, What is that thing you're holding? Hong Chen picked up his phone and replied, This is called a mobile phone. You can ask Luo Lai to buy one for you to play with. Yu Qiuyu looked at the scrolling text on the screen and asked again, Are university and school similar to the classrooms we had back then? Looking at the bustling mission hall, Yu Qiuyu asked, Are there really so many people studying now? In today's Zhozhou, everyone can study, and it's not just martial arts universities. Those with less talent can attend knowledge-based universities, Hong Chen explained. In these 5,000 years, everything has changed, it's no longer like your time. You can't use the old secular laws to view the world now. Everyone can study. A smile appeared on Yu Qiuyu's face, her eyes bright. The human race from 10,000 years ago suffered under the oppression of countless races, struggling for food and clothing. Everyone was like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Although they gradually rose later, 5,000 years ago, only a small portion of people could excel in their studies and learn to read. Many years ago, someone once told her, "The mountains and seas are vast, may our human race soar for 10,000 generations, never ceasing in their fervor." "This is really wonderful," Yu Qiuyu murmured. "It's a pity you didn't get to see this prosperous age." Hongchen said to Luo Lai, "Buy her a phone. If she watches a few days of science videos, she should be able to understand the current situation." Luo Lai, hearing this, said to Yu Qiuyu, "I'll take you out to buy a phone. Are you planning to rent a place off campus or what?" Yu Qiuyu was not in a hurry and asked, "Can I live in this school? Although I live in a single dorm, there's only one bedroom in the room. If you come, I won't have a place to stay." Luo Lai politely refused, adding, "I can rent a room for you. If you want to suck blood, you can come find me." Yu Qiuyu flashed a charming smile and said, "I'll take the bedroom, and you can sleep in the living room." Luo Lai's face twitched, but he had no choice, and the two left the mission hall together. Hongchen did not leave. He looked at the electronic screen hanging on the wall and then accepted the task of cleansing the beasts in Wanshui Mountain. This task had a very low difficulty level, as the beasts in Wanshui Mountain were not fully developed, with the strongest being equivalent to a 10-star martial artist. The more effort put in, the more rewards. For each beast killed, one could earn 1 credit. Hongchen only needed to kill 2 beasts a day to earn 2 credits. Meditating for a day on the second floor of the Linglong Pagoda would also yield 2 credits. Meditating for a day on the second floor of the Linglong Pagoda was equivalent to 2 days of training outside, so he effectively earned a day. The summer and winter breaks were not for relaxation but the best time to improve oneself and widen the gap with classmates. Wanshui Mountain was quite far from the Tianwan realm, but Tianwu University had arranged for teachers to pick up and drop off students. After receiving the mission, Hongchen first went home to check on Honglan, and then in the evening, he headed to the school gate. A teacher who was a sword cultivator at the 10-star martial emperor level took Hongchen and 4 other classmates to fly towards Wanshui Mountain. Even with 5 people, the flight speed was still extremely fast, reaching Wanshui Mountain in just 2 days. Wanshui Mountain was a popular mission location, where the demon beasts only had the combat power of a 10-star martial master, posing no threat to first-year students, which is why many students came to Wanshui Mountain. The more people there were, the more hunters there were to exterminate the demon beasts. The more hunters there were, the fewer demon beasts remained, and the fewer demon beasts there were, the more people came. For those students at Wanshui Mountain, the biggest challenge was finding the demon beasts. But Hongchen had no such worries. With his heavenly eye, locating the demon beasts was completely effortless. Once he activated his heavenly eye, all demon beasts within a radius of several miles were exposed. On the first day, Hongchen killed 10 demon beasts and then recorded a video to send to the teacher stationed at Wanshui Mountain. Soon, his phone received a message that 10 credits had been added to his student card. On the second day, he killed 15 demon beasts, earning 15 credits. On the third day, luck was not on his side, and he only found 8 demon beasts. On the fourth day, 11. As for the other classmates, without the heavenly eye, they could only kill 3 to 5 demon beasts on a good day, and on a bad day, they might not find a single one. With his heavenly eye, Hongchen thrived in this environment, rapidly accumulating credits. He stayed at Wanshui Mountain for a month, hunting 368 demon beasts and earning 366 credits. Additionally, he received a reward of 300 credits for killing a ghost king, bringing his total to 666 credits. February only had 28 days, so there were still 8 days left before the new semester began. Following the sword cultivator teacher, he returned to Tianwu University, which took another 2 days. After returning to Tianwu University, he hurried to the Linglong Tower. However, when he arrived at the Linglong Tower, the gatekeeper informed him that levels 33 to 31 were overcrowded, and students arriving later could only access level 30 at most. With the winter break coming to an end, many students had completed their winter break tasks and had credits, so the top 3 levels of the Linglong Tower were now fully occupied. With no choice, Hongchen had to go to level 30, which, although slightly less rich in spiritual energy, was still 31 times more concentrated than outside. He meditated on the 30th floor of the Linglong Tower until February 28, successfully breaking through to the 8-star martial spirit, spending a total of 180 credits, leaving him with 486 credits. Although the spiritual energy in the Linglong Tower was abundant, as one's realm increased, the amount of spiritual energy required for breakthroughs also grew. After exiting the Linglong Tower, Hongchen called Li Chang'an to inquire about Chen Yicheng's situation. On the phone, Li Chang'an's slightly despondent voice came through. I sent those 2 bottles of pills for testing, and it turns out they were just pills that increase spiritual energy. Moreover, due to their age, both bottles have lost their efficacy. Then we'll have to think of other ways, Hong Chen replied. I can only hope for the old beggar. Don't worry too much, Li Chang'an comforted Hong Chen, adding, Old Master Chen Tianxiu is also looking for solutions. His methods are definitely more than what we younger ones can think of. The two exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Hong Chen returned to his villa, where Hong Lan was meditating in the living room. Only 3 months had passed, and while eating peaches infused with spiritual energy, she was meditating and breathing in the villa, making rapid progress in her realm, now at the 2-star martial master level. The spiritual energy in the villa was even more concentrated, at least twice as rich as that in Hong Chen's home. Hong Chen had only discovered his talent at the end of March last year and had encountered a series of events, yet he still broke through to the 9-star martial master level by the end of July during the college entrance examination competition. Of course, Hong Chen had the 8-9 profound art, which made him stronger with each battle, allowing for such rapid progress in his realm. Hong Lan had detected her talent early, and with 5 months left until this year's college entrance examination, she should be able to reach the level of a 10-star martial artist by then. Hearing the sound of Hong Chen opening the door, Hong Lan pointed to the sack at the entrance and said, Just now, a guy who called himself Luo Lai delivered some ores, claiming they were what you wanted. He's my classmate, Hong Chen replied, reaching out to touch the sack, and then he stored the sack along with its contents into the Kunlun Jade Ju. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he recalled that the items in the sack were from last year's Double 11 trade fair, the sky blue gems promised to Kai Dai, and the purple microjade for young Kai Tai. However, Luo Lai's family didn't have the goods at that time, and later when they did, the logistics in the Jin Tian Empire had stopped due to the approaching new year. Hong Chen had informed both of them, and fortunately, neither Kai Dai nor Yang Kai Tai was in a hurry, so it had been delayed until now. At 8 in the evening, Hong Chen entered the Kunlun Jade Ju, his face full of apologies, and hurriedly handed the items to the two. Kai Dai complained, You took way too long, but at least you finished what you started, otherwise, I would definitely have come to trouble you. Young Kai Tai said, I didn't have much hope at the time, I just asked you to help find the purple microjade. Since we can still receive the goods, I'm already very satisfied. It really is my fault, I didn't have the goods at first, and then it took a while to gather everything. Because of the new year, the logistics stopped again. I'm truly sorry, Hong Chen apologized. Do you two drink? Let me treat you both to a drink as an apology, how does that sound? Let's skip that, Kai Dai waved her hand and said, Next time I buy yours from you, just give me a discount. Young Kai Tai added, She won't drink, so just bring me a glass. Hong Chen took out 2 silver bullets and handed them to the clerk at the counter. The silver bullets were becoming fewer, and he needed to order a batch. The materials for making silver bullets weren't expensive, silver mixed with diamonds could be used to create them. The Jingu Academy had a dedicated department for weapon forging, and with just a few credits, one could ask the staff there to make various weapons and props. Additionally, at Jingu Academy, one could use credits to purchase various materials for weapon crafting. After finishing their drinks, Hong Chen and Yang Kai Tai left the Kunlun Jade Ju and headed to Jingu Academy. He had silver and diamonds, so he didn't need to use credits to buy them. Hong Chen only spent 6 credits to have the staff help him make silver bullets. When dawn broke, it was March 1st, the day classes began. Hong Chen arrived at Tianwu Academy, where Li Yingqi was late. The morning class bell had already rung, and she still hadn't reached the classroom. Luo Lai, with a serious expression, found Hong Chen and whispered, Last night when I delivered the ores to you, I wanted to talk, but you weren't home. You look really pale, Hong Chen remarked, then asked, What did you want to talk to me about? About Yu Qiuyu. Luo Lai leaned closer to Hong Chen and spoke in a voice only the two could hear. These days, I've searched through ancient historical texts. I still haven't found the name Yu Qiuyu, and even the title of Princess Taiping doesn't appear in the historical records. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen's expression also turned serious. Are you saying that Yu Qiuyu's background is unusual? Luo Lai nodded and said, She definitely isn't as simple as she seems. Hong Chen reassured him, You don't need to worry, this is Tianwu University. Even if Yu Qiuyu has intentions, she wouldn't dare to harm you. I'm not afraid of that, mainly, she has a bit of. Luo Lai thought for a moment but couldn't find the right word, so he could only vaguely describe, she doesn't quite adhere to traditional norms. What do you mean? Hong Chen looked confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand. How is she not adhering to traditional norms? Faced with Hong Chen's barrage of questions, Luo Lai hurriedly said, That's not what I meant. I mean, she doesn't seem like a normal girl. I still don't get it, Hong Chen said helplessly, Can you be clearer? She has a bit of a wild side. Luo Lai looked at Hong Chen and wanted to continue asking, so he said, When she was with me, she always dressed very lightly. What do you mean by lightly? Just wearing shorts and a top, then swaying in front of me. Hong Chen rolled his eyes, feeling exasperated. He said, "You're just enjoying yourself, aren't you?" As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth a gold brick, a woman 30 years older can offer a kingdom, a woman 300 years older can provide an elixir, a woman 3,000 years older can be ranked among the immortals. Hong Chen smiled faintly and said to Luo Lai, "Yu Cho Yu is 5,000 years older than you. This is a tremendous opportunity, you better seize it." Just as Luo Lai was about to retort, Li Yingqi finally arrived at the classroom, her face weary from travel, clearly exhausted from the journey. During the winter break, the joint forces of the 3,000 Dao states and the Enlightenment state suddenly launched a surprise attack on the joint forces of Feng Tianwu state and Deluo Jin state. Because the martial artist coalition was caught off guard at the front lines, Li Yingqi had to take the time to return to Feng Tianwu state and successfully defeat the cultivator coalition. After handling the war in Feng Tianwu state, with the new semester approaching, she hurried back to Tianwu University day and night. This was quite different from what was recorded in Hong Chen's diary, where Li Yingqi led the martial artist coalition, capturing cities and strongholds, conquering the 18 realms of the 3,000 Dao states, and ultimately directing her forces towards the cultivator's holy land, the infinite heavenly palace. However, in reality, Li Yingqi was at Tianwu University at that time, so when the martial artist coalition was ambushed, they couldn't react in time, and with each step delayed, they failed to achieve the results recorded in the diary. A butterfly flapping its wings in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent could potentially stir up a great storm in Feng Tianwu state. Often, a slight difference can have far-reaching effects on the entire 9 provinces. But Hong Chen was too weak at this moment to influence the course of the world. Yet, someone of Li Yingqi's stature could sway the situation with every decision she made. If he could grow to Li Yingqi's level in the future, perhaps he could indeed turn the tide and prevent the demon race from surging southward 100 years later. Relying solely on his own strength was ultimately too weak, if he could gather a group of like-minded individuals. Although the diary recorded that in the land of the human race across the 9 provinces, faced with the demon race's offensive, they quickly fell into despair. But that event happened in the diary, and at this moment, the future had yet to unfold, so the future was never predetermined, which meant there was still hope. Li Yingqi walked to the center of the classroom, her expression cold, seemingly unhappy, perhaps worried about the Dao War battlefield. She scanned the classroom, her indifference slightly easing, and said with satisfaction, "You all did well this winter break, each of you has improved at least 2 small realms, living up to my expectations. Everyone is awarded 10 credit points." Li Yingqi added, then called out, "Hong Chen, Luo Lai, Yu Hongshan, Lu Yong, you 4 made the most progress, so I will give you an additional 100 credit points." Hong Chen had broken through from 5-star martial spirit to 8-star martial spirit, Luo Lai from 4-star to 7-star. While Yu Hongshang and Lu Yong had advanced from 7-star to 10-star martial spirits, all 4 breaking through 3 small realms. Then Li Yingqi wanted to assess Hong Chen, Li Si, and Luo Lai on their proficiency with the 8 extremes cracking Skyfist. Li Yingqi had previously stated that they needed to master the 8 extremes cracking Skyfist before the semester started. Those who had not mastered it would have 200 credit points deducted, while those who had would receive 200 credit points as a reward. Li Yingqi said to Li Si, "You have the highest ranking, so you go first to demonstrate the 8 extremes cracking Skyfist." The thick-browed, big-eyed Li Si immediately stood up and walked to the center of the classroom, extending his hand into a fist and stepping forward to punch. His movements were fluid and without hesitation, clearly having reached mastery. Li Yingqi nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You have a talent for martial arts. I can see that your movements when you punch have already touched upon the path to great success." The proficiency of martial arts ranges from low to high, beginner, proficient, accomplished, and perfect, followed by peak and unprecedented. Li Si not only broke through from an 8-star martial spirit to a 10-star martial spirit, but he also found time to master the 8 extremes cracking Skyfist, clearly showing his talent in fist techniques. Hong Chen was about to stand up when Luo Lai hurriedly got up before him and said, "Let me go first." Luo Lai had mastered the Hunyuan Ichi fist, indicating he also had a good talent for fist techniques. Seeing Luo Lai perform the 8 extremes cracking Skyfist, Li Yingqi nodded and commented, "You're not bad, although you're slightly inferior to Li Si. Your 8 extremes cracking Skyfist has also reached proficiency." Luo Lai met Li Yingqi's expectations, and it was finally Hong Chen's turn. The reason Luo Lai rushed to go before Hong Chen was that they had discussed this matter earlier, and Luo Lai knew how far Hong Chen had trained the 8 extremes cracking Skyfist, which is why he went first to demonstrate it. During this time, Hong Chen would spend several hours each day practicing the 8 extremes cracking Skyfist at Kunlun Yujue, but his few hours were equivalent to hundreds of hours for others. The 8 extremes cracking Skyfist is a superior technique to the Hunyuan Ichi fist, the two techniques are actually quite similar. The Hanyuan Ichi fist resembles the heaven and earth one blade cut, as both techniques require channeling all one's energy to deliver a powerful strike aimed at defeating the enemy in one blow. The 8 extremes cracking sky fist also requires channeling all one's energy, but it needs to be done 8 times. The energy accumulates 8 times and finally converges into a single punch, which can be said to possess earth-shattering power. The 8 extremes cracking sky fist, with its 8-fold power, can shatter the heavens with a single punch. Xu Yang once used the 8 extremes cracking sky fist to severely injure an evil cultivator of the same realm. The proficiency of the 8 extremes cracking sky fist is judged by the time it takes to accumulate energy 8 times. The shorter the time, the more proficient one is. In martial arts, speed is paramount, so during combat, the faster the strike, the better. Li Si took 3 seconds to accumulate his energy 8 times, while Luo Lai took 4.5 seconds. Hong Chen walked to the center of the classroom, took a deep breath, then clenched his right fist and extended it forward. He then mobilized his entire spiritual energy, quickly gathering it into his outstretched right fist, accumulating energy once, twice, 3 times, until it reached 8 times. The power of the 8 extremes stacked together, and his right fist began to glow with a faint golden light due to the overwhelming energy. Ha! Hong Chen shouted as he delivered a punch, the air tearing apart, and the classroom echoed with the roar of dragons and tigers. Boom! As the sound of the punch faded, the classroom fell into a long silence, where even a falling needle could be heard. Yi Xiaotian quietly asked the nearby Jialan, "Am I hallucinating? Did you see that clearly just now?" Jialan nodded seriously. "You're not hallucinating. Hong Chen's punching speed is indeed very fast, and he accumulated energy 8 times in an extremely short time." Li Si and the robust Lu Yong, both skilled in fist and foot techniques, understood Hong Chen's prowess. "He actually took only 1 second to accumulate his energy 8 times, Lu Yong said, his face filled with disbelief. Li Si, ranked second in strength, remarked, "If Hong Chen can achieve this level, he must have perfected the 8 extremes cracking sky fist." Perfected? Yu Hongshang was shocked, her mouth agape. In just one winter vacation, he perfected a heavenly level martial technique? Li Si added, moreover, he also broke through from a 5-star martial spirit to an 8-star martial spirit. Is this something a person can achieve? Bai Li Changsheng, ranked 4th in strength, said incredulously, "I don't believe it, it's simply impossible." Yu Hongshang, ranked 7th, retorted, "Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Is it so hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence?" Bai Li Changsheng glanced at Yu Hongshang and said with a harsh tone, "If it's because you feel unsatisfied after losing to me recently, we can have another match." Jialan replied to Bai Li Changsheng, "What kind of skill is it to bully someone weaker than yourself? If you think you're so great, I'm always ready to spar." Bai Li Changsheng showed no fear, only sneered and said, "Just wait, there will come a day." Yu Hongshang wielded a knife. Bai Li Changsheng held a knife in his left hand and a sword in his right, while Jialan used a sword. The three of them had always been at odds and had a poor relationship. Hong Chen slowly retracted his right hand and looked at the dazed Li Yingqi, asking, "Teacher, how was my punch?" Hearing Hong Chen's question, Li Yingqi came back to her senses and first said, "You should call me senior." After a slight pause, Li Yingqi commented, "You still need to work harder." Upon hearing Li Yingqi's words, everyone showed puzzled and surprised expressions. Li Si and Luo Lai had not performed as well as Hong Chen, yet Li Yingqi encouraged them. But when it came to Hong Chen, she said he needed to work harder, which was clearly unreasonable and showed a lack of fairness. Although everyone was unclear why Li Yingqi was harsher and had higher expectations for Hong Chen, they felt it was somewhat unfair to him. Yi Xiaotian, not having such thoughts, saw the expressions on her classmates' faces and raised her hand to ask, "Teacher, to what level has Hong Chen cultivated the 8 extremes breaking void fist?" "It has nearly reached perfection," Li Yingqi replied, then added, "Even a genius like Li Si, without years of hard work, would find it difficult to reach this level." "So that means Hong Chen is really impressive?" Yi Xiaotian asked innocently. "In my lifetime, I've never seen anyone like him," Li Yingqi nodded and continued, "Even the founder of this fist technique couldn't achieve this level." Remembering her earlier words, Li Yingqi seemed a bit harsh on Hong Chen. She rarely showed a gentle smile and encouraged him, saying, "I hope you can carry forward the 8 extremes breaking void fist. You three should all carry it forward." Li Yingqi then looked at Li Si and Luo Lai, "Since you three have all mastered the 8 extremes breaking void fist to a proficient level or even beyond, I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. I will reward Luo Lai with 200 credits as previously agreed, and since Li Si is close to great success, he will receive an additional 100 credits, while Hong Chen, having nearly reached perfection, will receive an extra 200 credits. In the last class before the winter break, Li Yingqi told everyone that if they did not cultivate the 8 extremes breaking void fist to proficiency, she would deduct 200 credits, and those who achieved proficiency would receive 200 credits. At that time, everyone in the classroom, upon hearing this, dared not ask Li Yingqi for the fist manual, leaving only Hong Chen and the other two to step forward and receive it. Now, hearing that Hong Chen received a reward of 400 credits, equivalent to completing a difficult winter task, everyone showed expressions of envy and jealousy. Hong Chen broke through to the 8-star martial spirit, thus receiving an additional 110 credits from Li Yingqi. With the 8 extremes breaking void fist cultivated to near perfection, Li Yingqi rewarded him with another 400 credits. He had previously had 480 credits left, and with all these credits combined, Hong Chen now had a total of 990 credits, just enough to meditate for a month on the 33rd floor of the Linglong Tower. Meditating for a day on the 33rd floor of the Linglong Tower was equivalent to 34 days, so meditating for a month equated to meditating for 34 months. However, school had already started, and he had classes to attend, only being able to meditate on weekends, and he couldn't just take leave for this purpose. Li Yingqi wouldn't approve such a leave. For the time being, Hong Chen attended classes during the day as usual, practiced breathing exercises at home in the evening, and then went to meditate on the 33rd floor of the Linglong Tower for 2 days each weekend, consuming 66 credits each time. During the second weekend after classes started, he broke through to the 9-star martial spirit, leaving him with 858 credits. After another 2 weeks, Hong Chen broke through to the 10-star martial spirit, leaving him with 726 credits. The date was March 27th, and the school was about to begin a 3-day sports meet. Li Yingqi said to everyone, "Tomorrow is the sports meet. Who wants to sign up? The top 3 in each event will receive credit rewards, 100 points for first place, 50 points for second, and 20 points for third. If anyone is interested, please raise your hand." Upon hearing about the credit rewards, the students of Tianwu Academy Class 1 immediately became eager to participate. Hong Chen and Luo Lai were sitting together when Luo Lai asked, "Are you signing up? Since there are credit rewards, of course I want to give it a try." Hong Chen nodded in response. Under the encouragement of Jialan, Yi Xiaotian said, "Teacher, I want to sign up for weightlifting, shot put, and discus." Li Yingqi replied, "Each person can participate in a maximum of 2 events, but this does not include team events like relay races or tug-of-war." Yi Xiaotian responded with an "oh," then thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll sign up for weightlifting and shot put." Lu Yong, ranked 8th in strength, was as strong as a bear. He said to Yi Xiaotian, "Both weightlifting and shot put require strength. With your skinny arms and legs, you look so frail that a gust of wind could blow you away. Can you handle it?" Hearing this, Hong Chen and Luo Lai exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. Luo Lai was the first to stoke the fire, saying, "If you doubt it, you can arm wrestle with Yi Xiaotian and let strength do the talking." Hong Chen followed up, with Lu Yong's strong build, arm wrestling with Yi Xiaotian would be a piece of cake for him. Seeing Lu Yong silent, Luo Lai added, "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you afraid?" "How could I be?" Lu Yong immediately stood up and walked towards Yi Xiaotian, saying, "Am I afraid of her? Afraid of Yi Xiaotian? That's impossible." Yi Xiaotian looked at Lu Yong's outstretched arm and said, "If you lose, you can't cry." Lu Yong replied with 2 words, "Arrogant." He looked at Yi Xiaotian with disdain and contempt. His strength ranked 8th, while Yi Xiaotian's was ranked 10th, so this was his first victory. Moreover, he was a man, and she was a woman. Men were naturally stronger than women, which was his second victory. Yi Xiaotian was small and weighed no more than 80 pounds, while he was tall and strong, weighing over 200 pounds, which was his third victory. With 3 victories for him and 0 for Yi Xiaotian, that was his 4th victory. Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, he had the advantage in the arm wrestling match, and he could not possibly lose. With this thought, Lu Yong felt increasingly confident and reached out his arm, only to hear Yi Xiaotian's innocent words, "If you lose, you can't cry." Arrogant! Lu Yong shot back, thinking to himself that as a man, how could he cry if he lost? Hong Chen and Luo Lai couldn't help but grin at the scene, though they suppressed their laughter. Jialan noticed their expressions and asked, "What are you two smiling and crying about?" Luo Lai casually replied, "I just remembered something happy." Jialan followed up, asking, "What happy thing? Did your wife have a baby?" "A wife having a baby." Upon hearing this, Luo Lai's face twitched, and he looked somewhat pained, as the comment struck a nerve. If nothing unexpected happened, the matter of his wife having a baby would be something he would never experience in this lifetime. While Luo Lai was talking to Jialan, Yi Xiaotian and Lu Yong had already started their match. Lu Yong held Yi Xiaotian's small hand and thin arm, which looked anything but strong. "When I exert myself, don't use too much strength," Lu Yong said, still somewhat gentle, offering a kind reminder, "I'm afraid I might break your hand." "You too," Yi Xiaotian replied with a smile, but she was not mocking, it was purely out of kindness. Lu Yong listened to this and immediately used 50% of his strength, trying to twist Yi Xiaotian's arm. but it felt as if he was gripping a mountain. Even with all his effort, Yi Xiaotian's hand remained unmoved. What was going on? Lu Yong began to doubt his life choices. He looked at Yi Xiaotian, whose clear and foolish eyes seemed to suggest she truly had some skill. Had he underestimated her? But Yi Xiaotian was at most only slightly skilled, and he hadn't used all his strength. Lu Yong bent his legs slightly and shifted them outward, squatting like a horse stance, which was more suitable for exerting force. Ah! Lu Yong grunted as he overexerted himself, veins bulging on his forehead, and the muscles in his right arm swelled. Ah! He let out a muffled groan like an old bull, his body trembling slightly from the effort. Ah! With all his energy mobilized, his blood surged, and Lu Yong turned red all over. He still had some strength left, and a hint of seriousness appeared on Yi Xiaotian's otherwise expressionless face, but it was just a hint. Your strength is greater than Luo Lai's, Yi Xiaotian commented, then exerted her right hand and easily twisted Lu Yong's arm down. Seeing Lu Yong being overpowered, everyone had the same thought: this is a mess. Who would have thought that such a tall and strong Lu Yong would turn out to be a silver-plated spearhead? It was simply a mess. Lu Yong's face flushed red as he slowly stood up, his right arm aching from overexertion, and he quietly shook it out. Li Yingqi, seeing this, nodded slightly and said, then Yi Xiaotian can participate in weightlifting and shot put. What about you, Lu Yong? Li Yingqi first looked at Lu Yong, who was now a bit restless, then turned to the others and asked, is there anyone else participating in the sports meet? Jialan raised her hand and called out, I'll participate in the 100 meters and 200 meters sprints. The martial artists' sports meet did not distinguish between genders. For example, the 100 meters sprint that Jialan was participating in had both men and women on the same track. Although men generally had more strength, there were also exceptional individuals like Yi Xiaotian with innate strength. Therefore, the martial artists' sports meet did not separate by gender, as it primarily focused on talent and realm. A 6-star martial spirit would definitely be stronger than a 5-star martial spirit, and a wind-type talent would certainly run faster than a earth-type talent. Victory and defeat are common in warfare, Li Yingqi said to Lu Yong. Each event can have 2 participants. You have great strength too, you should also participate in weightlifting and shot put. Enduring shame is a virtue of a man. Li Yingqi's words were meant to restore Lu Yong's dignity. Hearing this, Lu Yong, with a flushed face, immediately promised, Teacher, I won't let you down, I will definitely secure a top 3 finish. After losing the arm wrestling match to Yi Xiaotian, Lu Yong felt a surge of determination to prove himself at the sports meet. Li Yingqi continued calling names, looking at the second rank Li Si. Your strength ranks so high, yet you remain unnoticed every day, at least set an example. I have strong endurance, Li Si thought for a moment and said, I can participate in the marathon. The marathon for ordinary people is about 40 kilometers, but the Tianwu University Sports Meets marathon requires running over 200,000 kilometers, just enough to circle the Tianwen realm. Hearing Li Yingqi's earlier words, the 4th-ranked Bai Li Changsheng immediately stood up and said, I will also participate in the 100 meters and 200 meters sprints. Then came Yu Hongshan, who also said, I will participate in the 200 meters and 400 meters sprints. Jialan, Bai Li Changsheng, and Yu Hongshang all used weapons, making them light and agile, thus faster. After a moment of silence, Li Yingqi said, Bai Li Changsheng will participate in long jump and high jump. Then she added, Hongchen, you will participate in the 100 meters and 200 meters sprints. Bai Li Changsheng actually wanted to compete with Jialan, which is why he signed up for the same events, but Li Yingqi did not give him the opportunity. Because Bai Li Changsheng used dual-wielded weapons and was the most agile, he was more suited for long jump and high jump. Faced with Li Yingqi's arrangements, Hong Chan and Bai Li Changsheng did not object and said in unison, okay, Bai Li Changsheng, Jialan, Yu Hongshang, and Hong Chen, you 4 will participate in the 4x100 meter relay race. Then there's the tug-of-war event, which also requires 10 people. Li Yingqi looked at everyone and asked, who wants to participate? There were also middle-distance running, long-distance running, hurdles, triple jump, discus, hammer throw, javelin. Luo Lai believed he had some strength, so he signed up for tug-of-war, as well as discus and hammer throw. For the most popular sport at Tianwu University, extreme weightlifting, Li Yingqi only arranged for Li Si to participate. The sun shone brightly in the morning, and the spring breeze was warm and intoxicating. Around a giant playground at Tianwu University, colorful flags fluttered, with each college and class making their own banners. In a clearing at the southern end of the playground, a colorful flag waved, with 5 characters written on it, Tianwu Class 1. This was the gathering place for Tianwu Class 1, next to which were the students of Tianwu Class 2, and further west were the students of Tianwu Class 3. The opening ceremony was first held, where some very dry words were spoken to Principal Ding Tian and Vice Principal Zhou Jielian, friendship first, competition second, show your level, show your style. After that, the students of Tianwu Class 1 returned to their gathering place. The first event was the 100-meter sprint, starting with the freshmen, followed by the sophomores, and finally the juniors. As for the seniors, they were out on internships and naturally could not participate in the sports meet. With the sound from the loudspeaker, the students participating in the 100-meter sprint were called, and Hong Chen and Jia Lan arrived at the competition area. Tianwu University had only 6 colleges but over 150 classes, with each college having 20 to 30 classes. Each class had 100 students, and for each event in the sports meet, only 2 people were allowed to sign up. Hong Chen glanced around. There were estimated to be over 300 students participating in the 100-meter sprint, making this event highly competitive, with every class arranging students to compete. Tianwu University covered a vast area, and the playground used for the sports meet was also very large, with a total of 50 lanes. Because there were over 300 participating students, the first round of the 100-meter sprint preliminaries had to be held in 6 heats. Jia Lan was in the second heat, and Hong Chen was in the 5th heat. Following the staff's guidance, the students participating in the first round arrived at their respective lanes. Hong Chen was now a 10-star martial spirit, and many first-year students at Tianwu University were stuck at this level. Breaking through from martial spirit to martial king required not only a large amount of spiritual energy but also had a high chance of failure. It was said that Tianya, ranked first in strength, had recently failed in his attempt to break through to martial king, causing all the spiritual energy he had painstakingly accumulated to vanish. It was precisely because the students were stuck at the 10-star martial spirit level that the sports meet was held at this time, aiming to reduce the gap caused by the levels. Hong Chen's physique was relatively agile, but sprinting required explosive power even more. Hong Chen had strong explosive power, which was also why Li Yingqi had him participate in the sprint. The first round of the competition quickly ended, with 42 out of the 50 participating students eliminated, leaving only the 8 fastest to advance to the finals. Then came the second round of preliminaries, where Jia Lan easily advanced to the finals. After waiting a few minutes, Hong Chen soon arrived at the 5th round of preliminaries. He came to lane 16, first stretching his muscles and performing warm-up exercises to get his muscles in optimal condition. "Go for it, bro." The cheering voice came from his ear. It was Hong Lan's voice. The sports meet at Tianwu University allowed outsiders to come and watch, and Hong Chen looked in the direction of the voice, also seeing Yu Qiuyu and many outsiders. "Ready!" With the referee's command, everyone immediately stood at the starting line. Hong Chen took a deep breath, his chest swelling like a bellows, then slowly exhaled, adjusting his breathing rhythm. He squatted down, feet positioned front and back, the toes of his front foot gripping the ground tightly, while his back foot firmly supported his body, knees slightly bent, hands resting on the starting line, like a cheetah poised to pounce. Bang! With the sound of the gun, Hong Chen pushed off with his back leg, exploding forward, powerful energy transmitting from his legs throughout his body, launching forward like an arrow released from a bow. This process was quick. From the start to the sprint, and then crossing the finish line, it took less than a second. The supervising teacher at the finish line had sharp eyes and announced loudly, "Lane 5, Lane 8, Lane 16, Lane 29. Successfully advanced to the finals." Hong Chen was Lane 16, having secured first place in the 5th round, successfully advancing to the finals. With the conclusion of the first round of preliminaries, a total of 48 people advanced to the finals. With 50 lanes in total, Hong Chen remained in lane 16, while Jia Lan was in lane 42. Hong Chen approached the starting line, having just watched the other competitors. His keen eye could clearly see the differences in speed. He was relatively well-rounded, with good strength, speed, defense, and endurance, but none of them were top-tier, making it difficult to secure a spot in the top 3. Jia Lan and a classmate named Feng Wuchen were both extremely fast, strong contenders for first place. However, Hong Chen realized he could use external force. He suddenly smiled, formulating a strategy in his mind, took a deep breath, and began to gather his energy. The referee called out again, "Ready." Once everyone was still, they all assumed their starting positions. Hong Chen's spirit reached its peak, and then the gun went off. Bang! Hong Chen reacted quickly. The moment the gun fired, his front foot shot out, his whole body like a wild horse breaking free, arms and legs swinging rapidly, body leaning forward, head slightly lowered, sweeping across the track like a gust of wind. The speed was so fast that the surrounding scenery blurred, only the sound of rushing wind in his ears. In the blink of an eye, Hong Chen reached just before the finish line, gritting his teeth, giving it his all, the last few steps like a dragon emerging from the sea, akin to an eagle breaking through the sky, charging toward the finish line with overwhelming force. Seconds later, a huge display screen on the north side of the playground showed the snapshot of the finish. Feng Wuchen crossed the line first, Jialan closely behind, the two separated by mere centimeters. Hong Chen came in third, trailing the two by 1.5 body lengths, about half a meter behind. Then, the loudspeaker announced the results. Hearing he had secured third place, Hong Chen felt quite satisfied. At Tianwu University, where all were geniuses, heroes were as numerous as fish in a river. Achieving third place was already quite remarkable. As the time for gathering energy ended, Hong Chen lost his strength, his spirit returning to normal. However, in the subsequent 200-meter sprint, Hong Chen successfully passed the first round of preliminaries but only placed 10th in the finals, receiving no rewards. Jialan won first place this time, having secured second and first in these two events, thus earning a reward of 150 credits. Hong Chen earned third place in the 100-meter sprint, also receiving a reward of 20 credits. Then, in the 4x100-meter relay held in the afternoon, Tianwu Class 1 again took first place, and Hong Chen received 100 credits, bringing his total to 846 credits. Moreover, this sports meet also had a class points ranking. Winning first place in an event added 3 points, second place added 2 points, and third place added 1 point. After this sports meet, the class that topped the points leaderboard would receive an additional 10 credits. After the first day's competition, the class ranked first in points was, of course, Class 1 of Tianwu Academy, with a score of 28 points. Class 1 of Jinj Academy followed with 21 points, ranking second. Among the 6 colleges of Tianwu University, Tianwu Academy was undoubtedly the strongest, with the highest overall student quality. Within the dozens of classes in Tianwu Academy, Class 1 was also undoubtedly the strongest, with the highest overall student quality. Among the top 10 ranked students, Class 1 had 6, and about 40% of the students ranked within the top 100, with the remaining students at least in the top 1,000. Therefore, it was only natural for Class 1 of Tianwu Academy to be at the top of the sports meets points leaderboard. Hong Chen did not care about the reward for being first in points. With 846 credits, he was not particularly concerned about the additional 10 points. After the first day's competition, he set off for the Linglong Tower and meditated on the 33rd floor. On the second and third days of the sports meet, Hong Chen had no competitions and did not want to cheer for his classmates. Although this behavior lacked a sense of collective honor, for Hong Chen at that moment, having so many points felt useless, and he truly felt uncomfortable. After meditating for 2 days in the Linglong Tower, the sports meet concluded, and Class 1 of Tianwu Academy secured first place in points with a significant advantage. During this sports meet, Yu Xiaotian, Li Si, Bailey Changshang, and Yu Hongshang all achieved excellent results, while Lu Yong and Luo Lai also performed well. After the sports meet, the weekend followed, and Hong Chen continued to meditate. Through these 4 days of meditation, he accumulated a lot of spiritual energy, but he still needed much more to break through to the martial king realm. The breakthrough from martial spirit to martial king was naturally very difficult. Many people spend their entire lives stuck at such major realms, like 10-star martial king, 10-star martial emperor, or 10-star martial ancestor. Moreover, the higher the realm, the more spiritual energy is required for a breakthrough, and it increases significantly. With Hong Chen's SS-level talent, if he were to meditate outside, it would likely take him 3 to 4 months of continuous meditation to break through from 9-star martial spirit to 10-star martial spirit. If he had SSS-level talent, the time might be slightly shorter, but it would still take at least 2 to 3 months. Hong Chen did not have high expectations. He just hoped to successfully break through to the martial king realm before his credits ran out. A few days ago, Hong Chen collected rare materials in a tavern and successfully upgraded Hong Lan's talent to S-level. In a few months, at the end of July, Hong Lan would participate in the college entrance examination competition. If she did not reach 10-star martial master, Hong Chen planned to let her meditate in the Linglong Tower for a few days. Time flew by, and it was now the end of April. Tomorrow was May Day, and there would be a 7-day holiday. Shia Sha called, saying she was coming to Tianwu University and seriously told Hong Chen, "I'm mainly here to see Hong Lan, and just coincidentally to see you." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen's heart tightened. He first calmed Shia Sha down and then called Su Firen to gauge her thoughts. When the call connected, Hong Chen tentatively asked, "Are you coming to hang out during May Day?" Su Firen's voice came through the phone, filled with regret. "I've been in good shape these past few days and am preparing to break through to Martial King, so I might not be able to accompany you during May Day." A weight lifted off Hong Chen's heart, and then he complained, "You were busy during the Spring Festival, busy during the Dragon Boat Festival, and now you're busy during May Day. Is the realm really that important?" Su Firen fell silent for a moment and then said, "I have indeed neglected you a bit lately, but it's also because of the pressure at school. Please don't be angry. Then let's do this. During May Day, I won't break through. I'll go to Tianwu University to find you, and I'll break through after I come back." Su Firen suggested a solution she thought was perfect. But upon hearing this, Hong Chen felt he had messed up and immediately said, "I'm not angry with you, I just wanted to complain a little." The opportunity for a martial artist to break through to the martial king level is rare. If you miss it, you won't know when the next chance will come. You don't need to give up this precious opportunity for me, Hong Chen advised gently. Besides, if love lasts for a long time, what does it matter if it's day or night? This was indeed very reasonable, and Su Firen helplessly replied, "I feel like you have some issues. One moment you want wind, the next you want rain. If I don't accompany you, you blame me, if I do, you seem unwilling." Hong Chen quickly found a suitable reason, but this was also his heartfelt truth. "Of course I want to see you, but I can't let my desire to see you delay your breakthrough. You're really a good person." Su Firen's laughter came through the phone, followed by, "And I'll come to see you during the summer vacation." Hong Chen responded with a and said bye, then hung up the phone. He then called Shia Sha and said, "I just called the teacher and said there won't be any tasks during the May Day holiday. You can come over to play then." Xiao Zhao's joyful voice came through the phone. "Great. I'll fly over on my sword right now and can reach Tianwu University by tomorrow morning." "What about Xiao Xian? He should be in the Tianwen realm too, right?" Hong Chen asked, then added, "Bring him along together, I haven't seen him in a long time. He and my dad rented a place near Lingxiao University. I'll go pick him up now, and then we'll head to Tianwu University together." Xiao Zhao's tone was cheerful, eager to see Hong Chen. After hanging up, Hong Chen covered his face with his hands, feeling a mix of emotions, and couldn't help but sigh. He felt a bit guilty towards Su Firen, but things had developed to this point, and no matter what choice he made, it would ultimately hurt someone else. How can one achieve a perfect balance in this world, not letting down Xiao Sha or Su Firen? Because he needed to take Xiao Xian along on the sword, Xiao Sha only arrived at Tianwu University the next morning. Honglan and Xiao Xiao hadn't seen each other for over a year, and they had endless things to talk about, both appearing slightly excited and joyful. Xiao Xian had always been calm and composed, a trait he inherited from his father, Xiao Jian. Being a year older than Xiao Xian, Hong Chen felt a slight generation gap, but Xiao Xian and Hong Hu were best friends. After all, they had grown up together, and when Xiao Xian saw Hong Chen, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face and called out, "Yuan Gu, it's been over a year, and you've become even more handsome." Hong Chen's tone was joking, but it was sincere. Xiao Xian had always been good-looking, and now he was growing into a face that could rival that of a trainee, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a high nose, short hair, and fair skin that still exuded a sense of heroism. Among all the young people Hong Chen knew, the most handsome was Mu Yunlu, followed by Xiao Xian, and he considered himself to be third. Fourth was Li Chang'an, whose aura was outstanding, adding to his overall image. Hong Hu ranked second to last. Both he and Hong Lan were beautiful, but this guy dragged down the family's looks. As for last place, it was Li Si and Luo Lai. Li Si had an ordinary appearance, the kind you would forget after a glance, someone you could randomly pick out of a crowd. Luo Lai also had an ordinary look, although he had thick eyebrows and big eyes and was tall and strong. He was far from handsome, not ugly either, just an average person's appearance. But if Wei Wei were still alive, Li Si and Luo Lai would only rank second to last. Hong Lan and Xiao Sha were talking about private matters, but Hong Lan discreetly glanced at Xiao Xian, a move that Hong Chen caught. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than her father. Another saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. Hong Chen was very clear about Hong Lan's thoughts. Just before she left, she had specifically looked in the mirror, and he had noticed something was off at that moment. When he was with Hong Lan, she had never looked in the mirror before going out. Moreover, with Hong Lan's uncompetitive nature, she couldn't possibly be looking in the mirror just to compare her beauty with Xiao Zhao's. So there was only one possibility. Hong Chen looked at the dashing Xiao Xian and asked, "You brat, you're so handsome now, have you found a girlfriend?" Hong Lan, who was nearby, perked up her ears upon hearing this. Xiao Xian glanced at Hong Lan and then shook his head, saying, "Not yet." Hong Chen nodded slightly. He knew both Hong Lan and Xiao Xian well, and if they could become a couple, he would feel at ease. But ultimately, it was their affair, and he couldn't meddle, so he could only watch the fate between Hong Lan and Xiao Xian unfold. "Are you planning to participate in the martial arts college entrance exam in the Tianwen realm?" Hong Chen casually asked, then added, "You could compete alongside Hong Lan." "Yuan Gu," Xiao Xian interrupted Hong Chen, then said, "I've been accepted early. I'm guaranteed admission to Lingxiao University." "What?" Hong Chen was taken aback and asked, "If you've been accepted early, why didn't you go to the secret base for training?" Xiao Xian replied, "I live in the residential area next to Lingxiao University. It's very safe there, and no evil cultivators dare to attack. Moreover, my sister's homeroom teacher also teaches me privately, so I don't need to go to the secret base. I just have to wait for the semester to start in the second half of the year, and I can directly enter Lingxiao University. If I had known it could be like this, Hong Chen nodded and said, I should have let Hong Hu come to the Tianwen realm. His talent could also get him directly admitted to Tianwu University. Xiao Xian reassured him, my sister told me privately that there are many experts stationed at the secret base, so it's very safe, you don't need to worry. My sister knows Jialan from your school at the secret base. Hong Hu naturally likes to make friends, and he can meet more people there. This little guy is even comforting me. Hong Chen shook his head and smiled, then changed the subject. How's Uncle Xiao doing lately? My dad. Xiao Xian paused slightly, then smiled bitterly. He often looks downcast since my mom passed away, and his mood hasn't been good. I'll go see him during the summer vacation, Hong Chen said. Xiao Jian could be considered half a father to him. The Hong and Xiao families have been family friends for generations. Hong Sen and Xiao Jian grew up together, and their mothers were also close friends. Later, when Hong Chen's parents were dating, they helped set up Xiao Xiao's parents. Because their relationship was so close, Hong Sen and Xiao Jian discussed it and bought houses next to each other, becoming neighbors. With such deep ties and friendship between their parents, how could Uncle Xiao not be considered half a father? When he was injured by his second and third uncles and took the high-speed train south alone, he had imagined many times, if Uncle Xiao were there, he wouldn't let his second and third uncles bully him like that. Uncle Xiao is a sentimental person, he often looks downcast, and his mental state can easily become problematic. But he and Aunt Lu are deeply in love, so he definitely won't remarry in the future. As the conversation grew heavier, Hong Chen had to change the topic again. You must have exceptional talent to be accepted early, right? Is your talent SS level or SSS level? I won't hide it from you. Xiao Xian leaned closer to Hong Chen and whispered, my talent is even more extraordinary than my sister's. Hong Chen was once again stunned. Xiao Xiao had an SS level Liuli Jade Sword and an SSS level 36 grade Pure World Qinglian. This kid actually claims his talent is more extraordinary than Xiao Xiao's? He can't possibly have dual SSS level talent, can he? That would be too outrageous. Talent is a very private matter, so it shouldn't be casually revealed, and Hong Chen didn't dare to press Xiao Xian for details about his talent. If it were the old Hong Chen, he would definitely feel unbalanced, but not now. As long as he gives himself time, he could also have dual SSS level talent. The girls' private conversation between Xiao Xiao and Hong Lan was over, and the two of them walked over hand in hand. Holding hands between women is a very normal behavior, but when men do it, it can easily lead to misunderstandings. The world is too harsh on men. Xiao Xiao looked at Hong Chen and asked, can I call Jialan over? Seeing Hong Chen nod, Xiao Xiao took out her phone, dialed Jialan's number, and after saying a few words, she hung up. Hong Lan and Xiao Xian were nearby, and Hong Chen couldn't act petty towards Xiao Xiao, so he had to maintain a normal demeanor and chatted normally. I can sense your aura. It seems you've broken through to the Martial King level? I just broke through a couple of days ago. Xiao Xiao chuckled and asked, has anyone at Tianwu University broken through to Martial King? At the end of March, a guy named Tianya, a bit of a show-off, tried to break through to the Martial King level, but he failed. After a martial artist fails to break through, most of the spiritual energy within them dissipates. Hong Chen continued, I heard he's been gathering his spiritual energy again, preparing to attempt the Martial King breakthrough once more. Xiao Xiao responded with an O and asked, when do you think you can break through to Martial King? After a moment of thought, Hong Chen replied, based on the current situation, I estimate I won't have a chance to break through to Martial King until the summer vacation. The summer vacation starts on June 15th, and since it is currently May 1st, Hong Chen figured it would take him another month and a half to break through.